Chapter 1. The seventh layer of the underworld, the eternal hell. Advancing City, renowned as the world's most formidable prison, is situated within the calm belt of the first segment of the Grand Line. Countless notorious and malevolent felons are incarcerated here, with defenses so stringent that only one individual, the Golden Lion, has ever successfully escaped since its inception. Yet today, the audacious intrusion of the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, has stirred a tempest within Advancing City, inciting a rebellion among the prisoners across its various levels. In the sixth layer of Advancing City, the infinite hell, Luffy and Jinbei have gathered, forming an unparalleled escape team. Beneath their current level, in the abyssal depths of the ocean, lies the seventh layer, the eternal hell. This layer is shrouded in secrecy, known only to the successive wardens of Advancing City. The seventh layer boasts neither entrance nor exit, sealed tight as a drum, and while it is exceedingly vast, it holds but a solitary prisoner. At this very moment, in the heart of the eternal hell, a man with disheveled hair kneels upon the ground. Unlike other inmates clad in prison garb, he is bare from the waist up, his emaciated form resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. 4 nails forged from sea prism stone are embedded in his back, and his hands are shackled with long, coarse iron chains, suspended high above him. The other ends of the chains are affixed to the walls on either side. He is none other than the world's most wanted criminal since the establishment of the world government, a man of unparalleled wickedness. Chris D. Raylo. He possesses the power of the immortal fruit, granting him the gift of eternal life. Thus, even after the world government mobilized its forces at great cost to capture him, they were unable to execute him, relegating him instead to this confinement. Advancing City was originally constructed by the world government specifically to detain him. Raylo had long since awakened the powers of his fruit, and even under the suppressive influence of the sea prism stone, his abilities had not entirely waned. After 60 years of imprisonment, his body had not succumbed to death, rather, it had become gaunt due to the effects of the sea prism stone. Rumble, rumble. The chaos above, instigated by Luffy and his companions, reverberated through the layers, causing even the long immobile chains embedded in the walls of the seventh layer to loosen slightly. What is happening? How did I end up here? He opened his eyes, his gaze dazed and devoid of regal presence. Wasn't I just watching the Pirate King? How did I arrive in this place? Raylo scanned his surroundings in disbelief. Suddenly, a torrent of information flooded his mind. My heavens! I've actually traversed worlds. As a seasoned otaku, he quickly accepted this new reality, feeling a twinge of pride. Yet soon, despair washed over him. Why is it that others who cross over gain treasures and beautiful women, while I find myself as a prisoner? What good is immortality if I must remain here forever? Frustrated, Raylo swung his arms, the iron chains clanging as they danced about him. What is this? He sensed a surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could effortlessly tear the chains asunder. His right fist clenched, and his once thin, withered arm erupted with boundless strength, wrenching one of the chains free from the wall. Raylo stared in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. This was not a power bestowed by the fruit, it was the result of the original owner's rigorous training. The original Raylo had been born a century prior, consuming the devil fruit in his youth, thus preserving his youthful visage. Over the long years, the potential of this body had been honed to its utmost. This form harbored the capacity to unleash cataclysmic destruction. The memories he had acquired contained revelations about these matters, yet he could not fathom how he, bound by sea prism stone, could wield such formidable strength. Could it be that my soul does not belong to this world, thus rendering me immune to the effects of sea prism stone? Raylo speculated, a smile creeping upon his lips. Who cares? I've hit the jackpot. With renewed vigor, Raylo yanked another chain free with his left hand. Grasping the shackles binding his other wrist, he pulled forcefully, and the restraints slipped away from him. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 sea prism stone nails embedded in his back were yanked out with a forceful motion, clattering to the ground. Now, this is much better. I feel even stronger. The gaping holes in his back began to heal at a visible pace, his once emaciated form gradually regaining its robust stature. This was yet another aspect of the immortal fruit's power, accelerated healing. In mere moments, he had restored his appearance to that of the day he was captured. He stood as a remarkably handsome and imposing man, nearly 2 meters tall, devoid of any excess fat, with skin smooth and unblemished, lacking even a single scar. His features were strikingly attractive, as if sculpted by the finest artisan, flawless in every regard. If it could be said that nearly all men were captivated by the Empress Boa Hancock, then it was nearly impossible for any woman to remain unaffected by his allure. Contentedly, he surveyed his form, finding himself increasingly enamored with this body. Raylo planted his feet firmly and leaped high, effortlessly penetrating the thick layer above, arriving at the 6th layer of advancing city. Who is he? It seems he came from below. Could it be there is indeed a 7th layer to advancing city? Even the Golden Lion was confined to the 6th layer. Who could possibly inhabit the 7th? The prisoners in the 6th layer, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Raylo, were seized by shock and even a degree of fear. They were all notorious criminals, powerful figures who dominated their realms, thus possessing a heightened sensitivity to danger. From Raylo, they sensed an overwhelming threat. Even Magellan, the warden of the 6th layer, found himself trembling in silence. Raylo cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. What are you staring at? Never seen someone from a lower layer before? One prisoner swallowed hard, astonished that this youthful-looking individual was indeed confined to the 7th layer. He had never heard of Raylo. Was he from an era predating Roger? Perhaps even from an age before rocks? Raylo glanced upwards. The ceiling had been transformed by lightning into a staircase, and with a gentle leap, he soared past the 5.5 layer, landing in the 5th layer of advancing city, the frigid hell. Though the temperature plummeted, Raylo's formidable physique felt no discomfort. At that moment, the wolf army, which had lagged behind Luffy and the others, returned to this area. Upon spotting the solitary Raylo, they perceived him as a delectable feast, their eyes gleaming with avarice, drool cascading from their mouths. Raylo regarded the pack of wolves with a disdainful smirk. No choice but to make do. The fur on the wolves bristled, as their primal instincts compelled them to flee. Yet they were still too slow. Raylo unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing the surrounding snow to tremble and sending the fleeing wolves into a state of unconsciousness. Who would have thought haki could be so effective? He had drawn upon the memories he acquired to unleash his haki, and to his surprise, he succeeded on his first attempt. Raylo scavenged the area and began roasting wolf meat. Thanks to the powers of the immortal fruit, he would not perish from starvation even if he abstained from eating. Yet he still experienced hunger and fatigue. Who would have thought wolf meat would taste like this? It's truly awful. After this meal, Raylo felt his strength replenished. While Raylo lingered in the 5th layer, Luffy and his companions had already commenced their battle for the warship. It's time to move. Raylo opted for the most straightforward approach, leaping high to crash through the layer wall, arriving at the 4th layer, the scorching hell. This layer was recently ravaged by battle, a scene of utter devastation. Those attacked by Magellan's venomous dragon, including Blackbeard, lay sprawled in the corridor on the brink of death. Is that Blackbeard? Raylo quickly realized the significance of the moment. Today was the day Luffy led the prisoners in their escape. Chapter 2. Confrontation with Magellan. Faced with the sudden appearance of Raylo, Blackbeard found himself in a quandary. Though he yearned to call for help, he suppressed the urge. Captain, that guy. Indeed, he might be a man even stronger than Whitebeard. A careless move could lead to our demise. While Raylo entertained a notion of crushing Blackbeard right then and there, he had more pressing matters to attend to. With a powerful leap, Raylo soared upward. The scorching ground beneath him compelled him to exert even greater strength, allowing him to leap over the remaining layers of advancing city and arrive at the control center above the sea. Just moments ago, Mr. Tubon Clay had disguised himself as Magellan, ordering the guards to open the gates of justice, facilitating the escape of Luffy and his companions. At the instant Magellan's venom was about to strike Bon Clay, Raylo appeared just in time. In a flash, he positioned himself in front of Magellan, saving Mr. Tubon Clay from harm. Just made it in time, Raylo exhaled in relief. In the original narrative, Bon Clay had chosen to sacrifice himself to aid Luffy and the others. Although the manga's cover page later revealed that Bon Clay had not perished, but had instead become the new queen of the fifth and a half layer, Raylo still felt a pang of regret. Thus, this time, he intended to ensure that Bon Clay escaped alongside him. Though Bon Clay was not the protagonist, he possessed a unique charm that Raylo found quite appealing. "Who are you?" Facing the sudden appearance of the man who had just saved him, Fonkele found himself at a loss for words. More astonished than Fonkele was Magellan at that moment. As the current warden of Impel Down, he was well aware of the existence of the seventh level of the prison, and he knew of the notorious criminal held within its confines. Although Magellan had never laid eyes on Raylo, the oppressive aura emanating from the man before him was undoubtedly that of the infamous inmate from the seventh level. "How did you escape?" Magellan's voice trembled slightly. Despite his formidable strength, he lacked confidence in his ability to subdue Raylo. Fortunately, the device controlling the Gate of Justice had been destroyed, rendering even Raylo incapable of escaping this maritime domain. "Tell me, are you going to let me go?" Raylo replied with a hint of jest. "Poison Dragon." Without hesitation, Magellan unleashed the power of his devil fruit. 3 massive purple dragons erupted from his form, each launching an assault on Raylo from different angles. Even powerful adversaries like Blackbeard had been swiftly vanquished by this attack. But alas, Raylo had anticipated Magellan's move through his mastery of Kinbunchika Haki, foreseeing the imminent threat. However, rather than evade the attack, Raylo gently pushed Fonkele aside, choosing to absorb the impact of the 3 poison dragons himself. "Senpai!" Fonkele shouted, believing that Raylo had made a self-sacrificial choice to protect him. Magellan was equally bewildered. He had not expected Raylo to confront his attack heat-in. Had confinement in the depths of the prison driven him mad? Creak! The toxic venom steadily eroded Raylo's skin, hissing ominously, yet he did not emit the anguished cries that others would have under similar circumstances. "Quite pleasant," Raylo remarked, stretching his body as the Busashoka Haki enveloped him, causing the residual poison to evaporate almost instantaneously. Raylo was well aware of the potency of Magellan's poison dragons, yet he also understood the remarkable resilience of his own physique. He was curious to discover just how much power it truly contained. The outcome was as he had anticipated. "Your poison is rather enjoyable, thank you." All present gaped in astonishment. Never before had anyone spoken such words after enduring an attack from Magellan. Beads of sweat trickled down Magellan's forehead. This man had somehow turned his venom into a source of relaxation. "It seems I have no choice," Magellan resolved silently. "You lot, quickly vacate this place." "Yes." The guards, upon receiving the command, swiftly retreated, fully aware that Magellan's next assault would endanger them. In the vast control room, only Magellan, Fonkele, and Raylo remained. Magellan's form gradually transformed into a vivid crimson hue, liquid oozing from his body and corroding the floor beneath him, as if nothing in existence could withstand it. Giant of poison, Magellan raised his right hand high, and the surrounding crimson liquid coalesced into a skeletal giant resembling himself, encasing Magellan within. Yikes, this is bad. This was Magellan's forbidden technique, immensely powerful, one that even Luffy and his crew would not dare to confront directly. Raylo leaped back to evade the corrosive liquid, but the crimson venom seemed to possess a life of its own, spreading relentlessly across the ground. Magellan thrust his right hand forward, and the giant of poison mimicked his action, reaching out toward Raylo. Careful not to be overconfident, Raylo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, and time appeared to halt in that instant. Both the advancing venom and the moving Magellan paused as if caught in a moment frozen in time. Seizing the opportunity, Raylo grasped Fonkele and leaped backward. Just as time resumed, the giant's hand descended, smashing into the ground and creating a gaping pit. "I suppose I haven't mastered it yet," Raylo mused, furrowing his brow. In Raylo's memory, unleashing Conqueror's Haki could at least cause an opponent to falter for a moment, if not render them unconscious. That was close. Fonkele wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Indeed, had I been struck, my pants would have been corroded away," Raylo replied nonchalantly. Senpai Fonkele was left speechless. "Hey, Magellan, I no longer wish to linger in this place. Farewell." Rello called out to him. Allow me to send you off with a parting gift. Rello casually dislodged a stone from the wall and hurled it toward Magellan. The stone flew faster than a cannonball despite being gradually eroded by the poison. It struck Magellan squarely in the chest. He was propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Fonkele's jaw nearly hit the floor. Rello's casual strike had wielded such immense power. Yet Rello shook his head. It didn't even breach his body. I suppose I'm still too weak. Let's go. With that, Rello hoisted Fonkele and leapt, bursting through the control room and shattering layers of walls. Fonkele gasped in astonishment. Senpai, wait. Outside is the sea. Accompanied by Fonkele's frantic cries, the two emerged into the open air beyond Impel Down. Their figures traced an arc through the sky, gradually descending. Just as they were about to plunge into the ocean, Rello stepped onto the air itself, sending both of them soaring once more. In the distance, the warship's crew stood in stunned silence at the scene unfolding before them. Who was that individual, and how could he possibly master the moonwalk? Chapter 3. Seizing the warship. The moonwalk is one of the 6 styles, allowing for brief moments of walking through the air. To these naval officers, only those within the ranks of the Navy or high-ranking officials of the world government could attain such skills. Clearly, the man holding another prisoner did not belong to that elite group. The captive was none other than Mr. 2 from the former Baroque works. Yet the identity of the other individual remained a mystery. Who was he? How had he never been heard of before? Could it be that he had been imprisoned and Impel Down for an extended period? This seemed implausible. Judging by his appearance, he could be no older than 20. Even if he had set sail at 17, it had only been a few years, making it impossible for him to have escaped notice entirely. A group of sailors aboard the warship found themselves engrossed in discussions about Rayleigh. So, this was the sensation of walking through the air. Riley lowered his gaze to the surface of the sea below. Originally, Riley was a martial arts prodigy who had comprehended the application of the 6 styles during a confrontation with the Navy, subsequently refining their use. The moonwalk technique allows only for brief suspension in the air, and given that Riley had yet to regain his peak condition, it was impossible for him to remain airborne while carrying Von Clay. The only nearby landing spots were the naval vessels. Look, he seems to be coming towards us. A Navy officer shouted. Prepare yourselves. We just lost a ship to the Straw Hats. This time, we must hold our ground. Yes. A battalion of Navy soldiers readied their weapons, bracing for the encounter. Are you here to welcome us? Riley quipped as he descended onto the nearest warship. Smiling at the assembled Navy personnel, most of the vice admirals and higher-ranking officers had been dispatched to Marine headquarters at Marineford to defend against the Whitebeard pirates, leaving only ordinary sailors to man the numerous ships surrounding Impel Down. Raylo turned to glance at the recently discarded Von Clay and asked, Hey, young Von, are you skilled in navigating a vessel? Von Clay, taken aback, replied, How do you know my name? Raylo chuckled softly, offering no reply. Very well. As his words faded, an astonishing aura of conqueror's haki emanated from him. Its intensity was so overwhelming that the once invisible force seemed to take on a tangible form, causing the ship's deck to creak under the pressure, and even the previously tranquil sea began to churn with ripples. Boom, 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 one by one. The naval officers aboard the warship collapsed, losing consciousness in the face of Rairo's formidable haki. Not a single sailor aboard the vessel was spared. Von Clay stood frozen in shock. Although he was aware that Rairo possessed the strength to seize the warship effortlessly, he had not anticipated such ease. Excellent. Set sail. Little Von. Yes. Von Clay's spirits soared. Where are we headed, Senior? Marineford. Yes. Von Clay's heart swelled with joy, for this meant he would soon reunite with Luffy. Despite the peculiar currents surrounding Impel Down restricting their course solely towards Marineford, hearing Rairo confirm their destination filled Von Clay with uncontainable excitement. Standing at the helm, he hummed a cheerful tune. However, his elation was short-lived as a cannonball whizzed past him, striking the waters ahead and sending up a massive wave. Von Clay turned in alarm, startled to see several warships lined up in pursuit. Simultaneously, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon them from behind, prompting him to grip the helm tightly, swiftly altering their course to evade the onslaught. A total of 10 warships lingered around Impel Down. Excluding the 2 commandeered by Luffy and Rairo, the remaining 8 vessels were furiously in pursuit of Rairo. They had already facilitated Luffy's escape and could not afford to let Rairo slip away. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire echoed relentlessly. These naval officers certainly possessed tenacity. Raylo was initially seated on the deck, admiring the picturesque scenery, yet at this moment, he found himself unable to remain an observer. Xiaofeng, focus on steering the ship. I shall handle the warships behind us. Yes, Senior. Feng Klai replied loudly. After Raylo uttered those words, no more cannonballs flew past Feng Klai. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned his head to glance back, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Raylo's physique resembled a bolt of lightning, darting from side to side with such swiftness that his exact position remained elusive, leaving only a trail of fleeting shadows in his wake. Every projectile launched from behind, destined to strike the vessel, was invariably intercepted by him. In that moment, Raylo appeared as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. It was also the opportune moment for the Navy to replenish their ammunition, and Raylo had come to a halt, with a veritable mound of cannonballs accumulating at his feet. Raylo stretched his body, and now it was my turn. Raylo picked up a shell from beside his feet, roughly aimed at the position of a warship, summoned his haki, and forcefully hurled the explosive device into the air. With a resounding boom, the projectile exceeded the speed of sound, creating a sonic boom that caused Von Krell's eardrums to ache. The shell's velocity was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary artillery, and its power was equally extraordinary. The explosion did not strike the intended target directly. Instead, it impacted the surface of the sea beside the warship, unleashing colossal waves that violently rocked the vessel. Von Krell stood, dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. Was this man a monster? The soldiers aboard the warship erupted in furious exclamations. It was said that Vice Admiral Karp could hurl projectiles with force exceeding that of a cannon, and it appeared that Raylo was nearing such prowess. What nonsense! That was the legendary Navy hero Karp. How could that brash young man possibly compare? In the face of a formidable adversary, the naval crew began to argue amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Raylo, noticing that he had failed to hit his target, couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had yet to fully acclimate to this body. Senior. What did you just say? Nothing of consequence. That was close. I almost revealed too much. Focus on steering the ship. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Understood. Raylo grasped a shell in each hand and hurled them sequentially towards the 8 warships positioned at the rear. Once again, 2 resounding booms erupted, both flawlessly missing their intended targets. Raylo furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of defiance. With both hands, he seized the nearby shells and hurled them towards the warships, disregarding accuracy, unleashing a barrage akin to a relentless volley of cannon fire. Although he was but a solitary figure with 2 hands, it seemed as though a multitude of arrows was unleashed simultaneously. The warships, upon witnessing the dense swarm of projectiles approaching, recalled the previous devastation and dared not underestimate the threat. They sought ways to evade the onslaught. Nevertheless, 2 of the vessels were unfortunate enough to be struck amidst the chaotic barrage. The colossal warships, having sustained Raylo's fierce bombardment, suffered significant damage and could no longer navigate properly, gradually succumbing to the depths. The naval personnel, clinging to driftwood and bobbing with the waves, gazed fearfully in Raylo's direction. This individual was a bona fide monster. Suddenly, the elder Von Clay spoke, his voice trembling. What is the matter? He pointed ahead, where a massive structure loomed, resembling an insurmountable gate of justice. The waters surrounding the advancing city were uniquely perilous. There was no escape without traversing the gate of justice. Now we're doomed. Von Clay lamented, his spirit dampened. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from sabotaging the control mechanism. The control apparatus for the gate of justice lay within the advancing city. Previously, Von Clay had masqueraded as Magellan to open the gate. To spare them from the Navy's pursuit, he had destroyed the control mechanism just as the gate was closing. Consequently, even if they returned to the advancing city now to locate the control apparatus, they could not reopen the gate of justice. We're nearing the gate of justice. Hurry and pursue, he urged. This time, the gate could not possibly reopen. Despite losing 2 warships, the remaining naval forces, witnessing Raylo cornered, were invigorated with determination. Even if they could not defeat Raylo, they would encircle him, ensuring he could not escape. With no path forward and enemies at their back, Von Clay completely lost heart and slumped to the ground. This is it. Little Clay, why are you sitting idle? Didn't I tell you to set sail? The elder Von Clay turned to see Raylo, brimming with confidence, utterly unconcerned about the current predicament. Stand up. It's just the gate of justice. How could it possibly obstruct our path to freedom? Raylo proclaimed, his voice filled with fervor. If there is no way ahead, then let us forge one with our fists. Yes, Witnessing Raylo's fervent spirit, Von Clay inexplicably regained his confidence, rising to take the helm and accelerating towards the Gate of Justice. Look, are they mad? They're speeding towards the Gate of Justice. Do they intend to ram it with their warship? That is impossible, no matter how sturdy a warship is constructed. It is like an egg striking a stone when compared to the Gate of Justice. The naval forces were left bewildered by Raylo and his crew's audacious choice. In an instant, the warship carrying Raylo approached the Gate of Justice, on the verge of collision. Come on! Raylo let out a mighty roar, leaping high from the deck and charging ahead of the warship, concentrating the entirety of his armed color hockey into a single point. He raised his right fist and struck fiercely against the Gate of Justice. A thunderous explosion erupted, resonating like the very heavens were collapsing. Both Von Curii, standing behind Raylo, and the distant navy were utterly astonished by this spectacle. They had never imagined that someone would dare to confront the Gate of Justice with mere flesh and blood. This individual must surely be insane. Raylo fell back onto the deck of the warship, gazing at the Gate of Justice ahead. The strike he had just unleashed was nearly the entirety of his strength, and he held sufficient confidence in its efficacy. Von Clay also looked towards the Gate of Justice, brimming with anticipation, hoping for a miracle. However, the gate remained immobile, and Von Clay's heart sank into despair. The warship soon collided with the Gate of Justice. Yet it did not shatter. Instead, where the gate met the warship, a network of cracks, dense as a spider's web, emerged. In an instant, those fissures erupted, transforming into countless massive shards that plummeted into the sea. The once flawless Gate of Justice now bore a gaping hole, large enough for the entire warship to pass through. As they beheld Raylo's vessel slowly traversing the fractured gate, the navy behind could hardly believe their eyes. Am I truly dreaming? How could anyone possibly breach the Gate of Justice? Indeed, you are not alone in this dream. I too find myself lost in reverie. Meanwhile, standing on the deck, Raylo suddenly collapsed backward. Bang! Chapter 4. The Colossal Sea King. Von Clay was startled by the sound of Raylo hitting the deck and turned to find him sprawled out. Taken aback. Senior, don't panic. I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. The immense effort expended to shatter the Gate of Justice had nearly depleted Raylo's strength. And now that he was free, fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to lose his footing and fall onto the deck. Raylo was aware that with the power of his immortal fruit, he could swiftly recover even while lying still, thus he felt no concern. However, to truly restore his body to its peak condition, mere rest would not suffice. He needed to engage in further cultivation. I shall rest for a while. The next part is up to you. Yes, Senior, responded Von Cree. Weary, Raylo fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed even by the violent rocking of the ship. It was only after a considerable time that he awoke from his dreams. As he regained consciousness, Raylo suddenly perceived a disquieting change. The once clear sky had transformed into a dull and lifeless expanse. The voice of his senior, Von Cree, trembled, and his body quaked incessantly. Raylo lifted his gaze and found himself encircled by colossal sea creatures, their immense forms reminiscent of islands. In the presence of these gargantuan beings, the warship appeared diminutive, with the surrounding sunlight obscured by their sheer size. Sea creatures of this magnitude are distributed across the world's oceans, predominantly inhabiting the doldrums and the depths. Typically, such titanic beings emerge only within the calm zones. Yet, at this very moment, these colossal sea creatures had congregated here. Despite being among the world's elite warriors, Raylo, having once been an ordinary individual in his past life, felt a momentary surge of trepidation upon confronting these enormous beings for the first time. The sea creatures encircled the warship, silently observing it, showing no inclination to attack. After what felt like an eternity, a voice suddenly resonated. Raylo surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of others. Even when he unleashed his observation hockey, he could not sense anyone else's presence. Could it be that? Raylo raised his gaze, a sudden thought emerging in his mind. The Sea Kings possessed an intelligence comparable to that of humans. However, humans were unable to communicate with them. Even the fishmen and mermaids, who also resided in the sea, could not converse with the Sea Kings. Only the mermaid princess born on Mermaid Island, bearing the name of Poseidon, possessed the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings, and such princesses appeared only once every few centuries. Yet, exceptions do exist. Both Roger and Luffy, 2 years hence, had once heard the words of the Sea Kings. It was no surprise that Raylo, a formidable member of the D-clan, could also understand their speech. It seems he no longer recognizes us, he mused. This was understandable, after being imprisoned for so many years. He was bound to be unaware of certain matters. A group of colossal sea kings conversed among themselves, while Raylo began to grasp some truths. It was evident that the former Raylo had previously encountered these Sea Kings and had forged a bond with them. Otherwise, these immense beings would not have traveled from the Calm Belt. Upon reflection, Raylo recalled the sequence of events from his memories. Years ago, he had inadvertently ventured into the Calm Belt, where he encountered a vast multitude of colossal Sea Kings. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in mutual injuries. Yet a friendship was formed. It was from that moment on that Raylo gained the ability to understand the Sea King's words. As soon as he departed from Impel Down, they were able to find him, suggesting they possessed unknown capabilities. "Greetings, my long-lost friends. I appreciate your visit, but I must attend to an important matter. We shall reunite later," he conveyed. Von Krieg glanced at Raylo, then surveyed the surroundings before finally looking up at the colossal Sea Kings, realizing that Raylo was addressing them. Since their acquaintance, Von Krieg had continually been astonished by Raylo, yet at this moment, he found himself utterly speechless. Upon hearing Raylo's words, the surrounding colossal Sea Kings fell silent, then turned in unison and vanished into the sea, as if they had never been there. Watching their disappearance, Raylo silently contemplated the significance of this relationship, recognizing its immense potential. The mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, capable of communicating with the Sea Kings, was deemed to possess power sufficient to obliterate the world. While he could not compare to her, he could still wield these Sea Kings to instill considerable threat upon his adversaries. Nonetheless, Raylo was reluctant to exploit this connection unless absolutely necessary. The warship continued its voyage. Soon after, a voice called out, "Senior, we are approaching the Gate of Justice on this side." The regions of Impel Down, Marine Headquarters, and Eni's lobby formed a triangular area, each with its own Gate of Justice. To reach Marine Headquarters at Marineford, Raylo and his companions needed to pass through this particular gate. Peering into the distance, Raylo could already discern the outline of the Gate of Justice ahead. "How peculiar," Von Krieg uttered in confusion. Before them, the Gate of Justice, which should have been closed, stood wide open. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Raylo let out a sigh of relief. Although he had regained much of his strength, he was uncertain about his ability to force open the Gate of Justice once more. What was happening? Could it be the work of the Straw Hat crew? While Feng Klai was perplexed by the situation, Raylo understood it all too well. In order to ensure a smooth journey to Marine Headquarters, Marineford, after his departure from Impel Down, Blackbeard had dispatched his navigator, Luffy, to infiltrate Marineford earlier. Luffy had hypnotized the Navy soldiers controlling the Gate of Justice, thereby facilitating the passage for both Luffy and Raylo. The warship sailed through the Gate of Justice. With Marine Headquarters, Marineford, looming ahead, Raylo's emotions surged with excitement. This time he finally had the opportunity to alter the outcome. Chapter 5. The rescue of Ace Marineford was a crescent-shaped island, where pirates and the Navy converged, enveloped in the throes of war. Neither side paid any heed to the approaching figures of Raylo and his companion in the distance. As Raylo's warship drew near Marineford, the surrounding waters were already filled with naval vessels, while the remaining expanse was a frozen surface, leaving no possibility for further advancement. Rayleigh fully unleashed his observation haki, perceiving every nuance of the battlefield. Due to the delay caused by the colossal Sea Kings, the war was nearing its conclusion. Ace had been successfully rescued, and the Whitebeard pirates were in the process of retreating. Rayleigh discerned clearly that amidst the retreating crowd, Ace had halted, unable to endure Akainu's affronts towards Whitebeard. This was dire. In that fleeting moment, Ace had clashed with Akainu, suffering a brutal blow, while Luffy stood not far away. Akainu intended to slay Luffy before Ace's eyes. Yet Ace chose to shield Luffy with his own body against Akainu's assault. Everything seemed to unfold as destined. Akainu leaped high, his fist aimed at Luffy, while Ace summoned every ounce of strength to move. Just then, at a critical juncture, Rayleigh teleported from the warship to the battlefield, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ace flying, and with his bare hands, he intercepted Akainu's attack. Rayleigh's formidable armament haki flawlessly deflected Akainu's assault, leaving him utterly unscathed. What a rebellious rascal he is. Rayleigh glanced at Ace and commanded, "You all, swiftly take them away." Jinbe, upon hearing this, was the first to react, promptly lifting Ace and Luffy to flee the battlefield. The sudden appearance of Raylo astonished everyone on the battlefield, particularly as he effortlessly deflected Akainu's assault. "Who are you, kid?" Akainu inquired. Raylo cast a contemptuous glance at him, and Akainu immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Sakazuki, return at once," Sengoku bellowed. As one of the most seasoned members of the Navy, he was acutely aware of Raylo's true identity. having personally participated in the battle that captured Lalo 60 years prior alongside Garp. The harrowing memories of that battle remained vivid in Sengoku's mind. If the Paramount War was the most devastating conflict the Navy had endured in the era of great pirates, then the battle to capture Lalo was the one with the highest casualties before this tumultuous age. At that time, Lalo had been like a demon, instilling fear deep within the hearts of every naval officer. How could this fiend have escaped? Magellan, what on earth have you done? Sengoku shot a glance at Garp, who nodded in understanding. Garp knew that should the Navy engage Lalo in battle once more, they risked total annihilation. Yet, even so, this old warrior could not stand idly by and allow Lalo to wreak havoc. The usually arrogant Akaina now found himself as hesitant as when facing red-haired Shanks. Daunted and unwilling to act recklessly, Raylo approached Whitebeard. "You are?" Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Raylo. When Rayleigh was making waves on the world stage, Whitebeard had yet to set sail and had never laid eyes upon him. However, the monumental events that Rayleigh orchestrated remained etched in Whitebeard's memory. Moreover, Rayleigh's appearance aligns perfectly with the accounts chronicled in the newspapers of yore, allowing Whitebeard to recognize him instantly. To his astonishment, despite the passage of time, Rayleigh had remained unchanged, while he himself felt cast aside by the currents of time. Time invariably belongs to the younger generation, and he merely remained perpetually youthful. Pray tell, who was that individual? He effortlessly thwarted Admiral Sakazuki's assault and conversed with Whitebeard with ease. He appears to be yet another escapee from Impel Down. Yet I have never heard of him before. Is that fellow an acquaintance of the old man? I have no idea. The old man has never mentioned him. Neither the Navy soldiers nor the pirates are privy to Rayleigh's true identity, yet undeniably, his actions today have etched themselves into the annals of history. Raylo glanced at Whitebeard, who was now gravely injured. Even if he managed to leave Marine Ford, his time was limited. Ultimately, he had arrived a moment too late. "Have you truly made your decision?" Raylo inquired. Whitebeard observed his retreating subordinates and suddenly smiled. "Look, those are the family I have always sought. In my life, I have no regrets." Before the onset of this war, Whitebeard had prepared himself for death. Now that Ace was saved and his other subordinates could also be rescued, he felt liberated from all worries. Rayleigh sighed, fully aware that Whitebeard had made up his mind, a decision that no one could alter. He had already rescued Ace, and now he would let events unfold as they would. At this moment, the Navy was severely weakened. However, the three admirals, along with Sengoku and Garp, still possessed the capacity to fight. Rayleigh, having just escaped from prison, found himself in a state of fragility and was uncertain about his ability to confront so many adversaries simultaneously. Raylo turned his gaze towards Garp and Sengoku in the distance, a wicked smile creeping across his face. "I have returned. Let those old geezers of the Five Elders prepare themselves." Raylo uttered these words with a nonchalant demeanor, yet his voice resonated in the ears of all present, causing an uproar across the battlefield. "That fellow!" Sengoku gritted his teeth, only to turn around and discover that Raylo had vanished without a trace. Raylo returned to the warship, startling Von Cray with his sudden appearance. "Where have you just been?" the latter inquired. "I just made a slight alteration to this world. I have assisted Luffy in rescuing his brother." "Let us depart," Raylo replied nonchalantly, reclining on the deck to rest. Before long, the Blackbeard pirates made their entrance, uniting to eliminate Whitebeard and seize his fruit abilities. Whitebeard, a legendary figure of the previous era, met his fitting end on the battlefield. Like Roger, he was a hero of his time and a lifelong rival to Garp and Sengoku. As they witnessed Whitebeard's quiet demise, both men felt a twinge of sentimentality. However, the average Navy personnel harbored far less introspection. They had failed in this war. Ace, who should have faced execution, was rescued. Yet with Whitebeard's death, they could report to their superiors and provide an explanation to the world, salvaging some semblance of dignity. Shortly thereafter, the red-haired pirates arrived, using Shank's influence to decisively conclude the conflict. Thus, the largest war since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era came to an end, marked by Ace's rescue and Whitebeard's death. Raylo, long faded from public view, re-emerged onto the grand stage of history through this upheaval, regardless of the consequences. Every action Raylo takes from this moment forth will impact the world. Similarly, Luffy, having undergone the trials of this war, recognized his own inadequacies. After the conflict, he, along with the Dark King Rayleigh and the Fishman Jinbei, returned to Marine Ford to toll the bell, conveying the message of their reunion in 2 years to their comrades. Everything was moving in a direction that was both familiar and yet distinct. On the sea, a warship sailed forth, This was the vessel Raylo had commandeered from Impel Down. At present, Von Cray hummed a tune while steering the ship. Meanwhile, Raylo basked in the sun, leisurely sprawled across the deck. Where shall we head next, my senior? Chapter 6. A new journey. Raylo reclined on the deck, stretching languidly. After a moment of contemplation, he lazily proclaimed, "Let us set sail for the East China Sea." Raylo pondered for a moment and decided that traversing the doldrums would be the most expedient choice. The doldrums refer to the belt-like regions flanking the Grand Line, where the absence of wind poses a significant peril for sailing vessels reliant on wind power. Furthermore, this area is inhabited by numerous colossal sea kings, heightening the danger and rendering it nearly off-limits to most adventurers. However, despite the doldrums' treacherous nature, passage is not entirely impossible. Sea stone is a potent weapon against those endowed with devil fruit abilities, as it encapsulates the essence of the ocean's power. Navy scientists have ingeniously harnessed this property for naval vessels. By affixing sea stone to the hull of a ship, the colossal sea kings remain oblivious to its presence, greatly enhancing the vessel's safety while navigating the doldrums. As long as the massive sea creatures do not directly spot the ship, it remains largely unthreatened. Moreover, naval ships possess alternative energy systems aside from wind power, alleviating concerns regarding the stillness of the air. Impel Down, a formidable prison, is situated within the doldrums, and the military vessel that Raylo boarded was seized from outside this stronghold, thus meeting the necessary conditions for passage. In addition to employing sea stone, other methods exist for traversing the doldrums. For instance, the legendary Rayleigh once wandered through this windless expanse. The island of Amazon Lily, home to the Empress, also lies within the doldrums, allowing the Kuja pirates to navigate frequently between the nation and the Grand Line, thanks to the Empress's ship being drawn by two enormous serpents, which even the colossal sea kings are loath to provoke. The responsibility now lies with you, Van Krieg. Yes, senior. Van Krieg felt a profound sense of duty and solemnly accepted the task. At that moment, the doldrums stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds, and the sea lay still, revealing no signs of colossal sea kings. Van Krieg thus breathed a sigh of relief, yet Raylo felt a tinge of disappointment. He had established a rapport with those massive sea creatures and had hoped to seize this opportunity to greet them. It would have been sublime if they could ferry him to the East Blue, far quicker than any naval vessel. In the absence of external distractions, Van Krieg successfully navigated the ship through the doldrums. Upon emerging, the vessel reached the East Blue. Unlike the perilous Grand Line, the East Blue was remarkably tranquil, allowing Van Krieg to relax, having previously harbored fears of a sudden encounter with colossal sea kings. Navigating the Grand Line necessitates the use of a log pose, an essential tool. The log pose records the magnetic fields between islands, guiding the traveler accurately to the next destination. Each island possesses a unique magnetic field, and the log pose must remain in the vicinity for a period to gather sufficient magnetic energy before it indicates the next island. Should an unforeseen event occur, leading to a deviation from the intended route, the magnetic energy would be altered, redirecting the log pose towards a different island. Some islands require an inordinate amount of time to accumulate magnetic energy, and should one wish to expedite the process, a permanent pointer may be utilized to replace the magnetic energy at the indicated island before proceeding to the next. In the East Blue, however, there is no need for a log pose. A standard nautical chart suffices to reveal the conditions of each maritime area and the locations of islands. At this juncture, Van Krieg was poring over the nautical charts housed on the ship. After scrutinizing the chart for a moment, he suddenly inquired, "Senior, where are we headed?" "Rogue Town." Van Krieg's eyes widened in astonishment. Rogue Town, situated near the entrance of the Grand Line, is where the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was born and subsequently executed, earning it the moniker of the town of beginnings and endings. Due to its proximity to the Grand Line's entrance and its association with the execution of the Pirate King, many aspiring pirates are drawn to this locale. Consequently, Rogue Town has become a melting pot of bounty hunters and a place of intrigue. Van Krieg could not fathom why Raylo would wish to venture to Rogue Town. Did he intend to retrace the steps of the Grand Line? "Senior, what is our purpose in Rogue Town?" Van Krieg could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked. "To find someone." "Find someone?" Van Krieg echoed, perplexed. "Indeed. In this world, there are numerous individuals whom I find intriguing. I aspire to gather them together to form my own pirate crew. Although I possess formidable strength and require little assistance, sailing alone is exceedingly dull. Moreover, I am not skilled at navigating a ship. I wish to have my own companions." "I see. How many individuals do you wish to recruit, senior? Let us start by seeking 5 or 6. Raylo glanced at Von Cly, reminding him that he too was his companion, and if he had someone he favored, he could also invite them aboard. The elder, Von Cly, was deeply moved, tears streaming down his face. He never anticipated that someone as formidable as Raylo would regard him as a comrade. Enough with the elder title, it sounds quite awkward. Just call me Raylo or Captain, he said. Very well, Captain. Since the dawn of the great pirate era, countless individuals have ventured into the seas to become pirates, and even in the East Blue, pirates frequently appeared. However, as Raylo and his companion were aboard a military vessel, the pirates mistakenly assumed they were part of the Navy and fled at the mere sight of them, allowing their journey to proceed without hindrance. At the port of Logtown stood a triangular archway inscribed with Logtown, signifying their arrival. Even before stepping into the heart of Logtown, they encountered a plethora of diverse shops and throngs of people. There are so many people, Raylo exclaimed. What is the name of the person you seek, Captain? Von Cly inquired. That fellow goes by the name Bartolomeo. I recall he is the leader of a gang in this vicinity. Bartolomeo was a notorious figure in Logtown before becoming a pirate, engaging in nefarious deeds daily. However, after witnessing Luffy's fearless demeanor on the execution platform, and the lightning striking the very platform he occupied, he began to admire Luffy, believing wholeheartedly that Luffy would become the pirate king. From that moment, he diligently collected every report detailing Luffy's exploits, ultimately setting sail to follow him. His assistance proved invaluable during Luffy's battles 2 years later. Yet, as of now, Bartolomeo has yet to embark on his journey. Raylo has come to persuade him to join their crew. Despite Bartolomeo's fearsome and reckless nature, he possesses a strong sense of loyalty, willing to go to great lengths for his friends, a quality Raylo deeply admires. Just as Raylo prepared to inquire further, a peculiar figure ahead captured his attention. What luck! Chapter 7. The appearance of Bartolomeo. Before Raylo stood a man of striking appearance. He sported a grass-green crest atop his head, an eye tattoo beneath his right eye, and a nose ring adorning his face, resembling a fearsome demon. His chest bore a black, wing-like tattoo, and he wore a purple coat emblazoned with a skull and checkered pants, a short dagger secured at his waist. This man was indeed Bartolomeo, the one Raylo sought. At that moment, Bartolomeo was engrossed in reading a newspaper. I knew Luffy was extraordinary. He dared to return to Marineford to ring the bell once more. He truly is a man worth my admiration. Raylo stepped forward and addressed him. You are Bartolomeo, are you not? Who are you? Bartolomeo raised an eyebrow, regarding Raylo with an air of indifference. You do not recognize me? Raylo was taken aback by this. Bartolomeo paused for a moment, scrutinizing Raylo closely, before realizing that he indeed looked somewhat familiar. You are. Bartolomeo's eyes widened in surprise. As a fervent admirer of Luffy, Bartolomeo was well acquainted with the events of the Marineford War and was aware of Ace's rescue at a crucial moment. Although Raylo's appearance had not been reported, Bartolomeo had utilized some special means to learn of Raylo's visage. I am called Raylo. Very well, then Raylo-senpai. What brings you to seek me? Bartolomeo clasped his hands together, pressing his face against them in a sycophantic manner. Join my crew and set sail with me. Perhaps one day we may encounter Luffy, Raylo proposed. Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled at the thought, yet he hesitated for a moment. The more he learned about Luffy, the stronger his desire grew to follow him to sea. However, he could not simply abandon his responsibilities. As the leader of a faction controlling nearly half of Rogue Town, with a following of numerous subordinates, Bartolomeo could not forsake them. If he were to leave and pursue Luffy, his subordinates would be left vulnerable and may even face retaliation from his enemies. This was something Bartolomeo, who valued loyalty, could not accept. Are you concerned for your subordinates? Raylo discerned his thoughts instantly. Indeed, aside from me, there is a fellow named George in Rogue Town. If I were to depart, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against my subordinates, Bartolomeo confessed. With your strength, cannot you easily deal with him? Raylo was somewhat taken aback. Bartolomeo, relying on the abilities bestowed by his barrier fruit, was not considered top tier, merely hovering around the upper echelons of strength. In the quaint town of Rogue Town, it was surprising to encounter an adversary he could not entirely vanquish. That individual commanded nearly 1,000 subordinates and possessed numerous hideouts, demonstrating a remarkable talent for evasion. Each time Raylo sought to completely eliminate him, he either vanished into thin air or managed to escape midway, perpetually eluding capture. So this is the case. Where does that individual frequently appear? What characteristics define him? Raylo-senpai, what are your intentions? Raylo smiled silently. In a dimly lit bar nestled within an obscure alley of Rogue Town, a group of thugs had congregated. Bartolomeo had been growing increasingly brazen lately. Indeed, if this continues, he will have seized all our territory. Boss, you must devise a solution. The group of ruffians fixed their gaze on a man seated at the bar. Clad in a black leather jacket, the man was imposing, with several scars marring his face, giving him a fearsome appearance, and a lit cigar dangling from his lips. Even indoors, he wore sunglasses. This man was George, the local kingpin and sworn enemy of Bartolomeo. George took a drag from his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke before speaking slowly. That fellow is a devil fruit user. His abilities are exceedingly difficult to counter. Neither our firearms nor cannons can penetrate his barrier. How infuriating. Is there truly no alternative? Well, it's not entirely hopeless. His barrier may be impenetrable, but he is still a user. Should he fall into the sea, he would be resigned to his fate. So, how do we lure him to the sea, boss? George took another puff of his cigar. Isn't he known for his loyalty? We should find a way to capture a few of his underlings. Just as the henchmen were preparing to commend their leader's cunning plan, the door of the bar creaked open. A remarkably handsome young man stepped inside. This bar served as one of George's strongholds. Locals would never venture here, and those rare outsiders who did were never seen again. I say, young man, this is hardly a place for you. A thug waved his knife in Raylo's direction. You heard everything we just said, didn't you? Raylo nodded. What a pity. With such beauty, if you were a woman, I might spare your life. Raylo disregarded him, turning his gaze towards the bar. You must be George. George, standing out among a group of ruffians, undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Upon sensing Raylo's scrutiny, he immediately recognized that the man before him was extraordinary, and he became instantly alert. Instead of responding to Raylo's inquiry, George retorted, Who are you? Do none of you follow the news? Raylo felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his remarkable performance during the Summit War, very few recognized him. However, this anonymity afforded him certain advantages. Had he entered Rogue Town with a known identity, chaos would have ensued. After today, you shall all know me. I am Raylo, here to claim my territory. A hearty laughter erupted throughout the bar, with everyone except George deeming the young man to be quite mad for his audacious claims while arriving alone. The ant can never comprehend the height of the elephant. And thus, Raylo paid no heed to the mockery of these lesser beings. Summon all your subordinates. I shall handle them all at once. Before George could respond, several of his lackeys brandished their weapons and charged at Raylo. You insolent brat, do you even know who you are speaking to? Huh. Raylo let out a cold chuckle. And in an instant, the thugs were sent flying, crashing against the bar's wall, their bodies embedding into the surface. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to? Chapter 8, Shattering the Barrier. Raylo's speed was astonishing. Within the bar, not a single individual could discern his movements. The ruffians who had previously mocked him now fell silent, their bravado extinguished. Fear began to take root in some hearts, prompting thoughts of escape, most notably within their leader, George. However, this encounter was markedly different from the previous confrontations instigated by Bartolomeo. Raylo had arrived alone, proclaiming his intent to challenge all of George's subordinates. To flee at this juncture would be to utterly disgrace himself, and his followers would no longer stand by him. George swallowed hard. He contemplated, Have you truly considered this? My men number nearly 1,000. He continued, Very well, summon them all. This place is too confined. Let us relocate. Though Raylo's earlier display had intimidated the ruffians, the notion of him confronting 1,000 men unarmed sparked disbelief among some, who deemed him mad. Regardless of his formidable strength, the sheer number of adversaries would surely overwhelm him. Thus, those who had previously harbored fear now found themselves emboldened. Little did they know, in Raylo's eyes, 1,000 foes were hardly a challenge. In a suburban area outside Rogue Town, George and his nearly 1,000 fearsome henchmen encircled Raylo. Observing the trapped figure, George, who had initially been anxious, now exhaled in relief. No matter how formidable this fellow may be, it seemed improbable that he could contend with such a multitude simultaneously. Riley cast a glance around, simultaneously activating his observation hockey, and immediately discerned the precise number of individuals encircling him, including George. There were a total of 998 people. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth. Is this all you've got? At that moment, George found his confidence and replied with a smile, This is sufficient to deal with you. Where are your family, young man? I will contact them shortly to assist in collecting your remains. Raylo chuckled softly. dismissing the need for any further trouble. He pondered whether the graveyard in Rog Town could accommodate such a multitude. "You insolent wretch, temper your arrogance." A group, unable to bear Raylo's hubris, surged forward, brandishing their weapons in a reckless assault. Although Raylo possessed the ability to effortlessly vanquish this ragtag assembly of nearly 1,000 with the mere release of his conqueror's haki, he understood that simply rendering them unconscious would not impart the true essence of his terror. To instill an indelible shadow in their hearts was the only way to ensure their compliance. Thus, he could smoothly embark on the sea with Bartolomeo. As the ruffians charged towards him, Raylo chose to disregard them entirely. He crouched slightly, gathering his strength, channeling his armament haki into his fist, and then struck the ground with tremendous force. The impact resonated like the explosion of hundreds of pounds of dynamite, shattering the earth beneath him and creating a vast crater. With countless shards of stone soaring into the sky, the nearly 1,000 ruffians instantaneously lost their footing, propelled skyward along with the debris under the force of Raylo's immense power. Before they could even comprehend their predicament, Raylo, who had been encircled, suddenly found himself outside the ring. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch. Raylo's haki radiated outward, unleashing a formidable shockwave. The ruffians, suspended in midair, yet to touch the ground, were violently propelled away, instantly losing consciousness. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 nefarious individuals, who regularly wreaked havoc in Rog Town, were vanquished by Raylo. They collapsed, rendered insensible, with one exception. When Raylo initiated his assault, he had deliberately spared George, leaving him the sole figure still standing amidst the chaos. As George beheld the terrifying visage of Raylo, his legs trembled uncontrollably. The man before him was no mere mortal. "You are all too weak. I must restrain my power. Or else you would be reduced to mere pulp, and I would have to trouble someone else to clean up the mess," Raylo remarked nonchalantly. Yet, at that moment, George did not perceive his words as mere bravado. He comprehended fully that this man, should he choose, could extinguish the lives of nearly 1,000 in an instant. With a sudden movement, George knelt before Raylo, repeatedly bowing his head in submission. "I will leave Rog Town and never return. Please spare me." Only the dead remained bound to their promises. As the leader of these ruffians, George had committed countless atrocities and deserved his fate. Only with George's demise would these headless thugs truly disband. "Point your gun." Raylo pointed his index finger at George, channeling his haki to enhance the 6 styles. Launching an attack from a distance, George's body collapsed with a thundering crash, a finger-sized hole appearing on his forehead. Raylo cast a glance at the unconscious ruffian and discerned a few individuals among them. These individuals were all notorious figures who had congregated in the bar, their nefarious deeds well known. Moreover, their provocation of Raylo during their time in the establishment inevitably led to this outcome. The square is the most densely populated area of Rogue Town, where the execution platform that once bore witness to the execution of the pirate king, Roger, is situated. Raylo gazed at the execution platform before him, a myriad of emotions swirling within. Ever since his traversal into this realm and the acquisition of pertinent memories, he had come to comprehend the remarkable stature of Roger. Countless pirates had ventured into the Grand Line prior to Roger, including the formidable Rocks pirates, who nearly obliterated the navy and himself. Yet, among all those illustrious pirates, only Roger traversed the entirety of the Grand Line, ultimately claiming the title of Pirate King. Thus, at this moment, Raylo could not help but feel a profound admiration for Roger. Had Roger still been alive, he surely would have made an exceptional rival, perhaps even a friend. "Captain, there you are?" approached Von Cray and Bartolomeo. In the span of half a day, the two had grown familiar with one another, and given Von Cray's unique rapport with Luffy, Bartolomeo held him in considerable esteem. Raylo smiled at them, remarking that George would no longer target his subordinates and that they could set sail together. As the local power in Rogue Town, Bartolomeo was acutely aware of the developments surrounding him. He hesitated for a moment, now free from any lingering concerns, yet still harboring some reservations about accompanying Raylo to sea. "Let us engage in a duel, shall we? I only venture forth with men I deem worthy," he declared. Von Clay regarded Bartolomeo with an expression of disbelief. Although the Great War was broadcast to the world, the latter part of the battle had been entirely severed from the transmission due to the Navy's operational secrecy, leaving Bartolomeo unaware of the true extent of Raylo's formidable capabilities. "Very well," Raylo readily agreed. "I shall make my move. Bring it on, Senior." Bartolomeo interlaced the middle and index fingers of both hands, crossing them before his chest, instantly conjuring a barrier in front of him. Bang! With a single punch, Lalo shattered the barrier. Chapter 9. An invitation from the government. As Bartolomeo's barrier crumbled, the onlookers in the square were drawn to the sound of the explosion. Fortunately, Lalo, having destroyed Bartolomeo's shield, swiftly retracted his fist, causing no further damage to his surroundings. Thus, the ordinary people, unaware of any anomalies, quickly diverted their attention elsewhere. Bartolomeo's barrier had been breached, yet Von Clay, a spectator, remained unfazed, fully aware of Lalo's formidable strength and deeming the event entirely natural. After all, Lalo possessed the might to shatter the gate of justice. However, Bartolomeo himself was left speechless, astonished for an extended period. Since acquiring the barrier fruit and becoming an empowered individual, he had always held a position of superiority in the bustling town of Rogu. He had never encountered anyone capable of breaching his defenses. This was not merely a case of Bartolomeo being narrow-minded. His barrier indeed boasted remarkable defensive capabilities. In the original narrative, the formidable Elisabello II, wielding the king's punch, could effortlessly penetrate the fortresses of enemy nations with a single strike. It was said that even an entity as powerful as the four emperors would struggle to withstand his assault. Yet, this mighty man's king's punch was effortlessly repelled by Bartolomeo's barrier, illustrating the formidable nature of the barrier fruit's power. Nevertheless, regardless of how impenetrable Bartolomeo's barrier appeared, it ultimately relied on the abilities granted by the devil fruit, while Haki served as its natural counter. Moreover, Bartolomeo had not fully realized the potential of his fruit, and in the face of Lalo's overwhelming Haki, his seemingly indestructible shield crumbled effortlessly. How about it? Can we set sail together now? Captain, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Bartolomeo instantly accepted the reality of his defeat, harboring no sense of disappointment. Still, I believe that Luffy Senpai can truly become the Pirate King, he whispered to himself. Raylo chuckled softly, pretending he had heard nothing. The trio began to procure essential supplies in Rogtown. Upon learning that Bartolomeo was preparing to set sail, the shopkeepers were filled with enthusiasm, offering their goods without charge. Once everything was in order, the three returned to the port. Bartolomeo looked around. Captain, where's our ship? Isn't that it? Bartolomeo followed Raylos, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Our vessel is a warship. Truly befitting of a captain. How magnificent. Tone it down a bit. After Bartolomeo's companions loaded their travel supplies onto the warship, they bid a heartfelt farewell to him. Goodbye, boss. We will strive to grow stronger and set sail to find you. Do your best, I'm off. Phone, let's depart. Ryro patted him on the back, exclaiming, You little rascal. I am the captain here. Set sail. Aye, captain. Responded Von Clay, receiving the command to steer the warship as it gracefully departed from Rogtown. Just as the vessel left the harbor, a sudden thought struck Von Clay. Captain, where shall we head next? Let us wander for a while, replied Ryro. Lalo sought to gather his companions. Although he had a rough idea of the individuals he wished to recruit, their current whereabouts remained uncertain, compelling him to wander aimlessly. As the warship sailed into the night, a bat suddenly swooped towards them. It was a naval messenger bat, Von Clay exclaimed. When Lalo beheld the bat, a fleeting premonition surged within him. He extended his hand, and the bat promptly released its grip, allowing the letter to descend into his palm. Yet, the bat did not depart immediately. Instead, it circled above his head incessantly, as if anticipating Lalo's response. Raylo opened the envelope and couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed as he had suspected. Captain, what does the letter say? Bartolomeo inquired, his curiosity piqued. You may read it for yourself, Raylo replied, handing the letter to him. What? Bartolomeo exclaimed upon reading, his voice filled with astonishment. Oh, Von Clay, drawn by the commotion, leaned in to see, clearly intrigued by the revelation. The letter contained an invitation from the Navy for Raylo to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as 7 notorious pirates, standing alongside the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters as the 3 great powers of the Grand Line. Each warlord embodies a formidable blend of strength and renown. By accepting the title of a warlord, one would be granted special privileges and status by the world government, effectively ceasing to be hunted and rendering previous bounties null. Furthermore, as long as they do not overtly oppose the world government, even if a warlord commits acts of villainy in a region, the government would turn a blind eye. Von Clay, having previously worked under the former warlord Crocodile, understood all too well the significance of the warlord's position and the Navy's intentions. Revered for his astonishing display during the Paramount War, Raylo has become an undeniable force. However, it is evident that the Navy, still reeling from the aftermath of the conflict, lacks the necessary strength to neutralize this ticking time bomb. Faced with the impossibility of confronting Raylo directly, the government has no choice but to resort to a more pragmatic approach, opting to offer him amnesty and certain privileges in exchange for his allegiance. Once the government has regained sufficient power, they can then devise a strategy to eliminate this potential threat once and for all. Raylo took the letter from their hands and, in the presence of the messenger bat, tore it into shreds and cast it into the sea. Now, you should comprehend my meaning, correct? Return now. The bat, as if it understood human speech, let out a call and flapped its wings to depart. Captain, what are you doing? That is one of the 7 warlords. Bartolomeo exclaimed in confusion. A mere 7 warlord, I do not hold in high regard. I refuse to relinquish my freedom and become a puppet of the government for the sake of trivial gains. Indeed, it is no wonder I hold you in such esteem. Bartolomeo quickly accepted this notion and turned to praise Raylo. However, Captain, having rejected the Navy's invitation, they will undoubtedly send someone to deal with us swiftly. Von Cray expressed his concerns. No matter, let them come if they dare. I shall ensure they return from whence they came. Raylo exuded an air of dominance, and Bartolomeo, along with Von Cray, believed his words without a shred of doubt. The truth behind Raylo's refusal to accept the government's invitation to become a warlord of the sea was not solely rooted in his disdain for becoming a pawn of the government. Another factor was the impending dissolution of the warlord system at the World Conference 2 years hence. By that time, the title would lose its significance and could even provoke more severe retaliation from various factions, despite Raylo's formidable strength rendering him fearless in the face of any adversary. He harbored a distaste for complications, unwilling to let extraneous matters hinder his adventures. Chapter 10. The bounty hunter. The warship carrying the trio aimlessly traversed the East Sea, the days drifting by without Raylo encountering the companion he sought. Just as the 3 were languishing in ennui, a newspaper-selling seagull happened to fly overhead. Hey, Raylo called out, waving his hand to signal his desire to purchase a newspaper. Upon spotting the warship, the seagull promptly descended from the sky, only to be startled by the sight of 3 oddly dressed men who were clearly not part of the Navy. Bartolomeo, give it some money for a newspaper, he instructed. Since their escape from Impel Down, Raylo and Von Clay have found themselves utterly destitute. Among the 3, only Bartolomeo possesses any savings. During his years as the leader of the rogues in Rogue Town, he has extorted a considerable sum from the common folk. Indeed, Captain, Bartolomeo remarked. Seagull, can't you be a tad more generous? Intimidated by Bartolomeo, the seagull discarded the newspaper and snatched the money before taking flight. What a miserly fellow, Bartolomeo grumbled in indignation. Upon unfolding the newspaper, a bounty notice unexpectedly fell out. What? Bartolomeo exclaimed, picking up the bounty notice, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Hey. Von Clay leaned in for a glance at the notice, his expression mirroring Bartolomeo's shock. What are you 2 up to, making such a racket all day? Raylo glanced at them with exasperation. Captain, you must see this. Bartolomeo presented the bounty notice before Raylo, whose pupils widened in disbelief upon recognizing it as his own. The title read The Demon Raylo, accompanied by a photograph of him from the time of the Paramount War. Most striking was the bounty amount. A series of numbers that nearly filled the entire line of the notice, a staggering 2 billion berries. Typically, bounty notices include remarks such as dead or alive or capture alive only. However, Raylo's notice bore no such annotations, likely due to the Navy's awareness of his possession of the immortal fruit, rendering him unkillable. Captain, you truly are remarkable. A bounty of 2 billion berries right from the start. Even the esteemed Luffy is only valued at 400 million berries, Bartolomeo commented, astonished. While he was aware of his captain's formidable abilities, he had not anticipated such an exorbitant bounty. Even Von Clay was taken aback by the initial figure of 2 billion berries assigned to Raylo. Raylo let out a dry chuckle, yet his heart brimmed with discontent. He believed that the bounty of 2 billion berries was still far too meager for someone of his caliber. The Yonko of the New World commanded bounties in the realm of 40 to 50 billion berries, and to find his own bounty barely half that amount, if not less, was utterly infuriating. Was it because he had been a lone wolf at that time, without a crew of his own? Raylo pondered. The Yonko were deemed emperors of the New World not only for their formidable strength, but also because their subordinates were exceptionally powerful. Clearly, the solitary Ryo could not compare to them. Bounties are not merely a reflection of the bounty holder's strength, they are influenced by various factors. For instance, one of the supernovas, Kid, was known for his brutality, mercilessly slaughtering civilians, which initially granted him a higher bounty than Luffy. Nico Robin, due to her unique lineage, posed a significant threat to the world government. Thus her bounty as a child reached an astonishing 70 million berries. Additionally, one's status and influence among pirates play a vital role. 2 years later, Usopp was revered as a god in Dressrosa, and his influence resulted in a bounty surpassing that of Sanji, a key member of the Straw Hat Pirates. From any of these perspectives, Ryo found himself largely irrelevant. 60 years ago, when Ryo was stirring the tides of the world, his bounty soared to an astounding 60 billion berries. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, thinking, once I step into the new world and systematically defeat the remaining Yonko, my bounty will undoubtedly rise exponentially. Although 2 billion berries felt somewhat inadequate to Ryo, it at least indicated that the Navy would refrain from launching any major operations against him in the near future, allowing him a period of leisure. Wait, Captain, there's another bounty notice here, Bartolomeo exclaimed, pulling out another wanted poster from the newspaper. This one belonged to Von Clay, and in comparison to Ryo's, it appeared rather mundane, with a bounty of only 100 million berries. Notably, Von Clay's previous bounty had been 30 million. The Navy had likely raised it upon learning of his escape from Impel Down and his association with Ryo. I can't believe I have a bounty of 100 million berries now, Von Clay said, scratching his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Impressive, Brother Vaughn. I wonder when I will have my own bounty notice, Bartolomeo expressed with great enthusiasm. Rest assured, as long as you adventure alongside me, you will soon possess your own bounty notice, and Brother Vaughn's bounty will continue to rise, Ryo reassured him. But for now, our priority is to bestow a formidable name upon our pirate crew and prepare a pirate flag. What about calling ourselves the Iron Hat Pirates? Then, Captain, you could wear an iron hat, which would be quite fitting, Bartolomeo suggested. Oh, you silly fan, stop coming up with absurd ideas. Why must everything relate to Straw Hat Luffy? Ryo sighed in exasperation. Then how about naming us the newcomer pirates? Von Clay's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us refrain from that. Others might begin to question my gender. Ryo pondered for a moment. Since the Navy and the world government have branded me as a fiend, let us name our crew the Fiend Pirates, thus living up to the title. Fiend, Von Kramer echoed. Oh yes, that name sounds quite formidable, Bartolomeo exclaimed with enthusiasm. So, who shall design our pirate flag? Both the Ryo of the past and the original Ryo of this world were utterly inept at drawing. If tasked with creating a pirate flag, his skills would be on par with Luffy's. Allow me, Bartolomeo declared, thumping his chest. I frequently replicate the Straw Hat Pirates flag. He retrieved a suitably sized black cloth from the storeroom and began to paint upon it with various pigments. In no time, a flag symbolizing the fiend emerged from his hands. Oh, that is quite impressive, remarked Ryo. Chapter 11. The Fiend Pirate Flag. Traditional pirate flags typically feature a skull as the central motif, which is then customized according to the crew's characteristics. However, Bartolomeo's rendition diverged from the conventional. The once stark white skull transformed under his brush into a fearsome demon with bared fangs and claws. Even from a distance, timid souls would be petrified by its terrifying visage. Hee, Bartolomeo said, sheepishly scratching his head. Yet, it still feels somewhat lacking. Ryo was not entirely satisfied with his creation. Is there something that needs adjustment, Captain? Raylo chuckled softly, and after making some adjustments, Bartolomeo finally completed the pirate flag under Raylo's guidance 10 minutes later. The fundamental structure of the flag remained unchanged, yet the details were slightly modified, rendering it less fearsome. Additionally, a new element was introduced within the jaws of the demon, a seagull. In this world, the seagull serves as a symbol of the Navy, depicted in a simplified form on their flag. The seagull that Bartolomeo illustrated in the demon's mouth bore an uncanny resemblance to the one representing the Navy. The intention behind Raylo's actions is self-evident. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being the captain, he has devised such an excellent idea. If the Navy were to catch sight of our pirate flag, it would undoubtedly infuriate them. Bartolomeo was filled with exuberance. However, Von Clay harbored some concerns. The moment this pirate flag is hoisted, it signifies the declaration of war between the demon pirate crew and the entire naval system, heralding an influx of troubles. Although Raylo possesses sufficient strength to remain unconcerned about the Navy, The others are not as fortunate. Captain, rest assured, the Navy is currently in disarray, overwhelmed by various matters, and will not have the time to specifically target us for the time being. Raylo adeptly discerned the apprehensions lingering in Von Clay's mind. Ryro chuckled, confident that by the time the Navy orchestrated significant maneuvers against them, the malevolent ghost pirate crew would have grown sufficiently formidable. This was an undeniable truth. A conviction held firmly by Bartolomeo. Let us hoist the pirate flag, he declared. With that, Bartolomeo removed the seagull flag that had previously adorned his flagship and replaced it with the pirate flag he had crafted himself. Ha ha ha. Now I too have become a pirate like my esteemed predecessor, Luffy. I wonder when our paths will cross again. It has been quite some time since I last saw the Straw Hat. I wonder how he is faring now. Laylo gazed at his two crew members, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite being his subordinates, they were inexplicably concerned about another pirate crew. However, considering that it was the Straw Hat Pirates, he chose not to dwell on it. As he observed the pirate flag fluttering in the wind, a thought began to take shape in his mind. The current pirate flag did not represent the ultimate vision he held. At present, the flag was merely a challenge to the entire Navy system. But Laylo aspired for something far grander. He yearned to stand against the world government itself. Yet, he recognized that he lacked the capacity to do so at this moment. Although he felt relatively fearless in this world with his current abilities, the events of the Paramount War had made him acutely aware of his inadequacies. The potential of this body remained largely untapped. Furthermore, a more pressing concern loomed. The strength of his current companions was significantly lacking, creating a vast chasm between their capabilities and his own. Should Laylo engage in a full-scale conflict with the world government, Bartolomeo and Von Clay would undoubtedly become burdensome liabilities. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, he had no intention of abandoning them in search of more formidable allies. Raylo smiled, confident that the day when he would conquer the Grand Line and overthrow the world government was swiftly approaching. After sailing for half a month across the East Sea, the military ship finally sighted an island. Captain, it's an island. Shall we go and explore? After so many days at sea, Von Clee felt a surge of excitement. Isn't that an obvious statement, Brother Von? Of course, we must go and see it. Right, Captain? Bartolomeo exclaimed with particular enthusiasm. Raylo smiled and suggested that they take a look, as they might encounter something intriguing. Before the warship had even docked, Raylo caught a glimpse of the dense citrus groves flourishing on the island. Could it be? A sudden thought crossed his mind. The islanders, who were fishing by the shore, initially showed no reaction as the warship approached, but upon spotting the ominous black pirate flag fluttering from its mast, they were seized with terror. The pirates are coming. Quick! Flee! We must warn those two. Panic ensued among the fishermen, who sensed that this band of marauders was unlike any they had encountered before. Bartolomeo and Von Cray were yet oblivious to the fishermen's disquiet, but Raylo, with his keen observation and mastery of Kenbunchika hockey, had already discerned their anxious conversations. Raylo helplessly shook his head. Regardless of the type of pirate, they are invariably a source of fear in this world. After the warship docked, the fishermen had long since departed or concealed themselves in the shadows. Ha ha ha. Bartolomeo was the first to leap from the warship, exclaiming how he had missed solid ground. The concealed fisherman, upon catching sight of the fierce-looking Bartolomeo, felt an even greater trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of being discovered. There seems to be hardly anyone on this island, Bartolomeo remarked as he glanced around. They must have been scared away by you, he jested, playfully patting Von Clay on the shoulder. At this moment, Raylo disembarked from the warship and, alongside his companions, made his way toward the village on the island. Although the concealed fishermen were laid bare before Raylo's observation hockey, he chose to disregard their presence, feigning ignorance. The trio had scarcely advanced when they were met by a throng of individuals approaching from the front, armed and brimming with menace. The crowd stirred up dust along the streets. In no time, this multitude came to a halt before Raylo and his companions, resulting in a tense standoff. Fortunately, the opposing force consisted only of 3 individuals, suggesting that the situation was manageable. They had never encountered the pirate flag these men bore, indicating that they were likely not of significant renown. However, the fact that they arrived on a warship raised questions among the crowd about the potential prowess of those who could commandeer such a vessel. Amidst the assembly, Raylo recognized a few familiar faces. Chapter 12, The Sword Saint and the Blade God. Among the crowd stood a man clad in uniform, his face marred by scars, and atop his head was a windmill hat. Behind him lingered another individual, adorned in sunglasses and a beard, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a physician. Raylo chuckled softly, for he had now ascertained the identity of this place. It was none other than the village of Cocassia, the cherished homeland of Nami. Ha ha ha. I never expected such a multitude to arrive at once. Bartolomeo bellowed with exuberance. You all better hand over your money, or else. Ha ha ha. Although Bartolomeo was an ardent admirer of the Straw Hat Pirates and possessed a commendable sense of loyalty, at his core, he was still a rogue. He had once engaged in the bombardment of innocent civilians, revealing his true nature in this moment. However, Raylo remained largely indifferent to this revelation. After all, he too was a pirate, and it was entirely customary to demand tribute from others. Moreover, as long as he was present, Bartolomeo's actions would be kept in check, preventing him from crossing any lines. Raylo did not directly prevent him, but instead leaned in and whispered a phrase in his ear. This is Nami's hometown. What? Bartolomeo's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Although Bartolomeo is an ardent admirer of the Straw Hat Pirates, his infatuation is primarily with Luffy. While he possesses some knowledge of the others, it pales in comparison to his profound understanding of Luffy. Thus, he never anticipated that this place would be the birthplace of Nami, the crew's navigator. In the blink of an eye, Bartolomeo's expression transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. Just now, I was joking. You may disregard that. By the way, where is the residence of Senior Nami? Please. Let me there, he said, rubbing his palms together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Could it be that they are acquainted with Nami? A group of villagers began to murmur among themselves. Before Bartolomeo could respond, two young men rushed in from the back of the crowd. One wore sunglasses and had a tattoo of the character for C on his left cheek, while the other sported protective gear-like adornments and bore a tattoo of the character for Thief on his right cheek. Raylo's lips curled into a slight smile as two familiar figures approached. These individuals were none other than Zoro's subordinates, Johnny and Joseph, who, like Zoro before setting sail, were bounty hunters, although they were merely ordinary men. Their audacious attempt to confront Mihawk during Zoro's challenge had earned them the playful monikers of Sword Saint Johnny and Blade God Joseph among the fans. This, of course, was a jest. Their abilities were far too meager, and their instinct in the face of danger was to flee. Yet, despite their inconspicuous stature, they had bravely stepped forward when Zoro was maligned, and had resolutely joined the fight against Arlong upon discovering the devastation he had wrought upon Nami's life. While they may be insignificant players in the grand scheme, Raylo personally held a certain fondness for them. After Luffy triumphed over Arlong, they chose to remain in Cocoa Village, fishing and continuing their work as bounty hunters. Although their strength was lacking, they were more than capable of dealing with the average pirate. Throughout this time, they had been the protectors of Cocoa Village. Let me see which foolhardy pirate dares to approach. Joseph brandished his weapon and charged towards Raylo and his companions with fervor. It has been a while since we had a good slaughter, hasn't he, partner? Johnny chuckled, adjusting his sunglasses. As the villagers observed the rushing Johnny and Joseph, they hastily cleared a path for them. However, upon catching sight of Raylo among the trio, their smiles vanished in an instant. Exchanging a glance, Joseph and Johnny turned on their heels and fled, abandoning the villagers. Sorry, their voices echoed from a distance. As professional bounty hunters, they were always vigilant about the fluctuations in criminal bounties. The emergence of Raylo, with a staggering bounty of 2 billion berries, did not escape their notice. Although they were unaware of Raylo's exploits in Impel Down and the Marineford War, the sheer magnitude of his bounty was enough to deter them. They were no match for Arlong, who bore a mere 30 million berries on his head, let alone Raylo's formidable sum. Observing the swift retreat of Johnny and Joseph, Bartolomeo was left puzzled. Captain, who are those two? Just wait, you shall soon find out. Indeed, it was not long before the fleeing Johnny and Joseph returned. This is madness, partner. Johnny's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Despite Raylo not exuding a hint of conqueror's haki, merely standing before him rendered Johnny somewhat unsteady. Yes, I know. But in times like these, we can only fight, can't we? Joseph, like Johnny, trembled uncontrollably. Exactly. The villagers have cared for us so much these days. We cannot simply abandon them now. Hey, you two should leave quickly. The farther away, the better. These fellows are not something we can handle. Before the villagers could comprehend the situation, Raylo took the initiative. He slowly walked towards Johnny and Joseph. Though they wished to act, their bodies felt as though they were immobilized, rendering them incapable of either fighting or fleeing. Raylo extended his hands to pat them on the shoulders. Farewell to this beautiful world, both of them thought in unison. The sound of his palms striking their shoulders echoed simultaneously. Oh, Johnny and Joseph were astonished to discover that they were still alive in this world, completely unscathed, a mixture of shock and joy flooding through them. This is wonderful. Johnny and Joseph immediately embraced each other, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Save the sentiment for later, Lalo chuckled. It was only then that Johnny and Joseph turned to look at Lalo. At this moment, Laro's smile appeared to them as the most terrifying threat in the world. Johnny and Joseph felt as though their hearts had leapt into their throats. Would you care to join me at sea? He inquired. What? Johnny and Joseph's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, while Bartolomeo and Von Cray widened their eyes in astonishment. The villagers nearby, upon hearing Laro's words, also displayed varying degrees of shock. Johnny and Joseph exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the situation. The man before them, who had a bounty of 2 billion berries placed on his head by the world government, was actually extending an invitation to them. Don't be ridiculous. Who would ever conspire with a pirate? They vehemently protested, even as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Raylo chuckled lightly, appearing unfazed. You should understand that not all pirates are malevolent, much like the Straw Hat pirates that you are acquainted with. Upon hearing the word Straw Hat, the expressions of Johnny, Joseph, and the surrounding villagers shifted dramatically. Do you know Brother Luffy? Johnny inquired. I rescued his brother Ace during the Paramount War. What? Johnny and Joseph were left dumbfounded. While they were aware that Ace had been saved during the Paramount War, they were oblivious to the fact that it was Raylo who had done so. At that moment, the man who had sent shockwaves through the world stood before them, and they found it hard to believe. Wait, you just referred to Luffy as brother. What is your relationship? Bartolomeo interjected suddenly. Johnny shot a glance at Bartolomeo, raising an eyebrow, indicating that their bond was indeed extraordinary. We have fought side by side. What? Bartolomeo stared at them, his forehead crinkling in disbelief. What are you trying to imply? Just as Johnny and Joseph began to feel apprehensive, Bartolomeo suddenly donned a smile. I see. Since you are friends of Brother Luffy, that makes you my friends as well. Therefore, I have no objections to the captain inviting you aboard. What about you, Brother Foam? Since you are friends of the little Straw Hat, I naturally have no objections either. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, surprised to discover how deeply connected the three individuals before them were to the Straw Hat pirates. However, a question lingered in Joseph's mind. But why? A man like you should look down upon us. Our strength is far too feeble. Raylo chuckled softly, stating that he found them amusing. In his view, strength was merely secondary. With his training, they too could attain the caliber of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords? Surely, I must have misheard. Johnny exclaimed in disbelief. Given the current prowess of Johnny and Joseph, any pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million could easily defeat them, let alone the 7 warlords recognized by the world government. Their present abilities were as disparate from the warlords as clouds are from mud. Enough with the jesting. We are well aware of our own strength. Joseph's demeanor was noticeably more agitated. Raylo could faintly sense that they too were dissatisfied with their current strength. After all, which man does not aspire to become a formidable force? Before Raylo could utter a word, his observation Hawkins suddenly sensed a formidable surge of presences rapidly approaching, brimming with malevolence. As Raylo turned his head, he discovered a pirate ship adorned with a shark's head barreling toward the island. It's the Fishman, the villagers cried out. Despite the efforts of Johnny, Joseph, and the villagers in repelling numerous pirates during this time, they were acutely aware that this was the East Blue, the weakest of the 4 seas. The Fishmen, endowed with superior physical attributes compared to ordinary pirates, posed a formidable threat. Furthermore, having been subjugated by Arlong and his crew for many years, the villagers harbored not only a deep-seated loathing for the Fishmen, but also an overwhelming fear of them. Thus, even before the Fishmen had set foot on the island, thoughts of escape flooded the villagers' minds. How could this be? Arlong and his minions were already apprehended by the Navy. Why are there Fishmen here? The villagers' hearts sank, reminiscent of the nightmares from 8 years prior. In contrast to Raylo, who had yet to demonstrate his prowess, they felt a greater dread toward the Fishmen, who had left indelible scars on their memories. At that moment, the Fishman's pirate ship had reached the shore, and dozens of Fishmen leapt from the vessel, advancing menacingly towards the crowd. Leading them was a shark-type Fishman, his gleaming white teeth glinting ominously, as if they could sever a man's neck in an instant. Raylo had never encountered this Fishman before, surmising he was not part of Arlong's original crew. Surprise! We have returned. Prepare to submit to a new reign, you wretched humans, shouted an eel Fishman behind the shark. I remember that guy. He's one of Arlong's subordinates. Named Arno. Joseph exclaimed. Oh. Lalo raised an eyebrow. So, he escaped the clutches of the Navy and has returned to exact revenge? How intriguing, Lalo chuckled. Hey, you three. Arno called out, immediately recognizing that Lalo and his companions were not natives of the island. You must be pirates as well, eager for a share of the spoils? If you collaborate with us, we can offer you governance over a portion of this island. Although Arno harbored contempt for all humans, he quickly grasped the formidable strength of the trio upon seeing the pirate flag on the warship. Having learned from his previous defeat at the hands of Luffy, he dared not act too arrogantly. Raylo felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being offered a bounty of 2 billion berries by the government, these individuals still failed to recognize him, indicating that his reputation was not sufficiently formidable. Well, Arnold inquired once more, noticing the three remained unresponsive. Enough with the jokes. This island is under the protection of our captain, and you shall not entertain any ulterior motives. Before Raylo could respond, Bartolomeo interjected. Just as Arnold was about to engage in a verbal altercation with Bartolomeo, the shark Fishman intervened, standing in front of him. I am Shark Maru, the captain of the Mad Shark Pirates. Who might you be? Lalo raised an eyebrow. Shamaru? I think it sounds more like Shabi. Shamaru was taken aback. How do you know I have a younger brother named Shabi? Raylo found himself in an amusing yet frustrating predicament. Listen well, you foul shark. We are the evil ghost pirate crew, and this is our captain, the fearsome Raylo. Bartolomeo declared. Evil ghost pirate crew? I've never heard of such a band of pirates. Where did they spring from? Sharkmar scoffed dismissively. Just as Bartolomeo was about to launch an attack out of fury, Raylo chuckled softly. No matter, you shall soon learn of our reputation. Let our name resonate throughout the East Sea. As his words fell, Raylo unleashed his conqueror's haki toward the merman. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the fishmen collapsed, leaving only Sharkmar standing. Oh, you remain standing? It seems you possess some potential. Raylo mused. Although he had not exerted his full power, Sharkmar's ability to maintain consciousness was a testament to his latent talent. What have you done? Sharkmar's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Raylo. The villagers behind Raylo looked on in disbelief. They had never before encountered the concept of conqueror's haki. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being captain, to fell so many minions in an instant. Bartolomeo exclaimed, though he had never witnessed Raylo's use of conqueror's haki firsthand. His carefree nature meant he did not dwell on the particulars of how it was achieved. After all, as his captain, any feat Raylo accomplished was to be expected. Chapter 14. The rampaging shark. At this moment, Johnny and Joseph also turned their attention to Raylo. A man of such formidable strength had just invited them to set sail. Perhaps his claim that they could attain the prowess of the warlords through his training was not mere boast. A flicker of aspiration ignited within Johnny and Joseph. Now you should comprehend the disparity in our strengths. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Raylo taunted. You mere human, do not be so arrogant. But before Raylo could finish, Sharkmar shouted defiantly. His gaze fixated on Raylo, and with gritted teeth, he quickly overcame his fear, charging fiercely toward him. I will bite off your head. Yet before Raylo could act, Von Clay struck first. Ballet fist, elegant swan dance. Von Clay unleashed a flurry of ballet-inspired kicks upon Sharkmar, each blow landing with precision. In mere moments, Sharkmar was left battered and bruised. Incredible. Both Johnny and Joseph thought simultaneously. Truly impressive, Vaughn. You've got quite the skill. Bartolomeo laughed heartily. Raylo nodded in satisfaction. Although Von Clay's strength could not be deemed exceptional, he had long navigated the treacherous waters of the Grand Line and would naturally not cower before a mere fishman who dared to commit misdeeds only in the East Sea. Shark Maru, filled with fury, clenched his jaws tightly, releasing a series of heavy breaths, seemingly blinded by rage. Despite his injuries, his fighting spirit remained undiminished, and as blood trickled down from his forehead, his eyes turned a vivid red. Be careful, Raylo warned, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shark Maru darted past Von Cray, sinking his teeth into the flesh of his adversary, blood cascading everywhere. At that moment, Shark Maru entered a frenzied state, his power surging and speed accelerating. The suddenness of his assault left even Von Cray unable to react. Though he did not lose consciousness, his injuries were significant. Brother Phone, how dare you? Bartolomeo exclaimed, his fury ignited upon witnessing his companion's injury. He swung his fist, ready to strike at Shark Maru. However, Shark Maru was swifter, charging directly at Bartolomeo. In a critical moment, Bartolomeo utilized the powers of his barrier fruit, conjuring a shield before him just in time to deflect Shark Maru's attack. Phew, that was close. Bartolomeo wiped the sweat from his brow. Without the use of Haki, Bartolomeo's barrier was nearly impenetrable, rendering Shark Maru's attempts to bite futile. Bartolomeo, confine him. Raylo commanded. Understood, Captain. Bartolomeo transformed his barrier into a spherical prison, ensnaring Shark Maru within. This technique completely severed any internal and external attacks, leaving Shark Maru unable to strike outward, while simultaneously shielding him from any external harm. Shark Maru, trapped within the barrier, opened his gaping maw in an attempt to devour Bartolomeo's head, but all efforts proved in vain. Raylo, with his chin in hand, silently observed Shark Maru. Following his injury and the subsequent shedding of blood, Shark Maru had entered a frenzied state, significantly enhancing his power. While it was true that sharks are highly sensitive to blood, other shark-type fishmen, such as Aaron the Saw Shark Man, Jinbei the Whale Shark Man, and Hodi Jones, who would confront Luffy in 2 years, did not exhibit such a transformation. It seemed that Shark Maru was a rather unique entity among the fishmen, retaining a greater degree of primal shark ferocity. Perhaps I should keep him for now, Raylo mused. Creatures like Shark Maru must be rare in this world, and Raylo was reluctant to let such an opportunity slip away. Moreover, he had withstood Raylo's Haki, and, upon realizing his own strength, did not abandon his companions to flee, thus fulfilling the fundamental criteria to become one of his allies. Additionally, with 3 devil fruit users aboard the ship, having a partner who could contribute in special circumstances, especially in the ocean, would prove invaluable. Contemplating the prospect of Shark Maru potentially becoming his comrade, Raylo felt grateful that he had initially refrained from inflicting fatal harm on these fishmen. Otherwise, he could not have confidently persuaded Shark Maru. After deep reflection, Raylo had made up his mind. Bartolomeo, release the barrier. Bartolomeo exclaimed in shock, but Raylo reassured him, it's fine, trust me. With the matter now settled, Bartolomeo had no choice but to comply with Raylo's command and obediently released Shark Maru. As soon as he burst free from the barrier, Shark Maru lunged at Bartolomeo like a wounded mad dog. Just as Bartolomeo was about to activate the barrier for self-protection, Raylo suddenly teleported in front of Shark Maru and delivered a powerful hook to his abdomen. Raylo's seemingly casual punch unleashed a fierce shockwave, sending Shark Maru soaring high into the sky. In that moment, Shark Maru felt as if boiling water was churning within him, his internal organs on the verge of expulsion. Bang! He plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently onto the ground. Overwhelmed by the intense impact and searing pain, Shark Maru lost all consciousness. Bartolomeo, take him aboard and keep a close watch. He may become our ally in the future. Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment. Captain, this fellow has injured Brother Fong. I'm fine, little Bar. Since it's the captain's order, you must adhere to it. Very well then. Reluctantly, Bartolomeo escorted the unconscious Shark Maru back to the ship. Raylo nodded to Von Cly, expressing his gratitude for the understanding shown. Excuse me, you are a doctor, aren't you? Please come and assist in treating my crew. Raylo called out to the figure clad in a doctor's attire among the villagers. Me? Dr. Nagao looked around, astonished that a pirate would request his aid. Rest assured, compensation will be provided, Raylo assured him. No, that's not. Don't dawdle. Go at once. Raylo glared at Dr. Nagao, prompting him to hurriedly approach Von Clyde to commence treatment. Raylo cast a glance at the slumbering merman on the ground, then turned to the villagers and said, You should contact the Navy. With so many mermen, there must be a substantial bounty. Chapter 15. A new companion. The villagers could hardly believe their ears. This pirate was actually suggesting that they seek out the Navy? But, one of them stammered. It's all right, Raylo chuckled. When those Navy officers see me, they would surely prefer to pretend they haven't noticed. Raylo moved freely in and out of the Marine headquarters at Marineford. What was a mere branch of the East Blue Navy to him? If he chose to leave, who would dare to stop him? Who could possibly impede his passage? Raylo glanced at the villagers. After the recent events, their hostility towards him had gradually dissipated. I leave this to you, Raylo said to Von Clay. Although Von Clay was now injured, his prowess was such that he could easily handle any unexpected resurgence of the unconscious Fishman. Raylo turned to the man with a windmill atop his head. Your name is Adrian, isn't it? Please take me to a certain place. Adrian, bewildered, asked, How do you know my name? Raylo smiled faintly, refraining from providing a response. How could he possibly divulge to these individuals that he had traversed from another realm and possessed an intricate understanding of their affairs? even if you were inclined to speak. They would undoubtedly regard him as a lunatic. Reluctantly, Aegean nevertheless led the way for Raylo. Meanwhile, Johnny and Joseph stealthily followed behind, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Raylo chuckled softly, choosing to disregard the matter. A group of individuals arrived at the edge of a precipice. "Here lies the grave of Belmere," Aegean remarked. "Though I am unaware of the connection you share with Belmere, should you dare to show any disrespect towards the deceased, I shall not let you go unpunished." "Do not worry," Raylo gently patted his shoulder and moved forward. Though referred to as a grave, it was merely a modest mound of earth topped with a rudimentary cross. In stark contrast to this simplicity rested the noble soul within, the adoptive mother of Nami and Nojiko. During a war, Belmere, having lost her belief in survival, found her spirit reignited upon witnessing Nojiko cradling Nami on the battlefield. Belmere brought them back to Koko Village and embraced her role as their mother. Despite having no blood ties, the three shared an intimacy akin to that of a true family. 8 years prior, when the Arlong pirates invaded this island, Belmere chose to sacrifice herself to protect Nami, Nojiko, and her own maternal identity. While some may deem her actions foolish, to Raylo, she was a remarkably great mother and one of the few individuals he held in the highest regard in this world. Raylo sat cross-legged before the crucifix. "Hey, you two. You must have some cigarettes on you." Johnny and Joseph were momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Raylo was addressing them. The two awkwardly emerged from behind the citrus trees, glancing around and whistling nervously. "Don't get the wrong idea. We just happened to stroll by here," Johnny remarked. "Yes, indeed," Joseph quickly concurred. "Enough chatter." Raylo extended his hand, signaling for them to hand over their cigarettes. Raylo instructed them to light a cigarette for him, and he took a puff. Cough, cough. Neither in this world nor in the original reality had Raylo ever smoked. This time, he whimsically sought to emulate a scene from a film, only to be met with a sharp inhalation that left him choking. Cough. It was truly unbearable. Seeing Raylo in such an awkward predicament, Johnny and Joseph stifled their laughter, covering their mouths to suppress their amusement. Raylo turned his head and glared at them, causing their faces to instantly pale, and their smiles vanished in an instant. Raylo placed a cigarette before Belmere's grave. "Your two daughters are truly remarkable, particularly Nami, who has blossomed into an exceptionally skilled navigator, surrounded by companions who care for her as she steadily pursues her dreams. Meanwhile, Nojiko is now managing the citrus trees. Perhaps one day the fruits she cultivates will be sold around the globe." A gentle breeze swept through, causing the citrus trees to sway slightly. As if responding to Raylo's words, Raylo chuckled softly, rising to his feet with the intention of departing. His visit was solely to meet the woman who had nurtured Nami, harboring no other intentions. Before he left, Raylo gently patted Aegean's shoulder. Aegean had always taken great care of Nami and Nojiko, even adorning his head with a windmill due to his fearsome appearance, which made it impossible for baby Nami to smile at him. Thus, in a moment of whimsy, he had decided to wear it, and even though Nami had grown into adulthood, he continued to don it. Although Aegean was not the official father of Nami and Nojiko, he had long regarded them as his own daughters. "You are indeed a wonderful father," he remarked. Aegean stood there, momentarily taken aback. Johnny and Joseph accompanied Raylo back to where Von Clay resided. By this time, Von Clay's injuries had been tended to quite well. "You've done a commendable job, old man. Would you consider being my ship's doctor and sailing with me?" Please, don't jest." Raylo chuckled softly, opting for silence. Although he spoke with a half-smile, "Should Dr. Nagao truly acquiesce, he would not renege on his word." The agreed-upon consultation fee." Raylo retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it to Dr. Nagao. The latter extended his hand to catch it. Was it a single belly? Did he find it insufficient? This solitary belly was one he had found aboard the ship. If it fell short, he could always collect more. "No, that will suffice," Dr. Nagao replied, visibly apprehensive. "Indeed, we are pirates, and upon arriving on this island, it is only natural to take something, especially since I aided you in repelling the Fishman. Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" A group of villagers exchanged glances, feeling awkward yet hesitant to decline. "What do you wish for?" Dr. Nagao inquired. Raylo extended a finger. 100 million belly. The villagers gasped in astonishment. Raylo shook his head. 100 kilograms of oranges. Surely you won't take them out? The villagers finally breathed a sigh of relief. On this island, there was an abundance of oranges. Not to mention 100 kilograms. Even a ton would pose no problem. Raylo smiled faintly, instructing the villagers to load the oranges onto the boat. Having accomplished all that he intended on this island and unexpectedly acquired a merman, There was no further reason for him to remain. Lalo and Von Cray returned to the location of the warship, where Bartolomeo was vigilantly guarding the unconscious shark on the deck. Upon seeing Lalo and Von Cray's return, he immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Captain, are we departing?" "Indeed. Let us proceed to the next destination." Raylo and Von Clay returned to the ship, preparing to set sail. Johnny and Joseph stood at the shore, gazing at the warship's indecisive movements. "What are you two doing?" Bartolomeo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Were you serious about what you said earlier?" Johnny could not help but ask, referring to Raylo's invitation for them to board. Though they were merely ordinary individuals, they harbored grand aspirations. Unwilling to lead a life of mediocrity, Raylo's words had rekindled the dreams that resided within their hearts. "Of course it is true," Raylo smiled at them. "Are we not waiting for you to board? What are you still hesitating for?" Tears suddenly streamed down Johnny and Joseph's faces. "We are about to set off again, partner." Indeed. Chapter 16. The Pointless Navy. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Johnny and Joseph boarded Raylo's pirate ship. The vessel now boasted 2 more lively souls. As Bartolomeo and Von Clay embraced them, singing and dancing, engaging in mimicry just like Luffy and the others, entirely devoid of the awkwardness of strangers. Although Lalo was thoroughly amused by their antics, as the captain of the ship, he was compelled to maintain his authority, thus he could only suppress his laughter. Despite the raucous behavior of the 4, the shark Maru, having been struck by Lalo, remained in a state of unconsciousness. Raylo did not hasten to awaken him, allowing him to lie in silence. Shortly after their warship departed from the island, another naval vessel approached. "Raylo, it's the Navy," Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in unison. Upon uttering those words, they quickly concealed themselves, seemingly fearful of being discovered as pirates. In contrast, Bartolomeo and Von Clay exhibited a remarkable calmness, particularly Von Clay. A man who had escaped from Impel Down and participated in the Marineford War, remained unperturbed in the face of the Navy, especially with Raylo present, leaving him with no cause for concern. Bartolomeo, however, displayed a heightened excitement, not from fear like Johnny and Joseph, but from an eagerness to engage in battle. His villainous nature could hardly be contained, and he yearned to confront the Navy. The naval ship had been dispatched by a nearby naval branch in response to a request from the villagers of Cocassia. They found it peculiar to see another warship in this location. Some sailors initially assumed it was a vessel from another branch returning after completing a mission. However, when they spotted the pirate flag flying from Raylo's ship, they were taken aback. Though there had been instances of pirates disguising their ships as naval vessels, never had a pirate dared to brazenly display a pirate flag on a warship. The flag, unfamiliar to them, was unmistakably a taunt directed at the Navy. What manner of pirate crew is this? Some impetuous young sailors, unable to withstand the provocation from Raylo's flag, were filled with righteous indignation and sought to accelerate their approach. Eager to teach Raylo a lesson, the 2 warships gradually drew near, and before long, they were side by side, locked in a standoff. A sailor from the Navy stepped forward to shout, "Who are you? Where did this warship come from? Did the Navy lack knowledge of the evil ghost pirates?" Bartolomeo shouted back, "Evil ghost pirates? Never heard of them," came the dismissive response. Bartolomeo had never been bounty hunted, and thus, the sailors regarded him with contempt. "Hey, that guy next to him looks like Mr. 2 from Baroque Works." One exclaimed, "Is it true? Why would someone from the Grand Line be here?" A group of sailors began to murmur. Their hushed voices, though soft, were crystal clear to Raylo. "Then do you recognize me?" Raylo stepped forward, presenting himself before the sailors. Any sailor should be well acquainted with notorious criminals. The recently announced bounty of 2 billion on Rayleigh has certainly left an impression, they thought. Their surprise rendering them speechless as Raylo stood before them. "Major Nia, what should we do?" A group of sailors turned to their leader, visibly trembling. Despite the Navy's constant proclamations of justice and their mission to eradicate piracy to maintain peace at sea, the mere presence of a figure like Raylo left them with only the urge to flee. After all, the vast disparity in strength could not be bridged by mere fervor. Losing their lives meant losing everything. Damn it, need it even be said? Since the pirates are right before us, we must attack. Are we to run with our tails between our legs as Navy? Nia roared. She was a young and striking woman, tall with fair skin, exuding an aura of confidence. There was not a hint of feminine frailty about her. "Yes." The soldiers jolted in unison, saluting her. "Oh?" Raylo glanced at Nia. "I did not expect to find individuals of some ambition among the East Blue Navy." Under Nia's command, the sailors began loading cannonballs, aligning the cannons directly at Raylo's ship. At such a close distance, a hit was nearly guaranteed. Although Lalo and his crew were also warships equipped with numerous artillery pieces, they lacked the ample manpower to operate them effectively, unlike their adversaries. It seemed certain doom awaited them. Farewell in the next life, partner. Johnny and Joseph sobbed together in the rear, tears streaming down their faces. Fear not, for I am here. Bartolomeo laughed heartily. Boom, boom, boom. The naval cannons unleashed a barrage, with a multitude of shells soaring towards Lalo's warships. Yet, as they approached, the projectiles inexplicably halted mid-flight, plummeting into the sea. What is happening? Major Nia, our shells have all been thwarted. Useless fools, let me handle this. Nia stepped forward to the gun platform, loaded the ammunition, and aimed at Lalo's crew. With a thunderous roar, a shell was launched, but it too was intercepted mid-air, falling into the ocean. Ha 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 ha, foolish navy. My barrier is invincible. Bartolomeo guffawed, and the naval crew finally understood that the inability of their shells to strike their target was due to Bartolomeo's devil fruit ability. His barrier stood firmly on one side of the warship, offering perfect protection. The naval artillery was utterly powerless against it. Just a mere devil fruit user. How arrogant. Nia shouted, suddenly leaping from the deck. Major Nia. The naval soldiers gasped in astonishment as she soared through the air, delivering a punch towards Bartolomeo's barrier. Ha ha ha. You're wasting your effort. My barrier is indestructible. Bartolomeo laughed loudly, having completely forgotten the incident when Lalo shattered his barrier with a single blow. Nia's strike appeared weak. Yet Lalo discerned that she had infused her fist with hockey. A crisp sound echoed as a minuscule crack appeared on Bartolomeo's barrier, barely visible to the untrained eye. What? Bartolomeo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this woman could damage his barrier. Chapter 17. I will capture you, TCH. It didn't break in one blow? Nia expressed her dissatisfaction as she landed back on the deck. Hockey was the nemesis of devil fruit powers, but hers was not as potent as Lalo's. Thus, despite employing hockey in her assault, she could not obliterate Bartolomeo's barrier in one fell swoop, only causing minor damage. However, if Bartolomeo honed his abilities to their utmost potential, even against an opponent wielding hockey, his barrier would remain intact. Although Nia had not succeeded in one decisive strike, Lalo was now favorably impressed by her skills. Who would have anticipated that in the weakest East Blue, a mere Navy major could wield hockey? It is worth noting that even in the latter half of the Grand Line, many individuals are incapable of using hockey and within the Navy. Only those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above typically possess this ability. Encountering such a person in the East Blue was indeed intriguing, Lalo mused. Truly remarkable. Major Nia. After Nia cracked the barrier, several Navy soldiers began to flatter her. She cast a sharp glare at one soldier, causing him to tremble in fear, not daring to utter another word. Concentrate your fire on the area with the crack. Yes. A barrage of shells rained down upon the section of Bartolomeo's barrier that bore the fissure. Though these shells were feeble compared to the hockey-infused attacks, the relentless assault gradually widened the crack in Bartolomeo's barrier. Lower the barrier, Bartolomeo. Your devil fruit ability is still far from its peak, which is why you've succumbed to basic hockey. You need to train diligently. Yes, Captain. Bartolomeo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. As Bartolomeo retracted his barrier, the Navy's cannonballs descended upon them like a torrential downpour. Captain, do not worry. Leave it to me. Raylo's figure vanished in an instant, teleporting to the location of an incoming artillery shell. With a swift kick, he struck the projectile, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the shell collided with the naval warship, inflicting considerable damage. Raylo's form moved across the deck like a phantom, effortlessly intercepting and returning every cannonball fired by the Navy. In mere moments, his ship remained unscathed, while Nia's vessel lay in ruins, battered by the very projectiles Raylo had sent back, slowly succumbing to the depths. What? Johnny and Joseph stared, wide-eyed, unable to close their mouths in astonishment. Though they had long been aware of the staggering bounty of 2 billion berries placed upon Raylo due to his extraordinary prowess, they had never conceived that one could achieve such feats. The sheer force of a single man's barehanded cannonball throw surpassed that of a cannon itself. And this was while Raylo had been holding back. Having resided in the weakest East Blue for so long, their perspectives had been severely limited, leaving them unaware of the true nature of the world of the powerful. Witnessing Raylo's performance ignited a profound anticipation within them regarding their own potential growth under his tutelage. Just how far could they progress? It was truly terrifying. Was this the might of a man with a 2 billion berry bounty? A group of Navy soldiers had completely lost hope, resigned to their fate. Damn it. Nia tore off her coat and leaped into the air. employing the moonwalk technique as she charged toward Raylo. She understood that their ship was beyond saving, if that were the case. She was determined to at least ensure the survival of Raylo and his crew. As Nia approached, Raylo shook his head in resignation. He was at a loss as to whether to label her as fearless or merely ignorant. The disparity in their strengths was far greater than she had ever imagined. Raylo unleashed the full force of his overwhelming haki. Instantly, a significant number of soldiers aboard the naval vessel collapsed, while Nia, suspended midair, felt an intense wave of pressure that rendered her completely motionless. Unable to utilize her moonwalk technique, her body succumbed to gravity and plummeted into the sea. Glancing at the submerged Nia and then at the sinking warship with its incapacitated crew, Raylo chuckled softly and turned to his companion, saying, "Let us depart, shall Fong." "Aye, Captain," Fong Cly responded promptly, rushing to the helm to steer the ship. Just as they were about to leave, Raylo suddenly called out to Nia in the water, "Do not forget to retrieve the many Fishman pirates in Kokoja village." What was intended as a benign reminder struck Nia as a blatant provocation. How dare a pirate command the affairs of the Navy? Infuriated, Nia struck the water's surface with her hands. Watching Raylo and his crew vanish into the distance, she vowed, "No matter where you flee, I shall capture you." It was said that he was a source of great vexation for the esteemed fleet admiral. "If I managed to seize him, I would surely become the first female admiral," Nia mused to herself. Meanwhile, Fong Cly piloted the ship further away from the Navy, while Raylo cast a final glance at Nia. This encounter was merely an unexpected interlude, and Raylo did not dwell on it. Raylo never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Nia would soon have such a profound impact on him. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Von Clay inquired of Raylo. Raylo pondered for a moment. He had unexpectedly acquired 3 companions, bringing the total number of people on the ship, including himself, to 6, thus drawing him closer to his goal. Although the number of individuals aboard had increased, crucial positions such as that of a doctor and a cook remained unfilled. Despite Raylo's unique ability to endure without illness, recover swiftly from injuries, and survive without sustenance due to the powers of his immortality fruit, he still experienced hunger and fatigue. Moreover, as the other crew members were mere mortals, the roles of both doctor and cook were undeniably essential. When Raylo and his companions departed from Rocktown, they had prepared a considerable amount of processed food aboard the warship. However, after drifting at sea for an extended period, their provisions were nearly depleted. Fortunately, they had recently acquired 100 kilograms of oranges from the village of Kokoja. Their primary objective now is to find a chef to join their ranks. Leluo pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you know where the seaside restaurant Barati is located?" Before Fong Cly could respond, Johnny eagerly interjected, "Boss, I know. It is a renowned maritime dining establishment in the East Sea." "Is that so? Then, you shall guide young Fong and instruct him on the way," Leluo commanded. "Yes, boss." Just as Johnny departed, Joseph timidly approached Leluo. Boss, when shall we commence our training? You mentioned the 7 warlords." Although Joseph had already become a member of Leluo's crew, he still harbored a measure of trepidation towards Leluo, unable to voice his true thoughts openly. Raylo was rather indifferent to the matter, smiling with relief at having accurately assessed his companions. Their yearning for strength surpassed his expectations. Chapter 18. The floating restaurant Baratai. "You are now my crew and my comrade. There's no need for you to tread so cautiously in our conversations. Speak your mind freely." Joseph scratched his head, evidently still acclimating to the situation. "As for your training, there is no need to rush. Once I gather a few more companions, I will devise tailored plans for each of you. For now, focus on your self-training, beginning with the most fundamental physical conditioning." "Understood." Joseph nodded solemnly, not sensing any insincerity in Raylo's words. After all, a man like Raylo always spoke with reason. The warship was considerably larger than an ordinary vessel, equipped with comprehensive facilities, including a gym for the Navy's daily exercise routines. At this juncture, Johnny had already relayed the location of the floating restaurant Baratai to Von Clee, prompting Joseph to invite him to join in the gym for a workout. Meanwhile, Shark Maru remained sprawled on the deck, motionless as before. However, Raylo's observation haki had detected an anomaly. Clearly, Shark Maru had regained consciousness, but was still feigning a state of unconsciousness. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, refraining from exposing the truth. Raylo was equally intrigued by the intentions of Shark Maru. Was he planning to launch a surprise attack when Raylo was least attentive? Or would he wait for the opportune moment to leap into the sea and make a hasty retreat? However, it was evident that regardless of which course of action Shark Maru ultimately chose, success was unlikely. Upon discovering the location of the floating restaurant Baratai, Von Klein navigated the warship at breakneck speed, swiftly approaching their destination. The Baratai was essentially a colossal vessel, and due to its unique design, it remained remarkably stable even amidst tumultuous waves, providing a serene dining experience for its patrons. The bow of the ship was fashioned into a massive fish head, making it easily recognizable, and Raylo and his companions quickly took notice. As the Baratai was renowned as a battleground restaurant in the East Sea, its chefs were predominantly notorious pirates, and it was not uncommon for scuffles and skirmishes to erupt. Thus, neither the restaurant staff nor the diners were alarmed by the sight of Raylo's pirate flag. However, they had never encountered the flag of the demon pirate crew before, nor had they heard of any pirate commandeering a warship, which piqued their curiosity about the identity of the captain. To avoid a potential collision, the warship came to a halt several dozen meters away from the Baratai. Raylo intended to let others take the small boat on the warship while he leaped directly onto the Baratai restaurant. "Captain, we have all made our way across. What about this fellow?" Bartolomeo pointed at the unconscious shark sprawled on the deck. "Pay him no mind. Let us depart," was the response. As Shark lay on the deck, he initially felt a flicker of joy at the thought, only to suddenly sense a tingling in his neck and lose consciousness once more. Raylo's speed was astonishing. The crew aboard the ship could scarcely comprehend his movements. Each one left Agape in utter astonishment. Truly, he is deserving of the title of leader. As Rayleigh descended from the sky onto the floating restaurant Baratai, he was greeted by a bald man with a triangular physique and a protruding chin, who emerged from within the establishment. The man wore an oddly sinister smile and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Might I inquire if you possess any wealth? Our establishment does not cater to the destitute." This individual was none other than Paddy, the chef and combatant of the Baratai. Though he regarded this maritime eatery as his own home, he was not inclined to offer sustenance for free to those in dire need. Unlike Sanji, should one arrive without funds, they would be met with a severe beating and unceremoniously expelled, regardless of whether they were fearsome pirates or representatives of justice from the Navy. Raylo was well aware of his own character and, at that moment, was not surprised. He pointed to his companions who were rowing towards them and chuckled. "They are paying." "Is that so? Then please, welcome our guests," replied Paddy with a smile, ushering Raylo into the dining establishment. Given that this maritime restaurant frequently experienced bouts of conflict, many of the waitstaff had been frightened away, necessitating that the chefs occasionally assume the role of servers. In the center of the restaurant stood a colossal pillar, which supported a staircase leading to the second floor, while the rest of the space was filled with tables. Although it was not yet mealtime, a considerable number of patrons had already seated themselves. Under Paddy's guidance, Raylo settled beside a table, awaiting the arrival of his companions. "Hey, did you see that guy?" With Raylo's entrance, the patrons of the restaurant instinctively shifted their gazes towards him. The clientele of this establishment, known for its frequent brawls, were far from ordinary. They had long been accustomed to a diverse array of individuals, including pirates, and rarely reacted unless faced with particularly vicious brigands. Yet, amidst the myriad of characters they had encountered, none possessed the peculiar aura of Raylo. Not only did he exude an extraordinary presence, but despite appearing to be in his early 20s, he emanated a composure that belied his age. His eyes, deep and profound, seemed to have witnessed the entirety of human experience, coupled with an unparalleled physical allure that surpassed that of any man. He captivated the attention of the ordinary female patrons in the restaurant, who found it impossible to tear their eyes away from him. Raylo slightly raised his eyebrows, feeling a mix of ambivalence towards the sensation of being the center of attention. In the setting of a restaurant, however, being scrutinized by onlookers made it difficult for him to enjoy his meal. Fortunately, his bounty had yet to circulate across the East Sea, and these patrons were unaware of his true identity. Otherwise, panic would surely ensue, disrupting his dining experience. "Hey, hurry up and serve me and my companions something delicious. If you take too long, I shall wreak havoc upon your establishment," Bartolomeo declared upon entering the restaurant, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Paddy promptly approached with a smile, inquiring, "Do you have any money, esteemed guests? If not, I'm afraid you and your companions must take your leave." "Huh? Are you addressing me? Look closely. We are pirates. How could we possibly pay?" Bartolomeo retorted, brimming with arrogance. Johnny and Joseph, witnessing this scene, discreetly hid behind the door, fearing entanglement in the brewing conflict. The tension between Paddy and Bartolomeo escalated, threatening to erupt into violence. "Paddy, have you started arguing with the customers again?" An elderly voice resonated from upstairs. With the sound of a wooden stick striking the floor, a man descended from the upper level of the restaurant. Chapter 19. Red Leg Zeph. This man was disabled, with nearly all of his right leg below the knee missing. An iron apparatus encased the remaining portion, connecting to a wooden stick that served as a prosthetic. His thick beard was prominent, accentuated by two conspicuous handlebar mustaches on his upper lip, which swayed as he moved. Equally striking was the towering chef's hat atop his head, nearly matching his height. It was evident that this man was the influential figure in Sanji's life, Red Leg Zeph. Recognizing the chef's identity from his attire, Bartolomeo strode over with menacing intent. "Old man, you must discipline your subordinate properly. How dare he oppose me?" Before Bartolomeo could finish his sentence, Zeph abruptly bowed his head. The heavy chef's hat descended like a club, striking Bartolomeo squarely on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. "Is this how you speak to an elder?" Zeph grunted, his mustache rising slightly. "You scoundrel." Bartolomeo seethed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to turn the maritime restaurant upside down. At that moment, Raylo stood up and placed a hand on Bartolomeo's shoulder. "You must think carefully. The man before you holds a paternal role akin to that of Sanji's father. This very restaurant is where Sanji was nurtured." Bartolomeo's crest of hair seemed on the verge of exploding. "Boss, why didn't you say so sooner?" Laylo shrugged helplessly, remarking that you didn't even inquire. Bartolomeo, in a state of resignation, could only muster an awkward smile, saying, "Old man, I was merely jesting with you moments ago." He then approached Patty, retrieving his wallet and placing it in his hands, adding, "I was also jesting with you earlier. How could I possibly indulge without compensating for my meal?" Raylo couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Although 2 years later, Bartolomeo would possess an intricate understanding of nearly all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this moment, his knowledge was confined solely to Luffy. Patty, having received payment from Bartolomeo, shed his previous hostility and cheerfully announced, "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare your meal right away." In a short while, a splendid array of dishes was laid out before them. The Bartai, renowned as the most illustrious restaurant in the East Blue, allowed the group to indulge in a hearty feast. And Raylo even instructed Patty to pack a meal for him to take along. After satisfying their appetites, it was time to attend to serious matters. The chefs at the Bartai generally possessed a degree of combat prowess. Among them, the most formidable in both culinary skill and martial ability was undoubtedly Sanji, who had become a companion of Luffy. Among the remaining chefs, Patty and another named Karn stood out for their remarkable combat capabilities. However, in Raylo's eyes, their strengths were hardly noteworthy. He had never prioritized strength when seeking companions, instead desiring a partner with exceptional culinary talents. At that moment, Red Leg Zeph remained in the lobby on the first floor. Raylo's presence was so compelling that Japu found himself silently observing him. At that moment, Japu noticed Raylo approaching, causing his heart to tighten involuntarily. With the ability granted by observation haki, Raylo could detect even the subtlest shifts in the other's emotions. In that instant, he discerned Japu's thoughts and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. You are here to dine, I presume? Since your meal is concluded, you may take your leave." Although his words were not incorrect, Japu had come for a matter of greater significance. "What is it?" Japu inquired, his brow furrowing. He had traversed the Grand Line for a full year and returned safely, a remarkable feat in the East Blue. And he still possessed the navigation log from that journey. Consequently, he often attracted the attention of pirates eager to acquire such a prized possession. At that moment, Japu could not help but assume that Raylo coveted the navigation log he held. That log represented the pride of all his companions who had sailed with him, bearing immense significance for Japu. Thus, even in the face of the enigmatic Raylo, he had no intention of relinquishing the log. However, he also lacked confidence in his ability to thwart Raylo. "I wish to take a chef from you," Raylo stated. "I will not simply hand him over," Japu bellowed, only to realize the implications of Raylo's previous words. "What did you just say?" he asked, bewildered. Raylo replied, "I said I wish to take a chef with me to the Grand Line. You need not react so dramatically even if you disagree." Japu then exhaled, relieved. "The chefs here are all volunteers who have chosen to remain. If you can persuade them to leave, then by all means, give it a try, though I advise you to abandon this notion." Japu's words rang true. While many chefs had once been pirates, they had now settled into their roles, content to be chefs. "Oh, is that so?" Raylo raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Japu. "Are you not interested in joining me at sea?" Japu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You must be out of your mind. Can't you see that I am crippled? I can no longer sail. The former Redfoot Japu is no more. Now, there is merely an ordinary chef. What does that matter? I merely require you to cook. You need not engage in battle. Raylo countered. You just mentioned venturing to the Grand Line. Do you truly comprehend what that place entails? Raylo smiled wryly. For there was likely no one here who understood the Grand Line better than he did. Just as Raylo was about to speak, a voice suddenly cried out, It's bad. It's bad, Chef Zeph. Captain Click is back. What? Zeph was taken aback, and the chefs in the kitchen halted their work upon hearing the news. Click. Once the tyrant of the East Sea had suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Hawkeye in the Grand Line, where his fleet of 50 warships was annihilated in one fell swoop. Having narrowly escaped, he aimed to seize the floating restaurant Baratai and capture Zeph's navigational log to regroup, but was ultimately vanquished by Luffy. Since then, he had bided his time, and today he had finally returned to exact his revenge. Click was infamous in the East Sea, his ferocity and power far surpassing those of other pirates who dared to challenge him. Consequently, upon hearing this news, the guests present fell into a state of panic, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only Raylo's group and the original chefs of the Baratai remained in the restaurant. Chapter 20, Captain Click's ship, comparable in size to Raylo's warship, sped towards the floating restaurant Baratai. Even as it passed by Raylo's vessel, it showed no signs of slowing down, forcefully pushing a massive warship aside. With a resounding crash, Click's new ship collided with the Baratai, causing the entire restaurant to sway violently. Everyone, except for Raylo, stumbled precariously, nearly losing their balance. Ha ha ha, did you think I was gone for good? I'm back. Zeph, a towering figure draped in a cloak, clad in shimmering golden armor, appeared before the crowd. With arms crossed and one foot planted on the bow of the ship, he gazed down upon the floating restaurant with an air of superiority. This man was none other than the former tyrant of the East Sea, Captain Click. Behind him, a throng of pirates raised their weapons in jubilant cheers. Click's obsession with reclaiming the Baratai was not only driven by a desire for vengeance, but also by his ambition to re-enter the Grand Line. The Baratai, with its natural camouflage, could easily approach enemy ships and execute surprise attacks, perfectly aligning with Click's nefarious character. Raylo exited the grand hall of the restaurant and cast a disdainful glance at the lofty Clark, sneering with contempt. Though merely a frog in a well, he absurdly believed himself to be the mightiest in the world, audaciously challenging Hawkeye. Had it not been for Hawkeye's utter disregard for his presence, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse at the bottom of the sea. The laughter of Raylo captured the attention of Click, who shifted his gaze towards him, scrutinizing him intently. Even Click, who typically held himself in high esteem and looked down upon others, could not help but acknowledge the unparalleled demeanor possessed by Raylo, leaving him unable to discern the depths of his character. It is worth noting that Click was a man who regarded even the keenest of eyes with indifference. That fellow below, is that warship yours? Click continued to exude an air of arrogance. Raylo cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Clark, oblivious to Raylo's disdain, continued. I never imagined there would be others in the East Sea who could commandeer a warship as a pirate vessel. However, this ends here for you. This ship is now under my control. If you wish to avoid death, take your crew and leave at once. Johnny and Joseph had long heard of the formidable reputation of Clicky, the tyrant of the East Sea, and their timid nature compelled them to hide in the hall, too afraid to show themselves. At that moment, Von Clyde could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Captain, who is this fellow? He was once the tyrant of the East Sea, commanding 50 ships, a man of considerable strength, but he was ultimately defeated by the esteemed Luffy. Bartolomeo interjected. I see. So he is merely a defeated foe of the Straw Hat. There is nothing to fear then. Upon hearing Luffy's name, Clark's teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice rising an octave. It seems your connection to that Straw Hat brat is quite significant. I have changed my mind. You shall all die here today. Being defeated by Luffy was an eternal wound for Clark, and thus, his malicious nature would not allow him to spare Von Clyde and the others who were closely associated with Luffy. Faced with such a minor adversary, Raylo had no desire to engage. He deemed it beneath him to fight. Bartolomeo, I entrust this fellow to you, Raylo said, patting Bartolomeo's shoulder before returning to his seat in the hall, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Yes, Captain. Bartolomeo felt an unusual thrill at the weight of Raylo's trust. Be cautious, Bartolomeo. After all, that man is Clicky, someone who instills fear in the hearts of East Sea denizens, Johnny reminded from behind the door. Do not worry. If I cannot defeat such a foe, how can I hope to catch up to the esteemed Luffy? You lot, do you underestimate me? Clicky seethed with rage. Boss, leave that fellow to me. One of Kleeke's subordinates offered eagerly. "Do not meddle," Kleeke rebuffed, sending the subordinate flying with a punch before leaping from the bow of the ship onto the small boat that Von Cly and the others were rowing towards them. "Be careful not to destroy this establishment. We cannot afford the damages," Raylo cautioned from the hull. "Rest assured, Captain, I will not allow any harm to come to the restaurant that nurtured Sanji," Paddy replied, glancing at the excited Bartolomeo and then at the composed Raylo. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Are you mad? That man is Kleeke. One misstep could lead to death. We should flee." "Silence and watch obediently," Zep said, patting Paddy on the shoulder. He had seen many ignorant and arrogant individuals, but it was clear that Raylo was not among them. And he was curious to see what kind of strength Raylo's subordinate possessed. Hearing Zep's words, Paddy reluctantly fell silent, awaiting the imminent clash. "Open the fin," Zep commanded. "But, Chef," Paddy began, only to be silenced by Zep's glare, prompting him to comply. The fin was the deck that extended from the Baratai restaurant, usually concealed beneath the sea, but now open to provide Bartolomeo and Clark a space for combat. "How convenient," Bartolomeo remarked, pleasantly surprised. "TCH," Kleeke scoffed, harboring unpleasant memories of his previous defeat at this very location. As the two sides faced off, Raylo suddenly spoke from the hall. "Johnny, Joseph, go deal with the lackeys on his ship." "Huh, are you serious, boss?" Raylo chuckled softly, eager to witness the extent of your determination to grow stronger. "If you cannot even handle these minions, you shall never attain true strength." Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances and nodded resolutely at one another before dashing forward. Bypassing the confrontation between Click and Bartolomeo and making their way toward Click's pirate ship, Xiaofeng Riro gestured discreetly to Feng Cly, signaling him to assist on the sidelines as a precaution. Feng Cly understood immediately and rushed forth. Click paid no heed to Feng Cly and his companions. So when the three passed by him, he showed no interest and made no move against them, which alleviated Johnny and Joseph's anxiety significantly. "Prepare to perish," Click bellowed, raising his right hand, from which an array of firearms emerged at the wrist, all aimed directly at Bartolomeo. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bartolomeo stood still, unflinching. Could he truly have been taken down so easily? A group of chefs could not help but worry. Such a loudmouth, yet so fragile, Click sneered, observing Bartolomeo's unmoving stance, mistakenly concluding he had been struck. What a foolish dream. How could I possibly fall so easily? Ha. Bartolomeo crossed his arms in a defensive posture, fingers interlaced, and a transparent barrier materialized before him. The bullets Click fired struck the barrier without exception, leaving Bartolomeo utterly unharmed. Is that fellow a devil fruit user? No wonder he is so fearless, the chef sighed in relief. Damn it, another cursed devil fruit user. When I return to the Grand Line, I must acquire such power, Click cursed inwardly. Let us see just how many of my attacks your barrier can withstand. Click removed a round shield from his left shoulder and secured it to his left arm. Get out of the way, the chefs warned. Prepare to die, Click sneered. As his words fell, a series of circular openings appeared along the edge of the shield, unleashing a torrent of bullets. These bullets were specially designed, featuring a sharp, conical tip for enhanced penetration and destructive power, which even Luffy, a user of the rubber fruit, could not withstand. Unfortunately for Click, Bartolomeo's barrier was not made of rubber. After a series of impacts, Click's bullets fell harmlessly to the ground, while Bartolomeo remained untouched, his barrier unblemished. He is stronger than I thought. Paddy reflected on his previous treatment of Bartolomeo, swallowing hard. Ha. Useless. You might as well give up. Your attacks cannot penetrate my barrier, Bartolomeo declared confidently. Without the use of armament hockey, Bartolomeo's barrier could easily withstand attacks capable of breaching fortresses, let alone Click's feeble efforts. Aside from armament hockey, which was the bane of Bartolomeo's barrier, it was nearly indestructible, a veritable fortress of defense. As a frog in a well, Click was oblivious to the concept of hockey. Thus, Bartolomeo stood invincible in this battle. Meanwhile, Johnny, Joseph, and Feng Cly had just boarded Click's pirate ship. I can't believe you all came here to seek death. A pirate snarled, licking his dagger with a menacing glare. Don't underestimate us. We are here to deliver justice, Johnny retorted weakly. Why yes, Joseph stammered, trembling in agreement. You too. Feng Cly patted their backs firmly. Fear not, charge forward boldly. With me here, these ruffians cannot harm you. He winked and gave a thumbs up. Brother Feng. Johnny and Joseph were moved to tears. With Feng Cly by their side, their fears began to dissipate, and they wiped away their tears, shouting defiantly, Bring it on. The pirate, glancing at Fongcly, sneered, "Just a filthy freak. Don't get cocky. I'll take you out first." He lunged at Fongcly. Just as Fongcly prepared to employ his unique fighting style, Johnny and Joseph stepped in front of him, one intercepting the attack while the other launched a counterattack, defeating their opponent in one swift motion. "If you bastards dare insult our comrade, we will not stand idly by." Johnny and Joseph shouldered their weapons, facing the pirates with newfound courage. Xiao Johnny and Xiao Joseph, Fongcly felt a swell of emotion. After all of Click's attacks were repelled by Bartolomeo's barrier, he was furious yet powerless. How about this? Click hurled several round objects toward Bartolomeo. "Watch out. Those are explosives." Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, shrouding Bartolomeo in a cloud of dust. Click wondered if he had succeeded. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Bartolomeo stood unharmed, even cleaning his ears nonchalantly. "I've told you countless times, your attacks are futile. Save your breath. It's my turn to attack now." With that, Bartolomeo dispelled his barrier, taking a powerful step forward and swinging a fist at Click. Unaware of Bartolomeo's abilities and unwilling to underestimate him, Click wrapped his cloak tightly around himself, its exterior bristling with sharp spikes. "Stop!" the chefs shouted in alarm. But Bartolomeo seemed deaf to their warnings, continuing his forceful strike toward Click's face. Barrier, barrier, pistol. As a devoted fan of Luffy, Bartolomeo's naming conventions mirrored his idols. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as Bartolomeo's fist made solid contact with Click's cheek, sending him sprawling sideways. The portion of the cloak covering his face was severely deformed, the spikes flattened. Bartolomeo, meanwhile, remained unscathed, using the barrier to shield his fist and simultaneously augment its power. Bartolomeo glanced at the downed Click. Hey, you're not going to fall so easily, are you? That would be too dull. You dare to injure me?" Click roared, scrambling to his feet and immediately retaliating with a punch, conjuring explosives from thin air to hurl at Bartolomeo. Though Click launched a sudden attack, Bartolomeo had been vigilant, deploying his barrier just in time to neutralize the incoming threat. TCH. Click felt a twinge of reluctance. "Let us see how this fares." He raised the shield on his left hand, and a colossal aperture instantly materialized upon it. The sight plunged all the chefs into a state of dread. Click was about to unleash the highly toxic gas, MH5. Should one inadvertently inhale it, survival was nearly impossible. Chapter 22. MH5 ha ha ha. No matter your intentions, I advise you to relinquish hope for survival. My barrier is invincible. Bartolomeo bellowed with laughter. Even if your barrier can protect you, what of the individuals behind you? The gas will continue to propagate. Indeed. Bartolomeo slapped his forehead, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Bang. Before he could devise a plan, Click directed the MH5 gas towards him. In a moment of desperation, Bartolomeo had no choice but to envelop himself within his barrier, isolating himself from the encroaching toxin. The gas gradually spread at Bartolomeo's feet. Hey, don't just sit there. Flee quickly. If you inadvertently inhale this gas, it could be fatal, Patty kindly cautioned Raylo. Meanwhile, the other chefs in the restaurant had mostly fled, swiftly swimming to the distant sea. Those who hadn't had the chance to escape plunged headlong into the ocean to avoid contact with the poison. In that vast restaurant, only Raylo and Zep remained. Zep was not immune to the fear instigated by Click's MH5 gas. However, his curiosity regarding how Raylo would confront the current predicament outweighed his dread of death. Raylo rose to his feet, and Zep raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this man was finally ready to take action. Bartolomeo, Raylo shouted, as I release the toxic gas. Use your barrier as a cage to contain both the gas shell and him. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Truly deserving of the title of captain. Bartolomeo exclaimed, suddenly smacking his forehead, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. However, Click had already launched the gas shell, and the realization struck him too late. What should the captain do now? Bartolomeo couldn't help but worry for Raylo. Raylo gazed at the creeping toxic gas that was steadily approaching the dining area, a frown etching itself upon his brow. Although the sea breeze was brisk, ensuring that the noxious fumes would dissipate shortly, there remained the pressing concern that Zep would inhale the toxins, and the chefs who had not yet managed to escape could also be affected. Noticing Raylo's furrowed brow, Zep couldn't help but ponder, what will you do now? Hey, the boss and that fellow are still inside the restaurant. Surely they won't be in danger, will they? Nonsense. Look, they are still there, but the gas is closing in on them. How infuriating. Is it too late? A group of chefs who had already evaded peril began to discuss the situation. All eyes were fixed on Raylo. eager to discern what course of action he would take in such dire circumstances. Raylo smirked slightly. Then, in front of the astonished crowd, he performed an act that left everyone bewildered. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, inhaling the toxic gas that surrounded him. Is he out of his mind, willingly inhaling MH5 gas? Has he lost his sanity? Nevertheless, it was truly remarkable how much he managed to draw in. A group of chefs were utterly perplexed by Raylo's actions, while Zepp, standing beside him, stared in disbelief. "Captain," Bartolomeo shouted. "Ah, so your captain is a madman. Inhaling so much poison, we should prepare to collect his remains." "Be quiet. My captain is not the type to be defeated by mere poison," Zepp retorted, his voice filled with defiance. Click scoffed, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Before long, Raylo had completely absorbed the MH5 gas that enveloped him. "Hey, are you all right?" Zepp immediately inquired. This gas is lethal even in small quantities. The fact that Raylo could still stand after inhaling so much was nothing short of miraculous. "What could possibly happen to me?" Raylo replied with a smile. "I do feel a bit choked, though." After speaking, he coughed lightly, expelling some residual gas, which caused Zepp to instinctively retreat. Back when they were in Impel Down, Raylo had faced off against Magellan, the wielder of the poison fruit. As a user of the immortality fruit, he was nearly impervious to Magellan's toxins, let alone the trivial MH5 gas. Compared to Magellan's poison, Click's gas attacks were akin to mere foul odors, utterly insignificant. "What?" Click's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. No matter how arrogant and ignorant he was, witnessing Raylo inhale such a vast amount of poison and still remain lively left him in a state of shock, unable to accept the reality of the situation. Sweat began to bead on Click's forehead. This guy must also be a devil fruit user. There is no way anyone could survive after inhaling such a quantity of poison. Riley smiled, realizing that Click was indeed correct. Without the ability of the immortal fruit, he would have been incapable of withstanding the noxious gases. After all, these toxins were not the result of devil fruit powers, rendering Haki utterly ineffective against them. "Proceed, Bartolomeo. You should now hesitate to release the poisonous fumes." Click gritted his teeth. Rairo's thoughts were astute. Click had already discerned Bartolomeo's abilities and realized that if he were to launch another gas grenade, he would likely find himself ensnared by Bartolomeo's fruit powers, along with the toxic projectile. Consequently, he abandoned the idea of using gas grenades altogether and tore off the gas mask from his face, casting it aside. After all, he was merely a devil fruit user. He should not dare to be so arrogant before me. I am the mightiest. Click flung aside his cloak and removed another circular shield from his right shoulder, merging it with the shield on his left hand to transform them into a long spear. This weapon, known as the Great War Spear, was Click's pride and joy. Crafted from two shields, the spear weighed nearly a ton. Without Click's inherent superhuman strength, he could not wield it with such ease. Moreover, due to the spear's unique structure, every swing produced an explosion, with the force of the detonation growing stronger with each strike. Any ordinary person struck even once would surely meet their demise. "Your intimidating weapon is of no consequence." Bartolomeo waved his hand dismissively at Click, even making a face. "Whether it is effective or not, you shall soon find out." Click sneered, his expression twisted with malice. "Prepare to meet your end." With a mighty swing of the Great War Spear, he did not target Bartolomeo, but instead struck the deck beneath him. Chapter 23, The Demon Akin. Bang! The explosion of the Great War Spear resonated with a deafening roar. Although Bartolomeo's barrier could be considered an absolute defense, adequately protecting him, it could not shield the deck beneath him. The moment Click's spear struck, the deck erupted, scattering countless fragments. Bartolomeo instantly lost his footing, and the ensuing blast propelled him through the air. Fortunately, he landed back on the deck, unharmed. Phew. That was a close call. Bartolomeo wiped the sweat from his brow. "Humph, your luck will not hold out much longer." Click scoffed, instantly on guard. Bartolomeo began to devise a strategy. While he could envelop himself entirely in a barrier to withstand the explosions beneath him, losing his footing would turn that barrier into a cage, hindering his movements. Furthermore, as a devil fruit user, he could not guarantee that his barrier would remain effective upon contact with seawater. As Bartolomeo contemplated, Click launched another assault. With no time for deep thought, Bartolomeo was forced to retreat, raising his barrier in front of him to shield against Click's direct assault, while concentrating on finding a new stable foothold after the deck beneath him had been obliterated. The two engaged in this back and forth for several exchanges. Bartolomeo remained unscathed, yet Click's frustration grew. However, with each passing attack, the deck, referred to as Fishman, became increasingly dilapidated, leaving Bartolomeo with few places to stand. Ha ha ha. Now I shall see where you will flee. Click aimed the spear at Bartolomeo, his patience wearing thin as he yearned for victory. At this moment, Ryo also rose to his feet. Although he believed that Bartolomeo would undoubtedly triumph over Click based on sheer strength, fighting on the water posed an insurmountable disadvantage for Devil Fruit users. Furthermore, Bartolomeo's abilities were not as agile as Luffy's, so when Click launched his next attack, Bartolomeo would likely find himself plunging into the sea due to the loss of his footing, just as Ryo prepared to intervene and bring this conflict to an end. A small boat sped into view. A figure stood upon the boat. He was a middle-aged man with dark skin, sunken eyes, and stubble, appearing as though he had suffered from sleeplessness and neglect. His attire was unremarkable. He sported short hair, a blue-gray headband, and red spherical earrings. This man was none other than the former captain of Click's fleet, the demon Akin. Previously, Akin had knocked out Click, who had been defeated by Luffy, and instructed Sanji to inform the unconscious Luffy that they would meet again on the Grand Line. After that, Akin had completely vanished from sight. Many believed he had succumbed to the MH5 gas. Yet, unexpectedly, he re-emerged at this moment. The small boat Akin navigated was the procurement vessel originally lent to them by Sanji. Hey look, it's that guy Akin. What? That fellow is still alive? This is troublesome. Another formidable opponent has arrived. A group of chefs adrift at sea could not help but feel anxious upon seeing Akin approach the restaurant. Akin, who had once led Click's fleet, possessed remarkable strength, having once fought evenly against Sanji. Unlike Click, Akin did not overly rely on external weapons, in many respects. He was a more formidable adversary than Click. Ryo, upon witnessing Akin's sudden appearance, was equally taken aback, though Akin was a subordinate of the villain Click. His character was entirely different from Click's treacherous nature. After receiving Sanji's kindness, Akin had kept that gratitude close to his heart, even defying Click's orders. Unable to reconcile his actions with betraying Click, he had discarded his mask and inhaled the lethal MH5 gas release during Click's battle with Luffy as a means of atonement. It could be said that Akin was a man of profound loyalty and integrity, precisely the qualities that would suit him to become Ryo's ally. Raylo chuckled softly, feeling a stirring thought of inviting Akin to join his ranks. However, he pondered the reason for Akin's arrival. Was he here to lend assistance to that scoundrel, Click? At that moment, Click, who was preparing to deliver a final blow to Bartolomeo, noticed Akin's approach, halted his actions, and turned to face him, aiming his weapon directly at him. What brings you here, you traitor? Have you come to plead for my forgiveness? Hoping to reclaim your position as the captain of my fleet? Oh, Raylo raised an eyebrow, finding the situation rather intriguing. He had not anticipated that Akin, who once idolized Click, would choose to abandon him. This development made it considerably easier for Raylo to recruit Akin as his ally. Initially, Akin followed Click because he provided guidance, but after Click's defeat by Luffy, Akin's perception of him crumbled, allowing him to confront his own feelings and dispel his confusion. Thus, after departing from the Bartai restaurant with Click, he severed ties with the pirate crew, opting to sail alone and continually hone his skills in preparation for the Grand Line. Today, he fortuitously witnessed the toxic mist emitted by Click and rushed over. He had already shown considerable mercy towards Click, yet he had yet to repay Sanji for saving his life. In a short while, Akin arrived at the shattered deck of the ship. Click, I am no longer your subordinate, so if you intend to attack this restaurant, I shall not stand idly by. Oh? Click hoisted the massive gun onto his shoulder, sneering disdainfully. A stray dog dares to utter threats. If you think you can stop me, then come and try. Seeing the tension between the two, Bartolomeo let out a sigh of relief, dispelled the barrier, and leaped onto the deck, standing beside Raylo. Captain, who is that guy with the heavy dark circles under his eyes? Raylo patted Bartolomeo on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He shall be our next companion. Chapter 24, The Despicable Click. Captain, are you serious? Bartolomeo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Absolutely, Raylo affirmed without hesitation. Do you know who that fellow is? Zep, standing nearby, could not restrain his curiosity and asked. Raylo chuckled softly, remaining silent. What a peculiar man, Zep mused. Bartolomeo had already vacated the battlefield, while Click paid little mind to this. In his eyes, this maritime establishment was already within his grasp, ripe for the taking at any moment. Now, with Akin appearing before him and issuing a challenge, Click felt compelled to eliminate this former subordinate himself. Though Akin had once been Click's most loyal and capable aide, Clique believed that anyone who dared defy him must vanish from this world. And he was prepared to execute Akin. Akin leaped from his small boat onto the fragmented fish fins floating on the sea, merely steps away from Clique. Captain Clique, once you were the man I respected most. At that time, I believed you to be the most formidable man in the world, an invincible entity to whom I vowed unwavering allegiance. Yet, after your defeat to the Straw Hat, we comprehended the vastness of the world and how feeble our East Blue truly is. Countless powerful individuals abound, and you no longer loom as large in my heart as you once did. Akin drew his weapon, 2 canes with iron balls affixed to their ends, the very instruments with which he had grievously injured Sanji. Now, he gazed at Clique with resolute determination, declaring, I shall surpass you. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Clique bellowed, laughter echoing. I am and shall always be the strongest in the world. That defeat to the Straw Hat was merely an accident. I shall demonstrate how foolish your aspirations are with your demise. Surpass me? Not even in your next life. As Clique's words fell, he raised his massive spear and leapt ferociously towards Akin. A thunderous explosion erupted as he struck the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing. When the haze cleared, Akin had vanished from sight. What? Clique exclaimed, incredulous. What are you looking at? Akin emerged from behind Clique, delivering a swift kick to his side. Although Akin's strike landed solidly, Clique remained unmoved, showing no sign of pain. As my former subordinate, have you forgotten how impenetrable my armor is? You could never breach my defenses. Clique glared at Akin, his expression twisted in disdain. Clique was adorned with an array of weapons, and his body was encased in specially forged alloy armor, providing formidable protection. Following Luffy's previous attack that had shattered his armor, Clique had pillaged mineral resources across the East Blue, amassing a legion of craftsmen to forge this new suit. This armor boasted superior agility and defense compared to his previous one, rendering it nearly impervious in the weakest sea of the 4. With just one strike, Akin discerned the prowess of the armor. He retracted his leg and, before Clique could react, thrust his elbow forward. The iron ball at the end of Akin's cane collided with Clique's armor, producing a resounding metallic clang. The force reverberated back through Akin's arm, leaving it momentarily numb. Despite the thunderous impact, Clique's armor remained unscathed, while Akin's cane bore slight cracks. Clique scoffed dismissively, ignoring Akin's assault as he turned his gaze toward Bartolomeo in the restaurant. His expression a clear provocation. It was as if he were taunting, which is more formidable, my armor or your barrier? Captain, is that guy out of his mind? Why is he looking over here during the fight? Bartolomeo questioned. Raylo stifled a laugh, perhaps he is. Clique redirected his attention to Akin, proclaiming, do you understand now, Akin? This is the chasm that separates you and me. You will never defeat me. If Luffy had heard Clique's declaration, he would undoubtedly have charged at Clique's armor in an attempt to prove himself, as he had done before. However, Akin was not Luffy. He possessed a greater degree of composure. With a sharp crack, Akin raised his elbow, and the iron ball struck Clique's chin, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. If I cannot penetrate the armor, then I shall attack the unprotected areas of your body. It seemed that this fellow possessed a wit akin to mine, surely. He was worthy of being our comrade. Bartolomeo nodded repeatedly. Raylo remained speechless. This fellow, Akin's cane, could effortlessly shatter an ordinary person's bones. If anyone else had been struck by him as before, they would either be dead or severely injured and unconscious. Yet, Clique, with his formidable physique, managed to endure the blow without collapsing. Nevertheless, he felt dizzy and struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. With a resounding thud, Clique swung his massive spear, forcefully driving Akin back. I must admit, you've truly grown stronger, Clique exclaimed. But the more powerful you become, the more valuable you are to eliminate. He swiftly brandished his spear, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Akin. The nearly 1-ton weapon seemed weightless in Clique's hands, his strikes raining down upon Akin like a tempest. Akin, finding himself on the defensive, could only leap and maneuver amidst the scattered fragments of fish fins floating around the restaurant to evade Clique's relentless onslaught. How long are you going to cower, you coward? Clique's frustration deepened as he failed to land a hit. Although the fins had been reduced to shards, they still provided Akin with ample footholds, and unlike Bartholomew, a user of a devil fruit, he had no fear of falling into the sea, allowing him to remain calm and composed. The standoff continued until circumstances took a sudden turn. As Clique cornered Akin onto a floating board, he deliberately targeted the board beneath Akin's feet. At the moment Akin leapt high into the air, Clique revealed a sinister smile. Surely, you didn't think I relied solely on this spear? Clique produced a net of iron from his person, casting it into the air to ensnare the unsuspecting Akin. Oh, Bartholomew shouted. Chapter 25. A pleasant surprise. Click's rise to dominance in the East Blue was not solely due to his strength and ruthlessness but also his cunning strategies. Aware that prolonged combat was draining his stamina and that he could no longer match Akin's agility, he feigned reliance on his spear to deceive Akin into underestimating him. When the opportune moment arose, he cornered Akin and employed the iron net to capture him. With his left hand gripping one end of the net, Click yanked it toward himself while raising his spear high to confront Akin, suspended in midair. It's over. You can't possibly extend your limbs like that straw hat brat to counterattack. Just as Akin found himself in peril, the situation shifted once more. Akin curled his body, crossing his arms before his chest, using his cane to shield himself. With a thunderous explosion, Click's spearhead struck Akin's cane directly. Although Akin was caught in the blast, he successfully avoided serious harm. Click retracted his spear, preparing to strike Akin once more, only to find Akin had already freed himself from the net thanks to the earlier explosion. Now airborne, Akin had no obstructions and held a positional advantage over Click. It's over, Ryo calmly stated. Harnessing the advantage of elevation, Akin twisted midair, unleashing a power greater than ever before. The iron ball at the end of his cane descended upon Click with tremendous force. Taken by surprise, Click had no time to react, and the blow landed squarely, causing his neck to retract slightly in response to the impact. Click's body trembled as he swayed unsteadily. With a resounding crash, he could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. A jubilant cheer erupted from the surrounding restaurant, and the chefs, who had long since fled, returned to witness the aftermath. Well done, supporting character. I knew you were exceptional. It's remarkable that you survived the MH5 gas. They showered him with accolades. Yet Akin paid no heed to their praise. He turned his gaze towards Zepp within the restaurant. I came to repay Sanji's kindness, and now I must take my leave. Please contact the Navy to have him detained. With that, Akin prepared to depart. Wait, Ryo suddenly called out to him. What is it? Akin halted, glancing at Ryo with a somewhat distracted expression. His initial allegiance to Click stemmed partly from his admiration for strength, but at this moment, Ryo exuded a presence far more commanding than Click had ever possessed, surpassing the limits of mere words. Raylo smiled, opting not to address the main topic directly, but instead inquired, Can you cook? Huh? Akin was momentarily taken aback. You, my friend. Zepp cast a sidelong glance at Raylo. Akin scratched his head, recalling how ever since he had tasted Sanji's stir-fried dish, he had been unable to forget that flavor. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to return to the Baratai restaurant. So he had spent some time experimenting on his own and had learned to prepare a few dishes, though they paled in comparison to Sanji's culinary prowess. For reasons unknown, the proud Akin found himself unusually candid before Raylo, shedding any semblance of arrogance. That's sufficient, Raylo chuckled, considering this an unexpected gain. His primary purpose for visiting the Baratai was to recruit a chef for his ship to address the dietary needs of his crew. However, judging by Zepp's comments, it seemed unlikely that the restaurant's chefs would accompany him on his voyage. As for the unexpected emergence of Akin, Raylo had already entertained the notion of making him a companion, especially since Akin could now serve as a makeshift chef, effectively addressing his immediate concerns. By the way, would you care to join me as a companion? Huh? Akin was once again startled. I am quite formidable, you know. Few can match my strength in this world, and those who can are mostly found in the latter half of the Grand Line. Did you not make a pact with Monkey D. Luffy to reunite in the Grand Line? Join me, and I shall take you to meet him. Akin did not dwell on how Raylo was aware of his agreement with Luffy. Rather, he found himself in a quandary. These days, he had been unable to shake the desire to re-enter the Grand Line, particularly with every piece of news regarding Luffy and his crew intensifying his longing. However, constrained by his own limitations, he had yet to take action. Now, with Raylo offering him a chance to become his partner, it seemed a remarkably convenient path had opened up before him. Yet, Akin's pride forbade him from accepting Raylo's proposition without hesitation. After all, he had once felt immense shame for consuming the food Sanji had offered him while on the brink of starvation, and such a man would never easily become anyone's companion. As Akin hesitated, Raylo discerned the turmoil within him. Before Akin could respond, Raylo preemptively suggested, How about this? Let us engage in a match. If you lose, your life will belong to me, and I shall do with you as I please. What do you say? Do not underestimate me? Raylo's words struck a sensitive chord within Akin. Despite his inner acknowledgement of Raylo's formidable strength and his profound respect for him, he could not permit such an insult to stand. As soon as the words left Akin's mouth, he sprung into action, charging towards Raylo. Even against you, I shall not yield easily, Akin declared, twisting his body as he launched an assault akin to a rapidly spinning top, with his staff serving as a weaponized extension of his resolve. Akin closed in on Raylo, the two standing mere inches apart. Clang. Raylo extended his finger and lightly flicked the spot where Akin held his cane, causing it to shatter into fragments. At that moment, the spinning Akin came to a halt. How is this possible? Akin gazed at Raylo in disbelief. This technique had been developed after his departure from Clique, having defeated numerous opponents. He never anticipated that someone could so effortlessly dismantle his moves. Although Akin's spinning speed was swift, under the influence of Kinbunchika haki, his motions appeared to Raylo as if played in slow motion. Furthermore, the iron cane in Akin's grip was utterly insignificant in the face of Raylo's Busashoka haki. Now, shall we set sail together? Raylo smiled. Suddenly, Akin bowed his head, his body trembling slightly, just as Raylo thought Akin was weeping from his defeat. Akin abruptly lifted his head, a flamboyant smile gracing his face. All right, from this day forth, my life is yours. A man as formidable as you deserves my unwavering loyalty. Chapter 26. A new companion. Raylo was taken aback by Akin's swift agreement, but he quickly embraced the situation with a smile, assuring, rest assured. I shall conquer the Grand Line and become the Pirate King, and throughout this journey, I will ensure that you fulfill your promise to the Straw Hat Kid. Akin chuckled, harboring no doubts about Raylo's words. Hey, are you three not ready yet? Raylo's voice echoed across to Clique's pirate ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Von Clay poked his head out from the ship, declaring, It's all taken care of, Captain. Shortly thereafter, Johnny and Joseph's heads appeared, their faces bruised and battered, bearing various degrees of minor injuries. Fortunately, nothing serious. The two grinned at Raylo, giving him a thumbs up, as if to convey that they had finally proved themselves. Raylo smiled and nodded to them, signifying his approval. These two fellows had finally lived up to his expectations. As the three descended from Clique's pirate ship, Johnny and Joseph finally noticed Akin standing beside Raylo. Wait, who is this guy? Johnny and Joseph immediately placed their hands on their sword hilts, their expressions turning cautious. They had encountered Akin before, back when he was a loyal subordinate of Clique, and they had been so engrossed in battle aboard Clique's ship that they were unaware of the events unfolding in the restaurant. Boss, we need to get away from that guy. He is the captain of Clique's crew, known as the Demon Akin. He is no longer affiliated with him. Raylo patted Akin on the shoulder, asserting that he was now, like them, one of his companions. They were now all on the same ship. What? Johnny and Joseph could hardly believe it, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Raylo, preferring to conserve his breath, instructed Bartolomeo to narrate the sequence of events in detail to Johnny and his companions. Johnny Joseph, having no deep-seated animosity towards Akin, found his perception of Akin altered after hearing the account, begrudgingly acknowledging Akin's status as a comrade. Do not take pride in this. Should I uncover any actions detrimental to our cause, rest assured, I shall not spare you, Johnny warned Akin with a facade of bravado. Indeed, Joseph chimed in from the sidelines. Fear not, for I shall never betray you. By the way, what is the name of our captain? Thud. Johnny and Joseph fell to the ground in speechless disbelief. You, of all people, have joined us without even knowing who our captain is. Listen well. Our captain is none other than Raylo, notorious as the demon, with a bounty of 2 billion berries placed upon him by the world government. Johnny explained to Akin. What? Akin was rendered speechless by the revelation. Although he was aware of Raylo's considerable prowess, he had never fathomed that he was worth such a staggering bounty. What manner of man have I chosen to follow? With this thought, Akin's excitement deepened. Ahem. Raylo cleared his throat, capturing their attention. By the way, from this day forth, Akin shall serve as our ship's cook, and he will be responsible for your meals. If you find them unsatisfactory, do not come to me. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, each contemplating a pressing question. If they were dissatisfied with the food, could they possibly overpower Akin? Well then, the arrangements are complete. Let us depart. Raylo turned and walked into the dining hall, gesturing towards Zepp and the unconscious Clique lying outside. This fellow is now your responsibility. Handing him over to the Navy could yield a substantial reward, sufficient to repair the damages to your restaurant. Zepp chuckled, his beard twitching slightly. Initially, he believed that Luffy was the one most likely to conquer the Grand Line after Roger, but with Raylo's arrival, his thoughts began to waver. This man exuded the same confidence as Luffy and had devoted followers. Zepp could almost assert that the future Pirate King would emerge from among the two of them. Young man, I possess a logbook of the Grand Line. Would you like it? This logbook was a cherished memento from Zepp's past adventures with his companions, heavy with memories. and he was reluctant to part with it, especially when Click demanded it. However, Zep felt that entrusting such a relic to a man like Rello was worthwhile. A continuation of his and his companion's dreams. Just as he once wished to hand the logbook to Luffy, he now desired to pass it to Rello. "No, thank you," Rello replied with a smile. The logbook would indeed be a treasure for someone like Click, who had long resided in the East Blue. But it held little value for a formidable figure like Rello. Moreover, that logbook merely chronicled Zep's one-year journey through the Grand Line, while Rello possessed an abundance of information about it in his mind. "I expected you would say that," Zep said, not surprised. As if it were abnormal for Rello to accept it. "While I have no use for the logbook, I expect compensation for helping you eliminate a formidable foe." Rello rubbed his fingers together. "You rascal," Zep chuckled. "Patty, prepare a year's worth of provisions for that fellow." "Eh? Thank you." Rello grinned. Once all the supplies were loaded onto the ship, Rello raised his arm and called out, "Let us set sail, lads." "Yes, Captain." "Aye, boss." The crew boarded the warship once more, setting sail into the horizon. At that moment, Shamar, whom Rello had knocked unconscious, remained in a deep slumber, yet to awaken. Akin was startled upon seeing the Fishman aboard, but Bartolomeo quickly explained the situation to him. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Lelu pondered for a moment. With the chef already aboard, the fundamental issue of meals had been addressed. Now, the next concern was to tackle the potential medical challenges that lay ahead. The vessel required a physician. As he surveyed his companions, a spark of inspiration suddenly ignited in Lelu's mind. "Chalfong, hand me the map." "Certainly." Raylo unfurled the map upon the deck and, after a brief glance, pointed to a specific location. "Yes, Captain," Von Clay responded without hesitation. Making his way to the helm at the bow of the ship. "Captain, what is our purpose in going to that place? Are we in search of our next companion?" Bartolomeo could not contain his curiosity. "Indeed, we are to seek a doctor, a young and beautiful woman," Raylo replied. Upon hearing of a young and attractive female, Johnny and Joseph immediately perked up, their imaginations wandering to speculate what she might be like. At that moment, Raylo approached the unconscious shark Maru, placing the food he had taken from the seaside restaurant before him. Although the food had cooled somewhat due to the passage of time, it still emanated a delightful aroma. "I know you are awake. Do not feign slumber. Eat," he urged. Chapter 27. Persuading Shark Maru. At this point, Shark Maru could no longer maintain his pretense. He abruptly rose, baring his sharp teeth in a fierce display. With a glance at the food Raylo had set on the ground, a wave of inexplicable anger surged within him. He kicked at the plate and shouted, "Who would want to consume the food of you humans?" Fortunately, Raylo was quick-witted, snatching the plate from the ground just before it could be upended, thus saving the meal from disaster. "You ought not to waste food, you know. This was brought back from the Baratai seaside restaurant. If you wish to eat again, it may not be there." "Huh, even if I were to starve, I would never take a single bite of the food you humans so generously offer." Laylo had yet to respond when Akin abruptly interjected. "Do you not possess the slightest reverence for food? In the treacherous expanse of the ocean, where the source of sustenance can vanish at any moment, you ought to cherish your provisions, you scoundrel." During Akin's tenure as the fleet commander under Creek, he had once encountered Hawkeye on the Grand Line, resulting in the utter annihilation of the Creek pirates, with only a handful managing to flee back to the East Blue. At that time, Akin had nearly starved, and it was Sanji who came to his aid, preparing a plate of fried rice for him. Hence, he held a profound gratitude towards Sanji. And due to that harrowing experience, he developed an appreciation for food akin to Sanji's, which naturally led to his disdain for Shark's demeanor. Shark had never encountered Akin before. During his unconscious state aboard the ship, he was unaware of the trials faced by Laylo and the others. Thus, upon noticing an unfamiliar presence on the ship, he was momentarily taken aback. "What are you blathering about? I am a fishman, and the creatures of the sea are all potential nourishment for me. How could I possibly lose my source of food?" Akin found himself at a loss for words, struggling to formulate a retort. "Captain, this fellow is unworthy of being our companion," Akin declared. "Companion?" Shark paused, then burst into laughter. "Though I am unaware of your intentions, I will never become a companion to you humans. Do not harbor such delusions. You are merely a despicable species." At this, aside from Akin, Bartolomeo also felt a surge of anger, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to deliver a thrashing to Shark. Johnny and Joseph quickly intervened, attempting to restrain him and prevent the situation from escalating further. "Calm down, Bartolomeo. You two better let me go. I'll take you both down along with him." "Enough," Laylo bellowed. Instantaneously, Akin and Bartolomeo fell silent, remaining motionless. Raylo slowly approached Shark Maru, although Shark Maru longed to plunge into the sea and flee. The invisible aura of pressure emanating from Raylo rendered him immobile. As Raylo drew nearer, Shark Maru's body trembled incessantly. The terror of Raylo is unmistakably apparent to him. Shark is acutely aware that, should Raylo desire, he could effortlessly sever his head. At this moment, Shark trembles in fear, hardly daring to breathe. What do you intend? He inquires cautiously, devoid of the earlier bravado he exhibited in Raylo's presence. I wish to discuss reason. Raylo replies nonchalantly. Shark surveys him with disbelief. Do not presume that I rely solely on brute force. I possess the gift of eloquence as well. Very well, enlighten me. Why do you harbor animosity towards humanity? Is it because of Odoheim? You shall not utter that esteemed name. Shark's demeanor shifts to one of fury in an instant. Odoheim was the late queen of the Ryugu kingdom on Fishman Island. Like Fisher Tiger, she aspired to alter the course of Fishman history, advocating for coexistence with humans. Odoheim was naturally endowed with the ability to sense the thoughts and emotions of others through her observation haki, and she could convey her own consciousness to them. Her influence extending over the entirety of Fishman Island. Due to her extraordinary abilities, coupled with her passionate and compassionate nature, she garnered the respect of the island's inhabitants, who revered her as Odoheim-sama. However, later, Hodi Jones assassinated Odoheim to incite discord between humans and Fishmen, leading the Fishmen to erroneously believe that humans were responsible for her death, thus intensifying their hatred towards humanity. Observing Shark's reaction, Raylo becomes increasingly convinced of his perspective. Is this truly the case? While Fishmen have certainly faced enslavement and persecution, so too have humans, with the blame resting upon the oppressive celestial dragons. Should we not unite against our common adversary? Odoheim dedicated her life to fostering peace between Fishmen and humans, yet you perpetuate the persecution of humanity following her demise. Is this how you honor her memory? Rairo's words are both reasonable and well-founded, and Shark Maru has begun to waver. The root of your animosity towards humanity lies primarily in your belief that Yuki was slain by humans. However, what if I were to inform you that it was not humans who were responsible for Yuki's demise? What? Shark Maru exclaimed. How could this be? Everyone knows it was you human pirates who did it. Raylo chuckled. Is what everyone believes truly the truth? Have you never considered that the fellow might merely be a scapegoat, with the real perpetrator lurking elsewhere? Shark Maru fell silent. Do you know who the actual culprit is? Certainly, Raylo replied with a smile. However, even if I were to divulge it, you would likely not believe me. I shall compel the true offender to confess his crimes to you personally. When shall that occur? Soon. Once we reach Fishman Island, the truth will be laid bare. Shark Maru pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall accompany you on your journey until then, though I may not acknowledge myself as your ally. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, even if I cannot harm you, I shall not spare those who stand beside you. Very well, Raylo chuckled. Although he promised Shark Maru that he would reveal the truth upon their arrival at Fishman Island, he did not specify when they would actually reach it. He had ample time to earn Shark Maru's recognition as a companion. Captain, both Bartolomeo and Akin expressed slight dissatisfaction regarding Shark Maru's presence. Raylo waved his hand, and they had no choice but to swallow their words. Ever since Gulu had brought Shark aboard this vessel after Raylo had defeated him, he had not consumed a single grain of rice, leaving his stomach utterly empty. At that moment, his belly could not help but protest audibly. Raylo chuckled softly, placing the platter of food he held on the ground before turning to enter the cabin. A slight cough escaped him, prompting Bartolomeo and the others to discreetly withdraw. On the entire deck, apart from the helmsman Von Cray, only Sharkmar remained. Sharkmar glanced at the focused Von Cray, swallowed hard, and pounced upon the platter of food like a famished tiger. How delightful. Chapter 28. The ingenious claw. It is quite evident, Akin, that when the captain designated you as the chef, I harbored some reservations. Yet, it appears you possess remarkable culinary skills. As the crew of the Evil Ghost pirates gathered to dine, Bartolomeo could not help but praise Akin's cooking. Indeed, Akin's culinary prowess was commendable. Although not on par with the expert chefs at the floating restaurant Baratai, it was hardly lacking. Even Raylo nodded in approval after savoring the dish prepared by Akin. Truly delicious. Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in unison. Hearing his companions express such sentiments caused Akin, who typically exuded an air of coldness, to blush slightly, shyly scratching his head in embarrassment. Hey, you over there, would you like to have some? Akin called out to Sharkmar, who was squatting at a distance. Huh. I would never consume food prepared by humans. Sharkmar retorted disdainfully. Oh, how curious it is that someone previously devoured that entire platter and exclaimed how delightful it was. Bartolomeo interjected with a mocking tone. Sharkmer's face flushed crimson, and he felt utterly humiliated. In a fit of embarrassment, he dashed out of the cabin and with a splash leapt into the sea. That captain. Raylo waved his hand dismissively, reassuring everyone that the fellow would not depart so easily. He was likely just off to catch some fish. Previously, Shark Maru had consented to Raylo's terms, agreeing to travel with him until he revealed the truth about Yuki's demise. Hence, Raylo felt no apprehension regarding Shark Maru's departure. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Shark Maru returned to the ship with a bounty of fish, consuming them raw without the need for fire. How could he prefer raw fish over tasting my culinary creations? Akin felt a sense of indignation. You're overthinking it. Raylo clarified, it's not a matter of disdain for your cooking, but rather a disdain for humanity itself. The group fell silent. Although Raylo had managed to persuade Shark Maru to accompany them, the latter's perception of humanity remained unchanged deep within his heart. What a long and arduous journey it is. Raylo mused as he stretched lazily. Captain, we have a situation. Von Clare, who was steering the ship outside, suddenly shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What has happened? Akin rushed out, followed closely by Bartolomeo, while Johnny and Joseph put down their chicken legs to join them. Meanwhile, Raylo strolled out of the cabin nonchalantly. What is all the fuss about? Even if the 4 emperors were to arrive, I am here. You are all too sensitive. In the tumultuous sea, fraught with hidden dangers, the possibility of enemy attacks and natural disasters loomed at all times. Akin and the others were merely reacting normally. It was just that Raylo's overwhelming strength rendered him less concerned about such matters. Upon a glance, Raylo noticed a pirate ship steadily approaching his vessel from not far behind. The ship's prow was fashioned in the shape of a black cat. Although it was not as grand as Raylo's warship, it possessed a distinct charm. That was the ship, known as the Baiji Buraku. It belonged to the infamous Black Cat pirate crew. As a seasoned pirate hunter, Johnny immediately recognized the origins of the approaching vessel. Raylos contemplated for a moment and recalled the identity of the individual in question. The captain of the Black Cat pirates, known as Kuro, was notorious for his cunning ways, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his goals, and was aptly dubbed the 100 Plans. In Usopp's hometown, Kuro had spent 3 years masquerading as the butler Clabater to gain the trust of the wealthy young Lady Kaya, with the intent to seize her fortune. Ultimately, his schemes were unraveled by Usopp, leading to his defeat at the hands of Luffy, after which he vanished from existence. It appeared that my arrival had altered the trajectory of this world, as numerous individuals who should not have appeared were emerging like mushrooms after a rain. The speed of the Black Cat pirate ship, the Black Coffin, surpassed that of Raylos and his crew, quickly catching up to them. At the bow of the ship stood a man with slick back hair, adorned with glasses and dressed in a black suit. He was none other than Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat pirates. Although Raylos and his companions were aboard a warship, the pirate flag displayed was sufficient for Kuro to recognize them as akin to his own kind. However, as he had never encountered the flag of the demon pirates before, he paid them little heed. Thus, Kuro appeared oblivious to Raylos and his crew, sailing straight past them in a direction that coincided with their own. It seemed this scoundrel's thieving instincts had not waned. Perhaps it would be prudent to strike him down along the way, Raylos mused. The destination that Raylo and his companions are preparing to head towards is none other than Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village. It is evident that the Black Cat pirates share the same objective, as Kuro must have amassed sufficient strength to return to Syrup Village for vengeance. Previously, he had bided his time for 3 years in an attempt to seize Kaya's wealth, only to meet with failure. Now, having grown even more formidable, he is poised to confront everything with brute force. That scoundrel. If he gets to her first, how will I find a ship's doctor? Catch up. Phone. No problem, Captain. The warship's propulsion far surpasses that of an ordinary pirate vessel, allowing Von Clay to effortlessly close the distance. Kuro noticed Raylo and his crew catching up and adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist, speaking in a deep tone. Is there something you need, my friend? Nothing at all, Raylo replied with a smile. I simply find you displeasing and feel the urge to deliver a beating. Go for it, Akin, Raylo called out. For he deemed it beneath himself to engage personally with an opponent of Kuro's caliber. As Laro's words resonated, Akin sprang into action. Leaping high from the deck to land upon the enemy pirate ship's deck. Bartolomeo, assist in dealing with his subordinates, he commanded. No problem. Bartolomeo responded without the slightest hesitation. Utilizing the powers of his barrier fruit to conjure a staircase, effortlessly ascending to the opposing vessel. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances. Since their allegiance to Laro, their adversaries had all been fellow pirates, leading Johnny and Joseph to question their own identities. Were they still bounty hunters, merely sailing under a different pirate flag? Do not dawdle, you two, lend a hand. Combat is the swiftest path to strength, Laro urged. Yes, Johnny and Joseph jolted. Reluctantly stepping onto the staircase Bartolomeo had created to board the enemy's ship. Captain, what about me? Von Clay inquired. Little Von, you need only maintain the helm. There is no need for all of you to confront these minor foes. Rello stretched lazily, casting a glance at the nonchalant shark Maru, and with a smile addressed Von Clay, I'll take a short nap. Call me when they finish. With that, he reclined directly on the deck. Chapter 29. The battle on the Braca CLO never anticipated that the opposition would resort to violence so readily. Nor did he expect them to disdainfully send mere subordinates to confront him and his crew. Although renowned as the 100 tricks for his cunning and ruthless tactics, CLO bore a man's pride. The contempt directed at him ignited a fierce anger within. Arrogant fool, you shall regret your decision today. CLO brandished his weapon. A pair of claw-like gauntlets that clung to his palms, each finger adorned with a sharp blade, akin to wielding 10 daggers. As Akin charged at him, CLO swiftly slashed out with one claw. Clang! Akin raised his right arm, blocking CLO's attack with his cane, and thus, they found themselves in a stalemate. CLO's strikes were famed for their swiftness. Despite the seeming simplicity of his attack, few in the East Sea could effortlessly defend against it. To think you could withstand my blow, perhaps you possess some skill. But how will you fare against this? As CLO's words fell, he launched another assault with his other hand. Akin had once wielded a pair of canes, but during a previous encounter with Rello, one had been shattered effortlessly, leaving him with only half a weapon to counter CLO's onslaught. Akin, unwilling to take unnecessary risks, withdrew his right hand, evading the force of CLO's attack. But even so, CLO's claws grazed his shoulder, leaving a distinct wound. While Click was indeed the tyrant of the East Sea, CLO's prowess was by no means inferior. Unlike Click, who relied on brute strength, CLO's incredible speed posed a greater challenge for Akin. Do you require assistance, Akin? Bartolomeo, arriving behind, noticed Akin's injury and couldn't help but inquire. No need. You deal with his subordinates. Akin replied firmly. Oh, just don't die. Bartolomeo retorted without further pleasantries, turning to confront the remaining crew members aboard. Before long, Johnny and Joseph joined the fray on the Braca, assisting Bartolomeo against CLO's subordinates. Though CLO's men were fewer than Click's, numbering around a dozen, they were formidable fighters. At this juncture, Bartolomeo was still an inexperienced rookie, lacking the strength he would possess 2 years later in Dressrosa. Thus, the battle raged fiercely, showing no signs of an easy conclusion. CLO, observing Akin's injury, sneered. If your captain kneels and begs for forgiveness, I might let this slide. After all, we are pirates. There's no need for us to turn on one another. Do not jest. Our captain would never stoop to such humility. He is the strongest in the world. He dismisses the likes of you entirely. Moreover, in this world, the slaughter among pirates is the most rampant. CLO scoffed, irked by Akin's pointed words. Then I shall use your head to make the so-called strongest bow down. CLO's toes began to tap rapidly against the ground, resembling a cat in motion. This was CLO's signature technique. The silent step, a stealthy assassination skill that allowed him to move with feline grace. Suddenly, CLO vanished from Akin's sight. What? Just as Akin felt bewildered, CLO reappeared behind him, crossing his arms to launch a fierce attack. Anticipating CLO's ambush, Akin rolled forward just as CLO's blade grazed his back, mitigating the force of the strike. Nevertheless, his back bore the mark of CLO's weapon, a faint trace of blood emerging. Not bad, but can you evade my next strike? CLO taunted, launching a flurry of relentless attacks. Akin dodged and blocked as best he could, deflecting much of CLO's onslaught, yet he still bore numerous wounds, blood seeping from his body. Damn it, Akin gritted his teeth. With only half his weapon remaining, his combat effectiveness had drastically diminished. Otherwise, even if he were not CLO's equal, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. This ends now. CLO darted behind Akin, 5 claws poised to strike. The sharp tips pierced Akin's flesh, blood gushing forth. However, before CLO could fully penetrate Akin's body, Akin, disregarding the claws embedded in his back, spun around fiercely, swinging his cane with all his might towards CLO's head. The dull thud of bone accompanied the shattering of lenses as Akin's strike landed squarely on CLO. Blood instantly streaming down half of his face, and his glasses became a casualty of Akin's ferocity. How do you like that, you scoundrel? Akin managed a grim smile. Have you lost your mind? CLO shouted in disbelief. Akin's reckless maneuver had undoubtedly inflicted harm on both. CLO's claws were embedded in Akin, while Akin's back bore 5 deep gashes, blood flowing profusely. Is Akin out of his mind? Bartolomeo observed Akin's condition with growing concern. Bartolomeo, should we intervene? Johnny asked. Bartolomeo fell into silence. This was Akin's battle, and Akin was a man of immense pride. To interfere would be to insult him. As a comrade, Bartolomeo was reluctant to act. Yet, he also could not bear to witness Akin's potential demise. Just as Bartolomeo hesitated, CLO's emotions surged violently. Enraged by Akin's blow, he had completely lost his rationality. Then you shall all perish. CLO's body began to sway as if teetering on the brink of collapse, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Captain, please, don't use that technique. Run. The pirates who had been clashing with Bartolomeo and the others were thrown into chaos at the sight of CLO, abandoning their skirmish and fleeing in all directions. What is wrong with these fools? Bartolomeo queried, perplexed. Johnny swallowed hard. I've heard tales of Captain CLO's technique, known as scoop death. It is his most formidable move. Once unleashed, friend or foe alike becomes a target of his wrath. No sooner had Johnny spoken, a piercing scream echoed across the deck. Chapter 30, Bloodshed. The scream did not emanate from Akin, but rather from one of CLO's ordinary subordinates, positioned close to the battleground. He had unwittingly fallen victim to CLO's frenzied attack in his dazed state. Has he truly lost his mind? Attacking his own crew? Bartolomeo was taken aback. What to do? Brother Bartolomeo, Joseph's body has begun to tremble. Kuro's form flitted about the deck like a specter, and in an instant, a great ship was left battered and bruised, with many of Kuro's own subordinates taken down by him. The speed of the Shaku was comparable to the Navy's 6 styles, rendering these men incapable of reacting in time. Locke materialized before Akin in a flash, too swift for Akin to respond. Just as Akin thought he was about to meet his end, Kuro's movements abruptly halted. A transparent barrier appeared before Kuro, effectively blocking his attack. Akin turned his head to find Bartolomeo, along with Johnny and Joseph, standing behind him. You. Since you said you wouldn't need help from others, defeat him. Akin was at a loss for words, though he felt grateful for Bartolomeo's assistance. His pride prevented him from uttering a word of thanks. Having missed his strike, Kuro, in a daze, ceased his assault on the barrier and swiftly redirected his attacks toward others. The deck was soon filled with cries of anguish and despair. To be cautious, Bartolomeo utilized the powers of his barrier fruit to create a spherical shield, encasing himself, Akin, and others within, completely isolating them from Kuro's onslaught. Watching Kuro mercilessly slay his subordinates, Bartolomeo seethed with rage. How can such a person be a captain? Akin recalled the leader he once aspired to follow, Click, and fell silent. What should we do, Brother Akin, Brother Bartolomeo? That guy seems like he will never stop, Johnny expressed his concern. Although Bartolomeo's barrier perfectly protected them, it also restricted their movements, preventing them from intervening against Kuro. TCH, Bartolomeo, let me out. I want to fight that guy to the death, Akin exclaimed. Bang. Bartolomeo struck Akin on the head with his knuckles. What are you doing, you fool? Akin, already injured, winced in pain from the blow. Stop joking around. The captain didn't bring you here to die. Akin fell silent. All right, enough noise. We are comrades. Let's think about how to deal with the current situation. Johnny and Joseph intervened, embracing Bartolomeo and Akin to mediate. Humph. Both Akin and Bartolomeo huffed disdainfully, turning their heads away from each other. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. However, not long after, Akin and Bartolomeo spoke in unison. You cover me. I'll cover you. Humph. Bartolomeo and Akin each let out another huff. These two truly are quite Sundara, Johnny and Joseph thought simultaneously. Although Kuro was currently executing indiscriminate attacks, a closer observation revealed a pattern. Kuro tended to target the locations from which sounds originated. In other words, if they could successfully divert Kuro's attention, they could provoke his attack. Bartolomeo and Akin recognized this, prompting them to voice the same plan almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and in that moment, the two men, having known each other for a short time, understood each other's intentions. Let's go. Oh. Bartolomeo dispelled the protective barrier, and simultaneously, Akin charged forward. Johnny and Joseph, still trying to grasp the situation, instinctively embraced each other, wide-eyed. Bartolomeo took a deep breath and enveloped his fist with the powers of the barrier fruit, forming a makeshift gauntlet. Bang! Bartolomeo's fist struck the deck violently, sending splinters flying and creating a gaping hole. The immense noise attracted Kuro, who swayed and instantly appeared before Bartolomeo. Kuro's speed was such that Bartolomeo could not react in time, nor could Johnny and Joseph, who were too late to draw their blades in aid. At that moment, Akin, who had rushed out, suddenly sprang from the side and swung his cane forcefully at Kuro's head. It's over. The combined strength of Akin's original power and his momentum created a tremendous force. Thud. Akin's iron cane struck Kuro squarely on the forehead, causing him to bleed profusely. Yet, Kuro did not fall easily. Instead, the impact restored his awareness. Noticing Akin, Kuro prepared to adjust his body to slice Akin's throat. Already weakened, Akin had exhausted his strength and could not evade Kuro's assault. Die. Bartolomeo suddenly emerged, delivering a barrier fist that struck Kuro's face, sending him flying off the deck with a splash into the sea. At that moment, the members of the former Black Cat pirates had been completely annihilated, with only a few managing to escape into the sea. Akin glared at Bartolomeo, seemingly displeased with his intervention, while Bartolomeo met his gaze unflinchingly. What now? Johnny and Joseph exchanged looks, at a loss for what to do next. Suddenly, both Bartolomeo and Akin burst into laughter, as if nothing had transpired. Bartolomeo extended his fist toward Akin, who bumped fists with him, and Bartolomeo then helped him up, supporting him as they left. What strange men they are. Indeed, partners. The group ascended back to the warship via the staircase created by Bartolomeo. When Von Clay saw the injured Akin, he was taken aback. Little Jean, what happened to you? Don't call me that. Akin replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Humph. Weak humans are truly fragile, Shark Maru sneered from the side. What are you talking about, you scoundrel? The usually timid Johnny and Joseph stood up at this moment. Chapter 31. Internal strife. Although Johnny and Joseph were timid and weak, they placed great importance on camaraderie and could not tolerate Shark Maru's remarks. Enough. Little Johnny and little Joseph, he is still our comrade. Von Clay interjected as a mediator. Come on, brother Von, that guy has never regarded us as comrades. He is only here because of his agreement with the captain. Without that constraint, he would undoubtedly slit our throats without hesitation, Joseph said, gripping the hilt of his sword, his expression stern. Ha. Shark Maru laughed heartily. You lowly humans are quite self-aware. You scoundrel. Bartolomeo could no longer endure the derision of Shark Maru. He thrust Akin aside into Johnny's hands, and with the power of the barrier fruit, fortified his fists, ready to deliver a fierce blow to Shark Maru. Von Cray, understanding Bartolomeo's temperament and recognizing that Shark Maru had indeed crossed a line this time, chose not to intervene further. Just watch how I twist your neck off, Shark Maru retorted, glancing at Raylo and feeling a sense of relief when he saw no signs of him waking. If Raylo were conscious, Shark Maru would dare not act. Yet, Shark Maru failed to consider what would happen if he truly ended Bartolomeo. How would he face Raylo upon his awakening? The impending clash was electric. Bartolomeo, consumed by rage, disregarded any defensive maneuvers with his barrier fruit, fixated solely on smashing Shark Maru's head into pieces. Both parties, caught in an emotional fervor, devolved into a brutal melee, abandoning all semblance of technique. However, as a fishman of the shark species, Shark Maru possessed physical capabilities far superior to that of an ordinary person. Even without entering a frenzied state, he exhibited considerable strength, rendering Bartolomeo nearly powerless in their direct confrontation. Compounded by the fatigue from a recent battle, Bartolomeo was further disadvantaged, and within moments, he bore the marks of a beating, bruised and battered. Yet, Bartolomeo did not retreat. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity, seemingly impervious to pain. Is this lunatic mad? Shark Maru wondered, momentarily shaken by the sight of Bartolomeo, who charged at him like a rabid dog, oblivious to injury. Seizing this fleeting moment of hesitation, Bartolomeo capitalized on an opening in Shark Maru's assault. He crouched slightly, twisted his torso, and with force rising from the ground, delivered a powerful uppercut to Shark Maru's jaw. Bartolomeo's impenetrable barrier enhanced the destructive potential of his blow, sending Shark Maru's body airborne. Fueled by rage, Bartolomeo would not squander such a prime opportunity. He pressed forward, unleashing a rapid series of strikes on Shark Maru. Not done. Not done. Not done. Bartolomeo's fist rained down upon Shark Maru, who soon found himself bloodied and battered. Though still on the defensive, Shark Maru gasped heavily, his eyes turning a bright crimson. Little Ba, get out of the way, Von Cray shouted. He was all too aware of Shark Maru's state. In their previous encounter, while he had dominated, Shark Maru had transformed into a frenzy upon sustaining injuries, drastically elevating his strength and catching Von Cray off guard, leading to his defeat. This time, Von Cray noticed the change in Shark Maru and warned Bartolomeo, hoping to prevent a repeat of past events. Unfortunately, His warning came too late. Bartolomeo, blinded by fury, neglected defense entirely, utilizing his barrier fruit power solely to arm his fists, leaving him unable to deploy his barrier in time. In midair, Maru twisted, deflecting Bartolomeo's fist away. And as his feet touched the ground, he launched himself at Bartolomeo with the speed of an arrow, nearly imperceptible to the onlookers. Just as Bartolomeo braced for Maru's bite to sever his neck, he was astonished to find Maru halted less than a foot away, his sharp teeth nearly grazing his throat. In that moment of bewilderment, Bartolomeo suddenly realized he was also immobilized. Not only him, but Akin and Von Cray were equally motionless. What is happening? Bartolomeo's heart raced. I must inform the captain. Just as this thought crossed Bartolomeo's mind, Raylo's yawn echoed in everyone's ears. Captain! Bartolomeo exclaimed in surprise, discovering he could speak and move once more. With a snap, Maru's bite missed its target, and his senses returned, his eyes no longer the terrifying crimson hue. This sudden turn of events was, of course, the work of Raylo. Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki has nearly reached its zenith, capable not only of exerting pressure on tangible objects but also instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression that immobilizes those who would otherwise remain unaffected by such prowess. Although the duration of this restraint diminishes in correlation to the strength of the opponent, it remains a trivial endeavor for Rayleigh to halt the actions of individuals such as Shark and Bartolomeo, despite having recently been in a state of slumber. His observation haki has remained perpetually active, thus allowing him to remain acutely aware of the occurrences aboard the ship. The reason Raylo did not intervene at the outset was that he believed some matters between men could only be resolved with fists. However, once Sharkmar entered his berserk state, the situation exceeded his expectations, compelling Raylo to step in and halt their escalation. Are you truly fearful? Sharkmar turned to gaze at Raylo, a flicker of trepidation evident in his eyes. Of course, who else could it be? Raylo chuckled. So, have you come to appreciate my prowess? Following my lead will surely serve you well. Sharkmar was astounded, unable to fathom that someone could achieve such feats truly miraculous. Among the group, only Von Clay, who had participated in the Marineford War alongside Raylo and witnessed his strength firsthand, displayed a different degree of astonishment. Yet, as Raylo's crew, they felt a profound sense of belonging and recognition, unlike Sharkmar, who was consumed by fear. Instead, they felt a swell of pride. Truly, their captain was remarkable. Chapter 32. You saw pirates on my ship. You are free to argue, even to brawl, but you must always adhere to certain boundaries. No harm to fellow crewmates is permitted aboard my vessel. Bartolomeo and the others fell silent. Huh? Who are your crewmates? I am merely bound by a contract to remain on the ship with you, Sharkmar retorted with a cold sneer. Despite his deep-seated fear of Raylo, he was unwilling to deceive himself by acknowledging them as comrades. Raylo was not angered by this. Instead, he chuckled, since we are all in the same boat. We are naturally companions. Humph. Riley glanced at Shark and Bartolomeo, then cast a look at the seriously injured Akin, who was being supported by others, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that finding the ship's doctor was indeed an urgent matter, Riley thought to himself. How are you holding up, Akin? Riley inquired, as Akin bore the brunt of the injuries among the group, prompting Riley to express his concern first. I'm fine, Captain, Akin replied with a faint smile directed at Riley. Although Akin appeared to be relatively unscathed, Riley could easily discern that he was merely putting on a brave front. It's my fault for being negligent. I forgot that your weapon was damaged by me last time, or else you wouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. Just hang in there. Someone will be along shortly to tend to your wounds. Rello approached the ship's railing, gazing down at CLO, who lay unconscious in the sea below. How could you have reduced my beloved crew member to such a state? Raylo pointed a finger at Chloe, channeling his haki outward. With a swift sound, blood instantly stained the ocean, yet the others remained oblivious. Xiaofeng, proceed at full speed towards the direction I indicated. Understood. Feng Cray received the command and hurried to the helm at the bow of the ship. The warship roared to life, racing forward with astonishing speed, churning up waves behind it. Before long, Feng Cray spotted land. Captain, we have arrived. Very well, prepare to disembark. Johnny and Joseph, you two have sustained minimal injuries, so remain here to guard the ship. Yes, Captain, rest assured, we shall stand by the ship through thick and thin. Johnny and Joseph felt a sense of responsibility bestowed upon them, their excitement palpable. The rest, follow my lead. A group of individuals fell and stepped behind Raylo. As Laylo turned his head, he discovered Shark standing motionless in place. This was, indeed, within Laylo's expectations, however, leaving Shark, this ticking time bomb, aboard the ship. Who could foresee what might transpire? Raylo cast a piercing glare at Shimaro, an overwhelming sense of pressure immediately causing Shimaro to struggle for breath. "You bastard." Shimaro gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Raylo. Despite his deep-seated disdain for Raylo, Shimaro found himself utterly powerless against him and had no choice but to obediently follow Raylo and the others as they departed. Johnny and Joseph, reveling in the misfortune, playfully made faces at Shimaro. "Captain, where exactly are we?" Bartolomeo inquired. Before Raylo could respond, he noticed a row of pirate flags fluttering by the shore, swaying vigorously. "How impressive!" exclaimed Bartolomeo, astonished by the sheer number of individuals in this small place. "What an idiot," Akin thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Are you beginning to feel fear?" A voice, feigning profundity, rang out from the shore. "We command a super pirate crew of 80 million. If you wish to avoid demise, you should depart swiftly." 80 million. How remarkable! Bartolomeo marveled in awe. Akin, resting his hand on his forehead, found himself utterly speechless. Raylo chuckled softly, sensing that he had indeed arrived at the right place. "Are you foolish? How could such a small locale possibly accommodate 80 million? Shamal could not help but interject. "True enough," Bartolomeo acknowledged, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Do not hide, green pepper head, radish head, and onion head. I am aware of your presence behind there. Come forth and guide me to Koya." "Hey, how do you know our names?" one of them exclaimed. "You dolt, now we've been exposed," came the flustered response from the trio of youthful voices emanating from the shore. "Children will always be children," Raylo mused, shaking his head before taking a deep breath. "Drink," he bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a powerful strike through the air. The formidable power of Raylo instantaneously generated an unparalleled gust of wind, effortlessly sweeping away the low-lying shrubs along the shore, leaving the three children utterly exposed. What? In an instant, the three children were so frightened that they huddled closely together. Truly, the captain is remarkable, managing to unearth them with such ease. Raylo smiled, having restrained his strength during the previous strike. Otherwise, not only would the bushes have been uprooted, but the three children would have been sent flying by his formidable power. "You little brats dare to deceive me. You must be prepared for the consequences," Bartolomeo declared as he stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a menacing expression. The three children trembled in fear. Yet one boldly spoke up. "We, the Usopp pirates, will never yield. Indeed, if you dare to harm us, our captain, Usopp, will not let you off easily." "Captain Usopp?" Bartolomeo paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, so you are the underlings of the great Usopp. How delightful." He patted the three children heavily, appearing thoroughly pleased. The children exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why Bartolomeo's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. "I see, he must be a subordinate of Captain Usopp, or perhaps an admirer. That must be why he changed his attitude upon hearing our captain's name," one child concluded, with the other two nodding in vigorous agreement. Raylo chuckled, acknowledging that such a statement was not entirely incorrect. "Now that you understand we harbor no ill intentions, please take us to meet Miss Koya. I have matters to discuss with her." Upon hearing Koya's name, the three children immediately became alert once more. Koya, the daughter of a prominent family in Zilliba village, possessed vast wealth, inciting envy in many. Previously, Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates had even disguised himself as a butler to remain by her side for 3 years in hopes of acquiring her fortune. Consequently, the three children found it difficult to fully trust Raylo and his companions. Their thoughts were laid bare before Raylo. "Do you think I covet Koya's wealth?" he inquired. "We never suggested such a thing," retorted one of the children. "Do you know who this gentleman is?" Bartolomeo interjected, unable to contain himself. "He is the man with a bounty of 2 billion berries. How could he possibly be interested in such trivial riches?" "Wait, 2 billion berries? Captain Usopp has only a bounty of 30 million berries." The three children gulped, momentarily struggling to comprehend. "So, what exactly do you intend to see Miss Koya for?" Raylo smiled, envisioning the moment when she could tend to Usopp's injuries upon his return from a tumultuous sea voyage. Thus, she immersed herself in the relentless pursuit of medical knowledge, aspiring to invite her to become the ship's doctor and accompany her on this grand adventure. Oh, at this, the three children, including Bartolomeo, widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 33, The Kind-Hearted Kaya. Although Bartolomeo and the others were already aware that Raylo intended to seek out a ship's doctor, they could hardly fathom that her target was a young lady of considerable wealth. "Captain, it's not that I doubt your judgment, but do you truly believe that the young lady you mentioned would agree to set sail with us?" Bartolomeo expressed his skepticism. Raylo shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? Let us give it a try." The three children bowed their heads and whispered among themselves for a while before finally reaching a decision. We can take you to find Miss Koya, but you must promise us that you will not do anything to jeopardize her safety. Nor will you coerce her into going out to sea with you. Lalo smiled and said, Very well, I shall grant your request. Now follow me. The three young ones, naive and inexperienced, did not consider the possibility of a change of heart. Fortunately, Lalo was not one to break his word. Miss Kaya's residence was situated near the heart of Syrip village, and it took the group only a few minutes to arrive at their destination. Miss Kaya! Miss Kaya! The three children shouted exuberantly. Shortly thereafter, a window on the second floor swung open, and a beautiful young blonde woman leaned out. What is it? Kaya's voice was melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze. As she gazed down at the group, she casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her beauty reminiscent of a painting. How delightful! Lalo mused. Was Usopp perhaps a savior of the world in a past life? At that moment, Kaya finally noticed the crowd surrounding the three children and smiled at them, inquiring, Are you their friends? Raylo had yet to respond when Kaya suddenly exclaimed and swiftly descended from the upper floor. Why are you all injured? Come inside, I will tend to your wounds. Bartolomeo, Akin, and Shark Maru, having recently emerged from battle, were still smeared with blood. Kaya regarded them with deep concern. They glanced at Raylo, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation from him, they followed Kaya into the residence. Miss Kaya, how can you allow these individuals into your home? They are fishmen. A sharply dressed man with a head resembling that of a ram appeared beside Kaya. What does it matter, Mr. Melly? They were brought by Onion Head. They cannot be bad people. Melly swallowed hard. If you dare to harm Miss Kaya, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, Raylo chuckled, patting Melly on the shoulder, causing him to feel somewhat weak in the knees and unsteady on his feet. Kaya retrieved her medical kit from upstairs, and among the group, Akin bore the most severe injuries, so Kaya naturally tended to him first. Initially reluctant, Akin complied with Kaya's treatment after receiving a reassuring glance from Raylo. Though Kaya had self-studied medical knowledge and lacked practical experience, she was remarkably meticulous, skillfully attending to Akin's wounds. To onlookers, her demeanor while treating Akin was nothing short of angelic. Bartholomew leaned in closer to Raylo and whispered, Captain, who is this lady? What is her connection to Usopp? Raylo turned to glance at Bartolomeo. Her? She is Usopp's beloved. What? Bartolomeo leaned back, clearly startled. I see. Ultimately, Bartolomeo accepted the reality, his gaze toward Koya now imbued with a touch of respect. After tending to Akin's wounds, Koya turned her attention to Bartolomeo. Due to the unique relationship between Koya and Usopp, Bartolomeo appeared somewhat uneasy. His fierce demeanor combined with his current serious expression rendered him somewhat comical. Fortunately, Koya remained focused on his treatment, unperturbed by his demeanor. All done, Koya finished bandaging Bartolomeo's wounds and turned to Shark Maru. Next is Mr. Fishman. Humph. I do not require human treatment. That simply will not do, Mr. Fishman. If left untreated, your injuries may worsen. Koya's voice was soft and soothing, and Shark Maru felt his resolve weaken. Cough, cough. Raylo cleared his throat, casually casting a glance at Shark Maru. The implication clear. Shark Maru felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that if he refused this woman's treatment, Raylo would certainly not let him off easily. Reluctantly, Shark Maru sat down to accept Koya's care. As he settled in for Koya's diagnosis and treatment, he took a moment to truly observe her. Among humans, Koya's beauty was remarkable, and her gentle and kind nature presented a stark contrast to the fiery temperament of Boa Hancock. Shark Maru had encountered many women, but none had treated him with such tenderness as Koya did. In her eyes, Shark Maru was not a fishman of a different race, but merely an ordinary patient, deserving of her care just like any other injured individual. As Koya continued her treatment, Shark Maru's animosity toward her gradually diminished. He no longer harbored the same disdain for Koya that he felt toward other humans. All done, Mr. Fishman. Koya gently patted Shark Maru's shoulder, causing him to blush slightly. After a few coughs, he slowly rose to his feet. Oh, so it is. Raylo mused silently at this scene. Then, sir, what brings you to me? Koya inquired, her keen perception revealing that Raylo was their leader. I wish to invite you to be our ship's doctor and accompany us to sea. What? Koya exclaimed in surprise. What? Mary was taken aback, immediately stepping forward to shield Koya, her arms flailing in protest. No, 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 absolutely not. Mary's head shook vigorously like a rattling drum. You must leave. You are not welcome here. Raylo cast a fierce glance at Mary, his conqueror's aura subtly emanating. In an instant, Mary was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless. Rayla turned to Kaya and inquired, "Miss Kaya, what are your own thoughts?" Kaya hesitated. As the daughter of a prestigious family, she seldom had the opportunity to make decisions for herself, although she nominally managed the household after her parents' passing. The young Kaya primarily followed the arrangements of others. Aside from her ambition to become a doctor, she remained uncertain about what she truly wished to pursue. Kaya appeared somewhat wavering. "If we set sail, we are bound to encounter Usopp someday. Do you not wish to meet him?" Chapter 34. The ship's doctor. When Rayla mentioned Usopp, a subtle transformation occurred in Kaya's demeanor. "Mr. Usopp, is it? You are diligently acquiring medical knowledge with the aim of one day healing the injured Usopp, are you not? By embarking on our maritime adventure, you would have the opportunity to hone your medical skills while also being able to meet him sooner." A glimmer of anticipation illuminated Kaya's eyes. She turned to Mary, seemingly seeking his approval. "Miss Kaya," Mary remarked, having never witnessed such an expression on Kaya's face before. His previously resolute heart experienced an undeniable tremor of uncertainty. Raylo swiftly discerned the connection and ceased his attempts to persuade Koya. Instead, he turned to Mary, assuring her, "I swear upon my life that I will ensure Koya remains unharmed." Mary was at a loss for words. With a heavy sigh, she replied, "Miss, this matter ultimately rests in your hands, for you are the head of the household. I am merely your servant." "No," Koya suddenly shouted. "Mary is also my family." Indeed. After the demise of Koya's parents, Mary had been her sole companion. Thus, despite their lack of blood ties, they shared a bond akin to that of true kin, always considering one another's well-being. Koya's heartfelt declaration deeply moved Mary, serving as the highest form of acknowledgement. Mary stepped forward and embraced Koya, saying, "If you truly wish to go, then go. You are not a canary trapped in a cage. There exists a vast sky awaiting you beyond." Koya nodded emphatically, her resolve solidifying. She yearned to accompany Raylo and the others on their voyage. This decision was not solely for the reunion with Usopp. It stemmed from her desire to explore the world beyond, to witness diverse people and experiences, and to heal the wounded. Mary glared at Raylo. "If anything were to befall Miss Koya, I would hold you responsible." Her gaze was fierce, no longer tinged with the earlier trepidation. "Rest assured, even if I perish, she will remain safe," Raylo chuckled. "And I shall never die." Once Koya had gathered her belongings and briefed Mary, she followed Raylo and the others to the shore. "Is this your ship?" Koya exclaimed, visibly startled upon seeing their warship. "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Mary remarked in admiration. "It's decent," Raylo replied with a smile, though he harbored reservations about the vessel. As a pirate, sailing a warship felt somewhat incongruous, prompting him to contemplate significant renovations in the future. "Captain, you're back." Johnny and Joseph shouted excitedly upon spotting Raylo. Their enthusiasm intensified upon seeing the beautiful Koya, their eyes practically sparkling with infatuation. Bardo jumped aboard, delivering a playful smack to each of them. "Stop ogling. That's the captain's wife." "Huh. The captain is truly fortunate." Bardo smacked them again. "Who mentioned anything about the captain?" "I was referring to Usopp." "Huh." Johnny and Joseph were even more astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. They regarded Raylo and Koya as a match made in heaven, yet Koya's connection to Usopp seemed rather incongruous. "How wonderful." Koya waved farewell to Mary from the ship's bow. "I am off now, Mr. Mary. Take care of yourself." "Do not worry, Miss Koya. I shall tend to the estate diligently. May you return safely." Mary replied from the shore, wiping her tears while waving goodbye. Raylo stood on the deck, observing his crew. Now, including himself, there were a total of 8 individuals aboard, and the essential positions of cook and doctor had been adequately filled, with other necessary personnel to be gradually supplemented later. Although shipbuilders are indeed vital for any vessel, the presence of a formidable figure like Raylo rendered the likelihood of their warship suffering damage exceedingly low, thereby diminishing the urgency for shipwrights. "Captain, where shall we head next?" inquired Von Clay, who was at the helm. "Set sail for the Grand Line," Raylo declared. Indeed. Upon hearing Raylo's command to journey to the Grand Line, excitement surged among the crew, save for Von Clay, who had long resided in the Grand Line, and Shark Maru, hailing from Fishman Island. Particularly enthusiastic was Akin. During his tenure as the commander of the Clique fleet, he had once faced defeat on the Grand Line at the hands of Hawkeye. Initially, Akin was filled with trepidation regarding the Grand Line, but after witnessing Luffy's indomitable spirit, the flames of adventure reignited within him. He had entrusted Sanji and Luffy with a promise to reunite on the Grand Line. Now, the first step towards fulfilling that promise was finally at hand. Grand Line. "Here I come, Straw Hat Kid." Yet, As the exhilaration began to wane, a sense of calm settled over the group. Johnny, the ship's captain, hesitated before speaking. While I recognize your immense strength, Captain, we are not you. In such perilous waters as the Grand Line, can we truly survive? Johnny voiced his unease. And Raylo sensed the underlying implication of his words. When would they become as formidable as the 7 warlords? Raylo never forgets his commitments. With a smile, he remarked, if I were to protect all of you, it wouldn't pose much of a challenge. However, I believe you do not wish to remain under constant protection. The captain and the others nodded in silent agreement. Given your current strength, venturing into the Grand Line indeed presents considerable peril. Not to mention the dangers of the New World in the latter half of the Grand Line. Therefore, before we embark on our grand adventure, I shall assign each of you to different locations for training. When you have grown sufficiently strong, I will return to gather you. Raylo's proposal is undoubtedly the optimal choice. And there is no dissent among the group. So, Captain, how long shall we need to train? 1.5 years. Ray Luo had originally intended to wait 2 years, but with the Straw Hat Pirates planning to set sail again after that period, he realized that he would be unable to outpace them in many matters. Thus, he advanced the timeline. What? Shark Maru suddenly exclaimed. The reason I remain here is that you promised to reveal the truth to me about what transpired at Fishman Island and to uncover the true culprit. Are you asking me to wait 1.5 years for you? Chapter 35. The journey home. Shark Maru's anger was not without justification. He never considered himself a true companion of Ray Luo and his crew. He was merely aboard their vessel due to an agreement. Now that Ray Luo announced 1.5 years of individual training before they set sail again, Shark Maru found it intolerable. Don't get agitated, Ray Luo said with a smile, patting Shark Maru on the shoulder. I won't make you wait. As for the reason, you'll understand in due time. Shark Maru glared at Ray Luo, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he felt powerless against him. I will trust you one more time. Just to see what scheme you have up your sleeve, Shark Maru huffed. Captain, what exactly do you plan to do about him? Bartolomeo couldn't contain his curiosity and leaned closer to inquire. Cannot disclose, Ray Luo waved his hand, feigning an air of mystery. Initially, Ray Luo and his crew traversed the doldrums to reach the East Sea, and this time they naturally chose to cross through the doldrums directly into the Grand Line, rather than taking the longer route around Reverse Mountain. Aside from the naive Koya and Von Clay, who had previously sailed through the doldrums, the rest of the crew subtly displayed their apprehension regarding this passage. After all, the doldrums were inhabited by numerous colossal sea kings, making it one of the most perilous places in the world. Captain, are we truly going to take the doldrums? Joseph swallowed hard. Of course, rest assured, with me here. Nothing will happen, Ray Luo replied, but his words trailed off. And what else? Lalo shook his head, deliberately creating an air of mystery, choosing not to elaborate further. You will find out in due time. It will surely take you by surprise. Von Clay remarked from the bow of the ship. A few individuals murmured among themselves, wary of being overheard by Lalo, as they speculated about the supernatural. Reluctantly, Leluo feigned ignorance to spare the group from embarrassment. The calm belt, characterized by perpetual stillness, typically presents a tranquil sea surface, allowing the warship to achieve a swift sailing speed with its own propulsion. As the vessel ventured deeper into the calm belt, tension escalated among the crew, particularly among those aside from Leluo, Koya, and Von Clay, who feared encountering 1 or 2 colossal sea kings along the way. Among them was Shark Maru, a fishman who possessed the ability to communicate with fish, yet was unable to engage with the sea kings. Such a gift was said to belong solely to the legendary mermaid princess, appearing once in centuries. Despite his trepidation, Shark Maru harbored a flicker of anticipation at the prospect of encountering a colossal sea king. After all, if the warship were to be sunk by such a creature, he alone, as a fishman, would have a chance of survival. He glanced at Koya, contemplating whether he should save her should the need arise. Just as Shark Maru's mind wandered, the sky abruptly darkened. A collective gasp escaped the crew as they looked up, paralyzed by fear. Captain Johnny trembled uncontrollably, while Joseph collapsed in fright, leaving the others similarly immobilized. Shark Maru's gaze remained fixed on Koya, prepared to rescue her at a moment's notice. At that instant, the warship was encircled by enormous sea kings, their size reminiscent of islands. Though the warship was considerably larger than typical vessels, it appeared insignificant in comparison to these titanic beings. Von Clay, having witnessed these sea kings during his escape from Impel Down alongside Leluo, had steeled himself for such an encounter, yet he found himself utterly astonished at their presence, an awe that could never truly fade, no matter how often one beheld them. In contrast to these colossal creatures, humanity seemed woefully diminutive and fragile. We thought you had chosen to retreat from the Grand Line, never to engage in the world's conflicts again. But here you are, returning from the East Sea so soon, one of the Sea Kings rumbled. Though only Leluo could discern the words. How could I possibly retreat? I am an evil spirit, destined to upheave this world. Leluo responded with a laugh. Captain, who are you speaking to? Bartolomeo inquired. Is the captain communicating with these colossal Sea Kings? The crew soon caught on, although the notion seemed absurd. It was the only explanation that made sense. Don't be foolish. He is merely a human. How could he converse with these Sea Kings? Shark Maru roared. As a fishman, Shark Maru understood the formidable nature of these creatures. Even among mermaids and fishmen, only the legendary mermaid princess could converse with them. While he harbored doubts about Leluo's ability to communicate with the Sea Kings, he refused to acknowledge that an ordinary human could possess the same powers as the fabled mermaid princess. Perhaps you should reconsider. Tell me. With whom was the captain just speaking, and why are these Sea Kings not attacking us? Bartolomeo retorted, seizing the opportunity to undermine Shark Maru. His own fear of the Sea Kings momentarily diminished. Shark Maru stammered, struggling to formulate a more plausible explanation. Humph. Bartolomeo smirked at Shark Maru's predicament. I believe that soon. Your strength will be needed, and I hope you will lend your aid when the time comes. The surrounding Sea Kings regarded Leluo, who appeared as small as a bean compared to their massive forms, and after a brief moment of silence, they collectively submerged back into the depths of the ocean. While Leluo received no direct confirmation, he understood that they had acquiesced to his unspoken request, lifting his spirits considerably. Little Vaughn, let us set sail once more. They should not return to obstruct our path. Full speed ahead. Yes, Captain. Von Klee exhaled in relief as he resumed steering the ship. I never imagined the captain could communicate with those colossal Sea Kings, so this is what little Vaughn was referring to. It caught me by surprise. Bartolomeo laughed heartily. Truly. He is a man worthy of admiration. Akin nodded silently. The group's perception of Leluo subtly shifted. Even Shark Maru's gaze towards him underwent a transformation. Raylo smiled, realizing that Shark Maru had begun to gradually acknowledge him, and the distance to becoming a true companion was no longer far. Chapter 36, Encounter with Zaro. Cricana Island is the dwelling place of Dracula Mihawk. After traversing the calm belt, Raylo and his crew hastened towards that destination. Although Raylo did not possess an eternal pointer to Cricana Island, Shark Maru was still able to gather pertinent information through his communication with the myriad of marine creatures. Following the momentous event of witnessing Raylo converse with a colossal Sea King, Shark Maru's attitude towards Raylo underwent a significant transformation, leading him to willingly offer assistance. Thus, despite Shark Maru still displaying an expression of disdain towards humans, his relationship with the crew had improved considerably. Raylo was aware that the day when Sean would truly become his companion was drawing near. After several days of sailing, the colossal ship finally docked at Cricana Island. This island was adorned with towering trees, all shrouded in a peculiar mist, lending it an eerie and chilling atmosphere. Captain, what are we doing in this ghastly place? Bartolomeo inquired. Naturally, we are here to enhance your abilities, came the reply. I see. Truly commendable of you, Captain, to choose such a place, Bartolomeo exclaimed with palpable excitement. Eager to begin. Johnny and Joseph, you two will accompany me to the island. The rest of you will remain here to guard the ship. I shall return shortly. Huh? Aren't we going together? Bartolomeo questioned, puzzled. No, as I mentioned, I have tailored different training regimens for each of you. There is no need for you to follow along. If you wish to bid farewell, now is the time. Otherwise, we shall not meet again for a year and a half. Raylo did not fully articulate his thoughts. His reluctance to allow others to land on the island stemmed from two primary concerns. Firstly, the presence of Hawkeye, who resided there, and his uncertainty about his ability to protect multiple individuals simultaneously. Secondly, Rorano Azaro from the Straw Hat Pirates was also on the island. If Bartolomeo, an ardent fan of the Straw Hat Pirates, were to encounter Zaro, it was anyone's guess what might transpire. Understanding the situation, Bartolomeo nodded. Johnny and Joseph, alongside the emotional Von Clay, were soon overwhelmed with tears. Bartolomeo, equally moved, wiped his eyes and embraced Johnny and Joseph, with the typically proud Akin joining in the heartfelt reunion. Meanwhile, Koya stood quietly at the side, softly remarking, Johnny, Joseph, please take care. This tender sentiment caused both Johnny and Joseph to break down in tears. Although their acquaintance was relatively brief, a profound bond of friendship had already formed among them, making their impending farewell all the more poignant. Humph. Shark Maru scoffed disdainfully. What do you mean by that? Are you looking for a fight? The hot-headed Bartolomeo could not tolerate Shark Maru's behavior and retorted sharply. Enough, enough. We are parting ways. Let's not create further discord, Von Clay interjected, assuming the role of peacemaker once again. There is no need for such sorrow. It's not as if we will never see each other again. We shall reunite soon. Raylo reassured them. Captain Raylo, accompanied by Johnny and Joseph, embarked upon the island. As Raylo set foot on the land of Cricon Island, he immediately sensed a slight discomfort. This cursed place, it seems, could only be tolerated by Mihawk, Raylo remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, Johnny and Joseph nodded in agreement. Wait, Captain. What did you just say? Mihawk. It dawned on Johnny and Joseph. Raylo affirmed, nodding, that Cricon Island was the abode of Mihawk, and he had brought them here for the purpose of receiving his guidance in their training. What? Johnny and Joseph were taken aback. They had witnessed Zoro's challenge to Mihawk and were well aware of his formidable prowess. The prospect of receiving instruction from Mihawk filled them with both excitement and trepidation. However, Captain, would someone of Mihawk's stature truly be willing to teach us swordsmanship? Johnny still found it hard to believe. He will, Raylo chuckled, if he dares to refuse. I shall compel him to consent. Truly, the captain is remarkable. The trio ventured deeper into the heart of the island, where the trees grew taller and the mist thickened. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from afar. What? What has happened? Joseph exclaimed, visibly alarmed. In an instant, Raylo expanded the range of his observation haki upon hearing the sound, pinpointing its precise direction. So it is, Raylo chuckled. Let us proceed. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances before obediently following Raylo's lead. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, growing louder with each step they took. Ahead of them, dust swirled in the air, stirred up by the ongoing battle. As the dust settled, they beheld a colossal baboon engaged in combat with Zoro. The baboon was fully armed, wielding a massive sword that mirrored the shape of Dracula Mihawk's black blade. Though much larger, its swordsmanship was remarkably sophisticated, and the formidable Zoro found himself at a disadvantage against it. This island's baboons were known as human mimics, possessing a remarkable ability to imitate. The baboon facing Zoro had mastered Mihawk's sword techniques, earning the title of Baboon King, the sovereign among its kind. That is Zoro, brother, Johnny and Joseph exclaimed excitedly. Zoro's attention was drawn by their shouts, causing him to falter for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, the Baboon King struck toward Zoro's chest with a fierce slash. Fortunately, Zoro, battle-hardened, managed to deflect the blow with the back of his sword just in time, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. However, even so, he was forced back by the sheer force of the attack and fell to the ground. Possessing intelligence akin to that of a human, the Baboon King would not squander such a prime opportunity. It leaped into the air, aiming a devastating strike down at the fallen Zoro. Look out! Johnny and Joseph shouted in alarm. At that moment, Zoro, already injured, struggled to defend against the Baboon King's impending assault. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Zoro's position. Raylo, who had been standing beside Johnny and Joseph, instantaneously teleported in front of Zoro, reinforcing his finger with armament haki, easily blocking the Baboon King's attack. Raylo turned to Zoro, who lay on the ground, and said, If you perish, I shall find myself in quite a predicament. What? Among those present, the most astonished, aside from the Baboon King, was none other than Zoro, who had been rescued by Raylo. He had faced the Baboon King in several fierce battles, yet this man before him effortlessly thwarted the foe's assaults. The prowess of this man, it seemed, surpassed even that of Mihawk. Chapter 37. The bet with Mihawk utterly useless. The moment I emerge, I find you already defeated. A girl with pink twin tails and a crown adorned upon her head floated gracefully in midair, her form translucent, as if devoid of corporeal existence. This girl was none other than Perona, who had been cast here by Kuma. How was she levitating in the air? Johnny and Joseph noticed Perona's presence and began to whisper among themselves. Who are you? Perona finally acknowledged Johnny and his companions. Where is Mihawk now? Raylo inquired. However, before Perona could respond, Raylo's observation haki suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching. Quite swift, Raylo remarked with a smile. As his words fell, the figure of Mihawk, bearing his black sword, materialized beneath Perona. Upon witnessing Mihawk's arrival, the Baboon King, realizing the dire situation, let out a few roars before hastily fleeing. You scoundrel! Zoro shouted in outrage at the creature's retreat. Is it you? Have you come here to duel with me? Mihawk queried. During the war on the top, Mihawk had witnessed Raylo deflect Akainu's attack and converse with Whitebeard, thus recognizing his considerable strength. As the world's greatest swordsman, He naturally wished to engage in a spar with a formidable opponent like Raylo. Laylo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was far from being in a leisurely mood. The reason for his visit was to request a favor from me. Oh? Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A man like you actually has a matter to ask of me? I am genuinely curious as to what it could be. Ryro approached Johnny and Joseph, patting them on the back. They are my crew, and I hope you can train them for a while, just as you did with Zoro. Although Mihawk had encountered Johnny and Joseph during Zoro's duel in the East Blue, their frail stature had failed to capture his attention, rendering them forgettable in his memory. Your crew? Why should I agree to help you train your subordinates? Mihawk inquired. Do not be so stingy. If you assist me, I shall owe you a favor, which you must recognize is not a trifling matter. Indeed, with Ryro's current prowess, there was scarcely anything in this world that could pose a challenge to him. It is a commendable suggestion. Yet why does a man of your caliber not instruct them personally? Each discipline has its masteries. I am not well versed in swordsmanship. Thus, the task of cultivating swordsmen should rightly fall to you, the world's greatest swordsman. Raylo extolled and praised, yet the expression on Mihawk's face remained unchanged. Zoro and Perona exchanged glances with Mihawk, and then with Raylo, both somewhat bewildered. They were unaware of the events that transpired during the Marineford War, nor did they comprehend the connection between Mihawk and Raylo. However, from their dialogue, one could sense that this proud swordsman held a certain reverence for the man before him. To Zoro's delight, his elder brother was present, which meant he could train alongside him in the future. Johnny was filled with excitement. I never agreed to teach your crew swordsmanship, Mihawk said, casting a glance at Johnny, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Although the conditions proposed by Raylo were exceedingly generous, they were insufficient to sway a man of Mihawk's caliber. It was unexpected that the world's greatest swordsman would harbor fear. Raylo scoffed derisively. You claim I am afraid? Afraid of what? Mihawk retorted. Afraid that my crew may one day surpass you, Raylo replied, laughter echoing in the air. Suddenly, Mihawk erupted into laughter that seemed incongruous with his demeanor. I can discern a person's potential at a glance. Perhaps Rorinoa may have a chance to surpass me in the distant future, but your two crew members lack such aptitude, he stated without mercy. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Johnny and Joseph felt dejected. They were acutely aware of their own limitations. Comparing themselves to Mihawk was daunting, and even Zoro was far beyond their reach, leading them to wallow in self-pity. Aptitude, while it may hold significance, it is not the most crucial factor. There are more vital elements at play. Since you dismiss my two crew members, why not engage in a wager? Raylo proposed. What? Mihawk inquired, intrigued. You will teach my two crew members as you do Zoro. And after a year and a half, they shall face off to determine whether your esteemed Zoro is stronger or if my crew members surpass him. Captain, Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in surprise. They had not anticipated Raylo suggesting such a course of action. Having been Zoro's subordinates in the East Blue, they were reluctant to oppose him. Do not worry. It is merely a duel, not a fight to the death. Interesting. Are you not concerned that I might show favoritism while teaching swordsmanship? Mihawk asked with a smile, fully aware that this was Raylo's provocation but nonetheless finding it appealing. I do not believe you are that kind of man, Raylo replied with a smile, placing his trust in Mihawk's character. Mihawk chuckled coldly, recognizing the merit in the proposal. Raylo, let us formalize this wager and see, after a year and a half, whether talent prevails or if, as you claim, there are more critical attributes. Agreed. Raylo replied readily. As I mentioned earlier, I am still willing to assist you with that matter. Mihawk's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent. Suddenly, he swung his sword in Raylo's direction, unleashing a blade of energy that soared skyward, as if to cleave the very island in twain. Raylo had long anticipated the assault from Hawkeye. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his physical prowess, he did not dare to underestimate the impending strike. In the blink of an eye, the blade's aura had arrived before Raylo. Raylo concentrated his armament color hockey in his right hand and then gently grasped forward, perfectly seizing the sword energy released by Hawkeye. That sword energy trembled and struggled like a wild beast captured by a hunter, producing a tremendous noise. Bang! Raylo exerted a powerful grip, causing the sword energy to dissipate instantly beneath his unparalleled strength and overwhelming presence, transforming into a formidable shockwave that surged outward, nearly propelling Raylo, Johnny, and the others away. What? The onlookers gazed at Raylo in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. That was the strike of the world's greatest swordsman. And yet it had been so effortlessly shattered. Zoro swallowed hard. Confronted with Hawkeye's recent attack, he felt utterly unprepared for what lay ahead. Yet that man had managed to defuse it with such ease. Who exactly is he? In contrast to Zoro, Johnny and Joseph regarded Raylo with a gaze filled with admiration. Following that previous blow, Hawkeye had already grasped the disparity in their strengths. In a year and a half, you shall come to retrieve them. I shall engage you in combat. Raylo smiled, not rejecting Hawkeye. You too, come with me. Raylo beckoned Johnny and Joseph to a secluded corner. I understand that both of you regard Zoro as your elder brother. My intention is not to incite enmity between you and him. Rather, I wish for you to strive for your own dignity and for mine as well. We comprehend, Captain. Johnny and Joseph replied in unison, their voices laden with uncertainty. I recognize your self-doubt, Raylo continued, but Zoro is merely an ordinary individual, much like yourselves. He has achieved his current stature through relentless effort and perseverance. If he can accomplish this, so too can you, especially since you have one another. Strength is not solely a matter of innate talent, it is equally about one's conviction. Zoro carries the weight of his mentor and the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Hence his beliefs are no less formidable than anyone else's. To stand alongside him, or even surpass him in a short span, you must rely on a conviction that is stronger than his. With a sigh, Raylo embraced his two crew members tightly. Beyond this, I have little more to say. Strive forward. I hope that when we reunite, you will have grown into capable men who can stand on their own. At that moment, the two men, Johnny and Joseph, found their eyes glistening with tears. Having uttered these words, Raylo turned and departed, confident that Hawkeye would honor their agreement, and that Johnny and Joseph would diligently pursue their training. He had done all he could. The rest was now entrusted to the passage of time. Johnny and Joseph gazed in the direction where Raylo had gradually receded, silently resolving to exert themselves in their cultivation, determined not to bring disappointment or shame upon their captain. Chapter 38. The Kingdom of Trino. Raylo departed from Johnny and Joseph, making his way alone to the shores of Krakana Island, while his crew remained aboard the warship, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Raylo return solo, Bartolomeo and the others realized that Johnny and Joseph had been appropriately arranged for, filling their hearts with a mix of relief and a touch of reluctance. Captain, where shall we venture next? Inquired Von Clay, who was responsible for steering the vessel. Raylo cast a glance at the few remaining individuals aboard the ship. Among the group, only Koya was a female and her strength was the weakest. However, her position was of paramount importance to the demon pirate crew. Raylo pondered for a moment. South Sea. The crew aboard the ship was taken aback by Raylo's decision. They had just transitioned from the East Sea to the Grand Line, and now he intended to venture to the South Sea. However, this conclusion came after much contemplation on Raylo's part. The Kingdom of Trino, located on Bird Island in the South Sea, was precisely where Chopper currently resided. In this world, Raylo could hardly conceive of anyone more suitable than Chopper to serve as Koya's mentor. The naval vessel would effortlessly traverse the doldrums, making the journey to the South Sea a trivial matter. Upon confirming Raylo's decision, Von Cray steered the colossal ship at full speed. Since the departure of the lively Johnny and Joseph, the overall atmosphere aboard the ship had considerably dimmed. After a time of sailing, the group finally arrived at Bird Island. Koya, you and I shall disembark and set foot on the island. The others will await my return here. I didn't expect our parting to come so quickly. Koya remarked gently, her tone tinged with melancholy. Koya, Miss Koya. A chorus of voices echoed with reluctance, yet only Von Cray, owing to his status, stepped forward to embrace her. Take good care of yourself. Suddenly, Shark Maru interjected, drawing the attention of the entire crew. I merely wish to avoid any incidents that might delay our subsequent journey, he added, somewhat bashfully, turning his gaze aside. Bartolomeo unexpectedly chimed in. She is the beloved of my brother Usopp. You should abandon such thoughts and cease dreaming. Mr. Bartolomeo, Koya playfully reproached, then turned to Shark Maru. I will take care of myself, Mr. Shark Maru. You must also look after yourself. Upon hearing Koya's concern for him, Shark Maru felt as if he could ascend to the heavens. Raylo cast a disdainful glance at him, muttering to himself, yet another sycophant. Raylo and Koya arrived on the island. As they stepped onto the land, they were immediately enveloped by an untamed atmosphere. At the heart of the island stood a colossal tree, home to numerous magnificent birds. As soon as Raylo and his companions set foot on the island, the colossal birds soaring in the sky began to dive toward them with alarming speed. It was evident that these magnificent creatures regarded Raylo and his group as unwelcome intruders. In contrast to the sheer size of the birds, Raylo and his companions appeared as insignificant as loaches. Captain Raylo, Kia exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry, I am here. Raylo suddenly leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the beak of a colossal bird. With a resounding thud, The bird's head crashed heavily onto the ground, rendering it unconscious. Raylo had his reasons for this action, thus he exerted no real effort. Otherwise, the colossal bird would have already succumbed to death. The tremendous noise drew the attention of the island's indigenous inhabitants, and moments later, a large group of rudimentarily clad, dark-skinned natives armed with weapons charged towards Raylo and his companions. Initially, the natives of this island regarded the foreign giant birds as adversaries. But since Chopper intervened to resolve their conflicts, humans and giant birds have successfully transformed enmity into camaraderie, assisting one another in times of need. With the giant bird under attack by Raylo, it was only natural for the natives to rally in defense. Who are these outsiders? What is their purpose here? Upon seeing Raylo, who appeared human-like themselves, they hesitated to launch an immediate assault. Where is Chopper? Chopper? We do not have Chopper here. Raylo was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained composure. You must be referring to him as the raccoon or the reindeer. Oh, you mean the little raccoon, right? He should be gathering herbs up in the tree now. So that is the case. Koya, you are responsible for tending to that bird. You must remain here for over a year and foster good relations with both humans and the giant birds. Huh? Even the benevolent Koya felt somewhat speechless at this moment. For it was clearly Raylo who had injured it, yet now he expected her to provide the healing. Nevertheless, Koya obediently complied and set about caring for the bird. Raylo cast a glance towards the direction of the island's center, and with a sudden leap, soared into the sky. In midair, he employed the moonwalk technique, accelerating further as he sped towards the colossal tree. A group of indigenous people stood in astonishment, their jaws agape at his audacity. Surely, he must be a bird of sorts. How else could he defy gravity? Indeed, that seemed plausible. The massive birds soaring above regarded Raylo with equal incredulity, beginning to question whether he truly belonged to their kind. Moments later, Raylo reached the towering tree, only to swiftly return. Shortly thereafter, he descended gracefully, landing back at his original position. Unlike his departure, he now held in his grasp not just a person, but rather a reindeer. Raylo returned with none other than Chopper from that tree. Chopper widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Raylo, who was holding him, and then glanced at the surrounding individuals, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Just moments ago, he had been gathering herbs atop the tree, and now he found himself here. How adorable! Kaya approached with a smile, gently patting Chopper. Ahem. Raylo cleared his throat and set Chopper down, introducing him. This is Chopper. He shall be your teacher from now on. What? Kaya exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Chopper was equally startled, bewildered by how he had inexplicably become someone else's teacher. Ryo bent down and whispered a few words into Chopper's ear. Eh? Chopper glanced at Ryo and then at Kaya, his expression undergoing a profound transformation. I understand now. I shall impart my medical knowledge to her, but I too must engage in my own training, thus she will have to rely on herself for much of it. That will suffice. Ryo smiled gently. Captain Ryo, Kaya spoke softly. What happened? What did you just say to Teacher Chopper that made him agree so suddenly? It is quite simple. He is the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. I merely informed him that you were Usopp's beloved, and he readily consented. Captain. Kaya's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Ray Luo knelt down and gently massaged Chopper. I must say, the sensation was delightful. Teacher, when shall we commence our studies? Ugh. You insufferable brat. Even if you call me teacher, it won't bring me any joy, Chopper retorted, patting his own head and waving his hand, visibly elated. I shall take my leave now. Do engage in your training diligently. After Raylo finished speaking, he waved his hand at them and turned to leave. Chapter 39. Raylo's Arrangement. Raylo returned to the ship and instructed Von Cly to navigate back to the Grand Line. Observing the few individuals aboard, Raylo could not help but let out a sigh. With Kaya's departure, the overall aesthetic appeal of the vessel had plummeted, leaving him to struggle to maintain a semblance of beauty alone. This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he began to contemplate where to arrange for the remaining companions. Von Cly could escort him to the land of the mermen, where he could entrust them to Ivankov's care, while Shark Maru could be delivered to Fishman Island and handed over to Jinbei. Given his heroic act of rescuing Ace during the Marineford War, they would likely not refuse his request. With Jinbei keeping Shark Maru in check, Raylo felt reassured that no unforeseen troubles would arise. The only remaining concerns were Bartolomeo and Akin. Raylo was at a loss regarding how to address the situation involving the two of them. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. Shafone. Let us journey to the kingdom of Kamabaka. Eh? Von Cly was momentarily taken aback and did not respond immediately. However, he soon found himself engulfed in overwhelming excitement. The kingdom of Kamabaka, nestled on the island of Peach in the Grand Line, served as the epicenter of the new human-human paradise and was a place Foncly had long yearned to visit. Indeed, Foncly exclaimed, twirling joyfully like a ballet dancer at the bow of the ship, brimming with delight. Where are we headed? Jean, observing Fang's exuberance, felt a twinge of confusion. Raylo glanced at him quietly and solemnly remarked, Akin, I hope you will remain true to your heart in the future. Huh? Akin expressed his bewilderment. After a considerable time, the group arrived at the kingdom of Karmabaka. This time, Raylo disembarked with Akin and Von Cree, leaving Bartolomeo and Shark Mar on the ship. Concerned that they might engage in a brawl and damage the vessel, Raylo specifically cautioned them against any reckless actions, warning that severe consequences awaited their return should they disobey. As Raylo and his companions first set foot on the island, they were greeted by the sight of playful, frolicking figures along the shoreline. It was then that Akin realized the true nature of his surroundings. Captain, you cannot possibly intend for me to train here, he exclaimed. What? Do you harbor some objections towards the new humanity? Von Cree stared at Akin with wide eyes. Akin found himself at a loss for words. Raylo gently patted Akin's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, Akin, the responsibilities ahead are immense. Just then, Akin was about to retort when a somewhat familiar voice reached their ears. The three turned to see Sanji, impeccably dressed in a suit, being pursued by a group of provocatively dressed individuals. Mr. Sanji, what brings you here? Akin exclaimed. Oh. I never expected to encounter a member of the Straw Hat crew in this place, Von Clay remarked with palpable excitement. Let us catch up on old times later. Riley gazed at the new humans rushing towards him, led by Sanji, as his conqueror's haki suddenly surged forth. Boom, boom. After a few muffled thuds, those newcomers collapsed onto the beach. Both Von Clay and Akin had long since become accustomed to Riley's formidable ability, yet Sanji remained inevitably struck with astonishment. Iwanov must have returned, he mused. What do you seek from that fellow? Sanji raised an eyebrow. Although he had requested Iwanov to train him, more often than not, he found himself fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the island's inhabitants. I have two inept subordinates whom I hope he can look after. Riley patted Akin and Von Clay, indicating that they would be spending their days together from now on, urging them to coexist harmoniously. Mr. Sanji, who would have thought we would reunite in such a place? Although Akin had previously harbored some discontent regarding Riley's arrangements, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing Sanji here. Indeed, it is quite embarrassing. But at least you have finally arrived in the Grand Line, Sanji replied with a smile, genuinely happy for Akin. Raylo glanced at them and addressed Von Clay, saying, I am not well acquainted with Ivankov, but you share a profound bond with him. Therefore, I leave the matter of your training in your capable hands. Additionally, I entrust you with the care of Akin. Rest assured, Captain, replied Akin, the stoic man, who now revealed a hint of reluctance. Do engage in your training diligently. Raylo patted both Von Clay and Akin before turning to depart. Raylo returned to the location of the warship, where Shark and Bartolomeo occupied opposite ends of the vessel, each regarding the other with disdain, maintaining a mutual indifference. Seeing his ship unharmed, Raylo exhaled in relief, indifferent to the nature of the relationship between the two men. Bartolomeo, you take the helm now. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing that he could steer the colossal ship, Bartolomeo instantly leaped with excitement. Captain, where are we headed? To Fishman Island. The mention of their destination, his homeland, ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Shark as well. Are you finally going to reveal the truth to me? Raylo smiled without replying. The revelation of the truth behind Yahim's assassination was initially scheduled to be unveiled 2 years later. However, with Raylo's arrival in this world, there is no harm in expediting the process. This, in turn, would accelerate the journey of making Shark Maru his companion. Raylo harbored a premonition that during the ultimate confrontation in the future, Shark Maru would play an indispensable role. In the days that followed, Bartolomeo took the helm. Yet his navigational skills paled in comparison to those of Von Clay. The massive vessel often swayed violently, rising and falling, but fortunately, Shark Maru, being a fishman, remained largely unaffected, and Raylo's formidable physique also shielded him from the tumult. Conversely, Bartolomeo, tasked with steering the ship, occasionally experienced bouts of dizziness and nausea. After an arduous journey, the group finally arrived at the Shambodi archipelago. Since Fishman Island lay beneath the sea, the vessels needed to undergo a coating process to descend. Both Raylo and Bartolomeo, being users of devil fruit powers, had to exercise utmost caution during this phase. Although Raylo was less susceptible to the effects of sea prism stone due to the unique nature of his soul, he remained uncertain whether he could retain his powers upon entering the depths of the ocean. He was reluctant to take that risk. Riley initially intended to assist Lello in coding his ship. However, at that moment, he was preoccupied with imparting the techniques of Haki to Luffy. Consequently, Lello had to seek assistance elsewhere. Ultimately, he discovered a highly skilled coding master who undertook the task of enhancing his vessel. In addition, he enlisted several shipwrights to renovate the entire ship, erasing any trace of its military origins and rendering it more akin to a pirate ship. Riley named his ship the Demon. 3 days later, all preparations were complete, and Riley and his companions boarded the vessel to set sail. Fishman Island, I have returned. Shark was filled with excitement, not only due to his homecoming but also because Riley had promised to reveal the truth behind Odoheim's demise. Observing Shark's eager expression, Riley smiled, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Chapter 40. Enemies of the Deep Sea. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea at the holy land of Mariewa. To successfully reach it, one must navigate the correct ocean currents. Thus, an adept navigator is of paramount importance. Although Riley was not well versed in the art of navigation, Shark possessed an intimate knowledge of the currents in this region, ensuring their voyage proceeded relatively smoothly. We will soon encounter the sinking current. Do not say I did not warn you, Bartolomeo shouted. Whether ascending or descending, I shall conquer it all the same. What a fool. Just as the entire ship drew closer to their destination, Riley suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Were they also bound for Fishman Island? Or was it something else? As Lello turned his head, he discovered a colossal submarine behind him, its shape resembling a cone, with a massive, pointed spike at the forefront. The side of the submarine bore an enormous skull, devoid of a jaw, with 2 daggers protruding from either side. This was a pirate vessel. It was astonishing to encounter a ship reminiscent of Laws in this place. Captain, Bartolomeo exclaimed, having also noticed the submarine, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. It was evident that this submarine was approaching them with malicious intent. In this region, there existed a faction that specifically targeted pirates en route to Fishman Island, plundering their treasures. Clearly, Lello and his crew had been marked ever since their arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. These coded vessels possessed a fatal vulnerability. Once the coding was compromised, the ship would inevitably sink into the depths, leaving the crew with no hope of survival. Thus, for the submarine, it sufficed to pierce the membrane with its spike and await the inevitable demise of Lello and his crew. The pirates aboard the submarine, upon seeing Lello's massive ship, instinctively assumed it was brimming with riches, unaware that it primarily housed provisions. There's no need to panic, Bartolomeo. After all, I am here. Lello maintained his composure, exhibiting no signs of concern. Observing Lello's unwavering confidence, Bartolomeo too began to relax. Ah, so the captain has long had a plan in mind, he mused. What could he possibly do? He, like you, is a devil fruit user, destined to lose his powers upon entering the sea. Sharkmar cast a disdainful glance at Lello, his tone dripping with scorn, yet seemingly laden with deeper implications. It was as if he suggested that should Lello seek his assistance, he would resolve this predicament. However, Lello appeared oblivious to this unspoken offer, paying no heed to Sharkmar, which left him feeling stifled. The submarine drew ever closer, its spike poised to pierce the coating of the ghost ship. In an instant, the distance between the submarine's spike and the membrane dwindled to mere millimeters. At this critical juncture, Lello placed his palm against the membrane, directly opposing the approaching spike. Rayleigh concentrated his armed color Haki and then released it outward. The unparalleled mastery of the armed color of Rayleigh was imparted onto the coating, transforming that delicate layer into an incredibly resilient shield. No matter how much power the submarine exerted, its spines could not penetrate the coating. Rayleigh's palm spread wide, releasing an overwhelming aura that surged forth as it made contact with the coated surface. A sudden crack appeared on the sharp spike that touched the coating, resembling a spider's web as it rapidly expanded, almost instantaneously enveloping the entire submarine. Under the immense pressure of the deep sea, the fissures continued to widen, ultimately causing the submarine to explode outward like a bomb, shattering into countless fragments. Once the submarine disintegrated, its occupant was fully exposed. There was only one person inside. For an ordinary individual, the crushing pressure of the deep sea would be lethal. However, the person within the submarine remained unscathed, not reduced to a mere pulp. Could it be that guy? Exclaimed Shark. Do you know him? Bartolomeo inquired. Shark nodded. That fellow is Vanderdecken, captain of the flying pirate crew. Although he, like me, belongs to the Fishman race, he consumed a devil fruit that robbed him of his ability to function beneath the waves. Now I see, Bartolomeo responded. Rayleigh was already aware of these facts, yet he had not anticipated Vanderdecken's appearance in such a manner at this moment. It was surprising that a captain of a pirate crew would venture alone to intercept others in a submarine. Despite losing his capacity to navigate the sea due to the effects of the devil fruit, Vanderdecken's race remained unchanged, allowing him to survive the surrounding immense pressure, though he had lost consciousness entirely. Suddenly, the currents around them became chaotic, and even Raylo and the others aboard the ship could not escape its effects. What is happening? Bartolomeo gripped the helm tightly, his nerves frayed to their limits. A colossal figure loomed behind the Oni ghost, steadily approaching. It was a humanoid monster with a round head and a bulbous body. My heavens! What on earth is that colossal creature? Bartolomeo gasped. In comparison to that monster, even a warship seemed diminutive. Shark paused for a moment. I recall him. He is one of Vanderdecken's subordinates, a giant porcupine fishman known as the bald-headed sea monster, also referred to as the great bald-headed sea god. Such a being is merely a subordinate? Bartolomeo was taken aback, just as Bartolomeo feared that the bald-headed sea monster might attack. The creature merely enveloped the unconscious Vanderdecken with its hands and turned to leave. Phew, Bartolomeo wiped the sweat from his brow. That was close, had he not departed. I truly would not have known what to do in the depths of the sea. Surely he must have feared the captain, which is why he refrained from attacking us. Bartolomeo remarked, a hint of flattery in his tone. I believe it is simply because that creature lacks intelligence, Shark retorted with a cold smile. Lalo chuckled softly, realizing that Sharkmara might indeed be correct this time, for according to the original narrative, the bald-headed sea monster was not particularly astute. It was unfortunate that Vanderdecken had managed to escape this time, Lalo mused. Vanderdecken was, after all, a villain obsessed with the mermaid princess, White Star. Ever since he had touched White Star with his right hand, he had not washed it in his fervent pursuit of her. He exploited his devil fruit abilities to send her love letters regularly, which escalated into packages and ultimately transformed into marriage proposals laden with threats, instilling considerable fear in White Star, who could only take refuge within the hard-shell tower. Individuals like Vanderdecken genuinely repulsed Lalo, especially since he had actively attacked their ship. Thus, Lalo had no intention of letting Vanderdecken go unpunished. Raylo gazed in the direction where the bald-headed sea monster had vanished, silently contemplating his plans upon reaching Fishman Island. Chapter 41. The Legendary Creature. The encounter with the submarine turned out to be more thrilling than perilous, leaving the crew largely indifferent. The ghost ship proceeded to submerge as usual. Soon, they arrived at the precipice of a descending ocean current. How remarkable! Bartolomeo exclaimed in awe. Even Raylo, upon witnessing the descending current before him, could not suppress his admiration. This world is indeed filled with extraordinary places awaiting his discovery. The descending current resembled a waterfall within the ocean, with water continuously cascading downward in a magnificent display. Even the massive ghost ship seemed insignificant in the presence of this formidable current. At that moment, Raylo suddenly sensed an immense aura surrounding them. The ship's captain, Bartolomeo, stared in astonishment, pointing toward a particular direction. Lalo followed the direction indicated, and before him loomed an enormous cephalopodic creature, its head directed menacingly toward the ghost ship. 8 sinuous tentacles writhed in a hypnotic dance, instilling terror. Numerous legends concerning such monstrous beings abound in the world, and even in the realm of pirates. It is a creature of mythic stature. Even Shaman, who resides in Fishman Island, was taken aback upon sighting this beast. This creature, a grotesque amalgamation of octopus and squid, is known for its indiscriminate slaughter, targeting vessels as it prowls the vast ocean. A demon of the deep and a foe of humanity, named the Kraken. Surrounding the Kraken were the remnants of many sunken ships, a testament to its lethal prowess. It raised a tentacle and struck violently at the ghost ship, seemingly intent on crushing it. At that critical moment, Bartolomeo activated his devil fruit power, conjuring a barrier just as the Kraken's assault was about to connect with the ship. Bartolomeo's shield flawlessly deflected the Kraken's strike, sparing the ghost ship from disaster. However, being in the ocean severely limited Bartolomeo's abilities, and the barrier vanished almost instantaneously. Oh no! My shield cannot endure in the water. Captain, we must devise a plan quickly, Bartolomeo shouted in desperation. However, Lalo remained unperturbed. He turned to face Karakin's head, locking eyes with it. Riley's eyes widened as he unleashed his conqueror's haki towards Karakin, immediately rendering it immobilized. The once ferocious Karakin now stood frozen, too intimidated to move. The effects of Conqueror's haki extend beyond mere humans, exerting its influence over other creatures as well. This is why red-haired Shanks was able to repel the Sea King of the East Blue with just a glance. For these inherently wild beings, the power of Conqueror's haki possesses an even greater suppressive force. Riley pointed towards the Kraken and then at the ship beneath him, the ghost. You, Pull the ship, understand? The Kraken seemed to comprehend his command, nodding as it extended two of its tentacles to gently envelop the ghost before diving deep into the sinking currents. The ghost descended rapidly under the Kraken's guidance, causing the crew aboard to experience weightlessness. Wow! Bartolomeo clutched the ship's hull, fearful of being thrown overboard. Meanwhile, Riley's feet remained firmly planted on the deck, as if nailed down. Although the speed of their descent was astonishing, there was always the possibility of colliding with the continental shelf. However, with the Kraken pulling the ship, Riley felt no concern for the ghost's safety. After a considerable descent, the ghost finally came to a halt. The surroundings were enveloped in profound darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet, Riley's observation haki allowed him to sense a multitude of gigantic marine creatures nearby. For ordinary pirates, navigating the deep sea would pose insurmountable challenges against these colossal beasts, with the constant threat of being devoured. While Riley dismissed these creatures as inconsequential, he had no desire to engage with them. Fortunately, the Kraken kept most of the surrounding life at bay. "It's so dark. Where are we now?" Bartolomeo inquired. "Approximately 7,000 meters beneath the sea, about 3,000 meters from Fishman Island," Riley replied. Shark glanced at Riley, surprised by his extensive knowledge of Fishman Island, contemplating that perhaps he truly knew the truth behind Odoheim's demise. "Wait, what's that?" Bartolomeo exclaimed. Suddenly, a radiant spherical object appeared beside them, shining like the sun. "Is there really a sun underwater?" Shark whispered, bemused. As the luminous sphere approached, Bartolomeo finally discerned its true nature. It was a colossal deep-sea anglerfish, the sun being the lantern dangling from its head. "Oh, it's just a fish, but such a giant one." The deep-sea anglerfish was indeed massive, capable of swallowing the entire ghost without effort. It now opened its gaping maw, ready to consume Riley and the others. At that moment, the Kraken, responsible for pulling the ship, sprang into action, its enormous tentacles sweeping the anglerfish away with force. "This creature is quite reliable." Bartolomeo wiped the sweat from his brow. The Kraken continued to guide them through the depths. Soon, they entered a deep trench, and after a prolonged descent, they finally encountered light. How bright! How can there be light at the ocean's floor? Bartolomeo shielded his eyes, momentarily disoriented as he emerged from the darkness. This light was due to a colossal root known as the Eve tree, which transmitted sunlight directly to the ocean floor. The ancestors of the Fishmen established Fishman Island thanks to this tree, Riley explained with familiarity. Shark couldn't help but glance at him, questioning who the true Fishman was between them. Not far ahead lay an island encased in enormous bubbles, floating gracefully. Undoubtedly, that was Fishman Island. "Is that Fishman Island? It looks so vast." Just as Bartolomeo was about to signal Riley to instruct the Kraken to take them to the island, several enormous shadows loomed nearby. "What?" Bartolomeo looked up, startled. A throng of sea beasts had gathered around them, eyeing them hungrily. These creatures were immense, rivaling the Kraken itself. In contrast to the previously imposing Kraken, it now trembled in fear. Intriguingly, atop one of the beasts sat a fishman. Chapter 42. The new Fishman pirates. The Kraken quaked with trepidation, torn between its desire to abandon the ghost and flee from the fearsome beasts, and its stronger fear of Riley. Thus, it found itself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. "I didn't expect there to be fishmen aboard the ship." The fishman atop the giant beast remarked upon spotting Shark, surprised. This fishman was Hammond, a fighter of the new Fishman pirates, clearly unfamiliar with Shark. "How about persuading your companion to join our new Fishman pirates? Otherwise, even if you are a fishman, we will have no choice but to eliminate you here." "Who is this guy?" Bartolomeo asked. Shark shook his head, having left Fishman Island long ago. He was unaware that the new Fishman pirates were formed after Arlong's defeat by Luffy, and thus did not recognize any of their members. Raylo rubbed his ears, pondering aloud. What on earth have they been rambling about since earlier? The youth of today truly lack a sense of propriety. After Raylo finished speaking, he cast a fierce glare at the sea beasts, unleashing an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki that enveloped them in an instant. The Conqueror's haki that Raylo unleashed this time was far more potent than that which he had directed at Karakin earlier. Even the surrounding seawater was affected, exhibiting violent fluctuations. The reaction of the sea beasts was equally intense, as though they had witnessed the arrival of an impending apocalypse, plunging into utter chaos, swaying back and forth while letting out ear-splitting roars. What on earth is happening? Hammond clung tightly to the body of a sea beast, fearful of being thrown off. "Begone!" Raylo bellowed. The sea beasts, startled like arrows released from a bow, scattered in all directions in fright. Fortunately, the captain was present. He was indeed reliable. Once they had escaped from peril, Bartolomeo began to extol Raylo's virtues once more. Shark cast a glance at Raylo and could not suppress a gulp. The prowess of this man was truly unfathomable. Now that the troublesome minions have departed, let us deliver our cargo through the main entrance to Fishman Island. Following Raylo's command, Karakin resumed his movements. The outer layer of Fishman Island featured a massive circular entrance, wide enough to accommodate vessels of any size. After guiding the ghost ship through the entrance, Karakin remained motionless in place. You may depart, Raylo instructed. Upon receiving Raylo's order, Karakin, as if granted a reprieve, hastily vacated the vicinity of Fishman Island, his fear of Raylo unmistakable. At the entrance to the inner bubble of Fishman Island stood soldiers from Ryugu Kingdom. Seasoned guards who had never before witnessed a vessel being escorted in by Karakin. Although the soldiers were momentarily taken aback by the imposing presence of Raylo and his crew, they did not forget their duty, blocking their path and demanding a toll for passage. Faced with the sudden appearance of these soldiers, Raylo was momentarily taken aback. After all, in the original story, Luffy and his companions did not enter Fishman Island via the conventional route, leaving Raylo unaware of the toll requirement at this juncture. The passage fee is 100,000 berries per person, declared the soldier. That is quite steep, on par with the cost to reach Skypiea. Bartolomeo, do you have any funds left? Bartolomeo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he replied, I only have 150,000 berries, Captain. Raylo never anticipated that his pirate crew would be so impoverished, unable to muster even 300,000 berries. Raylo pointed at Shark Maru, suggesting that as a fellow fisherman, he should not be charged for returning home. He then gestured towards Bartolomeo, dismissing him as a worthless individual, perhaps half a person. We have a total of 150,000 berries, which is just sufficient. Captain, this is unacceptable. Regulations are regulations, the soldier asserted with righteous indignation, shaking his head vigorously. So this island was once under the protection of Whitebeard, was it? What are your intentions? The soldier tightened his grip on his weapon, casting a serious glance at Raylo. Fishman Island had frequently suffered from the incursions of various pirates, with the local populace often subjected to brutal massacres. However, ever since Whitebeard proclaimed his guardianship over Fishman Island, no pirate dared to disturb its peace. Yet, following Whitebeard's demise, numerous pirates began to stir restlessly, occasionally invading Fishman Island, much to the chagrin of the soldiers tasked with its defense. In response to this escalating threat, the royal family has commenced the search for a new protector, reportedly engaging in negotiations with the other four emperors, though thus far, without success. From the soldiers' reaction, Raylo could discern that, at least at this moment, the matriarch's influence had yet to reach this island. Raylo chuckled softly, extending his hand to pat the shoulder of the soldier. It appears you are still in search of a new protector. In that case, allow me to shield this island, he declared. Go forth and announce to the world that this Fishman Island is now under the aegis of Demon Raylo. Henceforth, there shall be no tolls to pay. Bartolomeo, let us depart. Raylo commanded. Yes, Captain. Bartolomeo responded, steering the ghost ship away from the passage. Wait. The guard soldiers finally reacted, immediately reporting the recent events to their superiors. Hey, this is the entrance to Fishman Island. Someone has just forcefully breached its borders. Understood. What are the characteristics of this individual? The soldier relayed the features of Raylo and his companions to his superior, swallowing hard. Furthermore, they mentioned that Fishman Island is now under his protection, stating that he goes by the name Demon Raylo. Wait. The creature on the other end of the snail phone was equally taken aback. Fishman Island is an island submerged beneath the sea within a bubble, containing air for living beings to breathe. Although most of Fishman Island lies hidden beneath the ocean's surface, there remains ample land for human activities. After Raylo and his companions departed from the entrance, they arrived at a vast expanse of ocean, where numerous vessels were already anchored. As the ghost ship traversed the passage, its coating vanished, revealing its original form. Bartolomeo anchored the ghost ship by the shore, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The journey to Fishman Island had been fraught with countless challenges and perils. Raylo surveyed his surroundings. Fishman Island was adorned with an abundance of vibrant corals, and not far away, numerous enchanting mermaids frolicked in the waters. It must be said that Fishman Island is an exceptionally beautiful place. At that moment, however, Raylo noticed that Shark Maru was regarding him with an unusual gaze. What could it mean? Has he only just now realized my charm? You just mentioned that Fishman Island is under your protection. Is that true? Shark Maru inquired. Riley tugged at the corner of his mouth, a gesture that conveyed authenticity. I have always been a man of my word, one who fulfills what he promises. Are you mad? To dominate Fishman Island, one must at least be one of the 4 emperors. Shark Maru exclaimed. Chapter 43. The third prince. In response to Shark Maru's sudden outburst, Riley felt no anger. Instead, he offered him a smile. Nearly the 4 emperors? I shall demonstrate to you soon enough. Raylo spoke in an unremarkable tone, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. However, both Shark and Bartolomeo sensed no hint of jest in his words. Indeed, only someone of the 4 emperors' stature could rightfully assume the title of captain, Bartolomeo mused, stroking his chin and nodding vigorously. Meanwhile, within the depths of Fishman Island's Fishman Street, aboard the Noah, Hammond reported tremulously to Hodi Jones, Captain, that fellow truly frightened the sea beast away with just a glance. I found myself powerless to intervene. You say that individual has fishmen on his ship? Hodi inquired. Indeed. Find a way to bring them to me. Though reluctant in spirit, Hammond dared not defy Hodi Jones, a man audacious enough to commit regicide. Raylo intended to gather intelligence from the group of frolicking mermaids. His strikingly handsome appearance quickly captivated the attention of the beautiful mermaids, who eagerly vied to draw closer to him. My dear ladies, are you intent on dismantling our captain? Kindly refrain from your tugging and pulling. Bartolomeo expressed a hint of discontent, though it remained unclear whether it stemmed from jealousy towards Raylo or the enchanting mermaids. Shark glanced at the attentive mermaids and let out a resigned sigh. How enviable this scoundrel is. Riley inquired about Jibei. Following the conclusion of the Battle of Marineford, Jibei withdrew from the Shichibukai and was once again placed on the world government's wanted list, rendering him unable to remain in Fishman Island. He departed with his crew and only returned 2 years later when Luffy arrived at Fishman Island. However, given that the Battle of Marineford had only recently concluded, Riley speculated that Jinbei had not yet left Fishman Island. Mr. Jinbei, you say? I heard that he entered Ryugu Palace a few days ago to meet with Lord Neptune, the sea god. It appears that Mr. Jinbei is preparing to ally himself with one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, and is set to depart for her territory soon, remarked a mermaid. Ah, I see. Riley nodded, realizing that this aligned closely with his expectations. Thus, his own plans could very well come to fruition. Captain, look! What an unusual ship! Bartolomeo exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a sight in the distance. Raylo followed the direction of his finger and beheld a vessel, buoyed by fish and enveloped in bubbles, gracefully approaching him. Emblazoned upon its hull were the 2 characters Dragon Palace. Such a royal ship was seldom seen. The merfolk glanced at Raylo and inquired, Are you, dear sir, trespassing illegally? Raylo remained noncommittal, while Bartolomeo bashfully scratched his head. I think you are quite a decent fellow. You should hide swiftly, for it would not bode well if you were caught. What a jest! Our captain is a figure who stands shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors. How could one possibly hide? Bartolomeo exclaimed, his fists raised in fervor. Raylo chuckled softly, finding Bartolomeo's words quite to his taste. Regardless of whether it was the mere royal family of Fishman Island, or even the 4 emperors and the main forces of the navy, there was no way for him to hide. A ship came to a halt before Raylo and his companions. A contingent of soldiers stepped to the sides of the vessel and sounded their horns, after which 3 distinctly different mermen emerged from the cabin. To his astonishment, it was the 3 princes who had personally come here. Who are you? The merman exclaimed, gazing at Raylo in amazement. What? Are those 3 actually princes of the royal family? How can they look so different? Bartolomeo pondered with great confusion. Raylo shared the same sentiment. Before he traversed into this world, he had been quite curious about how Neptune and Odoheim could have birthed 4 entirely different children like Shirahoshi. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, stood at the bow of the ship, peering down at Raylo. Are you the infamous demon Raylo they speak of? He inquired. Indeed, this is our captain, the demon Raylo of the demon pirate crew. Bartolomeo interjected, introducing Raylo before he could even respond. Raylo cast a glance at Bartolomeo, unable to tolerate the man's boisterousness any longer. Ahem. Raylo cleared his throat. What brings you all to seek my company? Sharkstar, the firstborn of Neptune and Odoheim, was the most handsome and powerful among the 3 princes. Thus, even though Raylo exhibited no overt hostility at the moment, Sharkstar could not help but sense the formidable strength emanating from him, causing his heartbeat to quicken. I have heard much about you from Jinbei. You rescued Port Asti Ace during the Marineford War, did you not? Jinbei holds you in high regard, which is why we shall overlook your illegal entry. Haha. Truly, you are the captain. Even the Prince of Ryugu Palace must show you respect, Bartolomeo boasted once more. In that instant, Raylo wished he could seal Bartolomeo's mouth with tape. While we may choose not to pursue the matter of your unlawful entrance, I must insist that you retract your claim to protect Fishman Island. To offer such protection, one must possess capabilities on par with the 4 emperors. Hey, Raylo chuckled. Retract? Why would I do such a thing? My words are always backed by action. From this day forth, this island belongs to me, Raylo. Should anyone dare to infringe upon it, they shall be made to cleanse their necks in preparation. Raylo's tone was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. However, Sharkstar did not perceive him as jesting. At that moment, the phone bug aboard the Ryugu ship rang, transmitting the voice of a soldier stationed at the entrance. This is the entrance of Ryugu Castle, where a throng of pirates has gathered, seemingly intent on a forceful incursion. An assistance is being requested. Upon hearing this, Sharkstar frowned. The matters on Raylo's side were yet unresolved, and now a significant predicament emerged elsewhere. We must go, Sharkstar declared, turning swiftly to enter the Ryugu ship, ready to provide aid at the entrance to Fishman Island. Farewell, let us dance together again next time. The other 2 princes said to the mermaids below. How charming. The mermaids exclaimed, covering their flushed cheeks, somewhat infatuated. Indeed, but this young man is not lacking either. Another mermaid remarked, glancing at Raylo. Raylo felt somewhat exasperated. What sort of aesthetic did these merfolk possess to compare themselves with those 3 individuals? Casting a glance towards the direction in which Sharkstar and his companions had departed, Raylo began to ponder in silence. Perhaps this presented a splendid opportunity. You cannot move freely while waiting here. I shall be back shortly. After Raylo finished speaking, he utilized the moonwalk to catch up with Sharkstar and the others. Chapter 44. The Pirate Alliance. The mermaids, witnessing Raylo ascend into the sky, were rendered speechless, their admiration for him intensified. Bartolomeo placed his hand on his forehead, gazing in the direction where Raylo had vanished, pondering what the captain might be up to. Nearby, Shark Maru, though equally curious about Raylo's intentions, chose not to engage Bartolomeo further, pretending he had not heard anything. On board the Dragon Palace, the soldiers inside the ship were taken aback upon spotting Raylo following closely behind. Sharkstar was the first to step forward, standing at the bow and addressing Raylo. What is the meaning of your persistent pursuit? Raylo cracked a smile, declaring, This is my island. If anyone dares to invade, I shall not let them go unchallenged. With that, he propelled himself forward, hastening toward the entrance of Fishman Island, swiftly surpassing the Dragon Palace ship carrying Sharkstar and his crew. Quick, pursue him, Sharkstar commanded, urging the ship to accelerate. Seemingly anxious that Raylo might stir up trouble, near the entrance of Dragon Palace, a stretch of land was occupied by a dozen pirate ships that had already passed through the entrance, gathering along the shoreline, while soldiers of Dragon Palace stood in formation, confronting the pirates. Incredible! Is this truly Fishman Island? One pirate exclaimed. With so many fishmen and mermaids here, if they were sold into slavery, they could fetch billions of berries. Rumors circulated that the royal princess, Shirahoshi, was as stunning as the Empress Boa Hancock. Delivering her to the celestial dragons might yield considerable rewards. You fool. Such beauty should be kept for oneself. Another retorted. It was said that the treasure vault within Dragon Palace housed numerous riches, including the legendary treasure box of Fishman Island. The pirates, oblivious to the soldiers, brazenly discussed their ambitions. They were not members of a single pirate crew, but rather a coalition of several different factions. Fishman Island held immeasurable value, attracting countless pirates who coveted its treasures. However, it had previously been under the protection of Whitebeard, and these marauders feared his might, refraining from any attack. But since Whitebeard's demise in the War of the Best, those coveting Fishman Island had grown emboldened. They formed a pirate alliance, electing their strongest member as leader to orchestrate this invasion. This event was not recorded in the original manga, leading Raylo to surmise that his arrival had subtly altered the world's progression. Captain, look. That appears to be the royal ship. Their reinforcements have arrived. A nondescript pirate remarked. No matter how many come, it will be in vain. The speaker was a towering middle-aged man, his countenance fierce, adorned with a thick beard and a prominent horizontal scar across his chest, enhancing his menacing appearance. This man was Gary, the ruthless leader of the Pirate Alliance, notorious for his sadistic pleasure in slaughtering innocents and frequently engaging in human trafficking. With a bounty of 300 million berries placed upon him by the world government, he stood at the bow of a pirate ship, casting a cold glance upon the Dragon Palace ship. At this moment, Raylo had positioned himself behind the soldiers, deliberately concealing his presence. thus evading the attention of both pirates and Fishman. Gary, however, seemed to sense something amiss, casting a fleeting glance in Rello's direction, yet chose not to act. Meanwhile, the three princes had navigated the Dragon Palace ship close by. Noticing Rello silently observing from behind the soldiers, Sharkstar paid it no mind. Concurrently, Hammond from the new Fishman pirates and several other fighters arrived in the vicinity. Are they human pirates? I didn't expect the royal family to appear. This complicates matters. It's not yet time for us to confront them directly. After some contemplation, Hammond and his companions decided to bide their time and watch the unfolding conflict. Laylo refrained from taking immediate action, not due to a cautious disposition or a desire to ascertain the capabilities of his adversaries, but rather because he intended to wait until the forces of Fishman Island found themselves in a dire predicament. Only then could he extend a greater favor to them, ensuring that the inhabitants of Fishman Island would be more willing to submit to his authority. As time passed, an increasing number of Fishman soldiers congregated in this small territory, which had become densely populated with their ranks. Is this all there is? Merely a rabble, Gary laughed heartily, revealing his malicious nature. Suddenly, Laylo sensed a formidable aura approaching him. Undoubtedly, it was Gary's conqueror's Haki. A multitude of Fishman soldiers, unable to withstand the oppressive force of Gary's aura, collapsed en masse. What is happening? Sharkstar looked on in disbelief at the fallen soldiers. They had previously held a numerical advantage, yet at this moment, the pirates outnumbered them. I did not anticipate that the soldiers of Fishman Island would be so easily vanquished. Men, advance. With Gary's command, a throng of pirates surged forth from their ship, engaging in fierce combat with the Fishman soldiers. The three princes, witnessing this, could not stand idly by. They seized their weapons and charged into the fray. Even as the enemy's main force engaged, Gary remained impassive, arms crossed at the bow of the ship. These pirates were formidable among humans. Although the soldiers of Fishman Island were well trained, they were still no match for the pirates. While the three princes surpassed the average pirate in strength, they found themselves unable to protect the other soldiers, focusing solely on their own survival. In a brief span, the already dwindling ranks of soldiers suffered even greater losses. Unable to bear the sight of his subordinates being injured or even killed, Sharkstar shouted at Laylo, "Did you not claim that Fishman Island is your domain? Why do you not step forth to defend it? Does this imply that you concede that Fishman Island is under my protection?" Laylo inquired, while Sharkstar clenched his teeth. Remaining non-committal, Ryro chuckled lightly, interpreting it as an acknowledgement from you. What are the two of you chattering about? Do you think our leader is non-existent? A pirate standing beside Gary overheard the conversation between Ryro and Sharkstar and began to shout, creating a commotion. How noisy! Laylo cast a piercing glare at the pirate, unleashing his conqueror's Haki upon him. The pirate was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of pressure, his mind blanking out, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the deck. Though the commotion was minimal, it captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Neither the representatives from Fishman Island, such as Sharkstar, nor the allied pirates led by Gary anticipated that Laylo possessed such capabilities. In comparison to Gary's widespread release of Conqueror's Haki, Laylo's focused assault on a single individual demonstrated a significantly higher level of difficulty. The notoriously arrogant Gary was taken aback to encounter someone on Fishman Island who shared his royal potential. He scrutinized Laylo, feeling an unfamiliarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen him before. Despite Laylo's bounty soaring to 2 billion berries, his notable exploits were limited to the Marineford War, and the world government had deliberately concealed the fact that Laylo had rescued Ace, leaving few in the world truly aware of his identity. Are you really human? It is utterly ludicrous that you would choose to assist these fishmen. Why not join us? In return, I could share half the wealth of Fishman Island with you. Although Gary was exceedingly arrogant, he was not devoid of rationality. Being a formidable adversary himself, he recognized the strength Laylo possessed and thus sought to win him over. The crew under Captain Gary expressed dissatisfaction with his decision. Gary shot a glare at one of them, causing the pirate to swallow hard and retract his words. Half? That condition sounds rather appealing, Laylo feigned satisfaction, nodding. However, for me, that is still woefully inadequate. Raising his right hand, he clenched it tightly, proclaiming, I want it all. Are you out of your mind? What nonsense is this lunatic spouting? Shouted one of his crew. Boss, let us tear him apart. The other members of the Pirate Alliance were equally displeased with Laylo's audacity, eager to dismantle him piece by piece. Ha ha ha, what an audacious little brat you are. Gary laughed heartily. Despite Laylo's true age being several times that of Gary's, he appeared significantly younger. Do you truly believe you can handle us all? Laylo chuckled. dismissing them as nothing more than a group of inept gluttons. As soon as his words fell, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Raylo's conqueror's haki proved to be far more formidable than Gary's. As his haki radiated outward, the once boisterous pirate coalition fell like a line of dominoes, collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty assembly of pirates was reduced to Gary and a few of his subordinates. What? Gary gaped in disbelief at the scene before him. Although he was already aware that Raylo possessed the same conqueror's haki as himself and had anticipated that many underlings would succumb in their battle, he had never imagined the sheer strength of Raylo's haki. In a mere instant, it had nearly annihilated the entire pirate coalition. Gary was not alone in his astonishment. Even the third prince of Ryugu Palace, Sharkstar, was equally astounded. Sharkstar gazed incredulously at Raylo, his mind swirling with thoughts. Perhaps this man could indeed safeguard Fishman Island from any invasion. The few remaining cadres, who had not fainted under Raylo's haki, were now gripped by panic, fear gnawing at their hearts. The ones who had previously boasted about plundering Fishman Island were now contemplating retreat. "Boss, perhaps we should." One of the cadres hesitantly voiced his inner thoughts. Though he did not articulate it directly, it was clear he was urging Gary to withdraw. What unfolded next was entirely unexpected. Gary drew a weapon from behind him, a massive sword glimmering with a dark sheen. "There shall be no cowards among the pirate coalition," he declared, and without hesitation, he swung the sword at the previously mentioned pirate, blood splattering in the air. The remaining cadres gasped in shock. Although they were all captains of their own ships, their fear of Gary compelled them to submit to his authority. Gary wiped the blood from his sword with a handkerchief. Listen closely. While possessing Conqueror's haki is a rarity, in the latter half of the Grand Line, such individuals are as common as cattle. Thus, there is no need to fear this man. His formidable haki does not necessarily indicate superior abilities. He is merely posturing. Otherwise, he would have attacked us long ago. I will confront him. You deal with the remaining soldiers and those 3 royal members. Upon hearing Gary's intention to engage Raylo, the cadres felt a flicker of hope rekindled within them. With a powerful leap, Gary propelled himself from the ship onto the land, brandishing his sword as he charged towards Raylo. This marked the first time Gary had left his ship since the battle commenced, and the onlookers eagerly anticipated the ensuing developments. Gary's sword, entirely black, was undoubtedly a result of being enveloped in armament haki for an extended period. Such a weapon was inherently robust, and with Gary now infusing it with his own armament haki, it became even more unyielding. Aiming for Raylo's neck, Gary prepared to deliver a fatal blow. "Die!" he bellowed. However, just as Gary shouted, the sound of a body hitting the water echoed across the battlefield. Instead of advancing towards Raylo, Gary stood frozen in place, his head now absent, while crimson blood gushed from his severed neck, staining the ground. The noise everyone had heard moments ago was the sound of Gary's head falling into the water. The sequence of events transpired so swiftly that no one had time to react. What on earth just happened? Some of the cadres finally grasped the situation, still struggling to believe the reality before them. The man who had rendered them utterly helpless, Gary, had met his demise, and the manner in which he lost his head remained shrouded in mystery. In truth, the instant Gary launched his attack, Raylo had unleashed one of the 6 styles, Tempest Kick. This technique employed the foot to deliver a razor-sharp strike, and combined with Raylo's own armament haki, the force was overwhelming. Gary's physique was no match for such an assault. The crowd had previously focused their attention on Gary, failing to notice Raylo's counterattack. Although Gary had sensed the incoming strike, the speed of the Tempest Kick was so rapid that by the time he reacted, it was already too late, and he had been decapitated. With a faint crack, Gary's formidable black sword developed a fracture before shattering entirely, clattering to the ground. Even such a resilient weapon was rendered powerless in the face of Raylo's might. Chapter 46. The first island. Raylo cast a glance at the terrified officials, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. Is there anyone else? Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the battlefield had fallen into a profound silence, allowing his words to resonate clearly in every ear. The remaining officials exchanged furtive glances, each calculating their own course of action. Even Gary felt utterly overwhelmed, pondering whether he still had a chance to act. Suddenly, a cadre discarded his weapon, signaling his surrender to Raylo. With this initial act, an increasing number of officials followed suit, relinquishing their arms and declaring their capitulation. Rayluo cast a glance at Sharkstar and smiled. "They are entrusted to you." Sharkstar, looking at Rayluo, suddenly crouched down. Subsequently, the remaining 2 princes bowed to Rayluo in a manner akin to Sharkstar. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers of Fishman Island knelt on one knee. directing their reverence towards Rei Luo. Undoubtedly, this act signified their formal acknowledgement of Rei Luo's dominion, establishing Fishman Island under his protection. Although Sharkstar was not the supreme ruler of Fishman Island, as the Grand Prince, he was the legitimate heir to the throne. Therefore, his choice bore considerable weight, akin to a decree from King Neptune, the monarch of Fishman Island. You shall confine these pirates. Sharkstar commanded the soldiers to handle the remaining matters. Though the officers yearned to flee, the presence of Rei Luo instilled a sense of caution, for any misstep could lead to their demise. Thus, they resigned themselves to surrender. Mr. Rei Luo, I must report the recent events to my father. Please feel free to wander around Fishman Island. No soldiers will obstruct you now. I shall visit you alongside my father afterward. Following the recent occurrences, Sharkstar's demeanor towards Rei Luo underwent a significant transformation. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Jinbei? Jinbei entered Ryugu Palace a few days ago, but I am unaware of his current location. However, he should not have departed Fishman Island. That suffices, Rei Luo nodded. As long as Jinbei had not left the island, he would find a way to locate him. I leave this to you, Rei Luo concluded, employing the moonwalk technique to depart towards the direction where Bartolomeo and the others resided. Simultaneously, on the previous battlefield, Hammond, having witnessed everything, prepared to hasten back to Fishman Street. It was imperative to report to the captain without delay. The prowess of Raylo surpasses their expectations. And now even the royal family has formally acknowledged that Fishman Island is under his protection. This development is bound to have a significant impact on their future plans. Therefore, he must promptly inform Hodi Jones to devise a countermeasure. All of this falls well within Raylo's foresight. Laylo had long sensed Hammond observing from a distance. From the moment Hammond and his companions witnessed the fatal blow dealt to Gary, to their return to Fisherman Street to inform Hodi Jones of the events, everything unfolded precisely as Laylo had envisioned. Now that Fishman Island belonged to Laylo, he felt an imperative to safeguard it, and Hodi Jones represented a ticking time bomb. Rather than leaving the matter to Luffy 2 years hence, it would be far more prudent to eliminate the threat now. Instead of expending time and effort searching for Hodi Jones, Laylo preferred to let them come to him. Yet, unbeknownst to Hodi Jones himself, this was the situation at hand. Within the Noah of Fisherman Street, Hodi Jones had just concluded listening to Hammond recount the events. His expression remained unchanged, suggesting he had already devised a plan. Boss, that guy's strength is truly formidable, we might. Hodi Jones glanced at him, causing Hammond to sense an imminent threat to his life, rendering the remainder of his sentence unutterable. After all, no matter how powerful he was merely human, a lower species, far beneath the capabilities of the Fishmen. Moreover, Hodi Jones cast a glance at the box beside him and gently patted it. We possess this item, which can conquer any adversary. Hammond's eyes fell upon that box, which contained the secret treasure and deadly drug E.S., previously pilfered from the treasury of Ryugu Palace. He swallowed hard. Indeed, with that substance, even that individual might be vanquished. By the way, he should have awakened by now. Bring him to me. It is time to discuss collaboration. The individual they referred to was none other than Vanderdecken, who had previously ambushed Laylo and his crew in the depths of the sea. Originally, the alliance between Vanderdecken and Hodi Jones was set to commence 2 years later when Luffy arrived at Fishman Island. However, with Laylo's unexpected emergence, Hodi Jones was compelled to expedite his plans. Raylo returned to the location where Bartolomeo and the others were. At that moment, Bartolomeo had already mingled with the mermaids, laughing heartily while being embraced from both sides. Upon noticing Raylo's return, Bartolomeo initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, but soon he was at ease. Captain, you're back. Indeed, Raylo replied, casting a glance at Bartolomeo with a smile. Not bad at all. Bartolomeo, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head awkwardly. I can't believe they let you go back. What did you do? Sharvan looked at Raylo in disbelief, unable to fathom what had transpired. Oh, it's nothing significant. Merely resolved some troubles for them, Raylo said nonchalantly. By the way, from this moment on, Fishman Island is my domain. You may roam freely across the island. What? Although Sharvan was reluctant to believe it, he understood that Raylo never boasted without reason. Laylo's words clearly indicate that he has already gained the recognition of the royal family. Maru himself is unaware that his feelings towards Laylo are continually evolving. Riley glanced at Bartolomeo and Shark. I'm going to meet the mermaid princess. Would you like to join me? The mermaid princess? Is she not the legendary beauty who is said to rival the Empress of the Seven Warlords? Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he was not as lecherous as Sanji, his curiosity as a man about the appearance of Shirahoshi was undeniable. Shark, a resident of Fishman Island, had never laid eyes on her either, for the esteemed mermaid princess rarely made public appearances. Since becoming the target of Vanderdecken, she had secluded herself within the hard shell tower, further distancing herself from the outside world. Shark held great respect for Odoheim, and out of reverence for her, he too wished to catch a glimpse of Shirahoshi. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he merely cleared his throat softly instead of voicing his desire. Riley, well aware of Shark's unspoken thoughts, did not call him out but merely smiled. Let us proceed to the hard shell tower. Chapter 47, Charlie's Prophecy. Riley, accompanied by Bartolomeo and Shark, departed from the abode of the mermaids, making their way towards the hard shell tower where Princess Shirahoshi resided. The mere thought of encountering the stunning beauty, renowned alongside the Empress, filled Bartolomeo with immense excitement, while Shark's heart raced at the prospect of meeting Shirahoshi, the legendary mermaid princess and daughter of Odoheim. However, as they advanced, Riley abruptly altered their course. Unfamiliar with Fishman Island, Bartolomeo perceived no issue with this deviation. Yet Shark swiftly grasped the situation. This is not the route to the hard shell tower. Where are you taking us? Although Shark had never visited the hard shell tower, he was aware that it was situated within the confines of Ryugu Palace, which lay directly above Fishman Island. Currently, Riley was leading them southeast, evidently steering them away from the palace. There is a renowned fortune teller on Fishman Island. I wish to pay a visit, he stated. Are you referring to Madame Shirley? Her mermaid CAF is indeed located in Coral Hill to the southeast of Fishman Island, so this path is certainly correct. Shirley was a person favored by the heavens, endowed with the gift of foresight, and she had never erred in her predictions. She had even foretold the advent of the Great Pirate Era and the demise of Whitebeard during the Marineford War. When Luffy and his companions arrived at Fishman Island 2 years later, Shirley had also foreseen the island's destruction due to Luffy's actions. This prophecy has spurred numerous speculations, the most credible being that Luffy would overthrow the celestial dragons, obliterate the red line above Fishman Island, uniting the seas, and that all fishmen and mermaids would migrate to the land, symbolizing, in a certain sense, the demise of Fishman Island. Raylo remained uncertain about the future. Yet he was intrigued by the profound transformations that had occurred in this world since his arrival. He pondered whether Sherry's prophecy would also undergo alterations. Specifically, he wondered if the one who would bring destruction to Fishman Island would ultimately be himself. With such questions swirling in his mind, Raylo felt compelled to seek an audience with Sherry. The Coral Hill area was teeming with life, bustling with an abundance of merfolk and fishmen, as well as a considerable number of humans. Raylo's striking appearance quickly drew the attention of many, including several enthusiastic mermaids who approached him with greetings. Observing this scene, although Sharkmar feigned indifference, a flicker of envy stirred within him. In response to the mermaids who approached him, Raylo maintained a courteous smile, neither rejecting their advances nor dismissing them entirely. However, he was deeply curious about how these merfolk would react upon discovering that he was now the protector of their island. Under the enthusiastic support of a crowd, Raylo and his companions entered the mermaid CAF. The sudden influx of so many patrons took the staff by surprise, as the CAF was already brimming with customers, leaving no room for even a drop of water to pass through. Raylo surveyed his surroundings but did not spot Kimmy. The young girl shared a profound connection with the Straw Hat Pirates, which piqued Raylo's curiosity to meet her. Madam Charlie, we have a situation, a staff member exclaimed. The shop is suddenly inundated with customers. There is no room left. What on earth is the commotion about? As the words fell from her lips, a formidable mermaid entered through the back door of the mermaid CAF. Madam Charlie, statuesque and alluring, held a smoking pipe that accentuated her mature and sensual demeanor. She cast a glance at the crowd. Unless there is another matter at hand, I kindly ask you to leave. Do not disrupt our business. Charlie commanded immense respect among the mermaids, and despite the reluctance of her kin to part from Raylo, they complied, vacating the mermaid restaurant. Moments later, only Raylo, his 2 companions, Charlie, and a few staff members remained within the establishment. Charlie quickly discerned Raylo's uniqueness and signaled to the staff to attend to other matters. She slowly inhaled from her pipe and inquired, "Now, what brings you to my establishment?" Raylo chuckled softly, "Having heard that you are a renowned diviner, one who has foretold numerous significant events and whose prophecies have never faltered. Thus, I am compelled to inquire, can you glimpse the tapestry of my future? Ha ha ha. Each day, countless souls seek my foresight, yet I typically send them on their way. Although I possess the ability to foresee the future, such visions predominantly manifest spontaneously in my mind, and I seldom actively pursue knowledge of what lies ahead. After all, if one were to know the outcome of life, it would render existence rather mundane. However, Summerlee shifted her tone, expressing a keen interest in you, wishing to uncover what your future may hold. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Within the confines of the mermaid CAF, there lay the crystal ball that Sherry frequently employed for divination. Observing her, Sherry placed her hands upon the crystal sphere and began to move them back and forth. "Captain, what is this woman doing?" Bartolomeo inquired from the side. Before Laylo could respond, Shark shot a warning glance at Bartolomeo, signaling him not to disturb Madame Sherry. Bartolomeo smirked, made a face at Shark, and glanced at Sherry, inwardly lamenting the pretentiousness. As time passed, Sherry's brow began to furrow increasingly. "What is it? Have you glimpsed a foreboding future?" Laylo could not help but inquire. "No, I cannot see your future at all." Ryro was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom such an outcome. Suddenly, Charlie's expression contorted into a grotesque mask of anguish, and she let out a wretched wail, reminiscent of her foretelling from 2 years hence, when she predicted the destruction of Fishman Island at the hands of Luffy. "Madame Charlie, what ails you?" The staff inquired with genuine concern, having noticed her distress. "Did you see something?" Ryro pressed on. Charlie slowly lifted her gaze to meet Ryro's, uttering, "You are not human. You are a demon." "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to know our captain's moniker." "Quite impressive," Bartolomeo exclaimed with hearty laughter. Raylo stared at him, clearly indicating that Sherry did not mean that at all. "What exactly did you see?" Raylo asked urgently. I saw the entire world crumble because of you. And I also witnessed your demise." Ryro was taken aback, entirely unprepared for the future that lay ahead. "What nonsense are you spouting, you wretched woman? Our captain could never perish," Bartolomeo shouted, utterly dismissing the notion of the world's demise. "Calm down." Sharmar intervened, restraining Bartolomeo, who was ready to strike Sherry. Sharmar himself harbored doubts. Sherry's prophecies had never encountered an exception, yet he could not fathom how the world could possibly be brought to ruin by Ryro. Chapter 48. Dragon Palace City. Riley pondered for a moment before swiftly coming to terms with the situation, no longer fixating on Shirahoshi's prophecy. As the wielder of the immortal devil fruit, he was beyond death, having evaded execution by the Navy, who had exerted tremendous effort to capture him 60 years ago, only to confine him in Impel Down. It was evident that Shirahoshi's prediction of his demise was utterly implausible. She had also foretold that Fishman Island would be destroyed by Luffy, yet it was clear that Luffy had no intention of annihilating the island. Therefore, while Riley did not dismiss the validity of Shirahoshi's prophecy, he believed there must be a more rational explanation. "Bartolomeo!" Riley suddenly exclaimed. The previously frenzied Bartolomeo instantly composed himself, inquiring, "What is it, Captain? Should I smash this establishment?" Laylu shook his head. "No, I wish for you to be a bit quieter." Raylo turned to Sherry and expressed his gratitude for her prophecy, yet he firmly believed that his demise was not imminent. "Let us await what the world and my future hold," he remarked before departing from the Mermaid CF, with Shark and Bartolomeo closely following behind. As Sherry watched Raylo's retreating figure, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. This man truly possessed an irresistible charm. The Dragon Palace, enveloped in bubbles, floated directly above Fishman Island. Moreover, it was nearly filled with seawater, presenting considerable inconvenience for Raylo and his companions. Consequently, prior to heading to the Dragon Palace, Raylo procured bubble corals from a shop in Coral Hill, capable of generating bubbles at will. Once all preparations were complete, Raylo, accompanied by Bartolomeo and Shark, utilized the moonwalk technique to advance towards the Dragon Palace. The entrance of the Dragon Palace bore structural similarities to that of Fishman Island, albeit without a guard. Yet it featured a small red button at its threshold. Ryro instructed Bartolomeo to press the button to connect to the interior of Dragon Palace City. "I am the demon Ryro." "Ryro? Who is that? I've never heard of him," came the scornful voice of the sentry at the entrance. Raylo wore a look of deep vexation, while Sharkmar could only scoff from the sidelines, seemingly oblivious to the earlier boast that Fishman Island was now under his dominion. "Do not speak nonsense. The captain would never make such grandiose claims. There must be some misunderstanding on their part," he retorted. Bartolomeo, even more agitated than Raylo, was on the verge of confronting Sharkmar, had they not been restrained by Raylo. At that moment, Raylo found himself at a loss. It was evident that Sharkstar and his companions had yet to relay the previous events to all the soldiers of Fishman Island, which explained why the guards at Ryugu Castle were reluctant to grant them entry. Separated by a voice transmission device, Raylo found himself powerless against them. Just as desperation began to set in, and he contemplated a bold attempt to force open the entrance, a voice echoed from the other side. What is happening? Is someone approaching Ryugu Castle? Prince Sharkstar, what brings you here? This person at the entrance claims to be the infamous Raylo. It's utterly laughable. What? Mr. Raylo. Quickly, open the gates. Earlier, Sharkstar had just parted ways with Raylo, having expressed his intention to visit him alongside Neptune in the near future. Thus, Sharkstar was taken aback by Raylo's unexpected arrival within such a short span. Yes, Your Highness, the guards responded, though they remained unaware of Raylo's true identity. Nevertheless, they complied and opened the entrance. Mr. Raylo, please hold on. I shall come to greet you at the entrance, Sharkstar said, his tone respectful. For Fishman Island still relied on Raylo's protection. No need. I shall proceed on my own, Raylo replied nonchalantly. Haha, I knew it. Bartolomeo laughed heartily, casting a smug glance at Sharkmar, though he remained silent. Sharkmar, while understanding that Raylo's earlier declaration of Fishman Island as his own was not unfounded, was nonetheless astonished by Sharkstar's profound reverence for Raylo. The seawater of Ryugu Castle connected to the entrance, and the entrance mechanism was simultaneously activated. After enveloping himself and Bartolomeo with bubble coral, they ventured into the passage. The bubbles ascended with the current, while Sharkmar moved outside of them. Both Bartolomeo and Raylo were devil fruit users, rendering the situation perilous for them. If Sharkmar were to attack suddenly and pierce the bubble encasing them, Bartolomeo and Raylo would meet a dire fate. Therefore, Bartolomeo fixed his gaze on Sharkmar, prepared to utilize his powers to create a barrier against any potential assault. In contrast, Raylo exuded an air of calmness. With his superior observation haki, he could react before Sharkmar launched an attack. Furthermore, having spent considerable time with Sharkmar, Raylo had discerned his character and was confident that an attack was unlikely at that moment. The trio swiftly traversed the passage, revealing a sight akin to a grand castle. The Ryugu Palace, surrounded by an array of sea creatures and adorned with a vividly sculpted dragon. The entrance itself was monumental, rendering Raylo and his companions seemingly insignificant in comparison. As they approached the grand door, it swung open immediately. Beyond lay a long corridor, with soldiers of Ryugu Castle flanking either side, their welcoming cheers resonating as the group entered. At the far end of the corridor stood Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, along with 3 princes and 2 ministers, all making their way toward Raylo. Haha, the captain is truly impressive. Even the monarch has come to greet you. I doubt even the emperors of the New World receive such honors. Bartolomeo exclaimed, beaming with pride. Raylo shrugged, pondering who could possibly know. For the 4 emperors seldom venture to this nation. You must be Raylo. Sharkstar has just mentioned you to me, Neptune remarked. Your Majesty, please be mindful of your address. Our nation is currently in a perilous situation, and we rely entirely on this esteemed gentleman's protection. Admonished the left minister in a hushed tone. Yes, I sincerely apologize, Neptune replied, lowering his head to the left minister, akin to a child who has erred. Bartolomeo and Sharkmar looked on in disbelief at this scene, unable to fathom that a sovereign of such stature could be reprimanded in this manner by a subordinate. Raylo, accustomed to such encounters, cleared his throat to interject. Mr. Raylo, what brings you to Dragon Palace City? Are you here to demand compensation for the protection of Fishman Island? Neptune inquired, turning his attention to Raylo. Your inquiry is not without merit, Raylo smiled, but I would like you to entrust your daughter, Shirahoshi, to me. Chapter 49, The Mermaid Princess. Haha. Truly befitting of a captain, to demand a princess right from the start. Do you wish for her to become the captain's wife? Bartolomeo laughed heartily, oblivious to any impropriety in his thoughts. Though initially taken aback by Raylo's demeanor, he was not one to adhere to convention, and thus quickly regained his composure, while Shark had yet to recover. What are you saying? Neptune roared. Although I am aware you have just defended Fishman Island. If you dare to set your sights on my precious daughter, I shall do everything in my power to thwart you. The 2 ministers stood speechless, fully aware that Neptune's actions could lead to the demise of Fishman Island, yet reluctant to persuade him to alter his stance. After all, Shirahoshi was the daughter of Lady Odoheim, and they had watched her grow up. At that moment, the 3 princes also brandished their weapons, standing resolutely alongside Neptune. Mr. Raylo, I will not allow you to take my sister, Shark declared. Oh, it appears my manner of expression has led to some misunderstandings, Raylo chuckled. I have no intention of taking Shirahoshi away. I merely wish to meet with her and establish an agreement. After all, Her considerable size makes it rather impractical for me to carry her. Neptune and the others exchanged glances. When have you seen Shirahoshi? How do you know of her great size? They pondered. Since her birth, Shirahoshi had never left Fishman Island, and after being targeted by Vanderdecken, she had not left the hard-shelled tower. Thus, it was only natural that Raylo could not have encountered her. Laylo chuckled softly, indicating that this matter was of no concern to them. He merely required a confirmation of agreement to his proposal. Neptune, accompanied by 3 kings and 2 ministers, exchanged glances, indecisive and hesitant. Ultimately, it was Neptune who rendered the final verdict. He would permit a meeting with White Star, but in return, Laylo must vow not to inflict any harm upon her. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I shall regard White Star as my own granddaughter. Laylo assured him. Neptune nodded, albeit momentarily taken aback, sensing an underlying disquiet. Under Neptune's guidance, the group traversed through a layer of bubbles, shedding the encasing orbs until they arrived before the formidable shell tower. The tower's walls were exceptionally robust, and a massive iron gate loomed, its thickness rivaling that of the city gates. However, the exterior of the shell tower was rather jarring, adorned with an array of weapons. What an enormous tower! Is this door truly meant for passage? Bartolomeo remarked. He approached and attempted to tug at the iron door, yet it remained immovable. Maru scoffed from the side, noting the feebleness of human strength. The might of the Fishman was tenfold that of humans, rendering Maru's comment quite valid. Just as Neptune stepped forward to open the door, Laylo swiftly interceded. With a firm grasp on the iron handle, he gently pulled, and to his surprise, the door swung open effortlessly. Yet, this was merely the beginning of the unfolding events. Raylo gently gestured outward, effortlessly pulling open the immense door that loomed larger than several Raylos combined. Yet, in his hands, it seemed to possess no weight at all. It appears that the strength of the Fishman is rather limited, Raylo remarked, casually discarding the door aside as he strode into the tower, as though nothing had transpired, leaving Neptune and the others standing in stunned silence. Raylo did not wish to incite discord between the Fishmen and humans. However, given the current circumstances, he was compelled to demonstrate his strength and compel the Fishmen to submit to him. Although the interior of the hard-shell tower was shrouded in darkness, Raylo, with his mastery of observation hockey, was acutely aware of White Star's location. At that moment, a colossal axe hurtled in from outside, unhindered by the iron door that had once provided protection, aiming directly for White Star. Just then, Neptune and others entered, illuminating the room. Yet the axe continued its relentless trajectory toward White Star, leaving them powerless to intervene. In a critical moment, Raylo abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing in midair to intercept the massive axe. "Are you all right?" Raylo inquired. Upon witnessing the axe so perilously close, White Star was momentarily struck with terror. But upon gazing at Raylo's strikingly handsome visage, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Raylo cast the axe to the ground. "Bartolomeo?" No sooner had he spoken than Bartolomeo understood the unspoken command and promptly complied. Without hesitation, he summoned his fruit abilities to conjure a barrier where the iron gate was missing. This barrier was as impenetrable as Fort Knox, and the weapon subsequently hurled by Vanderdecken could not breach its defenses. "Are you unharmed, Shirahoshi?" Neptune inquired gently, fearing even the slightest injury to his beloved daughter. "I am fine, dear father. Who are these individuals?" "This is Mr. Raylo, and these 2 are his subordinates. After the demise of Whitebeard, various factions have been eyeing our Fishman Island with intent. Now, Mr. Raylo has pledged to protect us." "Is that so? How wonderful!" Shirahoshi expressed her genuine delight. "But do not celebrate too prematurely," Raylo interjected, raising his hand to halt their exuberance. Raylo gazed at White Star and said, "My actions come with a condition. You must agree to one thing." White Star paused momentarily, inquiring, "What is it?" Laylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, remarking that discussing this matter now would be futile. "Rest assured, I shall not put you in an embarrassing position. All that is required of you is to utter a few words, which will neither harm you nor pose any threat to the other Fishmen." Raylo requires the assistance of Shirahoshi, primarily because she possesses the extraordinary ability to command the colossal sea kings. Although Raylo shares a certain camaraderie with these immense creatures, he is acutely aware that their bond does not extend to a level of profound trust. Thus, when the time comes for Raylo to execute his plans, he cannot be entirely confident that the Sea Kings will lend their support. Consequently, Shirahoshi is, in every sense, indispensable to him. As the rare mermaid princess of Fishman Island, Shirahoshi is revered as the Sea King, endowed with the power to summon the gigantic Sea Kings. Therefore, Her involvement in the scheme would bolster Raylo's assurance significantly. Despite his declarations, Shirahoshi remained somewhat hesitant, casting glances at her father and 3 elder brothers, seemingly seeking their counsel. Frustrated, Raylo lightly tapped his forehead and decided to offer her another gift. Should she acquiesce to his request, he would present her with the true culprit behind her mother's demise, allowing her to exact her own form of justice. As Laylo's words lingered in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the scene. Neptune, unable to contain his emotions, stepped forward and grasped Laylo by the collar, demanding, "What did you say? Is it not true that she was murdered by that person?" Chapter 50. Taking action. Laylo cast a piercing glare at Nipton, the overwhelming pressure compelling Nipton to release his grip on Laylo's collar. Riley adjusted his attire and, with an expressionless demeanor, declared, "That individual is merely a scapegoat. The true perpetrator resides elsewhere, and at this very moment, is present on Fishman Island." A gasp of disbelief swept through the crowd. Although Shark was not of blood relation to Odoheim, he held her in the highest regard. His journey alongside Riley was motivated by a desire to uncover the truth behind Odoheim's tragic demise. Thus, upon hearing that the real murderer lurked on Fishman Island, he was overwhelmed with agitation, yearning to unearth the culprit and exact vengeance upon him. At that moment, the gaze of nearly everyone in attendance fixated upon Shirahoshi, who suddenly felt an immense weight of pressure upon her. Unexpectedly, tears welled in her eyes. "Captain, why is she crying all of a sudden?" Bartolomeo pondered in confusion as he observed the weeping Shirahoshi. "That's just her nature. There's no need to concern yourself," he was informed. Shirahoshi, timid and prone to tears, had earned the endearing nickname Cowardly Star from Luffy. The burden of expectation pressed heavily upon her, leading to her tears. Despite Shirahoshi being the mermaid princess and the cherished jewel of Neptune, Odoheim held a unique and revered place in the hearts of all present. Although they felt compassion for her, no one stepped forward to offer solace. Neptune, unable to contain himself, finally spoke, "You need not say anything further, father. I shall acquiesce to Lord Riley's request." Though her sobs had not yet ceased, Shirahoshi's composure had notably improved. With her affirmation, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the attendees. Bartolomeo began to ease from the tense atmosphere, allowing himself to appreciate the mermaid princess, whose beauty rivaled that of an empress. Shirahoshi's allure was distinct from that of the empress, while the empress possessed an enchanting charm that inspired desire. Shirahoshi's innocence evoked a protective instinct in those who beheld her. It was difficult to ascertain which beauty was superior, yet for Bartolomeo, who had yet to encounter the empress, Shirahoshi embodied the epitome of beauty. "Indeed, she is quite grand," Bartolomeo murmured. "Such a massive figure would be cumbersome even for our ship, the Thriller bark." Shark shot a fierce glare at Bartolomeo, warning, "I advise you to refrain from casting your eyes upon Princess Shirahoshi. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." TSK. "I wonder how Lady Kaya would feel upon hearing your words." Shark's face flushed crimson. "I did not mean that. Do not misinterpret my words." "Ha ha ha, fear not. I harbor no intentions toward this princess. However, should she take a liking to me, I cannot be held accountable." While Bartolomeo and Shark exchanged banter, Riley had already commenced discussions of more serious matters. "Mr. Riley, please reveal the identity of the one who murdered my mother. I shall dispatch troops to apprehend him immediately." "There is no need for haste. He will come to us in due time," Riley replied with a smile. A group of individuals cast perplexed glances at Riley, utterly bewildered. Laylo addressed Neptune, stating, "You merely need to announce to the citizens that the position of the king of the Fishman Island shall be bestowed upon me. And at noon tomorrow, I expect to be crowned in the square." Neptune was momentarily taken aback by this. Raylo patted his shoulder, reassuringly stating that this was merely a strategy to lure them out and capture them all at once. He held no interest in your throne whatsoever. Although Raylo was aware that Hodi Jones and his cohorts resided in Fishman Street, he had no desire to seek them out actively. On one hand, he feared the trouble it might bring. On the other, the entirety of Fishman Street was submerged beneath the sea on Fishman Island, which posed a significant disadvantage for Raylo as a user of a devil fruit power. As for revealing Hodi Jones' location to Neptune so his forces could handle it, that was even less feasible. Those soldiers would merely be walking into certain doom. Thus, the only remaining option was the one Raylo had suggested. Hodi Jones had been plotting to seize Ryugu Palace and usurp Neptune's throne, all while harboring a profound hatred for humans. Upon learning that Neptune intended to pass his throne to a human, he would undoubtedly lose his composure, hastening his plans. and emerged from his lair to confront Raylo in a decisive battle within the square of Fishman Island. Then Raylo remarked, "Let us host a banquet. I find myself quite famished." Shortly thereafter, in Fishman Street, Hodi Jones was seething after hearing that Neptune would relinquish his throne to a human. That scoundrel Neptune. How dare he entrust Fishman Island to a human? His subordinate, Hammond, whispered from the side that human is the one I mentioned to you earlier. His strength is formidable. Is that so? Hodi Jones glanced at the box of deadly poison labeled E.S. beside him. It appears the time has come to bring all this to an end. Are you prepared, partner? Hodi turned to the corner, where Vanderdecken, the captain of the flying pirate crew, awaited. Of course, Vanderdecken replied with a grin, "I can hardly contain my eagerness to wed Shirahoshi." The two exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring ulterior motives. To a fruitful collaboration, Vanderdecken stood and shook hands with Hodi Jones. A day later, the square of Fishman Island was teeming with people. Among them were fishmen, merfolk, and ordinary humans. Some gathered to denounce Neptune, interrogating him on why he would hand over Fishman Island to a human. Others, filled with pride as humans themselves, had come to witness the spectacle, while many simply sought to revel in the chaos. Amidst the cacophony, Raylo and Neptune descended from the airborne Ryugu Palace to the ground below, greeted by a chorus of cheers and jeers alike. Raylo regarded the situation with disdain. He was not concerned with the common folk. Suddenly, a deafening explosion drew the attention of all, causing the onlookers to scatter in panic. Had they arrived? Following the explosion, only a handful remained, while the pirates under Vanderdecken and Hodi Jones surged in from all directions. Among them was a colossal, bald sea monster whose immense size caused the ground to tremble with each step. In 2 years, when Luffy faced Hodi Jones in a climactic battle, they would contend with an army of over 100,000 pirates. However, the majority of this force had been subjugated by Hodi Jones during those 2 years. At this moment, the number of pirates in the square was far from 100,000, yet it was still a dense throng of approximately 30,000. Chapter 51. The Truth Unveiled. Could these be the minions of the true culprits? Neptune gazed at the throng of 30,000 ruffians, filled with contemplation. Wasn't that Hodi Jones? What was he doing here? Hodi Jones had once been a soldier of Fishman Island, on the day of Odoheim's tragic demise. It had been he who murdered that human and falsely accused humanity of her death. Therefore, Neptune's impression of him was indelibly etched in his memory, vivid even after many years. Observing the demeanor of the ruffians towards Hodi Jones, Neptune began to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Could it truly be him? Aha! So many people. I can finally unleash my wrath. Bartolomeo exclaimed, staring at the throng with excitement rather than fear. Shark glanced at him as if he were a fool, warning, "Just don't get trampled." Despite the looming threat, the two continued their playful banter. Raylo initially contemplated treating this battle as a form of training for both himself and his companion. However, this confrontation holds paramount significance for Raylo. Fishman Island serves as a pivotal boundary between the two segments of the Grand Line, also functioning as an indispensable passageway to the New World, endowed with unparalleled advantages. Raylo intends to use Fishman Island as a stronghold to gradually expand his influence. Thus, he requires the absolute obedience of the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Securing a decisive victory in this battle is paramount for Raylo to win the hearts of the people. Regrettably, Bartolomeo, it appears that this time you will not have the opportunity to intervene. Huh? Captain, do you intend to confront so many adversaries alone? Bartolomeo was momentarily taken aback. Raylo chuckled softly, intending to respond, only to sense a familiar aura emerging in the square. The newcomer was none other than Jinbei, whom Raylo had been seeking all along. Jinbei addressed Neptune, expressing his astonishment at the timing of his arrival. When I heard that King Neptune intended to hand Fishman Island over to humans, I sensed something amiss, prompting my visit. I never anticipated that it would be you behind this. Was this all part of your scheme? Though Raylo and Jinbei had only met once before, their encounter during the Marineford War, when Raylo saved Ace, left a profound impression on Jinbei. Raylo did not respond directly, but rather chuckled, saying, "Just keep watching, for I have yet another favor to ask of you." With that, Raylo vanished from his original position, reappearing instantaneously at the center of the square, confronting Hodi Jones face to face. Although Raylo's sudden appearance startled Hodi Jones, he was, after all, a formidable warrior, and he quickly regained his composure. "You scoundrel!" Hodi Jones bellowed, launching a powerful punch towards Raylo. The outcome was predictable. Hodi Jones's fist missed entirely, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Raylo cast a mocking glance at him, his eyes brimming with derision. Despite his formidable strength that could effortlessly dispatch Hodi Jones in an instant, he refrained from doing so. The earlier appearance of Hodi Jones, accompanied by 30,000 ruffians, had sent the onlookers fleeing in terror. With the absence of spectators, even a swift defeat of Hodi Jones would hold little significance for Raylo. Thus, he chose to wait for the return of the crowd to the square. In the meantime, he would simply evade Hodi Jones's attacks with ease. Indeed, it was not long before people began to reappear around the square. As Neptune's forces clashed with Hodi Jones's thugs, the civilians, realizing that the danger no longer threatened them, gradually grew bolder. More and more individuals gathered around the square to witness the unfolding spectacle. It was nearly time. Raylo suddenly came to a halt. Hodi Jones seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Raylo's head. Upon witnessing this, Raylo remained utterly unfazed, resolutely absorbing the opponent's assault with his own head. A muffled thud echoed through the air, yet not a single mark marred Raylo's body. Conversely, Hodi Jones's fist was left slightly swollen and throbbing with a dull pain. What could possibly be the reason for this? Hodi Jones gazed at Raylo as if he were a malevolent specter, bewildered and confounded. Raylo chuckled, the reason being quite simple. You are exceedingly weak. This statement holds true. In comparison to Raylo, Hodi Jones is undeniably feeble. Faced with his assaults, Raylo need not even resort to the use of haki. His formidable physique alone suffices to withstand the onslaught. The previous avoidance of Hodi Jones's attacks was merely a manifestation of Raylo's mischievous amusement. You wretch! How dare you mock me? Hodi Jones seethed with rage as he retrieved several potent pills from his pocket and ingested them. Upon consuming these capsules, a conspicuous transformation overtook his body. His muscles became sharply defined, and his eyes glowed crimson. The drug is a perilous concoction that trades one's life force for strength. With each pill, one's power exponentially increases. At this moment, Hodi Jones's aura shifted dramatically. However, regrettably, he remained insignificant in Raylo's eyes. With a fierce punch aimed at Raylo, Hodi Jones unleashed a powerful force that stirred the air, capturing the attention of all nearby. Yet, Raylo nonchalantly raised a single finger, effortlessly deflecting Hodi Jones's strike. What? The officers of the new Fishman pirates gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. To them, Hodi Jones possessed immense strength, and after consuming the potent pills, he seemed virtually invincible. Yet, here he was, easily thwarted by Raylo. You are truly pitifully weak. Is it your inherent frailty that drove you to resort to assassination to end Odoheim's life? Raylo raised his voice intentionally, allowing his words to resonate from the center of the square to every corner. Instantly, the plaza erupted in uproar. What? Wasn't Lady Yuki slain by humans? Could this wretch truly be the real murderer? A cacophony of discussions ensued. Indeed, Neptune's demeanor remained unflustered, yet his fists were tightly clenched. That accursed fiend! Sharkmar ground his teeth in fury. Although he shared no blood ties with Yuki, he held her in deep reverence. Her demise profoundly affected him. His intense hatred for humans was inextricably linked to her death. Yet now, with the truth unveiled, the very perpetrator who killed Yuki turned out to be a fishman. Thus, amidst his rage, Sharkmar found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. The potent effects of the drug had driven Hodi Jones to madness, as he cackled. Yes, it was I who killed that foolish woman. You pitiful creatures have been deceived by me for so many years. How laughable. Initially, some had harbored doubts regarding Hodi Jones's culpability in Yuki's murder, but his own admission left no room for skepticism. This revelation spread like wildfire throughout Fishman Island. Chapter 52. The Might of the Emperor, could it truly be him? Jinbei gazed at Hodi Jones in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this once commendable soldier was, in fact, the true killer of Yuki. Simultaneously, Jinbei's perception of Raylo grew increasingly complex. Having previously harbored gratitude towards Raylo for his actions during the Marineford War, now, with Raylo exposing Hodi Jones as the long-hidden villain, Jinbei recognized the immense debt owed to him by the entire Fishman Island. Consequently, he found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude towards Raylo. Aware that both sides were still engaged in combat, Jinbei promptly resolved to join the fray and assist Neptune and Raylo in securing victory. However, before he could set foot on the battlefield, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The reason Rayleigh has yet to conclude the battle is to compel Hodi Jones to reveal the truth of the past before everyone. At this moment, his strategy has succeeded, and there is no need for further delay. It is time to end this, Rayleigh silently muses as he unleashes his Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, Rayleigh's formidable Conqueror's Haki envelopes the entire square. 2 years later, during Luffy's confrontation with Hodi Jones, he had once annihilated 50,000 foes in an instant with his own Conqueror's Haki. Now, Rayleigh's haki surpasses even Luffy's, rendering it unbearable for ordinary individuals. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies collapsing to the ground echoes throughout the square, resembling the crackle of firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 5 of Hodi Jones's minions have completely lost their combat ability and lie unconscious on the ground. Presently, only Hodi Jones and a few of his subordinates remain. The soldiers of Ryugu Castle and the surrounding onlookers gaze in disbelief at this scene. Most among them are unfamiliar with the concept of Conqueror's haki, thus, in their eyes, Rayleigh appears as a divine figure, unparalleled in the world. Oh, a cheer erupts from the square, regardless of their motivations at this moment. Rayleigh has undeniably earned their respect and recognition. Father, what do you think? Sharkstar inquires of Neptune. Look closely. Sharkstar, this is a man of royal caliber. In the near future, this world will undoubtedly undergo tremendous change because of him. As the ruler of Fishman Island, Neptune possesses a broader perspective and greater insight than most, having encountered several rulers endowed with Conqueror's haki. However, only those legendary figures from the previous era could be compared to Rayleigh. It seems the sea will soon be unsettled. Neptune cannot help but exclaim, "What have you done?" Hodi Jones stares at Rayleigh in disbelief. He cannot fathom how one man could eliminate 30,000 in an instant. A frog in a well cannot discuss the ocean. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Indeed, after hearing Rayleigh's words, Hodi Jones feels even more perplexed. Boss, we are here to help you. A few of Hodi Jones's loyal subordinates, aware of Rayleigh's formidable strength, rush to assist. Unfortunately, these individuals are far too weak, even inferior to Hodi Jones himself. Surrounded on all sides, they launch their attacks on Rayleigh, leaving him no room to maneuver. Typically, an ordinary person would suffer significant injuries after fending off several attackers. However, Rayleigh is no ordinary man. Boom. A violent explosion erupts from the center where Rayleigh stands, generating a cloud of smoke. Hey, what is happening over there? I don't know. I can't see anything. Even amidst such an overwhelming assault, could Rayleigh be in trouble? The onlooking civilians engage in fervent discussion about Rayleigh. A gentle breeze sweeps through, dispersing the smoke. To their astonishment, Rayleigh stands unscathed, while Hodi Jones's subordinates lie sprawled around him, bloodied and barely clinging to life. What? Hodi Jones's eyes widen in shock, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. His subordinates had secretly consumed vast quantities of deadly drugs before launching their attack, yet they were defeated by Rayleigh in the blink of an eye, not even managing to inflict a scratch on him. Who on earth are you? Hodi Jones roars in anger. Rayleigh smiled, and they all referred to him as the demon. Gazing at the smiling Rayleigh, Hodi Jones felt a chill run down his spine. Even with the stimulation from the deadly drug, he experienced an unprecedented fear. Hodi Jones pulled out handfuls of the lethal substance from his pocket, recklessly shoving them into his mouth. As he swallowed a multitude of these deadly drugs, a remarkable transformation occurred once more within his body. His muscular contours became more pronounced, nearly rivaling those of Rayleigh. However, the side effects of the drug soon manifested. Hodi Jones's originally dark hair turned stark white, and fine lines appeared upon his face. It was evident that his vitality was rapidly depleting under the drug's influence. Yet in comparison to the power he gained, Hodi Jones deemed such a cost insignificant. Although Hodi Jones's strength had surged dramatically, Rayleigh remained unfazed. After all, Hodi Jones's original power had been exceedingly weak, and no matter how much it was amplified, it still failed to capture Rayleigh's attention. Yet at that moment, Rayleigh couldn't help but ponder a particular thought. The deadly drug extracted strength at the expense of life, whereas he, as the possessor of the immortal fruit, possessed boundless vitality. What would transpire should he consume the deadly drug? The mere thought sent a thrill through Rayleigh, igniting a desire to acquire the substance from Hodi Jones. Just then, Hodi Jones had acclimated to the strength bestowed by the deadly drug. "Ha! I am invincible. Prepare to meet your doom," he bellowed, opening his gaping maw and lunging towards Rayleigh, aiming to bite into his neck. Bang! Just as Hodi Jones's sharp teeth were about to make contact with Rayleigh's neck, Rayleigh suddenly sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch to Hodi Jones's jaw. Hodi Jones's mouth snapped shut, and under the force of Rayleigh's immense strength, his razor-sharp teeth shattered, while his entire body was propelled upward by Rayleigh's might. Rayleigh had promised Princess Shirahoshi to bring Hodi Jones before her. Thus he had deliberately restrained his strength with that last punch. Otherwise, Hodi's head would have been crushed like a balloon. Hodi's body soared upwards, and due to the effects of the potent drug, he did not lose consciousness immediately. However, he soon could not endure any longer and, before his awareness faded completely, gestured towards a certain direction. Chapter 53. Noah, although Hodi Jones' movement was minuscule, it did not escape Riley's keen observation. Suddenly, a foreboding sensation surged within him. He looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, a colossal ship was slowly descending above Fishman Island. This vessel was none other than the long-dormant Noah, the Ark of Promise. 800 years ago, the human Joy Boy had made an agreement with the mermaid princess of that era to relocate the inhabitants of Fishman Island to the surface. And Noah was the instrument of that pact. To facilitate the relocation of every individual from Fishman Island, Noah had been constructed to an enormous scale, nearly half the size of the island itself. Should Noah crash into Fishman Island, it would undoubtedly spell destruction for the entire land. Hey, look over there. What is happening? Isn't that Noah? How can it be there? The common folk, upon spotting Noah, were instantly engulfed in panic. Those in the know, including Neptune, understood that this calamity was orchestrated by Vanderdecken. Utilizing his devil fruit ability, he had maneuvered Noah from Fishman Street to hover above Fishman Island. Having conspired with Hodi Jones that, should unforeseen circumstances arise, Noah would descend to obliterate the island. Though Vanderdecken was also a fishman, he felt little allegiance to his identity. The fate of Fishman Island mattered little to him. Moreover, his obsessive pursuit of Shirahoshi had driven him to madness. If he could not possess her, he would annihilate her. Vanderdecken chose this path to ensure that Shirahoshi remained forever enshrined in his heart. Quick, flee to the harbor. Sharkstar, as a member of royalty, did not flee first but chose to remain and assist in evacuating the civilians. Yet, he recognized that all efforts might be in vain. If Noah were to strike Fishman Island, there would be no escape from demise, no matter where one ran. Nevertheless, for Sharkstar, this was all he could do at this moment. In contrast, Jinbe stood frozen, gazing at the descending Noah. Despite being one of the former 7 warlords with formidable strength, he felt utterly powerless against such a colossal entity. Jinbe turned his gaze towards Riley, placing his hopes upon this man. Bartolomeo stared intently at the slowly descending Noah, the astonishment he felt far exceeding any fear. In truth, Bartolomeo was unconcerned about Noah's fall. His barrier, invincible against those lacking haki, would adequately shield him, even if Noah were to plummet towards Fishman Island. As long as he employed his devil fruit ability to erect a barrier, he would be perfectly safeguarded. Although Bartolomeo's barrier ability had not been fully developed and had limited range, only protecting himself and a few others, his character would not allow him to prioritize anyone beyond his comrades. He cast a cold glance at Shark, acknowledging that, despite his reluctance, an unspoken bond had formed between them throughout their journey. If you ask me later, I might consider protecting you too. Shark turned to him. Worry about yourself first. Both men snorted disdainfully, turning away without further words. Yet, moments later, their gazes converged once more upon Riley. If anyone could alter the impending doom facing Fishman Island, it would undoubtedly be him. At this moment, Riley gazed upward at the descending Noah. Although he had once shattered the formidable gate of justice with a single punch during his escape from Impel Down, that gate now seemed trivial in comparison to Noah. Remarkably, just 2 years later, Luffy, utilizing his third gear, had nearly obliterated Noah. Rayleigh's strength now far surpassed that of Luffy at that time, instilling him with complete confidence in his ability to destroy Noah. However, Noah was the Ark of Promise, embodying the hopes of Fishman Island. And should Rayleigh resort to such a brutal approach, it would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments, leaving nothing behind. Hence, Rayleigh was disinclined to adopt such a violent method. In the original narrative, it was ultimately Princess Shirahoshi's call that summoned the gigantic Sea Kings in time to halt Noah's descent. Fearing that Shirahoshi might become ensnared in the ensuing battle, King Neptune had instructed her to remain within the confines of the Noah's Ark, rendering her unaware of the peril facing Fishman Island and thus incapable of calling upon the colossal Sea Kings. With the situation at this juncture, all hope rested solely on Rayleigh. Little did he anticipate that he would need to invoke this connection so soon. Rayleigh continuously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a force that previously rendered 30,000 nefarious villains powerless. However, this time, the aura he emitted was softer and more prolonged, nearly imperceptible to the average individual, yet still detectable by other beings. By diminishing its intensity, the range of his Conqueror's Haki expanded significantly, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Fishman Island and persistently extending outward. Why does Mr. Rayleigh stand there, motionless? Is he truly at a loss? Sharkstar pondered as he glanced at Rayleigh while evacuating the crowd, his confusion evident. King Neptune observed Rayleigh thoughtfully, remaining silent. Suddenly, Jinbe, who had been quietly standing by, spoke up. I have faith in that man. He will surely devise a solution. Neptune nodded in agreement, realizing that their only hope now rested upon Raylo, for without him, Fishman Island faced inevitable destruction. Rairo's formidable presence continues to expand, permeating the depths of the ocean. This is his method of captivating the attention of those colossal sea kings. Since his arrival in this world, he has encountered the gigantic sea kings on 2 occasions, yet each time it was they who sought him out. Unlike White Star, he cannot summon these titans directly. Thus he is compelled to resort to this laborious approach. As time relentlessly passes, it becomes evident that Noah is on the verge of obliterating Dragon Palace. Situated above Fishman Island, yet the colossal sea kings remain conspicuously absent. Rayleigh sighed, ceasing to unleash his conqueror's haki, and instead began to gather strength within, preparing to obliterate Noah. At that moment, the atmosphere around Fishman Island darkened considerably. The crowd looked up, astonished to see several colossal sea kings. Their immense forms surrounding the island. They grasped the iron chains of the Noah vessel, halting its descent. What is happening? How did those gigantic sea kings arrive at Fishman Island? It seems they are preventing Noah from falling. The panicked civilians suddenly halted, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Finally catching up, Rayleigh smiled. Chapter 54. The Promise of the Sea Kings. These titanic sea kings gazed downward, their eyes fixed upon Rayleigh. We did not expect you to signal us regarding this matter. However, if Fishman Island were to be destroyed, it would pose great challenges for us as well. So we owe you our gratitude. The voices of these colossal sea kings could only be heard by Rayleigh, as Shirahoshi remained in the hardshell tower and was unable to receive their message. Lello smiled, initially thinking that seeking the aid of these colossal sea kings would require him to owe them a favor. He overlooked the fact that these sea kings were inherently loyal to the legendary mermaid princess, deeply intertwined with Fishman Island. Upon receiving Lello's message, they had saved Fishman Island and were grateful to him. They would never expect him to owe them anything in return. In the near future, I will need to accomplish a significant task, and I hope you can assist me. Lello had previously conveyed similar sentiments to these gigantic sea kings upon returning to the Grand Line with his companions, but at that time, he received no affirmative response. Now, Lello revisited the old matter, seizing the opportunity to ensure their agreement. The colossal sea kings hesitated momentarily before nodding slightly, stating that they could indeed grant his request, provided it did not contravene the will of the mermaid princess. In their eyes, Lello was merely a casual acquaintance, while Princess Shirahoshi was their superior, whose orders were absolute. Naturally, Lello smiled in acknowledgement. At that moment, he felt elated with their commitment, even if he were to execute his plan in the future without Shirahoshi's involvement. These colossal sea kings would likely still offer their assistance. However, Lello's cautious nature preferred the added assurance of Shirahoshi's involvement. Do you see? Is he conversing with those sea kings? Impossible. Only the legendary mermaid princess of Fishman Island possesses the ability to communicate with sea kings. No matter how formidable he may be, he remains merely human. With the aid of the colossal sea kings, Noah came to a halt. As the crisis abated, some onlookers began to discuss Lello's actions. Although Lello had left them profoundly stunned, even shockingly so, they could not bring themselves to believe that such a human could possess the ability to communicate with sea kings. Coincidentally, Bartolomeo overheard their conversation. Hey, ha ha ha. Are you discussing our captain? Bartolomeo turned to face them. His appearance was far from charming, and coupled with his peculiar grin, the surrounding fishmen instinctively took a step back. To be frank, our captain can indeed communicate with those sea kings. Quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed, very impressive, they replied, recognizing Bartolomeo's intimidating presence and refraining from offending him. Though his demeanor was eccentric, Bartolomeo was no fool. He quickly discerned their true thoughts. Are you questioning me, you scoundrels? Bartolomeo rolled up his sleeves, glaring at them fiercely. No, the fishmen protested, waving their hands in denial. He speaks the truth, that man can indeed communicate with sea kings. Suddenly, Shark Maru, who had been observing from the sidelines, interjected, surprising even himself for standing up to validate Bartolomeo. The fishmen paused, contemplating. Although Shark Maru appeared to be Lello's companion, he was at least a fishman himself, lending more weight to his words. Could it be that this man truly could converse with sea kings? They dared not ponder further. Nearby, King Neptune and Jinbe also overheard the exchange, exchanging glances that conveyed extraordinary understanding. They turned their attention to Lello, pondering whether this remarkable man would bring fortune or ruin to Fishman Island in the distant future. The colossal sea kings moved Noah away from Fishman Island, and Neptune's forces commenced clearing the battlefield. Hodi Jones's subordinates had been grievously injured by Lello and were now on the brink of death. While the 30,000 ruffians rendered unconscious by Lelou's conqueror's haki had yet to awaken, what was initially a war capable of altering the fate of Fishman Island had been quelled solely by Lelou's might. From this day forth, Lelou's name and image would be indelibly imprinted in the hearts of every inhabitant of Fishman Island. Riley cast a glance at Hodi Jones, who had long since fallen from the sky. In his quest to confront Riley, Hodi had consumed a copious amount of lethal drugs during the battle, gaining strength at the expense of his vitality. At this moment, the effects of the drugs had worn off, and his once robust physique rapidly withered, instantaneously losing its vigor. Though he was in the prime of his life, he now resembled a frail old man on the verge of death. Despite Hodi's breath being exceedingly faint, Riley, utilizing his observation haki, sensed that his life force remained relatively stable, indicating he was not on the brink of demise just yet, which allowed him to breathe a silent sigh of relief. He had promised Shirahoshi to bring Hodi before her, should he end his life with a single punch. It would surely be a breach of that vow. Renaud knelt beside Hodi Jones, extracting the last few remaining deadly vials from his embrace. This particular concoction was pilfered by Hodi Jones during his tenure as a soldier in Dragon Palace City, later undergoing a process of deconstruction and analysis that facilitated its mass production. Raylo contemplated the pill in his hand. Ordinary individuals could exchange their vitality for strength through this substance, but what of himself, whose life force was nearly boundless? Laylo chuckled softly, unhesitatingly swallowing the pill in his hand. As it traveled down his throat and into his body, it was swiftly absorbed, and Laylo awaited the transformation with quiet anticipation. However, after a considerable amount of time, there was still no discernible change in his physique. Laylo felt somewhat speechless. It appeared that these substances held no efficacy for him. He pondered whether this was due to the influence of the devil fruit or if his body's strength had surpassed the limits that the medication could enhance. Raylo did not dwell on the matter, for the deadly potion was merely an unexpected acquisition. He had never intended to harness such a substance for the sake of power. Nevertheless, he tucked the remaining pills into his pocket, contemplating that perhaps one day they might prove useful. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Raylo. Were it not for your assistance, I would remain oblivious to the truth of those past events and unable to thwart Hodi Jones's ambitions. Neptune remarked as he approached Raylo's side. Ryro contemplated for a moment, raising his gaze to traverse the bubble encasing Fishman Island, delving into the depths of the sea. Ah, the affair is far from over. Chapter 55. Conclusion. Though the mastermind behind the incident, Hodi Jones, has met his demise, his accomplice, Vanderdecken, still roams free. Even without direct involvement in the conflict, he lurked in the shadows, launching devastating assaults upon Fishman Island. This island now belongs to Ryro, and for this alone, Vanderdecken's existence is rendered utterly expendable. Moreover, he has tormented Shirahoshi for years, forcing her to conceal herself within the hard shell tower, deprived of the light of day for far too long. Adding to this, during Ryro's previous visit to Fishman Island, Vanderdecken had audaciously piloted a submarine to attack the Thousand Sunny. These three transgressions combined render Vanderdecken beyond redemption. Captain, what are you observing? Bartolomeo inquired as he navigated through the soldiers clearing the battlefield, approaching Ryro's side. Riley extended his hand upward, and I observed that fellow. Bartolomeo followed the direction indicated by Riley, but aside from the colossal sea kings gradually receding into the distance, he saw nothing. Captain, where are the people? Bartolomeo waited for a moment, yet when no response came, he turned around only to find that Riley had vanished without a trace. Looking around anxiously, Bartolomeo still could not locate Riley. Look, that person is soaring into the sky. A merman's astonished voice came from nearby. Bartolomeo turned in that direction just in time to witness Riley, utilizing the moonwalk technique, ascending continuously, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the bubble enveloping Fishman Island. The direction in which Raylo currently finds himself forms an angle with the location previously observed by Bartolomeo, which is why Bartolomeo did not initially pay attention to Raylo. Why is the captain running so high? Bartolomeo mused inwardly. Raylo moved with astonishing speed, swiftly arriving before the bubble-encased wall. Could it be that he was contemplating self-destruction? A group of fishmen began to murmur amongst themselves. To their astonishment, Raylo seamlessly traversed the sturdy bubble. And just when everyone presumed he was destined to meet his demise at the ocean floor, they were amazed to discover that Raylo was enveloped in a layer of bubbles. These bubbles, generated from the coral, though diminutive, were sufficient to allow him to navigate freely beneath the waves. What was he planning? Sharkmer's gaze shifted towards Raylo. His mind clouded with confusion. In his view, the battle had reached its conclusion. Raylo's unconventional means of departing Fishman Island left him utterly baffled. Sharkmer's expression towards Raylo became increasingly intricate. Initially, he regarded Lalo solely as his adversary, but after their reluctant agreement, he found himself journeying alongside him. Now that Lalo had fulfilled his promise by revealing the truth behind Yahim's tragic fate, Sharmar felt no obligation to remain on the same vessel. Yet, the thought of parting evoked an inexplicable sense of reluctance within him. Although he had never interacted with Lalo and the others as comrades, the time spent together had forged an indescribable bond among them. Sharmar stood, lost in thought, watching Lalo gradually fade from view, uncertain of what path to take. Sanji had developed both the moonwalk and the sea walk techniques in the kingdom of Kamabaka, a haven for transvestites. Though Lalo had not mastered the sea walk, he was well versed in the application of the moonwalk, coupled with his exceptional talent and combat experience. He quickly adapted to a skill akin to Sanji's sea walk while submerged in the depths of the ocean. Ray Luo traversed the depths of the sea with remarkable swiftness, rivaling even the Fishman. To the inhabitants of Fishman Island, he appeared as a mere speck darting about, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Who exactly is this individual? Endowed with such formidable power? Could he be the man destined to inherit the throne of King Neptune? The commoners lingering in the square suddenly recalled their original purpose for being there. Ahem. Neptune cleared his throat, holding the transponder snail, his voice resonating throughout Fishman Island. That man is named Ray Luo. You have all witnessed how he thwarted Hodi Jones and summoned the Sea Kings to prevent Noah from destroying our island. Since the demise of Whitebeard, countless pirates have invaded our territory, but fret not, for this island is now under the protection of the so-called demon named Ray Luo. Upon concluding his statement, Neptune's soldiers promptly raised the flag of the demon pirates, which soared high above the square, leaving everyone astounded. Instead of erupting into a cacophony of cheers or wild curses, most merely cast a glance before averting their eyes. For the commoners residing near the ocean floor, it made no difference whether the island was safeguarded by Whitebeard or Ray Luo. In their eyes, both figures demanded no tributes from them. At that moment, Bartolomeo's voice rang out across the square. He snatched the transponder snail from Neptune, declaring loudly, "Listen up, you rascals. This island is now under the protection of our captain. If you wish to live, hand over your treasures." His proclamation plunged the scene into chaos. Neptune glanced at Bartolomeo and then at Jinbe, seemingly seeking assistance. However, Jinbe turned away, as if oblivious to Neptune's gaze. His reasoning was simple. Despite his overwhelming strength compared to Bartolomeo, the latter was a crew member of Ray Luo, who had shown great benevolence to Fishman Island. Given the island's complete reliance on Ray Luo's protection, Jinbe preferred not to escalate tensions. Neptune then turned to Bartolomeo, unsure of how to proceed when suddenly, an explosive sound erupted nearby. Boom. Ray Luo, who had been outside Fishman Island, descended from the skies, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater that sent debris and dust flying. Ahem. The commoners waved their hands, and as the dust settled, they beheld a blood-soaked Ray Luo standing in the square, resembling a demon descended from the heavens. It was evident that the blood on Ray Luo was not his own, but that of Vanderdecken, whom he held aloft as if he were a mere rabbit. At that moment, Vanderdecken's face was grotesquely contorted beyond recognition, and a gaping wound pierced through his chest, no longer bleeding, leaving his fate uncertain. Had Ray Luo not intended to present Vanderdecken to Shirahoshi for an explanation, the latter would have been reduced to mere remnants by a single blow from Ray Luo. Having concluded his task, Ray Luo exhaled deeply. Bartolomeo, I believe I just heard you utter something? Ray Luo turned to his crew member. Chapter 56, a demand for recompense upon witnessing Ray Luo's sudden appearance. Bartolomeo bashfully scratched his head, well aware of his captain's disposition, which was decidedly averse to unscrupulous deeds. Raylo cast aside the Vanderdecken in his hand and approached Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo instinctively recoiled, feeling a deep-seated anxiety within. Even if Raylo refrained from inflicting physical harm, a scathing reprimand was surely inevitable. Unexpectedly, Raylo snatched the phone bug from Bartolomeo's grasp and proclaimed loudly, "I am the malevolent Raylo. You all heard what my crew just said. From this day forth, this island belongs to me. If you wish to continue residing on this island, you must pay me the appropriate compensation." Bartolomeo's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Raylo, clearly taken aback by such a declaration. The square remained in disarray due to Bartolomeo's earlier remarks. Thus Raylo's proclamation garnered little attention. Neptune and Jinbe exchanged glances, both finding this outcome within the realm of acceptance. After all, not everyone is as magnanimous as Whitebeard, who took nothing in return. Having received protection from others, it is only natural to offer some benefits in return. The only uncertainty lay in the specific amount Raylo sought. If it were to be as Bartolomeo suggested, demanding everything in its entirety, Riley glanced at the panicked civilians in the square, feeling no remorse for his decision. While he was not a villain, he certainly was not a selfless do-gooder either, even after assisting Fishman Island. Luffy and his companions accepted the island's treasures with a clear conscience, though they ultimately compensated Big Mom. Similarly, after aiding the villagers of Kokoyasi, Riley sought some form of recompense, albeit trivial. Overall, Riley was not one to work without reward. Since Fishman Island had accepted his protection, it was only fair that they provide him with corresponding benefits. However, in his current state, gold and silver held little value for him. He required Fishman Island to fulfill other obligations. Silence. Riley bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, amplified through the transponder snail, echoing across Fishman Island. The previously raucous square fell into an immediate hush. Each person shall pay me 10,000 berries per month. Otherwise, I ask you to leave Fishman Island. The island, once again calm, erupted into murmurs as a group of fishmen began to whisper among themselves. In truth, 10,000 berries per month was not excessive. During Arlong's reign over Kokoyasi village, he had extorted 100,000 berries from each villager monthly, threatening death to those who failed to comply. Thus, Riley's policy was remarkably humane. Those unable to pay would merely be asked to depart from Fishman Island. Moreover, compared to the impoverished Kokoyasi village, which primarily subsisted on the sale of oranges, Fishman Island was far more prosperous. Nevertheless, Riley could not guarantee that the impoverished residents of Fishman Street would have sufficient funds to meet his demands each month. Therefore, he thoughtfully devised an alternative plan. I will establish an additional military force on Fishman Island. Those unwilling to pay the monthly sum of 10,000 berries may choose to join the military, regardless of gender. Raylo's words instantly ignited a fervent discussion in the square. The common folk, who had been cursing Raylo in their hearts for demanding wealth from them, found themselves experiencing a shift in sentiment, beginning to perceive Raylo in a more favorable light. Raylo rescued Fishman Island and ensured their safety. However, the inhabitants did not express gratitude. When Raylo requested financial compensation, they voiced their grievances. Yet, upon his provision of an alternative path, a semblance of appreciation began to emerge. The sentiments harbored by the residents were of little concern to Raylo. His proposition to establish a military force and openly recruit members served not only as a means to offer solutions for those unable to pay but also for ulterior motives. Each of the four emperors has a stronghold to expand their influence in Fishman Island. Strategically positioned in the midst of the Grand Line and beneath the holy land of Mariawa, presents an undeniable geographical advantage, making it an optimal choice for Rayla's own power development. Moreover, as Raylu needed to travel with his companions and could not remain on Fishman Island indefinitely, he required the cultivation of capable fighters in this location. Additionally, the envisioned military would serve a crucial function, to levy a monthly fee of 10,000 berries from those not enlisted in the army. After all, it was impractical for Raylo to visit Fishman Island personally each month to collect the dues, and entrusting such duties to Neptune's forces was a source of unease. Thus, he resolved to categorize the island's populace into two factions, one that would contribute financially and another that would provide manpower, employing magic to conquer magic. Although the preliminary plan had been established, its subsequent execution was bound to be fraught with challenges, necessitating meticulous planning for the myriad details ahead. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Raylo turned to Neptune and inquired, "Do you harbor any objections to my proposal?" "No, none at all." Neptune hastily waved his hand. He had initially resolved to offer all the treasures from the Dragon Palace's vault. Yet he was taken aback by Raylo's gentle approach in soliciting a return and even providing everyone with distinct options. "That's splendid," Raylo remarked with a smile. Gesturing towards Vanderdaken, whom he had cast aside, "He is now entrusted to you. After all, he has kept your daughter confined in the shell tower for years, deprived of sunlight. Surely you must feel a deep-seated resentment towards him. However, given his current condition, he will not endure for long." Neptune gazed at Vanderdaken, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions, yet he remained silent. Reverently, Leluo turned to Jinbei and said, "There is something I would like to entrust to you." With a serious expression, Jinbei inquired, "What is it?" Raylo stepped forward and whispered a few words into his ear. During this moment, Jinbei's gaze shifted restlessly, occasionally glancing towards Sharkmaru's direction. "I promise you, not only because of Fishman Island, but also because you saved Ace." Raylo nodded slightly, indicating his approval. After spending several days on Fishman Island, Raylo finalized the establishment of his army and the collection of protection fees. During this time, he also met with Shirahoshi, who had already moved from the Noah. Once everything was in order, Raylo, accompanied by Bartolomeo, prepared to depart. A group gathered at the port to bid farewell to Raylo and his companions, including Neptune from Ryugu Palace and his 4 children, Jinbe, several individuals truly grateful to Raylo, and a somewhat reluctant Shark Maru. Having reached an agreement with Raylo, Shark Maru had no further reason to remain aboard a ship. Chapter 57. Each journey as Raylo boarded the ghost ship, he turned to glance at Shark Maru below, immediately noticing the fluctuations in his emotions. Captain Bartolomeo observed Shark Maru and then Raylo. Despite their frequent banter and even a skirmish, Bartolomeo was, after all, a man of genuine sentiment. The thought of parting with Shark Maru, knowing they might not meet again, stirred a pang of reluctance within him. Do not wear that expression. It is not as if we shall never meet again, Raylo remarked, directing his gaze at Bartolomeo. What are you saying, Captain? Bartolomeo replied, momentarily taken aback. Although their voices were low, Shark Maru, positioned beneath the ghost ship, caught wind of their conversation. He stared at Raylo in disbelief. Our agreement has been fulfilled, and perhaps we shall never cross paths again. It was true that should Raylo venture into the New World, he would inevitably pass by Fishman Island once more. But by then, Shark Maru would no longer be present there. Shark Maru was not one to remain idle. He possessed a heart yearning for adventure, which led him to leave Fishman Island and embark on a pirate's life in the East Blue, following in Arlong's footsteps. After Raylo's departure, he too would swiftly leave Fishman Island to commence his own journey. Given Shark Maru's current strength, he was ill-prepared to brave the perils of the Grand Line. Thus he would likely choose to first navigate one of the 4 seas to gradually enhance his abilities. However, this path would almost certainly diminish any chance of reuniting with Raylo and his crew. With a hint of deliberate sarcasm, Shark Maru sneered, "Our agreement is complete. After you leave, I too shall set sail. It is unlikely we shall meet again. Though reluctant to admit it, you have kept your word. And I suppose you are not a bad man." Raylo chuckled. "When will our agreement be fulfilled? You have yet to honor your promise." "What promise?" Shark replied, somewhat bewildered, as he genuinely did not recall making any commitment to Raylo. Back on the ship, "Did you not agree that if I revealed the truth of that year and identified the true culprit, you would acknowledge me as your companion?" Shark paused, only remembering that he had agreed to travel with Raylo until he fulfilled his promise, completely forgetting any notion of becoming Raylo's companion. Bartolomeo, wide-eyed, stared at Raylo. He had been present during their conversation and had no recollection of Shark agreeing to such a thing. After a moment's contemplation, Bartolomeo chose to remain silent, suppressing the thoughts he wished to voice. Regardless of his outward expression, he harbored a desire for Shark to become his companion. Otherwise, the absence of someone to spar with on the ship would diminish his enjoyment significantly. Shark racked his brain, and after a brief while, he concluded that Raylo was indeed deceiving him. Just as he was about to respond, Raylo continued, "I will take Bartolomeo with me, and you shall remain on Fishman Island to train under Jinbe. I will return for you in 1.5 years. Upon hearing this, Shark's eyes ignited with fervor. This was not merely because Raylo considered him a companion, but more so because he had secured Jinbe's mentorship for him. Jinbe, a former warlord of the sea, possessed extraordinary strength and mastery of Fishman karate, undeniably the foremost among his kind. Receiving guidance from Jinbe would mean a remarkable enhancement of Shark's abilities. Unconsciously, Shark's gaze shifted toward Jinbe, who, noticing his attention, nodded in acknowledgement. Shark's heart surged with astonishment. There was no doubt. Raylo spoke the truth. He truly had negotiated for Jinbe's instruction on his behalf. Their conversation in the plaza had indeed pertained to this very matter. Although Jinbe was puzzled as to why someone as powerful as Raylo would take such an interest in an ordinary fishman, he nonetheless agreed. "Now, enough said. Focus on your training under Jinbe, and do not let me down." With that, Raylo directed Bartolomeo to steer the ship away from Fishman Island. Shark stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the receding figures of Raylo and Bartolomeo, his emotions tumultuous and unsteady. Not long after, the ghost ship, piloted by Bartolomeo, resurfaced, basking once again in the sunlight. "Ah, finally up," Bartolomeo exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. The underwater currents were treacherous, posing a constant threat, and for someone not adept at navigation like him, piloting the ghost ship away from Fishman Island had been quite a strain. Bartolomeo glanced over at Raylo, who lay carefree on the deck, soaking up the sun, and he could not help but smirk. "Captain, where are we headed next?" Upon hearing Bartolomeo's inquiry, Raylo ceased to recline, springing up like a carp leaping from the water. He gazed thoughtfully at the shimmering surface of the sea. Most of the companions he had summoned had already secured their training locations and mentors. Now, only Bartolomeo remained without arrangements. However, Despite Lalo's best efforts to devise a solution, he was unable to determine how to accommodate Bartolomeo. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to instruct Bartolomeo himself. Ryo could not help but let out a sigh. Were it not for his dire circumstances, he would have preferred not to personally instruct Bartholomew. This reluctance stemmed not only from his lack of the patience characteristic of a mentor, but also from his own pressing need for cultivation. Although Ryo's strength already ranked among the elite of the world, the 60 years he had spent in the desolation of Impel Down had left a significant gap between his current prowess and that of his peak. Contemplating the formidable adversaries he would soon face, Ryo recognized the necessity of training alongside his companions. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through Ryo's mind. He smirked and said to Bartholomew, "Let us journey to Women Island." Upon hearing the name Women Island, Bartholomew's eyes immediately lit up. While he was not as lecherous as Sanji, he remained a perfectly normal man. "Are you referring to the island where the Empress of the Seven Warlords resides?" Lalo chuckled. "You fool! Is there any other daughter island in the world?" Bartolomeo immediately perked up, having already beheld the beauty of Shirahoshi, who could rival the Empress. He was eager to visit Daughter Island, where he might encounter the legendary world's most beautiful woman. "Mind your manners, you're drooling." Bartolomeo wiped away his saliva, steeling himself as he steered the ship. Moments later, he turned to Lalo with a pitiful expression. "Captain, do you know where Daughter Island is?" Navigating the Grand Line necessitates the use of the appropriate compass. Previously, although Lalo and his companions lacked the essential compass, they managed to reach every destination with the assistance of Shark Maru. However, now that Shark Maru was left behind at Fishman Island, the two found themselves without a definite direction to other islands. Ahem, shall we return to Fishman Island and fetch Shark Maru first? Chapter 58, Journey to Daughter Island. Raylo, of course, could not return to Fishman Island to seek the assistance of Shark Maru. Firstly, he dreaded the hassle, and secondly, he could not bear the embarrassment. It would be too awkward for him to urge others to train diligently only to turn around and scurry back seeking their aid. Such a humiliating predicament was beneath him, especially considering it contradicted his identity as a formidable warrior. Fortunately, there is always a glimmer of hope. Though Raylo lacked the eternal pointer to Amazon Lily and could not communicate with marine creatures like Shark Maru, he was indeed a clever individual. He understood that Amazon Lily was situated within the calm belt of the Grand Line, a region where sea kings congregated. As soon as he reached the calm belt, he would be able to ascertain the precise location of Amazon Lily from the sea kings. Despite the absence of landmarks and a compass, Raylo determined the cardinal directions by observing the sun's rise and set, thus identifying the location of the calm belt. Days later, after enduring considerable hardship, Raylo and Bartolomeo finally arrived at the calm belt. Although their journey had been devoid of peril, they faced several thunderstorms along the way. Without the sun, a crucial factor, they nearly lost their way multiple times. Moreover, with no chef aboard, they were left to subsist on mere bread, and Bartolomeo, devoid of anyone to amuse him, found the journey particularly arduous. He contemplated lightening the mood with a jest, yet each time he caught sight of Raylo's demeanor, he hesitated and remained silent. Though Raylo too felt the weight of boredom, he refrained from initiating any playful banter with Bartolomeo, as it would not align with his role as captain. "Captain, we are now in the calm belt. What shall we do next? Let us not rush." Riley rose to his feet, gradually unleashing the conqueror's haki that he had previously exhibited on Fishman Island. The calm belt was teeming with sea kings, far surpassing the numbers surrounding Fishman Island. And soon enough, Riley's haki attracted the attention of one such creature. Compared to the colossal sea kings he had encountered on Fishman Island, this particular one was relatively modest in size, and Riley had never seen it before. However, tales of Riley had circulated among the sea kings, rendering this creature somewhat familiar with him. Drawing from past experiences, Bartolomeo was no longer astonished upon witnessing the Sea King. He even offered a casual greeting. To his dismay, the Sea King disregarded him entirely, casting a disdainful glance before turning away. "You scoundrel, are you looking down on me?" Bartolomeo's temper flared, and without regard for the creature's identity, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the Sea King. Typically, Riley would not prevent Bartolomeo from acting against anyone he wished. However, given that this Sea King was essential in guiding their path, it was imperative that Bartolomeo refrained from any misconduct. Raylo turned to glare at Bartolomeo, a flicker of Conqueror's haki seeping out. Instantly, Bartolomeo lost his temper, awkwardly chuckling as he obediently retreated. "Do you know where Daughter Island is?" Raylo inquired. The Sea King nodded in affirmation. These Sea Kings possessed intellect surpassing that of ordinary humans, so for one dwelling in the calm belt. Knowing the location of Daughter Island was hardly remarkable. After revealing the precise whereabouts of Daughter Island to Raylo, the Sea King turned and submerged into the depths. Vanishing from sight. Set sail. Raylo bellowed. Yes. Bartolomeo responded eagerly, his excitement palpable. Soon, they would behold the legendary Empress. He wondered who was more beautiful, she or Princess Shirahoshi. However, before Bartolomeo could dwell further on his thoughts, he suddenly realized something alarming. Captain, we are out of fuel. In the calm belt, vessels could only navigate through their own power or external assistance. The Oni ship, modified from a warship, was equipped with its own power source. Yet, since Raylo had seized the warship from outside Impel Down, they had failed to replenish their fuel. After such an extensive voyage, the ship's original fuel reserves had been entirely depleted. At that moment, Raylo and his crew found themselves stranded in the vast ocean, utterly immobilized. Hey, don't leave. Come back. Raylo shouted, wholly unconcerned with the image of a formidable warrior or the dignity of his captaincy. The ship, the evil ghost, frequently sailed towards Daughter Island. While the Sea King at the prow towed the vessel forward, Raylo felt a sense of relief, fortunate that the Sea King had not ventured too far. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss as to when he might reach Daughter Island. Although he possessed the ability to traverse the skies with moonwalk, he lacked confidence in maintaining this technique for the entire journey, especially with Bartolomeo in tow. Moreover, it was inconceivable for him to leave the ghost ship behind. Summoning another Sea King would likely result in an exceedingly massive creature, which would complicate matters further regarding the vessel's navigation. Hence, having this particular Sea King assist in towing the ship emerged as the most prudent choice, effectively alleviating any concerns about Bartolomeo steering in the wrong direction. We have arrived. Just ahead, the Sea King proclaimed, though only Raylo could discern its voice. Raylo gazed into the distance and discerned the presence of an island ahead. Upon this isle stood a magnificent mountain, one side adorned with a stark, barren cliff, prominently inscribed with the striking characters 9 serpents. Captain, we are nearing our destination, Bartolomeo remarked, having also noticed the island ahead. Raylo nodded and signaled the Sea Kings to halt at a considerable distance from Daughter Island. Although the island is inhabited entirely by women, they are formidable female warriors. Drawing too close could potentially lead to unnecessary complications. Raylo instructed Bartolomeo to drop anchor and stabilize the vessel. Thank you. I shall be departing from this place soon, and I hope you will be able to take us away at that time. The Sea King nodded and turned to leave. Let us go, Raylo exclaimed, seizing Bartolomeo by the side and leaping high into the air, soaring like an arrow released from its bow. After executing several moonwalks in midair, Raylo landed with Bartolomeo at the edge of the jungle on Daughter Island. Who goes there? As soon as they touched down, a voice of inquiry erupted from the surroundings. Accompanying this were the rustling sounds of movement, as several figures emerged from the dense foliage. They were 4 armed women, possessing striking features and sun-kissed skin, clad in daringly revealing attire, each adorned with a serpent. These were the island's female warriors, responsible for patrolling this area, and they had discovered the intruding Raylo and Bartolomeo. Chapter 59. The unexpected Bartolomeo. Are these truly the inhabitants of Daughter Island? They are not what I had envisioned, Bartolomeo lamented. In his mind, he had pictured the island's maidens as gentle and beautiful as the mermaids of Woman Island. While these warriors were indeed alluring, they exuded no trace of the tenderness typically associated with Daughter Island. They were unmistakably formidable women. Moreover, compared to the enchanting mermaids he had encountered on Fishman Island, these warriors fell short in terms of beauty. However, despite his disappointment that they were not the gentle maidens he had imagined, Bartolomeo felt no sense of loss. After all, the legendary Empress had yet to make her appearance. Perhaps she would outshine them all. The female warriors widened their eyes in disbelief as they beheld Raylo and Bartolomeo. A man. It is a man. On Daughter Island, only women resided, and decades could pass without the arrival of a single male. In the past, many had lived their entire lives without ever encountering a man. Although Luffy and Rayleigh were currently training on a deserted island to the northwest, the general populace of the island had little chance to see them, rendering men an exceedingly rare sight. However, due to the uproar caused by Luffy's previous invasion of Daughter Island, many had already glimpsed the male species, while shocked. Their reaction was not as exaggerated as during Luffy's intrusion. What should we do, Sealy? The gazes of the female warriors converged upon one among them. A woman in her 20s whose appearance and figure were unremarkable, yet it was evident that she was their leader. After a moment's contemplation, Sealy declared, "Take them to see Granny Nyo." The Granny Nyo they referred to as Guro Yusa, the former Empress of Daughter Island. Currently, the reigning authority was Empress Boa Hancock. Yet her attentions were wholly devoted to Luffy, and she was not present on the island, leaving many affairs to Guro Yusa. The other female warriors nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. "Captain, this seems dire. They appear intent on taking us to meet someone," Bartolomeo remarked. "Captain? Captain?" Bartolomeo fixed his gaze on the warriors, calling out several times, only to realize that Raylo had vanished without a trace. Huh? The female warriors also noted Raylo's sudden disappearance, a wave of fear washing over them. Sealy swallowed hard. She had been watching Raylo intently, yet in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from her sight. In her observation, Haki had detected no signs of his presence, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. Is he a ghost? Sealy shook her head, dismissing the thought. What ghost could appear in broad daylight? It became evident to her that he must be an extraordinarily powerful individual. Yet why would someone of such caliber choose to flee from a mere group of women? Or did he harbor some other intention? Sealy found herself perplexed. Bartolomeo was equally bewildered. He was acutely aware of Raylo's strength and understood that Raylo could not have encountered any misfortune. He must have chosen to leave of his own volition. What scheme is the captain concocting now? Bartolomeo mused internally. At that moment, Raylo's voice echoed from a distance. "Bartolomeo, I have brought you here. This is your training ground. The inhabitants of this island are all proficient in Haki, making it an ideal environment to hone your devil fruit abilities. Additionally, if you possess the capability, you may also learn the application of Haki from them, provided they are willing to teach you. Furthermore, I must inform you that Luffy is training on a nearby island. If you are capable, you might seek him out. Now, the choice lies before you, to flee or to comply and follow them willingly." Once Raylo's words were uttered, silence enveloped the surroundings, and he was no longer present. Bartolomeo's emotions were a tumultuous mix of surprise, joy, and a hint of annoyance. Annoyance stemmed from Raylo's abrupt decision to leave him behind without consultation, undoubtedly putting him in a precarious situation. Yet, the thought of being surrounded by women and the knowledge that his idol Luffy was nearby transformed Bartolomeo's feelings into sheer delight. Moreover, considering that Akin was confined to the company of Von Cray in the land of the half-human, half-beast Kamabaka kingdom, he felt an even greater sense of relief. It seemed that the captain had indeed treated him well. The words spoken by Raylo resonated within the ears of the female warriors. Although they were unaware of the relationship between Raylo and Luffy, they keenly observed that Bartolomeo's expression shifted notably upon the mention of Luffy. An instinctive thought arose within them. This man could pose a threat to Luffy. Luffy, being a man of great importance to the Empress, warranted their protection. "Quickly apprehend him. We cannot allow him to approach Luffy," shouted Sealy. Upon hearing her, several female warriors immediately readied themselves for battle. The soft, serpentine tendrils that had entwined around them suddenly hardened, taking the form of bows as they drew arrows to shoot at Bartolomeo. Fortunately, Bartolomeo regained his composure just in time, employing his devil fruit powers to erect a barrier, successfully deflecting their onslaught and avoiding being turned into a pincushion. "Do you intend to prevent me from meeting my senior, Luffy?" Bartolomeo's temper flared, and without pondering their motives, he was consumed by the desire to retaliate against these women. Yet, as the thought of Luffy being nearby crossed his mind, he felt an overwhelming eagerness to see him, thus he refrained from further conflict, retracting his barrier and turning to depart. "Is he a devil fruit user?" Sealy remarked, unfazed, and commanded, "Pursue him." Yes. The female warriors, accustomed to combat within the jungle, swiftly closed the gap, quickly catching up to him. "Remarkable, they truly are relentless," Bartolomeo noted as he became aware of their pursuit, yet he remained indifferent. With his abilities, escaping unscathed was hardly a challenge. The warriors remained silent, merely drawing their bows and launching arrows toward Bartolomeo. The arrows, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, surged toward him. Bartolomeo turned to glance back, calmly activating his barrier to shield himself. However, he failed to notice that these arrows were no ordinary projectiles. They were laced with a dark Haki. Several arrows struck his barrier, but rather than falling to the ground, they penetrated inside, causing cracks to appear in Bartolomeo's otherwise flawless defense. It was evident that, given Bartolomeo's current mastery of his powers, he was ill-equipped to withstand the Haki of these warriors. Upon witnessing the fissures in his barrier, Bartolomeo's eyes widened, his mohawk standing even more erect. Previously, he had been invincible in Rogue Town, striding confidently with his powers. Yet after encountering Raylo, his barrier had been easily shattered, and even the Navy ensign Neo was able to inflict damage upon it. Now, Even the ordinary female warriors of Daughter Island had succeeded in cracking his defenses. Bartolomeo began to regret his decision to venture out to sea. In truth, Bartolomeo's concerns were somewhat unfounded. While Haki is indeed the natural adversary of devil fruit powers, not everyone in the New World possesses the ability to wield it. Even among the strong, it just so happened that the warriors of Daughter Island excelled in its use. If fully developed, the barrier fruit could indeed withstand attacks imbued with Haki. However, Bartolomeo lacked the strength to achieve that level of mastery at present. With his thoughts fixated on Luffy, Bartolomeo, though somewhat disheartened by the appearance of cracks in his barrier, did not dwell on it for long. Aware that his defenses could not endure the onslaught, he chose not to linger in battle and thus turned to leave. Naturally, the female warriors could not allow Bartolomeo to escape and relentlessly pursued him, marking the beginning of his training. After leaving Bartolomeo, Raylo employed the moonwalk technique to traverse through the air. At this moment, he was elevated at a considerable distance from the ground, skillfully concealing his presence. Thus, the female warriors patrolling the island remained oblivious to his existence. Raylo made his way directly into the heart of Daughter Island, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The palace on Daughter Island deviates from the conventional notion of a palace, being constructed against a sheer cliff face. As the emperor of the nation, Boa Hancock is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, which results in her absence from her palace for the majority of the time. Presently, Luffy is training on a nearby island, and Boa Hancock, preoccupied with thoughts of him, has little desire to remain on the island. Consequently, the Grand Palace is left with only a few guards and Gold, Roger, who remains to assist the Empress in managing certain affairs. Raylo infiltrated the palace from above, and before the guards could even perceive his presence, he gradually unleashed his conqueror's Haki. This display was neither excessively conspicuous nor ineffective, as it rendered the guards unconscious in an instant. Bang! Bang! Several guards, having not yet laid eyes upon Raylo's visage, collapsed haphazardly to the ground. Raylo turned down a corridor, making his way towards the heart of the palace. A guard at the corner, relying on an indomitable will, managed to remain awake and finally caught sight of Raylo. To his surprise, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Although the intensity of Raylo's conqueror's Haki was not particularly high, it was still formidable enough that, at such close proximity, few could withstand its pressure. This suggested that the women on this island possessed remarkable strength. Raylo slightly intensified the release of his conqueror's Haki, causing the guard to feel as though his consciousness was slipping away. The old woman guard directed her gaze toward the deepest part of the corridor, summoning her last ounce of strength to cry out, seemingly attempting to warn the acting emperor. However, before her voice could reach its destination, she succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed to the ground. Thus, within the entire palace, only Raylo and the acting emperor of Daughter Island, Goroliosa, remained. Raylo strode into the corridor, and simultaneously, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from deep within. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, unperturbed by the commotion. Goroliosa, the former emperor of Daughter Island from generations past, had once resolutely ventured out to sea in her youth, thus possessing formidable strength. Although her powers had waned with age, her fundamental instincts for self-defense remained intact. Raylo boldly intruded upon the palace, unleashing her conqueror's Haki, rendering the guards unconscious. There was no doubt she possessed an extraordinary prowess. Moments later, the figure of Goroliosa materialized before Raylo, not far away. She was diminutive in stature, barely reaching Raylo's chest, with a head of white hair and a face etched with deep lines, resembling the parched bark of an ancient tree. In stark contrast to Boa Hancock, the current empress of Amazon Lily, their appearances were worlds apart. However, Raylo was neither Sanji nor Bartolomeo. She paid little heed to the visage of this elderly woman. Yet, upon seeing Raylo, Goroliosa, the venerable acting empress, appeared as though struck by lightning, her body frozen in place, motionless. After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure and spoke slowly. How could you be here? Even at that moment, her eyes were still filled with astonishment. It has been a long time, Raylo replied with a smile. Boom. Goroliosa's mind felt as though it had erupted, leaving only a void. Initially, she suspected that someone had disguised themselves as Raylo, but in that instant, she was certain that the person before her was indeed the infamous Raylo, the demon that once made the entire world tremble. Although Raylo had recently escaped from Impel Down, the upper echelons of the world government had deliberately concealed the news. Furthermore, since her appearance during the Marineford War was brief, her notoriety had faded, known only to a select few who closely followed the bounty notices. Clearly, Gloria Osa was not among them, and it was only now that she realized Raylo had departed from Impel Down. How did you manage to escape? It's a long story. Gloria Osa and Raylo shared a past. They had met when Gloria Osa abandoned her nation to sail the seas, just as Raylo was beginning to make her mark on the world stage. At that time, Gloria Osa was inexperienced and chose to travel alongside Raylo for a period. However, no romantic sparks ignited between them, nor did any tales of romance emerge. In truth, Gloria Osa held both respect and fear for Raylo, for she had once been labeled a demon. Although immensely powerful, Raylo was a notorious villain, devoid of compassion, mercilessly slaying even the most innocent bystanders during battle. This was ultimately the reason for their parting ways. Raylo recounted in detail to Gloria the events surrounding his escape from Impel Down, although he deliberately concealed the fact that he was a traverser. "I can't believe you were able to withstand the oppressive effects of Sea Prism Stone," Gloria remarked, her disbelief evident. "Indeed, I was surprised as well. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged suppression that my body has developed a certain resistance," Raylo replied ambiguously. Gloria swallowed hard, inquiring with a cautious tone, "What brings you to seek me this time?" She was acutely aware that provoking Raylo could lead to dire consequences, even for someone with whom he shared a past, and that the entire Amazon Lily could find itself in peril. Chapter 61. The Secrets of the Nine Serpents. Raylo smiled softly, for there was nothing of great significance. He simply recalled a matter you had mentioned to me previously, thus I made a special trip to see you. Guluwali Osa was momentarily taken aback. The journey she had shared with Raylo occurred 6 or 7 decades ago. Even if she still remembered, it would be impossible for her to clearly recall every word she had spoken during that distant time. Therefore, when Raylo brought it up, she felt somewhat bewildered. However, Raylo was different. The memories in his mind were inherited from the original owner, and the experiences of that individual unfolded before him like a film. Thus, even events from decades past felt as fresh as if they had just occurred. "What matter do you refer to?" Guluwali Osa inquired. "During our previous conversation, you mentioned that on Daughter Island there exists a sword passed down from 1,000 years ago, and I wish to borrow it for a time." "Borrow?" She chuckled bitterly to herself. Although Luluo claimed it was a loan, he left no room for refusal. Otherwise, not only would his life be in jeopardy, but the entire Daughter Island would also be endangered. Moreover, it was clear that Luluo had no intention of repaying this so-called loan. However, Guluwali Osa was somewhat taken aback. Upon Luluo's reminder, she recalled having mentioned the matter of the knife to him long ago. Yet, she never anticipated that he would remember it so vividly and seek her out after many years. According to legend, there indeed exists a knife on Daughter Island. But that was merely hearsay. Even I, a former emperor, had never laid eyes upon it. Whether it is a mere myth can only be determined through pursuit. And I simply wish to inquire if you possess any relevant clues. With a heavy sigh, Guluwali Osa resolved to divulge everything she knew to Luluo for the sake of Daughter Island's safety. The inhabitants of Daughter Island are known as the Nine Serpent Tribe, each person entwined with a serpent. From a distance, one can see the characters 9 serpents etched upon the cliffs. Additionally, at the heart of the island stands a colossal statue, nearly as large as half the island itself, depicting a giant serpent with 9 heads. The entire island is intimately connected with serpents. Legend has it that a gigantic 9-headed serpent serves as the guardian deity of this island, influencing the all-female population. Furthermore, this 9-headed serpent is said to protect the national treasure of the Daughter Kingdom, the Dragon Ball, a knife, one far more sinister than the Onaihara. This blade is rumored to surpass even the supreme great knife in weaponry, but is said to drain the vitality of its wielder, rendering it unusable by ordinary individuals. As for the existence of this sword, no one can definitively ascertain. After listening to Guluwali Osa recount everything regarding the Dragon Ball, Luluo furrowed his brow slightly. Some of this information he had already heard decades ago from her, while other details were new to him at this moment. However, these insights alone were insufficient for him to locate the knife. The possibility of a 9-headed serpent serving as a guardian deity on Daughter Island did not particularly surprise Luluo. After all, in this world, anything is possible. Beings of immense longevity and power, like the Elephant Lord, exist, so the presence of a 9-headed serpent is hardly astonishing. If that serpent, as the guardian of Daughter Island, truly exists, then the Dragon Ball is likely in its proximity. Yet, even with his observation haki, which nearly enveloped the entire island, he was unable to detect the serpent's presence. Thus, either the serpent does not exist, or it is extraordinarily powerful, concealing its aura from Luluo's perception. capable of hiding itself before me. Raylo felt a surge of excitement, if that serpent truly existed. It was likely the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his arrival in this realm. I understand. I shall seek out that blade on my own. Should the need arise, I will reach out to you, Raylo declared before turning on his heel and departing. Euroliosa was taken aback, not expecting Raylo to leave so abruptly. So unlike his former self, she had even prepared for the possibility that Raylo would loot the treasures within the palace, yet he left empty-handed. Euroliosa sighed softly. It seemed that despite his unchanging exterior, his inner self had undergone significant transformation over the years. Even the once fearsome demon could shed its sharp fangs. Raylo wandered through the jungle, replaying in his mind all matters concerning the Dragon Balls. The Island of Daughters was inhabited solely by women, and how they propagated their lineage remained a mystery, undoubtedly tied to the legendary Hydra. Thus, the existence of this creature was likely more than mere folklore. As Raylo pondered this perplexity, he furrowed his brow, realizing that to locate the Dragon Balls, one must first delve into the enigma of the fabled Hydra. Just as despair began to take hold, he lifted his gaze to the heavens and chanced upon the magnificent stone statue of the Hydra, majestically coiled atop the colossal mountain at the heart of the island. Though sculpted from stone, each pair of eyes appeared animated, imbued with life, and every scale upon its serpentine form was rendered with remarkable clarity. A somewhat absurd conjecture suddenly surfaced in Laylo's mind. Surely not. Even Laylo himself found it difficult to believe this notion. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he became increasingly preoccupied with this thought. As if it lodged itself in his throat like a stubborn fishbone, he felt a profound discomfort that would only dissipate upon verification of this idea. Sighing, he resolved to investigate further. In an instant, Laylo, who had been leisurely strolling through the jungle, found himself at the heart of the island. His swift movement conjured a tempest, uprooting numerous trees and capturing the attention of several female warriors. However, the sheer speed of his motion surpassed their comprehension, leading them to dismiss it as merely a passing gust of wind. Raylo stood beneath the colossal statue of the Hydra, gazing upward at its immense form. The statue loomed nearly as large as half of Daughter Island, rendering Raylo minuscule in comparison, scarcely the size of a single tooth. However, for one who had encountered Noah and those gargantuan sea creatures, the sheer scale of the serpent did not evoke much awe. Yet, Raylo found himself perplexed. If this serpent were merely a statue, what manner of individual possessed the means to create such a marvel? At that moment, an ominous premonition stirred within Raylo, as if he were being watched. Even he, in this instant, sensed a threat of danger. Raylo suddenly lifted his head. At that moment, the 9 pairs of eyes belonging to the 9 serpents seemed to come alive, collectively fixating on Raylo's direction. Chapter 62, Awakening. This unforeseen turn of events nearly startled even a formidable warrior like Raylo. Raylo gazed intently at the statue of the Hydra, and at that moment, the 9 pairs of eyes of the creature seemed to resume their watchful scrutiny, fixating on various directions. How peculiar. Raylo blinked, realizing that everything appeared normal. As if nothing had transpired, what he had just witnessed felt like a mere illusion, while others might misinterpret the situation. Raylo was acutely aware that he could not have been mistaken. Just moments ago, the 9 pairs of eyes belonging to the Hydra were undoubtedly fixed upon him. This statue had stood in its place for countless millennia. If there were indeed something extraordinary about it, the inhabitants of the Daughter Nation would have discovered it long ago. And it was unlikely that the ancient Groliosa would conceal such knowledge from him. Could it be that there was something peculiar about himself that incited this anomaly? Given his ability to communicate with the aquatic beings, it did not seem far-fetched that he could also provoke a transformation in a statue, or perhaps this was not a statue at all. A spark of insight flickered through Raylo's mind, and certain matters began to crystallize. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Raylo. As his overwhelming conqueror's haki surged forth, nearly enveloping the entire Daughter Island, the female warriors on the island instantly succumbed, with more than half of them collapsing in a faint. Bartolomeo, who had been evading the pursuit of the female warriors, was taken aback to discover that those who had been chasing him had fallen silent. Upon turning around, he was astonished to find them sprawled on the ground. And shortly thereafter, he sensed a familiar oppressive presence. Was it the captain's doing? Without delving into Raylo's intentions, Bartolomeo seized the opportunity. As no one hindered him from seeking out Raylo, elated, he made his way to the shores of Daughter Island. However, it was not long before the smile that had graced his lips faded into disappointment. Luffy was nearby on another island, but the ship, the Phantom, was still several hundred meters away from Daughter Island. As a devil fruit user, Bartolomeo found himself unable to swim across. Hey, Bartolomeo shouted, attempting to capture the attention of the Sea King, but it seemed as if the creature was deaf to his call, utterly disregarding him. The reason behind Raylo's sudden release of his conqueror's haki is quite profound. If one were to discern any difference between himself and the inhabitants of the island, it would solely pertain to gender and the disparity in strength. Although Luffy had previously visited Amazon Lily, he had never stood before this statue, and at that time, his prowess was evidently insufficient. Thus, Raylo aims to demonstrate his strength in front of this statue, hoping to elicit a response. Should this statue possess any semblance of sentience, Raylo's actions could undoubtedly be interpreted as a provocation. Very well, let me unveil what you truly are. Raylo's lips curled slightly upwards, betraying a hint of anticipation. However, after a considerable passage of time, nothing transpired. Even the marine creatures surrounding Daughter Island, drawn in by Raylo's formidable presence, remained unresponsive as the statue stood in utter stillness. Raylo felt a tinge of disappointment, but just as he contemplated retracting his conqueror's haki, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once motionless statue began to tremble, and fragments of stone and dust began to cascade down. Raylo took a step back, evading the cascading debris. Moments later, the stones ceased their descent, revealing the true form of the statue. Astonishingly, it was a living hydra. Its original appearance seemed merely encased in a layer of stone. Raylo found this revelation unsurprising. The inability of his observation haki to detect its presence suggested either its death or a loss of vital characteristics through some means. If its surface had been petrified, it could indeed obscure its aura. However, Raylo remained unaware whether the Hydra had been sealed by another or had chosen self-imposed petrification to remain as a guardian of the island, erasing its life signs. Yet, the truth held little interest for Raylo, as he had already achieved his objective. The 9 heads of the Hydra unfurled their gaping maws, hissing and extending their tongues, presenting a terrifying sight. The resurgence of the Hydra was monumental, causing the entire island to tremble slightly with its movements. Those unaffected by Raylo's conqueror's haki took notice of the revived Hydra. Remarkably, he had indeed located it. Guruliosa stood outside the palace, staring blankly in the direction of the Hydra, rendered speechless. It was undoubtedly the captain's doing. He truly lived up to the title. But should he now find a way to reunite with the captain, or should he flee? Bartolomeo stroked his chin in contemplation, completely forgetting Raylo's request for him to remain on the island for training. The women of Daughter's Island were formidable warriors, possessing exceptional strength. Thus, while they felt immense shock at the Hydra's revival, they did not succumb to panic. Instead, they swiftly organized themselves to establish defenses while dispatching individuals to consult Guruliosa on the next course of action. With the Empress absent from the island, Guruliosa assumed the role of their leader. Kikyo, the captain of the National Defense Warriors, approached Guruliosa, inquiring, "Elder Nyo, you noticed the resurrected statue as well. But what exactly is happening?" Guruliosa shook her head. "I'm uncertain." Kikyo furrowed her brow and pressed on. "What should we do next?" Guruliosa sighed. "Let everyone retreat from the island's center. The ensuing battle is beyond our capabilities." As a former companion of Raylo, Guruliosa was acutely aware of his formidable strength. With the mightiest empress of the nation absent, engaging in combat with their current forces would be tantamount to seeking death. Guruliosa could only hope for Raylo to swiftly obtain what he sought and depart from the island. Raylo scrutinized the 9-headed serpent, while the serpent's 9 heads regarded Raylo in return. Despite Raylo's stature being nearly insignificant in comparison to the colossal beast, the Hydra instinctively sensed danger. The aura emanating from Raylo caused even its massive form to tremble slightly. "Can you comprehend my words?" it hissed. Raylo felt a sense of helplessness. Although he possessed the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings, he was unable to converse with the 9-headed serpent before him. "It seems that there remains considerable room for improvement in my observation haki. This ability allows one to perceive the emotions and thoughts of living beings, and theoretically, if its intensity reaches a certain level, it should enable communication with various creatures." Chapter 63, The 9-Headed Serpent in Legend. This 9-headed serpent serves as the guardian deity of Daughter Island and is also tasked with protecting the Dragon Balls. However, as Raylo surveyed his surroundings, he found no sign of swords or weaponry, nor any markings upon the serpent itself. Raylo couldn't help but furrow his brow. In Japanese folklore, there exists a creature known as the Yamada no Orochi, a monstrous entity characterized by its terrifying appearance with 8 heads and 8 tails, capable of filling 8 valleys and 8 hills. Its tails conceal the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, one of Japan's 3 sacred treasures. However, The serpent before Raylo boasted 9 heads and a singular body, clearly distinguishing it from the Yamada no Orochi, and instead resembling the 9-headed serpent, Xiong Lu, from Chinese mythology. Raylo mused inwardly, wondering if Oda had inadvertently amalgamated the mythologies of the two nations. Nonetheless, a thought emerged in Raylo's mind, since the Kusanagi no Tsurugi was hidden within the tail of the Yamada no Orochi. It was quite plausible that the Dragon Ball might also be concealed within the tail of the 9-headed serpent. Lero shifted his body slightly, realizing that the only option left was to extract the sword from within the creature. It seemed that the 9-headed serpent sensed Lero's malevolent intent and launched an attack at him first. With a resounding crash, one of the serpent's heads struck towards Lero's position with astonishing speed, defying the expectations of a creature of such size. The head descended like a small hill, creating a massive crater upon impact. As the serpent's head lifted, Lero was notably absent from the deep pit. "How swift you are! I never anticipated such velocity from you." However, I had foreseen this moment. Originally grounded, Lero now found himself atop one of the serpent's heads. The sudden turn of events caused the 9 heads of the serpent to momentarily freeze, but they quickly regained their composure. The head upon which Lero stood thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge him. Yet, Lero remained steadfast, as if anchored to the serpent itself, impervious to its vigorous movements. Suddenly, Lelo leaped from the head, then plummeted downwards, delivering a powerful stomp upon it. Boom! Raylo, with a tremendous force, slammed his head into the ground, resulting in extensive devastation. The ensuing shockwave sent debris scattering in all directions. Under the overwhelming influence of Raylo's formidable armament haki, the seemingly indomitable head of the Hydra was pierced through. Resembling mere tofu as a large hole was created. Blood and brain matter mingled and flowed ceaselessly from the wound. Rairo leapt from his mind, miraculously unscathed, devoid of even a trace of blood. The 9 heads of the Hydra operated independently. Although one had been obliterated by Rairo, the remaining 8 displayed no signs of anguish. With a thunderous roar, the 8 heads opened their gaping maws, emitting a low growl that was far from characteristic of serpentine creatures. The remaining serpent heads writhed about, encircling Rairo from all directions. In that moment, a vision of the future suddenly materialized in Rairo's mind. His brow furrowed, and with a powerful surge, he sprang upward. Almost simultaneously as one of the heads unleashed a torrent of toxic mist towards his position. The density of the mist surpassed anything Rairo had previously encountered, eclipsing even Magellan's venom and Clyak's MH5, compelling him to remain vigilant. The noxious fog gradually dispersed, growing increasingly tenuous, yet the flora surrounding it wilted instantaneously, drained of life. Gliding through the air, Rairo observed the scene below with a silent sigh of relief. Undoubtedly, the toxicity of the Hydra's venom exceeded that of Magellan's liquid in MH5. And it was not generated by the powers of a devil fruit. No matter how formidable his haki, it could not withstand it. Though he was immortal, being at the epicenter of that toxic mist would undeniably sap his vitality in an instant. While he would ultimately recover, he would first find himself as prey, vulnerable and defenseless. Fortunately, my observation haki foresaw the impending danger. Otherwise, I might have become a mere carcass by now. At this moment, Relo was employing moonwalk to suspend himself in midair. Shortly after the poisonous mist dissipated, he plummeted rapidly from the sky, once again launching an assault on the serpent's head that exhaled toxic fumes. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as one of the Hydra's heads was severed. Roar! Though the Hydra, having lost 2 of its heads, felt no pain, it was exceedingly enraged. "Come on, let me see what other tricks you possess." The tension between the man and the serpent was palpable. Suddenly, one of the serpent's heads opened its mouth wide, unleashing a bolt of lightning that surged towards Relo. Faced with the sudden onslaught of lightning, Relo did not flinch. Instead, he enveloped his body with a layer of haki. The lightning struck him, causing a flicker of electric light to dance across his form before vanishing. Although the haki shielded his body, Relo still felt a tingling sensation coursing through him, revealing the formidable power of the lightning. "Well, it seems you have quite a repertoire. Is fire to follow?" No sooner had he spoken than a blazing inferno surged towards him. As if foreseen, Relo anticipated the serpent's next move just moments before the attack. Yet he chose not to evade. Instead, he braced himself against the fiery assault. Apart from the highly toxic mist, Relo seldom opted to dodge, for he harbored immense confidence in his physical prowess, believing that enduring his enemy's attacks was also a means of honing his body. Indeed, when the flames subsided, Relo emerged unscathed, save for a few singed hairs. Lelo brushed his singed hair, preparing to inspect another head, when he suddenly discovered something peculiar. The Hydra, originally possessing 9 heads, had lost 2 at his hands. Logically, it should have retained 7 heads. However, before Lalo stood a Hydra with 8 heads. Intriguing. Despite this bizarre occurrence, Lalo felt no discomfort, for it stemmed from his unwavering confidence as a formidable being. It appeared that this creature was akin to the legendary Xiong Lu, where as long as one head remained alive, the Hydra would be immortal. Lalo chuckled softly, realizing that this fellow bore a striking resemblance to himself, given that it would be impossible to slay the creature as long as even a single head remained. There was but one course of action to undertake, to obliterate all 9 heads of the Hydra in an exceedingly brief span of time. While the sheer magnitude of the Hydra might pose a challenge for others, it was far from insurmountable for Lalo. He possessed both remarkable speed and formidable destructive power. Raylo silently amassed his strength, preparing to vanquish his adversary in the briefest possible moment. Suddenly, a tempest arose, darkening the skies. The aura of Raylo surged, causing the surrounding environment to shift, as if the very air had solidified. Yet, the remaining 8 heads of the Hydra seemed to sense the imminent threat of death. Bowing down towards Raylo, their faces nearly touching the ground, as if in submission to a supreme sovereign. Chapter 64, Dragon Pill. Raylo himself had not anticipated that the Hydra would suddenly take such action, causing him to pause momentarily as the formidable aura he had been gathering began to wane and gradually dissipate. Sensing the terrifying energy of Raylo diminishing, the Hydra, like before, was filled with trepidation. Its trembling form slowly steadied, yet its heads remained pressed firmly against the ground, refusing to rise. "You are surprisingly astute," Raylo remarked with a smile, loosening his tightly clenched fists. Although the unfolding events were somewhat beyond Raylo's expectations, they had not taken a turn for the worse, which he deemed a relief. The Hydra, as the guardian of Daughter Island, undoubtedly bore intricate connections to the island itself. Should Raylo choose to slay it in his pursuit of the sword, the repercussions would indubitably leave an indelible mark on the entire island. While Raylo had once embodied absolute egoism, indifferent to the lives of others, he now housed another soul within him, though not a paragon of virtue. The thought of the entire Daughter Island suffering due to his actions would evoke a twinge of guilt within him. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Raylo was reluctant to take such drastic measures. "It seems you two wish to preserve your life. In that case, relinquish the Dragon Ball to me." Curiously, the Hydra, which had previously appeared utterly incapable of comprehending human speech, now seemed to grasp Raylo's intent. One of its remaining 8 heads slowly lifted, undulating back and forth as if preparing to regurgitate something. Raylo gazed upon the scene with a sense of revulsion, simultaneously realizing that this fellow might have been feigning ignorance all along. At that moment, the Hydra appeared to be utterly oblivious to Raylo's words, showing no signs of comprehension. After a brief pause, a crisp sound pierced the air as a glimmering blade suddenly emerged, seemingly shot forth like a lance from the Hydra's mouth, plunging into the ground. At last, the Hydra expelled the object from its maw. It was a knife, a blade radiating a chilling brilliance. Undoubtedly, it was the revered Dragon Pearl, the national treasure guarded by the Hydra, hailing from the Isle of Daughters. Leiluo had assumed that the Dragon Pill, expelled from the maw of the Hydra, would inevitably be tainted by the creature's bodily fluids, and he had braced himself to endure the foul stench. However, the Dragon Pill that landed on the ground was remarkably pristine. Not only was there no trace of the Hydra's fluids, but it was also devoid of even a speck of dust. Furthermore, as the Dragon Pill emerged from the Hydra's interior, the surrounding environment underwent a transformation. The temperature plummeted dramatically, as if a veil of frost had settled upon the ground and the remaining trees that stood nearby. Lalo furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the abrupt drop in temperature, causing the pores of his skin to constrict. Soon, his ears detected a series of rustling sounds, as the ground began to swell with numerous small mounds. Before long, a multitude of creatures that had been concealed beneath the earth emerged, hastily fleeing as if in dread of the Dragon Pill. Lalo's brows furrowed, indicating that this blade was far more perilous than he had initially anticipated. Originally, the Dragon Ball, confined within the serpent's body, exerted almost no influence on the outside world. However, now that it had re-emerged, the malevolence of the Dragon Ball was once again manifesting. At this moment, the Dragon Ball seemed to be incessantly releasing an imperceptible chill into the surroundings, creating an unsettling atmosphere. It appears that the legends may harbor some inaccuracies. Rather than the Hydra safeguarding this blade, it seems more accurate to say that it was suppressing the Dragon Ball's malevolence with its own corporeal form. No wonder it was reluctant to relinquish it to me at first, should the Dragon Ball come into existence. The very life of every creature on this island would be profoundly affected. Yet, ultimately, this creature is still afraid of death. Raylo cast a sidelong glance at the Hydra, who seemed to comprehend his unspoken sentiment, turning its head away as if in embarrassment. What a peculiar creature, Raylo mused, feeling a twinge of exasperation. He averted his gaze and silently approached the dragon blade. Though merely a sword, it exuded an aura of sentience with each step Raylo took. The chilling energy it radiated intensified. Even the Hydra, which had hitherto kept the blade confined within itself, found the growing cold unbearable and instinctively shuffled backward. Raylo sensed that at this moment, Longwan was resisting him. A fine sword, much like a noble steed, possesses its own distinct character. Some blades are akin to fierce stallions. Although they possess great power, their temperament is equally volatile, making them difficult to tame. Raylo's current objective is to conquer Longwan, compelling it to acknowledge him as its master. Although the chilling aura emanating from Longwan intensifies, it poses little obstruction to Raylo's immensely formidable physique. With a decisive stride, Raylo approached the Dragon Ball, reaching down to lift it from the ground. The moment his palm made contact, an unsettling chill enveloped him, as if his hand had been encased in ice, rendering it immobile. It felt as though his very lifeblood was being siphoned away, a powerful wave of cold surging through him. In an instant, a significant portion of Raylo's vitality was drained by the Dragon Ball, leaving one side of his body withered and feeble. Truly, it is a malevolent blade. No wonder it was sealed away. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have perished in an instant, reduced to a desiccated corpse from the loss of their essence. Raylo spoke with an air of calm composure, as if it were another who had been drained of vital essence rather than himself. The blade was exceedingly domineering, initially. Raylo had attempted to coerce Longwan into returning his vitality through intimidation, yet Longwan remained utterly unfazed, continuing to voraciously siphon Raylo's life force. At this moment, although Longwan persistently absorbed Raylo's essence, the pace had notably decelerated. Meanwhile, the ability of the Everlife fruit began to manifest, steadily replenishing the vitality that had been extracted from Raylo. Gradually, a state of equilibrium was achieved between the two. After a considerable duration, as if having consumed sufficient vitality, Longwan ceased his predation on Raylo, allowing the Everlife fruit to genuinely nourish Raylo's body. Before long, Raylo's form began to return to its former state. Raylo scrutinized the Dragon Pearl in his grasp. Having absorbed a substantial amount of his vitality, the Dragon Pearl no longer emanated the chilling aura it once did. And the subterranean creatures that had fled earlier had now settled. Its radiance had become subdued, no longer exuding an intimidating cold light. Perhaps due to the considerable absorption of life essence, Raylo perceived that the Dragon Pearl felt significantly heavier than ordinary blades. Nevertheless, it proved remarkably suited to his hand. Let us give it a try. Raylo brandished the dragon pill in his hand towards the heavens, unleashing a blade of energy that seemed capable of cleaving Daughter Island in two, soaring into the sky and splitting the clouds above asunder. Chapter 65, Departure from Daughter Island. The sword aura ascended continuously, remaining intact until it vanished beyond the reach of Raylo's eyes, leaving no trace behind. The female warriors on Daughter Island, who had been rendered unconscious by Raylo's overwhelming presence, gradually lifted their gazes towards the sky. The sun descended towards the horizon, casting a blood-red glow. The clouds, divided by the sword aura, lingered in their parted state, creating a terrifying gash in the firmament that appeared as if it had been violently torn apart. What could this possibly mean? Kikyo stared blankly at the sky, her mouth agape in astonishment. Beside her, Girolio remained equally entranced, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. Surely, this must be the work of the captain. Raylo gazed intently at the Dragon Ball in his hand. Following his recent strike, the Dragon Ball began to absorb Raylo's vital energy once more. However, unlike before, this time it did not voraciously drain his essence. After taking a portion, it settled into a state of tranquility. Raylo swiftly returned to normalcy, thanks to the abilities bestowed by the Fruit of Immortality. It appears that the Dragon Ball functions akin to a weapon requiring recharging. Each use necessitates the expenditure of one's vitality, making it truly unsuitable for the average individual. Raylo's conception is not erroneous. The Dragon Ball possesses the extraordinary ability to convert vital energy into formidable attacks. The potency of this ability escalates in accordance with the strength of the user's life force. For the average user, the true might of the Dragon Ball remains untapped, often leading to demise due to the depletion of their life energy. Given that Raylo's target is the elusive clouds, the might of the Dragon Ball may not be overtly apparent. However, Raylo can discern that a full-powered strike from the Dragon Ball would undoubtedly possess the capacity to astonish the world. In everyday circumstances, its utilization seems unnecessary. With Raylo's current prowess, there is no requirement to employ the Dragon Ball against typical adversaries. He intends to keep the Dragon Ball close, nurturing it with his own formidable aura and life energy, reserving its deployment for pivotal moments to vanquish foes with a singular strike. Presently, however, he's in need of a suitable sheath. The Dragon Ball is exceedingly sharp, although Lalo himself is not apprehensive about sustaining injury from it. He cannot simply keep it uncontained by his side. The Dragon Ball, inherently malevolent, emits a chilling aura, while it has temporarily stabilized. Lalo remains uncertain of its ability to maintain this state. Thus, he must seek an appropriate sheath to contain its formidable power. Lalo cast a glance at the Hydra behind him, and an idea surged within his mind. It seemed that the Hydra sensed the malevolence in Lalo's gaze, as its entire body began to tremble, instinctively retreating a short distance. "Do not fear, it will be over quickly, though it may sting a bit," Lalo remarked with a sinister smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished from his position, striking the Hydra with blinding speed. The Hydra was caught completely off guard by Lalo's swift assault. Thud! It was only when one of its teeth, as large as a small hill, fell to the ground simultaneously with Lalo that the creature comprehended the gravity of the situation. The expression on the face of the toothless head twisted in anguish, tears welling in its eyes. Yet, even in this moment of distress, the Hydra dared not express any dissatisfaction toward Lalo, for preserving its life took precedence above all else. The reason why Raylo extracted a tooth from the Hydra was that it had been using its own body to suppress the Dragon Ball, and the tooth, being a part of the Hydra, might also exert a similar suppressive effect on the Dragon Ball. Of course, this was merely Raylo's conjecture. The outcome could only be determined through experimentation. The tooth appeared somewhat oversized and required some refinement. The Hydra's tooth was immensely large, towering over Raylo even when lying horizontally on the ground, rendering it impractical to serve directly as a sheath for a blade. With determination, Raylo wielded the Dragon Ball, relentlessly striking the Hydra's tooth. Although the tooth was remarkably sturdy, the Dragon Ball was inherently razor-sharp, and coupled with Raylo's mastery of armament hockey, it became an unstoppable force, slicing through the tooth as if it were mere vegetables. In the blink of an eye, Raylo had whittled away more than half of the tooth's volume, leaving the Hydra in a state of discontent. After a brief moment, Raylo ceased his efforts, having skillfully shaped the tooth into the form of a sheath. While he was not a professional craftsman, his hands were steady enough, and each strike was executed with precision, resulting in a sheath that, though not particularly aesthetically pleasing, rivaled that of ordinary sheaths. Furthermore, the sheath bore no elaborate patterns, which lent it a certain simplicity, adding to its unique charm. Raylo inserted the Dragon Ball into the sheath with precision, neither too much nor too little, achieving a flawless fit. Turning to the Hydra, Raylo chuckled, "Fortunately, your teeth remain untainted after being petrified for so many years. Otherwise, I might have felt a bit queasy holding this. I shall take my leave now." Raylo has finally arrived at Daughter Island, primarily to arrange for Bartolomeo to prepare for his training here, and secondarily to acquire the legendary weapon. Now that he has successfully achieved both objectives, it is only natural for him to depart. As Raylo took a few steps forward, he became acutely aware of the stir behind him. Although the Hydra moved with utmost caution and only made the slightest of shifts, its immense size rendered it incapable of remaining silent, inevitably creating a considerable commotion. Leluo turned his head and asked, "Why are you following me? Can't you revert back to a statue?" The Hydra remained unresponsive. Raylo glanced at the Dragon Ball in his hand. The Hydra had petrified itself to seal the Dragon Ball. But now that it was in Raylo's possession, there was no longer any reason for it to remain a statue. Given the Hydra's colossal form, staying on the island would undoubtedly pose significant inconveniences. Thus, it had no choice but to depart. Raylo furrowed his brow. "Are you truly willing to accompany me?" Hiss. The Hydra's heads nodded slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Raylo remarked, "It is not entirely unfeasible. Bartolomeo must remain on the island, as there is no one to navigate the ghost ship. I could certainly use someone capable of pulling the vessel at all times." "You can swim, correct?" Hiss. "That's splendid. However, with the Guardian of the Daughter Kingdom and the Dragon Ball taken away, I cannot help but wonder what will become of Daughter Island. Regardless, if any issues arise, let Coroliosa seek me out. If all goes as planned, in a few years, the Dragon Ball and you shall return to Daughter Island. By the way, since you are to accompany me, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a name." After pondering for a while, Leluo suggested, "How about calling you Giolama? One possesses 9 tails, while the other has 9 heads. There should be little distinction between them." The Hydra displayed a distinctly disdainful expression, clearly unimpressed. "Or shall I refer to you as Dasha?" Hiss. The Hydra slowly nodded, seemingly quite pleased. Chapter 66, Departure. Raylo departed from Daughter Island with the Hydra in tow. Due to the enormous size of the serpent, the exit was accompanied by a tremendous commotion, causing the ground to tremble and many who had fainted due to Raylo's presence to find themselves in peril. Fortunately, a number of vigilant female warriors were present to manage the aftermath, resulting in no casualties. However, those who remained conscious were profoundly shaken. They witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. The revered Hydra transformed from a stone statue into a living creature, obediently following a man as if it were a docile pet. Although many wished to intervene and prevent Raylo from leaving with the Hydra, fear rendered their legs immobile, as though anchored to the ground. Kikyo beheld this spectacle and swallowed hard, turning to Gloriosa. "Do you know who that man is?" Gloriosa nodded. "Many years ago, I was the Empress of the Nine Serpents. I grew weary of island life and resolutely abandoned my kingdom to venture into the sea. And it was during that time that I became acquainted with him. That was at least 70 years ago, Gloriosa, yet that man appears to be no more than 20. He is the wielder of the immortal fruit, unyielding and eternal. Thus, despite the passage of decades, his appearance remains unchanged." "I see. Since you are old acquaintances, why not attempt to stop him?" Kikyo could not help but inquire. "Such efforts would be futile," Gloriosa replied with a resigned shake of her head. "He does not cherish old sentiments. He is not human, but a demon. When I sailed with him, he mercilessly slaughtered innocent civilians. And even crew members who dared to defy him met with a brutal fate. This is why I ultimately chose to leave his ship and return to Daughter Island." Kikyo fell silent. It was later revealed that he had been besieged by the Navy, who paid a heavy price to capture him. And it has now been 60 years since. Despite the passage of time, he seemed to have changed considerably. Initially, I thought his visit was motivated by an interest in Hancock, yet he made no mention of her, completing his own affairs before departing without a trace of longing for the multitude of women on the island. Kikyo glanced at Gloriosa. "Surely, you two share no history?" Gloriosa's aged face flushed, and she cleared her throat. "Those are matters of the past." Kikyo ceased her inquiries. "Lady Snake is the most beautiful woman in the world. His lack of interest is rather peculiar. Yet, had Lady Snake been present, he might not have dared to act with such impunity. That would be in vain." Gloriosa shook her head once more. "His power surpasses your imagination. Even the so-called hero of the Navy, Garp, was nearly slain by him in his prime. We should actually be grateful that Lady Snake is not on the island. Her fierce temperament would undoubtedly lead to a clash with Raylo. At that point, the loss to our island might not merely involve a single Hydra, but perhaps the entire land could vanish from the map." Kikyo's countenance paled, her disbelief palpable. "Is it true that even Lady Snake could not thwart him?" Rayro arrived at the shore of Daughter Island with a great serpent in tow. At that moment, Bartolomeo, not far away, also noticed Rayro. "Captain, I am here," Bartolomeo shouted. Riley's observation Haki had long detected Bartolomeo's presence nearby, yet he feigned ignorance. Upon being discovered, he simply turned his head and gave a casual wave. "Captain, please take me to meet Lord Luffy. I cannot swim." "I have already stated that you must find a way on your own. This is also a part of your training. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again in a year and a half." After Laylo finished speaking, he gracefully employed the moon step to depart from Daughter Island, with the Hydra serpent following closely behind. Captain Bartolomeo was overwhelmed with negative emotions, yet he dared not voice his frustrations, choosing instead to suppress them within. As the serpent entered the sea, it unleashed colossal waves, causing the surrounding marine creatures to retreat in haste. Daughter Island lay within a windless zone, surrounded by numerous sea kings. However, the Hydra's immense size far surpassed that of the ordinary sea kings, rivaling that of the colossal sea kings. Consequently, when the sea kings stationed near the ghost ship beheld the approaching Hydra, they were instantly terrified and submerged, vanishing from sight. "This creature is surprisingly timid. I had intended to express my gratitude to it," Laylo thought as he descended back onto the ghost ship, witnessing this spectacle with a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, overall, Laylo felt a sense of joy. With the serpent towing the vessel, he had managed to intimidate the majority without lifting a finger, thus deterring any presumptuous individuals from approaching and sparing himself from numerous inconveniences. The question now lingered: where to next? The crew summoned by Rayleigh has now been fully arranged, awaiting his return in a year and a half. At present, Rayleigh seeks to occupy himself while also carving out opportunities for cultivation. During the 2-year training period of Luffy and his companions, numerous events transpired in the world, and thus, he decides to travel and cultivate, using those occurrences as his guiding threads. Ultimately, he must first depart from the calm belt and return to the Grand Line. Hiss. The great serpent propelled the ghost ship forward at remarkable speed, surpassing even the vessel's natural momentum. With the great serpent providing protection, the surrounding marine creatures swiftly retreated, allowing for an uninterrupted journey. Before long, Empress Boa Hancock returned from the island where Luffy resided to her homeland, Amazon Lily. Upon discovering that the colossal statue of the Hydra, which once stood at the heart of the island, had vanished, she erupted in fury, chastising Colossal. However, after hearing the entire sequence of events, her expression grew somber. Hancock had encountered Rayleigh during the Marineford War, where he had intervened at a crucial moment to thwart Akaino's attack, saving Ace and Luffy, leaving a profound impression on her. Though the Empress is indifferent to all but Luffy, Rayleigh's actions upon entering the island incensed her greatly. I am the sovereign of the Kuja. Everything upon this island belongs to me, and in turn, to Master Luffy. Thus, all that is here is his property. How dare he take what belongs to us? He shall not escape unscathed. However, since he saved Master Luffy, I shall spare his life, but will sever his limbs and cast him into exile. Kikyo and Galasso exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Where has he gone? I demand to retrieve him. Chapter 67, The Mysterious Island Snake Princess. Galasso, who had always been subservient to Hancock, suddenly shouted, startling everyone present. You old hag, how dare you raise your voice? Hancock leaned back, one hand on her hip, and the other pointing at Galasso, her head nearly parallel to the ground, exuding an air of superiority. Very well. Let us impose the utmost punishment. Lady Snake, Galasso did not mean it. Please forgive her. Yes, it has been Galasso managing the affairs of state during this time. If anything were to happen to her, the citizens would surely rally to defend her. Hancock cast a disdainful glance at them. Nothing will happen to me. I shall always be forgiven for anything I do, for I am as beautiful as a celestial being. The crowd erupted in cheers, utterly captivated by her beauty. Lady Snake, perhaps we should first hear what Galasso has to say. Kikyo remained composed, knowing Rayleigh's exceptional prowess. Hancock's expression tightened slightly, yet her curiosity about Galasso's intentions piqued. Speak, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy. Galasso recounted everything she knew about Rayleigh. After her revelations, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, and silence enveloped the gathering. Even Hancock wore a stern expression, though unlike the others, her concern was not born from fear of Rayleigh's strength. I did not expect him to possess such formidable power. He will surely become an obstacle in Master Luffy's path. Although he once saved Master Luffy, who knows what the future holds. Moreover, according to the old woman, he is quite the villain and must be dealt with swiftly. Since he escaped from Impel Down, the Navy must be eager to recapture him. So I shall inform them of his whereabouts. Although Hancock was confident, she was not blindly arrogant. She possessed a clear understanding of her own strength. Otherwise, she would have engaged with the three admirals during the Marineford War for Luffy's sake. Thus, this time, she planned to use another's hand to eliminate him. However, Hancock did not consider that the Navy, having just emerged from a bitter conflict, was in a state of disarray and in dire need of recuperation, lacking the resources to deal with Rayleigh. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the Great Serpent, Rayleigh returned from the calm belt to the Grand Line, where the presence of the Great Serpent ensured that not only were Sea Kings deterred, but even other pirates kept their distance. Although this spared Rayleigh much trouble, it left him feeling somewhat bored. Rayleigh reclined on the deck, contemplating his journey of cultivation. At present, his strength was not inferior to that of the three admirals. However, after being imprisoned in the Impel Down for 60 years, his prowess had waned, and he no longer stood at his zenith. Thus, should he encounter one of the four emperors, he could not guarantee victory. Nevertheless, in a one-on-one confrontation with a four-emperor, Rayleigh felt no trepidation. The four emperors, revered as the sovereigns of the sea, not only possess formidable strength but are also accompanied by numerous capable subordinates, each displaying remarkable prowess. Individuals like Shanks, who commands only a single crew, are indeed anomalies among the four emperors. Yet, considering his ties with the Gorosei, the number of crew members may not hold significant weight. During the 2 years that Luffy and his companions have been training, the most significant event in the world has undoubtedly been the fierce rivalry between Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. Their intense battle on Punk Hazard lasted for 10 days and altered the island's ecosystem. Although Akainu ultimately emerged victorious, one wonders if my intervention could have altered the outcome. As Rello's playful spirit soared, he contemplated the prospect of engaging in a duel between two formidable opponents. Such a scenario would inevitably pit him against one of them, potentially prompting a temporary cessation of hostilities as both commanders turned their attention to him. It is rare for anyone to willingly face the onslaught of two powerful adversaries alone. Yet, for Rello, this presented one of the finest opportunities for honing his skills. After a moment of reflection, however, he swiftly abandoned this notion. He was aware that Akainu and Aokiji had clashed in a duel over the past 2 years, but the specifics of when this occurred eluded him. It was improbable that he could simply venture to Punk Hazard Island and wait there, especially given the complications associated with traversing the New World. It seemed there would be no opportunity after all, leaving Rello with a tinge of regret and a momentary uncertainty about what to do next. At that moment, Rello's gaze was drawn to an island emerging in the distance. The island was shrouded in dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, commanding attention with its ominous presence. Its periphery was starkly barren, strewn with jagged rocks and devoid of any vegetation, bearing a charred appearance. An eerie aura enveloped the entire island. Suddenly, a colossal golden serpent descended from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Lightning struck the island's rocky outskirts, shattering the stones into fragments and leaving scorched earth in its wake. At last, Rello understood the reason for the island's desolation and its ominous aura. Intriguing indeed. While the Grand Line is home to an array of peculiar islands, one so abundant with lightning is a rarity. Great Serpent, let us investigate, Rello urged. The Hydra hesitated, clearly reluctant, as its instincts warned of the island's peril. Nevertheless, it dared not defy Rello, steeling itself to navigate the ship, the demon ghost, toward the island. Yet, as they approached, the creature resolutely refused to advance any further. However, the distance was trivial for Rello, who effortlessly leaped into the air, employing his moonwalk technique mid-flight to successfully land upon the island. Boom. The moment Rello touched down, a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to him. The speed of the lightning was astounding. Even with his advanced observation haki, he barely managed to evade it. Rather than being alarmed, Rello felt a surge of joy. This island was indeed an exceptional training ground for him. Another thunderous crack echoed as lightning descended once more, but Rello deftly sidestepped it. Noticing that the interior of the island was equally rife with lightning, intensifying as one approached the center. Clearly, something within the island was drawing the lightning towards it. In that instant, the Dragon Ball in Rello's hand quivered unexpectedly, resonating with emotions akin to the exhilaration of reuniting with an old friend or the fury of confronting a nemesis. What could this mean? Even Rello found himself momentarily taken aback by this development. While he was aware of the Dragon Ball's sentience, he had never anticipated such a response. The island's secrets were proving to be even more profound than he had imagined. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. Rello couldn't help but smirk, feeling an extraordinary thrill coursing through him. Rello steadily advanced towards the heart of the island, when suddenly, a warship began its approach. Major Ninia. Are we truly heading to that island? A young Marine gulped nervously. Ninia cast him a disdainful glance, of course. Haven't you seen that fellow has already set foot on the island? It turned out that Ninia, hailing from the East Sea, had been brooding over the humiliation inflicted upon her by Rello since their encounter, which motivated her to seek a transfer to the Grand Line, with the sole intent of capturing him. A few days prior, the Empress had leaked information about Rello to the Navy. However, due to the Navy's weakened state following the War of the Summit, there were insufficient forces to contend with Rello, leaving only a handful of high-ranking officials privy to his movements. As a promising member of the new generation of the Navy, Ninia had incidentally heard whispers regarding Rello. Ninia's current expedition was entirely her personal initiative, unbeknownst to the higher-ups in the Navy. The Marines aboard the ship had been chosen by Ninia for their reliability. Yet despite this, most of them were trembling with fear at that very moment. But Major Ninia, that Hydra is nearly large enough to topple the island. If we proceed, our ship could be overturned in an instant. Another Marine voiced his concern. What are you afraid of? Ninia crossed her arms, exuding an air of fearlessness. Did you not see that beast ferrying that man? The fact that it submits to him indicates it has already been defeated. Thus, it is not invincible. What is there to fear? Doesn't he that only further illustrate the formidable strength of the demon Rello, which we cannot possibly contend with? A group of Marines silently grumbled. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts. These individuals were well-trained Marines, whose duty was to follow orders. Though they felt trepidation, they steeled themselves to navigate the warship towards the island. As the vessel passed by the Hydra, all 9 of its heads pivoted in unison towards them. Hiss! The Marines aboard sensed the gaze of the Hydra upon them, accompanied by the sound of its flicking tongue, and immediately understood they had become prey, causing them to collectively gasp. Even the typically arrogant Ninia felt an overwhelming pressure in the presence of the Hydra, her elegant brows knitting together. Just as she hesitated between issuing a retreat order or fighting to the death, the Hydra suddenly turned away, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Seizing the opportunity, the crew accelerated the ship's engines and made haste towards the island. As they gradually distanced themselves from the Hydra, a collective sigh of relief swept over the crew. Strange, it was clearly ferrying the demon Raylo. Why did it not stop us? The Marines speculated. A creature of its nature must possess intelligence akin to that of humans. Does it not recognize we are the Navy while Raylo is a pirate? Or perhaps it is dissatisfied with its service to Raylo and wishes to utilize us against him. The Marines engaged in animated discussions, yet the typically self-assured Ninia remained silent. She understood that the Hydra's lack of aggression towards their ship was not due to confusion over friend and foe, nor because of any discontent with Raylo, rather. It was convinced that allowing them to land on the island would have no impact on Raylo. Its reluctance to approach the island suggested it sensed danger. Believing that her party would meet their demise before even encountering Raylo. It seems this island is more perilous than I anticipated, Ninia pondered, though she was profoundly confident. She was not devoid of reason. Her belief in her ability to capture Raylo stemmed from her ignorance of his true strength and the tales of his exploits from 60 years prior. Additionally, since arriving in the Grand Line, she had devised a strategy she believed would enable her to confront Raylo, emboldening her to boldly lead a group to seize him. Yet the stark reality before her was that both Raylo and the island itself posed extreme danger. Does anyone know anything about this island? Ninia inquired. Silence enveloped the ship. The dedicated navigator suddenly spoke up. Before our departure, I examined the nautical charts of the surrounding waters and found no mention of this island. What did you say? Is this island not supposed to be here? Ninia questioned incredulously. Indeed, the navigator adjusted his glasses. The Grand Line is home to numerous peculiar islands, some of which are not stationary and others that are not merely islands. Ninia fell into contemplative silence. Raylo steadily approached the heart of the island. Due to the constant threat of lightning strikes, his pace was not particularly swift. However, during this journey, he became increasingly adept at utilizing his observation haki. Although his mastery of this ability had nearly reached its zenith, he was not the original owner of this body. Moreover, the battles he had encountered since his arrival in this world were few and far between, and he seldom had the opportunity to employ his observation haki. Nevertheless, the necessity of evading the lightning had allowed him to refine his command over this skill with remarkable ease. Raylo chuckled softly. Indeed, this island proved to be an exceptionally suitable place for cultivation. As he ventured deeper, his understanding of the island expanded significantly. The expanse of the island surpassed his initial expectations, encircled by a ring of charred stones, while within its heart, a variety of flora emerged. Unlike typical vegetation, the island's plants exhibited a darker hue, with occasional sparks of electricity flickering across their surfaces. It appeared that these plants had endured relentless thunderstorms over the years, developing a remarkable resilience to lightning, thus enabling their survival amidst tempestuous weather. At this thought, a sudden idea flickered in Raylo's mind. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. Yet this time, Raylo did not flinch. A charred pit formed around him, and his hair stood on end, his skin flushed crimson. What an exhilarating experience! Raylo exclaimed, wisps of white smoke escaping from his mouth. Chapter 69, The Fierce Beasts. Raylo chose not to employ the defensive armed color haki, instead opting to confront the onslaught with his own flesh. His physique had nearly reached the pinnacle of human potential, yet the descending bolts of lightning still inflicted some damage, eliciting a sensation of pain. In contrast to the previous strikes, the lightning spat forth by the Hydra felt merely like a tickle to Raylo. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed upon him by the immortal fruit, his injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, restoring him to his former state. With his skin regaining its usual hue and his hair no longer standing on end, perhaps he truly could endure. Boom! Another thunderclap resonated from the heavens, and once again, Raylo did not flinch. This bolt was more powerful than the last. Every hair on his body stood erect, resembling a startled kitten, while his skin took on a charred appearance. The once remarkably handsome man now appeared akin to a piece of charcoal. Sizzle! The residual energy of the thunderstorm lingered around Raylo, incessantly tormenting his wounds and intensifying his pain. Yet, under the influence of the everlasting fruit's powers, Raylo's injured form rapidly healed, as if nothing had transpired. Boom! Lightning struck Raylo once more. Raylo was struck by lightning 3 times in succession. Rather than attributing this to mere chance, it would be more accurate to say that Raylo, employing his advanced observation haki, had foreseen the lightning's descent and positioned himself accordingly to embrace its power. His intention was not a morbid desire for self-destruction, but rather to harness the lightning to refine his physical form. His body had reached near perfection, and conventional methods had ceased to yield further enhancement. Thus, he sought an alternative path, utilizing the formidable force of lightning to his advantage. This strategy proved effective after just a few strikes. He sensed a notable augmentation in his physical strength. With a resounding clap of thunder, the heavens unleashed a torrent of lightning upon Raylo. To an onlooker, it would seem as though he had provoked the wrath of the gods, drawing down relentless bolts. Yet, Raylo reveled in the experience. As the dual forces of destruction and rebirth danced around him, forging his body into an even more formidable vessel, just as he immersed himself in this exhilarating ordeal. His observation Haki suddenly detected an overwhelming presence nearby. Whirling around, he beheld a peculiar beast observing him intently. This creature bore a resemblance to a tiger, yet differed markedly. Its fur shimmered in a pale azure hue, and its upper jaw was adorned with two prominent, sword-like fangs reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger. Additionally, its form crackled with faint yellow electricity, exuding an aura of intimidation, akin to that of a thunder beast. Its expression was ferocious, reminiscent of a primordial predator. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, this time targeting the fearsome creature instead of Raylo. The lightning struck the beast with no more effect than a drop in the ocean, inflicting no harm. Instead, it intensified the electrical sparks coursing across its body. As if it had been invigorated, the beast appeared to revel in this surge of energy, clearly flaunting its capabilities before Raylo. Raylo, however, remained impassive, his expression unchanged. A sudden roar erupted from the creature, its mouth releasing a powerful shockwave that rustled the sparse vegetation around them. The sound reverberated like a mountain's echo or a tidal wave, deafening in its intensity, resonating to every corner of the island. What is happening? Nia and her companions, traversing the island, were startled by the unexpected roar, halting in their tracks. Though she felt a twinge of concern regarding the island's circumstances, Nia resolved to proceed. She divided her group into two. One contingent she would lead to explore the island, while the other would remain behind for security. This strategy ensured that should any calamity befall those on the island, not all would be lost, and the station group could assist in a timely retreat, mitigating potential losses. Their journey thus far had been fortunate. Though lightning occasionally struck nearby, it had not resulted in casualties. The beasts furrowed Nia's brow. She recognized that such a sound could only emanate from the island's native inhabitants, a clear declaration of their power. Judging by the might of that call, it was evident that the island posed greater dangers than she had anticipated. Major Nia, should we continue? One of the sailors expressed his trepidation. Of course we must advance. It appears Raylo has encountered formidable opposition. We can seize the opportunity to ambush them while they are entangled in battle. Nia quickly discerned the crux of the situation. With that, she pressed onward. Are you not coming? Do you intend to linger here and await the lightning's wrath? Reluctantly, the sailors followed her lead. The beast's roar did not deter Raylo, rather, it sharpened his focus on this new adversary. Although the creature's size paled in comparison to the Hydra, Raylo could sense its superior strength. Clearly, it sought to impede his progress, yet this only deepened his curiosity about the island's secrets. With this thought, Raylo prepared to confront the beast, yet at that moment, the creature vanished from sight. Raylo's observation Haki activated, granting him a glimpse into the immediate future where a ferocious beast materialized before him, its claw descending to rend his face to shreds. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Raylo attempted to retreat to evade the impending assault. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he faltered, failing to act in time. The beast lunged at him, precisely as he had foreseen. In that critical moment, Raylo had no choice but to raise his right arm to shield his face. Striving to mitigate the impact of the creature's onslaught, Raylo did not employ the use of armament Haki, firstly due to his unwavering confidence in his own physical prowess, and secondly, he sought to gauge the strength of his opponent. As the ferocious beast struck down with a claw, it seemed as though Raylo's body had lost its innate defensive capacity, resulting in a piercing blow that left several conspicuous gashes. The wounds were deep enough to expose bone, with blood flowing incessantly. What could possibly be the reason for this? Raylo himself was taken aback. He was aware of his opponent's formidable strength, yet he never anticipated being rendered utterly defenseless. Chapter 70. The fierce battle since his arrival in this world, Raylo had encountered numerous foes. However, never before had anyone inflicted such significant harm upon him with such ease. The confidence he had once nurtured in his own prowess began to waver. The disappointment within him had caused him to overlook the pain radiating from the wound on his arm. No, that is not correct. Raylo swiftly regained his composure, returning to a state of normalcy. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his corporeal form, even without the aid of armament Haki. It was improbable for his adversary to inflict such conspicuous wounds. Moreover, given his swiftness, he should have easily evaded the opponent's attack upon foreseeing it. Yet in that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had momentarily lost his velocity. Raylo clenched his fist tightly. Indeed, it was as expected. Raylo has become acutely aware that his inability to withstand the onslaught of his adversary stems from an inexplicable suppression, resulting in a significant decline in his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities. Soon after, he discerned an even more dire predicament. The wounds inflicted by the ferocious beast on his arm had not healed. The powers of the Eternal Life Fruit were ineffective. The abilities granted by the Eternal Life Fruit had been one of his greatest assurances, allowing him to achieve immortality and recover from even the gravest injuries. Yet at this moment, the fruit's powers had faltered, plunging him into a perilous situation. Could it be that creature? Raylo cast a glance at the beast. It was after its appearance that his strength had been suppressed, and the powers of the Eternal Life Fruit had ceased to function, indicating that the situation was likely intertwined with that beast. Although the current circumstances were exceedingly grim for Raylo, with both his strength diminished and the powers of the devil fruit inexplicably failing, he was nonetheless the original owner of a notorious legacy, having reigned supreme and upheaved the world 60 years prior. While he had not personally witnessed those grand events, the memories he had acquired endowed him with experiences far beyond that of an ordinary man. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Just then, Raylo suddenly noticed something exceedingly strange. The ferocious beast was gazing at him with an expression reminiscent of a mocking human, as if it were taunting him. Though this scene was somewhat bizarre, Raylo, being a man who had weathered numerous storms, felt no trepidation. He merely frowned. Could it be that this creature was also a wielder of a devil fruit? Raylo's conjecture is not without merit. Within the realm of Zoan-type devil fruits, there exist numerous classifications, among which the mythical Zoan fruits are even rarer than the natural ones, possessing formidable abilities. This could elucidate why the fearsome beast before him exhibits such extraordinary power. However, it does not clarify the reason behind Raylo's own diminished strength. At that moment, the mocking beast suddenly launched an assault on Raylo. Drawing from his prior experience, Raylo braced himself, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite the suppression of his own prowess, his haki remained intact. At that moment, his conqueror's haki surged forth, causing not only the nearby flora, unaffected by Raylo's lightning, to rustle ominously, but even the fragments of rock beneath him began to tremble. "What is happening?" exclaimed a marine in a state of panic. Rairo's release of Conqueror's haki this time was primarily concentrated in the vicinity surrounding him, failing to permeate the entire island. However, the area where Nia and her companions resided was inevitably affected. Although no one succumbed to unconsciousness due to Rairo's Conqueror's haki, nearly everyone's breathing became rapid, their faces pale, and they appeared somewhat feeble. Nia's expression instantly turned grave. She had previously engaged in a brief skirmish with Rairo and was aware of his capabilities. At that time, Rairo had merely unleashed his Conqueror's haki, rendering her immobile, yet the intensity of his aura this time was evidently far greater than before. What manner of beast could compel him to exhibit such power? Nia's emotions were exceedingly complex at this moment as she urged her subordinates to hasten their advance. Raylo's Conqueror's haki exerted a remarkable suppressive effect on the ferocious beast. Although the creature did not succumb to unconsciousness, its movements became significantly more sluggish. Despite a slight decline in Raylo's own speed, he was no longer caught off guard when confronting the beast. With a fierce roar, the beast lunged at Raylo, its claws poised to strike simultaneously at his form. Raylo extended his hands to meet the opposing claws, and thus the two became ensnared in a struggle of strength. For various reasons, their forces were evenly matched, rendering neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, the tremendous power emanating from their palms unleashed a formidable wave of energy, stirring the dust and debris around them. The stalemate soon began to shift. Raylo's right arm remained injured and unhealed, rendering him incapable of exerting his full strength, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The monstrous beast loomed closer, its massive form pressing down upon him. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing two menacing fangs poised ominously at Raylo's neck. A mere step forward from the beast could mean the severing of his throat. With his arm still wounded, Raylo was uncertain whether he would survive such a fatal bite. At that moment, memories of his past life as an ordinary man flooded his mind, evoking a profound sense of helplessness. The creature's dominance grew increasingly apparent, and Raylo's hands continued to retreat. Raylo's neck was mere inches away from the fearsome beast's fangs. Damn it, having finally arrived in this world, I refuse to meet my end here. There are still endeavors I must fulfill. How could I possibly fall here? With this thought igniting his resolve anew, Lalo felt the dragon orb hanging at his waist resonate with his fervor, beginning to tremble gently. Suddenly, a warm current surged from the dragon orb, gradually enveloping him, and his own strength began to amplify little by little. Raylo was utterly taken aback by the unexpected return of the dragon pill, a revelation that filled him with unbridled joy. What a remarkable turn of events. It was worth the considerable amount of vitality I expended to nurture you. As Raylo's strength gradually surged, he seized the advantage, using his formidable power to push the ferocious beast back. Roar! The beast became immediately incensed, yet found itself powerless in the face of Raylo's overwhelming might, resorting only to baring its teeth in a menacing snarl. This confirmed for Raylo that the creature was merely a savage beast, rather than a human who had consumed a devil fruit. Just as Raylo believed victory was within his grasp, an unexpected twist occurred. The electric sparks on the beast's fur began to flicker at an alarming pace. In the blink of an eye, those sparks transformed into living golden serpents, incessantly lunging toward Raylo. Each golden serpent that struck Raylo felt akin to a thunderbolt, leaving him with a myriad of wounds that rendered his body a disturbing sight. Chapter 71. Decapitation. The incessant pain inflicted by the lightning relentlessly stimulated Liloa's nerves, causing him to grit his teeth in fury as anger continued to accumulate within him. Such a mere beast, how dare you be so arrogant? With a thunderous roar, Raylo unleashed a surge of power from within, enveloping his form in the armor of Haki, while the crackling electricity that had danced around him dissipated in an instant. In the next heartbeat, Raylo's right knee shot upward, colliding forcefully with the beast's jaw. A sharp crack echoed as the creature's body recoiled, separating from Raylo. And with it came the resounding snap of its two razor-sharp fangs shattering. Deprived of its formidable teeth, the beast's threat towards Raylo diminished significantly. However, its fury escalated, and it glared at him with seething rage. Just when Raylo expected a moment of respite, an unforeseen event unfolded. With a deafening roar, the beast summoned a tempest, and bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the creature with precision. The pale blue fur of the beast shimmered with electric energy, as if being charged. Yet, as the dazzling arcs of electricity stabilized, the two fangs that Raylo had shattered began to regenerate at a visible pace, swiftly returning to their original form. The turn of events was utterly astonishing. Raylo had not anticipated that the ferocious beast possessed such formidable regenerative abilities, judging by its recovery speed. It was already comparable to its own state prior to the failure of its fruit abilities. This could not continue any longer. Raylo was acutely aware that his strength had inexplicably been stifled, the regenerative properties of the everlasting fruit rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, his opponent, fighting on home ground, possessed a significant advantage and exhibited formidable recovery capabilities. Coupled with his own battered state, it was evident that prolonging the conflict would only exacerbate the dire circumstances. Raylo silently gripped the dragon orb hanging at his waist. Previously, the dragon orb had nourished Raylo, depleting some of its stored vitality. Yet its remaining power was still sufficient to unleash a breathtaking attack. However, following a single strike, the dragon orb would need to absorb vitality once more, and Raylo no longer possessed the capacity for an endless supply of life force. Thus, even if he succeeded in slaying the ferocious beast with the dragon orb, the outcome would likely be his own exhaustion and demise. Yet, should he refrain from this course of action, he would inevitably be worn down by the beast. No matter, let the ship find its way as it reaches the bridge. Raylo exuded a formidable aura, his right hand poised upon the hilt of the long wand, ready to draw his blade at a moment's notice. The ferocious beast, as if sensing the impending confrontation, bristled its fur in alarm, while the long wand in Raylo's grasp began to tremble slightly. The beast and the sword appeared to be age-old adversaries, locked in an eternal rivalry. In the next instant, the beast vanished from sight, undoubtedly lunging toward Raylo in an attempt to thwart his draw. Suddenly, the howling winds ceased, the air seemingly frozen in time. As the beast's charge halted midair, it was as though time itself had come to a standstill, a testament to Raylo's mastery of Conqueror's Haki, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon all living things. Even distant figures like Nia felt their movements slow in response. With the finality of his declaration, Raylo unsheathed his sword and struck. A flash of electricity illuminated the scene. A crescent-shaped sword energy surged forth, slicing diagonally upward. The force of the blade was relentless, scattering debris around it and distorting the falling lightning in the sky. In the fleeting moment when the sword energy met the beast, its once formidable form crumbled like fragile tofu, disintegrating in an instant, with a significant portion of its body obliterated. The sword energy ascended relentlessly, cleaving through the dark clouds that loomed above the island, splitting the once unified mass of clouds into two, leaving a vast expanse of open sky in between. Sunlight streamed down, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the island below. Was this the doing of that individual? Nia gazed upward, her expression one of astonishment. The prideful and stubborn demeanor she typically embodied wavered slightly in the wake of such an extraordinary display. Lalo embedded the Dragon Ball into the ground, propping himself up with one hand on his sword while the other rested on his knee, panting heavily. Although the Dragon Ball contained a reservoir of his vitality, that recent blow had drained much of his strength, and after a prolonged battle without any recuperation, he now found himself utterly fatigued. Raylo cast a glance at the wound on his right arm, noting with dismay that the injury showed no signs of improvement, prompting him to furrow his brow in concern. Prior to the emergence of that ferocious beast, the extraordinary healing speed bestowed upon him by the eternal fruit had still been effective, leading Raylo to believe that vanquishing the beast would restore his abilities. To his astonishment, however, nothing had changed. Anxiety began to creep into Raylo's mind. His greatest reliance lay in the powers of the eternal fruit. Should this ability remain dormant, no matter how formidable his inherent strength, his overall prowess would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. Moreover, devoid of the eternal fruit's capabilities, he could no longer recklessly utilize the Dragon Orb. At that moment, the Dragon Orb commenced its siphoning of vitality from Raylo, further depleting his already fatigued state. Yet, as if possessed of its own sentience, the Dragon Orb seemed to sense its master's distress and abruptly ceased its extraction. Nevertheless, a chilling current emanated from the Dragon Orb, gradually advancing toward the remnants of the beast's form. In the blink of an eye, the remains of the beast withered, resembling desiccated wood, as its remaining vitality was entirely ravaged by the Dragon Orb. Once this ordeal concluded, the chilling current returned to the Dragon Orb, which settled down once more. Akin to a contented child, Lalo turned his head to glance at Long Wan, astonished to discover that Long Wan could absorb the vital energy of individuals other than its user. This revelation implied that even if his ability to wield the fruit of immortality remained ineffective, he could still harness the life force of others to activate Long Wan. However, it appeared that the absorption of others' vital energy by Long Wan was conditional. Otherwise, it would have sought to absorb that individual's life force from the very beginning. It seemed that this ability could only be triggered shortly after the opponent's demise, while their vital energy had not yet completely dissipated. Ryro pondered deeply when suddenly the earth trembled violently, causing the entire island to shake tumultuously. At that moment, Ryro felt exceedingly feeble, stumbling precariously, nearly losing his balance. Was it an earthquake? The island bore no volcano, so such intense tremors could only be attributed to seismic activity. However, the disturbance lasted but a fleeting moment, with no aftershocks following, rendering the occurrence rather peculiar. At this moment, Layla was filled with doubts and had no inclination to ponder the issue at hand. However, Nia and her companions suddenly became exceedingly tense, their hearts racing with anxiety. Only when it was confirmed that the tremors had ceased did the group collectively exhale, allowing their hearts to settle as they continued onward. Raylo hastily bandaged his wounds and continued to approach the center of the island. To unravel the mystery of his vanished fruit ability, he must first lift the veil shrouding the island itself. Chapter 72, Thunderblade deprived of his regenerative powers. Raylo now had to rely on his observation haki, cautiously navigating the sporadic bolts of lightning descending from the sky, fearful of being struck once more. However, since he cleaved the ominous clouds above with the Dragon Orb, the frequency of the falling lightning had significantly diminished. Raylo pressed onward, this time unimpeded by fearsome beasts or adversaries. Aside from the occasional bolts of lightning descending from the sky, his path was remarkably clear. Soon, he arrived at the heart of the island, where a level expanse lay before him, adorned with peculiar and cryptic symbols that he could not decipher. At the very center of this clearing stood a katana, firmly embedded in the ground. Above the clearing, lightning continuously struck, yet without exception. It all converged upon the blade of the katana, as if it were a magnet for the tempestuous energy. The katana's blade was an obsidian black, intricately etched with patterns resembling lightning, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Suddenly, the katana, which had been quietly lodged in the earth, began to tremble. At the same moment, the dragon pearl in Raylo's hand started to vibrate violently. The unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned Raylo. It was evident that an inexplicable connection existed between the dragon pearl and the katana thrust into the ground. Raylo glanced at the trembling dragon ball in his hand. His arrival on this island occurred only after he had obtained the Dragon Ball. Perhaps it was not entirely by his own volition that he came here, but rather a magnetic pull between the Dragon Ball and that fabled sword. It seemed as though fate itself had guided him to this place. In a world brimming with peculiarities, Raylo found little cause for astonishment. Let me see what truly unfolds. Raylo gradually approached the location of the great sword on the island. As he stepped onto the flat ground, the patterns beneath him suddenly illuminated, sending a shiver down his spine. The lightning above seemed to respond to this phenomenon, diverting its focus from the sword to the very spot where Raylo stood. Although Raylo possessed the foresight offered by observation Haki, enabling him to anticipate impending events, the suppression of his own strength and significant reduction in speed rendered him somewhat overwhelmed when confronted with such a barrage of lightning. After numerous trials, he finally reached the great sword. Strangely, the lightning ceased to strike either him or the sword. Drawing from his previous experience with the Dragon Ball, Raylo refrained from hastily unsheathing the sword. Instead, he first grasped the Dragon Ball tightly. Given the profound connection between the Dragon Ball and the great sword, there might exist a reciprocal relationship of counterbalance between them. Thus, even if unsheathing the sword resulted in adverse effects, the Dragon Ball could potentially mitigate some of those consequences. Having made all the necessary preparations, Raylo extended his hand and drew forth the sword. As soon as Leiloa's palm made contact with the katana, an intensely powerful current surged forth, coursing through his entire body. This current was more potent than any electric shock Leiloa had ever endured, delivering not merely pain but also an overwhelming heat that made him feel as though his very form might melt away. Just as Leiloa was engulfed in this torment, a frigid wave erupted from Longwan, enveloping him entirely and counteracting the searing heat of the current, causing his temperature to plummet dramatically. Leiloa gasped for breath, still haunted by the lingering fear despite having escaped peril. Moments ago, he had been wagering with fate, yet fortune favored him this time. Had Longwan not arrived in time to assist Leiloa, in the absence of the Everlife fruit's efficacy, he would likely have met his demise on the spot. Raylo glanced at Longwan. Although it was merely a blade, his heart brimmed with gratitude. If only my fruit's power could be restored, I would surely ensure your satisfaction. Longwan seemed to comprehend Raylo's sentiments, quivering slightly in response. At that moment, Raylo held Longwan in his right hand, while his left grasped Lei Ren. Fearing the resurgence of Raylo's potent electric currents, he refrained from relinquishing his hold on Longwan. Leiloa casually waved the Thunderblade with his left hand, seeking to gauge its formidable power. A brilliant arc of electricity erupted from the blade, radiating outward with a crackling sound. The ground surrounding him was pockmarked with deep craters, testament to the blade's immense force. Raylo was taken aback, astonished by the sheer power unleashed with a mere flick of the wrist. In comparison to Dragon Ball, the strike of the Thunderblade appeared to be even more formidable, requiring no depletion of the user's vitality, thus imposing a lesser burden on its wielder. Were it to be employed on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of sparks and brilliance. However, without the mastery of Dragon Ball, an ordinary individual grasping the Thunderblade would likely be rendered to ash, for both weapons are not easily tamed. Leiloa opines that the Thunderblade possesses an inherent ability to attract lightning, which it can subsequently harness and unleash during attacks. This phenomenon elucidates the dense clouds enveloping the island. The reason why lightning ceased to strike when I stood before the Thunderblade may stem from the mutual cancellation of powers between the Dragon Orb and the Thunderblade. Thus, should I carry the Thunderblade without the Dragon Orb by my side, I would be perpetually at risk of being struck by lightning. As Leiloa drew forth the Thunderblade, the entire island trembled slightly. However, having endured prior experiences, he remained unfazed. He returned to the remnants of the ferocious beast, intending to fashion a sheath for the Thunderblade from its remaining parts. Since the beast was tasked with guarding the Thunderblade and exhibited no fear of lightning, its carcass naturally served as the most suitable material for the sheath. Although the beast's body had been largely destroyed by the Dragon Orb and its vital essence thoroughly depleted, its spine remained relatively intact, and the remaining length was just sufficient to accommodate the Thunderblade. Drawing from his previous experience crafting a sheath from the teeth of the Hydra, Leiloa executed the task with greater finesse this time. Swiftly shaping the sheath with the aid of the Dragon Orb, Raylo sheathed his blade, inhaling deeply as he silently released the Dragon Ball he had been clutching. Nothing transpired. It appeared that the fellow's spine truly possessed the ability to shield against the lightning of the Thunderblade. Raylo gazed contentedly at the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade in his hands. In such a brief span of time, he had acquired two formidable weapons of great renown. Although his own strength was inexplicably suppressed and the abilities granted by the fruit had mysteriously ceased to function, he remained confident that he would eventually discover a solution. At that very moment, Nia and her companions were approaching Raylo's location. Raylo had long been employing his observation haki, fully aware of their presence. For he was not taken aback by their arrival. The moment the Navy spotted Raylo, they instantly readied themselves for battle, each soldier grasping their weapons and aiming at him. Faced with such a supreme powerhouse as Raylo, the Navy personnel trembled in fear, beads of sweat pouring down their brows. Yet, Raylo remained unfazed. His gaze drifted to Nia amidst the crowd, and he offered her a gentle smile. "I never expected to see you again." In Chapter 73, The Plunge, one would expect that an ordinary woman, confronted with the advances of a man as extraordinarily handsome as Raylo, would at least experience a hint of emotional turmoil, even if it did not manifest as flushed cheeks. However, Nia appeared as if untouched by the world, casting a casual glance at Raylo and remarking, "Why do you look so disheveled?" Raylo was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a response from the other party, leaving him in a state of exasperated amusement. His overall impression of Nia was rather favorable. She possessed a rare vigor for a woman, exuding confidence without the haughty arrogance characteristic of an empress. Although she foolishly entertained the notion of capturing Raylo, he had no intention of ridiculing her aspirations. At that moment, despite a significant decline in his strength and the loss of his devil fruit abilities, he still believed that dealing with Nia and her companions would require little effort on his part. Consequently, he chose to disregard Nia and her associates, turning away to continue his exploration of the island in search of the cause of his physical anomalies. In response to Raylo's indifference, the naval personnel displayed two starkly contrasting emotions. Most members felt a sense of relief upon realizing that Raylo did not intend to confront them, while Nia, upon noticing Raylo's dismissal, was instantly consumed by fury. Despite having previously considered retreat, her pride would not allow her to accept such treatment from him. "What are you trying to do? Are you fleeing?" Nia exclaimed in indignation. Raylo appeared to be utterly oblivious to her words, dismissing them entirely. Although the sailors remained silent, Nia felt that Raylo had humiliated her in front of his subordinates, disregarding the fact that his strength far surpassed her own. Fueled by a surge of determination, she resolved to confront Raylo with her burgeoning aura. Just then, a sudden tremor shook the ground, as if the very island were on the brink of upheaval. Everyone swayed, toppling to the ground, and even Raylo struggled to maintain his balance. What was happening? Raylo was perplexed. Meanwhile, the naval forces, though their faces betrayed a mixture of fear, bore no expressions of surprise, as if the unfolding events were entirely anticipated. Then, a deep growl emanated from the heart of the island. The sound was deafening, causing nearly everyone to clutch their ears in agony, some even experiencing blood seeping from their orifices. In comparison, the earlier roars of beasts seemed like the whimpering of children. Hardly worthy of mention, the sound not only resonated throughout the island but also radiated outward, sending waves crashing across the surrounding waters. Then, an unforeseen event transpired. The entire island suddenly ascended, akin to a fish leaping from the sea, only to plunge violently back into the depths. In an instant, all who stood upon the island were enveloped by the surging waters. The Hydra nearby widened its 18 eyes in astonishment, glancing at the ship it had tethered, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Should it retreat to Daughter Island? Salt and bitterness flooded Raylo's mouth and nostrils, leaving him dizzy and nauseated. Although he was largely unaffected by the sea prism stone, the encircling waters drained him of strength, rendering him unable to break the surface despite his desperate efforts. In that moment, Raylo resembled an ordinary person drowning, struggling futilely against the inevitable. As Raylo's consciousness began to fade, just when he thought everything was coming to an end, a graceful figure approached him. His blurred perception prevented him from discerning her exact features, but he sensed her slender form and exquisite visage, reminiscent of the mermaids from Fishman Island. Just as Raylo was on the brink of losing all awareness, the mysterious figure took hold of his arm and began guiding him towards the surface of the sea. Their heads drew closer to the water's surface when, suddenly, a colossal entity emerged behind them. It was an enormous head, its eyes larger than those of the Hydra, emanating an eerie glow in the depths of the ocean, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The person accompanying Raylo sensed the impending danger and hastened their pace. But alas, it was too late. The massive head opened its jaws wide, seawater rushing into its mouth, and both Raylo and his companion were caught in the powerful suction, their bodies being drawn backward before ultimately being consumed in one swift motion. In a state of disorientation, Raylo caught a whiff of a foul stench, abruptly jolting him awake. He looked around, finding himself enveloped in darkness, nearly devoid of visibility. Yet, through the heightened awareness granted by his observation haki, he discerned the presence of another individual nearby. "You are awake," a melodious voice resonated. Raylo was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing the voice of Nia, "Was it you who saved me just now?" he inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Indeed. I must escort you back to exchange for merits. Even in death, your body cannot be left behind. There is no possibility of letting you off so easily." Raylo chuckled softly, finding the explanation both plausible and characteristic of Nia's tendencies. Fortunately, she was not as extreme as Zephyr, the radical Navy officer. Otherwise, a mere slash to his unconscious self would have rendered him powerless and awaiting death, devoid of the ability to wield the eternal fruit. What on earth transpired? He had lost consciousness shortly after plummeting into the sea, thus remaining oblivious to the events that unfolded. The island we once inhabited was not merely a simple landmass. "What did you say?" Raylo furrowed his brow slightly as he began to grasp the situation. In truth, it was a living behemoth, with the island merely resting upon its back. Typically, it remained in a dormant, slumbering state, floating upon the ocean's surface, indistinguishable from an ordinary island, albeit constantly shifting, rendering it absent from nautical charts. The nation of Zo in the New World exists upon the back of this colossal creature. Thus, Raylo was hardly surprised to learn of other islands situated atop such massive beings. For reasons unknown, it had suddenly awakened, inadvertently casting us into the depths of the sea. Nia's tone carried a hint of grievance. "So, are we to assume we are within the belly of this giant beast?" "Indeed." Laylo's expression suddenly turned exceedingly grave. Although both of them were currently unscathed and the situation was not yet dire, lingering in this place would inevitably lead to their gradual dissolution into a pool of viscous despair, having lost the power of the eternal fruit. He found himself ill-equipped to contend with such a harsh environment. Raylo felt around his waist, discovering that both the Dragon Pill and Thunder Blade remained securely in place, not lost to the vast ocean, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Otherwise, locating them in the boundless sea would have been an endeavor utterly impossible. Laylo drew the Thunderblade. Although he did not hold the Dragon Ball at that moment, the Thunderblade did not unleash any electrical attacks upon him. The lightning entwined around the Thunderblade illuminated the surrounding space in an instant. Chapter 74. The Curse. Utilizing the brilliance emitted by the Thunderblade, Laylo surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, the very ground beneath him was land, and within the colossal beast lay a small island. However, the harsh environment revealed no trace of vegetation. The only visible elements were shattered stones, decaying wood, and a few battered vessels. Surrounding the island was a pungent liquid, and as he gazed outward, all that met his eyes were crimson walls, both above and below. It was evident that they resided within the creature's stomach. Fortunately, the beast's belly contained an island for them to stand upon. Otherwise, they would have been digested by its gastric acids. It appeared that their fortune was not entirely bleak. "Is it?" Nia remarked with a hint of disdain. "With so many of my subordinates plunging into the sea alongside us, how is it that only the two of us were swallowed? Is this truly considered good fortune?" Raylo gazed at the thunder blade in his hand, realizing that everything should be intricately linked to it, yet he was reluctant to disclose this to Nia. Upon unsheathing the thunder blade, the colossal beast began to tremble, ultimately hurling itself into the sea, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole, likely in pursuit of the thunder blade. Since the thunder blade resided upon the beast's back, it was evident that a profound connection existed between them. Moreover, upon the fact of his vanquishing the ferocious creature, the giant seemed to exhibit certain reactions, indicating that there was indeed a correlation between the two. With this thought in mind, another notion emerged within Raylo. If slaying the beast did not restore him to normalcy, perhaps he ought to trace the origins of the matter and seek answers from this gigantic creature. However, being ensconced within the enemy's domain, Raylo dared not act recklessly. Should he provoke the beast, the tumultuous gastric acids within its belly could inundate this small island, leaving him powerless to respond. Thus, he resolved to take one step at a time. With no solutions at hand, Raylo decided to explore the island first. "I'll accompany you," Nia called out. Rising to follow closely behind him, Raylo did not refuse. At that moment, the distinction of their allegiances was rendered insignificant. If they could not escape, both would inevitably meet their demise in this place. "What is happening to your back?" Nia suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, Raylo's entire body was soaked with seawater, causing his clothes to cling to him, revealing the contours of his muscles. However, an array of peculiar, dark, and chaotic patterns had suddenly appeared on his back. Raylo paused momentarily and reached behind to touch his back, sensing no foreign presence. Although he was unable to see his own back, he gleaned some understanding of its condition from Nia's words. Despite the fact that he had lost the ability granted by the fruit of immortality, rendering his wounds unable to heal swiftly, he was acutely aware that the markings on his back were neither scars from ferocious beasts nor the result of lightning. There was absolutely no pain to be felt there. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Raylo was utterly perplexed. However, he had begun to suspect that the peculiar condition of his body stemmed from the pattern on his back. Yet, when had this pattern manifested? Prior to encountering the ferocious beast, he had not experienced any abnormalities in his physique. It was only after the beast's appearance that his strength was suppressed, and the efficacy of his abilities diminished. How and when had the beast imprinted this pattern upon him? He found himself unable to comprehend it. Lello reached behind his back, rubbing incessantly, yet his skin turned a deep crimson, nearly shedding a layer, while the pattern remained unchanged. Stop rubbing. What you bear on your back is likely a curse, one that cannot be eradicated. A curse? Lello paused, momentarily taken aback. In the recesses of the original owner's memories, there existed some vague references to curses. Yet they were quite superficial. However, one of the supernovas, Basil Hawkins, captain of the Hawkins pirates, possessed the ability of the curse fruit. Given the existence of such a fruit, it would not be surprising to find other forms of curses in the world. When it comes to something as enigmatic as a curse, Lello felt little inclination to ponder the origins of the pattern on his back. It was evident that the perpetrator had inflicted the curse upon him in ways Lello could scarcely fathom. Do you know how to lift the curse? Though Nia was young, she was a promising talent within the next generation of the Navy, well-nurtured and perhaps privy to some obscure secrets, while Lello was several times Nia's age. Most of his time had been spent in training grounds and Impel Down, leaving him less knowledgeable about the world than Nia. I have only heard a senior officer in the Navy mention it by chance. Many years ago, they raided a village overtaken by pirates, yet upon their arrival, everyone grew inexplicably weak without any signs of poisoning, and they suffered a series of defeats. Ultimately, it was the then ordinary Marine, Vice Admiral Garp, who, despite his frailty, charged into the heart of the enemy's territory and defeated their leader, after which everyone regained their strength. Raylo nodded. Cap, indeed worthy of the title Hero of the Navy, was truly exceptional. From the tale recounted by Nia, it appeared that as long as the one who cast the curse was vanquished, everything would revert to its former state. However, the pressing question remained, who had inflicted this curse upon him? Raylo glanced upward. Is this the colossal beast? Raylo suddenly turned to Nia, inquiring if she bore any markings on her back. Although Nia's attire was soaked by the sea, she still wore a heavy naval coat that concealed her skin. Without hesitation, Nia removed the coat draped over her shoulders, concerned that Raylo might not see clearly. She even lifted her top slightly, revealing her back to him. Nia's waist was slender, barely fitting within a gentle grasp, leading up to her smooth, snow-white back, which transitioned into a more alluring vista. Yet, there were no markings to be seen. Is there? No, Raylo replied, shaking his head, his confusion deepening. Both he and Nia were on the island. If a colossal beast had indeed cast a curse, why was it that only he bore the markings, while Nia remained untouched? If that fearsome creature had indeed cast the spell, having been vanquished by him, why did the curse persist? Was this particular curse so unique that it endured even after the caster's demise? Or was there something else at play? A sudden thought emerged in Lello's mind. Perhaps the one casting the curse was indeed the colossal beast, and the reason it was directed solely at him was due to his unique nature in comparison to Nia and the others. Raylo glanced at the dragon pearl hanging from his waist. The dragon pearl and the thunderblade were both mutually attractive and antagonistic, and the thunderblade shared an inseparable connection with the colossal beast. Thus, had it only cast a curse upon itself? Chapter 75, the historical text. It turns out, it was all your doing. Raylo looked at the dragon pearl, feeling somewhat helpless. This explanation was reasonable, and he could not conceive a more logical one. However, even if everything stemmed from the dragon pearl, Raylo could not bring himself to cast it aside. After all, he was the one who had taken the dragon pearl away from Daughter Island, and he could not bear to be a heartless man who wielded his blade without compassion. Raylo raised his gaze to the towering beast's gastric wall. At that moment, his strength was diminished to a mere fraction, leaving him devoid of absolute confidence in his ability to break through the creature's interior in one decisive strike. Should he initiate an attack, it would undoubtedly provoke the beast, compelling it to respond, and in such an event, both he and Nia would likely face a grim fate. Thus, Raylo refrained from any hasty actions. Instead, he resolved to explore the island, hoping to uncover clues that might unravel the curse. Given that this isle could exist within the confines of the beast, it likely bore some connection to it. Nia nodded in agreement and continued to follow Relo deeper into the island. The radiance emitted by the lightning blade was limited, allowing them only to glimpse a fraction of the island's secrets. As they ventured deeper, their understanding of this isle expanded. The wreckage of vessels scattered across the land was far less than Relo had anticipated, indicating that this colossal beast often remained in a state of tranquility, seldom launching attacks against humanity. Among the remnants were ships belonging to both pirates and the navy, yet not a single merchant vessel was in sight. After all, ordinary folk, upon encountering such an island, would typically choose to steer clear rather than approach it. It was uncertain how many ships the colossal figure of the Elephant Master had destroyed over the years. Witnessing this scene, Relo could not help but draw parallels to the equally massive Elephant Master. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Relo's mind. The Elephant Master was a creature of high intelligence, capable of communication with both Momonosuke and Luffy. If this enormous beast could indeed cast curses, it must possess a wisdom rivaling that of the Elephant Master. As a member of the D lineage, like Luffy, and having already established dialogue with Sea Kings, it was conceivable that he too could converse with this formidable creature. If so, perhaps he could depart from this place without a single confrontation. Hello, can you hear me? Lelo's voice echoed incessantly within the belly of the colossal beast, yet it received no response. Nia gazed at Lelo as if he were a fool, questioning who he was addressing. Lelo shook his head in resignation, his heart not overly disheartened. It seemed that either this colossal beast lacked the requisite intelligence, or it simply regarded him with indifference. Regardless of the scenario, Lelo found himself devoid of a solution. Look over there. At that moment, Nia's exclamation abruptly interrupted Lelo's contemplations. Following the direction Nia indicated, Lelo beheld an immense, square stone block, its surface adorned with inscriptions, none of which he could comprehend. It was the historical text. Though Lelo had yet to witness the historical text in this world, his counterpart in the real world had encountered it on numerous occasions, rendering any misidentification impossible. The historical text is an indestructible monument forged by the ancestors of the Kazuki clan during the blank century. From Lelo's understanding, approximately 30 such stones exist, 9 of which contain information regarding Laugh-Tale, commonly referred to in connection with the blank century's history, and 4 that mark the location of Laugh-Tale itself. Each of these historical texts holds immense significance. The mere appearance of any one of them in the world would undeniably stir a considerable uproar. However, only the creators of these stones, the Kazuki clan, and the scholars residing in Ohara possess the ability to decipher their contents. The Kazuki family has diligently passed down the pronunciations and writings of the ancient script, yet the actual narratives recorded within have not been transmitted. With the obliteration of Ohara by the Buster Call, Robin remains the sole individual capable of interpreting the historical texts. In a bid to conceal the history of the blank century, the world government is willing to expend vast resources to eliminate Robin. Of the 4 stones that indicate the location of Laugh-Tale, one resides in the Whale Forest of Zou, another is in the possession of one of the 4 emperors. Charlotte Linlin, a third, originally from Wano, has since fallen into Kaido's hands, while the whereabouts of the 4th remain unknown, yet to be revealed. Though Rairo could not comprehend the contents above, he discerned that the 4 stones bearing the location of Laugh-Tale were distinct from ordinary historical texts, radiating an overall crimson hue. In contrast, the historical text before him, having resided within the colossal beast for an extended period, exhibited slight discoloration. Yet it was evidently not red and did not belong to the aforementioned 4 stones. It was perplexing how a historical text could find itself in this location. Since their inception, these texts had been dispatched across the globe, closely intertwined with the lineage of the D-clan and the Kazuki family. The presence of this particular text suggested a profound connection between the giant beast and both the Kazuki family and the D-clan. As events unfolded, the situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Although the origins of the giant beast remained shrouded in mystery, Rairo's primary concern was how to address the suppression of his powers and the ineffectiveness of his devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, even if one of those 4 pivotal historical texts appeared here, it would be of no use to him if he could not escape this place. While Rairo was consumed by his anxieties, Nia silently scrutinized the historical text. Can you understand it? He inquired. Of course not, Nia replied, shaking her head. It was no surprise. Had she been able to decipher it, the world government would have dealt with her swiftly. I'm contemplating how to remove this item. If I could return it to the Navy headquarters and present it to the world government, my rank could potentially be elevated, Rairo mused, rendered speechless. He realized he still underestimated Nia. Given their current predicament, she was contemplating a promotion. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed Rairo's mind. The historical texts were crafted by the Kazuki clan and were reputedly indestructible, thus capable of withstanding the corrosive gastric acids of the giant beast. "Do you fear the stench?" he asked. Nia paused, taken aback. "What are you suggesting?" Being a remarkably astute woman, she quickly grasped his intentions. "You can forget it. I would rather perish here than resort to that method." The method Nia referred to was precisely what Rairo envisioned. The two of them could board the historical text and traverse the digestive tract of the giant beast to escape its confines. Lalo shrugged. He had no intention of resorting to such a method, merely proposing a feasible approach. After all, adopting that strategy, even if successful, would equate to a social death, which was entirely inconsistent with his identity as a formidable individual. Chapter 76. The zombie. Just as Lalo found himself at an impasse, a bizarre and chilling cry suddenly echoed from the depths of darkness. With the ability of the eternal fruit rendered ineffective, Lalo no longer possessed his formidable regenerative powers. Consequently, in an effort to conserve his energy, he refrained from activating his observation haki. Thus, when the sound pierced the silence, he was nearly startled. Nia's reaction was far more pronounced than Lalo's. She let out a piercing scream, a stark contrast that was hard to reconcile with her demeanor. "Did you just hear something?" "I did. It must be a zombie lurking in this cursed place," Lalo teased, half-jokingly. "Don't say such nonsense," Nia exclaimed, her face draining of color. Lalo couldn't help but think how stark the contrast was. He had assumed Nia was fearless. The eerie cry resonated once more from the shadows, leaving Nia's delicate face as pale as snow. Lalo furrowed his brow, having just employed his observation haki. Yet he found no traces of any creature in the direction of the sound. It was evident that the source of the noise in the darkness was not a living being, although it was related to the powers of the devil fruit. This world indeed harbored terrifying entities such as zombies and ghosts, which elicited fear in the hearts of ordinary people. Therefore, aside from his initial surprise, he was not particularly shaken. In the past, Lalo, with his formidable strength, would have remained unfazed by any predicament, but given the current circumstances, a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. Nia, equally adept in observation haki, grasped that the entities lurking in the shadows were not biological, which intensified her fear, causing her to instinctively draw closer to Lalo, resembling a delicate maiden in distress. However, Lalo had no time for tender sentiments. He raised his thunder blade and illuminated the darkened area. The flickering electric light instantly revealed 4 or 5 humanoid monstrosities. They were clad in tattered garments, their flesh grotesquely decayed, with visible stitching scars, and many parts were enwrapped in bandages, while the exposed areas revealed their stark bones. Their skin was so severely rotted that their faces appeared horrifying. Some lacked noses, while others had bulging eyes that hung loosely, and their mouths gaped open, showcasing the few remaining teeth. Nia screamed in terror at the sight of these abominations. Pointing at the creatures in the darkness, she moved even closer to Lalo, her fear palpable. The zombies shuffled toward Lalo and Nia, emitting low growls, their vacant eyes and clawed hands suggesting a complete loss of rationality. From Lalo's understanding, the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, utilized the powers of the shadow fruit to implant human shadows into corpses, thereby creating zombies. Aside from the inability to replicate the powers of the devil fruit, these zombies possessed the same traits and abilities as their original owners. However, it was clear that the zombies before them lacked any semblance of human intelligence. Could zombies arise naturally in this world, apart from Moria's creations? Undoubtedly. These beings were once individuals who perished within the bellies of colossal beasts, transformed into zombies for reasons unknown. Zombies crafted from the devil fruit could be purified using salt, infused with the energy of the sea, to detach the shadow from the zombie's flesh. Yet, Lalo was at a loss regarding how to confront the creatures before him. How did Uncle Ling deal with zombies? With a peach with sword? Drawing talismans? What are you saying? They're coming closer, Nia shouted. Raylo brandished the thunder blade at the encroaching zombies, and in an instant, arcs of lightning erupted forth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. After the tumult, thick plumes of white smoke billowed from the decaying figures, their already grotesque limbs rendered even more mutilated. After stumbling a few steps, they collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. Witnessing this scene, Nia finally exhaled in relief, her previously furrowed brow beginning to ease. Raylo was momentarily taken aback, for at that moment, his powers were significantly suppressed, allowing him to wield merely a third of his original strength. He had initially presumed that these zombies would offer at least a modicum of resistance to his assault. Yet he was astonished to find them so utterly feeble. However, Raylo did not allow himself to feel relieved, as soon after, he sensed further movement emerging from the darkness. This time, it was not the eerie howls that echoed, but rather the heavy, muffled sound of footsteps. It was evident that the adversary was not akin to these mindless zombies that served as mere pawns. There was clearly a more formidable force lurking behind. Raylo was not particularly surprised by this development. After all, he did not expect the events occurring within the body of this colossal beast to be straightforward, regardless of what had prompted the previous zombies' attempts. Impressive indeed. I never anticipated you would dispatch them so easily. Upon hearing the other party speak in human language, Nia felt a considerable weight lift from her heart, yet Raylo became increasingly vigilant. As a figure emerged from the shadows, Nia nearly startled again. The man wielded a conspicuously large blade. Although his attire was relatively intact, his body was marred by numerous stitching scars, and his muscles were extensively decayed, accompanied by a pungent odor. Aside from his reasonably intact visage and humanoid demeanor, he bore no distinction from the earlier zombies. "It's him," Nia exclaimed suddenly, having overcome her inner trepidation, as if recognizing the figure. "Do you know him?" Raylo inquired, turning to her. Nia nodded. All soldiers within the Navy were required to familiarize themselves with the bounties on pirates from the past 3 years. This individual was once a formidable figure with a bounty of 300 million, known as the Demon Blade Rasha. However, he had mysteriously vanished 3 years ago, and she was astonished to discover he had transformed into this grotesque form. Raylo nodded slightly and inquired of Rasha, "Why do you attack us?" At that moment, Rairo's strength was significantly suppressed, and he bore wounds upon his body. Even though he possessed absolute knowledge that could resolve the conflict, he preferred to avoid unnecessary combat. Rasha drew his large blade and declared, "Our master desires to possess you. Is your master male or female?" Nia unexpectedly posed an irrelevant question. Meanwhile, Raylo fell into deep contemplation, gaining a clearer understanding of the entire situation. "Surrender your body to our master." Rasha suddenly launched an assault on Raylo. Chapter 77, An Ambush from the Shadows. Clang. Raylo raised the thunder blade to deflect Rasha's assault. The clash between the thunder blade and the demon sword produced an exceedingly piercing sound. The shockwaves reverberated through the belly of the colossal beast, sending ripples through the surrounding gastric acid of the island. Although Leilua's power had significantly diminished at that moment, he was still far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary warrior. He had not anticipated that Rasha's strength would prove sufficient to rival his own in that instant. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Raylo unleashed a tremendous surge of electricity that coursed through Rasha's entire being in an instant. Yet, in the presence of such formidable power, Rasha remained utterly unperturbed, his expression betraying no sign of discomfort, as if he were impervious to pain. His body showed no signs of charring or the emergence of smoke. Even Raylo, with his formidable physique, would typically exhibit some reaction to such overwhelming electricity. However, Rasha's unwavering form raised a note of suspicion. Had this individual undergone extraordinary modifications, endowing him with remarkable resistance to lightning? With a swift motion, Raylo swept his arm outward, deflecting Rasha's ghostly blade, and the two adversaries once again distanced themselves. Although Raylo was acutely aware that the lightning of the thunder blade held no effect on Rasha, he had no intention of employing the dragon orb. The use of the dragon orb necessitated a substantial expenditure of vital energy, and at this moment, his body lacked the reserves to sustain such an endeavor. While the dragon orb could absorb the vital energy of entities other than its user, Raylo harbored doubts regarding the availability of any energy from the zombies that could be siphoned. Moreover, he lacked the finesse required to control the dragon orb effectively. Should it begin to absorb the vital energy of the colossal beast, he would find himself reduced to mere bones long before the beast's energy was depleted, corroded by its gastric acid. "You are quite fortunate," Raylo remarked suddenly, fixing his gaze upon Rasha. "What do you mean by that?" Rasha responded, momentarily taken aback. "Were I not in my current condition, you would have been obliterated by a single punch the moment we met." "Ha ha ha, what an audacious young man." Rasha erupted into laughter, entirely dismissive of Raylo's assertion. "Ha." Raylo smirked, the aura surrounding him shifting dramatically in an instant. Sizzle. The electric light emanating from Thunderblade was dazzling. With a swift flash, Thunderlo suddenly appeared behind Rasha, moving with such speed that neither Rasha nor the observing Nia could comprehend the transition. When Rasha attempted to turn and look at Thunderlo, he found his body seemingly immobilized, unable to move even slightly. Nia, observing from the side, noticed that beams of light began to emanate from Rasha. Subsequently, countless fissures appeared on his body, resembling the cracks of shattered porcelain. After a crisp sound, Rosh's form began to disintegrate completely, pieces of flesh cascading to the ground. The look of disbelief on Rosh's face ultimately shattered into several fragments, scattering upon the earth. Not far away, Nia's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression mirroring the incredulity she felt. She understood that Thunderlow's power had been considerably diminished due to the curse. Thus she could scarcely fathom that the ghostly blade Rasha would be so effortlessly vanquished by Thunderlow. At that moment, the once arrogant Nia began to reconsider whether her intentions of capturing Thunderlow were merely a fanciful dream. While Nia was lost in contemplation, Thunderlow's body suddenly swayed back and forth, nearly losing balance. "What is wrong?" Nia inquired with a hint of concern. In that instant, she and Thunderlow were akin to two peas in a pod, no longer concerned about their differing allegiances. Raylo waved his hand dismissively, assuring that he was merely fatigued and would recover after a brief respite. Once endowed with the formidable regenerative capabilities afforded by the eternal fruit, he now found himself stripped of its powers, rendering his recovery akin to that of an ordinary individual, coupled with his existing injuries. The exertion of his recent powerful strike had taken a toll on his body. "Oh," Nia remarked upon witnessing Raylo's condition, offering no further concern. Yet, a flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. Surely, there won't be any more zombies appearing, will there? Just as her words fell into the air, a shadow, stealthy and elusive, suddenly emerged from behind Raylo. "Behind you," Nia screamed in alarm. As Raylo turned his head, he was taken aback to find one of the former 7 warlords, Moria, standing behind him, one hand clutching his shadow and the other wielding a pair of scissors. Without a moment's hesitation, Moria wielded his devil fruit powers and swiftly severed Raylo's shadow from his body. In that instant, Raylo felt an overwhelming force drain from him, his consciousness beginning to fade as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Fortunately, having previously witnessed Luffy's state after losing his shadow to Moria, Raylo had anticipated this moment. He bit down hard on his tongue, channeling the intense pain to stave off the encroaching darkness. "Ha ha ha. I never expected someone to retain their consciousness after losing their shadow. Truly a remarkable warrior. But now, your strength is mine." Moria cackled gleefully. "Moria, what are you doing here?" Nia instantly became alert. As a member of the Navy, she was well aware of Moria's notorious reputation. Following the Battle of Marineford, the higher-ups in the world government deemed Moria too weak to remain a warlord and ordered Doflamingo to eliminate him. However, Moria was ultimately rescued by his subordinate Absalom, who utilized the powers of a devil fruit to become invisible. In the original narrative, Moria resurfaced in the New World 2 years later. But due to Raylo's unexpected arrival in this realm, the timeline had shifted, leading to Moria's appearance here for reasons unknown to many. Nia had some knowledge of Moria's pirate crew and was aware that he had a few competent subordinates, prompting her to scan her surroundings for potential ambushes. "There's no need to look around. I am alone," Moria declared. "After departing from Marineford, we sailed through here when we were suddenly attacked by that accursed giant beast, which ultimately swallowed us whole. Yet, from this ordeal, I have acquired your power. Ha ha ha. Once I escape this place and reconstruct a formidable body, I shall soon defeat Kaido and ascend as one of the new 4 emperors." Moria, once a towering figure with a belly swollen like a balloon, now appeared gaunt, clearly having suffered from hunger recently. Although Moria was unaware of Raylo's true identity, he had witnessed Raylo's terrifying strength during the Battle of Marineford, and possessing Raylo's shadow equated to obtaining a fraction of his power, which filled him with arrogance. Chapter 78. Raylo's plan. Though Raylo felt his strength siphoned away upon losing his shadow, it was merely a trick of his mind, not a genuine loss of power. Despite the absence of his devil fruit abilities, he quickly recovered and adapted. As he observed Moria reveling in his perceived victory, Raylo felt no trace of anxiety or concern. Everything was proceeding according to his design. Upon first encountering the zombies, Raylo had suspected a connection to Moria, and with the arrival of Rasha, his suspicion solidified. It seemed Moria had entered this realm for reasons unknown, and the unfortunate souls devoured by the giant beast had become raw materials for his zombie creations. Moria's army of zombies was originally crafted by his ship's doctor, Hogback, yet Moria himself possessed the ability to create rudimentary zombies. Raylo surmised that the initial wave of zombies was likely Moria's failed attempts at creation, their shadows belonging to mindless animals, originating from beings consumed by the beast, lacking consciousness and existing solely to obey Moria. The zombie known as Rasha appeared to be one of Moria's more successful modifications, carrying the shadow of a formidable being from Moria's collection. When Raylo shattered Rasha's form, he noticed the shadow stealthily retreating behind him, confirming Moria's presence. In an act of cunning, Raylo exaggerated his exhaustion, enticing Moria to strike, effectively drawing the serpent from its lair. Although it may seem irrational for Raylo to remain passive upon realizing that Moria would launch a surprise attack against him, especially given his capacity for resistance. There are indeed compelling reasons behind his inaction. Shadows, mirroring the characteristics and techniques of their masters, take on a life of their own. At that moment, Raylo bore a curse, prompting him to ponder whether his shadow too would be burdened by this affliction. He speculated whether the curse he carried could potentially transfer to his shadow. This entire scenario was a gamble for Raylo. Should he lose this wager, he would forfeit his fruit abilities and, subsequently, find himself at a distinct disadvantage against Moria, who possessed his own shadow. Moria's capacity to enhance his own powers by consuming shadows meant that, if he were to devour Raylo's shadow, his strength would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Fortunately, fate smiled upon Raylo. He had indeed made the right bet. Although Raylo could not see the cursed pattern on his back, he could distinctly feel his strength augmenting. While it had not returned to its original state, it was significantly greater than during his confrontation with Rasha. Furthermore, Raylo observed that the wounds on his body were healing at an accelerated pace. Although it did not rival his inherent regenerative abilities, the speed of recovery was nonetheless astonishing. Raylo let out a sigh. Although he was aware that the curse upon him had not completely dissipated, he had managed to weaken it by splitting his shadow, thereby regaining much of his former abilities. What should he do? If the curse could never be eradicated, would he have to continue to venture forth in this precarious state? Raylo swiftly dismissed this notion. Thus, those who had their shadows taken by Moria through the power of the devil fruit could hardly be deemed complete human beings. Should they bask in sunlight, they would swiftly disintegrate into nothingness. Even though Raylo had partially regained the abilities of the immortal fruit, he remained unwilling to take such a perilous risk. At this moment, Moria was still immersed in the joy of acquiring Raylo's shadow, completely oblivious to the changes unfolding within Raylo himself. Riley did not interrupt him, merely observing in silence. The shadow of Riley in Moria's grasp struggled incessantly, attempting to break free from Moria's hold, yet all efforts proved futile. As the wielder of the shadow fruit, Moria possessed absolute dominion over the severed shadows. Even Riley's shadow could not escape his clutches. However, at that moment, Riley's shadow was also partially affected by a curse, rendering it less than formidable. Otherwise, whether Moria could maintain complete control over Riley's shadow would remain uncertain. It was only then that Moria turned to Riley and inquired, "Do you not wish to reclaim your shadow?" Upon finishing his words, he engulfed Riley's shadow, displaying an insufferably smug expression. As soon as the shadow of Raylo was consumed by Moria, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming much taller and resembling a diminutive giant. His muscles became distinctly pronounced, shedding the previous cumbersome form. It was indeed remarkable. The power derived from a single shadow surpassed that of 1,000. Moria erupted into boisterous laughter, believing victory was assured. Nevertheless, Raylo cast a disdainful glance his way, dismissing him entirely. Filling an abyss with stones hardly creates a mountain, even if it were to rise. It would never rival the original towering peaks formed by those stones. Moria, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized Raylo was mocking him. While Moria could enhance his strength by devouring shadows, the increase was not proportional. Thus, even after consuming Raylo's shadow, Raylo sensed that Moria's strength still paled in comparison to his own. A mere glance sufficed to discern the truth. Moria's massive arm suddenly swung towards Raylo with astonishing speed, an action unexpected from such a large frame. With a resounding crash, the small island was struck, creating a deep crater. Yet, Raylo was nowhere to be found within it. Too slow. Raylo appeared atop Moria's arm, gazing down at him with an air of arrogance. Infuriated by Raylo's provocation, Moria swung his arm violently to throw Raylo into the air, while his other hand came crashing down. He assumed Raylo would be immobile mid-air, certain to land a hit. But Raylo employed the moonwalk technique, deftly evading the assault. After missing twice, Moria did not grow more enraged. Rather, he regained his composure. The shadows extracted via the devil fruit could not exist independently. Should their original owner perish, so too would the shadow. Thus, Moria had to ensure Raylo's survival, or else seizing his shadow would be futile. Fortunately, you evaded me. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous if I had inadvertently killed you. Haha. Raylo chuckled in response. Shadow box. Moria shouted, and the shadow beneath him transformed into countless bats that surged towards Raylo. The bats ensnared him, coalescing into a box that confined Raylo within. Chapter 79. The ignorant Moria seeing Raylo trapped, Moria finally exhaled, turning to Nia beside him. Now it's just you left, little girl. Should I steal your shadow, or simply eliminate you to create a zombie? although Nia had previously been terrified of zombies. Understanding that Moria's actions stemmed from his devil fruit powers brought her some relief. Faced with Moria's threat, she transformed back into the fearless Navy major she once was. If you can manage it, then come and try. Haha, such an arrogant little girl. I hardly need to lift a finger to deal with you. Shadow Master. Moria's shadow suddenly took on a three-dimensional form, as if a dark doppelganger emerged from the abyss. This was Moria's shadow clone, capable of aiding him in defense and offense, having once pushed Luffy into a fierce battle. Yet, Nia did not flinch against the Shadow Master. She rolled up her sleeves and charged into combat. Although Nia could inflict damage on the Shadow Master using armament haki, the clone's power was tied to Moria's own strength, which had significantly increased after consuming Raylo's shadow. Thus, Nia was no match. In mere moments, Nia found herself at a disadvantage, struggling against the Shadow Master's onslaught. Moria watched her plight, reclining on the ground with one hand propping his head, as though he were merely an observer at a spectacle. Haha. Who would have thought an ordinary Navy officer possessed such strength? Quite impressive, despite Nia's commendable abilities. She was far from the Shadow Master's equal and soon bore the marks of battle. Are you going to keep waiting? Or do you intend to watch him like a spectator? Nia suddenly shouted, startling Moria. As he pondered her words, Raylo's voice emanated from the shadow box. I was merely trusting you. Since you require my assistance, I shall intervene. With a resounding crash, Raylo effortlessly shattered Moria's shadow box with a single kick. As if it were made of mere paper, Moria's shadow box was utterly incapable of containing Raylo. He had chosen not to destroy it immediately, relishing the opportunity to toy with Moria and to observe any changes that might arise after Moria consumed his shadow. Raylo has always been clear about his loyalties and grievances. Nia once saved him, so when she finds herself in peril, he cannot simply turn a blind eye. Although he had been ensconced within the shadows, he remained vigilant, employing his observation haki to monitor the surrounding activity. Should Nia find herself in danger, he would undoubtedly act without hesitation. As Nia faced relentless setbacks, even in her silence, Raylo was poised to intervene. He was taken aback by your unexpected ability to easily breach his shadow realm. It seems that eliminating you swiftly could transform your form into the ultimate warrior. Raylo chuckled, then continued dreaming. As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly appeared before the Shadow Mage and delivered a powerful punch, causing the mage's form to disintegrate as if a balloon had been pierced by a needle. Nia sighed deeply, witnessing the Shadow Mage, who had previously posed such a formidable challenge, being so effortlessly vanquished by Raylo left her feeling quite unsettled. Why the sigh? It's nothing, Nia replied, shaking her head as she attempted to rationalize her feelings. He is human, and so am I. If he can succeed, then I too shall one day achieve greatness. Yes, as long as I am alive, I will eventually seize the opportunity. Raylo paid no heed to the chaotic thoughts swirling in Nia's mind. He turned his gaze towards Moria, inquiring whether he preferred to take his own life or would rather have Raylo assist him on his journey. Although he was aware that the return of the shadow would further amplify the curse upon him, Raylo felt he had no other recourse. Nevertheless, the temporary absence of the shadow was not without merit. It had at least restored a portion of his immortality fruit's capabilities, healing his wounds in the process. Do not be so arrogant, Moria shouted. Having witnessed Raylo's prowess, he realized he was no match for him, yet he chose to resist stubbornly. Shadow Spear. Moria's shadow transformed into a lance, thrusting towards Raylo with formidable force, capable of easily piercing through Little Oz's body. Unfortunately for Moria, this technique proved ineffective against Raylo. Raylo gripped the tip of the shadow horn gun with one hand, rendering it immovable. The lingering effects of the curse meant that Raylo's strength had not fully returned. Thus, he resorted to using his armament haki. With a sharp crack, the shadow horn gun shattered instantaneously. Witnessing his attack yield no results, Moria began to exhibit signs of panic. At this juncture, he disregarded any use of his fruit abilities and relied solely on his enhanced physique to launch a flurry of erratic strikes at Raylo's position. The outcome was evident. Each of Moria's attempts missed their mark, instead pummeling the small island into a state of ruin, causing the massive beast's abdomen to tremble slightly from the impact. This was not good. Raylo sensed the tumultuous churn of the behemoth's gastric acid, realizing that the creature had been provoked by Moria. If this were not halted forthwith, both he and Nia would assuredly be caught in the ensuing chaos. Cease this at once. Raylo swiftly approached, delivering a powerful punch to Moria's abdomen. In an instant, Moria's stomach caved in, his body bending into an arc, his eyes turning white as he lost consciousness. Had it not been for the enhancement of Moria's physique through Raylo's shadow, coupled with Raylo's own suppressed strength in the absence of haki, that punch could have eviscerated Moria. The enormous form of Moria crashed to the ground, and shortly thereafter, Raylo's shadow erupted from his mouth, his massive body gradually reverting to its original state. As soon as the shadow returned to Raylo, he felt a marked intensification of the curse upon him, significantly diminishing his strength. Once the assault ceased, the surroundings began to settle. The gastric acids of the colossal beast no longer roiling, allowing Raylo to exhale in relief. Gazing down at the ground, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could this island be a mere gastric stone of the giant beast? Nia approached Moria, contemplating what rank could be exchanged for bringing him back. However, since Moria was ultimately defeated by Raylo, Nia inquired, "What do you intend to do with him?" Raylo did not intend to eliminate Moria at this moment. He had entered the belly of the beast long before Raylo and possessed a wealth of information. It is possible that he also held knowledge pertaining to the curse. Thus, Raylo chose to temporarily spare him, extracting every ounce of value from him. Chapter 80. Another World. Snap. Wake up. Raylo struck Moria twice, causing his rarely thin visage to swell. After a while, Moria gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing that the first figure before his eyes was Raylo, a look of sheer terror enveloped him, and he instinctively recoiled. Just moments ago, Raylo had instilled in him an overwhelming fear of death. "Speak," he demanded. "How do you wish to meet your demise?" Raylo did not directly inquire about the intelligence he sought from Moria. Instead, he deliberately threatened him with death. It is only when confronted with the specter of mortality that one will resort to any means necessary to survive. In such dire circumstances, Moria would be compelled to divulge all that he knew. Had Raylo chosen to ask him directly, Moria would most likely have concealed the truth, or even resorted to deceit. "Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die." The once formidable Moria now appeared before Raylo like a pitiful, tail-wagging stray dog. Despite his larger stature, he seemed diminutive in comparison to Raylo. Moria understood that Absalom would not come to his rescue this time, so he had to employ every tactic to ensure his survival. "If only you would spare me, I would offer you everything." "Oh, and what is it that you could possibly offer me? Your little dress, or perhaps your large scissors?" "Your devil fruit is indeed intriguing. I have heard that upon the demise of its wielder, the abilities of the fruit can randomly transfer to nearby fruits, thus creating a new devil fruit." Raylo cast a somewhat malevolent glance at Moria, who swallowed hard, feeling an intensifying sense of dread. His mind raced as he endeavored to devise conditions that might appeal to Raylo. Meanwhile, Raylo silently observed him, not interrupting, but subtly exerting pressure from the shadows. Unbeknownst to Moria, Raylo was currently under the complete manifestation of a curse, significantly diminished in power compared to when he had just lost his shadow. Thus, should Moria muster the courage to fight fiercely, although vanquishing Raylo was utterly improbable, a desperate escape was not entirely out of the question. "Well, have you come to a decision? If not, I shall fashion you into your most favored zombie," Raylo remarked. Unable to restrain himself after Moria remained silent for an extended period, a multitude of beads of sweat instantly appeared on Moria's forehead, cascading down his face. "If you spare me, I can lead you out of here," Moria finally managed to articulate after a prolonged struggle. If you could escape, you would have fled long ago, wouldn't you? Do you think I am as easily deceived as that straw hat fool?" At the mere mention of Luffy, Moria's teeth clenched in frustration. "Do not digress. I am not deceiving you. I can utilize my shadow to create bats that will carry us out through the gullet of the behemoth. The reason I did not do so earlier was due to my limited strength. The bats would falter midway. However, if I were to consume your shadow, my power would escalate significantly, enabling us to escape together." After pondering for a moment, Raylo concluded that, judging by Moria's words, this method might indeed be feasible. Initially, Raylo had considered utilizing the moon step to escape from the giant beast's esophagus. However, his power had been suppressed by a curse, and he bore injuries that rendered him incapable of sustaining the moon step for long. He would likely have fallen before even reaching the beast's throat. Although his wounds had since healed, his strength had not yet fully returned, leaving him unable to employ the moon step to make his escape. In this light, Moria's suggestion appeared to be the most viable option. "Why should I trust you?" Raylo remained cautious, refraining from giving an immediate affirmative. "This is the only way. Trust me. I desire to leave this place more than either of you. I have been here far longer and understand this giant beast better than anyone. This is the sole method to escape." "Oh, how much do you know about this beast?" Raylo inquired, following Moria's lead. Although he was uncertain why Raylo had suddenly taken an interest in the creature, Moria had no choice but to comply, as his life depended on Raylo's decision. "To my knowledge, this giant beast does not belong to our world." "What?" Nia, who had been observing from the side, suddenly exclaimed. Although Raylo was taken aback, his reaction was not as pronounced as Nia's, for he too had traversed into this world. What leads you to say that? Moria swallowed hard. While it is true that many islands in the Grand Line rest upon the backs of colossal creatures, these islands are generally documented by the world government. Yet, this particular behemoth lacks any such record. Are you still able to access the world government's archives? I was once a warlord of the sea, Moria continued. Though the world government may not have documented it, that does not imply that others are unaware. I spent many years in the enigmatic Bermuda Triangle, where numerous vessels from centuries past can be found, along with a wealth of ancient literature. Raylo was now thoroughly intrigued, patiently listening to Moria continue his tale. I once came across a document that recounted how, 5 centuries ago, a band of pirates sailed across the ocean when suddenly, the space ahead became distorted, forming a colossal black hole. Shortly thereafter, a monstrous creature emerged from the abyss and plunged into the sea. From my observations, this beast bears an uncanny resemblance to the one described in that ancient text, making it almost certain that they are one and the same. Raylo was taken aback. If what Moria said were true, that this creature hailed from another world, then the curse afflicting him likely originated from the same realm. Thus, breaking the curse would be an insurmountable challenge. Raylo glanced at the lightning blade in his hand, which served as a source of illumination, and the dragon pearl hanging at his waist. Are you also from another world? He inquired. I have shared all that I know. So, how about lending me your shadow? Allowing me to take you away? Raylo let out a silent sigh, a twinge of disappointment stirring within him. He had hoped to glean some information regarding the curse from Moria, yet it appeared that Moria was equally oblivious to its intricacies. For now, he had no choice but to depart and contemplate his next course of action. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your proposal. However, should you entertain any treacherous thoughts, I assure you, you shall witness the consequences of your own recklessness. Moria swallowed hard, hastily waving his hands in a gesture of denial, and no, I would never. Raylo approached the historical text, determined to commit its words to memory. Although he was unaware of the significance of the inscriptions, he recognized that the contents must be of great importance, potentially influencing the course of the world. Thus, he could not afford to leave such a treasure untapped. However, as he was unfamiliar with the characters, the text appeared to him as mere patterns. Fortunately, Raylo possessed an extraordinary memory, and the amount of text was not overwhelming. Ultimately, he succeeded in memorizing the entire content. Chapter 81. Escape from peril. Riley voluntarily surrendered his shadow to Moria. After Moria consumed Riley's shadow, his form swelled once more to an enormous size, significantly enhancing his strength, and he radiated an air of triumph, accompanied by a sinister chuckle. However, having experienced a previous setback, Moria refrained from any further nefarious intentions and dutifully employed his devil fruit ability, releasing a multitude of bats from his own shadow. These bats coalesced into a magnificent flying carpet, sturdy enough to support the 3 of them as they stood upon it. Onward, Riley commanded habitually. Moria, unperturbed, obediently maneuvered the bats. Due to the massive size of the beast, its stomach was correspondingly vast, and it took a considerable amount of time for the trio to successfully escape from its belly and reach the esophagus. Riding the bats, they navigated through the esophagus until they finally arrived at the cavernous mouth of the colossal creature. At that moment, the beast's mouth was tightly shut, concealing the outside world. Should the beast be submerged in the sea, venturing out recklessly would leave Riley, a devil fruit user, reliant on Nia for salvation. Nevertheless, Riley was largely impervious to the effects of sea stone, and his previous loss of power in the water had been due to a curse suppressing his abilities. Now, stripped of his shadow, the constraints on him were relatively diminished, leading Riley to contemplate that perhaps he could still retain some degree of mobility in the sea. Moria's thoughts, however, diverged entirely from Riley's. A person deprived of their shadow could not survive under the sun. If it were daytime outside, the instant Riley was exposed to sunlight, he would disintegrate into nothingness. In this scenario, Moria would forfeit the opportunity to wield Riley's formidable power but would simultaneously eliminate any lingering concerns of being coerced by him. Nia, preoccupied with her own thoughts, pondered a far simpler matter. If both Riley and Moria lost consciousness at sea, how many ranks could she ascend by bringing them back to headquarters? Each of the 3 harbored their own intentions, resulting in a prolonged silence before action was taken. After a considerable while, Riley finally stepped forward. Allow me to take charge. Ryo concentrated his power and struck the giant beast's jaw with a single punch. Although this blow was not delivered with full force, the beast's jaw still caved in, followed by a thunderous sound emanating from within its body, clearly indicating that it was in considerable pain. At that moment, the beast's mouth slightly opened, allowing a few rays of sunlight to penetrate. They were fortunate. The beast's head was above the water, preventing the sea from flooding its mouth. Standing on the shadow bat, Ryro and his companions were positioned near the beast's jaw. Thus the sunlight did not reach Ryro directly. However, Moria, witnessing this scene, suddenly harbored sinister thoughts. If I were to release the shadow bat now and escape, they would undoubtedly pursue me. Yet, that fellow would be too afraid to emerge into the sunlight without his shadow, while that woman would be relatively easy to deal with. In that case, he would be trapped here, and I could possess the power of his shadow without fear of his pursuit. As this thought crossed Moria's mind, a smirk crept across his face. At that moment, Moria suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back, sending shivers down his spine. He slowly turned around to find Ryro watching him with a bemused expression. Have I not warned you against harboring any ill intentions? And no, how could I dare? Although Moria believed that if he exerted all his strength, he might be able to leave first, the overwhelming pressure from Ryro rendered him motionless, quashing any daring thoughts. Return my shadow, Ryro commanded. Moria obediently regurgitated Ryro's shadow, and once it returned to him, the now powerless Moria could no longer sustain the shadow bat beneath him. As the shadow bat dissipated, Ryro swiftly embraced Nia's slender waist, employing the moon step to escape from the beast's mouth, disregarding Moria's fate entirely. He had promised Moria that he would spare him if he assisted in his escape, but Moria had clearly entertained treacherous thoughts just moments ago. Ryro considered it merciful enough to let him be. Shortly after Ryro departed from the beast's maw, the creature closed its mouth. Ryro was unaware of whether Moria had escaped. Nor did he care. At that moment, Ryro was under the oppressive influence of the complete form curse, his strength significantly diminished. Compounded by the fact that he was carrying Nia, limiting his duration in the air while using the moon step. Just as Ryro was about to plunge into the sea with Nia, a nearby warship surged toward them at high speed. This was the ship Nia had arrived on. After Nia and the others fell into the sea, the crew had rescued everyone except for Nia, prompting them to search the vicinity while maintaining a safe distance from the beast. When they saw Ryro and Nia emerge from the beast's mouth, they were taken aback, astonished that Nia had been swallowed by the creature. Nevertheless, they rushed over immediately to assist Nia. Seeing the approaching warship, Ryro's heart leaped with joy. Regardless of whether they were friend or foe, he gathered all his strength and propelled himself toward the ship like an arrow released from a bow. With a thud, Ryro landed smoothly, still carrying Nia, but soon encountered a dilemma. All the sailors aboard the ship swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Ryro. Despite his diminished strength, the aura he exuded remained formidable, instilling fear in them as many trembled in their boots. However, given the stakes concerning Nia's safety, none of them faltered. Do not think we will be intimidated by your use of Major Nia as a hostage, shouted a common sailor, attempting to bolster his courage. Hostage? Her? Ryro glanced at Nia, an expression of disdain crossing his face. What do you mean? Nia retorted, having noticed Ryro's expression. Nothing. Ryro released his hold on Nia, pushing her toward the sailors. Regardless of your motives, you did save me once. I shall not trouble you this time, but should we meet again, I will not show mercy. Though uncertain of the nature of Ryro and Nia's conflict, the sailors collectively sighed in relief upon hearing Ryro's words. Nia remained silent, torn between the desire to apprehend Ryro and the understanding that, with her current allies, it would be impossible to retain him. Chapter 82. Nia's scheme. Ryro scanned the warship, noticing the Hydra swiftly approaching with the ghost ship in tow. At least you still possess a shred of conscience, he mused. Raylo did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned to Nia and inquired, earlier, you mentioned that the Navy encountered a curse while besieging a village. Where is that village located? Where do you intend to seek a solution? Raylo nodded, revealing his thoughts, for there was no point in concealing them. Wait a moment, Nia said as she entered the cabin, retrieving a nautical chart to present to Raylo. I do not possess the compass pointing to the island where the village lies. Yet this chart marks the location of that village and may guide you there successfully. However, after so many years, it is possible that all traces have long since vanished. Raylo chuckled, thinking it worth a try. The other Navy personnel aboard the ship gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, unable to comprehend that Nia, who had once vowed to capture Raylo, was now interacting with him so amicably, even offering her assistance. Do you think Major Nia and that fellow might have experienced something in the belly of the beast? Perhaps it is indeed the case. That damn fellow. I wouldn't dare pursue Major Nia. Spare me. The idle chatter of the Navy naturally reached Raylo's ears, yet he remained indifferent, as he had little to lose. It was clear that Nia had not fallen for Raylo merely because they had faced adversity together. her willingness to assist him stemmed from something deeper. Although her resolve had wavered countless times, she had never relinquished her intention to capture him, aware that Raylo would make his way to that village. She prepared herself for the journey there, knowing that if he were oblivious to the village's location, all her preparations would be in vain. Raylo was equally cognizant of this fact, yet he chose not to expose it, for he held little regard for Nia's modest capabilities. At this moment, the Hydra was not far from the warship. Should it draw any closer, the Navy personnel aboard would likely flee in terror. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth and said to Nia, "We shall meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air and executed the moonwalk towards the Hydra. Nia was momentarily taken aback by Raylo's words, astonished that he seemed to understand her thoughts. Watching his retreating figure, a tumult of emotion swirled within her. Before Raylo could land on the demon ship, his stamina was already depleted. Fortunately, the Hydra was of considerable size, allowing Raylo to alight directly upon its head. Raylo gently patted the Hydra's head, expressing gratitude for its presence. "If it weren't for you, even if I managed to escape, the ghost ship would likely be lost to me." Hiss. Initially, Raylo subdued Hydra through sheer force. However, in the present, his own strength has significantly waned, yet Hydra has remained loyal, which deeply moves Raylo. A sudden thought emerges in Raylo's mind, since the colossal beast hails from another world. Could it be that Hydra, which is tasked with guarding the Dragon Ball and is intricately linked to the beast, also originates from a different realm? "Are you from another world?" Raylo inquires. Hiss. Hydra's 9 heads subtly sway, displaying an expression of incomprehension. "It seems I have overthought this. Even if that giant creature is from another world, the thunder blade upon its back may not necessarily derive from a different realm. Moreover, Hydra merely seals the Dragon Ball and may not be intrinsically connected to it at all." At this moment, Hydra pulls the ship, the evil ghost, further away. While Raylo glances back at the enormous beast, the creature's massive head now protrudes, revealing its true form. Its head resembles a colossal mountain, exhibiting an extraordinarily peculiar appearance akin to that of a turtle. "Isn't this just a giant turtle?" "There's nothing particularly extraordinary about it," Raylo muses, somewhat disappointed. When he first discovered that island, he was filled with joy, believing he could harness its power for training. Little did he know. Not only did his strength fail to improve, but he also unwittingly fell victim to a curse. His power has dramatically diminished, and the abilities granted by the devil fruit have become ineffective, resulting in considerable loss. Yet, amidst this misfortune, a silver lining exists. He acquired the Thunder Blade, an artifact comparable to the Dragon Ball. However, should the impediment afflicting him prove insurmountable, Raylo cannot shake the feeling that the cost outweighs the benefits. Raylo unfurled the nautical chart that Nia had provided him, deciding to first investigate the village, in hopes of discovering an alternative means to lift the curse. After Raylo departed, Nia stood on the deck, lost in contemplation, remaining motionless for an extended period. "Major Nia, what shall we do next?" She suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with determination. "We shall return to headquarters and report this matter to the marshal." At this juncture, the warlord had yet to formally resign from his position, still holding the highest rank within the Navy. Although Nia, as a major, lacked direct access to the warlord, she, as a prodigy of the new generation, possessed certain privileges. Riley has long been regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government. However, following the tumultuous events of the Marineford War, the Navy has suffered significant losses and lacks the strength to orchestrate a dedicated campaign against Riley. Nevertheless, due to recent events, Riley's power has diminished considerably, and his devil fruit abilities have become ineffective. The Navy only needs to deploy a portion of its core forces to confront him. With the decisive nature of Sengoku, upon hearing of Riley's plight, he may even dispatch an admiral to that village to deal with him. Initially, Nia was exceedingly confident, believing she could capture Riley solely on her own merit. However, after a brief encounter with him, she has abandoned that notion. To apprehend Riley, she must rely on external assistance. Time is of the essence. Thus, Nia must hastily return to Navy headquarters to ensure Sengoku is fully prepared. Otherwise, if she delays, Riley may have already departed from the village or discovered a means to lift his curse, rendering all efforts futile. "I apologize, Riley. Although you rescued me from the belly of a monstrous beast, the reality remains that you are a pirate. And I am a member of the Navy. I shall not show mercy." Even though Riley saved Nia, she does not feel indebted to him, as she had previously rescued him herself. Furthermore, given their opposing allegiances, Nia does not perceive herself to be in the wrong. Achoo! Riley suddenly sneezed. Could it be that my health has deteriorated to such an extent? The sea breeze has made me sneeze. Speaking of which, How does one interpret this nautical chart? Neither the original Riley nor the Riley in my mind has ever studied maritime navigation, leaving him utterly perplexed as he fumbled with the chart. Chapter 83. The decision of Sengoku at the Marines' headquarters in Marineford. Sengoku sat in his office, leaning on the desk with a grave expression. At his feet, a white goat munched on documents voraciously. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Sengoku had submitted his resignation request to his superior, Fleet Admiral Kong. However, since a successor for the position of admiral had not yet been determined, Sengoku remained in his role for the time being. As the current fleet admiral, Sengoku had recommended Akiji as his successor, yet the higher-ups favored Akainu, resulting in a stalemate that ultimately led to the 10-day duel between Akainu and Akiji on Punk Hazard Island. At this moment, however, such a confrontation had yet to occur, and both parties maintained a delicate coexistence. Sengoku sighed deeply. He was no longer young, and although he had maintained excellent health before the Marineford War, the multitude of issues that arose thereafter had taken a toll, aging him considerably in a short span of time. His hair had grayed, and wrinkles marred his once youthful face, rendering him a shadow of his former self. At this juncture, Sengoku had learned from Nia about Riley's circumstances, presenting him with two choices. The first was to disregard Riley as he had before, given that the Marines were in a weakened state post-war and required time to recuperate. Despite Nia's assertion that Riley was cursed and significantly weakened, the extent of his current strength remained uncertain, making a hasty assault potentially disastrous. Moreover, internal divisions within the Marines regarding the next fleet admiral made large-scale operations inadvisable. However, should this opportunity be missed, capturing Riley later would be exceedingly difficult. Sengoku's second option was to mobilize elite forces to apprehend Riley at the village. Regardless of how much Riley's strength had waned, he was undoubtedly at his most vulnerable now, increasing the likelihood of success. Otherwise, should Riley regain his former prowess, the cost to the Marines would be catastrophic. Both strategies bore their own merits and drawbacks, leaving Sengoku in a quandary. To be facing such dilemmas as I approach retirement. Riley, you truly are a troublesome fellow, he lamented inwardly. At that moment, a bold idea struck Sengoku. Connect me to Fleet Admiral Kong. Understood. The operator promptly set to work. Sengoku conveyed his thoughts through the transponder snail. And after a lengthy pause, Kong's voice resonated from the other end. Proceed as you suggested. I will persuade the higher-ups. You need not worry. With that, the line went dead. With Kong's affirmation, Sengoku exhaled in relief. His plan was to dispatch both Akiji and Akainu to the village simultaneously. Whoever succeeded in capturing Riley would become the next fleet admiral. The three admirals represented the Marines' foremost combat strength, each capable of contending with the four emperors. Typically, neither Akiji nor Akainu could defeat Riley in a one-on-one confrontation, but given Riley's current cursed state and diminished power, they stood a chance. This course of action could potentially eliminate the Riley threat while also resolving the matter of the next fleet admiral. The existence of Raylo poses a significant threat to the world government. Therefore, even with their intention to endorse Akainu as the next fleet admiral, they cannot refuse Sengoku's request. Regardless of who ultimately captures Raylo, it would be a momentous occasion for them. However, Sengoku's decision still has its flaws. Although deploying two admirals preserves the Navy's foundational strength to a considerable extent, any unforeseen circumstances affecting all three admirals would drastically diminish the Navy's combat capabilities. While ordinary pirates may remain unaffected, those ambitious ones would undoubtedly act recklessly. Moreover, given that this matter pertains to the position of fleet admiral, Sengoku cannot guarantee that the two would not secretly undermine one another. It appears that this operation must be conducted in secrecy, so that any unforeseen events can be concealed from the public eye. Additionally, involving others would instill a sense of caution in the two, preventing them from taking action against their comrades. Sengoku pondered quietly, his mind already formulating a plan. At this moment, Raylo finally deciphered the nautical chart given to him by Nia and was directing the Hydra towards their destination. Oblivious to the fact that he had become a pawn in the struggle between Akainu and Akiji for the position of fleet admiral, Raylo was filled with joy. Although the Hydra was vast in size, it exhibited remarkable agility. Being towed by the Hydra significantly expedited their journey compared to relying solely on the propulsion of the ghostly demon. Consequently, within just a few days, Raylo found himself near the destination. It was an ordinary small island, lush and green from a distance, devoid of any peculiar features. Could there be a curse lingering in this place? Perhaps, after such a long time, nothing remained. A twinge of concern washed over Raylo. Yet he was resolute in his decision to explore. To avoid unnecessary trouble due to the conspicuousness of the Hydra, Raylo chose not to bring it close to the shore but instead stopped at a distance. Lacking the strength to use moonwalk to traverse directly from the ghostly demon to the island, he dutifully lowered the small boat from the ship and rowed across. Fortunately, there were no onlookers nearby, allowing Raylo to eschew any concerns about deviating from his image as a formidable force. Raylo docked his small boat at the shore and ventured alone onto the island. Along the way, he encountered nothing but vegetation. His keen observational prowess yielded no signs of human presence. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that he had arrived at the wrong location? A sense of unease began to creep into Raylo's mind, particularly since he had only recently acquired the skill to navigate maritime charts, leaving room for error. As he delved deeper into the island, his apprehension grew increasingly palpable. According to Nia, this island had once served as a stronghold for a band of pirates. Given its long-standing occupation by such marauders, it seemed implausible that the place would be entirely desolate, devoid of life. A terrifying thought suddenly emerged in Raylo's mind. If he had not come to the wrong place, then only one possibility remained. The Navy had slaughtered all the pirates and ordinary villagers in that village upon landing on the island. This place had become a deserted isle. Chapter 84. The destroyed island. The world government did not possess the gleaming facade it projected. In many corners, there existed an obscure darkness. As someone who traversed from the real world, Raylo was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, even if the villagers had indeed been annihilated by the Navy, he would not be taken aback. However, this left him without any clues to dispel the curse that plagued him. According to Nia, the battle had been narrowly won due to the involvement of Carp. Did that mean Carp had not intervened to halt the massacre? Or did the Navy have compelling reasons to exterminate them? Although Carp was hailed as a hero of the Navy and commanded great respect, unlike the absolute justice espoused by Akainu, Carp's perception of good and evil was not so black and white. Otherwise, he would not have collaborated with Roger against Crocus. Nor would he have accepted Roger's commission to safeguard Ace, risking everything in the process. Furthermore, it was worth noting that Carp chose to leave Ace and Luffy in the care of the mountain bandit Dayton. Carp adhered to the justice of his own heart rather than the Navy's doctrine, which led Raylo to doubt that Carp would allow his comrades to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. It seemed that the events of the year were more complex than they appeared, and Nia's understanding of the past was merely superficial. The truth remained something he must uncover himself. Although Raylo was nearly certain that there existed no village upon this island, he chose not to leave, opting instead to explore. One reason was that there might still be remnants of clues regarding the curse, or perhaps traces of the truth from that time long past. How could it be so pristine? If he had not erred, had the Navy completely erased all traces of this place? To Raylo's eyes, apart from the lush greenery, there was nothing. Yet, he soon discerned some subtle signs among the unassuming foliage. Though the trees were verdant, their ages seemed to span only a few decades. And amidst the gaps in the trees, faint traces of artillery bombardment could be seen. Due to the passage of time, these marks were nearly indistinguishable, and only a few locations revealed such evidence. As a person from a modern society, Raylo understood that an ecosystem possesses immense stability, following localized destruction. It can rapidly recover and flourish. From the current observations, it was evident that the vegetation had undergone a catastrophic blow several decades ago, and the trees he saw now were all relatively recent growth. The absence of human-induced destruction allowed the devastated flora to nourish new plant life, which explained the thriving state of these plants. Could it be that the Navy had subjected this place to artillery fire, leveling it to the ground? But why would they do such a thing? Was it a Demon Purge order? The Demon Purge order, authorized by the world government, entailed indiscriminate destructive attacks on targeted areas, intended to completely eliminate any threats to their dominion. Typically, a Demon Purge order involved 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, thousands of elite Navy personnel, and 10 top-tier warships, sufficient force to obliterate an ordinary nation. The renowned archaeological sanctuary of O'Hara, Robin's birthplace, had been annihilated by a Demon Purge order, vanishing entirely from the maps. This island, in comparison to O'Hara, should be considerably smaller, even if the world government truly sought its destruction. 10 warships may not have been necessary, yet it was clear that the Navy had deployed considerable might back then. O'Hara was obliterated due to its potential threat to the world government. Could there be something on this seemingly insignificant isle that posed a similar danger? Suddenly, Raylo grasped certain truths. What Nia knew was merely the narrative propagated by the world government. Evidently, something had transpired on this island that compelled them to conceal the reality. Carp, as a mere Navy officer at the time, could only be swept along by the tide of events. The occurrences here must have unfolded between the time he was imprisoned in Impel Down and Roger's ascension as the Pirate King. a period when few might have been aware of the truth. At this moment, Lello began to doubt the authenticity of Nia's claims regarding a village once inhabited by pirates and the existence of a curse user. However, the secrets concealed on this island were sufficient to compel Lello to remain. On the path between this island and Marineford, a top-tier warship surged forward at full speed. The vessel was not heavily manned. Aside from the crew steering the ship and a communications officer, only 3 individuals remained aboard. Yet, these 3 were all unparalleled powerhouses. The foremost combatants of the Navy. Sengoku had petitioned the world government that if either Akainu or Aokiji captured Lello, they would ascend to the position of the next fleet admiral. Given the gravity of this matter, Sengoku had also dispatched the 3rd Admiral, Kizaru, to accompany them, ensuring that the highest echelons of Navy power were mobilized for this operation, thereby increasing the likelihood of capturing Lello. Yet, should an unforeseen event befall the trio, the Navy would suffer a significant blow, potentially inciting a counterattack from the pirates. Thus, this operation was known only to a select few, aimed at minimizing the fallout should something go awry. Nevertheless, the mission was fraught with peril, a precarious blend of crisis and opportunity. However, had Sengoku been aware of Lello's true state at this moment, he likely would not have exercised such caution. That Lello is truly formidable. I never expected Fleet Admiral Sengoku would deploy all 3 of us for this joint operation, Kizaru remarked. This time, he shall not escape. Akainu scoffed. During the Marineford War, Lello had effortlessly thwarted his assault, leaving a lingering resentment in his heart. This time, he was determined to personally apprehend Lello, both to quell his inner turmoil and to secure the position of Fleet Admiral. Aokiji glanced at them but remained silent, returning to his reclined position, concealing his face with a magazine and closing his eyes to rest. Despite their differing mindsets, all 3 shared a common goal, to capture Lello. At this moment, Lello was still exploring the island, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Rairo gazed upwards, observing the weather. A dark cloud was ominously approaching in the distance. A change in weather was imminent. Chapter 85, The Ruins. We have been sailing for quite some time. How much longer until we reach our destination? Huang Yuan inquired, his tone perpetually laced with a hint of lewdness. A marine stepped forward, saluting Huang Yuan with utmost respect, and reported, Admiral Pausalino, it will take us a few more hours to arrive at our destination. The surrounding currents are not flowing in our desired direction, which has slowed our speed. I see, Huang Yuan replied. Additionally, perhaps due to magnetic interference in the vicinity, we have been unable to establish contact with headquarters since our arrival. Is that so? A fleeting change crossed Huang Yuan's expression, but it quickly reverted to its usual demeanor. Understood. You may leave. Yes, sir. The Marine saluted again, and then turned to depart. Though he harbored some concern regarding the lack of communication with the Navy headquarters and the potential for unforeseen events, he reassured himself that with the 3 strongest forces of the Navy assembled here, even an encounter with one of the 4 emperors of the New World would not warrant excessive worry. While the 3 admirals were navigating the vast ocean, Sengoku sat in his office. He had exerted every effort to deal with Rairo and had mobilized his strongest forces, all while assuming considerable risk. Should Akainu and the others encounter any unforeseen circumstances during their pursuit of Rairo, Sengoku could almost guarantee that his retirement would not be tranquil. Surely nothing will go awry, Sengoku thought to himself. Although renowned as a strategist, he felt an unsettling uncertainty. The strength of the 3 admirals was unparalleled. While they might individually struggle against a 4 emperor, together they would be more than a match. Moreover, Rairo was currently incapacitated by a curse, significantly diminishing his power. Thus Akainu and the others should have a secure advantage. Sengoku continuously reassured himself in this manner, yet a sense of disquiet lingered, as if something important had slipped his mind. Suddenly, a flash of realization pierced through his thoughts, and his expression shifted to one of seriousness, even fear. I cannot believe I forgot such a crucial matter. Has too much time passed, or was I simply inattentive when Nia mentioned it? It is that place. Sengoku recalled a horrifying memory, his pupils dilating, and his facial muscles trembled uncontrollably. In a sudden burst of urgency, Sengoku rose to his feet and slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the solid wood. The guard outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in, alarmed. What is it, Admiral Sengoku? Quickly, contact Kazan and the others. Relay my orders for them to return at once. Hurry. Sengoku's final words erupted in a near shout. Yes, sir. The guard, though filled with questions, complied with Sengoku's anxious demeanor and hurried to the communication room to find the operator. Moments later, the guard rushed back, breathless, and reported, Admiral Sengoku, We are unable to reach Admiral Kazan and the others. Despair washed over Sengoku as he slumped back into his chair, his heart heavy with dread. Meanwhile, Rairo was exploring the island. As he delved deeper into the terrain, his observation Haki suddenly detected traces of life. Is there still humanity present? He wondered. Just as he heard a series of rustling sounds nearby, as Raylo turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, he was met with the sight of a charming and adorable little rabbit. A flicker of disappointment coursed through him, realizing it was merely a rabbit. Suddenly, a low rumble erupted from Raylo's stomach. Although he possessed the ability granted by the fruit of immortality, which rendered him impervious to death even after prolonged periods without sustenance, he still experienced hunger. Since the curse had rendered his powers ineffective, he became increasingly reliant on nourishment. Throughout this time aboard the ghost ship, he had subsisted on his stored provisions. Thus, upon spotting a potential meal in the form of a wild creature, he felt a stirring of temptation. Just as Raylo prepared to act, the rabbit seemed to sense the impending danger and darted away in a flash, swift as lightning. Raylo stood there, astonished. Goodness, how could it run so swiftly? Has it mutated? Yet, despite the rabbit's remarkable speed, it could not evade the keen gaze of Raylo. Coupled with his mastery of observation Haki, the rabbit was utterly unable to conceal itself from his sight. Although Raylo was significantly weakened by the curse that suppressed his powers, he remained a top-tier force in this world, not easily evaded by a mere rabbit. As he pursued the traces of the rabbit, he suddenly noticed the surrounding vegetation dwindling, as if only the periphery of this island was adorned with trees. However, at that moment, Raylo was solely focused on the prospect of a hearty meal and paid little heed to the changing environment. The fleeing rabbit abruptly halted, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Raylo. Could it be that this creature intentionally lured me here? Surrounding him were remnants of crumbled walls and scattered stone columns. With hardly any vegetation in sight, it appeared to be an ancient ruin. Suddenly, the rabbit lunged at Raylo with ferocity. For a moment, he was taken aback. Was this a delectable offering presented to him? Yet, before he could revel in his anticipation, the rabbit opened its mouth wide, its head, once no larger than Raylo's fist, expanding hundreds of times, enough to swallow him whole. At this point, Raylo had acclimated to the strength of his current form. Faced with the sudden onslaught, he was far from caught off guard. With a swift twist of his body, he deftly evaded the attack, raising his right hand, empowered by his Haki, and executed a decisive chop. In an instant, the rabbit's body and head were severed in two. Raylo's attack was swift and decisive, executed with remarkable agility, while meticulously minimizing the expenditure of energy, leaving no superfluous loss. Although the curse constrained his strength, it inadvertently honed his mastery over power. During the recent voyage aboard the ghost ship, he has been diligently practicing. Now, Raylo possesses an extraordinary ability to control his strength with precision. Raylo glanced at the rabbit, its head having returned to its original size, motionless while its body continued to bleed profusely. To his astonishment, such a creature existed on this island. It appeared to be even stranger than he had anticipated, although this world was replete with an array of bizarre beings. Raylo did not consider that rabbit to be a conventional inhabitant of this realm. Suddenly, an even more unexpected event transpired. The rabbit's body began to writhe, and shortly thereafter, it ceased to bleed and resumed movement. A headless rabbit moved with remarkable swiftness, abruptly plunging into a crevice beneath a stone slab. Chapter 86. The Underground Palace. Raylo stared in astonishment at the spot where the rabbit had vanished. Such vitality could only be rivaled by Raylo himself during the period when the powers of the eternal fruit were still in effect. He had always suspected that the rabbit was extraordinary, and now he was increasingly convinced of that truth. This creature might harbor significant secrets, potentially linked to the reasons behind the Navy's obliteration of this place. Intriguing, Raylo smirked subtly. He had come here seeking a remedy for the curse afflicting him, yet had found no information pertaining to it. Instead, he had unearthed numerous secrets. However, with no further clues regarding the curse, his curiosity intensified. He resolved to remain on the island until he could unveil the truth behind it all. Raylo stepped forward to the crevice where the rabbit had burrowed, kicking aside the stone slab that covered it, revealing what lay beneath. To his astonishment, beneath the slab was yet another stone panel, remarkably intact and embedded in the ground, resembling a secret door to the depths below. One corner of the slab was missing, revealing a small, dark hole that led deep into the earth. It was evident that the headless rabbit had slipped through this very passage. Its concealment was indeed perplexing. The surface of the slab was adorned with peculiar patterns that Raylo had never encountered before, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. Yet, had Nia been present, she would undoubtedly have been taken aback, for the designs on the slab bore a striking resemblance to the cursed markings that appeared on Raylo's back. Furthermore, an iron ring was embedded in the slab, clearly intended for lifting it. However, due to the passage of time and exposure to the elements, the iron ring had succumbed to rust, and when Raylo gently tugged at it, it broke apart effortlessly. With no other recourse, Raylo reached into the dark void at the corner where the slab was missing, attempting to lift the entire stone panel. Yet, as he extended his hand into the inky darkness, a sudden numbness coursed through him, as if something had bitten him. In a moment of urgency, Raylo forcefully overturned the stone slab, unveiling the concealed passage hidden beneath it. Raylo gazed at his palm, where a wound the size of a needle's eye had manifested. It was neither painful nor itchy, presenting no apparent abnormalities. Yet, Raylo would not allow himself to be complacent because of this. Raylo had always been cautious. Even when he reached into the hole, he did not lower his observation haki, yet he still could not evade the recent attack. This indicates that the entity that ambushed Raylo was either minuscule enough for his observation haki to overlook or exceptionally adept at concealing its presence, eluding even his heightened senses. Regardless of which possibility it was, both warranted Raylo's serious attention. Moreover, he did not believe that any benevolent creature would emerge from the place where the headless rabbit had fled. To err on the side of caution, Raylo squeezed out some blood from his wound, but it appeared a vivid red, showing no signs of poisoning. Was I merely being overly cautious? Raylo shook his head, dispelling the doubts that lingered in his mind, regardless of what had just ambushed him or the intentions behind it. The only way to unravel the mystery was to venture down and investigate for himself. Raylo's gaze shifted towards the passage beneath the stone slab. The passage sloped downward at an angle, its destination unknown. However, Raylo did not detect the acrid stench of decay, suggesting that there must be an air vent below. Having lost the ability to wield the fruit of immortality, Raylo found himself devoid of his greatest asset, thus necessitating utmost caution in every step he took. Raylo drew his lightning blade, employing it as a source of illumination, and ventured alone into the passage, descending continuously. After traversing a sloped path for some time, the ground beneath Raylo's feet unexpectedly leveled out, and the once narrow corridor expanded significantly. Raylo boldly speculated that there existed a subterranean chamber, concealing the reason behind the rabbit's mutations and the truth regarding the Navy's destruction of this place. After traversing a further distance, Raylo was suddenly greeted by a vast underground plaza, replete with numerous passages branching out in every direction, apart from the one he had arrived through. Was this constructed as a refuge? At that moment, Raylo sensed two presences approaching him. Almost immediately, he heard the sound of footsteps, staccato and rigid, reminiscent of marionettes in motion. To his astonishment, two individuals emerged from the passage ahead, clad in Navy uniforms. Yet, it quickly became apparent to Raylo that something was amiss. The gazes of the two Navy personnel were vacant, their movements somewhat stiff, utterly devoid of the vitality characteristic of the living. However, unlike Moria's zombies, they bore no signs of stitching or decay. Their muscles and skin appeared as normal as any humans. A plethora of conjectures flooded Raylo's mind. How could Navy personnel be here? Had Nia betrayed her whereabouts, prompting Sengoku to dispatch them for his capture? Or were they remnants left on the island from that fateful incident long ago? Gazing at their tattered Navy uniforms, Raylo leaned toward the latter hypothesis. He surmised that the Navy must have arrived on this island several decades prior, meaning those who participated in that battle would now be at least 50 or 60 years old. Yet, the individuals before him resembled youthful men in their 20s. Contemplating the headless rabbit that could still move, another thought emerged in Raylo's mind. There existed something here capable of bestowing upon living beings the gift of agelessness. However, he also understood that, compared to his own immortal fruit, such a phenomenon would undoubtedly possess inherent flaws. The two figures before him exemplified this perfectly. Were they mere puppets under someone else's control, or had they simply lost their self-awareness? Raylo pondered. Hey, can you understand human speech? To the one pulling the strings behind them, Raylo did not receive a response from his opponent. Instead, he was met with an immediate attack. Judging by their attire, it was evident that they were mere ordinary naval soldiers. However, the combat prowess they exhibited was far from that of typical Marines. It is no exaggeration to assert that each of them possessed strength rivaling that of a standard vice admiral. Although Raylo's power had significantly diminished due to a curse, he had not yet fallen to the level of being outmatched even by a vice admiral. Despite the swiftness of their assaults, Raylo found it relatively effortless to evade their strikes. Bang! Raylo suddenly executed a powerful kick aimed at one of the individuals, and under the force of his tremendous strength, the man's head instantly shattered, transforming into a grotesque mass. Blood gushed forth from the wound at his neck, yet astonishingly, his body did not collapse. Chapter 87. The battle within the underground palace. Though the scene before Lalo was somewhat macabre, it did not elicit a profound shock from him. After all, the rabbit had continued to move even after losing its head. Thus, it was entirely within Lalo's expectations that this Navy soldier, despite being decapitated, remained upright. The wound on the man's neck swiftly began to mend, the blood ceased its flow, and he resumed his assault on Lalo. Indeed, was it as such? Though bereft of his head, the adversary appeared unaffected in the slightest, retaining remarkable agility. It seemed he did not rely on his eyes to ascertain Lalo's position. Even without a head to see him, his precision in attack remained unscathed. Lalo furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he had not paid much attention when the rabbit darted away. But the scene unfolding before him now commanded his focus. Even the zombies of Moria relied on their eyes to perceive the external world. Yet, the creature before him, lacking its head, still seemed aware of its surroundings, which was truly perplexing. Riley had indeed contemplated the possibility of his opponent employing the observation haki. Considering that individuals like Fujitora, despite their blindness, could engage in combat without hindrance through this ability. However, the previous rabbit, even in the absence of its head, did not flail about like a headless chicken. Rather, it had managed to escape with precision to this very location. Riley did not believe that the rabbit possessed the capability to utilize observation haki. I am keen to observe how you discern my whereabouts. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as Riley's fist obliterated the head of another naval soldier. His condition mirrored that of the previous soldier. Once the blood ceased to spurt, he resumed the assault alongside his comrades, unaffected by his decapitation. It appears that there is no visual sharing at play. Lalo had previously harbored suspicions that the vision of these two sailors was in a state of shared connectivity. Thus, even if one lost sight, the other could still provide external awareness through his eyes. While Lalo was outside, he could not ascertain whether there were creatures akin to that rabbit surrounding it, which would offer it vision. Therefore, this conjecture seems somewhat plausible. However, now that both sailors had lost their heads yet could still accurately pinpoint Lalo's location, he was compelled to dismiss this notion from his mind. Now, let us observe just how resilient your vitality truly is. Lalo moved with an elusive grace, akin to a specter, weaving between the two soldiers with uncanny agility. With each appearance, he launched a ferocious assault, each strike exacting a devastating toll upon his adversaries. After several exchanges, Lalo came to a halt. The limbs of the two sailors lay incapacitated, rendered powerless by Lalo's skill. They writhed on the ground like worms. Yet even in their state of disarray, they struggled to inch closer to him. It was indeed fascinating that, despite their condition, they still harbored the intention to lunge at me. Lalo is now almost certain that these two naval officers are being manipulated by someone, or perhaps something. For some reason, this entity seems intent on doing something to him. This reason is likely the greatest secret concealed within this place. Lalo's sword-like brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to depart and casually seek a passage to explore, his observation haki detected the approach of another presence. The sound of footsteps, stiff yet familiar, resounded once more. This time, the cadence was more rapid, indicating that there were evidently more individuals approaching. Were they intent on preventing my departure? Or perhaps, dissuading me from entering that passage? Lalo tugged at the corner of his mouth, increasingly intrigued by the secrets concealed within this place. Before long, a dozen individuals gradually emerged from the passageway, coming to stand before Lalo. These figures varied in appearance, their attire displaying subtle distinctions. Some donned naval uniforms, while others were clad in ordinary garments. Lalo speculated that they were either the indigenous people of the island or the pirates who once occupied this place. As mentioned by Nia, Lalo took a deep breath. Although his strength had waned, these individuals were still not worthy of his regard. Nevertheless, he was now devoid of the enhancements granted by the eternal fruit, and his stamina had become his most significant predicament. Despite having minimized the depletion of his power through rigorous training, the rate of his recovery still lagged behind the extent of his exhaustion. Lalo surmised that several fierce battles were yet to come, necessitating that he conserve his strength to the utmost. Sighing, he patted his stomach, lamenting that he should have eaten his fill before descending. Nonetheless, he resolved to give it a try. Initially, the thunder blade was merely held by Lalo as a source of illumination, yet at that moment, he swung it outward with vigor. Sparks of electricity erupted from the blade, resembling bolts of lightning that surged into the surrounding space. In an instant, the air was filled with crackling electric sparks, darting among the crowd and emitting a cacophony of sounds, scorching their bodies to a charred black. with some individuals even having their surroundings obliterated by the electric onslaught. However, when the tumult subsided, those individuals did not collapse or lose their ability to move. Instead, they lunged at Lalo with frenzied intensity. Lalo swiftly evaded. Yet his expression suddenly turned grave. Compared to the Dragon Ball, the Thunder Blade imposes a lesser burden on the body, requiring not the expenditure of one's own strength, but merely the consumption of its internal reserves of electricity. However, it must be noted that the offensive power of the Thunder Blade does not rival that of the Dragon Ball. Without hesitation, Lei Lu drew the Thunder Blade with his other hand and executed a sweeping strike through the air. A crescent-shaped sword aura surged forth from the blade of Long Wan, hurtling towards the assailants. The sword aura resembled an indomitable scythe, effortlessly cleaving them in two. With a resounding crash, the sword aura struck the wall, not only penetrating inward but nearly bisecting the entire subterranean palace. Reiluo let out a sigh of relief. Long Wan's power was indeed formidable. Although he had intentionally restrained his strength moments ago, he remained wary of Long Wan potentially obliterating the entire underground palace. Long Wan possessed the ability to harness the vital essence of living beings, consuming a portion with each use, thus necessitating replenishment from its wielder. However, Reiluo had discovered during his previous battle atop the colossal beast that Long Wan could also absorb the life force of others from the external environment. Reiluo speculated that the Dragon Ball could only absorb the life essence of a being shortly after its demise, when its vitality had yet to dissipate entirely. At that moment, the ground was strewn with bodies severed in two. However, they were not truly dead, for they writhed incessantly, leaving Reiluo uncertain whether the Dragon Ball could indeed draw upon their essence. Should the Dragon Ball require his own vitality, Reiluo, bereft of the eternal fruit, would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious predicament. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate. The Dragon Ball, almost as if imbued with sentience, seemed to recognize Reiluo's less than favorable condition and chose not to extract his life force. Yet, the Dragon Ball remained restless. An invisible chill emanated from it, swiftly permeating the entire space. The writhing, fragmented bodies on the ground appeared to freeze, their movements halted in an instant. Subsequently, those figures, which had seemed no different from ordinary individuals, underwent a startling transformation. Their once robust muscles withered away, and their skin became creased, resembling that of desiccated corpses. The life essence from these beings was entirely consumed by the Dragon Ball. Moments later, the chilling aura returned to the Dragon Ball, which quivered slightly, akin to a glutton savoring a delightful feast, to express its satisfaction. Reiluo gazed upon the scattered bodies strewn across the ground. Although they had not lost their vitality when he severed them in two, they now lay motionless, as if utterly devoid of life. A deep sense of perplexity welled up within Reiluo. Yet, before he could unravel his thoughts, a faint rustling sound emanated from the ground. Moments later, a multitude of dark, sinister insects emerged from the spines of the corpses. Each individual had one of these creatures nestled upon their back. These insects were diminutive, no larger than Leiluo's pinky finger at most. Their appearance was unremarkable, encased in a shell that bore a resemblance to a centipede, albeit with an even darker hue. The head and body were nearly indistinguishable, resembling a slender black cord, perhaps drawn by an unseen force, or perhaps out of fear. These insects began to move in unison towards a singular direction, precisely the passageway the individuals had originally traversed. Despite their minuscule size, the insects exhibited remarkable swiftness, swiftly vanishing into the corridor. Uncertain of the nature of these creatures, Leiluo refrained from immediate action. However, as soon as the last of the insects departed, he brandished his blade towards the solitary insect that remained. This time, Leiluo did not employ the Dragon Ball. Instead, he wielded the Thunder Blade from his other hand. With a flurry reminiscent of a dancing golden serpent, the Thunder Blade unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the insect with precision. Upon being hit by the electric discharge, the creature's exoskeleton shimmered momentarily with a glow of electricity, yet it merely paused for an instant before swiftly resuming its advance, vanishing from sight in an instant. Reiluo chose not to pursue further, instead casting a gaze filled with a sense of frustration towards the Thunder Blade in his hand. Although the Thunder Blade boasted formidable offensive capabilities and a wide attack range, it harbored no adverse effects for him, who possessed the Dragon Pearl. However, its shortcomings were glaringly apparent. The blade's attacks primarily relied on stored lightning, rendering it nearly ineffective against targets with a certain degree of resistance to electricity. It was evident that those insects possessed such resistance. No wonder, when I previously assaulted them with the Thunder Blade, they continued their onslaught, remaining unfazed despite being charred and battered. Though my investigation was far from complete, Raylo had begun to form a tentative hypothesis regarding the role of those insects. They parasitize various organisms, bestowing upon them enhanced vitality and strength while manipulating their actions like puppets. Thus, while these individuals appeared indistinguishable from the living, they had long since perished. As long as the parasites within their bodies remained alive, the hosts would not cease their movements. However, once the life force of the host was entirely drained, the parasites would have no choice but to abandon their current vessel and seek a new one. The life essence of those individuals had been completely consumed by the dragon pearl, which in turn had forced the insects to reveal themselves. It seemed the dragon pearl deemed those individuals as deceased, prompting it to siphon their life force. Yet, had I not first severed them with the dragon pearl, would it still have been able to absorb their essence? This remained a mystery to Raylo, as the secrets harbored within the dragon pearl were more profound than those concealed within this subterranean palace. Nevertheless, Raylo was not inclined to delve into the mysteries of the dragon pearl at present. While the secrets of this place were gradually coming to light, many questions still lingered in his mind. Even if these insects posed a significant challenge, was it truly necessary for the Navy to deploy such overwhelming force? Even going so far as to obliterate an entire island, all while concealing the truth of years past? Raylo was unaware and could only seek the answers on his own. Based on Raylo's conjecture, there must be a matriarch among these insects. If that were to be eliminated, it would eradicate the entire swarm. The insects that had just fled were evidently returning to their progenitor. If he could locate this matriarch, perhaps he would unravel the true origins of these creatures and further uncover the buried truths of this place. Raylo entered the passage from which the insects had fled. Gazing upon the path ahead, he could not help but furrow his brow. The corridor did not extend straight forward. Instead, it was riddled with numerous forks. Furthermore, upon activating his observation hotkey, he found himself detecting similar presences in nearly every direction. What was initially a remarkably advantageous ability had now become a perplexing burden. Raylo sighed, abandoning reliance on his observation hotkey, instead opting to discern the surroundings through various subtle clues and trusting his intuition. Unfortunately, Raylo's instincts proved to be unreliable. The corridors of the underground palace sprawled in all directions, resembling an intricate labyrinth. Raylo wandered for a considerable time within. Yet he could not locate the position of the core, nor could he find the way back. As time passed, his hunger became increasingly pronounced, his stomach growling audibly. He pondered whether those insects were edible. While Raylo circled within the underground palace, Akainu and the others had already landed on the island. Despite the formidable strength of the three admirals and their mastery of hockey, they had yet to attain the power necessary to cover the entirety of the island with observation hockey. Thus, the search for Raylo became their greatest challenge. It has been quite a while. He hasn't left, has he? Kizaru remarked. Akiji glanced at Kizaru and suggested, regardless, we should search the island first. What do we do? Shall we split up to the three corners of the island and then release our observation hockey, gradually converging towards the center to locate him? Akiji's strategy was both prudent and effective. This is taking too long. Akainu expressed his impatience. If he is indeed on the island, we should force him out. Oh, Sakazuki. What do you propose? Kizaru inquired. We shall obliterate the entire island. Chapter 89. Annihilation of the island. Although Akainu's proposal was somewhat extreme, neither Kizaru nor Akiji voiced any dissent. After all, it was evidently the quickest approach. They understood that the island was uninhabited, leading even the usually composed Akiji to agree with the course of action. Meteor volcano. Akainu leapt high from the deck of the warship, his fist transforming into searing magma, striking the air with relentless force. The colossal magma fists soared like cannonballs, continuously raining down upon the island like a meteor shower. The moment the magma fist struck the terrain, the lush trees ignited upon contact, quickly spreading flames. Even areas that had yet to be touched by the magma erupted into fierce blazes. In an instant, the entire island was engulfed in flames, resembling a hell on earth. Akainu's meteor volcano attack did not end there. Given the considerable mass of the magma fists, even without the intense heat, their descent from the heavens possessed tremendous destructive power. Thus, the ground resounded with a series of explosive impacts, creating deep craters across the landscape. The entire island trembled slightly. Truly, the destructive force remains as potent as ever. Sakazuki, Kizaru observed from the side. Humph. Akainu scoffed dismissively. In terms of destructive capability, Akainu could be regarded as the strongest among the three admirals. The meteor volcano caused devastation that extended beyond the surface of the island, penetrating deep into the ground. The entire underground palace began to tremble. It had already been nearly cleaved into two by Raylo using the Dragon Balls, and now, under Akainu's assault, the fissures widened, as if a collapse were imminent. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? At this moment, Raylo had not activated his observation haki, thus failing to perceive the arrival of Akainu and the others, mistakenly attributing the tremors to an earthquake. With a resounding roar, the entire underground palace collapsed in an instant, transforming into a desolate ruin. And Raylo was buried beneath the debris. Cough, cough. The dust infiltrated Raylo's lungs, compelling him to succumb to a fit of coughing. Raylo was fortunate. Although the underground palace had collapsed, the angle formed between the ceiling and the ground left him ensconced within its confines, sparing him from being crushed by the falling debris. Despite being trapped in this precarious situation, Raylo harbored no concerns. Even though the curse had diminished his strength, breaking free from this predicament would not pose a significant challenge. It would, however, deplete a considerable amount of his energy, potentially leaving him vulnerable should he encounter further combat. For one, Raylo wished to avoid such a predicament. And for another, he was eager to continue his exploration here in pursuit of the truth, thus he was in no haste to depart. The collapse of the palace had narrowed his path of advance, leaving him with only a single, remaining passageway for movement. Yet this simplicity alleviated the need for navigation and eliminated the worry of becoming ensnared in circles within the underground labyrinth. A faint rustling sound emanated from a corner, catching Raylo's keen ears. Raylo turned his head and discovered a creature emerging from a crevice in the corner. Precisely the same type of insect that had previously infested the spines of those individuals. It seemed that the tremors caused by the collapse of the underground palace had startled them, prompting some of the insects to flee. Raylo, swift of hand and sharp of eye, swiftly captured the creature. Previously, he had regarded these insects with a sense of trepidation, hesitant to approach them. However, after such a prolonged absence, his composure faltered upon encountering the insect once more. In a moment of urgency, he resorted to seizing it with his hand. The insect was firmly pinched between his thumb and forefinger, writhing incessantly yet unable to escape Raylo's grasp. Although hunger gnawed at him, he had even jested about the taste of these insects not long ago. He found no inclination to consume it in that moment. After all, these creatures had the capacity to parasitize a human host, who could fathom what might transpire should he swallow it. Lacking the accelerated healing and immortality afforded by the fruit of eternal life, Raylo was understandably reluctant to engage in such reckless experimentation. He pondered whether, should there indeed be a maternal figure, the insects would instinctively gravitate towards it in times of peril. Just then, a sudden jolt coursed through his hand. One of the insects had bitten him. A minute puncture appeared on Raylo's thumb, mirroring the wound on his palm. It dawned on him that these creatures had bitten him at the entrance of the underground palace. Previously, as he entered the palace, a similar tiny wound had formed on his palm, which had since shown no signs of abnormality, thus Raylo paid it little heed at that moment. He set the insect down and observed its movements intently. Fully focused, he ensured he would not lose sight of it. Should the insect burrow into a crevice, Raylo would forcefully break it open and follow, hoping to uncover his target. Meanwhile, the flames on the island had reached their peak, and most of the remaining fauna had been reduced to charred remains by the fierce conflagration. After such a lengthy stillness, could it be that he had already departed the island? Or perhaps the intelligence was flawed, and his powers had been restored, allowing him to remain unfazed by the inferno? No, he is certainly still on the island, Akiji asserted. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Akiji pointed to the distant sea, where the Hydra was tethered to the ghost ship. The Hydra had been waiting off the island for Raylo, upon sensing the arrival of the three admirals. It instinctively retreated further, which is why Akiji and the others had initially overlooked it. That is Raylo's vessel, so he must still be on the island. And his powers have not yet returned. Otherwise, he would not be hiding on the island. If he were in his normal state, he would have rushed to our ship before Akainu could even make a move. Kazari nodded, finding this reasoning quite compelling. But where do you suppose he is hiding? Akiji surveyed the almost entirely scorched island and suggested, perhaps we should ascend and take a look. Ice Age. Akiji leaped into the air, unleashing a wave of frigid air that enveloped the entire island, instantly plunging it into a frozen state, extinguishing the once raging flames in a heartbeat. Chapter 90. The maternal body Akainu and his two companions leaped off the warship and onto the island, while several naval officers remained aboard to stand guard. They understood that the impending battle was beyond the scope of their rank to intervene in easily. Even as spectators, they could face mortal danger at any moment. You two have truly turned this island into an unrecognizable state. If you were to fight, this island would likely become one of ice and fire, Akainu remarked. Both Akainu and Akiji shot Kizaru a glare, exuding an imposing aura, yet Kizaru seemed oblivious, continuing his leisurely stroll across the island. The rivalry between Aokiji and Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral was common knowledge. Had Sengoku not orchestrated this operation, it was likely that Akainu and Aokiji would soon engage in battle. Kizaru's remarks at this moment were undeniably inflammatory. However, individuals of their caliber were not naive brutes. Akainu and Aokiji would not be easily provoked by Kizaru's words. Akainu, with his straightforward demeanor, directly addressed Kizaru. "Borsalino, are you also vying for the Fleet Admiral position?" Kizaru waved his hands dismissively. "How could that be? Being an admiral keeps me quite busy enough. I have no energy left for the role of admiral." Akainu scoffed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Having worked alongside Kizaru for many years, Akainu believed he understood Kizaru's character well. Kizaru was the type who would take the easy route whenever possible, and even if he occasionally exerted effort, it was typically half-hearted. The notion of Kizaru wanting to contest for the admiralty was something Akainu found utterly implausible. Yet, the fact that Aokiji was openly contending for the position was something Akainu had not anticipated. Although Aokiji was not as lethargic as Kizaru, he could hardly be termed proactive. He did not place a high value on power. Even with Sengoku's strong recommendation as the next fleet admiral, based on Akainu's previous understanding, Aokiji would likely refuse Sengoku's endorsement. What had caused such a significant shift in Aokiji's mindset perplexed Akainu? Or was it that he never truly understood him? As Akainu pondered these thoughts, the three of them delved deeper into the island. After enduring attacks from both Akainu and Aokiji, the island lay in ruins, with scarcely a living creature in sight. Even Aokiji began to doubt whether Raylo still remained on the island. Just then, a deep chasm appeared before them, formed by the collapse of the underground palace due to Akainu's meteor volcano. The three men simultaneously peered into the chasm, revealing the remnants of the underground palace. To their astonishment, such a vast underground complex lay beneath the island. "He must be below. What should we do, descend?" Aokiji, being the more composed of the two, refrained from acting rashly. "No need," Akainu replied flatly, leaving no room for refusal. "Let him come out on his own." With that, Akainu crouched low, his hands plunging into the earth. His arms instantaneously transformed into a torrent of magma. The molten rock flowed from his hands into the ground, gradually seeping into the underground palace below. At that moment, Raylo had followed the insect for quite a distance and was beginning to grow impatient. "If I do not locate the maternal body soon, I shall reduce you to mincemeat." As if understanding Raylo's words, the insect's speed surged, attempting to shake him off. However, Raylo remained steadfast, refusing to let any distance form between them. Moments later, the insect's pace suddenly slackened once more. Raylo also slowed his pace, surveying his surroundings. And even he, having weathered many storms, could not help but feel a sense of astonishment at the sight before him. At this moment, he found himself in an immense chamber, a segment of the original underground palace, albeit constructed with greater fortitude, thus remaining largely unscathed by the impact of the Red Dog's meteor fire. What astonished Raylo were the myriad creatures inhabiting this space. The area was densely populated with insects, seemingly uniform yet varying greatly in size and exhibiting subtle differences in form. Some bore delicate wings upon their backs. Moreover, the ground was strewn with the remains of various animals. Perhaps due to the passage of time, there was not a hint of decay in the air. What could this mean? Were not these insects supposed to thrive through parasitism? The creatures they infested were not only more powerful but nearly immortal. How then could there be so many corpses in this place? Raylo found himself in a state of perplexity. Another point of confusion was why these parasitic creatures seemed oblivious to his presence. The sheer magnitude of their numbers surged towards him, and in his abnormal state, Raylo struggled to defend himself. Did these insects possess an innate ability to recognize their superiority, rendering him inconsequential? An absurd thought flickered through Raylo's mind. Meanwhile, he noticed some peculiarities. At the very heart of this space, there existed an area where the number of insects was significantly diminished, as if they held an inherent reverence for that location. In the center of this region lay a single insect. Its size was unremarkable when compared to the multitude around it. It could only be classified as average. However, its coloration was strikingly unique, exhibiting a delicate golden hue, in stark contrast to the others, which were uniformly black. The appearance of such a distinctive insect in such an exceptional spot was bound to provoke speculation. Could that creature be the progenitor? If it were to perish, one could only wonder what fate awaited the swarm. Raylo cautiously approached the progenitor. His primary objective for venturing here was to uncover a remedy for the curse afflicting him, yet after such a lengthy search, he had stumbled upon no clues related to the curse, only these insects. Thus, he was determined not to leave empty-handed. However, Raylo did not intend to slay the progenitor. Rather, He contemplated capturing it to keep close at hand, for it might prove useful in the future. Just as he was about to seize the progenitor, an intense wave of heat surged towards him. He turned to discover molten lava flowing relentlessly into the space. The insects reacted far more violently than Raylo. They scattered in panic, and those with wings took to the air, darting towards the ground. Chapter 91. The Undaunted Insects. At this moment, Raylo had no time to ponder the origins of the molten lava. Having lost the ability granted by the eternal fruit, he found himself incapable of withstanding the searing heat. If he lingered here any longer, he would soon be consumed by the molten flow, ultimately meeting his demise in this fiery abyss. The size of the mother creature was slightly larger than Raylo's index finger, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized it firmly in his grasp. Disregarding any potential reaction it might have, the mother appeared exceedingly feeble, allowing Raylo to manipulate it without exhibiting any signs of ferocity. Meanwhile, the other insects were frantically fleeing, showing no concern for the captured mother. In the blink of an eye, the scalding lava had encroached upon Raylo, and an alarming wave of heat enveloped him, causing even the fine hairs on his body to emit a faint scent of burning. Raylo, without hesitation, executed the moonwalk and stood suspended in midair. Due to the incursion of magma, the spatial structure of the area underwent subtle alterations, with numerous tiny fissures appearing on the walls, into which the insects burrowed. To swiftly escape back inside, breaking through the gaps like the insects would be the fastest and most effective option. Although Raylo's size was far greater than that of the insects, rendering him unable to pass through those crevices. His formidable strength allowed him to forcibly widen the fissures enough for his body to fit through. Bang! Thud! A cacophony of sounds echoed through the dilapidated underground palace, the result of Raylo's forceful breakthrough. The insects, being smaller and more agile, managed to escape the palace much faster than Raylo. What are those creatures? Akiji and the others were taken aback by the sheer number of insects emerging from the ground. These insects were divided into two categories, those with wings and those without. The winged insects flapped their wings incessantly, drawing closer to the three admirals, while the wingless ones squirmed forward at a speed that rivaled their winged counterparts. The insects surged towards Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji with a frenzy reminiscent of famished wolves upon spotting prey. Ordinary individuals facing such an overwhelming swarm would undoubtedly be paralyzed by fear, their emotions in disarray. Yet, these insects faced the three admirals, the pinnacle of naval strength, who had previously contended with foes of the Yonko caliber and thus remained unfazed. Ice Age. Akiji initiated the assault, releasing a powerful blast of cold air that instantly froze the insects in place, rendering them motionless, while those airborne plummeted to the ground. Unfortunately, this respite was fleeting. The insects possessed remarkable vitality and an extraordinary resistance to cold. Even when frozen, they did not lose consciousness, vibrating at high frequencies, producing crisp sounds as they shattered their icy confines and regained mobility. The insects charged once more towards the trio. What a disgrace, Kazan, Akainu mocked, his demeanor unperturbed. Akiji remained silent. Although his fruit's power was formidable, it had inherent limitations in terms of lethality compared to Akainu's. Volcanic eruption. Akainu swiftly countered. His arm transformed into a massive magma fist, embodying the force of a volcanic eruption as he launched it forward. The magma fist exploded midair, scattering into countless volcanic projectiles, each possessing remarkable destructive capability, effortlessly dealing with the insects. However, in comparison to the size of the volcanic projectiles, the insects appeared minuscule. And despite the intensity of Akainu's assault, many insects evaded his strikes. Fortunately, these insects lacked significant heat resistance, and upon being struck by the volcanic projectiles, they were unceremoniously consumed by the magma, meeting their demise. Yet, these insects exhibited a strong sense of teamwork. When faced with unavoidable attacks, adjacent insects would huddle together, shielding the one at the center. Thus, in areas targeted by Akainu's attacks, at least one or two insects would manage to survive. Over time, the number of insects affected by Akainu's onslaught dwindled, while the swarm seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly charging towards the trio without fear of death. Kizaru then launched his own attack. He pinched his thumb and index finger together, crossing his hands in front of his chest, the circular shape formed by his fingers resembling an eye directed outward. Yasakani no Magatama. Upon completing his elemental transformation, a multitude of dazzling light orbs erupted from him, far surpassing Akainu's volcanic assault in both range and density. In mere moments, the number of insects struck by the light orbs exceeded those eliminated by Akainu over a prolonged period. However, while Kizaru's accuracy was high, the lethality of his attacks was somewhat lacking. The insects boasted formidable defense and vitality. Those struck by his light orbs quickly recovered and charged at the three admirals with wild abandon. Soon, a considerable number of insects breached the range of Akainu and the others, closing in on them. Uncertain of the nature of these creatures, even the three admirals were cautious. Fortunately, as users of Logia-type devil fruits, they remained unafraid even as the insects approached, each completing their elemental transformation. Despite the insects' peculiarities, they lacked the use of haki and were utterly helpless before the transformed admirals. As they drew near Akainu, their bodies were engulfed by the magma emanating from him, leading them to their demise. At that moment, Raylo finally emerged from the underground palace. As his feet touched the ground, he beheld the swarm of insects surging forth from the palace towards the three admirals. It was then revealed that the magma earlier was conjured by Akainu. Why have they come here? Did Nia inform Sengoku of my movements? That old man Sengoku normally, Raylo would have felt no trepidation even when facing the three admirals alone. But circumstances had changed, his power had significantly diminished, and he had lost his devil fruit abilities, leaving him somewhat anxious. Yet, this worry quickly dissipated, replaced by confusion. Why were those insects charging at Akainu and the others with such madness, undeterred by their own demise, while seemingly ignoring me? Raylo found himself perplexed. Initially, in the subterranean chamber, the insects refrained from attacking him, leading Raylo to believe they were intimidated by his prowess. However, witnessing the same insects exhibit no fear in the presence of the three formidable generals, who stood at the pinnacle of strength, caused Raylo's conviction to waver. Undoubtedly, the power of the three generals surpassed that of Raylo at this moment. Chapter 92. Entrapped in despair at that moment, Akainu, who had been entangled with the insects, noticed Raylo's arrival. Demon. Akainu seethed, refraining from uttering Raylo's name directly, much like how he would refer to Luffy as the Straw Hat Kid. Ah. So you all have arrived, Raylo remarked, even amidst the looming threat, not forgetting to jest with him. Raylo understood that, in the original narrative, Akainu and Aokiji had engaged in a fierce battle on Punk Hazard Island for 10 consecutive days and nights, vying for the position of Fleet Admiral. The simultaneous presence of Aokiji and Akainu indicated that the ultimate showdown had yet to transpire. Was it Sengoku who promised you that whoever successfully captures me would become the next Fleet Admiral? Raylo's thoughts raced, leading him to a conjecture. The gazes of Akainu and his companions shifted momentarily before returning to their usual demeanor. Nonetheless, Raylo gleaned valuable information from their reactions. Indeed, it seemed that Sengoku, that cunning old fox, had orchestrated this plan to divert the animosity between Akainu and Aokiji onto Raylo himself. If successful, not only would this resolve the nuisance of Raylo, but it would also alleviate an internal crisis within the Navy. This old fox truly lives up to his reputation as a strategist. However, Raylo had not contemplated the reason for Kizaru's presence. Could he also be aspiring for the position of Fleet Admiral? Aokiji, why do you seek the title of Fleet Admiral? Instead of inquiring about Kizaru's presence, Raylo posed the question to Aokiji. Aokiji paused for a moment, then coldly replied, "You do not need to know." Reluctantly, Raylo shrugged his shoulders, refraining from further inquiries. "You should contemplate your own course of action," Akainu declared fiercely while advancing menacingly towards Raylo. Scalding magma dripped incessantly from Akainu's form, hissing ominously, leaving devastation in its wake. Raylo quietly placed his hands upon the grips of the Long One and Laren swords. Though the powerful exude confidence, they also possess a profound understanding of their own capabilities. Raylo was acutely aware that he stood no chance against the combined might of the three formidable generals. Enclosed by their encroaching presence, escape was a formidable challenge. Thus, he resolved to seize an opportune moment to unleash the full force contained within the Blade of Thunder and the Dragon Orb, in a bid to obstruct their advance and seek an opportunity to return to the Phantom Ship. This was his sole chance. As for whether depleting the blood essence within the Dragon Orb would leave him a mere husk, that was a concern for another time. You saved Fire Fist during the war at the summit. Now, it is time to atone for that transgression with your own life, Akainu declared. Ryo extended his finger and scratched his ear. Why was there a dog barking furiously beside him? He recalled that this dog had once been too timid to make a sound in his presence. In a fit of rage, the red dog raised his arm, preparing to strike Ryo with a ferocious blow. At that moment, something unexpected transpired that took everyone by surprise. The insects that had been rushing towards the three of them suddenly converged, all gravitating towards the red dog. Their actions appeared to be an attempt to thwart the red dog's assault on Ryo. In comparison to the red dog, these insects were minuscule, their efforts akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. However, when countless insects gathered together, they amassed a force that could not be overlooked. Layers of insects enveloped the red dog's arm, exerting pressure that momentarily hindered his ability to launch an attack. Unfortunately, the red dog's fruit-based powers were the natural enemies of these insects that could not withstand the searing heat of the magma emanating from his body. Thus, most of the insects were consumed by the molten lava the instant they made contact with the red dog. Nevertheless, despite their inevitable demise, the insects continued to surge towards the red dog, striving to impede him with their diminutive forms. Although their impact was negligible, they did succeed in slightly delaying the red dog's actions. Among the onlookers, it was not the red dog who was most astonished, but Ryo. To him, these insects seemed to be safeguarding him, which only deepened the perplexity swirling within his mind. Suddenly, Ryo felt a pang of anxiety. He glanced down at his chest and recalled the maternal entity he had nestled within. He surmised that this entity possessed the ability to exert a certain degree of control over the swarm of insects. At that moment, as the entity was with Ryo, it acted to manipulate the insects to inhibit the assault from Akainu, ostensibly to protect Ryo, yet fundamentally, it was safeguarding itself. This rationale was plausible, and Ryo found himself unable to conceive a more precise explanation. However, he held no illusions that these insects would aid him, despite their overwhelming numbers. They would soon be decimated as they relentlessly surged towards Akainu. Furthermore, with all the insects focused on Akainu, their impact on Kizaru and Akiji was negligible. Have you ever been struck by light speed? Just then, the lecherous voice of Kizaru echoed in Raylo's ears. Kizaru, a Logia-type user of the Pika Pika no Mi, could transform into light, boasting incredible speed. Under normal circumstances, Ryo would find it relatively easy to counter Kizaru's attacks, yet now he felt somewhat outmatched. However, as Kizaru unleashed a kick, Ryo unexpectedly sidestepped, causing Kizaru to miss entirely. Not bad. Kizaru regarded Ryo with an expression of incredulity. He was aware that Raylo's current strength was significantly diminished, yet he had not anticipated that Ryo could evade his strike so effortlessly. Apart from Kizaru, Ryo himself was equally baffled. The movement that had allowed him to dodge Kizaru's attack felt as though it had been orchestrated by an external force. As if someone were controlling his body. What was happening? Ryo was filled with suspicion. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coursing through his spine, as though something were burrowing into his very bones. The intensity of the pain caused him to grit his teeth, his visage contorting in agony. His unusual behavior caught the attention of the three generals simultaneously. What was the matter with him? Did he possess any hidden cards? Uncertain of the cause behind Raylo's condition, the three generals refrained from taking any rash actions. The Lei Luo was engulfed in excruciating pain. His thoughts remained remarkably composed, reflecting on the tribulations he had endured since arriving on the island. A terrifying notion suddenly took root in his mind. A parasitic creature had infiltrated his body and was attempting to exert control over him. The individuals Lei Luo had previously encountered were similarly afflicted, with parasites residing within their spines, mirroring his current predicament. Chapter 93. The truth of that your creatures possessed by parasites not only exhibit extraordinary vitality but also experience a significant enhancement in their strength and speed, which provided Lei Luo with a plausible means to evade the Yellow Ape's assault. It was understandable that the parasite's progenitor would seek to manipulate Lei Luo into dodging attacks to avoid collateral damage. Yet, Lei Luo was baffled. When had this occurred? How had the parasite entered his body? At that moment, Lei Luo felt as if his spine might shatter. The intense pain compelled him to unleash a primal scream towards the heavens. In the midst of this turmoil, he suddenly noticed two pinprick wounds on the palms of his hands and his thumb. The overwhelming sensation of pain stimulated his mind, rendering it more alert than ever before. A flash of insight illuminated his thoughts. Many aspects began to crystallize. Throughout this ordeal, Lei Luo had never allowed the parasites direct access to his body. Yet now, one was burrowing into his spine. Considering his experiences on the island, the conclusion was starkly evident. When he had reached into the crevice of the stone slab, he had been bitten by such a creature, and it was then that the parasite had injected its eggs into him. The eggs were so minuscule that Lei Luo had been completely oblivious to their presence. This also elucidated why the parasites had exclusively targeted Akainu and his companions while seemingly disregarding Lei Luo. The eggs within him rendered him a future puppet for their whims. Thus, they found no reason to expend effort attacking him. As for the creature that bit Lei Luo's thumb in the underground palace, it was merely attempting to free itself from his grasp, without injecting further eggs. When Lei Luo ventured into the subterranean chamber, the controlled individuals who obstructed him likely acted out of concern that the eggs within him required time to hatch. They feared that he might locate the progenitor and take adverse action before the eggs had fully developed, prompting them to intervene. By the time Luo reached the area where the progenitor resided, the eggs within him were on the brink of hatching, allowing the progenitor to seize control of him at any moment if necessary. This explained why no parasites emerged to thwart him as he approached their origin. So, it was thus. Raylo endured the excruciating pain. Had he still possessed the powers of the immortal fruit, he could have easily carved open his back and forcibly extracted the insects within. However, having lost the ability granted by the immortal fruit, attempting to forcibly remove the insects would surely lead him to death, even if he succeeded. Seeing Raylo's prolonged inaction, Akainu, unable to contain his impulsive nature, initiated the attack. Although the insects continued to assault Akainu in their attempts to bite him, they were no longer fixated on thwarting his offensive due to Raylo's precarious state. Akainu's magma-like arm swiftly elongated, a technique renowned for its incredible speed and power, having previously inflicted serious injury on Whitebeard during the Marineford War. At that moment, Raylo was solely preoccupied with finding a solution to the insects within him. He had not activated his observation haki, remaining blissfully unaware of Akainu's impending strike. It was not until Akainu's attack was about to reach him that Raylo finally vanished from sight, akin to a ghost. These insects had the peculiar capacity to awaken their host's latent potential, significantly enhancing their physical attributes. Raylo's body, originally comparable to the world's strongest, was hindered by a curse that prevented him from fully utilizing his true form. Now, under the control of the insect, his sealed power was unleashed, allowing him to effortlessly evade Akainu's assault. What? Akainu exclaimed in disbelief as he beheld Raylo reappear some distance away, astonished that he could evade his attack at such a critical moment. Yet, despite dodging Akainu's strike, Raylo was far from unscathed. The agonizing pain intensified, and he could feel his consciousness fading. If this continued, he would soon lose all awareness, becoming a mere puppet manipulated by the insects. This was the true horror of these creatures. Though the insects possessed little combat prowess, they could parasitize other beings and exert control over them, boasting formidable reproductive capabilities. This was precisely why Sengoku had sought to prevent Akainu and his companions from arriving on this island. Should they carelessly be bitten by the insects, even the three admirals would be reduced to mindless puppets. Fortunately, the trio maintained vigilance upon encountering the insects, aware of the danger they posed. If they had underestimated them, they might have found themselves in the same dire predicament as Raylo. Nia was not mistaken. The village on this island had indeed been ruled by pirates for a time, though these were not ordinary pirates but rather humans controlled by the insects. In the end, the entire island was populated by puppets under the insects' dominion, and the subterranean cavern had been constructed by those similarly controlled. When the Navy received intelligence, they mistakenly believed the island was merely under pirate rule. Upon their arrival, nearly all personnel were bitten by the insects, resulting in their transformation into soulless husks. To preserve the Navy's reputation, the higher-ups fabricated a narrative linked to curses, leaving only Sengoku, Garp, and a few senior officials privy to the truth. In his youth, Garp had single-handedly infiltrated the island's depths, nearly exterminating those host to the parasites, including formidable beings overtaken by the queen insect. Although the queen managed to escape, she was severely weakened and has yet to fully recover. At that time, Garp did not locate the hidden underground palace, and the Navy's high command, unwilling to squander time and resources, ordered their ships to bombard the island relentlessly in an attempt to eradicate the insects. When their ammunition was finally exhausted, they departed, leaving the island virtually leveled. Since then, the island had been devoid of naval presence, yet those who participated in that battle remained haunted by the memories. While the strong need not fear the injection of insect eggs, ordinary individuals had little means to completely defend against them. If the island's insects were to spread to the outside world, their extraordinary reproductive capacity would spell disaster for the entire globe. Fortunately, many years had passed, and the island remained peaceful, allowing the events of the past to fade from memory. Who could have anticipated that the insects had thrived over the years, multiplying to such an extent? Chapter 94. Restoration of Power. Raylo's consciousness was increasingly fading. He could gradually feel the absence of his own physical being. Before long, the insects would completely invade his spine, utterly seizing control of Raylo's body. In such a scenario, even if Raylo managed to survive the clutches of the three great generals, he would entirely lose his sense of self, rendering him no different from the deceased. This is no jest. I am a malevolent spirit. How could I possibly be dominated by mere insects? Raylo silently screamed within himself. Yet, regardless of how fiercely his consciousness resisted, he could not escape the inexorable reality that was gradually dissipating. Had it not been for the curse's influence, when Raylo's body and spirit were at their zenith, Perhaps he could have wielded his willpower to forcefully fend off the encroachment of the insects upon his consciousness. However, the current state of Raylo, both in terms of his innate strength and mental condition, was far from optimal, rendering him utterly incapable of resisting the horrifying insects. As his awareness blurred, a thought surged into Raylo's mind, his final resort. With his consciousness already hazy, his hands trembled slightly. He cautiously extended his right hand into his bosom, reaching for the core. It appeared that the core had sensed Raylo's intentions, hastening the insects within him to seize control of his body. Raylo gritted his teeth in agony, his outstretched hand nearly faltering. Yet, in that critical moment, Raylo persevered, his consciousness triumphing over the writhing creatures within him. Though it lasted but an instant, he nonetheless succeeded in achieving his objective. Raylo's hand grasped the core, and he exerted all his strength to crush it. After the fierce battle with Cap years ago, the core was exceedingly weak, possessing little capacity for movement, relying solely on its control over other insects to act. Yet, even if the core wished to manipulate the other insects to intervene, it was far too late. With a soft yet somewhat muffled sound, the core was crushed by Raylo's grip, its bodily fluids oozing over his hand, viscous and repulsive. However, once the core perished, Raylo was liberated from the excruciating pain, as though the wretched creature had finally met its demise within him. Relieved, Raylo let out a sigh. Had he failed, he would have truly found himself in a dire predicament. The actions of these insects were entirely governed by their progenitor, despite possessing a modicum of awareness. Their intellectual capacity was woefully deficient. Upon the demise of the progenitor, the remaining insects floundered about like soldiers bereft of their commander on a battlefield, resembling headless flies in their aimless wandering. No longer did they charge madly towards the three admirals as if they were parasitic entities entwined within the bodies of the strong. Rather, they appeared to be acutely fearful of the ongoing conflict. After a brief period of disorientation, they began to disperse. The winged insects attempted to flee the island, while those lacking wings burrowed desperately underground, seemingly intent on escaping the tumultuous battlefield. Akainu and his comrades remained oblivious to Raylo's recent act of crushing the progenitor, and thus found themselves perplexed by the sudden shift in the insect's behavior. Nonetheless, the absence of the bothersome insects was fortuitous for them, as it allowed them to focus their efforts solely on Raylo, unimpeded by external distractions. However, the burden of pressure had now shifted back to Raylo. Although he had just freed himself from the constraints of the insect's control, he now faced the encirclement of the three admirals, leaving his situation scarcely improved. Raylo quietly placed his hands on the Thunder Blade and the Dragon Ball, preparing to execute his initial plan to escape from this perilous situation. Although the circumstances were dire, a stroke of fortune lay in the fact that Akainu and his companions did not intend to overwhelm him with their numbers. This was partly due to their status as elite warriors, each possessing their own sense of dignity, which generally precluded them from forming alliances. Additionally, the mission to capture Raylo was intricately tied to the position of Fleet Admiral, a role that could not be divided among them. Among the three admirals, Kazara remained the most composed. He had little interest in the Fleet Admiral position, merely fulfilling an assignment from Sengoku to provide support and exert a degree of deterrent oversight over Akainu and Aokiji, ensuring they refrained from acting against one another in their pursuit of Raylo. Previously, Kazara had attacked Raylo only because the actions of others had been disrupted by the interference of those insects. Now, free from their influence, he chose to observe, contentedly watching Akainu and Aokiji confront Raylo. Akainu's temper remained as explosive as ever, unwilling to allow Raylo to fall into Aokiji's hands. He charged at Raylo without hesitation. Hellhound, his magma-imbued arm elongated rapidly, lunging towards Raylo like a ferocious beast. This attack was among Akainu's swiftest, nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Although Raylo had activated his observation haki and foresaw the impending strike, his cursed body lacked the requisite speed to avoid Akainu's assault. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As he prepared to block Akainu's attack with the Dragon Ball and Thunder Blade, he suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through him, reminiscent of his state before the curse. With a slight pivot, Raylo deftly evaded Akainu's strike and, in an instant, drew his sword to cleave at Akainu's elemental arm. Despite Akainu being a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, impervious to physical attacks while in elemental form, he could not withstand the damage inflicted by haki. As one of the three admirals, Akainu possessed formidable observation haki. Upon sensing Raylo's strike, he swiftly retracted his arm. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. When his arm reverted to its original state, a grievous wound appeared, deep enough to expose bone, and blood flowed freely, a horrifying sight. Furthermore, The muscle around the wound shriveled as if the very life force had been siphoned away. This marked Rei Luo's first direct assault on a living being with the Dragon Ball's blade, and he was astonished by the effect. Equally perplexing was the state of his own body. Though still not at his peak, he had reached an extraordinary level of power, leaving him bewildered as to why. Despite the curse remaining unbroken, he felt an inexplicable surge of strength. Chapter 95. The dog with a broken spine. Akainu gazed at his injured arm, his expression grave. What is happening? Could the intelligence have been flawed? Although Akainu had not heard directly from Nia regarding Rei Luo's curse, he had received information from Sengoku, which had instilled in him a false sense of security. Yet, the current situation painted a different picture. Rei Luo did not appear to be a diminished figure under the influence of a curse. Akainu was equally baffled. If Rei Luo had indeed escaped the effects of the curse, why had he remained hidden in the underground palace and delayed his attack upon seeing Akainu and Aokiji, seemingly wishing to evade confrontation? Given Rei Luo's character, it was inconceivable that he would act so cautiously unless his body had undergone some transformation or even had the curse lifted in that fleeting moment. Akainu's mind was rife with doubts as he pondered these uncertainties, refraining from acting rashly. Similarly, Kazuru and Aokiji, aware of the unusual circumstances surrounding Rei Luo, were not inclined to engage hastily, their temperaments contrasting sharply with Akainu's impulsive nature. Relo himself was equally perplexed. Yet he possessed a deeper understanding than the three admirals of the Navy. He was acutely aware that the alteration in his abilities was not due to the lifting of a curse. Had that been the case, his powers would have transcended their current limits. Reflecting upon his previous actions, Relo arrived at a tentative conclusion. His enhanced strength was, in fact, connected to the presence of the creature within him. The parasites within Relu had already reached the corresponding positions in his spine, merely a step away from achieving complete dominion over his body. As Rayla succumbed to the control of the parasites and executed movements, his latent potential was simultaneously awakened, allowing him to harness a strength reminiscent of the days prior to his curse. This was precisely why he managed to evade the assaults from Kizaru and Akainu. Upon crushing the maternal entity, the parasites within him lost their grip, retreating into a slumber that alleviated his pain and relinquished control over his form. However, the effect of the parasites in unlocking his potential remained intact. Consequently, Relu was able to respond to Akainu's attacks and counter with a grievous wound. Nevertheless, although Relu's strength had notably recovered, it was still not the entirety of his original power, as the curse's effects persisted. Thus, while the parasites could indeed invigorate his vitality, they paled in comparison to Relu's innate ability granted by the immortal fruit. For instance, should Relu suffer the severance of limbs, he would not perish. Yet those severed appendages would not regenerate. In contrast, the immortal fruit posed no such limitations. Moreover, the benefits he derived were contingent upon the parasites. With the maternal figure now deceased, Relu could not ascertain the permanence of this enhancement, prompting him to remain vigilant. His objectives had now shifted. He aimed to vanquish the three admirals in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, should the parasites cease to stimulate his original strength, he would face irrevocable consequences. With determination, Rayla gripped the Dragon Ball in one hand and the Thunder Blade in the other, poised for combat. At that moment, the three admirals on the island sensed a transformation in Relu, not merely a shift in strength, but a profound change in his very spirit. When they first encountered him on the island, he appeared as a solitary powerhouse. Though formidable, he did not incite fear in these elite naval forces. However, the aura emanating from Raylan now was strikingly different, akin to that of a legendary sovereign returning from the abyss. In this instant, Akainu and his comrades felt as though they were confronting the Whitebeard of the Marineford War. Even Akainu, who had once engaged Whitebeard in fierce combat during that tumultuous conflict, dared not underestimate Rayla now. In a fleeting moment, Rayla's figure vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared before Akainu, his dual blades crossing as they descended upon him. Akainu, possessing an exceptional mastery of observation haki, anticipated Rayla's assault and would not remain passive. He first utilized the shave technique to create distance between them, then launched his counterattack. Dog-searing Red Lotus. Akainu bellowed. One of his arms transformed into molten lava, morphing into the shape of a canine head, which surged toward Raylo with ferocity. The magma-formed dog head, animated as if alive, opened its massive jaws, ready to bite down on Raylo. A piercing sound resonated through the air. Raylo's dual blade struck the magma-formed head of the canine. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for a brief moment. But soon the onslaught of Akainu crumbled under Raylo's formidable Busashoka haki. They exchanged a simple move. Although Raylo held the advantage, a sense of elation eluded him. The disparity in power was still palpable. Had it been the uncursed Raylo, he would have possessed a swifter speed, such that even if Akainu anticipated his movements with Kenbunchika Haki, he would be unable to react in time. That last exchange, while indecisive, could have inflicted serious injury upon Akainu. Fiend. Akainu's forehead bulged with veins, rage simmering within him. "Be silent, you spine-snapping hound," Raylo retorted. As soon as his words fell, Raylo launched another attack. This time, he materialized behind Akainu. Unlike before, Raylo no longer merely initiated an assault, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki has reached a transcendent level. Even though formidable opponents may not succumb to his Haki, they still experience a suppression that affects their movements. Although Rayleigh has yet to fully regain his strength and his Haki is not at its optimal state, Akainu, as a top-tier powerhouse, still finds his reactions momentarily delayed by Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki. In the realm of skilled combat, victory and defeat often hinge upon a mere instant. However, by the time Akainu reacts, the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade in Rayleigh's hand are but a hair's breadth from his body. At this juncture, Akainu is rendered incapable of evasion. In a desperate bid for survival, he can only cloak his back with his own armament Haki to shield his body. While Akainu's armament Haki is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to Rayleigh's. When the blade, imbued with armament Haki, strikes Akainu's back, it emits a dull thud. And almost immediately, the protective layer of Haki surrounding Akainu disintegrates. As the lightning blade and the dragon's spear simultaneously struck his back, it seemed that Akainu was on the verge of being cleaved in two by Raylo. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light emerged, rescuing Akainu from his impending doom. Chapter 96. The strength of Aokiji. The relationship between Kizaru and Akainu transcends their mere status as the three admirals of the Navy. Both are former students of Admiral Zephyr, the first cohort of the Navy headquarters. This shared camaraderie naturally fosters a bond between Kizaru and Akainu that is stronger than that with Aokiji. Although Kizaru, as an admiral, cannot overtly favor Akainu in the competition for the position of fleet admiral, he would never stand idly by when Akainu is in peril. In contrast, Raylo, who is not at his peak, lacked the energy to counter Kizaru's sudden assault. Although Akainu narrowly escaped being bisected, he was gravely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness, unable to continue the fight. For individuals of their caliber, such wounds are not necessarily fatal. With sheer determination, one might persist in battle. However, the attack Akainu suffered was not merely a superficial injury. The dragon spear had extracted significant vitality from within him. Cursed fiend. Even in his weakened state, Akainu's fury remained unabated. Yet, moments later, he succumbed to his grievous injuries and lost consciousness. Kizaru, who had previously donned a nonchalant demeanor, became serious in an instant. He carefully cradled Akainu's body and transformed into a beam of yellow light, vanishing from the scene. In the next moment, Kizaru appeared aboard a warship on the outskirts of the island. The soldiers stationed on the ship were startled by Kizaru's sudden arrival. Upon realizing that he was injured and holding a fainted Akainu, they were filled with shock. "Admiral Borsellino, Admiral Sakazuki," one brave sailor exclaimed. Kizaru did not respond directly, but entrusted Akainu's body to the soldier. Akainu, being considerably larger than the average person, was nearly dropped as the soldier struggled to secure him. Fortunately, several nearby soldiers rushed to assist, preventing a mishap. They swiftly tended to Akainu's wounds and prepared the ship for departure. Kizaru, who had typically exuded an air of indifference, now appeared exceptionally earnest. Yes, while the soldiers were puzzled by Kizaru's insistence, they complied without question. In an instant, Kizaru vanished from the ship. One soldier swallowed hard, glancing at the unconscious Akainu. Is that fiend truly so formidable that he could injure Admiral Sakazuki? Don't dwell on it. He is beyond our comprehension. Let us focus on completing the task entrusted to us by Admiral Borsellino. Upon Kizaru's return to Raylo's location, Aokiji and Raylo were engaged in a fierce battle. With Akainu incapacitated, Aokiji could no longer remain a passive observer in the competition for the position of fleet admiral. Aokiji relentlessly summoned his ice powers to create icy blades, which clashed against Raylo's dragon spear and lightning blade. Although Aokiji enveloped his ice blades with Haki, they proved somewhat fragile against Raylo's equally empowered weapons, often shattering after a few exchanges. Nonetheless, this did not deter Aokiji from continuing to conjure ice blades to combat Raylo. Throughout their encounter, Aokiji maintained a competitive edge. According to the original narrative, Aokiji and Akainu battled fiercely for 10 days and nights over the fleet admiral position at Punk Hazard, even altering the island's climate. Ultimately, Akainu emerged victorious, but Aokiji suffered severe burns to his right side and lost his left leg, necessitating an ice prosthetic. Although Akainu was the victor, much of his success stemmed from their respective devil fruit abilities countering one another. In terms of raw strength, Aokiji was not inferior to Akainu. Moreover, Aokiji posed a greater challenge for Raylo. Firstly, as a user of the ice fruit, Aokiji's attack range was broader than Akainu's, even if Raylo could evade being frozen. The extreme cold Aokiji generated could slow Raylo's reactions and speed, akin to the effects of Haki. Secondly, while Raylo had regained some of his strength, his remarkable regenerative abilities had yet to fully recover. After enduring prolonged combat, Raylo's stamina had significantly waned, resulting in a stalemate against Aokiji. Although Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki still exerts a certain degree of suppression over Aokiji, slowing his reaction time, Aokiji's observation Haki surpasses that of Akainu. Furthermore, Aokiji's fruit abilities can counter Rayleigh's, rendering the impact of Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki less formidable at this moment. Rairo thrust his blade into Aokiji's chest, creating a significant wound. Yet he felt no elation from the act, while Aokiji's expression remained unfazed, as if untouched by the assault. Although Haki is the nemesis of devil fruit users, capable of striking those who can elementalize their bodies, there exists an exception. If the user foresees an impending attack, they can elementalize that portion of their body in advance, thereby evading the strike. In other words, the gaping hole in Aokiji's chest was not a result of Rairo's action. Rather, Aokiji had preemptively created the opening before being struck. Thus, Rairo's blow had ultimately missed its mark. During the conflict on the ground, Aokiji had previously employed this very tactic against Whitebeard, and although he was repeating his strategy, it remained effective. 2 ice spears. A wave of frigid air surged from Aokiji's back, condensing into 2 ice spears that shot forth towards Rairo. In his current state, Rairo was not at his peak, yet his observation Haki still allowed him to glimpse the near future. He was well aware that Aokiji would launch an attack and had prepared accordingly. However, as he attempted to draw his blade, he realized that Aokiji had utilized his devil fruit ability to freeze the longsword. Though Rairo could forcibly unsheath his weapon, it would inevitably slow him down, rendering him incapable of dodging Aokiji's assault in time. In the blink of an eye, Rairo made his choice. He relinquished his grip on the long sword and retreated. Whoosh! Aokiji's ice spears shot forward, embedding themselves deeply into the ground where Rairo had just stood. Had he hesitated for even a moment, the ice spears would have pierced not the earth, but his very flesh. Such boldness! To forsake your own weapon in order to evade an attack, Aokiji remarked coolly, reaching for the hilt of the longsword. Even though Aokiji was not a master swordsman like Mihawk, he could immediately discern that this weapon was extraordinary. However, as his hand grasped the long sword, a look of shock crossed Aokiji's face. A torrent of vital energy surged uncontrollably from within him towards the long sword, which now acted as a relentless siphon, drawing forth Aokiji's blood. Without hesitation, Aokiji released his hold on the sword. While the long sword ceased to drain his vitality the moment it slipped from his grasp, the brief contact had already extracted a significant amount of his life force. The long sword was inherently a formidable and sinister weapon. It had only acknowledged Rairo as its master after absorbing a substantial quantity of his vitality, ceasing its insatiable thirst. For others wishing to wield the longsword, a price must be paid, and regrettably, not everyone can bear such a cost. Though Aokiji had encountered a setback with the longsword, Rairo found little amusement in his plight, for his own circumstances were scarcely any better. In his other hand, Lalo grasped the Thunderblade, which, like the Dragon Ball, is a treasure of extraordinary value. It inherently possesses the attribute of lightning, exuding an uncontrollable ferocity that most individuals cannot endure, even from a distance. Raylo's previous ease of use stemmed from the chilling aura of the Dragon Ball, which effectively countered part of the Lightning Blade's ferocity. However, as the Dragon Ball slipped from Raylo's grasp, the Lightning Blade inevitably began to rampage. Anticipating this, Raylo released the Lightning Blade almost simultaneously with the Dragon Ball's departure. Yet, the speed at which the Lightning Blade unleashed its electric fury surpassed the rate at which the Dragon Ball siphoned vitality. Thus, even though Raylo acted swiftly, he was still caught in the backlash, his arm rendered partially numb and nearly immovable. After a brief exchange, neither party inflicted harm upon the other. Yet both were affected by their weapons, sustaining some damage. On the surface, it appeared that Aokiji was more severely injured, but overall, Raylo had not gained any advantage. At this moment, the Dragon Ball lay at Aokiji's feet, while the lightning blade crackled ominously nearby, tendrils of lightning entwining its blade, with bolts occasionally descending from the sky. Summoned by the weapon's presence. Having lost the powers granted by the immortal fruit, Raylo now relied heavily on the Dragon Ball and lightning blade, especially in the absence of formidable healing abilities. Although Aokiji had suffered significant vitality loss and appeared greatly weakened, Raylo too had been deprived of his weapon. And with Kizaru observing from the sidelines, it was evident that Raylo was, in a sense, at a disadvantage. This battle was pivotal for the position of Fleet Admiral. And despite Kizaru's awareness of Raylo's formidable nature and his desire for revenge against Akainu, he refrained from intervening. He understood that assisting Aokiji could lead to complications for Akainu if successful, which would inevitably cause unnecessary troubles in the future. However, after witnessing recent events, Kizaru could no longer remain passive. It was clear that Aokiji, having lost a considerable amount of vitality, could no longer stand against Raylo alone, and despite potential future complications, he had to take action. At this juncture, while Aokiji focused on recovery, Kizaru launched the first attack against Raylo. Although all three admirals were formidable, Kizaru's demeanor was distinctly different from the hot-headed Akainu and the gentle Aokiji. He appeared lethargic and rarely initiated combat, seemingly only occupying the position of admiral for the lucrative salary. Few had witnessed him unleash his full power, rendering his true strength a mystery. Nevertheless, Raylo did not underestimate Kizaru's capabilities among the three admirals. He conjured the Amatsukayumi sword. Light coalesced in Kizaru's hand, gradually forming into a tangible sword. Although Kizaru was not a swordsman, his swordsmanship was remarkably proficient. During the events at Sabaody Archipelago, Kizaru had effortlessly matched the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Silver's Rayleigh, wielding this sword born from his fruit's powers. Seeing Kizaru materialize a weapon seemingly out of thin air, Raylo could only muster a wry smile. The youth lacked any sense of martial ethics. Huh? Kizaru paused for a moment. Seizing the opportunity during Kizaru's momentary distraction, Raylo launched a swift kick into the air. As Raylo brushed past Kizaru, it was evident that his target was not the latter. At that moment, Akiji's face turned ashen, upon witnessing Raylo charging towards him. He found himself devoid of energy to evade and could only rely on his devil fruit ability to conjure an ice wall, hoping to momentarily obstruct Raylo. However, Raylo did not collide with the ice barrier. Instead, he employed the moonwalk technique mid-course, altering his direction and redirecting his charge towards Kizaru, all while deftly seizing the Dragon Ball beside Aokiji. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, leaving no one to fathom Raylo's true intentions. With the Dragon Ball now in his possession, Raylo's confidence surged. His elaborate detour to acquire the Dragon Ball was a stratagem to conceal his true aim and prevent any interference. Clang. Although Kizaru wielded the Amatsukat, a sword composed of light, its clash with the Dragon Ball emitted the unmistakable sound of metal striking metal. Both combatants moved with astonishing speed, akin to fleeting phantoms, their blades clashing in a cacophony of sparks and resonating sounds. Each fighter enveloped their weapon with Busashoka haki, making their duel appear as a contest of swordsmanship while, in truth, it was a contest of haki's potency. Like stamina, haki is subject to depletion. As the battle progressed, Kizaru's expenditure of haki was nearly negligible, whereas Raylo's haki had waned considerably, compounded by his diminished recovery rate. Should the confrontation persist, Raylo's circumstances would grow increasingly dire. Yet for Raylo, the only recourse was to continue fighting. Chapter 98. Mutual destruction. While Kizaru could transform into light for rapid movement, the process of elementalization required a measure of time, preventing it from being instantaneous. Thus, their velocities were relatively comparable, with neither gaining a distinct advantage. However, having been affected by the lightning blade earlier, Raylo's left arm remained paralyzed and had yet to recover, a fact Kizaru exploited by deliberately targeting Raylo's left side during his strikes. Though they were ostensibly engaged in a contest of swordsmanship, Raylo's other hand was not entirely idle. In comparison to his uninjured side, his left side's reactions were somewhat sluggish, gradually rendering him less effective. After several exchanges, while Raylo had not sustained severe injuries, he bore visible marks on one side of his body. His stamina was dwindling, and the signs of defeat became increasingly apparent. "Your strength has diminished considerably," Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. "I can still pin you to the ground," Raylo retorted defiantly. Yet he did not allow his pride to cloud his judgment. Taking a deep breath, he regulated his breathing to regain composure. Since succumbing to the curse, Raylo had significantly improved his control over his own power and emotions. Unlike Luffy, who was prone to impetuousness, Raylo understood the necessity of maintaining calm at all times. Emotional fluctuations could lead to erroneous judgments, and in battles among top-tier experts, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. For Raylo, relinquishing control to his emotions and recklessly engaging was decidedly unwise. He resolved to continue his stalemate with Kizaru, patiently seeking an opening to strike. However, Kizaru was a cunning and seasoned adversary, fully aware of Raylo's intentions. Thus, his onslaught, though fierce as a tempest, was impeccably executed without a hint of vulnerability. The two continued their deadlock, with Kizaru's endurance proving resilient against attrition, while Raylo's stamina was waning. If Kizaru maintained this strategy of attrition, the outcome was all but certain. Raylo found himself with no alternative but to resort to desperate measures. The remaining strength of his domineering aura was barely sufficient to unleash a formidable strike. Should he succeed in hitting Kizaru, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. However, a missed blow would inevitably result in his capture by Kizaru. As Raylo pondered his options, Kizaru launched yet another assault. Fortunately, Rayleo's observation haki activated in that crucial moment, allowing him to foresee Kizaru's movements and evade the sword strike just in time, thus escaping further injury. Your remaining aura is dwindling, is it not? Surely, you do not intend to rely on your waning strength to attempt a reversal of fortune? Kizaru discerned Rayleo's thoughts with absolute clarity. Raylo chuckled lightly, feigning composure as he replied, "What are you talking about? I am still quite strong. I was merely distracted for a moment, which allowed you to land that hit. Do not get too full of yourself. Is that so? How frightening indeed." Raylo did not indulge in a war of words. Instead, he skillfully countered Kizaru while concentrating on refining the remaining haki within his body. Kizaru, sensing Rayleo's shift in demeanor, became increasingly cautious. Raylo raised the Dragon Ball high and struck fiercely towards Kizaru. Kizaru, sensing the urgency, swiftly lifted the Amatsukami sword to defend himself. However, to his astonishment, Raylo's attack suddenly altered its trajectory, veering towards the unsuspecting Aokiji nearby, who was still recovering and unable to evade the impending strike. In a critical moment, Kizaru displayed his valor, instantaneously transforming and teleporting in front of Aokiji, prepared to absorb Raylo's assault. Yet, Raylo's strike did not manifest immediately. When Kizaru turned his head, he was taken aback to find Raylo standing where the Thunderblade had originally been lodged. At that moment, Raylo held both the Thunderblade and the Dragon Ball, the two extraordinary weapons crossing majestically before his chest. Rayleigh tugged at the corner of his mouth. Farewell. A profound sense of crisis surged within Kizaru's heart. As his observation haki foresaw the events that were about to unfold. Almost in that very instant, Kizaru turned and lifted the exhausted Aokiji from the ground. Yet, he was still a moment too late. At this moment, Raylo launched his attack, crossing his twin blades in a ferocious arc. The effects of the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade melded with Raylo's formidable will, unleashing two intertwined waves of sword energy that surged forth with a deafening ferocity. The sword energy crackled with electric light, its power extraordinary, leaving desolation in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the lethal force had reached the positions of Kizaru and Aokiji. With a resounding roar, the sword energy erupted, sending shockwaves that scattered debris and enveloped the area in chaos, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a massive crater remained, a testament to the devastation wrought. While the already ruined underground palace beneath the island suffered further destruction, reduced to mere dust and ashes. Within the depths of the crater, neither Kizaru nor Aokiji could be seen. With a thud, Raylo collapsed to the ground, his mind too weary to ponder whether Kizaru and Aokiji had escaped or been obliterated. He had unleashed the majority of his power from the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade in that singular strike, depleting his entire will. Now utterly exhausted, his only desire was to rest, leaving any subsequent matters for another time. Bloodied and battered, Kizaru descended onto the deck, accompanied by the similarly wounded Aokiji. During Raylo's onslaught, Kizaru had nearly completed his elemental transformation. Although he had managed to evacuate with Aokiji, they were still affected by the residual sword energy. Had Kizaru delayed even a moment longer, both he and Aokiji might have been lost forever on that island. What a terrifying man, Kizaru murmured before losing consciousness and collapsing onto the deck, Aokiji falling beside him. Admiral Borsellino, Admiral Kazan, The ordinary sailors aboard the ship rushed forward, astonished to see that following Akainu's injury, both Kizaru and Akiji had returned gravely wounded. The sailors were left in silent terror at the thought of the kind of man they had faced. They had already received Kizaru's orders to prepare the warship for departure. Now, with Kizaru and Akiji aboard in their wounded state, the crew instinctively began to navigate the ship away from the island. The enemies on that island were far beyond their capacity to confront. They needed to flee swiftly and as far as possible, should that man pursue them. No one on the warship would stand a chance against him. The thoughts of the naval officers aligned in a singular focus. Yet, they remained unaware that Raylo was utterly spent, incapable of continuing the fight. Had they shown a bit more audacity and ventured onto the island, they might have reaped the benefits of the chaos. Chapter 99. The enraged Sengoku. Several naval officers piloted the warship at high speed, and once they had fully vacated the area, communication systems returned to normal. The ship's transponder snail vibrated, emitting an urgent sound. Although they had previously lost contact, the Navy headquarters had been attempting to reach the warship, and now that a signal was restored, the transponder snail promptly came to life. Hello? What is the outcome? Was Raylo captured? Who accomplished this? What of the creatures on the island? Sengoku's anxious voice emanated from the other end, taking the form of the transponder snail. The operation concerning Akainu was orchestrated entirely by Sengoku, and its success was pivotal not only for capturing Raylo but also for the Navy's future development. Thus, Sengoku was deeply invested, even setting aside his duties as fleet admiral to communicate directly. The ordinary sailors were taken aback that the esteemed fleet admiral was personally using a transponder snail to converse, momentarily stunned before relaying all the information they possessed to Sengoku. Remaining aboard the warship, their knowledge was limited. They were only aware that all three admirals had returned severely injured, and they had no comprehension of Sengoku's creatures. Upon hearing everything the sailors had to say, Sengoku fell silent, emotions roiling within him like an active volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. What is happening? How could all three of them be gravely injured? Wasn't that fellow Rairo cursed, resulting in a significant decline in his strength? Could it be that Nia's intelligence was erroneous? Sengoku found himself perplexed. He had initially believed that even if Rairo's power had diminished due to the curse, he should not be underestimated. Hence, he had dispatched the three admirals together as a precaution. Sengoku's worst-case scenario involved one of them sustaining injuries and ultimately allowing Rairo to escape. Yet he never anticipated that all three admirals would be gravely wounded. However, the fact that they managed to retreat unscathed suggested that even if Rairo had not been severely injured, he had likely lost his capacity to act. What to do? Should he command their return? No. Such a course of action would entail excessive risk. It could lead to a total annihilation of their forces, with Akainu and the others unable to return. Within a mere instant, Sengoku's mind had conjured myriad possibilities. He was equally concerned about the matter of the insects. After all, if those insects had not gone extinct years ago and had resurfaced due to Rairo, potentially spreading across the world, their threat could rival that of Rairo himself. Ordinary people would possess no means of defending against those parasites within their bodies. Nevertheless, these soldiers had not landed on the island and were unaware of the unfolding events. While Akainu and the others remained in a state of unconsciousness, Sengoku could only suppress his curiosity and await the developments. It seemed that thoughts of retirement would have to be postponed. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Raindrop-sized beads of rain fell incessantly upon Rairo, gently rousing him from his slumber. Why is it raining? Rairo wiped the rainwater from his face. Is it due to Raijin? Earlier, Raijin had summoned lightning from the skies, causing dark clouds to gather above the island, so the rain at this moment was hardly surprising. I wonder how Kizaru and the others are faring. Riley was uncertain whether his attack had struck Kizaru, but given that he had remained unscathed on the island until now, it was evident that even if Kizaru had not perished, he had undoubtedly lost his ability to move. Raylo was uncertain about the duration of his unconsciousness. Nonetheless, his body remained exceedingly fatigued. Although he experienced no difficulty in movement, he found himself unable to exert much strength. The Everlife fruit was indeed superior. The insects within him, while capable of unleashing a modicum of power, failed to provide substantial restorative capabilities. Even though the insects had aided Raylo in overcoming this recent ordeal, he did not allow his vigilance to wane. He remained uncertain whether the effects of the insects would persist or if they might regain their autonomy, thereby gaining control over him once more. It was imperative for Raylo to swiftly devise a means to confront the curse afflicting him and to extricate the insects from his body. Raylo's journey to the island was intended to lift the curse that plagued him. However, he returned without a single clue pertaining to the curse. Yet, in a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, he managed to restore a significant portion of his strength through alternate means. With no further leads regarding the curse, Raylo decided to temporarily depart and seek other methods. Although utterly exhausted, he was fortunate to have arrived by small boat, allowing him to row away. Had he relied on the moon step technique, he would have surely plunged into the sea mid-journey. As Raylo left the island, events unfolded within its depths. In a corner of the now ruined underground palace, a golden insect egg lay, surrounded by a multitude of insects, seemingly awaiting the birth of their master. Days later, the Hydra sailed across the vast ocean, helmed by the notorious ghost ship. Over time, Raylo had fully acclimated to his current form. Despite lacking the extraordinary healing abilities and the enhanced physical attributes he once possessed, he bore little distinction from his cursed self. Furthermore, equipped with the Dragon Orb and Thunderblade, he stood a fighting chance even against formidable foes such as the Four Emperors. However, following his battle with Kizaru, the energy stored within the Dragon Orb and Thunderblade had nearly been depleted. While the Thunderblade could summon lightning for replenishment, the Dragon Orb required the absorption of life force for recovery. Although the Dragon Orb had yet to actively draw upon Raylo's vitality, he refrained from utilizing it until a suitable target was found. At that moment, a seagull flew past the ghost ship. This particular breed of seagull was known for delivering newspapers across the world, posing no threat itself. Both pirates and marines relied on purchasing newspapers from these birds. When Bartolomeo was still aboard, the ghost pirate crew had adhered to the norm of purchasing newspapers from the seagulls. However, now things had changed. Upon spotting the seagull, Raylo immediately unleashed his conqueror's haki. Even in a diminished state, his haki could exert pressure on top-tier warriors like a kainu, let alone a mere seagull. The bird was struck as if by a bullet, freezing mid-air before plummeting straight down, crashing onto the deck of the Raylo ship with a resounding thud. Rayluo stepped forward and withdrew a newspaper from the bag he carried. The headline caused his pupils to dilate in astonishment. Unexpectedly, the entire front page conveyed a singular piece of news: the replacement of the Navy Admiral. According to the report, due to the advanced age of Sengoku, he had become incapable of continuing in his role and thus voluntarily stepped down to make way for a successor. Surprisingly, the new admiral was not a kainu nor Akiji, but rather the unanticipated choice of Kizaru. The newspaper did not elaborate on why Kizaru had been appointed as the admiral. However, it did indicate that Kizaru was merely assuming the role of temporary acting admiral until a permanent successor was determined. Furthermore, the article mentioned that the world government would initiate a global conscription, promoting individuals of exceptional strength beyond the usual criteria. This implied that anyone, as long as they were not a pirate and possessed sufficient power, could potentially rise to become one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, or even the admiral himself. Raylo was taken aback to discover that it was Kizaru who had succeeded Sengoku in the position of fleet admiral. Although he was merely an interim commander, there was no guarantee that he would not remain in that role indefinitely. However, Raylo was not entirely oblivious to the reasons behind this development. Despite the fact that the 3 admirals had sustained severe injuries in the previous battle, Akainu had been bisected by Raylo. While Akiji had lost a significant amount of vitality to Ryuma, Kizaru had emerged with the least damage. For reasons unknown, Sengoku had been compelled to abdicate, and the world government, in an attempt to fill the void left by the fleet admiral, had no choice but to hastily appoint Kizaru as a temporary replacement. Once Akainu and Akiji recovered, it was likely that they would engage in a fierce struggle for the position of fleet admiral. At that time, the formidable individuals selected through the world government's global conscription would likely emerge as a third-party force. Nevertheless, Raylo believed that the world government would lean towards supporting the more compliant Akainu. This development would inevitably leave the Navy overwhelmed and, in the short term, unlikely to orchestrate any large-scale operations specifically targeting him. Although Raylo had regained much of his strength through the use of insects, he was still not at his peak condition. Moreover, he lacked his formidable healing abilities, and with Ryuma not having stored any vitality, another mobilization of the Navy's elite forces would pose a significant challenge for him. Earlier, Raylo's use of Conqueror's haki had lasted only a fleeting moment, resulting in the seagull not remaining unconscious for long. It was now flapping its wings and struggling to rise from the ground, casting a resentful and furious glance at Raylo. Throughout its years in this profession, it had never encountered someone as audacious as Raylo. Even the most ruthless pirates would pay for a newspaper. This was an unwritten rule of the world. The seagull had not anticipated such a blatant breach of decorum from Raylo. "Don't look at me like that," Raylo said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I don't have a single belly on me." The seagull seemed to comprehend his words, turning away with a disdainful expression. "What else with that look? Be careful, or I might stew you. It's been ages since I've had meat." The seagull certainly believed that Raylo was capable of such an act, and it promptly flapped its wings to depart from the ghost ship. As it soared into the sky, it attempted to leave behind a mark on the ship. However, it quickly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Raylo and instinctively retracted its tail, concealing its traces. Raylo continued to gaze at the newspaper. Although it was not the front page, the content remained highly significant. It reported that Blackbeard had entered the New World and commenced frequent assaults on formidable foes, plundering their devil fruits and distributing them among his subordinates. The Blackbeard pirates were steadily growing in strength, hinting at a potential ascent to the status of a new Yonko. Moreover, a momentous event transpired during the Marineford War. Jinbei aided Whitebeard, while Moria was ordered to be eradicated by the higher echelons of the government. Blackbeard, taking advantage of his warlord title, wreaked havoc within the prison, ultimately resulting in all three being stripped of their positions as warlords of the sea. The world government subsequently announced that Trafalgar Law, Buggy, and Edward Weevil would assume their roles, becoming the new warlords. Edward Weevil, who claims to be the son of Whitebeard, bears a resemblance with his crescent-shaped white mustache that curls upward and wields weapons akin to those of Whitebeard. His own strength is formidable, likely inherited from Whitebeard himself. However, his intellect is markedly deficient, as he blindly obeys the words of his mother, Miss Bacon. Under her instigation, he has commenced a purge of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. In Lei Luo's heart, there lingered a vague premonition that, in the near future, this individual might indeed seek him out. Chapter 101, The Town of Denico. Raylo was exercising his body aboard the warship using an extraordinarily massive apparatus. Originally, Raylo was nearing the pinnacle of human physicality, rendering conventional training methods ineffective for him. However, since being cursed, his strength had significantly diminished. Although he had gained assistance from the insects, he still fell short of the prowess he possessed when he first departed from the Push City, let alone his peak condition. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that these ordinary training methods could yield some effect on Raylo in his current state. Raylo even contemplated that if the curse upon him could never be lifted, he would rely on incessant physical training to regain his former glory. However, that was ultimately a desperate measure. If possible, Raylo preferred not to restore his powers through such a cumbersome approach. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the necessity of training remained undeniable. Raylo momentarily ceased his actions, wiping away the beads of sweat from his brow as he paused to reflect on his next course of action. Although he had not uncovered a means to break the curse on that island, he had not returned empty-handed. Through the parasites within him, he had regained a substantial portion of his strength. Even though his immortality fruit abilities remained dormant, this was a silver lining amidst his misfortunes. However, with all leads regarding the curse now severed, Raylo found himself compelled to seek a new solution. Perhaps an alternative approach could be pursued. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a newspaper in the corner, one he had previously snatched from a seagull and discarded after reading. As he stared at the paper, a spark of inspiration ignited in Raylo's mind. The contents of the newspaper revealed not only that Kizaru was temporarily assuming the role of admiral, but also mentioned a figure of considerable significance to Raylo, Trafalgar Law. A possessor of the Ope no Mi, was a doctor endowed with remarkable healing abilities. However, this alone would not have captured Raylo's attention, as he was unaware that the curse afflicting him could be categorized as a form of illness. If it were not a disease, there would be no discussion of healing. Yet, the Ope no Mi possessed an exceptionally formidable ability, the immortality surgery. When wielded by a sufficiently talented individual, this power could grant eternal life to humanity, albeit at the cost of the user's own life. This was precisely why the Ope no Mi was so highly coveted by various factions, with even the world government once offering a staggering 5 billion berries for its acquisition. Given the extraordinary potential of this fruit, it stood to reason that it might also hold the key to lifting Raylo's curse, without necessitating Law's sacrifice. The newspaper indicated that Law had become the new Shichibukai, though it did not specify his whereabouts, leaving Raylo to undertake the search himself. For now, he resolved to make landfall. To acquire information pertaining to Law, venturing into populous areas seemed the most prudent course. Additionally, after such an extended voyage aboard the ghostly ship, Raylo had exhausted the provisions, thus necessitating a quest for supplies. Regardless of his interest in Law, though lacking a nautical chart and expertise in navigation, Raylo felt confident that with the Hydra accompanying him, there were few places in this world that he could not reach. A day later, standing on the deck, Raylo spotted an island on the horizon. The Hydra's imposing size would undoubtedly draw attention if they approached too closely, and Raylo wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he instructed the Hydra to halt at a safe distance from shore, opting to row ashore himself. Even before setting foot on the island, Raylo discerned its vast expanse. Its port boasted comprehensive facilities, with 2 warships docked at the harbor. Ordinarily, an island under constant naval presence would not be home to such formidable vessels unless it were a naval base. Yet, the defenses of a naval base would be significantly more stringent, and this location did not appear to conform to that standard. Intriguingly, this only deepened Raylo's interest in the place. Raylo moored his small boat at the harbor and stepped onto the island. This island was remarkably prosperous, rivaling the bustling Rog town. As soon as Raylo set foot on the island, he was greeted by the cacophony of merchant shouts. Beyond the harbor lay a marketplace teeming with an array of shops. Raylo's bounty had spread far and wide, significantly elevating his notoriety. Many ordinary folk were indeed familiar with his name. To evade recognition and prevent unnecessary trouble, Raylo had donned a simple disguise before landing, ensuring he bore some distinction from the visage depicted on his wanted poster. He also consciously suppressed his aura, diminishing the imposing presence he usually exuded. The effectiveness of his ruse was evident, for no one recognized him. "Hey there, it seems like this is your first time in Denico Town. Would you like me to show you around?" Approached a shifty-eyed individual. This fellow was notorious in Denico Town, preying on newcomers to the island with the intent of extorting them. "Sure," Raylo replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Although he was unaware of the man's identity, he understood the malintent behind the encounter. Coincidentally, Raylo was also pondering where to procure some funds. The ruffian led Raylo quietly down an alley, away from the throng. "Let me tell you, those shops out front are only for you outsiders. We locals don't patronize them," the ruffian began, but his words abruptly ceased. He suddenly turned, drawing a dagger from his person, and aimed it at Raylo. "Hand over your money, or I'll puncture you with 7 or 8 holes." Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, poised to act when he suddenly sensed a formidable presence behind him. A tall man appeared, clad in a light purple kimono, his black hair short, and a circle of facial hair gracing his lips, his eyes tightly shut. A prominent X-shaped scar adorned his forehead, stretching down towards his eyes. Upon his arrival, the ruffian seemed as if crushed by an immense weight, collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. Fujitora? Chapter 102. Fujitora's Smile. Fujitora. The man, upon hearing Raylo address him thus, paused momentarily, repeating the name to himself. "It is quite a fine name. However, I am called Isho. You must have mistaken me." He chuckled softly, continuing, "I have heard that the 3 admirals of the Navy are named after colors and animals. If I were to become an admiral, I would adopt this name. Are you all right, young man?" He did not dwell on why Raylo had suddenly invoked the name Fujitora, instead expressing concern for him. Raylo had completely concealed his own power, leading even Fujitora to perceive him as an ordinary youth. "I'm fine, no need to worry. That's a relief. This fellow is a notorious thug around here, notorious for targeting outsiders. Though I have reprimanded him several times, he remains unrepentant. I have raised this issue with the Navy, but they claim it is not their concern." Fujitora sighed deeply, his tone laced with helplessness. "There's nothing to be done. A dog cannot change its nature." Although Raylo's words were somewhat crude, Fujitora did not dispute them, while the ruffian remained utterly silent. In truth, Raylo's scorn extended not only to the thug, but also to the Navy that Fujitora mentioned. The world is rife with filth, which is precisely why I choose to remain blind to it. There is a recruitment station for the Navy here. Did you come from afar to enlist? Despite it being their first encounter, Fujitora spoke with a certain familiarity, unreservedly discussing such matters with Raylo. At last, Raylo understood why 2 naval vessels were docked at the island's harbor. "Indeed, I have come to participate. I also intend to join this recruitment." Would you care to accompany me? Certainly, Raylo replied with a smile. While he had no intention of genuinely enlisting alongside Fujitora, the opportunity to gather information about law was too enticing to ignore. Moreover, beyond that motive, Raylo found himself genuinely intrigued by Fujitora. Fujitora's demeanor contrasted sharply with that of Akainu's extremism, and while he bore similarities to Akiji, he was distinctly different. Although Fujitora would soon ascend to become one of the new admirals, Raylo did not perceive him as a true adversary. Shall we be off? With that, Fujitora set forth towards the Navy's recruitment location, using his cane to navigate. Though he was blind, it did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Showcasing the remarkable strength of his observation haki, Raylo did not depart immediately. Instead, he approached the thug and thoroughly looted his possessions. Saved at last, Raylo chuckled softly. Fujitora and the thug both assumed that Raylo was referring to themselves, yet only Raylo understood that he was actually speaking of the thug. Raylo followed Fujitora to a bustling square, where a considerable crowd had already gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Among them, the majority were mere spectators, eager to witness the unfolding events, while only a select few shared Fujitora's ambition to join the Navy. Several naval officers were present to maintain order, with the highest ranking among them being a strikingly handsome young colonel, who sat at a table observing the throng with an air of disdain. To Rairo's surprise, many others, like himself, aspired to enlist in the Navy. Despite his blindness, Fujitora possessed an acute awareness of everything occurring around him. Why do you wish to enlist in the Navy's worldwide recruitment? Rairo inquired, addressing Fujitora without the formality one might expect, despite the apparent age difference between them. In truth, Rairo was considerably older. Fujitora did not dwell on Rairo's choice of address, but responded earnestly. The world is rife with despicable and repugnant individuals that one cannot bear to witness. Thus, I have chosen to close my eyes, yet even in my blindness, their presence remains undeniable. I seek to alter this reality, and to effect such change, one requires not only strength, but also the corresponding authority. Fujitora's statement trailed off, yet his intentions were unmistakably clear. He did not genuinely desire to be a naval officer. Rather, he understood that to achieve his goals, he must first join the Navy and ascend to a position of power, wielding the necessary influence. Rest assured, your dream will soon be realized, Rairo assured him. Let us hope so, Fujitora replied. Raylu and Fujitora joined the queue of individuals enlisting in the Navy, preparing to undergo registration. Typically, civilians aspiring to join the Navy must endure a formal selection process, which includes background checks and a rigorous 3-month training period before they can officially become a sailor, starting at the rank of seaman. However, the world government's current global recruitment drive imposes far fewer requirements. As long as one has a clean background and sufficient strength, they can directly become a member of the Navy, with no limitations on rank. This implies that if one's abilities are formidable enough, they could potentially ascend to the rank of one of the 3 admirals. Although attaining the position of fleet admiral is not entirely impossible, it requires not only exceptional strength, but also unwavering loyalty and alignment with the ideals of the world government. In other words, one must exhibit absolute obedience to the world government. This explains why the world government favors Akainu over Akiji for the position of fleet admiral. Consequently, most believe that even the most powerful individuals participating in this recruitment will at most achieve the rank of admiral. While becoming fleet admiral necessitates extensive scrutiny and competition with the existing 3 admirals for the position. Nonetheless, the majority of those who came to enlist approached it with a casual attitude, their own strengths being rather mediocre. Apart from Fujitora, none were likely to attain the rank of admiral. The line advanced steadily until it was finally Fujitora and Raylu's turn. Before them, a Navy officer was registering the applicant's information. However, before the selection process could officially commence, they encountered an obstacle. Sir, are you joking? How can a blind man enlist? You should head home. This Navy officer, sent from headquarters, did not recognize Fujitora, but his loud voice attracted considerable attention. Don't jest, officer. This gentleman is a renowned powerhouse. His strength is more than sufficient to serve as an admiral. A local resident promptly stepped forward to defend Fujitora. The Navy soldier scoffed, and although he did not visibly express disdain, his inner thoughts were unmistakable. As a soldier dispatched from headquarters, he found it hard to believe that such a small place could produce someone with strength comparable to that of Akainu or Akiji. Despite the disdain, Fujitora remained unfazed and offered no explanation. Instead, the residents he had previously assisted began to rally in his defense with fervor. The orderly registration process came to an abrupt halt, and the atmosphere turned chaotic. A colonel, observing from the side, furrowed his brow at the commotion and approached. He was a colonel from the Navy headquarters, holding a significantly higher rank than those in typical branches, and at his age, such a rank marked him as an exceptional talent. Thus, he often held himself in high regard and was displeased at being dispatched to this backwater for recruitment. Feeling it was a waste of his capabilities, his frustration mounted as he witnessed the recruitment process stalled. He wondered how long he would be stuck in this place. "What is all this noise about?" Colonel Ysd asked. The Navy soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted their superior. "What has transpired?" "This gentleman wishes to enlist, but he is blind," one soldier explained. Colonel Ysd scrutinized Fujitora, but found nothing noteworthy about him. This was understandable. Even Luffy failed to recognize Fujitora as a top-tier powerhouse upon their first meeting. Although Colonel Ysd held a rank of colonel, he had not undergone systematic training in Haki. Thus, he was unaware that even a blind person could perceive their surroundings through observation Haki. Generally, only those of the rank of Rear Admiral or higher possessed knowledge of Haki, with few exceptions like Nia, a mere major, who could wield it. Consequently, Ysd did not regard Fujitora as a significant concern. "Are you here to cause trouble?" he inquired. "Absolutely not," Fujitora replied succinctly. "Then it seems you are determined to enlist." "Regardless?" Fujitora offered no response. Humph. Ysd thought it was rather audacious of him to appear more arrogant than himself, stirring a sense of displeasure within him. Lalo silently observed the unfolding events, appearing to relish the drama. He understood that, given Fujitora's strength, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his ascension to the rank of admiral was a foregone conclusion. What piqued his curiosity was how Fujitora would subsequently deal with the colonel. "Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can strike me even once, I will admit you without reservation," Fujitora declared. "Agreed," the colonel replied without hesitation. Crest grinned. Having arrived at this location with nothing to occupy his time, he was eager to find amusement in this old man. Suddenly, Crest leaped into the air, first utilizing the shave technique for rapid movement, then employing the moonwalk to hover gracefully in the sky. Although he lacked mastery in Haki, he exhibited remarkable proficiency in the Navy's 6 styles. "Is this it?" a group of Navy personnel remarked, observing Crest hovering above. They doubted Fujitora could reach him. Even if Fujitora discerned Crest's position, he could not possibly land a hit on someone airborne. To them, Crest seemed to occupy an invulnerable position. Lalo, witnessing their expressions, found their arrogance amusing. There were always those who underestimated others, no matter the setting. After Crest settled in the sky, Fujitora did not immediately act. "Are you giving up?" "Old man," a nearby Navy officer chuckled. Crest hovered above with a smug expression, though he was aware that the moonwalk could not sustain him indefinitely. If Fujitora chose not to concede, he would eventually have to land. At that moment, Fujitora suddenly sprang into action. He raised his left thumb, discreetly revealing the sword concealed within his cane, and grasped the hilt, adopting a stance for a quick draw. Though he did not unsheath his blade, Lalo recognized that an attack had been initiated. "Hey, old man, what are you doing?" Crest bellowed, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. His laughter abruptly ceased as the sky brightened unexpectedly. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of a massive fireball plummeting towards him. "It's a meteor," cried the island's residents and Navy personnel in unison. Crest's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to alarm. "Is that fiend responsible for this?" Lalo sighed, taken aback by Fujitora's audacity in launching such an assault. "How is this possible?" Fujitora chuckled softly. The size of the meteor he summoned was modest, yet its impact would obliterate the entire square if it landed there. "How about it, Colonel? Do I qualify for the Navy?" Fujitora's tone was calm, devoid of provocation. Yet this only added to Crest's discomfort. Should he concede now, he would lose face and struggle to regain his dignity before his subordinates in the future. However, if he persisted, he lacked the strength to shatter the meteor. As Crest hesitated, Fujitora frowned. His intention in summoning the meteor was to instill fear in Crest, compelling him to relent, yet he was surprised that Crest did not immediately concede. If this continued, he would have no choice but to forcibly halt the meteor. After all, he could not truly obliterate this place. Chapter 104. Confession of Identity. Just as Fujitora prepared to unleash his abilities once more, a voice whispered in his ear, "You owe me a favor." In an instant, a figure darted past Fujitora, hurtling towards the meteor. The figure was none other than Lalo. As Fujitora's observation, Haki recognized him. He intended to intervene, only to perceive an unprecedented aura of power and determination emanating from Lalo. Raylo surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the meteorite with an audacious fervor that appeared, to onlookers, akin to striking a stone with an egg, a reckless pursuit of demise. Yet, Fujitora held a differing perspective. In a bid to remain inconspicuous, Raylo left both the Dragon Ball and the Thunderblade aboard the ghost ship, confronting the celestial rock with bare hands. However, the meteorite was not particularly immense. It was merely several times larger than Raylo's own physique, posing little threat to him. Rairo is a man who has shattered even the gates of justice, although his current strength may pale in comparison to that time. Annihilating such a meteorite remains well within his capabilities. With determination, Rairo concentrated his armament Haki, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Raylo's strike was executed with such velocity that it generated a sonic boom, compressing the surrounding air and creating rippling waves that expanded outward. Although his fist did not directly contact the meteorite, the shockwave reverberated through it. With a thunderous roar akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day, the meteorite shattered into countless fragments that cascaded from the sky. These debris held considerable destructive potential even for an ordinary person, prompting the crowd in the square to scatter in haste. However, for Crest, it was undoubtedly Raylo's punch that had granted him salvation. Just as he pondered the origin of this savior, Raylo abruptly executed a moonwalk in midair, redirecting his charge towards him. Raylo seized Cleister by the collar. As if guiding a little chick, Lalo hovered in the air with a moonwalk as meteors blazed down from the heavens, creating an atmosphere rich with fiery splendor. In that moment, Lalo resembled a deity descending from the celestial realms. "Who are you?" cried Crest, ensnared by Lalo, utterly immobilized and unable to break free from his grasp. Yet managing to speak without difficulty, Lalo wiped away the disguise from his face, revealing his true self. All the naval personnel present were left in a state of shock. Some grasped their weapons, ready to engage in battle. Others began contacting headquarters in search of reinforcements, while a few had already braced themselves for flight. The bounty on Raylo has long been indelibly etched in their minds. Cleister stood agape, astonished, unable to utter more than a few words. "Indeed, it is I. Are you surprised?" Raylo observed him with a playful smile. Cleister's expression darkened, his heart heavy with despair. Although he was unaware of the grievous injuries sustained by Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji due to Raylo, the notorious reputation of Raylo resonated profoundly within him. Cleister understood that falling into Raylo's grasp was tantamount to a death sentence. As someone aspiring to the rank of admiral, Fujitora naturally possessed knowledge of Raylo's affairs. Upon hearing the mention of Raylo from the nearby Navy personnel, he instantly grasped Raylo's true identity. At that moment, Fujitora found himself bewildered. He could not fathom why Raylo chose to conceal his identity on this island and participate in the Navy's global conscription alongside him. Moreover, he was perplexed by Raylo's sudden decision to shatter the meteorite. Equally confounding was Raylo's earlier statement. While Raylo's abrupt action appeared impulsive, it was, in fact, a calculated decision on his part. Firstly, he could not genuinely partake in the global conscription. Remaining in disguise would inevitably lead to exposure, and rather than being unmasked, Raylo preferred to take the initiative. Secondly, he needed to acquire information related to law, and directly querying Cleister, the highest-ranking officer present, was the swiftest and most effective approach. The third point pertained to Fujitora. Aspiring to the rank of admiral is no simple endeavor, and given the numerous deviations in events since Raylo's arrival in this world, Fujitora might unexpectedly find himself missing out on the position of admiral. Thus, Raylo chose to assist him in his own manner. After all, Fujitora's ascension to admiral would not be an unfavorable outcome for Raylo compared to others. Rairo has always been a formidable adversary to the world government, posing a persistent headache for the entire naval system. Thus, Rairo intends to deliberately provoke Fujitora into combat, showcasing his prowess before these individuals to lay the groundwork for his ascension to the rank of admiral. However, whether Fujitora would honor Rairo's favor remains a separate matter. Although Rairo has observed naval forces contacting headquarters via transponder snail for reinforcements, he remains largely unconcerned. This is due to the fact that the Navy's elite, the three admirals, are currently incapacitated. Akainu and Akiji are severely injured, while Kizaru is occupied with the responsibilities of acting fleet admiral, rendering him unable to come personally. The remaining vice admirals are, in Rairo's eyes, merely insignificant pawns, and even an influx of them would amount to nothing more than a futile sacrifice. However, should the Navy resolutely decide to dispatch the retired heroes, Garp and Sengoku, to this island, Rairo would have to take heed. Garp, as a naval legend, possesses extraordinary strength and is inherently troublesome, and coupled with Sengoku and the presence of Fujitora, such a coalition would not be one that Rairo could contend with at this moment. Nevertheless, even if Garp were to come to assist, Rairo harbors no concern. For this location is a considerable distance from the naval headquarters at Marineford, and reinforcements could not arrive in haste. Raylo descended from the heavens, while the shattered meteors had already plummeted to the ground, rendering a square in utter disarray. The surrounding crowd had largely dispersed, leaving only Ting Tiger and the Navy personnel behind. I have a question for you. If you can provide an answer, I shall grant you your freedom. Upon hearing Raylo's words, Claysight felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "What is the question? Where is the newly appointed warlord, Trafalgar Law?" Upon this inquiry, Claysight's heart soared with elation, for he had overheard his colleagues discussing Law's whereabouts just before arriving here from headquarters. Chapter 105, Gravity. Claysight swallowed again after becoming a warlord. Trafalgar Law remained at our Navy's G9 branch. However, I cannot ascertain the reason for his presence there. Raylo silently nodded, finding no reason to believe that the man was lying. For years, Law had been amassing strength to avenge Corazon, the brother of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Since Doflamingo's subordinate, Virgo, had infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent, Law's presence at the Navy's G9 branch was likely to seek out pertinent information regarding Virgo's current whereabouts. However, Raylo did not simply allow Crest to return. Instead, he hurled him backward like a sandbag. In midair, Crest wore an expression of disbelief, unable to fathom that Raylo had not kept his promise. Raylo chuckled softly, stating only that he would spare Clyster, yet refraining from revealing when. With a resounding thud, Clyster plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Colonel Clyster, the anxious Navy personnel shouted in desperation. "The inhabitants of this island are now entirely under my control. Surely the Navy would not neglect so many innocent civilians, especially in the presence of a colonel from headquarters." A bolder member of the Navy exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Raylu chuckled softly and instructed Huang Yuan to prepare 1 billion berries. Otherwise, he would annihilate the island and eradicate all its inhabitants. As these words echoed in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. They were acutely aware that Raylu was a fearsome specter, instilling terror in the hearts of many, and instinctively sensed the veracity of his threat. If Huang Yuan failed to procure the 1 billion berries, both the island and their very lives would be at grave risk. In that moment, several individuals hastily set about contacting Huang Yuan. Lalo gazed at the scene before him, fully aware that he had achieved his objective. What an audacious individual. If that is the case, allow me to thwart you. At this moment, Fujitora stepped forward, as expected. If you think you can manage it, then come and try. Lalo smiled, filled with anticipation for the confrontation with Fujitora. Even setting aside other motivations, Lalo yearned to battle Fujitora, for it would be immensely beneficial to him. After all, Lalo's current strength was derived from the insects within his body, and he needed continuous combat to solidify and enhance his abilities. This forthcoming conflict, unlike his previous encounters with Akainu and the other 3 admirals, bore a different nature. It was not as perilous. Facing only the formidable Fujitora, Lalo felt confident that he could withdraw at any moment if necessary. However, without Maru and Raijin at his disposal, confronting Fujitora unarmed would not prove to be an easy task. Fujitora gripped his staff with his left hand, positioning it in front of himself, while his right hand clasped the hilt of his sword, drawing it forth in preparation for battle. Hell's Journey. Fujitora unleashed the power of his gravity fruit, creating a gravitational field centered around himself. Within this field, an overwhelming force of gravity was exerted upon all objects, and any ordinary person caught within its confines would undoubtedly be pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. However, for Lalo, such gravity posed little threat and did not hinder his movements. A faint sound echoed as Fujitora sheathed his sword, intensifying the gravitational pressure. A massive pit formed in the ground, with everything being crushed into it. Only Fujitora and the earth beneath Leilo's feet remained standing like sharp spikes. The onlooking Marines widened their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that this seemingly unremarkable man possessed such incredible power. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding whether the meteorite was summoned by Fujitora, those uncertainties vanished in an instant. This man indeed possessed the qualifications to serve as an admiral of the Navy. They understood that the ensuing battle was beyond their capacity to interfere with, and thus, they retreated to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Additionally, one Marine soldier held a den mushi, relaying the live images of the scene back to Navy headquarters. Mr. Leilo, Fujitora proclaimed, now fully aware of Leilo's true identity. He no longer referred to him as brother, but regarded him as a genuine adversary. Although I am still uncertain as to why you have chosen this path, I assure you that I will not show any mercy. As the demon that instills fear across the world, I will ensure your demise here. Rayleigh curled the corner of his mouth and said, enough with the pleasantries. Let us begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than both combatants launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Although Fujitora's gravity fruit exerted an immense gravitational force upon Rayleigh, the latter's movements were not severely hindered. They were merely rendered somewhat sluggish. However, even the slightest miscalculation can lead to catastrophic consequences. And in the fierce clash of elite warriors, such minor delays can prove fatal. Fortunately, Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki also served to impose a certain level of restraint on Fujitora, albeit to a limited extent, given Rayleigh's diminished strength at present. Thus, it can be said that both opponents influenced one another, resulting in a mutual attenuation of their respective abilities. On the surface, it may appear that Fujitora's devil fruit powers failed to affect Rayleigh significantly, placing him at a disadvantage. Yet in truth, Fujitora's martial arts and swordsmanship are remarkably proficient, rivaling Rayleigh's own skills without any semblance of inferiority. Although Rayleigh was unarmed, he fortified his body with formidable armament Haki, rendering himself as impenetrable as a fortress. The clash with Fujitora's sword, enveloped in armament Haki, produced a cacophony of piercing sounds. The already ravaged square became further devastated under the sheer force of their confrontation. The impact of their battle expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire square within mere minutes and threatening to extend its reach across the island. The surrounding naval forces fled in panic, fearful of being ensnared in the turmoil of their clash. A naval officer, observing from a distance, swallowed hard, recalling tales of the Gold Lion nearly annihilating Marine forts single-handedly. Would these two ultimately bring ruin to the island? Chapter 106. Fierce Tiger. As Rayleigh and Fujitora engaged in fierce combat, the onlooking Navy began to voice their opinions. I heard that Rayleigh, even when beset by the three admirals, managed to grievously injure them. Now he is locked in a stalemate with this elder. Could it be that this elder's strength surpasses that of a Kainu and the others combined? Despite Sengoku's orders for strict confidentiality regarding the previous incident, whispers circulated within the Navy, though few chose to believe them. Stop spouting nonsense. The three admirals are the pinnacle of our naval power. No matter how strong he is, he cannot possibly injure all three at once. It must be a rumor, came a retort from another officer. While his statement held some truth, Rayleigh had indeed wounded the three admirals. It did not imply that his strength exceeded theirs collectively. The admirals had engaged him individually, never coordinating their strikes, and Rayleigh's victories were influenced by particular circumstances. He had caught a Kainu off guard with his Conqueror's Haki, while Akiji had been significantly weakened due to the Dragon Ball's drain on his vitality. As for Kizaru, Rayleigh had relied on the powers of the Dragon Ball and Raiden. If he were to depend solely on his own strength, particularly while cursed to draw upon his abilities through insects, he would undoubtedly falter against the combined might of the three admirals. Thus, despite facing only Fujitora, Rayleigh, lacking the support of the Dragon Ball and Raiden, found himself evenly matched with the admiral, resulting in their fierce standoff. Boom! The destruction wrought by both combatants continued to spread, transforming the square into a wasteland. Some inhabitants of the island began to flee towards the port, seeking to escape. Although Fujitora wished to spare the civilians from the fallout of their battle, he was unable to hold back. To do so would lead to his swift defeat. Yet he understood that prolonged engagement could inflict irreversible damage upon the island. He had to conclude the fight swiftly. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. Fujitora unleashed his fruit's formidable power, channeling immense gravitational force into his blade before striking at Rayleigh. As he swung, he simultaneously released a tremendous lateral gravity along the blade's trajectory. The ground erupted, advancing like a descending tiger, crushing everything in its path to ruin. Even those naval personnel untouched by the tiger's reach were pushed back by the fierce wind pressure, nearly swept away. Though Raylo stood firm against the wind's force, the essence of the fierce tiger commanded his respect. In the midst of this overwhelming attack, Raylo found himself at the epicenter of Fujitora's onslaught. With the tiger's range almost all-encompassing, there was no escape. He could only meet the assault head-on. Whether it be a tiger or a dragon, I shall disperse them all with a single punch. Raylo assumed a formidable stance, his muscles taut, while simultaneously harnessing the power of his armament haki, elevating his inner strength to its zenith. Just as the ferocious tiger was about to make contact, Raylo unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Raylo's punch was earth-shattering, creating a formidable wind pressure that matched that of the ferocious tiger before even making contact, effectively neutralizing its impact. This strike was imbued with Raylo's unparalleled armament haki, capable of shattering even the monumental gates of justice. Although Raylo's strength was not what it once was, it remained extraordinary. The ferocious tiger conjured by Fujitora disintegrated instantly under the force of Raylo's might. The tiger, formed from the ground stones through Fujitora's fruit abilities, now crumbled, sending the stones cascading down like a meteor shower. Fujitora, upon realizing that his attack had been thwarted by Raylo, was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sheer explosiveness of Raylo's power. However, Raylo himself was not in a favorable condition, having to rely on the insects within him to unleash his strength. He had already expended a significant amount of stamina. At this moment, Raylo was drenched in sweat. Yet, Fujitora was relentless, offering Raylo no reprieve. With a resounding thud, Fujitora teleported directly in front of Raylo, launching a ferocious assault with a blade aimed at Raylo's head. Although Raylo managed to deflect the blow, the ground beneath them bore the scars of Fujitora's formidable fruit abilities, creating a deep crater. Fujitora's attacks came like an unrelenting storm, forcing Raylo to defend against each strike. In the face of the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's haki and Fujitora's fruit abilities nearly canceling each other out, Raylo was left to rely solely on his physical prowess in a contest against Carp. The battle was a clash of flesh and steel, a true test of haki. Initially, Raylo struggled to adapt to Fujitora's tempestuous onslaught, but he soon found his rhythm, even as his stamina waned. Without the regenerative powers afforded by the immortal fruit, he could not sustain the fight for long. It would not be long before Raylo succumbed to exhaustion and faced defeat. Raylo realized that it was time to depart. Through his battle with Fujitora, he had, to some extent, honed his abilities, and it was not without merit. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. As a result of the clash between Fujitora and Raylo, the island had been reduced to ruins, particularly after Raylo shattered the formidable tiger conjured by Fujitora, which had created a considerable amount of debris. These remnants had now become weapons in Fujitora's grasp. Under the influence of Fujitora's devil fruit powers, the stones from the ground, the shattered structures, and the broken trees began to levitate into the sky, nearly enveloping the entire island. Chapter 107. The colossal stone. The stones, buildings, and trees floated ominously above the island, resembling a vast cloud that obscured the sun. Onlookers gaped in astonishment, and even Raylo could not suppress a frown. Wasn't the Battle of the Golden Lion at Marineford something akin to this? A naval officer remarked, filled with apprehension. They could not help but worry. The extensive range of Fujitora's attack encompassed them as well, making them vulnerable to whatever might fall from above. At that moment, the chaotic debris began to transform. The scattered fragments coalesced into a spherical shape. As the area of coverage diminished, the destructive potential intensified, allowing the onlooking navy to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Raylo remained stationary, Fujitora's assault would not extend to them. Witnessing this, Raylo grew increasingly vigilant. Despite the consolidation of the debris, its coverage remained extensive. And given Raylo's current speed and stamina, completely evading it proved challenging. Moreover, should these objects descend rapidly under the influence of Fujitora's gravity powers, their impact would rival that of meteorites. Since the debris was merely held together by Fujitora's gravitational abilities and not merged into a single entity, Raylo could not shatter the colossal sphere above him as he would a meteor. If Fujitora were to disperse the sphere and bombard them with the rocks individually, the resultant force would far exceed that of ordinary cannonballs. While it might not inflict direct harm upon Raylo, it would undoubtedly affect his subsequent combat endeavors. At this moment, Rayleigh's stamina could no longer sustain him in battle. He needed to conclude the fight swiftly, having lost the powers granted by the immortal fruit. If he were to falter and fall into the hands of the Navy, he would face an irretrievable fate. Without a moment's hesitation, Rayleigh surged forward to confront Fujitora before he could launch his attack, engaging him in close combat once more. Rayleigh understood that in such intimate confrontation, Fujitora would be reluctant to recklessly drop the enormous orb for fear of collateral damage. Moreover, maintaining the massive stone above his head while simultaneously engaging in combat would undoubtedly deplete a significant portion of Fujitora's energy. Thus, he was compelled to divide his focus between controlling the colossal boulder and battling Rayleigh, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential. Laylo's conjecture was not erroneous. However, his physical stamina was nearing depletion. Thus, even in the context of Fujitora's divided attention, he could not gain any significant advantage, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Yet, this state of affairs did not endure for long. After Fujitora deflected one of Laylo's assaults and distanced himself, he unleashed his fruit's formidable power once more. The colossal boulder began to plummet rapidly under the immense gravitational force. Are you mad? Raylo did not anticipate that Fujitora would activate his devil fruit powers at such a moment. Although the distance between them was not exceedingly close, it was sufficiently limited. Given the vast radius of that colossal sphere, should Raylo be struck, Fujitora would undoubtedly not emerge unscathed. Upon hearing Raylo's words, Fujitora merely smiled lightly, offering no explanation, embodying an air of nonchalance as if to say, "If I do not descend into hell, who will?" In the face of the descending giant sphere, Raylo harbored no intention of launching an attack against it. Firstly, he recognized the futility of such an endeavor. Even if he were to disperse it, Fujitora would still unleash his devil fruit abilities, leaving Raylo to contend with an even more fragmented onslaught, making evasion considerably more challenging. Secondly, Raylo's stamina was insufficient to sustain an attack of the same devastating magnitude as before, should he force himself to strike. He would either collapse from exhaustion or succumb to unconsciousness. Rayleigh felt a surge of anger, not directed at Fujitora, but rather at the curse afflicting him. Had he not been burdened by this curse and retained the abilities of the immortal fruit, what harm would it be to stand still and allow Fujitora to strike? Thus, Rayleigh's resolve to break free from his curse intensified. He needed to leave this place swiftly and seek out Trafalgar Law, relying on his fruit's powers to assist him in lifting the curse. Laylo was uncertain how Fujitora would confront the impending colossal boulder. However, it was evident that he could no longer remain in that place. Chafe, Rayleigh executed the 6 powers of the Navy, departing from his original position. Soru, in essence, is an art of rapid movement over short distances. However, at this moment, Rayleigh unleashed his full power, employing Soru as a means of escape, with the sole intention of distancing himself from the ominous shadow of the colossal rock above. Although the continuous use of Soru posed a considerable strain on Rayleigh, he found himself with no alternative. Yet, the speed at which the massive stone descended grew ever more alarming, drawing perilously closer to him. Truly, it was a most precarious situation. Raylo felt a deep sense of regret. He had initially intended to lend a substantial hand to Fujitora while simultaneously honing his own skills. Yet he found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. Chapter 108. The favor of Fujitora as Raylo persistently utilized the shave technique. He gradually extricated himself from the shadow of the massive boulder. Nevertheless, Fujitora's fruit ability extended beyond merely controlling the descent of objects. It also allowed him to dictate the trajectory of their fall. Consequently, Fujitora redirected the boulder towards Raylo, enveloping him once more within its ominous range. Thus, not only did Raylo fail to escape the boulder's attack zone, but he also inadvertently increased the distance between himself and Fujitora, granting the latter a sense of security. Realizing he could not elude the boulder's encompassing reach, Raylo abruptly halted, turning to confront the advancing stone while gathering his strength, preparing for a final confrontation. Although he understood that shattering the boulder would likely prove futile and could lead to his own collapse from exhaustion, he was unwilling to persist in such a desolate state. Fujitora's manipulation of the boulder's descent seemed deliberately designed to torment Raylo, allowing him to flee, yet ensuring he remained ensnared within its bounds, an agonizing experience for him. Just as Raylo was poised to strike, he suddenly noticed an individual, Crest. Before the battle commenced between Raylo and Fujitora, Crest had been cast aside and rendered unconscious by Raylo. During the fierce clash, Raylo had neglected to consider Crest's situation, even momentarily forgetting his presence. However, Crest was not far from their battleground, and should the boulder plummet from the sky, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. No wonder the boulder's descent was so deliberately restrained. Fujitora must have been intent on sparing Crest from harm, intentionally providing Raylo an opportunity to distance himself, thus ensuring Crest's safety. Raylo felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that Fujitora's temperament stood in stark contrast to that of Akainu. Had Akainu been present, his sole focus would have been on vanquishing Raylo, disregarding the safety of Colonel Crest. In such a scenario, Raylo's predicament would have been dire. However, this realization sparked a new train of thought for Raylo. He ceased to amass strength and instead began to run once more. This time, however, his flight was not merely an escape, but a deliberate pivot towards the position of Crest. Upon witnessing Raylo's shift in direction, Fujitora displayed no hint of astonishment. Nor did he alter the velocity or trajectory of the colossal stone descending above, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the gathered Navy personnel in the distance were far from composed. Upon realizing Raylo's intent to rush towards Crest, they erupted in a chorus of vehement denunciations. What a shameless individual, attempting to exploit Colonel Crest as a hostage. Is this the conduct befitting a formidable warrior? The outcry from the Navy surged relentlessly, but Raylo remained impervious to their vitriol. This was no time for decorum, especially considering Raylo had other motives for needing Crest. Raylo swiftly positioned himself before Crest, seizing his collar with a firm grip as he directed his attention towards Fujitora. It was as if Fujitora had only then realized Raylo's true intent, using the power of his devil fruit to forcibly halt the descending boulder. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Fujitora would indeed not harm the innocent. Thus, with an air of confidence, he boldly escorted Clester toward the port, while Fujitora made no attempt to impede his progress. As for the onlooking Navy personnel, though filled with righteous indignation, they found themselves hesitant. Clester was firmly in Raylo's grasp, and they understood that they were no match for him. Consequently, despite brandishing their weapons and gritting their teeth in anger, none dared to pull the trigger against Raylo. I shall take my leave now, but I hope that when we meet again, I will have lifted the curse upon me and will be able to engage you in a true battle, Raylo remarked to Fujitora before departing. At this moment, Raylo was almost certain that Fujitora had not exerted his full strength during their battle, but had instead held back. The reason for Fujitora's restraint was not solely due to Crest. Raylo speculated that Fujitora's ability to perceive the true intentions within a person's heart through his observation haki had led him to understand Raylo's genuine objectives, thus prompting him to show leniency. In light of this, it could be inferred that Fujitora's previous harsh words were intended for the onlooking Navy. Raylo had not anticipated that Fujitora would repay his favor so swiftly. Upon hearing Raylo's words, Fujitora chuckled softly, offering no response, and allowed him to depart unimpeded. At the Navy headquarters, Kizaru observed this scene through a live transmission from a Den Mushi, his expression somewhat intricate. Truly, he is an intriguing man. Raylo returned to the Phantom ship with Clester in a small boat. Although the Hydra was somewhat surprised to see Raylo bring back an additional companion, it ultimately refrained from expressing any discontent, as it was merely in the service of Raylo. The reason Raylo brought Clester back to the Phantom ship was not merely to use him as a hostage. Firstly, Clester was privy to Raylo's inquiries regarding Trafalgar Law. Had Raylo not taken him along, Clester would undoubtedly divulge this information, enabling the Navy to prepare their deployments in advance. Although the Navy was currently weakened, Raylo could not dismiss the possibility of the retired veterans, Garp and Sengoku, being dispatched. Secondly, Raylo found himself lacking both navigators and nautical charts, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to locate the Navy's G9 base on his own. Thus, from every conceivable angle, it was imperative for Raylo to take Clester with him. Chapter 109, G9 Base. Raylo struck Clester across the face, causing one side of Clester's visage to swell and redden, rendering him utterly devoid of any handsomeness. The intense pain jolted Clester from his stupor. However, upon opening his eyes and realizing that the first figure before him was, in fact, Raylo, he was so startled that he promptly shut his eyes again and fell backward. At that moment, the colonel from the naval headquarters exhibited not an ounce of valor. Raylo tugged at the corners of his mouth, If Akainu were to witness Crest's current state, he would undoubtedly deliver a swift and merciless blow, sending him swiftly on his way to the afterlife. Stop pretending. I am aware you are awake. If you do not rise immediately, it will not merely be a slap on the face that awaits you. Upon hearing these words, Crest sprang up without the slightest hesitation, surveying his surroundings. He quickly realized that apart from Raylo and himself, there was no one else aboard the vessel. The weight that had been pressing upon his heart was momentarily lifted. As long as no one else bore witness, a temporary loss of dignity would be of little consequence. Raylo, might I inquire as to the purpose of your summoning me aboard your ship? I am merely a humble colonel. The Navy headquarters shall not take note of my absence, Crest said, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner. Raylo chuckled softly. He had encountered numerous members of the Navy, ranging from the extremist Akainu and the languid Kizuru to the moderate Akiji, as well as the naive Nia. However, he had never before encountered a Navy officer as cunning and unscrupulous as Clayster. Moreover, you had previously promised me that if I revealed the whereabouts of Trafalgar Law, you would set me free. Now, observing that Raylo did not refute him, Clayster boldly continued, I did indeed make that promise, but I never specified when. As you rightly pointed out, in order for me to locate Trafalgar Law, I must first lay eyes upon him. Therefore, I require you to escort me to the Navy's G9 branch. Laylo's words struck Clayster like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, Laylo's request was not beyond Clayster's capability. In fact, it was quite effortless. However, should Clayster acquiesce to Laylo's demand and personally escort him to the Navy's G9 branch, it would inevitably attract witnesses. Consequently, the reality of his betrayal would be laid bare for all to see. At that juncture, Clayster would not only find his future irrevocably shattered, but would also face a military tribunal. Thus, even the cowardly Clayster hesitated, refraining from an immediate agreement. Yet, Laylo discerned the turmoil within Clayster's heart and remarked with a smile, You need not comply. I can offer you liberation right now. With that, he deliberately polished the Dragon Ball beside him. Clayster swallowed hard. Agreeing might offer a sliver of hope, while refusal would surely lead to a violent demise. His ultimate choice was, therefore, painfully evident. I shall comply, he declared. Laylo smiled, finding this rather unsurprising. Raylo's previous visit to Denico town was intended to procure essential supplies for the ghost ship, but he encountered Fujitora along the way, rendering the matter inconclusive. Consequently, in the days that followed, Raylo subsisted on the scant provisions left aboard the vessel and the fish from the sea. While this was not an ideal situation, he did not suffer from hunger. However, Raylo showed little regard for Crest's daily sustenance, leading Crest to become emaciated in mere days. Fortunately, the G9 branch of the Navy was not too far from Raylo's initial location, preventing Crest from starving to death. Days later, Crest, gaunt and weary, finally led Raylo to the territory of the G9 branch. The G9 branch occupied an entire island, surrounded by fortifications bristling with cannons aimed at the surrounding waters. Any intruder attempting to breach this zone would undoubtedly face a barrage of cannon fire. Mr. Raylo, that is our Navy's G9 branch. I have brought you here. May I now take my leave? To this day, Crest had not relinquished his chance to distance himself from Raylo. As long as he did not personally escort Raylo into the G9 branch, there would be no evidence to prove his betrayal of the Navy. Regrettably for Crest, Raylo was not one to be easily swayed. What are you pondering? Did I not state that I must see Trafalgar Law with my own eyes? Hydra, let's proceed. The Hydra hissed in response to Raylo's command. Crest stood dumbfounded. He had anticipated that Raylo would stealthily infiltrate the G9 branch, but instead, Raylo audaciously commanded the Hydra to approach the G9 branch. The colossal form of the Hydra loomed near half of the Navy branch, and given its massive size, approaching the G9 branch would undoubtedly make it a target. Crest doubted Raylo's ability to withstand the concentrated fire of numerous cannons. Yet, Crest underestimated both Raylo and the Hydra. The Hydra, with its formidable skin and robust defenses, was equally capable of offense. As the Hydra maneuvered the ghost ship into the vicinity of the G9 branch, the cannons on the fortifications erupted, unleashing a volley of cannonballs toward the Hydra and the ghost ship. However, the Hydra swung its 9 heads, creating a protective barrier that intercepted nearly all the projectiles. Even the few that managed to slip through were swiftly dealt with by Raylo. After enduring a barrage of cannon fire, the Hydra emerged largely unscathed and initiated its counterattack. Chapter 110. Rampant destruction. The Hydra's heads were remarkably resilient. resembling 9 colossal hammers as they rained down upon the branch's fortifications. Although the G9 branch's walls were sturdy, they paled in comparison to the gates of justice, and were certainly inferior to the encircling walls used during the Marineford War. Therefore, the Hydra's destruction of these fortifications was apparent, as fissures appeared in a matter of moments, and several cannons were rendered inoperative. The commotion caused by the Hydra could not go unnoticed by the Marines within the branch. While some were gripped by fear, others bravely rushed out to engage the Hydra. Unfortunately, their attacks were utterly ineffective, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Conversely, the Hydra's assaults were lethal. Some Marines were crushed to pulp, others incinerated by the Hydra's flames, and still others fell victim to its noxious fumes. In no time, the G9 branch was filled with cries of despair. A single Hydra had thrown the entire G9 branch into disarray. Typically, a branch of the Navy in the Grand Line is guarded by a vice admiral, although their strength may differ somewhat from that of an admiral stationed at headquarters. They are still capable of maintaining order over a sea territory. The vice admiral in charge of the G9 branch was named Yuho, aptly named for his simian-like appearance and demeanor. At that moment, Yuho was in the command center of the branch. Upon realizing that an enemy was approaching, he instinctively prepared to confront them, but hesitated upon recognizing that the incoming individual was Raylo. Though Yuho had not personally participated in the Marineford War, nor had he encountered Raylo before, the infamy surrounding Raylo was well known. Just recently, Yuho had heard that Raylo had severely wounded 3 admirals, forcing Fleet Admiral Sengoku to resign in disgrace, leaving Kazuru to temporarily assume the role of acting Fleet Admiral. While Yuho could not ascertain the truth of these rumors, he understood that the very existence of such tales spoke volumes about Raylo's capabilities. Moreover, recent reports of Raylo's cataclysmic battle in Denico town with a blind man, which nearly obliterated an island, had spread like wildfire, with the Navy even possessing recorded evidence of the incident. As Yuho lingered in uncertainty, the destruction wrought by the Hydra continued to escalate, and the Navy's casualties mounted. Although fear is a natural instinct in the face of danger, Yuho's duty as a Marine and his position as the branch's commanding officer compelled him to act decisively. For he could not allow his subordinates to perish without intervention. "You lot, go and find Trafalgar Law. He is now one of the 7 warlords. And while he enjoys the privileges granted by the government, he must also fulfill his duties, otherwise his title will be revoked. If I am not mistaken, he should still be in the archives, and given the ruckus, he ought to be unable to remain idle," Yuho instructed the other Marines. With that, he strode purposefully out of the command center, exuding an air of resolute determination. As Yuho exited the corridor and stood before the ravaged branch, he felt a profound sense of sorrow. Though the enormity of the Hydra was astonishing, the oppressive presence of Raylo, surveying him from the ghost ship, instilled an even greater sense of dread. This sensation was something he could not perceive through the command center screens. Even if Raylo's power had diminished due to the curse, the pressure he exerted upon the average person remained formidable. At this moment, Laro also noticed Yuho. Among the numerous Navy officers Laro had encountered, Yuho was neither particularly remarkable in appearance nor in aura, which led Laro to dismiss him without much thought, merely advising the Hydra to exercise caution. However, Laro's concerns proved unnecessary. Even if the Hydra could not withstand an admiral, he was certainly not a foe that could be vanquished by a mere vice admiral. To Laro's surprise, Yuho disregarded the Hydra's rampant destruction and instead employed the techniques of shave and moonwalk to launch a direct assault on Laro, who was positioned behind the Hydra. "Oh," Laro raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished by Yuho's audacity. In Laro's recollection, since his arrival in this world, there had not been many Navy personnel who had taken the initiative to attack him. Thus his impression of Yuho began to shift. Yet, while Yuho's bravery in challenging Laro was commendable, the disparity in their strengths was far too great to be bridged by mere courage. In the face of Yuho's assault, Laro did not even lift a finger. He merely released his conqueror's haki. With a resounding thud, Yuho, who had been airborne, suddenly lost consciousness due to Laro's haki and plummeted into the water, his fate unknown. Subsequently, the Navy officers who had been engaged in combat with the Hydra around them also succumbed to the effects of Laro's conqueror's haki, collapsing one by one to the ground. The area encompassed by Rayleigh's conqueror's haki was not particularly vast, thus the naval personnel in the command center did not succumb to unconsciousness. They gazed at the images on the screen, their expressions a blend of disbelief and astonishment. Although they had long since requested reinforcements from headquarters, the arrival of such support was not a matter of mere moments, leaving them with but a single hope: Trafalgar Law. At that moment, Law was in the Naval Branch's archives, listening to a breathless officer relay the external circumstances. "I understand. I will proceed," Law responded, seizing his sword and lowering his hat as he stepped outside. While he had already clarified the matters requiring investigation, he still needed to maintain his identity as a warlord of the sea, compelling him to temporarily serve the government. However, the officer had only informed Law of an impending formidable enemy without disclosing that the intruder was Rayleigh, allowing Law to remain surprisingly calm. Unbeknownst to him, an unforeseen fate awaited. Chapter 111. Trafalgar Law. Upon exiting the branch and encountering Rayleigh in person, Law was momentarily stunned. "It's him." Law had been present at Marineford near the conclusion of the war, when Jinbe rescued Ace and Luffy. Although he had not witnessed Rayleigh's remarkable prowess during the battle, he had heard much about him from Jinbe. Following the war, Law's sources of information expanded, especially after he became a warlord, granting him a clearer understanding of Rayleigh's formidable abilities. Unlike the impetuous Luffy, Law possessed a level-headed disposition, allowing him to assess the situation with clarity. He recognized that he was no match for Rayleigh and had no desire to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Nevertheless, he needed to uphold his warlord status, which necessitated a pretense of confrontation with Rayleigh. "This is quite the predicament," Law thought as he drew his sword, the Kikoku, preparing to launch an attack. Although proficient in area of effect strikes, the extent of the room he could manifest was limited, rendering it insignificant compared to the massive form of the Hydra. Thus, Law chose to target Rayleigh directly rather than the more easily dispatched Hydra. The moment Rayleigh became aware of Law's presence, he was filled with elation. His plan to lift the curse was officially underway. Meanwhile, Crest, fearing detection by the Navy, had been hiding in a corner of the Ogre's Horn and had just noticed Law. As a colonel in the Navy headquarters, he understood the significance of a warlord. Those who attained such status either possessed extraordinary strength or considerable influence, as evidenced by Buggy. Unaware of Law's true capabilities, Crest could only hope that Law would vanquish Rayleigh and thus liberate him from his plight. Consequently, Crest crouched in the corner, fervently praying and muttering incantations. Crest's inner machinations did not escape Rayleigh's keen gaze, but he paid them no mind, for soon Crest would come to realize the futility of his hopes. In an instant, Law had moved from his original position to a rock in front of the Ogre's Horn. Room, Batten. Law activated his Devil Fruit ability, conjuring a vast dome-like space. This was a newly developed technique, allowing him to manipulate objects within the room without limitations in mass, volume, or quantity. The power was immense. He could control substantial vessels and even lift the surrounding seawater. With a mere flick of his finger, both the Ogre's Horn and the water beneath it began to levitate. However, the vessel remained tethered to the Hydra by chains, restricting its elevation. "What on earth is happening?" Crest exclaimed in terror, completely forgetting to conceal his presence. Remarkable indeed. If developed properly, this fruit could be incredibly powerful, Rayleigh mused from his vantage point atop a rock, observing Law. Long before Law could unleash his room, Rayleigh had swiftly moved to a different location, thus evading the effects of Law's ability entirely. At that moment, Law's hair stood on end. Although he was aware of Rayleigh's exceptional strength, he had not anticipated the ease with which Rayleigh could evade his attack, nor had he realized it at the outset. As Law recognized that his assault had failed, he endeavored to deploy his power once more, intending to center the room around himself. Yet, before he could fully articulate his plan, Rayleigh interrupted him by leaping down from the rock and delivering a powerful kick aimed at Law's head. The speed of Rayleigh's movements was astonishing, leaving Logan no time to react. Even his observation haki proved utterly ineffective. Thud! Logan's head was struck by Rayleigh's kick, sending him spinning through the air multiple times before crashing violently into the damaged barrier of the base. Despite being one of the 7 warlords with formidable strength, Logan was still vastly inferior to Rayleigh. Even in his current state, Rayleigh was far beyond Logan's capabilities. That previous blow had been delivered with restraint. Had Rayleigh unleashed his full power, Logan's fate would not have been merely being kicked into the barrier. Rayleigh's actions were aimed at making Luo comprehend the extent of his own strength, thereby facilitating the execution of subsequent plans. This was the most direct and effective method Rayleigh could conceive to impart such understanding. The naval officers within the command center watched the unfolding scene on the screen, their hearts heavy with despair, They had not anticipated that their sole hope would be so effortlessly shattered. Coughing, Luo staggered to his feet from the rubble. His body marred with numerous wounds, and blood trickled down his face from the friction against the barriers. Most critically, he was now dizzy and teetering, barely able to maintain his balance. With just a single strike, he had nearly lost all combat capability. Chapter 112. The Agreement at that moment. As Luo leaned against the remnants of destruction, Raylo had silently approached him. When Luo finally noticed Raylo, he trembled, his pupils dilating as his mind raced to devise an escape plan. Although the status of the 7 warlords was of great significance to him, it did not overshadow his instinct for self-preservation. Unexpectedly, Raylo posed a question that took Luo by surprise. "What is your dream?" "Huh." The manner in which Raylo, akin to a talent scout, inquired left Luo momentarily stunned. Coughing lightly, Raylo ceased his jesting demeanor and spoke earnestly. "What I mean is, I can assist you in realizing your dreams. For instance, I can help you eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo." Doflamingo had murdered his own brother, who was also a benefactor to Luo, making him of utmost importance. Thus, Luo's endeavors over the years could almost be described as a relentless pursuit of vengeance against Doflamingo. Raylo's proposition astonished Luo. "How did you know?" Luo asked incredulously. "You need not concern yourself with that. By now, you should possess a certain understanding of my capabilities and recognize that I can effortlessly fulfill your desires." Luo fell silent. Having meticulously plotted for years, he had a clear understanding of Doflamingo's strength. While he could not ascertain the precise extent of Doflamingo's true power, he was acutely aware that Raylo could indeed defeat him. "What is your purpose in doing this?" Luo inquired, not being naive enough to believe that Raylo would assist him without reason. Riley smiled. "Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed a convenience. As one endowed with the powers of the surgery fruit, you must be familiar with the immortality surgery." Law's expression shifted dramatically, for he understood that when wielded by a person of exceptional talent, the surgery fruit could bestow eternal life upon humanity. However, the moment this procedure is executed, the user of the ability would meet their demise. Raylo waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "Rest assured, I have long possessed such things. What I wish to convey is that if the surgical fruit can bestow eternal life upon others, perhaps it can also alleviate my troubles." "Your troubles?" Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom what kind of difficulties a man as formidable as Raylo could possibly encounter. Meanwhile, in the command room, the naval colonel gazed at the screen with an expression of incredulity. He could not comprehend why Raylo and Luo had ceased their battle, opting instead for conversation. Could it be that Raylo had come for Luo? Infuriated, the colonel dismissed this line of thought. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Now that they have halted their conflict, you must swiftly locate Vice Admiral Yuho. Currently, Yuho's whereabouts are unknown, and as the highest-ranking naval officer present, it naturally falls upon me to issue commands. Yes, the Marines, upon receiving the order, immediately set out to search the area for Yuho. In response to Luo's bewilderment, Raylo chose not to conceal the truth. He turned his back to Luo and lifted his garment, revealing a pattern etched upon his back. Luo was taken aback by the sight. He had never before encountered such a design. "Do you see? This is a curse. Its existence has stifled my powers. Although I have temporarily regained some strength due to various factors, the curse remains, and I have yet to fully recover. Furthermore, as a consequence of the curse, my devil fruit abilities have also been rendered ineffective." Raylo recounted the events with utmost honesty, leaving no detail concealed. For he was confident that even if Luo were to learn the truth, he would not dare to act against him, as he was a man of intellect. After a moment of contemplation, Luo replied, "I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Thus, I cannot assure you of my ability to lift the curse." "That is acceptable," Raylo responded. "You may take your time to consider your course of action. In the meantime, I can assist you in dealing with Doflamingo." Luo was taken aback by Raylo's willingness to cooperate, which stirred a sense of intrigue within him. Moments later, he said, "Very well, I accept your proposal. However, let it be known that I do not possess absolute certainty in breaking your curse, nor will I risk my life for it." "Of course, I am not unreasonable," Raylo replied, extending his right hand toward Luo. Luo reciprocated, and their hands clasped firmly, signifying the formalization of their agreement. Yet, Luo soon sensed an oddity in the situation. If Raylo required his assistance, why would he resort to violence against him? Nevertheless, the agreement had been established, rendering previous events inconsequential. Furthermore, as a physician, Luo was unfazed by such injuries. "Now may I release my ship?" Raylo inquired. "Certainly," Luo affirmed. He relinquished his fruit powers, causing the ship, the ghostly demon, to plummet from the sky. The violent tremors unsettled Crest, nearly inducing a violent reaction within him, but he suppressed any sounds of distress, fearful of attracting the attention of other naval officers. "Let us depart," Raylo urged. Chapter 113. A new journey where to? Luo inquired. Riley cast a glance at him. And was it not obvious? Of course, the intention was to seek out Don Quixote Doflamingo to help fulfill your desires. Law had not anticipated that. Having just reached an agreement with Riley, the latter would immediately commence action. He had assumed that they would need to find a suitable place to sit down and deliberate thoroughly. However, given Riley's formidable prowess, Law deemed his initial thoughts unnecessary. The mere notion that years of grievances were on the verge of resolution filled Law with extraordinary excitement. "Very well, let us proceed. But we must first visit a place to inform my companions." "No problem," Riley replied with a smile. Just as Riley was about to turn away, Law's expression suddenly changed dramatically as he pointed behind Riley and shouted, "Watch out." The once submerged Yuho, due to Riley's conqueror's haki, now reappeared behind him. And in the instant following Law's warning, Yuho thrust the katana he held towards Riley's lower back. As a vice admiral of the Navy, Yuho was well versed in the use of armament haki. At that moment, Riley merely smiled, remaining motionless. He was no longer in the state of being cursed as before, and thus his observation haki was perpetually activated. Even before Law's warning, Riley had sensed Yuho's approach and had foreseen the impending attack. Although Raylo made no overt movements, he fortified the defenses of his back with the armor of haki. Despite both employing the same form of haki, the qualitative disparity between the two was monumental. With a faint crack, the katana in the Jade Monkey's grasp shattered effortlessly. The Jade Monkey's expression was one of sheer disbelief. In the following instant, Raylo pivoted and delivered a spinning kick that struck the Jade Monkey squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling through the air to collide violently against the barrier beneath him. The already damaged barrier succumbed to the renewed impact, shattering completely, and debris rained down, burying the Jade Monkey in a cascade of stones, leaving his fate uncertain. Raylo, indifferent to the fate of the Jade Monkey, turned to Luo and declared, "Let us depart." "Very well." Just moments ago, Raylo's display of prowess had bestowed upon Luo a clearer understanding of his capabilities, thus instilling in him a greater confidence regarding the pursuit of vengeance against Don Quixote Doflamingo. Raylo brought Luo back aboard the evil ghost ship, but Clayzete, who had been hiding in the corner, was nowhere to be found. Although Raylo had a general idea of Clayzete's hiding place thanks to his observation haki, his primary purpose in bringing Clayzete along was to locate Luo. Now that this goal had been achieved, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with Clayzete any further. Thus, the Hydra set sail with Luo and Raylo, departing from the Navy G9 branch, while not a single Marine dared to impede their passage. Shortly after their departure, a group of Marine officers rushed into the ruins where Yuho was buried, unearthing the barely conscious figure of Yuho. At that moment, Yuho clung to life by a thread and, upon being excavated, managed to utter a single phrase. "Quickly inform Admiral Kizaru that they are seeking Don Quixote Doflamingo." The words escaped him with great difficulty before he lapsed into unconsciousness. Witnessing the dire state of Yuho, the colonel of the Marine branch made a swift decision. Immediately mobilize a warship to transport Vice Admiral Yuho to Dr. Vegapunk. Hurry. Yuho's condition had surpassed the capabilities of contemporary medicine. Vegapunk was hailed as the greatest scientist in the world, possessing technology that was 5 centuries ahead of its time. Known as the scientist who transcended human intelligence by 500 years, perhaps he could employ unconventional methods to save Yuho, whose life hung in the balance. Upon receiving the order, the Navy sprang into action, administering urgent care to Yuho before boarding him onto the warship, which set sail at full speed towards Vegapunk's location. As the Marines busied themselves, Clayzete, who had been lurking in the shadows, stealthily evaded detection and infiltrated the warship bound for Vegapunk's whereabouts. "This serpent is truly enormous. Where did you discover it?" Luo inquired, gazing at the Hydra with curiosity. Raylo recounted in detail how he had encountered the Hydra on Daughter Island. Upon hearing this, Luo's expression darkened. "When the Empress learns of this, she is likely to be furious. She will surely devise ways to target you. Let her come. My crew is eager to meet the world's most beautiful woman. We can have her help out on the ship, Raylo replied nonchalantly. Though the Empress was formidable in her own right as a warlord of the sea, she seemed to Luo merely a rustic woman in Raylo's words. However, considering Raylo's own strength, Luo paid little mind to the comment. Luo's pirate vessel was a yellow submarine, currently docked at a nearby island not far from the G9 branch. Upon reaching that area, Luo said, "Wait for me a moment, I need to speak with my companions." Afterward, he departed the evil ghost and boarded the submarine. The moment his crew saw him return injured, they were taken aback. "What happened, Captain? Did you encounter an enemy? Captain, aren't you a warlord? How could anyone dare to target you?" In response to their concern, Luo did not offer explanations but first tended to his wounds. Although he possessed the abilities of the Ope no Mi, which allowed for precise bodily incisions and the extraction of internal objects, essentially zero-risk surgery, it did not possess healing properties. Fortunately, his submarine was equipped with various medical instruments, allowing him to address his injuries. Once finished, Luo gently stated, "I need to attend to a personal matter, which may take a few days or even a month. You should find a place to hide until I contact you." Despite their status as his crew, Luo did not wish to involve them in his affairs. "Hide? Why is that?" "Yes, Captain, you are a warlord. Why should we hide?" Luo shook his head helplessly. "After today, perhaps I want TB." After giving his instructions, Luo returned to the evil ghost, and the Hydra resumed its journey. Doflamingo's base was in Dressrosa, but Luo had learned that Doflamingo was not currently there. Thus, they were bound for another town. Initially, Raylo had intended to uproot Doflamingo's entire family, but it appeared that only Doflamingo himself would be their target. However, Doflamingo, aside from his pirate crew, was deeply entrenched in arms trading and other illicit activities, with numerous influential figures in the New World's underbelly entangled with him. Consequently, once Raylo eliminated Doflamingo, various factions would undoubtedly set their sights on him. Yet for Raylo, as long as he could lift the curse, he feared no adversaries. Chapter 114. An unexpected encounter. The Hydra sailed across the ocean with the evil ghost in tow. The town where Doflamingo resided was still a considerable distance away, making it impossible to reach in a short time, and their food supplies aboard the evil ghost were dwindling. Thus, they had to first head to the nearest town for resupply. At that moment, Luo was perusing the latest newspaper, which contained little useful information, save for one significant detail. The report stated that due to the collusion between Warlord Trafalgar Law and the evil ghost Raylo, Trafalgar Law had been removed from the warlords by the world government and had a new bounty placed on his head, 300 million berries. As expected, fortunately, I warned Beepo and the others in advance. They should be fine, Luo remarked after finishing the newspaper. "Are you worried about your companions?" Raylo inquired. Luo nodded. "Don't worry. This matter will conclude swiftly, and you'll soon reunite with your crew. One can only hope." Before long, Raylo and the others arrived at a modest town, ample enough to facilitate their resupply. Due to its conspicuous size, the Hydra was anchored far from the island, while Luo and Raylo took a small boat ashore. "I'll procure food. You handle the other supplies," Raylo instructed Luo. "Understood." The two split up, with Raylo heading for food and Luo seeking other necessities. Just as Raylo finished his purchases and exited the store, he heard a commotion nearby. Soon after, he witnessed a crowd fleeing in apparent panic, as if some calamity had befallen them. Raylo expanded the range of his observation haki and immediately grasped the cause of the situation. "So it is," he thought, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Not far from Raylo, two formidable presences were engaged in combat, one of whom exuded an overwhelming strength. Raylo, unable to suppress his insatiable curiosity, stepped forward to investigate. To his surprise, he encountered an unexpected scene. In the clearing of the crowd stood three individuals, two towering men and a petite elderly woman. The imposing stature and striking appearances of the two men were quite remarkable. One of them donned sleeveless, grayish-golden armor and a horned gray helmet. His beard flowed like a mane, cascading down to his waist, complemented by two prominent tusks reminiscent of a walrus. His arms bore tattoos, and he wielded dual blades. The second man, even more corpulent, towered above the first, with a robust upper body yet slender legs. His golden hair extended to his thighs, with braided sideburns framing his face. Additionally, he bore three conspicuous scars, and beneath his nose curled a crescent-shaped white mustache, reminiscent of an old man's beard. He brandished a large sword akin to the one held by the first man. The clash before them involved one man, the former 13th captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Atmos, and the other, Edward Weevil, who proclaimed himself the son of Whitebeard. The elderly woman was Miss Bacon, Weevil's mother, who coveted the treasures left behind by Whitebeard. Incited by his mother's ambitions, Weevil sought to prove his lineage by purging the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, at this moment, Weevil and Atmos were engaged in fierce combat. Weevil's strength was formidable. Even Kizaru acknowledged that he possessed power akin to that of a young Whitebeard. While this may have been exaggerated, his prowess was nonetheless evident. Prior to confronting Atmos, Weevil had already dispatched numerous captains from the original Whitebeard pirates, resulting in countless casualties and collateral damage to innocent civilians, which posed a significant dilemma for the world government. Culminating in his designation as a warlord of the sea, alongside Law, tension hung thick in the air, with both sides poised for battle, yet upon Lalo's abrupt entrance, the formidable aura he exuded captivated the attention of both combatants, leading them to pause and turn towards him. Having made a notable entrance during the Marineford War, Atmos recognized Lalo with great clarity, especially considering Lalo's rescue of Ace and their previous discourse amidst the chaos of battle. Thus, Atmos regarded Lalo with utmost respect. "It is you, Mr. Lalo," Atmos acknowledged gravely, nodding in recognition. Lalo nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Bikine, who had always been attentive to global affairs, was well aware that Lalo had become a prominent figure in this world. Although he may not be universally recognized, his reputation certainly preceded him, and Miss Bikine was naturally quite familiar with him. However, Whitebeard too had a cognitive impairment. While he could sense that Lalo was a formidable individual, he remained oblivious to Lalo's true identity. "Who are you?" Whitebeard too inquired directly. Lalo smiled without responding, yet Miss Bikine became increasingly agitated. She was aware that Lalo had conversed with Whitebeard during the Marineford War, and thus she presumptuously believed that Lalo shared a close bond with Whitebeard, perhaps even possessing knowledge of the treasures left behind by him. This man had made an appearance during the war. Despite his formidable strength, he failed to save your father, rendering him indirectly responsible for your father's demise. Upon hearing Miss Bikine's words, Whitebeard was instantly consumed by rage, redirecting all his fury towards Lalo, as if he were on the verge of launching an attack. Lalo smiled, having anticipated from the moment he read the newspaper that a confrontation with Whitebeard too was inevitable, though he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Chapter 115, A Sliced Drink. Whitebeard too bellowed, suddenly launching an assault on Lalo. In an instant, he leaped into the air, delivering a fierce blow aimed at Lalo's position. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as a massive crater formed where Lalo had stood, debris scattering in all directions, and the surrounding ground cracked under the force of the impact. Lalo had long anticipated the opponent's assault and deftly evaded it, emerging unscathed. However, witnessing the sheer destructive power of a casual strike from his adversary stirred a sense of admiration within him. Though Whitebeard too did not possess the immensely powerful tremor fruit abilities of his father, his physical prowess was of the highest caliber, enabling him to inflict considerable damage without reliance on any devil fruit. Indeed, this individual was formidable. Could he truly be the son of the legendary Whitebeard? Automos, observing this display, felt a mixture of awe and recognition. Yet, beyond his admiration, he felt a profound sense of relief. Automos was aware that prior to this encounter, Whitebeard too had already dispatched numerous captains from the former Whitebeard pirates. Given the strength he exhibited, Automos believed himself to be no match for him. With Lalo's sudden appearance and his engagement with Whitebeard too, Automos had undoubtedly become the greatest beneficiary of this situation. Lalo, too, was cognizant of this fact, yet he had no intention of allowing Automos to gain an advantage without consequence. Once the dust settled, he would undoubtedly find a use for Automos. "Little brat, your father is my junior. It would not be amiss for you to call me grandfather." Lalo jested with Whitebeard too. Although he could not yet confirm whether this young man was indeed Whitebeard's son, he decided to address him as such for the time being. "Is that so?" Whitebeard too abruptly halted his movements, scratching his head with a look of exasperation directed at his mother, Miss Bikine. Lalo chuckled, finding this fellow rather audacious. Meanwhile, Atmos wore a look of frustration. As the adopted son of Whitebeard, he felt that Lalo's remarks were a veiled affront to his honor. "Foolish lad, he is deceiving you," Miss Bikine exclaimed, forcefully striking her cane against the ground, her expression one of exasperation. "From now on, do not believe a word he says. Just remember to give him a good thrashing. But do not kill him. Leave him with a breath, for I still have questions to pose." "Oh, So that is how it is. He dares to deceive me. Whitebeard 2's expression shifted to one of fury. Riley silently furrowed his brow. Not due to the perceived difficulty posed by Whitebeard 2, but rather because of Miss Bakin's remarks. From her words, it was evident that she was unaware of Riley's possession of the immortal fruit, which meant she should remain oblivious to his true identity. However, Riley's incarceration in Impel Down occurred 60 years ago, a fact known to Whitebeard. Yet, Miss Bakin, who claims to be Whitebeard's wife, holds no understanding of Riley, which raises intriguing questions. Is it that Miss Bakin has no genuine connection to Whitebeard, or was she born only after Riley's imprisonment and subsequently entangled with Whitebeard? Judging by Miss Bakin's appearance, her face lined with wrinkles and her muscles largely atrophied, it seems implausible that she could have been born after Riley's confinement in Impel Down. Raylo shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Neither Whitebeard 2 nor his mother, Miss Bakin, held any significance for Raylo's future plans. Thus, he no longer lingered on her true identity. When the time was ripe, all truths would inevitably come to light. With that in mind, I shall administer a proper lesson to you, the unworthy son of Whitebeard. Boom. As the words left his lips, Raylo unleashed a powerful punch, striking directly at Whitebeard 2's head. Riley's strike did not employ the power of armament hockey. It was entirely reliant on the sheer strength of his physical form. Although his power was still hampered by a curse and not yet fully restored, even a casual blow from him was beyond the endurance of most. Had an ordinary person been struck by Riley's fist, their skull would undoubtedly have shattered. Yet, Whitebeard II braced himself and endured Riley's punch. After being hit, his head tilted to one side as if his neck had been broken, but in the next instant, his head returned to its original position, as though nothing had transpired. Oh ho, truly resilient, aren't you? Now it's my turn, Whitebeard II shouted, swinging his blade down towards Riley once more. Unlike his previous impulsive attack, this time, he infused his weapon with armament hockey, significantly enhancing its power. With a resounding crash, he cleaved the ground before him, carving a deep trench that burrowed into the earth, its extent rapidly expanding. However, despite the tremendous force of his assault, he failed to land a blow on Riley. This foolish lad still thinks it's a turn-based fight. Riley mused as he maintained his position mid-air, observing the scene below with keen interest. There was no time left to squander. It was imperative to conclude this encounter swiftly. While Riley yearned to hone his skills through battle, he could deliberately restrain his power to match his opponent's level, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of their skirmish. Yet, with his urgency to lift the curse weighing heavily upon him, he could not afford to linger here. He needed to find Law and locate Doflamingo to fulfill their agreement, allowing Law to devise a means to break the curse afflicting him. Therefore, Riley was determined to end this quickly. Having gauged Whitebeard II's capabilities from their earlier exchange, Riley discerned that while his strength was formidable, his speed fell short of the pinnacle, and though his defenses were robust, with tough skin and a remarkable regenerative ability, he had yet to master the use of hockey. Thus, while Whitebeard II possessed significant strength, sufficient to dispatch some of the former Whitebeard pirates' captains, he would struggle against true masters. After all, no matter how powerful an attack may be, it is rendered useless if it cannot connect. Riley had an excellent strategy to deal with Whitebeard II. This time, he had not concealed his identity upon arriving on the island and carried both the Dragon Ball and the Thunderblade with him. With a swift motion, Riley drew the Dragon Ball from midair and, employing the moonwalk, propelled himself downwards towards Whitebeard II. In the blink of an eye, he zipped past Whitebeard II, reappearing behind him. Raylo's speed was astonishingly swift. Not only did Whitebeard II fail to react, but even the onlooker Atmos could not discern Raylo's movements. In the next instant, a deep wound appeared on Whitebeard II's chest, blood gushing forth. It was but a single strike. Chapter 116. Raylo's contingency plan. The Dragon Ball itself is a remarkably sharp divine weapon, rendered even more indomitable after Raylo enveloped it in armament hockey. Thus, despite Whitebeard II's formidable defenses, he was still unable to withstand the assault of the Dragon Ball. After engaging in a fierce battle with the three admirals, the energy stored within the Dragon Ball was nearly depleted, and Raylo had yet to find a suitable opportunity to replenish it. In contrast, Whitebeard II's robust physique was replete with vitality, providing an ample source of energy for the Dragon Ball. A chilling aura emanated from the Dragon Ball, swiftly enveloping Whitebeard II's body. Although the Dragon Ball could siphon the life force from the wounds it inflicted upon its foes, it was also subject to certain limitations. If the opponent's strength surpassed that of the Dragon Ball's wielder, it could only absorb a fraction of their vitality, or perhaps none at all. It was evident that Raylo's power significantly exceeded that of Whitebeard II at this moment, allowing the Dragon Ball to successfully absorb his life force. In a mere heartbeat, Whitebeard II's body visibly withered, becoming gaunt and emaciated as the vital energy within him flowed into the Dragon Ball. "Ah, Edward!" Miss Bikini cried out in despair upon witnessing her son's condition. "What have you done to him?" Her expression was a tumult of fury and terror, gazing at Raylo as if he were a malevolent specter. Raylo smirked and said, "I haven't done much. I've merely extracted some things from your son." Atmos, with a visage of sheer terror, gazed at the scene unfolding before him. Though he understood Raylo's formidable strength, he had not anticipated such a method. Consequently, he couldn't help but reflect in his mind on whether he had inadvertently offended Raylo since their first encounter. As the form of Whitebeard II dwindled into a gaunt silhouette, his complexion turned pale at a visibly alarming rate, evoking a sense of horror. His body swayed precariously before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. "Mother, I lack the strength." Whitebeard II's voice was frail, and in this moment, he could only seek aid from his mother. Miss Bikini, a frail old woman, stood helplessly in the presence of Raylo, unable to take any action, merely wringing her hands in anxiety. Whitebeard II's vitality was indeed abundant. His essence was equivalent to that of hundreds of ordinary adults. In a short span, the Dragon Ball had absorbed more than half of the vitality from his being, rendering Whitebeard II strikingly emaciated, a stark contrast to his previously imposing physique. Even though Raylo's power vastly exceeded that of Whitebeard II, the vitality that the Dragon Ball could extract from an individual was finite. As it became apparent that the Dragon Ball could no longer draw vitality from Whitebeard II, Raylo prepared to conclude the battle decisively. However, just as he was about to deliver the final blow to Whitebeard II, an unexpected figure interposed himself before the latter. It was not Miss Bikini, but rather Atmos. Prior to Raylo's arrival, Atmos had been poised for a life-and-death struggle with Whitebeard II, making his sudden intervention to halt Raylo quite surprising. "What are you doing?" Raylo inquired, taken aback. Atmos scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied. "Though reluctant to admit it, this fellow does bear a resemblance to my father in his youth. He might indeed be my father's offspring. Thus, Mr. Raylo, I implore you to spare him for now. If it is proven that he is not my father's biological son, I will personally join forces with the other captains to eliminate him." Raylo nodded slightly. Automos regarded the old man with the white beard as a father figure, which was quite natural for him to do. Thus, his desire to preserve his father's lineage was entirely understandable. In light of this, I shall spare him for the sake of the departed white-bearded man. However, should he dare to provoke me again, well, you need not be reminded of what that entails. Raylo remarked with a smile. Automos chuckled in agreement, acknowledging the inevitability of such a circumstance. Raylo turned to Miss Bikini and said, "Take your son and leave." Aware that she was no match for Raylo, Miss Bikini reluctantly complied. Despite the fact that Whitebeard II had become exceedingly emaciated, he still loomed over Miss Bikini like an insurmountable mountain. Consequently, Atmos went out of his way to hire a carriage to transport them away. As Miss Bikini sat in the carriage, watching Raylo grow ever more distant, she silently resolved to find a way to defeat him and seize Whitebeard's treasure. Although Whitebeard II had not sustained any mortal wounds, he had suffered a significant loss of vital energy, which could not be replenished in a short span of time. Shortly after Miss Bikini departed with Whitebeard II, Luo arrived at the scene. He looked at Raylo and inquired, "What has transpired?" "I heard a commotion, so I came to investigate." "How could the damage be so extensive?" Raylo chuckled softly, remarking that there was nothing of consequence, merely a minor unexpected occurrence that had since been resolved. "This is the former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Atmos." Under Raylo's introduction, Luo and Atmos exchanged greetings, thereby becoming acquainted. Luo stated, "I have procured everything you requested. Let us be on our way." Raylo nodded slightly and decided to wait for a moment. He then turned to Atmos and said, "I have a favor to ask of you." Atmos was taken aback for a moment and replied, "Please, Mr. Raylo, do not hesitate to command me. You have resolved a significant predicament for me and safeguarded my father's lineage. I am truly at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Whatever it may be that I can do, I am willing to go to great lengths." Raylo nodded, expressing his belief in this matter, though he deemed it not of paramount importance. He continued, "I hope you can assist me in locating an individual. Utilizing the connections of the Whitebeard Pirates, Uncovering this person should be rather uncomplicated, don't you think? Who is this person? Atmos inquired. Riley chuckled and remarked, like Luffy and Law, Basil Hawkins is also one of the 11 notorious supernovas, possessing the power of a cursed fruit. Atmos was momentarily taken aback. He was not well versed in the lore of the supernovas and was unfamiliar with the figure of Hawkins. Thus he was unaware of Riley's intentions in seeking him out. However, recognizing Riley's needs, Atmos was determined to uncover the necessary information. Rest assured, I will investigate, he assured, producing a miniature transponder snail to hand to Riley. This is a communication snail. Once I gather any pertinent information regarding him, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Raylo nodded with a smile and said, thank you. After speaking, he departed from the place alongside Luo. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo inquired, what business do you have with that fellow Hawkins? Raylo smiled without answering. If possible, I wish you would never know the reason for my search for him. For if you were to understand, it would signify the failure of my plan. Although Luo was perplexed, he chose not to press further, recognizing Raylo's reluctance to elaborate. Raylo sought Wiggins for a particular purpose. Although he was unaware whether the curse he bore was akin to the powers of the cursed fruit wielded by Hawkins, the prospect of alleviating his affliction was worth the endeavor. Thus, he considered Hawkins as a contingency plan, should Law fail to lift the curse. He would resort to seeking Hawkins for assistance. However, Raylo preferred to avoid complications and chose not to disclose his intentions to Law. Chapter 117. The Randy family. Law and Raylo arrived in this town solely to procure essential supplies. Despite encountering minor interruptions along the way, their plans remained largely intact, and Raylo even gained an opportunity to seek Hawkins. Upon returning to the ghost ship with their provisions, the Hydra propelled them at full speed towards the town where Doflamingo resided. Days later, Raylo and Law successfully reached their destination. The town was far from bustling, lacking the vibrancy of Rogue Town and falling short of Denico. Its permanent population was lamentably sparse. Yet, Law understood that this was merely a fade. Beneath the surface lurked a web of human trafficking and illicit arms trading, marking it as one of Doflamingo's many strongholds. According to Law, Doflamingo had come to this town to personally finalize a business deal. As they entered the town, the streets were eerily deserted, with the doors and windows of residences and shops tightly shut, as if the place had been abandoned. Nonetheless, Raylo immediately sensed the presence of concealed figures lurking in the shadows. Despite their adept concealment, they could not evade Raylo's observation hockey. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth and remarked with a smile, it seems that our arrival here has been prematurely disclosed. That scoundrel Doflamingo has likely made his escape. Law, being astute, immediately sensed the peculiar atmosphere and comprehended Raylo's implication. He shook his head in discontent, frustration evident on his face. Damn it, if we pursue him now, we shall probably be too late, and I have no inkling of Doflamingo's whereabouts. Raylo chuckled softly. You are unaware, but rest assured, there are indeed those who are well informed here. No sooner had Raylo's words fallen than a figure burst forth from the corner of the street. It was a man in his 30s, clad in a sleek black leather jacket, his face adorned with ostentatious piercings that clearly signaled his nefarious nature. Armed with a rifle, he charged menacingly towards Raylo and his companions, shouting, how dare you covet the interests of the young master? Prepare to meet your end. Renaud chuckled, remarking on the unexpected tidings that had conveniently come his way. Doflamingo's subordinates truly are a peculiar bunch. With a resounding bang, a man pulled the trigger aimed at Renaud, yet he had already vanished from sight, the bullet whizzing harmlessly through the air. In the next instant, Renaud had reappeared before the man, delivering a seemingly casual punch that sent him soaring into the heavens. So swift was the action that the man scarcely comprehended what had transpired before he found himself alongside the clouds. To extract information, Renaud understood the necessity of leaving a survivor. Thus, his strike was more akin to a push than a blow. The man's body sustained no severe injuries, yet he continued to ascend under the force of Renaud's might, lingering in the air without descent. Following Renaud's assault, those lurking in the shadows exhibited a shift in their demeanor. Some were consumed by rage, while others were gripped by fear, contemplating retreat. Is this the caliber of the spineless wretches Doflamingo has nurtured? Renaud laughed heartily. Clearly, his taunt struck a chord, as soon enough, these individuals surged forth, clamoring to reduce Renaud to mere fragments. Most of them were Doflamingo's henchmen, long entrenched in this town, and upon hearing Renaud's provocations, they could hardly restrain themselves from charging out. Raylo unleashed his observation haki, swiftly discerning the precise number of individuals. A total of 451 emerged, which, though not insignificant, were merely trifles in Raylo's eyes, hardly worthy of mention. What truly captured Raylo's attention was the evident fact that these individuals did not constitute the entirety of his foes on the island. There remained others lurking in the shadows. Raylo does not believe that those who still hide away are subordinates of Doflamingo. It is evident that other forces are at play in this town. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers, and when water comes, it shall be damned. As long as they dare to impede Raylo from lifting the curse, no matter who they may be, Raylo shall not hesitate to slay them. Hundreds surround Raylo and his crew, poised to launch an attack at any moment. At this moment, Lello was not inclined to expend effort on dealing with them. He simply unleashed his conqueror's haki. One could hear a series of muffled thuds as those encircling Lello lost consciousness one by one, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Lello was still under the influence of the curse, and his conqueror's haki was not at its peak. Consequently, among the 451 individuals, a few managed to evade his grasp. Although they did not faint, they were overwhelmed by a profound fear of Lello, rendering them incapable of making any further moves. "What have you done?" The remaining few quavered as they gazed at Lello, their voices trembling. Lello smiled without responding, suddenly extending his hand upwards to deftly catch the individual he had previously sent flying. Raylo's extraordinary skills thoroughly captivated those present, leaving them too intimidated to even consider opposing him, as they hastily retreated. He entrusted the man in his grasp to Luo for interrogation. Upon receiving the man, Luo frowned. The individual had become unconscious from fear, his trousers visibly stained, exuding an unpleasant odor. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed from the front, and the fleeing individuals collapsed in response. Indeed, Doflamingo's subordinates proved to be ineffectual, necessitating our assistance in clearing his ranks. A deep voice emerged from the shadows at the street corner, followed by the sound of soft, measured footsteps. For men emerged from the darkness, varying in height and build. Yet all bore fierce expressions, clad in black attire, adorned with identical tattoos. Behind them trailed a sizable group of similarly dressed individuals. It was them. Upon their appearance, Luo's expression shifted noticeably. "What, do you recognize them?" Raylo inquired, surprised by Luo's reaction. They belonged to the Randy family. The tattoos on their faces signify their affiliation. Luo explained. "The Randy family?" Raylo paused, the name sounding familiar, though he could not immediately place it, perhaps having heard it prior to his incarceration in Impel Down. Luo nodded, clarifying that this family was not akin to pirates like themselves. They dwelled within the shadows, ruling the land and manipulating unsavory businesses across various nations. While piracy may run rampant in this world, it is not solely defined by pirates. The Randy family stands as an equal counterpart to the Vinsmoke family, to which Sanji belongs. They engage in all manner of illicit enterprises, despite lacking a nation of their own. They possess a formidable army capable of waging war against any country. Furthermore, they are among Doflamingo's most significant clients. The presence of representatives from the Randy family in this town was to negotiate an agreement with Doflamingo. It was precisely due to their unique status that Doflamingo chose to appear in person. Chapter 118. Unfathomable confidence. The Randy family and Doflamingo maintain a cooperative relationship, not under his control. However, before Doflamingo's departure, he requested their assistance in thwarting Raylo. Members of the Randy family, prideful and dismissive of Doflamingo, were disinclined to acquiesce to his whims. Yet, upon witnessing Raylo's prowess, the Randy family's cadres found themselves unable to resist the urge to engage him. Hoping to exchange a few blows while simultaneously aiding Doflamingo in dealing with his defector subordinates. Though the Randy family dispatched numerous representatives, aside from the 4 leaders, the remainder were merely mediocre lackeys, not significantly different from Doflamingo's own subordinates, thus failing to capture Raylo's attention. Raylo smirked, asserting that with such individuals, they could not possibly impede him. If they believed they could succeed, they were welcome to try. How utterly arrogant of them. One among the quartet remarked that delivering this individual to the world government would surely yield substantial benefits. The Randy family maintained its foothold in the underworld not only due to its formidable power, but also because of its collusion with the upper echelons of the world government. They provided various slaves to the celestial dragons, serving as their loyal lackeys. This connection allowed them to navigate illegal realms with ease and flourish. Meanwhile, Lalo was regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government, which sought to eliminate him swiftly. Thus, if the Randy family could subdue Lalo and hand him over, they would undoubtedly reap significant rewards and expand their influence further. Do you require assistance? One of the Randy family members inquired, recognizing the formidable strength of his companions. No need, Lalo replied nonchalantly. I do not regard these individuals as a threat. Focus on extracting information from that one. Understood. One of the Randy family members drew his katana and pointed it at Lalo, exclaiming, Do not speak as if victory is assured, you scoundrel. Today, you shall witness the might of the Randy family. He was one of the family's executives, accustomed to arrogance and viewing others with disdain. His lack of understanding of Lalo's capabilities led him to perceive Lalo's confidence as mere bravado. In response to the provocation, Lalo merely smiled and remarked, Those who are most ignorant often possess an inexplicable confidence. With that, he appeared behind the man, drawing his blade, the Dragon Ball, from its sheath. As Lalo sheathed his sword, the man's head fell to the ground, his expression a mix of astonishment and terror, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Such unfounded confidence can often prove fatal. Lalo chuckled, While I too possess confidence, I am unfortunate only in that I also wield sufficient strength. Lucas. The remaining 3 executives yelled, shocked that their comrade Lucas had been so easily dispatched by Lalo. In truth, Lucas was not weak. Lalo's speed was simply overwhelming, leaving Lucas no time to react, and the Dragon Ball was razor-sharp, offering no opportunity for defense. You dare! They shouted, their fury palpable, yet rather than succumbing to rage, they became even more composed. Lucas, while among the weakest of the 4 executives, did not instill fear in them. Even witnessing Lalo's extraordinary power, they remained convinced of their impending victory, clinging to their inexplicable confidence. Attack, commanded one executive, as they and their subordinates drew firearms, aiming to suppress Lalo. However, ordinary bullets posed no threat to him, although Lalo's strength had not fully returned. His physical prowess was formidable. Even without the use of Haki, he had no cause for concern regarding the bullet's damage. Enough of this clamor, Lalo exclaimed, drawing the Thunderblade and slicing through the air, unleashing a dazzling display of electric sparks and serpentine movements. Although the power of the Thunderblade pales in comparison to that of the Dragon Orb, it poses no adverse effects for Lalo and boasts a remarkably extensive attack range, making it an ideal choice for dealing with these ordinary individuals. Accompanied by anguished cries, the minions, with the exception of the 3 cadre members, were instantly reduced to charred remains, utterly incapacitated. With the troublesome pests now eliminated, only the 3 members of the Randy family remain. They formed a tight triangle, encircling Lalo with barely any gaps. Lalo found himself surrounded, vulnerable to attacks from nearly every direction, and if his adversaries launched a simultaneous assault, defending himself would prove exceedingly challenging. Of course, this scenario presupposed that Lalo was merely an ordinary individual of mediocre strength. However, it was abundantly clear that he was anything but ordinary. In nearly perfect unison, the 3 assailants launched their attacks against Lalo, yet the outcome was instantly apparent. Their efforts bore no fruit. Although they were officials of the Randy family, they did not belong to the upper echelons of the clan. Otherwise, they would not be negotiating with Don Quixote da Flamingo in such a setting. Consequently, their individual prowess was not particularly formidable. While they possessed the ability to wield Haki, their power paled in comparison to Lalo's. As the trio unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes akin to a tempest, Lalo appeared remarkably composed, effortlessly evading their onslaught. In fact, he deemed some of their attacks so inconsequential that he made no effort to dodge, allowing them to land upon him, as they inflicted no substantial harm whatsoever. Damn it! Is this fellow a monster? One of them exclaimed, suddenly awakening to the sheer terror of Lalo's strength. Only now did they comprehend the folly of provoking someone beyond their reckoning. It was far too late for regrets. Hey, did you find out where Doflamingo is? The latter half of Lalo's statement was directed towards Law, who soon responded. It was revealed that Don Quixote Doflamingo intended to return to Dressrosa. This location belonged to the New World, situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, not particularly close, and reaching there would not be a simple endeavor. However, if pursued now, it would still be possible to catch up. Law, being the possessor of the Ope no Mi, had a remarkable ability to extract information from others. No matter how obstinate the opponent might be, once in his grasp, they would inevitably divulge the truth. With that in mind, There was no need to waste any more time. It was time to bring everything to a conclusion. It turned out that Lalo had merely been toying with the three to pass the time, without any intention of being earnest. One among them quickly realized the gravity of the situation, becoming exceedingly vigilant. He understood that he was no match for Lalo and could not avert his impending assault. Therefore, he threatened Lalo, saying, "Are you planning to kill us all? If you dare to do so, the Randy family will not let you go." Chapter 119. The enraged Randy family. Upon hearing the words, Lalo did not react excessively. He merely smiled and nonchalantly dug a finger into his ear, seemingly indifferent to the threat. Although the members of the Randy family were seething with anger, they were acutely aware that their lives rested solely in Lalo's hands, and thus they dared not provoke him further, silently gritting their teeth instead. "Do you truly think I would regard the insignificant Randy family with any concern?" Lalo chuckled. "Let alone the mere rulers of the underworld. If you incite my wrath, I would not hesitate to eliminate even the celestial dragons. In fact, I am quite eager to slay a few of those worthless beings. Are you out of your mind?" The members of the Randy family were left in shock. Despite their extreme confidence and arrogance, they were aware of their place, having to bow and scrape before the celestial dragons, and could not dare to address them as Lalo did. Consider this carefully. The influence of the Randy family is vast. It will not be just the Navy seeking to deal with you. The entirety of the underworld will conspire against you. There is no place for you in this world. Another attempted to intimidate Lalo. Enough with the meaningless chatter. If that is the case, I shall uproot the entire Randy family. As soon as Lalo finished speaking, he launched a powerful punch. Lalo's formidable punch possessed the power to obliterate mountains, rendering even the gate of justice incapable of withstanding his might. Although his strength had waned somewhat at that moment, it remained beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to resist. The speaker had scarcely registered the situation when Lalo's overwhelming strike compressed and annihilated his upper body, leaving only 2 feet standing in place. The remaining 2 onlookers stared in horror at the scene, too stunned to utter a sound. In that instant, the confidence they once held as members of the Randy family evaporated. They recognized that the Lalo before them was a true harbinger of evil. He would not hesitate to confront the entire world, let alone the Randy family. One of them gulped nervously and summoned the courage to speak. "We are currently engaged in a transaction with Don Quixote da Flamingo, and we possess a vast treasure. If you spare us, all of it shall be yours." Realizing that threats had failed, he attempted to entice Lalo with promises of wealth, hoping to secure his own safety. Alas, his approach was misguided. Did he believe the members of the Randy family were fools? Lalo chuckled with resignation and launched his assault. In the blink of an eye, 2 heads tumbled to the ground, rolling until they collided with one another. The remaining members of the Randy family soon met a similar fate. "You are dead. Yet the treasure remains mine," Lalo remarked, gazing at the severed heads with a smile. "Truly merciless," Ro observed, a chill running down his spine, yet feeling a sense of relief that this man stood alongside him. "Let us depart, Ro." "Of course, but what of the treasure they mentioned?" Lalo cast a glance at the members of the Randy family who had fallen victim to the devastating assault of the Thunderblade. Though many had perished instantly under the overwhelming surge of electricity, a few had managed to survive, feigning unconsciousness out of sheer terror of Lalo. This pretense did not escape Lalo's keen perception. "No need for concern. Those possessions will inevitably become mine. For now, I shall allow them to remain with the Randy family for a time, and when the moment is ripe, I shall retrieve them." Lalo's words were deliberately directed at the surviving members of the Randy family, intended to convey a message to their higher-ups, urging them to prepare themselves for the inevitable. In truth, Lalo was reluctant to provoke further conflict while the curse remained in effect. However, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to threats and detested the actions of his adversaries. His resolve to eliminate these individuals was unwavering, even if it meant incurring the wrath of such a formidable entity as the Randy family. Lalo was acutely aware that after today's events, the upper echelons of the Randy family would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Thus, he chose to take the initiative. After all, Lalo was a man at odds with the world government. The addition of one more adversary from the Randy family was inconsequential. By then, the curse that plagued Lalo was likely to have been mostly lifted, rendering the extent of their power irrelevant. Law understood that some of those who lay on the ground were still alive, and thus, being the astute individual he was, he quickly grasped Lalo's intentions. However, Lalo's thoughts were of no concern to him, as their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Once Lalo dealt with Doflamingo, and the curse upon him was lifted, they would naturally part ways. Unfortunately, the Randy family's leadership would not share this sentiment. Anyone associated with Raylo would not be spared. Shortly thereafter, within the palace of the Kessler Kingdom, several high-ranking members of the Randy family gathered around a long table to discuss matters pertaining to Raylo. The Kessler Kingdom was under the control of the Randy family, with its king serving as a mere puppet. At that moment, he stood obediently beside the table, too intimidated to speak. Although he appeared to be the ruler of the nation, in reality, he was nothing more than a fade placed by the Randy family, lacking any genuine authority, even too timid to take a seat. At the head of the table sat an elderly man, evidently the presiding figure of the meeting, holding the highest status among those present. You have all heard the news, so let us deliberate on our course of action. Although our adversary is a demon who gives even the world government a headache, the Randy family cannot allow such insults to go unchallenged. According to the intelligence received, he intends to confront Doflamingo. We should consider allying with Doflamingo to encircle and eliminate him. What nonsense! When did the Randy family ever stoop to the level of needing alliances? Another interjected. I've heard that the demon is accompanied by the former warlord Trafalgar Law. He is no easy opponent either. It would be wise for us to consolidate our strength and deal with them promptly. Despite the differing opinions within the Randy family, they all shared a singular consensus. War with Raylo was imperative. Even though they recognized Raylo's extraordinary prowess, they had no intention of seeking a peaceful resolution. Thus, a clandestine plan to ambush Raylo and Law was set into motion with meticulous precision. The Hydra steadily approached Doflamingo's ship, the demon drawing ever closer. Doflamingo's return to Dressrosa would not be accomplished swiftly, but the Hydra's speed surpassed that of ordinary vessels, thereby narrowing the distance between them. Law estimated that within a day, they would catch up to Doflamingo's ship. At that moment, Raylo lay on the deck, basking in the sun, his upper body exposed, while Law examined the intricate patterns on his back. Although Law had promised Raylo that he would devise a method to lift the curse after Doflamingo's demise, he was initially ignorant of the curse's nature and sought to understand it in advance. However, after a prolonged examination, he gleaned nothing substantial, leaving him with no leads on how to break the curse. Yet, he dared not disclose this to Raylo, should he find himself at an impasse. He would have to resort to employing the method of performing an ageless surgery to attempt to lift Raylo's curse. Chapter 120. Doflamingo's scheme. Days later, the Hydra drew near to an island. A ship was moored at the shore, its mast adorned with a pirate flag. Upon sighting it, Law exclaimed, "That is Doflamingo's ship. He is currently on this island." Raylo chuckled. "At last, we have found him. Let us bring this to an end." Without waiting for the Hydra to dock, he seized Luo and leapt into the air, employing the moonwalk technique to glide to the island. Upon landing, Luo immediately sensed something amiss. The island was abundant with various plants, yet devoid of any signs of human activity. Luo pondered the question, what business could Don Quixote Doflamingo possibly have here? At that moment, Raylo also noted the island's peculiarities. Logically, Doflamingo should have rushed back to his stronghold, Dressrosa. Instead, he had halted here. This could imply a shortage of supplies aboard his ship, necessitating a resupply, or perhaps he was aware that escape from Raylo's pursuit was futile, prompting him to choose this location for a desperate final stand. The island bore no resources, making it clear that Doflamingo was not here for resupply. Furthermore, if he intended to select a site for confrontation with Raylo, it would undoubtedly be advantageous to him. This island held no remarkable features, leaving Raylo baffled as to Doflamingo's rationale for choosing it. Should anyone else have selected this deserted isle, it might have been to avoid collateral damage. However, Doflamingo, a man who had committed patricide in his youth and later slain his own brother, was not one to concern himself with the lives of innocents. Intrigued, Raylo smirked, growing increasingly curious about Doflamingo's intentions. "Forward," Raylo declared, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Just moments prior, he had unleashed his observation haki, extending his sensory range to the maximum, and discovered two presences not far ahead. Although he could not ascertain whether one of them was Doflamingo, there was no choice but to proceed and investigate personally. "Let us move, but do exercise caution. Doflamingo is unlikely to have prepared any welcoming gifts for us," Raylo advised. Luo nodded, somewhat astonished by Raylo's apparent familiarity with Doflamingo. The two hastened toward the location where Raylo had sensed the presences. The sight that greeted Luo left him momentarily speechless, while Raylo maintained a calm composure, merely curling his lips into a slight smirk. "This area," which should have been lush with verdant trees, was now stripped bare, the trees felled, exposing a vast expanse of barren ground. At the center of this desolate region sat two individuals, bound and facing away from each other, their mouths sealed with tape, rendering them voiceless. Upon spotting Raylo and Luo, they writhed in a frenzy, struggling desperately as if attempting to convey a message to Raylo. Raylo stepped forward and tore off the tape from one person's mouth. The individual, once filled with anxious concern, instantly contorted into a grotesque grin, exclaiming, "Die?" In the very next moment, the person's abdomen suddenly swelled. With a thunderous roar, the bomb concealed within them detonated, giving rise to a miniature mushroom cloud. Yet, the calamity did not cease. This area was laden with numerous explosives. Following the initial detonation, the other bombs in the vicinity were triggered, leading to a chain reaction of explosions. The cacophony of blasts reverberated continuously, akin to thunder rumbling across the plains. Luo, situated at a distance from the epicenter of the blasts, had ample time to react when the first explosion occurred. He manifested his fruit ability, conjuring a space that enveloped him. Within this realm, Luo could effortlessly sever, exchange, and amalgamate any entity, even controlling the explosions. As long as the impact of the blasts entered the room, he could halt it under his command, thus safeguarding himself. However, Raylo was at the heart of the explosion, and Luo could not extend his concern to him, remaining oblivious to Raylo's condition. Is this fellow unscathed? Not far from the island, Doflamingo was aboard a small vessel with his subordinates. Observing the incessant bursts of flames and plumes of smoke rising from the island, he emitted a low, sinister chuckle. Surely, even the most legendary of demons would find it arduous to survive such an explosion. Doflamingo had received word long ago of Raylo's intent to confront him, prompting him to strategize after departing from the town, to lure Raylo to the island. He sacrificed his own vessel as bait and selected two loyal subordinates to deceive Raylo and mislead his observation hockey. Otherwise, upon reaching the island, Raylo would have surely grown suspicious upon discovering it devoid of life. Fortunately, these two were devoted minions of Doflamingo, willing to lay down their lives without complaint. And until the final moment, they performed their roles with utmost dedication, ensnaring Raylo. As Doflamingo laughed heartily, an overwhelming sense of discomfort suddenly surged within him, akin to a thorn in his throat. He abruptly looked up to find Raylo standing at the pinnacle of the explosion's epicenter, suspended in midair, gazing down upon him. Though Raylo's physical prowess had reached near its zenith, the bombs Doflamingo had employed were specially selected for their extraordinary potency. At this moment, Raylo's attire lay in tatters. His hair turned brittle and yellowed, and his skin bore singed marks. Despite his disheveled appearance, none dared to underestimate him. Riley gazed expressionlessly at Doflamingo on the surface of the sea, instantly sending a chill down Doflamingo's spine. This fellow truly had a remarkable fate. Doflamingo, donning sunglasses, obscured the clarity of his eyes. Although a smile lingered on his face, it was evident that his expression had become rigid. Riley raised his hand, pointed at Doflamingo, and then touched his own neck with his thumb, the implication unmistakable. It seemed this fellow would not let me off easily. Doflamingo's smile had taken on a somewhat terrifying quality. Despite his arrogance, he was not a fool. On the contrary, he possessed a keen self-awareness. Even though Doflamingo wielded considerable strength, he still harbored a profound fear of Kaido, one of the four emperors. At this moment, his trepidation towards Riley mirrored his feelings towards Kaido. Chapter 121. The allure of Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo and Riley could see each other, the absence of obstructions around them belied the considerable distance that separated them. Should Riley attempt to pursue with his moonwalk technique, it would prove exceedingly difficult to catch up. Moreover, Riley's stamina was insufficient to sustain a prolonged chase. While Doflamingo may not employ the moonwalk, he had pushed the development of his devil fruit abilities to their limits, allowing him to utilize a technique known as skywalk. This technique enabled him to tether invisible threads to the clouds above, facilitating rapid aerial movement. Although this maneuver had its drawbacks, namely the necessity of clouds overhead, it was fortuitous that this vast expanse of sky was densely populated with them. Consequently, should a chase ensue between Riley and Doflamingo, the odds would not be in Riley's favor. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression unperturbed. I shall let you off this time. However, when we meet again, it shall signify the end. At that moment, the explosion had subsided, and Raylo descended gracefully from the sky, while the surroundings lay utterly desolate, devoid of any remnants. Yet, thanks to his own fruit abilities, Luo remained unscathed. "Are you all right?" Luo inquired with genuine concern. His worry did not stem from a deep-seated affection for Raylo, but rather from his anticipation of Raylo's vengeance. One could say that Luo was the individual, aside from Raylo himself, who harbored the greatest hope for his well-being. Riley waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was nothing of great concern. At the very moment when Doflamingo's assassins were about to detonate the bombs within them, Riley, utilizing his observation haki, foresaw the imminent events. Consequently, he swiftly employed the moonwalk technique to distance himself from the epicenter of the explosion, simultaneously enveloping his body in armament haki for protection. As a result, apart from his clothing being utterly destroyed, he sustained minimal injuries, though his stamina was considerably depleted. "I just caught sight of Doflamingo. We must pursue him immediately, and we shall catch up in no time," he stated. Although Doflamingo had already departed from the island and commanded his subordinates to hasten their escape upon noticing Riley, he was still aboard a small boat. In contrast, Riley and his companions, aided by the speed of the Hydra, would soon close the gap. Upon hearing Riley's words, Law became instantly invigorated. "What are we waiting for? Let us go at once." Raylo cast a glance at Luo. He was not incapable of comprehending the fluctuations in Luo's emotions. Hence he was not incensed by the latter's tone. "Let us proceed." Ray Luo and Luo reboard the ship, known as the Evil Spirit. Propelled forward at full speed by the Hydra, they steadily approached the location where Doflamingo was rumored to be hiding. Initially, no trace of Doflamingo was visible, but gradually, a minute speck came into view. As the Hydra drew nearer, that tiny point expanded until a complete small vessel emerged before them. Upon recognizing the entire small boat, Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, while Ray Luo merely responded with a derisive smile. On board, there was only one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Doflamingo himself was absent. This individual sported long, golden curls and wore a red hat, his attire consisting of a revealing red bodysuit. His arms were adorned with tattoos symbolizing Doflamingo's pirate crew. His imposing physique nearly filled the entirety of the small vessel. Raylo understood that his name was Mahabais, a member of the Diamante faction. It was evident that Mahabais was also a bait left by Don Quixote Doflamingo. He had already chosen a different path to depart. Ha ha ha, who would have thought? The young master had long since left. How amusing. The way he spoke, with that infuriating lingering tone, was truly repulsive. Raylo frowned. "I will not allow you to harm the young master. Prepare to meet your end." Upon finishing his words, Mahabais leaped from the small boat, his formidable strength capsizing the entire vessel. As Mahabais ascended, his body soared upward as if buoyed by a helium balloon. Raylu was aware that this was the fruit ability of Mahabais. He is the possessor of the superhuman Tanya fruit, which grants him the power to freely manipulate his own weight, allowing for the ability of levitation. Be cautious, his weight can fluctuate at will. If he were to descend from such a height, the destructive force would be considerable, Law cautioned from the side. Raylo turned to glance at him, pondering that he possessed a deeper understanding. Mahabais ascended rapidly, reaching a terrifying altitude. The hellish 10,000-ton Mahabais. He launched an assault, utilizing his fruit's abilities to adjust his weight to a colossal 10,000 tons. Mahabais was acutely aware of Raylo's prowess. Thus, his target was not Raylo himself, but rather the hull of the ghost ship. He believed that by sinking the ghost ship, both Raylo and Law would be unable to pursue Doflamingo effectively. Such a naive assumption. Little did he know that I possessed the Hydra as well. Raylo instantly discerned Mahabais' intentions, simultaneously lamenting the latter's lack of intelligence. Mahabais' descent accelerated, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. Room. Law activated his fruit's abilities to establish a domain. Yet, before Mahabais could enter the confines of Room, Raylo initiated his offensive. In a single bound, Raylo soared to the same altitude as Mahabais, his formidable leg strength causing the ghost ship to tremble violently. Begone! Raylo delivered a powerful kick, rendering Mahabais' immense weight of 10,000 tons utterly insignificant before him. His rotund form soared through the air like a football, ultimately crashing into the surface of the sea and creating a magnificent splash before sinking completely into the depths below. As a user of a devil fruit, Mahabais was utterly incapacitated in the water. Thus, although Raylo spared his life for the moment, a grim fate awaited him. "What are you doing? How can we possibly ascertain the whereabouts of Doflamingo now?" Law exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice at Rairo's actions. Yet, despite his frustration, he could only watch helplessly as Mahabhyas disappeared beneath the waves, for as a fellow devil fruit user, he too was unable to venture into the sea. Rayluo remained unperturbed, merely stating, "Do you truly believe that someone chosen by Doflamingo as a cadre would betray him?" Luo fell silent, although he was reluctant to acknowledge it. Doflamingo was undeniably a figure of considerable charisma, albeit a scoundrel. This magnetism compelled individuals to willingly sacrifice their lives for him, especially those who were closer to him. Thus, even if Mahabhyas fell into Luo's hands, he would not divulge any information pertaining to Doflamingo. "What are we to do now?" Luo inquired. Relo gazed upwards at the surrounding clouds, a subtle smile gracing his lips as an answer began to crystallize within his mind. Chapter 122, Relo vs. Doflamingo. The Hydra advanced towards the direction in which the clouds stretched. Based on Relo's deductions, Doflamingo had recently abandoned this small vessel along with his subordinate, Mahabhyas, opting instead to traverse the skyway, utilizing the clouds to make his escape. Thus, by observing the direction of the clouds, Relo quickly discerned Doflamingo's trajectory. Although Doflamingo moved swiftly among the clouds, his speed paled in comparison to that of the Hydra. Consequently, Relo and his companions soon discovered the moving figure of Doflamingo. How tenacious he is! Doflamingo turned to see the pursuing Hydra, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Despite never having faced Relo in combat before, Doflamingo had participated in the war on the summit, where he witnessed Relo's emergence and gained a rough understanding of his formidable abilities. Moreover, Doflamingo was unaware that Relo was currently suffering from the effects of a curse, which had diminished his strength. This ignorance contributed to Doflamingo's reluctance to engage Relo in battle. However, having reached this point, there was no escape. He could only choose to confront his adversary. Suddenly, Doflamingo altered his course and charged towards a small island. Relo tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly resolved to engage in a fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Luo felt an even greater surge of excitement. Longing to soar to that island without delay, Riley comprehended Ron's inner thoughts. Thus he commanded the serpent to hasten its pace and land on the island ahead of schedule. Shortly after Don Quixote Doflamingo entered the isle, Riley seized Ron and utilized the moonwalk to follow closely behind. This island, like the previous one where Doflamingo had planted explosives, was uninhabited, adorned solely with a plethora of diverse flora. At that moment, Doflamingo stood not far from Riley and the others, observing them with his signature grin still etched upon his face. "It seems you have chosen a fitting grave for yourself," Riley remarked with a smirk directed at Doflamingo. "I am quite curious as to why a man of your caliber would opt to ally with this fellow against me. From any perspective, I would make a far superior partner." Doflamingo, unaware that Riley was currently under the influence of a curse and required Ron's surgical fruit to lift it, naturally could not fathom the reason behind Riley's collaboration with Ron. Rairo chuckled, remarking that a man like you, who grovels before Kaido, is unworthy of collaboration with him. The expression on Doflamingo's face instantly froze, for Rairo's words were indeed true, yet he could not fathom how Rairo could possess such knowledge. "Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to die, Doflamingo. I am here to avenge the late Corazon." Upon seeing his foe before him and anticipating the long-awaited retribution, Law could no longer suppress his inner turmoil. He drew his sword, Kikoku, and without waiting for Rairo's words, he launched his attack on Doflamingo. Rairo lightly tapped his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. Did Law forget the reason for their alliance? Nevertheless, Rairo could empathize with Law's current emotions and chose not to intervene immediately. "Ha ha ha." Doflamingo roared with laughter, resting a hand on his forehead. "You will pay dearly for your recklessness." "Birdcage." He extended his hand upwards, unleashing a torrent of threads that dispersed around him, forming a cage-like structure centered on himself. This was Doflamingo's signature move. Those ensnared within the birdcage were akin to birds trapped in a cage, utterly unable to escape. The birdcage could encompass an entire town, yet at this moment, it only enveloped Doflamingo and Law, isolating Rairo outside. "Oh, this is interesting," Rairo mused, casting a knowing glance at Doflamingo. He understood Doflamingo's intentions perfectly. Aware that his raw strength could not match Rairo's, Doflamingo resorted to alternative means to extricate himself. By isolating Rairo with the birdcage, he aimed to subdue Law, believing him to be vital to Rairo, and then use him as leverage against Rairo. Although Rairo was acutely aware of Doflamingo's motives, he refrained from taking action, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events. Law, having lost all rationality, engaged Doflamingo in close combat. Though Doflamingo was unarmed, he wielded the power of his devil fruit to create colorful threads, using them as weapons, thus matching Law's close-range assaults with ease. In fact, Doflamingo's observation haki and armament haki surpassed Law's, and he also possessed Conqueror's haki, which, while not as potent as Rairo's, still exerted a degree of pressure on Law. Consequently, Doflamingo quickly gained the upper hand, leaving Law struggling to defend himself. Law expanded his territory, but Doflamingo had already distanced himself before Law could fully extend his control, rendering Law unable to manipulate Doflamingo's body. String bullet. Doflamingo pointed his index finger at Law, unleashing fine threads that shot forth like bullets. Law wielded Kikoku to block the attacks. Although he deflected most, a few threads evaded his defenses, inflicting injury upon him. Guiding stick. Law severed a large section of land from the surrounding area, conjuring a massive boulder and directing it towards Doflamingo. Spider's nest. Doflamingo extended his hand toward the boulder, releasing numerous spider silk threads that formed a resilient web. This web easily intercepted the boulder, shattering it into countless pieces. While Law's attack did not inflict substantial harm on Doflamingo, it allowed him to close the distance between them. Injection shot. Law aimed the tip of his blade at Doflamingo's body, utilizing the powers of his surgical fruit to create a target-like focus and fired at his vital spots. Doflamingo, caught off guard, was struck by Law's assault. However, Doflamingo's vitality and defenses far exceeded Law's expectations, rendering Law's attack ineffective. Conversely, seizing the opportunity created by Law's assault, Doflamingo retaliated. Law cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, blood pooling around him. Moments prior, Doflamingo had employed his devil fruit ability to sever one of Law's legs. Clutching his severed limb, Law writhed in pain, rendered unable to respond to Doflamingo's subsequent attacks. Chapter 123. Awakening of the Fruit. As Law lay agonized on the ground, Doflamingo did not relent, but rather pressed his assault anew. Descending ruthless line. Doflamingo raised his arm and swung it downwards, 5 nearly transparent threads manifesting from his fingers. These fine lines pierced through Law's form. Although this maneuver did not create significant wounds, the pain was excruciating, causing Law to contort in agony, nearly losing consciousness. While, in the original narrative, Law would eventually hold his own against Doflamingo 2 years later, at this moment, Law's strength had yet to reach such heights, rendering him wholly outmatched by Doflamingo. Thus, his swift defeat was entirely anticipated. Rayleigh glanced at the writhing Law on the ground, his brow furrowing in concern. Although Law had suffered a fractured leg, he possessed the ability of the Ope no Mi, which, given sufficient time, would allow him to reattach it successfully. However, should Doflamingo inadvertently take Law's life, all would be lost. What say you, Mr. Rayleigh? Shall we sit down and discuss terms? Doflamingo sneered, his foot pressing down on Law's body as he regarded Rayleigh with a menacing grin. I may not fully grasp the reasons behind your alliance, but it is evident that this fellow holds considerable significance for you, does he not? Rayleigh tugged at the corner of his mouth. Are you threatening me? Doflamingo remained noncommittal, yet the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. Rayleigh smiled at him, saying, You must understand, I detest being coerced by others. Soon you shall face the consequences. Although Rayleigh's tone remained calm, Doflamingo felt a chilling unease, as if a thorn were lodged in his back. Do you truly believe that hiding within your cage renders you invulnerable to me? Rayleigh drew forth the Dragon Ball and the Thunderblade, preparing to launch an assault. Upon witnessing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, it's futile, the birdcage is indestructible. The corners of Rayleigh's mouth curled slightly upward. The feats unattainable by others do not signify my own limitations. Although the birdcage is exceptionally sturdy, its primary purpose is to prevent those within from escaping, thereby rendering its internal defenses more formidable while allowing for a certain fragility on the exterior. Thus, it is not insurmountable for Rayleigh. With a surge of dominance, he concentrated his power, channeling it into the blade before striking the birdcage with a decisive blow. In an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Upon contact with the birdcage, it began to shatter and disintegrate. Doflamingo gazed wide-eyed at Rayleigh, utterly unable to fathom the spectacle before him. The formidable Rayleigh employs advanced Kinbunchika haki, capable of inflicting destruction from within objects. Coupled with the fact that the Dragon Ball itself is an unstoppable divine artifact, even the so-called indestructible birdcage is powerless against Rayleigh's onslaught. Although Doflamingo was initially taken aback, he possesses considerable strength and swiftly regained his composure, bending his body to seize Law beneath him, intending to use him as leverage against Rayleigh. Despite Doflamingo's remarkable speed, it is unfortunate for him that his opponent is none other than Rayleigh. Rayleigh cast a sharp glance at Doflamingo, unleashing his formidable Conqueror's Haki, which instantly rendered Doflamingo immobile. Concurrently, Rayleigh brandished the blade of lightning in his hand, and in an instant, arcs of electricity surged forth, with golden serpents darting relentlessly towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo let out a heart-wrenching scream. The lightning blade could not inflict fatal harm upon him, yet it rendered his entire body paralyzed with pain, leaving him unable to move. Though Don Quixote Doflamingo would soon adapt, that fleeting moment was sufficient for Rayleigh to accomplish a myriad of tasks. By the time Doflamingo regained his composure, Law, who had once been beneath him, had already been rescued by Rayleigh, his severed leg lying in another location. At this moment, Law retained a flicker of consciousness, not yet succumbing to unconsciousness. "Reattach your leg. It should be a simple task for you," Rayleigh said, gently patting his shoulder. "Leave the rest to me." Doflamingo had not anticipated this turn of events, but faced with the situation, he was left with no choice but to fight with all his might. He crouched low to the ground, one palm pressed firmly against the earth, invoking the power of his devil fruit. Although Doflamingo possessed a Paramecia-type fruit and could not transform like a Logia-type user, he had awakened his fruit's abilities, allowing him to convert any object within his vicinity into strings for his use. Thus, his choice of battleground against Rayleigh served to amplify the effects of his awakened powers. Despite the island being populated solely by trees, each one could be transformed into a weapon under Doflamingo's command. In an instant, the ground was transformed into a sea of white strings, and his influence continued to expand, with the surrounding trees also morphing into threads. Sea of white waves. The ground had now become an ocean woven from white strings, with waves of these threads surging and devouring all that they encountered, steadily advancing toward Rayleigh. "Such a thing cannot impede me." Rayleigh gently waved the Dragon Ball in his hand, unleashing a formidable aura of armed color that instantaneously halted the advance of the waves. Raging white lines. Doflamingo, observing that his ordinary attack bore no fruit, unleashed a new technique. Countless fine threads coalesced into surging waves beneath Rayleigh's feet, gradually converging towards him at the center, ultimately forming a colossal, twisted wave of white lines that encircled him. As Rayleigh sensed the tightening grip of the white threads, he recognized that most would be mercilessly crushed in such a predicament. Yet, he remained utterly composed. With a gentle flourish of the Dragon Ball, enveloped in the aura of armed color, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy, instantly reducing the encircling threads to mere fragments. Quite troublesome indeed, Doflamingo mused, his smile unwavering even in the face of peril. Rayleigh gazed at the other person with a resigned smile. "Indeed, you are quite mad." "Well, perhaps," came the reply, accompanied by laughter. "Let us settle this with our ultimate moves." Doflamingo, aware that ordinary techniques would be futile against Rayleigh, resolved to unleash his signature attack, Heavenly Execution. Suddenly, 16 strands of tightly coiled armament Haki materialized around Doflamingo, shooting towards Rayleigh with astonishing speed. This was Doflamingo's most formidable move in the awakened state of his fruit. Possessing remarkable piercing power, the 16 threads relentlessly assailed Rayleigh, yet he remained steadfast, not evading a single strike. When the assault ceased and the dust settled, Rayleigh stood unharmed. It was a scene that left even Doflamingo incredulous. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "Are you astonished?" Rayleigh chuckled lightly. "There is nothing extraordinary about it. Though we both wield armament Haki, the qualitative disparity is vast. Even in his current state, where Rayleigh had not fully regained his strength, his mastery and intensity of Haki far surpassed Doflamingo's capabilities. Now, it is my turn to strike." Before the words fully left his lips, Rayleigh vanished in a flash, reappearing instantly behind Doflamingo, blood dripping steadily from the blade. "It is over," Rayleigh declared as he sheathed his sword. Not long ago, Law had reattached his leg. Yet the severity of his injuries caused him to faint, only regaining consciousness after a while. Upon awakening, Law's gaze fell upon Rayleigh, who was observing him with a cheerful expression. You're awake? Is it finished? You can see for yourself. Raylo relinquished his position, exposing Doflamingo to Law's gaze. At that moment, Doflamingo lay in a pool of blood, his hands and feet severed by Raylo, despite his fruit's ability to conjure fine threads for self-suturing. In such a grievously injured state, he could no longer activate his powers. Yet, even in the throes of severe injury, Doflamingo retained consciousness, a smile still gracing his lips. I promised to assist you in eliminating Doflamingo, but after much contemplation, I believe the final blow should be yours. However, if left unattended, this man will succumb to his wounds from excessive blood loss. Allow me to take care of it. Law staggered to his feet, his legs still adjusting after their recent reattachment, making his gait unsteady. Approaching Doflamingo, he looked down and remarked, Doflamingo, did you ever envision this moment would unfold? Haha, are you speaking to me with the demeanor of a victor? Doflamingo retorted, his arrogance undiminished despite his body being reduced to 5 separate parts. Law dismissed him, squatting down to retrieve a handgun from Doflamingo's body. 11 years prior, it was this very weapon that had claimed the life of his brother, Corazon. The trigger that Corazon once hesitated to pull is now in my hands. Prepare to meet your end, Doflamingo. Without a shred of hesitation, Law pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots rang out, Law released the gun. His composure shattered as he wept uncontrollably, hands covering his face, tears and snot mingling together. Corazon. Vengeance has been served. His emotions erupted, tears streaming down his face. Shortly thereafter, Raylo and Law departed the island, and as they left, a military vessel quietly approached. This ship bore a more advanced technological appearance than the customary warships, with the words Vegapunk emblazoned on its side. The vessel had set sail from Vegapunk's domain, dispatched directly by him. As the ship docked, 2 figures disembarked and ventured into the island. They proceeded to the site where Raylo and Doflamingo had clashed. Doflamingo's corpse still lay there, his sunglasses perched on his face, a smile still evident. One of the newcomers produced a miniature transponder snail to initiate communication. The body of Doflamingo has been located. We are commencing retrieval. This individual was none other than the former Marine Vice Admiral, Yamato, whom Raylo had previously encountered. After nearly perishing from Raylo's assault, he had been fortunate enough to be brought to Vegapunk for salvation. Yamato had undergone extensive modifications, aside from retaining his original head. His body had been almost entirely transformed. Unlike Bartolomeo Kuma, who had lost his consciousness in becoming a pacifist, Yamato retained his original awareness. This transformation had augmented his physical prowess and endowed him with previously unattainable offensive capabilities, rendering it a fortuitous misfortune. Yet, Yamato yearned for his former flesh and blood existence, rather than this cold, metallic form. Accompanying Yamato was another familiar face to Raylo, Colonel Crest, whom he had captured in Dinnick Town. While the G9 unit escorted the severely injured Yamato to Vegapunk, Crest had stealthily infiltrated the military vessel, having betrayed the Marines by leaking classified information, causing catastrophic losses for G9 and nearly costing a vice admiral his life. Crest was undeniably a traitor. Should he return to Marine headquarters, he would face an inevitable imprisonment. Thus, Crest opted to gamble. He approached Vegapunk, offering himself as a test subject for modification, under the condition that Vegapunk would protect him from the Marines. Vegapunk acquiesced, and Crest's gamble paid off. Although Crest's abilities were among the weakest of Vegapunk's subjects, his prior experience with modifications ensured that his enhancements were nearly flawless. Utilizing the most advanced technology, Crest's power significantly increased, and he retained his original rank. Yet, Crest too was a casualty. Unlike Yamato, his consciousness had been completely eradicated by Vegapunk, rendering him a mere tool. Vegapunk, having received word from Yamato about Raylo's pursuit of Doflamingo, had been tracking their movements. He anticipated that Doflamingo would inevitably perish at Raylo's hands, at which point his remains would serve as invaluable research material. This was the rationale behind Yamato and Crest's presence. Legend held that upon the demise of a devil fruit user, the fruit's power would transfer to the nearest fruit. However, this process was not instantaneous. The abilities would linger within the deceased's body for a period. Hence, Vegapunk sought Doflamingo's corpse, for with his technological prowess, he could reconstruct Doflamingo into a formidable warrior while preserving his devil fruit abilities. This was the terrifying capability of Vegapunk. The Hydra aimlessly sailed the sea of the damned. while Raylo remained unaware that Doflamingo's body had already been retrieved, soon to become an obstacle in his path. Law, having regained his composure, turned to Raylo and said, "I am ready to fulfill my promise." Chapter 125. The Immortality Procedure. Law and Raylo had struck a pact wherein Raylo would assist Law in dealing with Doflamingo, while Law would endeavor to lift the curse afflicting Raylo. With Doflamingo now vanquished, it was only fitting for Law to honor his commitment, much to Raylo's expectation. "Have you conceived a method to break the curse?" Raylo inquired, turning to Law with a gleeful expression. "No," Law replied, shaking his head in resignation. Despite his diligent study of the curse, he remained in the dark. Then, Law elucidated, "I intend to perform the immortality procedure on you. Perhaps this will alleviate the curse afflicting you." The immortality surgery represents the pinnacle of the surgical fruit's power, and it is the very reason it is coveted by all. Recipients of this procedure are granted boundless life. Yet simultaneously, the practitioner faces death. In Law's perspective, since the immortality surgery embodies the most formidable ability of the surgical fruit, it may well hold the key to lifting the curse afflicting Raylo, even if it means sacrificing his own life. For 11 years, all of Law's endeavors have been aimed at avenging Don Quixote Doflamingo. He has perpetually envisioned the moment he would personally bring about Doflamingo's demise. Now, although Doflamingo lies dead at his hands, Law feels an inexplicable sense of loss, as if he has lost his way. Thus, the prospect of utilizing the surgical fruit, knowing it would lead to his own death, does not weigh heavily on his conscience. When Law and Raylo initially forged their agreement, he asserted that he would not pay with his life for this endeavor. However, in the present day, he has cast aside those very words. Raylo is not a person prone to sentimentality. He has accomplished what was required of him. Since Law has chosen to lift the curse in this manner, Raylo, albeit with some hesitation, does not oppose it. If this is your desire, then let it be so. The immortality surgery does not necessitate overly complex conditions. After all, its essence lies in the sacrifice of the practitioner for the benefit of another. Therefore, it is sufficient for the user of the surgical fruit to have developed their abilities to a certain extent, allowing them to channel their own life force into the recipient's body. At this moment, Raylo and Law find themselves within the room created by the surgical fruit, standing opposite each other. Although Law's hands do not physically touch Raylo, the immortality procedure has commenced. Law's life force continuously flows into Raylo's body, leaving Raylo feeling invigorated and refreshed. However, he does not sense the lifting of the curse, nor does he feel an increase in power. Meanwhile, as Law exhausts his life force, he increasingly feels a profound depletion of energy. He understands that if the procedure continues, death will inevitably follow. Initially, Law was aware of his impending demise, yet he felt no remorse for his actions. However, as death draws near, he begins to reminisce about the past. He thinks of those comrades who are still awaiting his return and recalls the words of Mr. Corazon before his passing. Would he wish for Law to take this path if he were still alive? What fate awaits his companions in the future? Law is uncertain, despite a sense of regret. The situation has reached a point of no return. Just as Law prepares to face death with composure, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Despite Law's life force pouring into Raylo, the power of the curse shows no signs of waning. However, the dormant creature within Raylo is stirred, exhibiting faint signs of awakening. The creature resides within the vicinity of Raylo's spine, and even the slightest tremor sends waves of pain coursing through him, causing him to grit his teeth. On that island, Raylo had crushed the creature's maternal form, temporarily causing the parasite within him to fall into slumber. Yet, the creature's influence had not entirely dissipated. It had prompted Raylo's body to tap into its potential, enabling him to regain some of the power suppressed by the curse. Now, however, with Law's life force continually flowing into Raylo, the creature begins to awaken, hinting at its intent to regain control over Raylo's body. Raylo remained perplexed as to why the parasites within him could awaken despite the demise of the host body. However, he was acutely aware that if the anti-aging procedure continued unabated, his predicament would become exceedingly dire. At that juncture, the parasites would fully rouse, seizing control of his corporeal form, and his consciousness would be irrevocably obliterated. Perhaps, prior to that eventuality, the curse might be lifted under the influence of the anti-aging fruit, allowing Raylo to summon his innate strength to combat the parasites and extricate them from his being. Yet, as the operation persisted without any indication of the curse's dissolution, Raylo dared not to gamble on such hopes. Raylo bellowed with intensity, unleashing a formidable aura that sent Luo flying, abruptly interrupting the ageless procedure. As Luo's life force ceased to flow, the enigmatic creatures within Raylo's being settled into silence once more. "What is the matter?" Luo inquired, struggling to regain his footing. Confusion etched across his features. "There is no need to continue the ageless procedure. It holds no benefit for me," Raylo replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Luo found himself at a loss for words, yet a flicker of relief washed over him. He would not face death after all. Although the ageless procedure had persisted for a while, depleting some of his vitality, it had not reached a critical juncture, thus sparing his essence from harm. A brief respite would suffice for recovery. "I possess no means to lift the curse afflicting you. What do you intend to do with me?" Luo regarded Raylo with an unperturbed gaze. Having spent considerable time in Raylo's company, he understood that the man was not the malevolent specter depicted in tales. Yet he hardly qualified as a paragon of virtue. Luo harbored no illusions that Raylo would permit him to depart unscathed. "What else can be done?" "You are of no further use." Raylo cast a glance at Luo. "Naturally, I shall return you to your companions." "You would simply let me go?" Luo expressed incredulity. "What other option is there? Keeping you around serves no purpose, merely another mouth to feed, wasting provisions." Raylo's latter remark was undeniably disheartening. "Yet, I have not lifted the curse upon you. I intend to honor our agreement." Raylo chuckled softly, recalling the agreement we made when you first approached me. "You stated unequivocally that you would not sacrifice your life for this cause. Although I am uncertain as to why you have altered your stance and are now willing to undertake the immortality procedure on my behalf, you have indeed made the attempt. And though it was unsuccessful, the fault does not lie with you. If you feel a sense of indebtedness, consider it a personal favor owed to me. When the time comes for its repayment, I shall seek you out." Luo remained silent, yet within his heart, he had silently acquiesced to Raylo's request. Raylo brought Luo to an island, allowing him to search for his companions while he returned to the ghost ship, embarking on a solitary voyage once more. However, Raylo's journey was not aimless. He was waiting for a message. Days later, the mini telephone bug on Raylo's person chimed. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, finally arriving at the moment. Chapter 126. Return to the Sabaody Archipelago. On the other end of the phone, there was Audacious, the captain of the 13th Division of the former Whitebeard pirates. In the past, Raylo had assisted him in repelling Whitebeard too, and in gratitude for Raylo's kindness, Audacious pledged to help him locate a certain individual. This individual was none other than Hawkins, the wielder of the cursed fruit. When Raylo discovered Law's intention to utilize his surgical fruit to lift his own curse, a contingency plan had already been set in motion, which involved harnessing Hawkins' cursed fruit abilities. Thus, Raylo had been awaiting news from him during these past few days. Laylo answered the phone. On the other end, the voice of Atmos resonated. "Hello, Mr. Laylo. I have located the person you were seeking." Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, according to the intelligence provided by Atmos, Hawkins was last seen at the Sabaody Archipelago. The Sabaody Archipelago serves as a crucial waypoint to the New World, teeming with countless pirates. Prior to the Marineford War, 11 pirates, known as the Supernovas, including Luffy, gathered here. However, they were all defeated by Kizaru and dispersed to various locations. Hawkins, too, was vanquished in that battle and has remained in hiding until recently, when he returned to the Sabaody Archipelago, preparing for his journey to the New World. The Sabaody Archipelago is in close proximity to Marine headquarters, and the Hydra is exceedingly conspicuous. Thus, when Raylo was still some distance away from the archipelago, he abandoned the Hydra and made his way to the island alone in a small boat. Although the Navy's strength had been significantly weakened following Raylo's fierce confrontation with the three admirals, they promptly initiated a global recruitment to bolster their forces. Moreover, considerable time has passed since that battle, and Raylo was uncertain about the extent to which Aokiji and Akainu had recovered. Should Raylo make a grand appearance at the Sabaody Archipelago, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Navy's sentinels. If the higher-ups of the world government received word and sought to seize the opportunity to eliminate Raylo, even deploying the retired figures of Garp and Sengoku, he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Until the curse was entirely lifted and the powers of the immortal fruit restored, he had to tread cautiously to avoid unnecessary complications. Whether it was his fierce clash with Fujitora in Denico Town or the execution of Randy family's cadre, Raylo had meticulously considered his actions and had been well prepared. However, this mission was different. Operating under the watchful eyes of the enemy at the Sabeti archipelago required him to avoid stirring up trouble. If he could successfully locate Hawkins and enlist his aid in lifting the curse, it would be ideal. Yet, should the situation prove less favorable and unforeseen complications arise, Raylo was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. At the heart of the Sabeti archipelago lies the world's largest mangrove, the Yarchi mangrove. Its roots protrude above the water's surface, forming the archipelago itself. The Sabeti archipelago is divided into 79 sections, each distinctly numbered, with towns and facilities specific to their functions. Sections 1 to 29 primarily host human trafficking shops and auction houses, while sections 30 to 39 are home to parks such as the Bubble Park. Sections 40 to 49 are designated for tourist attractions and specialty shops. Sections 50 to 59 feature shipyards and coating craftsmen. Sections 60 to 69 serve as the Navy's garrison and government entry points, and sections 70 to 79 are primarily lodging streets. Atmos did not specify in which area Hawkins could be found within the Sabeti archipelago. However, Raylo deduced that since Hawkins intended to journey to the New World, he would inevitably pass through Fishman Island. All vessels bound for Fishman Island must undergo coating, making it likely that Hawkins was in the area between sections 50 and 59. Yet, it had been some time since Atmos' subordinates had spotted Hawkins, and it remained uncertain whether he still lingered in the Sabeti archipelago. Thus, Raylo's venture carried an element of chance. Having previously visited the Sabeti archipelago on his way to Fishman Island, Raylo possessed a degree of familiarity with the area, allowing him to navigate swiftly to the coating section for ships. Oh, quite intriguing. Upon arriving in this region, Raylo was immediately embroiled in a skirmish. Although the Navy headquarters is situated near the Chambord Islands, the aftermath of the war above had significantly diminished the Navy's foundational strength, leading to a severe shortage of personnel. Consequently, the Navy's presence in this locale was not particularly stringent. Furthermore, the area was rife with pirates aspiring to venture into the New World, making conflicts a frequent occurrence. However, what truly piqued Raylo's interest was the identity of the combatants. One of the factions was none other than Hawkins, whom Raylo had been tirelessly pursuing. Hawkins had arrived 3 days prior, coinciding with the time frame for the ship coating process. 3 days ago, Hawkins sought out a local coating artisan to coat his vessel. Yet, when he returned today, he was informed that his ship had yet to be completed. It turned out that shortly after Hawkins' departure 3 days earlier, another group of pirates had threatened the artisan, demanding that he prioritize their ships. The artisan, being an ordinary man, chose to forfeit Hawkins' request in order to safeguard his own life and proceeded to coat the other pirates' vessels. As one of the 11 supernovas of the notorious worst generation, Hawkins was not one to tolerate such indignities lightly, and the pirates were equally disinclined to apologize, resulting in a tense standoff. A sizable crowd had gathered, and from their chatter, Raylo gleaned the unfolding drama. "I hear you are one of the 11 supernovas of the worst generation. If I were to slay you here, could I take your place?" proclaimed the leader of the rival pirates, brandishing his weapon menacingly at Hawkins, exuding confidence. As a newcomer who had been at sea for nearly a year, he boasted a bounty of 60 million berries, believing his strength rivaled that of any supernova. In response to the provocation, Hawkins displayed no emotion. Instead, he retrieved his tarot cards and commenced a divination. "Hey, why so silent? Are you afraid?" Suddenly, the pirate was flung backward, crashing against the wall and continuing to retreat until he finally came to a halt, unconscious. The assailant was not Hawkins, but Raylo. Given the preciousness of his time, Raylo had no inclination to wait for Hawkins to extricate himself from this predicament. Thus, even knowing that his intervention would incite chaos and attract the Navy, he remained undeterred. As long as Hawkins could lift the curse afflicting him, all ensuing troubles would be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 127. Navy Hero. Although Raylo's strike appeared to be ordinary and casual, its sheer force, stemming from his own formidable prowess, captured the attention of countless onlookers. Among them were, of course, the station Navy personnel, intimately familiar with every wanted poster and well aware of Raylo's identity. While they regarded him as a notorious criminal, they also understood that his strength far surpassed their own capabilities. Thus, they refrained from immediate action and promptly contacted the Navy headquarters. The temporary admiral, Kazuru, stationed at the headquarters, received the news without delay. Sitting at the desk once belonging to Sengoku, he clasped his hands together, elbows resting on the surface, his typically nonchalant demeanor now replaced by a grave expression. This poses quite a dilemma. Mr. Sengoku has indeed left me with quite a mess to resolve. Raylu stands as a formidable adversary not only to the entire naval system, but also to the global government. His presence in the Sabaody archipelago cannot be overlooked by the Navy. However, the current capabilities of the Navy have significantly diminished. Both Aokiji and Akainu have yet to fully recover, and although Kizaru appears to be functioning normally, he is now the acting fleet admiral and must remain at headquarters, unable to act freely. While the world conscription has summoned formidable individuals like Fujitora and Smoker, they have not yet formally integrated into the Navy structure, rendering Kizaru nearly devoid of available troops. With a resigned sigh, Kizaru made his way to the training grounds at headquarters. His intention was to seek none other than the renowned hero of the Navy, Garp. Despite the divergence from the original historical trajectory, Garp chose to retain his rank after the conclusion of the Marineford War, relinquishing his authority to devote himself to nurturing the next generation of the Navy. Thus, Garp was presently engaged in training new recruits at the Marineford training grounds. Garp, a contemporary of Whitebeard, is even slightly his senior in age. However, unlike Whitebeard, he is not hindered by ailments and remains spirited and vigorous. Upon Kizaru's arrival at the training grounds, Garp immediately noticed him. "Borsellino, what brings you here? Come to gawk at this old relic?" "Such modesty, Mr. Garp," Kizaru replied. Though he often appeared carefree, he held Garp in high regard. While not a direct disciple of Garp, he had frequently followed in Garp's footsteps before assuming a prominent role in the Navy. "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Despite Kizaru's current rank as Fleet Admiral and Garp's status as a Vice Admiral, it is well understood that Garp is the true pillar of the Navy, his standing within the organization far surpassing Kizaru's, especially in the hearts of veteran sailors. Given Garp's semi-retirement, Kizaru knew he must personally seek him out to elicit his assistance. Garp tilted his head, regarding Kizaru with curiosity. After Rello made his move, not only did he draw attention, but he also incited chaos. The onlookers scattered in disarray, while the pirates aligned with the man whom Rello had sent flying began to retaliate against him, displaying ignorance and fearlessness. Rello merely curled the corners of his mouth in disdain, showing no inclination to engage further. The faint release of his conqueror's haki rendered those assailants unconscious, stripping them of their combat capabilities. Hawkins observed Rello with an expression that remained notably impassive, as if his face were perpetually devoid of emotion. As one of the 11 supernovas, he had not participated directly in the Marineford War. Yet he had been keenly attuned to the shifting tides of the world and was fully aware of Rello's identity. Although Rello exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure, Hawkins was neither swayed nor intimidated by it. Without waiting for Rello to speak, Hawkins took the initiative. He continued to consult his tarot cards for divination. Though the content of his readings had shifted dramatically, while it was somewhat unexpected, it was entirely consistent with Hawkins's established practices, as he always engaged in divination prior to determining his course of action. Rello was fully aware of this, thus he remained silent. Soon, Hawkins' divination came to an end, leading him to perform an unexpected act. With one hand placed upon his chest, Hawkins knelt before Rello on one knee, declaring, "I am at your service, my master." As a wielder of the Cursed Fruit's powers, Hawkins excelled not only in utilizing these abilities in combat, but also in navigating perilous situations. Although he was uncertain as to why Rello had appeared or why he had intervened on his behalf, the outcome of his divination indicated that aligning himself with Rello was indeed the wisest choice. Hawkins, with his flowing golden locks and towering stature, possessed a striking appearance. However, the 6 vertical lines etched upon his forehead and the black cross engraved on his throat imparted an eerie aura to his overall demeanor. Thus, his act of kneeling before Rello was indeed bewildering. Nevertheless, Rello, the focal point of this encounter, found little time to ponder. He had anticipated that subduing Hawkins would require considerable effort, yet it unfolded with remarkable ease. Nonetheless, he understood that regardless of Hawkins' motivations for submission, his loyalty would remain steadfast for the foreseeable future. As Hawkins pledged his allegiance to Rello, the onlookers had largely dispersed, and even the naval officers hesitated to approach. Just as Rello contemplated instructing Hawkins to assist in lifting the curse, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. Upon hearing the commotion, a premonition had stirred within him, and indeed, it was you. This voice belonged to a woman, melodious and enchanting, yet devoid of any semblance of coyness. Rello turned towards the source of the voice. a faint smile gracing his lips. It had been quite some time since their last encounter. The speaker was none other than Nia, an old acquaintance of Raylo. After they had escaped from the maw of the colossal beast, Nia returned to the headquarters. Due to her informing the Navy of Raylo's whereabouts and the curse afflicting him, she had been promoted to the rank of colonel and dispatched to the Sabaody archipelago. Although Raylo was aware that it was Nia who divulged his information to the Navy, he understood that it was her duty and thus bore her no ill will. On the contrary, having endured hardships together, their meeting now evoked a sense of nostalgia akin to a long-awaited reunion. Indeed, it has been a while. Have you come to the realization that you wish to ensnare yourself? Although Nia had a clear understanding of Raylo's formidable abilities, her desire to capture him had not entirely dissipated. She simply no longer clung stubbornly to the notion of relying solely on her own strength. If you were to fall into my hands, I could arrange for the warden of Impel Down to prepare a more comfortable cell for you. Of course, Nia lacked such authority. Her words were merely intended to capture Raylo's attention, a tactic to buy herself some time. Chapter 128. The meeting of two titans. Nia was acutely aware of Raylo's cursed state and knew that he had somehow regained a portion of his former powers, having inflicted serious injuries upon 3 of the admirals. Thus, she recognized that in her current state, she was no match for Raylo, compelling her to stall for time until reinforcements from the headquarters arrived. Though Nia and Raylo shared a bond forged through adversity, their time together had been brief, and the ties between them were not particularly deep. Moreover, given their opposing positions, Nia saw nothing wrong in her actions. Raylo believed he possessed a certain degree of understanding regarding Nia, and naturally, he was aware of her innermost thoughts. Raylo chuckled softly, expressing his weariness of the place known as Advanced City. If you could secure me a room in Mariehua, I might just entertain the thought. Mariehua, often referred to as the Holy Land, serves as the headquarters of the world government and is also the residence of the celestial dragons. Its designation as a holy land underscores its esteemed status in the eyes of the world. At this moment, Raylo's words were undoubtedly disrespectful. However, Nia remained unfazed, merely shrugging her shoulders and declaring her lack of capability. Raylo had just subdued Hawkins and was eager to find an appropriate place to attempt to lift the curse that plagued him. Thus, he had no inclination to engage with Nia. He chuckled and remarked, "Let us discuss it another time." After casting a glance at Hawkins, he signaled for him to follow. Hawkins, being astute, rose from his seat and trailed behind Raylo. Although numerous naval officers were stationed around the vicinity of the Sabaody archipelago, none dared to impede Raylo's progress, as he was acutely aware that they would not challenge him. Yet, Raylo was mistaken. He had overlooked one individual, Nia. Fully aware that her strength paled in comparison to Raylo's, Nia nonetheless stood resolutely in front of him, blocking his path. "You cannot leave." Despite her tall stature among ordinary women, she appeared diminutive before Raylo, and the disparity in their presences was stark. The typically assertive Nia stood before him like a fawn confronting a ferocious tiger. Though the difference in their strengths was vast, Nia's gaze remained remarkably steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. It was not that she believed Raylo would spare her life. Rather, she was convinced she was undertaking the right course of action. Thus, her resolve remained unshaken. Raylo cast a glance at Nia, his gaze devoid of any emotion. At his current level of power, he could easily obliterate her with a single strike. In fact, he could simply disregard her presence and surpass her, for Nia could never hope to match his speed. Yet, Raylo chose to halt and observe Nia. He was deeply curious about what motivated a woman like her to join the Navy and her relentless ambition to ascend to higher ranks. Raylo gazed at Nia in silence. However, at that moment, Hawkins's actions shattered the stillness. Unaware of the underlying tensions between Raylo and Nia, Hawkins, as Raylo's subordinate, felt compelled to remove any obstacles posed by Nia, who dared to stand in Raylo's way. It was not that Hawkins harbored unwavering loyalty to Raylo. Rather, having recently pledged his allegiance, he felt the need to demonstrate his worth by achieving results. Suddenly, before Hawkins could showcase his formidable abilities, a shell hurtled through the sky with astonishing speed, resembling a shooting star. As it blazed through the air, it emitted a tremendous sonic boom. At that moment, aside from the distant Navy, only Raylo, Nia, and Hawkins remained present. All 3 possessed considerable strength, and the overwhelming force of the incoming shell captured their attention, prompting them to evade its trajectory and avoid injury. Raylo gazed toward the direction from which the cannonball was hurtling, and to his astonishment, He beheld an alien warship racing toward him at an alarming speed. At the prow of the vessel stood none other than Carp. It remains a mystery how the Yellow Ape managed to persuade Carp to personally confront Raylo at the Sabaody archipelago, but to ensure Carp's swift arrival, the Navy deployed this newly developed warship. This vessel, a masterpiece of Vegapunk, deviated from the traditional massive warships, boasting a streamlined design that minimized resistance. It was equipped with cutting-edge energy sources, providing it with remarkable power and astonishing speed, which elucidates Carp's timely appearance. Even when the warship was still a considerable distance from the area, Carp had already spotted Raylo. However, with Nia by his side, he refrained from a reckless assault. The cannonball that had previously been launched was thrown by Carp himself, intended to seize the initiative and draw Raylo's attention while simultaneously distancing Nia from him, thereby allowing Carp to execute his subsequent actions without concern. As soon as Nia had sufficiently distanced herself from Raylo, Carp hurled another cannonball towards Raylo with his own arm. During his encounter with Luffy in Water City, Carp had similarly used cannonballs to attack the Thousand Sunny, yet it was evident that he had restrained his strength. As Luffy was, after all, his beloved grandson. Rayleigh is not Luffy, and Garp will show him no mercy. Garp seized the cannonballs beside him and hurled them towards Rayleigh. Each projectile possessed a formidable power that far exceeded that of an ordinary cannon. As these cannonballs sliced through the air, they ignited into flames, resembling a meteor shower. When Rayleigh had previously escaped from Impel Down and commandeered a warship, he had also resorted to throwing cannonballs in a bid to attack, although Garp employed a similar tactic. His accuracy greatly surpassed that of Rayleigh. Each shot was meticulously aimed at the vicinity surrounding Rayleigh, effectively blocking his escape routes even if they did not directly strike him. And the force of Garp's assaults was by no means inferior to Rayleigh's. This was not to suggest that Garp was inherently stronger than Rayleigh, rather. Rayleigh lacked sufficient control over his body at that moment, while Garp had mastered this art, naturally giving him the upper hand in this respect. Garp's onslaught was entirely focused on Rayleigh, and the previously eager Hawkins, upon witnessing Garp's aggressive approach, wisely withdrew from the fray. The cannonballs encircled Rayleigh from all directions, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. Yet, Rayleigh merely curled the corner of his mouth, seemingly unfazed. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Raylo drew the thunderblade from his waist, and, with a swift motion towards the incoming barrage of cannonballs, unleashed a dazzling display of electric light. As golden serpents writhed and danced, boom, lightning entwined around the cannonball, igniting the explosive midair. Although the billowing smoke obscured the sky, it did not harm Raylo in the slightest. Carp and Raylo exchanged blows from a distance, neither gaining the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. At that moment, Carp, who was still some distance from the land, suddenly leaped into the air, utilizing both moonwalk and shave, and in the next instant, descended right before Raylo. The ground trembled and cracked under the immense force of Carp's landing. Carp lifted his gaze towards Raylo, the distance between them now a mere 5 meters. Chapter 129, The Battle of the Strong. In the battle 60 years prior, when the Navy captured Raylo, they suffered devastating losses. At that time, Carp, now hailed as a hero of the Navy, had participated in that fateful encounter as a mere rookie. Though exceptionally talented, his strength was incomparable to what it is today. Despite the passage of 60 years, the horrors of that battle lingered in his mind like a haunting nightmare, refusing to fade. Raylo, during that confrontation, was akin to a demonic entity, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Thus, his infamous moniker was born. In that battle, Carp narrowly escaped death, while his friend Sengoku was nearly rendered incapable of recovery. Yet, 6 decades later, everything had transformed. After joining forces with Roger to obliterate the Rocks pirates at God Valley, Carp chased the legendary Pirate King across the globe, establishing unparalleled accomplishments for the Navy and earning the title of hero, his own strength now reaching its zenith. Although Carp had reached an advanced age, his power remained formidable. Otherwise, Kizaru would not have gone to such lengths to request his assistance. Carp, despite his inherently optimistic nature, was haunted by the shame of that battle from 60 years ago, yearning to redeem himself. Otherwise, given his status, even with Kizaru as acting admiral offering enticing terms, Carp could have easily disregarded him. Back then, Carp was but an inconsequential soldier, and although he had moments of brilliance, they were insufficient for the formidable Raylo to remember him. Time has changed the fortunes of both parties, and their identities had undergone a radical transformation. Upon encountering Carp alone, Raylo could almost ascertain one truth. The news of his arrival at Sabeti Archipelago had yet to reach the world government. Otherwise, the visitor would not have been limited to just Carp. While Raylo acknowledged Carp's prowess, he did not believe that a single individual could thwart him. Riley gazed at Carp, who returned the look with equal intensity. A silent exchange of smiles occurred between them, seemingly motionless, yet an unspoken conflict had quietly commenced. During the War of Marineford, Luffy had inadvertently unleashed his conqueror's haki. Carp, having witnessed that moment, remarked on its innate quality, suggesting that he too possesses the same formidable power. Indeed, it would be rather peculiar for someone of Carp's stature, known as the hero of the Navy, to lack the conqueror's haki. At this moment, both Carp and Riley stood still, yet their haki surged forth, fiercely clashing and suppressing one another. The formidable intensity of Rayleigh's conqueror's haki requires no embellishment. As the face of the Navy, Carp's mastery of the same power is equally formidable. The conqueror's haki of both parties appears almost evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Originally, their haki not only has the potential to render the weaker unconscious, but also to exert dominance over their surroundings, even causing fissures in the ground. However, due to the equal strength of their haki, the energies cancel each other out, resulting in no discernible damage. While it may seem like neither side is at a disadvantage, for Rayleigh, whose power from the eternal fruit has waned, the situation is quite different. In the absence of his devil fruit abilities, the suppressive effect of Conqueror's haki stands as one of his greatest assets. It was this very power that enabled him to catch a Kainu off guard and inflict grievous harm during the encirclement by the three admirals. Yet for Carp, who also wields Conqueror's haki, this tactic has lost its efficacy, thereby placing Rayleigh at an unspoken disadvantage. After their clash of haki, Carp flashed a smile at Rayleigh, who reciprocated with a faint grin reminiscent of two long-lost friends reunited. However, in the blink of an eye, both combatants launched themselves at one another, unleashing powerful fists. The collision of their punches resonated like thunder. Despite being mere flesh and blood, their arms, fortified by armament haki, proved as resilient as the strongest alloys, producing a tremendous sound. The shockwaves from their strikes sent ripples through the air, forcing onlookers Hawkins and Nia to retreat a few steps. Following the exchange, Carp staggered back slightly, while Rayleigh was forced to take a full step back. The outcome of their confrontation was unmistakable. In terms of martial prowess, Rayleigh does not excel in the art of fist and foot combat, whereas Carp, known as the Iron Fist, naturally thrives in this domain, thus gaining a slight edge in this exchange. It seems the influence of the curse is indeed quite significant, Rayleigh mused. He cast a glance toward Hawkins, who was observing from a distance, wishing fervently that he would find a way to lift the curse afflicting him. If that were to happen, he would be confident in holding his own against Carp in close combat. However, it was clear that Carp would not afford him such an opportunity. Riley extended his hands toward the hilts of the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade, seeking to harness the edge of these divine weapons to contend with Carp. However, before Riley could grasp the hilt, Carp launched another assault, his speed so formidable that even the onlookers from afar could scarcely discern the movements. With no other recourse, Riley was compelled to free his hands to counter Carp's relentless strikes. Although Riley possessed immense confidence in his physical prowess, Carp's attacks were of a caliber far beyond that of an ordinary warrior, and without the regenerative abilities afforded by the immortal fruit, Riley dared not underestimate him. Carp's onslaught resembled a tempest, a continuous barrage that left Riley little room to maneuver, forcing him to parry each blow with precision. In such dire circumstances, there was no opportunity for Riley to draw either the Dragon Ball or the Thunderblade. It was evident that prior to Carp's arrival, the Yellow Ape had informed him of Riley's two formidable weapons, prompting Carp to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that Riley would not be granted the chance to wield his arms. Consequently, Riley resigned himself to a purely physical confrontation with Carp. Fortunately, he recognized that the Navy had exerted its utmost efforts by sending Carp, who represented the strongest force currently available to them. Even if the Navy reported their situation to the world government, any reinforcements dispatched would not arrive in the immediate future. Thus, he had ample time to engage Carp in battle, unhurried by the need to determine a victor. Raylo seizes this opportunity to engage in combat with formidable opponents, thereby honing his skills further. Consequently, once he lifts the curse, his strength will ascend to a new echelon compared to his former self. The clash between Raylo and Carp was not merely a physical confrontation, but a contest of dominance. Initially, Raylo struggled to adapt to Carp's tempestuous onslaught while distracted by the thought of employing weapons. However, once he resolved to forego weaponry, he quickly acclimated, shedding any tension and anxiety. His movements became increasingly swift, and Carp too accelerated, both warriors immersed in their duel, no longer fixated on defeating or eliminating one another, but rather reveling in the sheer experience of combat. Chapter 130. Reinforcements. As Raylo and Carp battled fiercely on the Sabaody archipelago, Kizaru found himself in a quandary back at Marineford. In his endeavor to persuade the retired Carp to join the fray, Kizaru, the acting admiral, had expended some undisclosed costs without much verbal persuasion. Yet, merely securing Carp's participation did little to assuage Kizaru's concerns. Despite his high-ranking position within the Navy and his awareness of Carp's formidable prowess, he had recently faced Raylo himself and recognized the latter's strength. Even if Carp could deny Raylo the opportunity to wield weapons, achieving a decisive advantage in direct confrontation would prove exceedingly difficult. Should Raylo manage to draw a weapon, the outcome would be dramatically altered. Even in their unarmed skirmish, the situation was far from promising. Carp might temporarily hinder Raylo with his own might, but thoroughly vanquishing or subduing him would be an arduous task, especially given Carp's advanced age of over 70. Should the world government assign blame, Carp, having stepped back from active duty, would be less affected, yet as the acting admiral, Kizaru would bear the brunt of the responsibility. It was not that he was reluctant to relinquish his temporary position. He merely wished to avoid the ire of his superiors. Thus, Kizaru contemplated how best to deploy capable reinforcements to assist Carp within his limitations. The casualties from the Marineford War had been substantial, and following his battle with Raylo, Akainu and Akiji had yet to recover. Apart from Carp, Kizaru was the only remaining formidable force at Marine headquarters. As the acting admiral, he was obligated to remain at the helm, only venturing out when absolutely necessary. While Marineford housed several vice admirals, their capabilities paled in comparison to Raylo's, making their deployment tantamount to sending them to their doom. Kizaru had considered dispatching a fleet of warships to suppress Raylo with overwhelming firepower. In the absence of the immortal fruit, Raylo would find it exceedingly difficult to survive an onslaught capable of obliterating islands. After all, while Raylo's haki was notably robust, it too had its limits, and once depleted, the consequences would be dire. However, the complexities surrounding the Sabaody archipelago, fraught with notorious pirates and the occasional domineering celestial dragons, rendered the risk of collateral damage from naval bombardment too great to bear. Thus, Kizaru ultimately abandoned that notion. Turning to the communications officer at the door, Kizaru inquired, "Have we yet located Admiral Sengoku?" Although Sengoku was renowned as a strategist, his prowess was unquestionable after his decisive victory over Blackbeard during the Marineford War. In a time when the Navy faced a shortage of personnel, Sengoku would undoubtedly provide a significant boost. However, since his retirement, Sengoku had embarked on a wandering journey, making him unreachable, much to Kizaru's chagrin. The communications officer, perhaps aware of his superior's discontent, spoke with utmost caution. As Kizaru grappled with his predicament, the intensity of Carp and Raylo's battle continued to escalate. Though both were among the world's elite warriors, neither was in optimal condition. There is no need to elaborate on Rayleigh. Although he has partially regained his strength through the use of insects, he remains undeniably affected by the curse. Since the death of Roger, Garp has seldom encountered battles that demanded his utmost effort, leading him to somewhat forget the thrill of combat. However, in his confrontation with Rayleigh, he gradually rekindles the familiar sensations of his past, thus growing ever more vigorous in battle, inching closer to his former prowess. As for Rayleigh, while he cannot enhance his strength directly through this fight, his combat skills are undoubtedly refined. 60 years ago, Rayleigh was a formidable figure, whose fighting prowess was unparalleled. Yet that was not the Rayleigh of the present day. Engaging in battle with a powerhouse like Garp allows his skills to be honed, gradually becoming a true reflection of himself. Raylo and Carp have greatly benefited from this battle, both indulging in the sheer enjoyment of the conflict, gradually casting aside their respective positions. As the fight progressed, they entered a remarkably peculiar state, becoming oblivious to the world around them, with their focus solely on each other as adversaries. While this state enabled them to unleash their utmost strength, it also rendered them heedless of their surroundings. They no longer restrained their powers, and with their current might, the destructive potential was astonishing. A mere stomp of their feet created deep craters, while a single punch split the ground open. Although this area of the Shambadi archipelago was not intended for sightseeing, it possessed a certain beauty, now rendered ravaged by their duel. As their battle intensified, the affected area expanded, prompting Hawkins and Nia to retreat to the outskirts, fearful of becoming collateral damage. After all, if Raylo inadvertently struck them, who would they turn to for justice? The clash between these two formidable warriors created an uproar that resonated throughout the entire Shambadi archipelago. Pirates, Navy personnel, and ordinary citizens alike, driven by various motives, flocked to this area. Though they dared not approach too closely, their mere presence encircled the vicinity, effectively obstructing Raylo's escape. However, immersed in his fierce battle with Carp, Raylo remained oblivious to the throngs surrounding them. Before long, both Carp and Raylo emerged from their intense state, as an unfamiliar presence intruded upon their senses. This aura was so powerful that it compelled them to reluctantly disengage from their extraordinary state. The newcomer was an old acquaintance, Raylo's foe and Carp's comrade, none other than Sengoku. "Ah, Carp, long time no see," he greeted with a smile. Despite the crowd blocking this area, it posed little challenge for Sengoku to penetrate the space where Raylo and Carp fought. He had not come at the behest of Kizaru, but rather, after stepping down from his position as Fleet Admiral, he embarked on a journey. Although the Navy assigned him other duties, he sought tranquility, choosing not to accept them for the time being. At that moment, as he passed through the Shambadi archipelago and heard the commotion of Raylo's battle, he decided to take a look, only to stumble upon the fighting duo. Chapter 131, Raylo vs. Carp Sengoku. Though Sengoku had relinquished his role as Fleet Admiral and had not yet officially taken on a new position, his sense of responsibility remained intact. Confronted with a villain like Raylo, who caused headaches for the world government, Sengoku could hardly remain indifferent. "Sengoku," Carp exclaimed, surprised to see his old friend after years of silence since Sengoku's retirement. While Sengoku may not possess Carp's prodigious strength, he was nonetheless a top-tier powerhouse. During the infamous Golden Lion's assault on Marineford, he and Carp had successfully vanquished the foe, resulting in the destruction of a significant portion of Marineford. Moreover, in the original narrative, when Blackbeard and his crew attacked Marineford, Sengoku managed to injure Blackbeard with a single blow. Even when facing Blackbeard, who wielded the formidable powers of the Tremor fruit, Sengoku held his ground. Thus, Sengoku's prowess was undoubtedly among the elite within the Navy. His involvement in the battle would undoubtedly alter its outcome, a fact Raylo was acutely aware of. In normal circumstances, Raylo would possess no fear, but given the current predicament, he could only proceed with caution. Nevertheless, while Carp and Sengoku engaged in pleasantries, Raylo had already drawn his Thunderblade and Dragon Ball. Although the enemy had gained reinforcements, he still wielded formidable weapons, preventing him from losing all hope. While Raylo had severely injured the three admirals in their previous encounter, they had not joined forces against him, and he had benefited from certain advantages. The synergy between Carp and Sengoku could not be underestimated. Should they unite their strengths, Raylo would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. In his last encounter with the three admirals, Raylo had expended the energy accumulated in the Thunderblade and Dragon Ball to conclude the battle. Though time had passed, allowing the Thunderblade to recharge with lightning, the Dragon Ball had not yet reached its full potential. Thus, Raylo was uncertain how effectively the combined energy of the Thunderblade and Dragon Ball could withstand the might of Carp and Sengoku. Yet, at this juncture, he could only take one step at a time. Casting a glance at Hawkins, who stood watching from a distance, Raylo recognized him as his greatest vulnerability. If he faced Carp and Sengoku alone, escaping this area would not prove overly challenging. However, with Hawkins in tow, the situation transformed entirely. Yet, Raylo relied on Hawkins's fruit abilities to help lift the curse, so he could not abandon him. In contrast to Raylo's complex thoughts, Carp and Sengoku's intentions remained straightforward. As longtime comrades, they needed no words. A mere exchange of glances sufficed to convey their thoughts. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Carp and Sengoku launched an attack on Raylo, their immense force wreaking havoc on the ground, producing a deafening explosion. Thanks to their power, they surged forward like arrows released from a bow, almost instantly appearing beside Raylo. Carp and Sengoku struck simultaneously from either side, aiming to overwhelm him with their coordinated assault. However, Raylo was no weakling. With both hands gripping his blades, he twisted his torso, executing a half-turn as the blades expanded outward, emanating sword chi that effortlessly neutralized Carp and Sengoku's strikes. As Carp and Sengoku found themselves thwarted, Nearly injuring themselves in the process, they couldn't help but ponder their own capabilities. It seems we are getting old. Even a cursed villain proves difficult to subdue. Indeed, but even the friliest of demons remains a demon, distinct from us. You, my old friend, must be cautious. A misstep could cost you dearly, Sengoku, Carp teased. Not forgetting to jest in the midst of battle. Worry about yourself first, Sengoku retorted. In the face of a formidable adversary like Rayleigh, Sengoku displayed no signs of retreat. He boldly removed his outer garment and summoned the powers of the devil fruit, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha. Subsequently, both Carp and Sengoku, in perfect synchrony, launched their assault on Rayleigh. At that moment, Rayleigh wielded the Thunderblade in his left hand and the Dragon Ball in his right. Sengoku and Carp advanced towards Rayleigh's flanks, maintaining their relative positions despite his agile maneuvers, as if their strategy had been meticulously orchestrated. Though Sengoku and Carp had not conferred beforehand, their actions were driven by a distinct purpose. Having gleaned insights from Kizaru regarding the differing effects of Rayleigh's weapons, they believed their tactical approach to be most fitting. Soon, Rayleigh discerned the rationale behind their coordinated attack. As the Thunderblade unleashed its electric fury, Sengoku's golden Buddha form effortlessly absorbed the lightning, rendering the attack utterly ineffective against him. Meanwhile, when the Dragon Ball struck towards Carp, it abruptly halted just an inch from his body, as if meeting an impenetrable armor. Rayleigh understood that this was an advanced application of armament haki, transcending the mere act of cloaking one's body with it. Rather, it involved intricately entwining the haki layer by layer, akin to donning a protective armor. This method not only significantly enhanced defensive capabilities but also bolstered offensive power. Although such a technique is not particularly arduous for the formidable, individuals like Carp, who can accurately predict the trajectory of an opponent's attack and prepare their defenses in advance, are exceedingly rare. Carp truly lives up to his title as a hero of the Navy. Ryuma's greatest strength lies in his ability to absorb vitality through the wounds he inflicts upon his adversaries. However, Carp completely thwarted Ryuma's assaults, leaving no injuries in his wake, thus rendering Ryuma incapable of siphoning any of Carp's life force. While Rayleigh and Ryuma possess capabilities that extend beyond this, Carp and Sengoku's strategies undeniably curtailed the effectiveness of both Ryuma and Rayleigh. Yet, despite Rayleigh's inability to overcome Carp and Sengoku, the latter were equally powerless against Rayleigh. Both factions found themselves ensnared in a state of relative equilibrium. Nevertheless, it was clear to both Rayleigh and Carp that if the battle were to persist, victory would inevitably favor the Navy. For Rayleigh stood isolated and unsupported, while the Navy headquarters lay in close proximity to the Sabaody archipelago, ensuring that no matter what measures Kizaru might contemplate, reinforcements of formidable strength would continually arrive. Thus, the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. Rayleigh was acutely aware that, in the absence of the eternal fruit to bestow upon him formidable regenerative abilities, his predicament would only worsen. Thus, he was compelled to make a desperate effort to alter his circumstances swiftly. This fellow was truly remarkable, managing to withstand the scrutiny of the Navy's heroes and the former admiral. As the naval forces watched in admiration at the clash between Rayleigh and his adversaries, no one noticed that Nia, who had originally been a mere spectator, had vanished without a trace. Chapter 132. A forceful breakthrough. Although Sengoku was indeed a formidable opponent, he was undoubtedly weaker in comparison to Carp. Consequently, Rayleigh resolved to regard Sengoku as his point of breakthrough, seeking an opportunity to escape. Yet, before Rayleigh could seize the moment, his adversary launched an attack. At that juncture, Sengoku transformed into a golden Buddha, expertly timing his strike to unleash a shockwave towards Rayleigh from a distance. Sengoku's shockwave was capable of annihilating the Blackbeard pirates, and Rayleigh was not one to underestimate such a threat. In an instant, he concentrated his haki, enveloping himself in armament haki before projecting it outward. Rayleigh's pure haki of armament and Sengoku's released shockwave clashed, resulting in no discernible disturbance. However, this engagement depleted a considerable amount of Rayleigh's haki, allowing Carp to seize the moment and maneuver behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Known as the Iron Fist, Carp's blows could shatter mountains, prompting Rayleigh to regard him with utmost seriousness. In a manner akin to Carp's earlier action, Rayleigh enveloped himself in haki of armament, forming a protective layer akin to armor to withstand Carp's assault. The opposing haki met in a stalemate, causing Rayleigh's body to sway slightly, yet he sustained no significant injury. Nevertheless, this exchange gradually placed Rayleigh at a disadvantage under the relentless onslaught of his adversaries, signaling a precarious situation. Truly impressive. No wonder they are revered as Iron Fist and Sengoku. Even the formidable demon finds it challenging to withstand. The onlooking navy, witnessing Sengoku and Carp suppressing Rayleigh, could not help but applaud, their faces alight with pride. How noisy! Rayleigh glared in their direction, unleashing a concentrated wave of Conqueror's haki, causing those in the vicinity to faint instantaneously. Although this was a mere impulsive act on Rayleigh's part, requiring only the slightest fraction of time, Sengoku would not allow such an opening to go unchallenged, launching an assault on Rayleigh. Sengoku! Carp shouted suddenly, seemingly attempting to caution Sengoku. Yet, at that moment, Sengoku had already surged forward, unable to turn back. Carp's warning arrived too late. As Sengoku closed the distance to Rayleigh, a mere few steps away, Rayleigh abruptly concentrated his Conqueror's haki upon Sengoku. Although this manifestation of haki could only exert a fleeting suppression on a powerhouse like Sengoku, that brief instant provided Rayleigh with the opportunity he needed to turn the tide. Rayleigh pushed his speed to the utmost limit, knowing full well that this would inflict certain adverse effects on his body, potentially compromising his subsequent battles. Yet, in this moment, he could afford no such concerns. In the eyes of Sengoku, Rayleigh's figure abruptly transformed into a fleeting shadow. Although Sengoku's Kenbunshiko haki foresaw the impending events, Rayleigh's velocity was so extraordinary that even with foreknowledge, he had no opportunity to react. This time, Sengoku launched a full frontal assault, entirely neglecting defense. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, but alas, it was far too late. A sharp, piercing sound echoed, reminiscent of metal being penetrated by a blade. Sengoku suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest, swiftly followed by an overwhelming chill. Upon glancing down, he discovered that the Dragon Ball in Rayleigh's hand had pierced through his chest, voraciously siphoning his vital energy. "You have been careless, Sengoku," Rayleigh observed, akin to a malevolent spirit eyeing its prey. Nonetheless, Sengoku was a formidable warrior. Despite his injury, he retained his combat instincts and exerted all his strength to retreat, attempting to extricate the Dragon Ball from his body and prevent it from further draining his essence. Although Sengoku reacted almost instantaneously, in that brief interval, the Dragon Ball had already consumed a significant portion of his vitality, rendering his complexion pallid. While his life was not in immediate jeopardy, he was undeniably weakened and unable to continue the fight. Rayleigh tugged at the corner of his mouth, aware that the plan had succeeded. It turned out that he had deliberately released his Conqueror's haki outside the battlefield, exposing his vulnerabilities in an attempt to lure Sengoku into attacking him. Sengoku, driven by the desire for victory, inevitably let his guard down at a critical moment. It was precisely at this juncture that Rayleigh launched a sudden assault, coupled with the oppressive force of the Conqueror's haki, which allowed him to strike effectively, catching Sengoku off guard. Otherwise, even if Sengoku could not match Rayleigh's speed at that moment, he would still have been able to defend himself adequately to avoid such a fate. Although Sengoku was renowned as a wise strategist, unmatched in cunning, his prolonged absence from the front lines dulled his sensitivity to danger, thus granting Rayleigh the opportunity to prevail. However, in the unforgiving realm of power, Sengoku had become a mere loser in this confrontation. Kapu, being Sengoku's closest companion, rushed to his side the moment Sengoku was injured, shielding him from further attacks by Rayleigh. "How are you, Sengoku?" he asked. "Cough, cough, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go deal with that fellow." Kapu nodded, understanding Sengoku's intent and recognizing that he was not gravely harmed, thus refraining from further persuasion. Yet, upon turning around, he found only a crowd of onlookers. Rayleigh had vanished without a trace. "Rayleigh!" Kapu shouted to the heavens, but whether Rayleigh could hear him or not, there would be no response. Rayleigh coughed lightly twice. Although he had not sustained any injuries during the battle, the final blow he delivered to Sengoku had drained his physical strength. Were it not for the loss of the eternal life fruit's powers, there would have been no adverse effects. However, he had still incurred some internal injuries. With Sengoku incapacitated and only Kapu remaining, Rayleigh appeared to have the upper hand. Nevertheless, he was aware of his own injuries and uncertain about the arrival of additional naval reinforcements. Defeating Kapu entirely would not be an easy task, so he made a swift decision. As Kapu rushed to Sengoku's side, Rayleigh immediately dashed to Hawkins, seizing him to make their escape. At that moment, Rayleigh returned to the ghost ship. As soon as he landed on the deck, He commanded the Hydra to set sail, eager to leave this perilous location. As for their destination, Raylo had yet to determine. He believed that as long as Hawkins successfully lifted the curse afflicting him, there would be no place in the world beyond his reach. Hawkins stood motionless beside Raylo, seemingly anticipating an order from him, just as Raylo was about to speak. His brow furrowed slightly. "If you're coming aboard my ship, there will be a fee." Just then, a figure emerged from the cabin. Nia? She was aware that the Hydra, summoned by Raylo, would attract considerable attention, hence it could only remain at a certain distance from Sabaody. Therefore, she had departed earlier during the scuffle between Raylo and Sengoku. Intending to infiltrate the ghost ship, Nia made every effort to conceal her presence, even eluding the Hydra, but alas, she could not escape Raylo's exceptional observation haki. Realizing she had been discovered, she understood that further concealment was futile and stepped forward. "So, you really did notice me," she remarked. Although Nia's appearance surprised Raylo, it did not stir excessive emotional turbulence within him. Instead, it was Hawkins who displayed agitation, stepping in front of Raylo, eager to confront Nia. However, before Hawkins could showcase his prowess and prove his worth, Raylo acted first. Although Nia possessed considerable strength and agility in her use of haki, she was still far inferior to Raylo. She barely registered Raylo's movement before she felt a sudden numbness in her neck, causing her to collapse into Raylo's embrace. The reason why Raylo intervened before Hawkins could act against Nia is not merely to showcase himself in front of Hawkins, but rather stems from a certain bond he shares with her. He understands that should he choose to remain indifferent, Hawkins would undoubtedly show no mercy towards Nia. His feelings towards her are rather peculiar. While it cannot be classified as affection, he is undeniably intrigued by how far an ordinary individual like Nia, devoid of any devil fruit powers, can progress through her own efforts. Though her claims of wanting to capture Raylo may seem utterly fanciful at present, he harbors a glimmer of hope for that day. Much like Mihawk, who knowingly nurtures Zoro as a rival, Raylo too yearns to cultivate a worthy opponent for his future. After all, invincibility can be a profoundly lonely existence. However, this desire remains solely Raylo's, leaving the question of Nia's potential and capability open to debate. Raylo searched Nia and discovered a telephone bug. It appeared that our location had been compromised. Raylo furrowed his brow, not out of fear of the Navy discovering his whereabouts, but because he was solely focused on enlisting Hawkins' aid to lift his curse, leaving no inclination for further conflict with the Navy. Casually discarding the telephone bug, he carried Nia into the cabin and then commanded the Hydra to change course and proceed at full speed, intent on evading the Navy's pursuit. As for how to deal with Nia afterward, Raylo had not yet formulated a plan. His only desire was to swiftly rid himself of the curse, leaving other matters aside for the time being. "Hawkins, I require your assistance with a task." The other party showed no surprise at Raylo knowing his name. Instead, he inclined his head slightly and replied, "At your service." Raylo curled his lips slightly. Although he was acutely aware of Hawkins' unwavering loyalty, he felt no apprehension about the possibility of betrayal as long as his own strength remained intact. Moreover, Hawkins' every action was guided by fate, and Raylo held a firm belief that destiny was on his side. There were no superfluous words, nor excessive preparations. Raylo stood directly before Hawkins, turning his back to him as he unfastened his garment. Initially, Hawkins was taken aback, mistakenly assuming that Raylo harbored some peculiar inclination. However, when the cursed design upon Raylo's back was unveiled before Hawkins' eyes, he found himself utterly astonished. A rare look of wonder flickered across his otherwise emotionless visage. In that moment, Hawkins resembled a treasure seeker stumbling upon riches, or a famished spirit encountering a feast, fixating intently on the intricate patterns adorning Raylo's back. Though Raylo did not disclose the significance of the design, and Hawkins had never before encountered such an emblem, his innate connection as a wielder of the cursed fruit endowed him with an instinctive understanding of its implications. As the current bearer of the cursed fruit, Hawkins had reached a certain level of mastery in its application. Yet, upon witnessing the design on Raylo's back, he realized how limited his previous comprehension had been. He felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Never had Hawkins contemplated that curses could be wielded in such a manner. The design appeared as a key, unlocking an entirely new realm of possibilities for Hawkins. Instantly broadening his perspective, he gazed transfixed at the patterns on Raylo's back, even extending his hand in a desire to touch it. "Can you dispel it?" Raylo inquired at that moment, causing Hawkins' hand to halt midway. "I can attempt it," he replied. While the revelation of the design had profoundly impacted Hawkins, he understood Relo's intentions. Yet, he had never encountered such a curse before and felt a lack of absolute confidence. Then give it a try. If you succeed, I can grant you anything you desire. Although Lelo's words may sound somewhat courteous, they are not insincere. As long as Hawkins can successfully lift the curse that binds him and restore his original powers, Lelo is prepared to bestow upon Hawkins wealth, fame, and influence. Despite the allure of Lelo's promises, Hawkins remains completely unmoved. After a moment of contemplation, he begins to take action. Though the curse within Relo is not of the same nature as the one mastered by Hawkins, all phenomena stem from a common origin. And Hawkins swiftly comprehended the curse afflicting Relo. Suddenly, a colossal half-body scarecrow materialized above Hawkins. This eerie figure hovered in the air, adorned in bizarre attire, with disheveled hair. Its 10 fingers, fashioned from straw, were affixed with nails, presenting an unsettling and terrifying visage. This was a summoning created through the powers of his cursed fruit, typically employed in combat. However, he sought an unconventional approach this time to dispel the curse from Relo. Under Hawkins' command, the scarecrow directed its 10 fingers towards Relo's back, from which dark, slender threads emerged, connecting to Relo's spine. Though Relo felt a peculiar sensation, he accepted the situation with equanimity, harboring no concerns that Hawkins might harbor ulterior motives. After all, even if Hawkins dared to betray him at this moment, Relo possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to strike him down in a single blow. Yet, the situation unfolded smoothly, with no unexpected events arising. Under the influence of the scarecrow, Relo experienced a tingling and itching sensation across his back, while simultaneously sensing a gradual restoration of his strength. From Hawkins' perspective, the patterns on Relo's back began to fade incrementally. The curse afflicting Relo gradually diminished. The curse and the patterns did not vanish into thin air under Hawkins' deliberate influence. They were transferred onto himself. While the curse posed a significant threat to others, for Hawkins, who possessed the ability of the cursed fruit, it served as an exceptional tonic. Upon entering his body, the curse did not render him weak. Instead, he felt invigorated by its presence. He understood clearly that the curse upon Relo would soon become his greatest asset. Before long, the patterns on Relo's back completely dissipated, and the curse within him was thoroughly eradicated. It had been quite some time since Relo first encountered the curse, and now that he had regained his strength, his spirits soared. Relo shouted with exuberance, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which caused the deck of the ship, the Orochi, to creak under the pressure, and the entire sea surged with tumultuous waves. Even the Hydra, at that moment, lowered its 9 heads in submission, unwilling to raise them again. Relo smiled. This sensation is truly delightful. Chapter 134, The Storm Approaches. Relo turned his gaze towards Hawkins, who at that moment appeared pallid, leaning against the side of the ship. Although Relo's conqueror's haki was not directed at Hawkins, the resurgence of his strength and overwhelming power nonetheless weighed heavily upon Hawkins. Despite the pallor of his complexion, there was no trace of fear on Hawkins' face. Rather, he seemed somewhat exhilarated. It was unclear whether this was due to assisting Relo in regaining his strength or to the mastery he had achieved over a newfound curse. Relo comprehended that Hawkins had now acquired the power of the curse that had once plagued him. Though he might not yet wield it with finesse, given time, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable adversary. Thus, Relo discerned that the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate Hawkins on the spot, thereby eradicating any future threat. In doing so, no one would be able to leverage the curse against him. However, irrespective of Hawkins' personal intentions, he had recently assisted Relo in lifting the curse, and both morally and logically, Relo found it impossible to justify harming him. Yet, Relo reasoned that having successfully dispelled a curse once, he held confidence that he could confront any future curses that might arise. Speak of your wish, Relo said, setting aside his contemplations. As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of brilliance crossed Hawkins' face. He promptly straightened his posture, bowed slightly, and declared, "My wish is to serve you." Upon hearing this, Relo's brows furrowed slightly. Regardless of whether Hawkins sought wealth, power, fame, or even beauty, Relo could certainly devise a means to satisfy those desires. Yet, he inexplicably wished to remain. Given his understanding of Hawkins, it was evident that his intentions to serve him were anything but sincere. Relo understood very well that Hawkins' statement could only stem from the greater benefits he would gain by remaining close to him. Although Rello harbored a distaste for Hawkins' character, he had already made his intentions known and found himself in a position where he could not go back on his word. Nevertheless, Rello was resolute in ensuring that Hawkins would never truly become a member of his crew. Otherwise, he might find himself unexpectedly betrayed. Much like being stabbed in the back without forewarning, Rello, undaunted, remained unperturbed. However, he had others aboard his vessel to consider. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "I intend to establish my own fleet, akin to Whitebeard. If you wish, you may serve as one of my captains, while you will be in my service. You need not remain by my side at all times. Should the need arise, I shall summon you." Hawkins furrowed his brow slightly, the 6 vertical lines upon his forehead becoming increasingly pronounced. How could the astute Hawkins fail to perceive the nuance in Rello's words? Nevertheless, with Rello having articulated his intentions so explicitly, he could only acquiesce for the time being. "I shall heed your command." Rello tugged at the corner of his mouth, uncertain whether today's decision was right or wrong. After receiving Rello's approval, Hawkins procured a small vessel and departed on his own, leaving behind a miniature communication device to facilitate their correspondence. He already commanded his own pirate crew, albeit a modest one. Now, in order to match Rello's stature, he must expand his ranks. Once Hawkins had left, Rello suddenly recalled something he had nearly forgotten. Rello reached behind his back, his fingers piercing the muscles at the location of his spine like sharp needles. He explored the area around his vertebrae for a moment, and then, with a swift motion, he yanked outward, tearing away a creature that had attached itself to his spine along with a piece of flesh. Although the process was painful, it was fleeting. At that moment, having regained the powers of the eternal fruit, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, and soon the pain subsided, leaving only a slight sensation of itchiness. Rello opened his palm, gazing at the insect resting within. At the moment when Luo attempted to perform the ageless surgery on Rello, the creature briefly stirred to life, seeking to seize control of Rello's body. However, at this juncture, the insect lay still in the cradle of Rello's hand, motionless, as if it had succumbed to a loss of vitality. Rello clenched his hand, intending to crush the insect beneath his fingers. However, upon making contact, he hesitated and withdrew. The creature was shrouded in mystery, harboring too many enigmas. Despite its menacing presence, Rello found himself compelled to preserve it. Ultimately, he relaxed his grip, deciding it would be worthwhile to leave it for Koya's examination in the future. Rello retrieved a glass vessel and confined the insect within, subsequently placing it in a corner of the cabin, neglecting it entirely. Unbeknownst to him, once he departed, the insect in the darkness began to writhe, as if summoned by some unseen force. Simultaneously, on a distant, nameless island, within the ruins of a long-forgotten underground palace, a golden egg, encircled by countless insects, suddenly manifested a fissure. A tremor rippled through the entirety of the insect population within the palace. The malevolent ship, propelled by the Hydra, continued its voyage, unexpectedly entering an area shrouded in ominous clouds. The atmosphere crackled with thunder and lightning, heralding an impending catastrophe. Rello tugged at the corner of his mouth and directly drew forth the Thunderblade, plunging it into a corner of the deck. The Thunderblade has the remarkable ability to absorb the lightning from nature, transforming it into stored energy, simultaneously serving as a lightning rod to prevent strikes on the Hydra or the Ghost Ship. In an instant, bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking Rello like dazzling pillars of light. Under the brilliance and the accompanying thunder, Nia, who had been unconscious in the cabin, slowly awakened. She emerged gradually, surprised to find Rello absorbing the relentless lightning. "Where's this?" she pondered. "You're awake." Rello smiled at her. "I'm not quite sure where we are either." Nia scrutinized Rello with a discerning gaze. Though he appeared unchanged, his demeanor exuded a newfound confidence. With her keen intellect, Nia could easily discern the truth of the matter. "The curse upon you has been lifted?" "Indeed," Rello affirmed, acknowledging that such matters were impossible to conceal, nor was there any need for subterfuge. Nia responded with a simple acknowledgement, her thoughts not overly complicated. Although Rello was reputed to be a fearsome specter, her brief acquaintance with him revealed that he was not as terrifying or malevolent as the tale suggested. Nevertheless, this realization did not diminish her resolve to capture him. At that moment, a singular thought occupied Nia's mind. The task of apprehending Rello had become increasingly challenging. Observing the gathering storm clouds, she remarked nonchalantly, "It seems it is about to rain." Chapter 135, The Agreement. Suddenly, a torrential downpour ensued, akin to the celestial river cascading downwards, drenching both Raylo and Nia on the deck. Nia's physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, alleviating any concerns about catching a cold from being soaked. Thus, she chose not to retreat to the cabin for shelter. There is no need to elaborate on Raylo, with the ability to restore eternal life. He is utterly unafraid of any ailment, not to mention the rain. Even if the sky were to rain knives, he would remain entirely indifferent. At this moment, Nia was staring intently at Raylo, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Why are you looking at me?" he inquired. "I am contemplating how to capture you," Nia candidly replied, leaving Raylo at a loss for words. Yet, this was precisely the Nia that Raylo knew. "Why are you so determined to seize me?" he asked. "It is simple," she responded, "because you are a pirate and I am a Navy officer. It is only natural for me to apprehend you." Raylo was momentarily taken aback. The response, although simple, was indeed impeccable. Since arriving in this world, Raylo had encountered numerous members of the Navy. While many were paralyzed by fear of Raylo's formidable strength and dared not confront him, there were also those like Yuho, who, despite their own inadequacies, steadfastly defended their beliefs without flinching. Nia was clearly one of this latter group. However, Raylo sensed that Nia's motives extended beyond mere ideological differences. Yet, since she was unwilling to articulate her intentions, he chose not to press further. "What do you intend to do with me?" Nia suddenly inquired. Although she recognized that the Raylo before her was not the notorious villain of legend, the stark divergence in their positions led her to doubt that he would show her any mercy or simply allow her to depart unscathed. Raylo extended his hand and tossed the miniature telephone bug, originally used by Nia to contact the Navy, back to her. "Was there any need for inquiry?" he chuckled, asserting that it was, of course, intended for her to reach out to the Navy. Earlier, Raylo had rendered Nia unconscious and discarded the telephone bug because he had yet to lift the curse afflicting him. He wished to avoid further conflict with the Navy at that time. However, now that the curse had been lifted and he had reclaimed his powers, though not yet restored to the zenith of his strength from 60 years prior, he no longer hesitated to confront the Navy. After all, the Navy was currently weakened, with 2 of the original 3 admirals severely injured and 1 required to remain stationed at Marineford, leaving them with limited resources. Among the older generation of the Navy, only Sengoku and Garp caught Raylo's discerning eye. Yet, Sengoku had also sustained injuries, and while Garp was formidable, his age rendered him less capable of standing alone. Consequently, the Navy could only dispatch a few vice admirals from headquarters and some strong individuals recently conscripted from around the world. Although there were powerful figures like Fujitoro among them, Raylo was unfazed. Thus, he intended to utilize Nia to lure those Navy forces into a trap, inflicting further damage upon an already beleaguered Navy. This strategy would ensure that the Navy would refrain from troubling Raylo for an extended period, allowing him to focus on his own pursuits. Despite the intelligence of Kizaru, he was unlikely to overlook Raylo's intentions. Yet the Navy faced immense pressure from the world government, and even if they were aware of Raylo's scheme, they could not simply disregard it. "What if I refuse you?" Nia suddenly interjected, her peculiar nature aside. She was indeed clever enough to perceive that Raylo sought to use her as bait to lure the Navy into a trap. "Why would you refuse me? Wasn't that your original goal?" Indeed, Nia had infiltrated the ghost ship with the intent of contacting the Navy at an opportune moment to summon them to apprehend Raylo. However, circumstances had changed. With Raylo having dispelled the curse and heightened his abilities, contacting the Navy now would undoubtedly lead them to their demise, a scenario Nia wished to avoid. Thus, she turned away, refusing to meet Raylo's gaze or respond. Raylo chuckled helplessly. Although he did not possess the so-called chivalrous spirit like Sanji, he could not bring himself to threaten a woman. With that, Raylo turned his gaze towards Nia, a playful smile gracing his lips. "It seems I must allow you to depart." Nia looked at Raylo with confusion, utterly perplexed by his intentions. "Did you not understand? There is a small boat on board. You can row away yourself. I am not at liberty to escort you." Nia's bewilderment deepened. Despite her familiarity with Raylo, she had not anticipated such behavior from him. "I mean, why are you doing this? What is so difficult to comprehend? Do you fancy me and wish to remain on the ship to keep me company?" Raylo jested. Nia fixed her gaze on Raylo, clearly unwilling to relent until she received a satisfactory answer. Raylo smiled helplessly. "If one were to speak of the true reason, perhaps it is because you assisted me during the time I first encountered the curse. Had it not been for your intervention, I might have perished in the depths." Raylo's tone shifted as he remarked, "The truth is, You are simply too weak. So weak, in fact, that I do not even regard you as a concern, and thus, I do not expend any effort on devising a strategy against you. If you were as formidable as Kizaru or even Garp, I would undoubtedly not let you leave so easily. Nia's expression suddenly turned grave, as though she had transformed into a different person. It was precisely because she recognized the veracity of Raylo's words that she refrained from countering him. Nevertheless, the strong-willed Nia felt a pang of discomfort within her heart. Without uttering a word, she approached the ship's railing and lowered a small boat into the water. Just as she was about to depart, she abruptly turned to Raylo and declared, "I will capture you, no matter how much time it takes. I swear." Raylo did not mock Nia. Instead, he offered a subtle smile and said, "I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. However, before that, you must diligently enhance your own strength, for otherwise, you will be unable to catch up with me." Without further ado, Nia dismissed his words and leapt onto a small boat, departing alone. On this day, two individuals with fundamentally opposing stances established a pact. Although the disparity in their abilities was immense, neither regarded this agreement as a jest. Raylo gazed at Nia, who was departing in the rain, and his smile faded. Very well, it was time to attend to serious matters. Raylo and his companions had agreed to reunite after a year and a half. In the months that followed, Raylo wandered alone for several weeks. He resolved to seek a secluded place for dedicated training, honing his domineering presence and combat skills. Striving to restore himself to the peak of his prowess from 60 years ago, or even surpass it, Raylo understood that although he was formidable, he was not invincible. Otherwise, he would not have been captured by the Navy while at the pinnacle of his power 60 years ago. Therefore, he must become strong enough to accomplish all that he desired. However, before that, Raylo needed to resolve certain matters to pursue his training without any concerns. Chapter 136. The Kingdom of Kessel. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, was intricately linked to the dark underworld. Although he had met his demise at the hands of law, this news seemed to have been suppressed, as no one spoke of it. Neither Doflamingo's subordinates nor the factions that collaborated with him were aware of his death. While Raylo could not ascertain whether Law had intentionally concealed this information to avoid complications or if the world government had actively suppressed its dissemination, he understood well that there is no wall that does not allow the passage of sound. Sooner or later, the news of Doflamingo's death would inevitably circulate. At that point, it was needless to say that Law, who had personally slain Doflamingo, would attract attention, and Raylo, who had facilitated this opportunity for Law, would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from various factions. Having lifted the curse, Raylo was not afraid. However, he preferred to rest in peace and did not wish for disturbances. Therefore, rather than waiting for others to seek him out, Raylo chose to take the initiative to eliminate potential threats. Yet, Doflamingo's connections were exceedingly complex and currently, the only factions Raylo knew to be related were Kaido and the Randy family. As one of the 4 emperors, Kaido possessed exceptional strength and commanded formidable subordinates. Although Raylo did not fear confronting Kaido one-on-one, dismantling Kaido's forces single-handedly would be quite the challenge. Moreover, given that Kaido resided in the New World, the journey back and forth would be cumbersome for Raylo. Thus, he opted to target another entity, the Randy family. The Randy family ruled the darkness, manipulating the unsavory businesses of various nations. Engaged in numerous illegal dealings, the Randy family could easily be compared to the Vinsmoke family, to which Sanji belonged. Although both the Randy and Vinsmoke families possessed their own nations, the former operated in secrecy, exerting control from the shadows, making them all the more secure. The Randy family enjoyed considerable notoriety within the industry, undoubtedly standing as a giant among Doflamingo's numerous collaborators, making them an ideal target for Raylo. By dismantling the Randy family, Raylo could send a warning to others. Consequently, those factions would naturally come to fear him, refraining from provoking him lightly. As for Kaido, being one of the 4 emperors in the New World, his every move was under the watchful eye of the world government. Not to mention whether he would be willing to make the lengthy journey back to the first half of the Grand Line. Even if he were, the Navy would not easily allow him to do so. Thus, the Randy family emerged as Raylo's most suitable target at present. A few days later, Raylo arrived in the Kingdom of Kessel. This nation was secretly ruled by the Randy family, despite the dark nature of its rulers. The citizens of Kessel did not live in dire straits. On the contrary, within Raylo's line of sight, the people of Kessel appeared to lead prosperous lives, with smiles gracing their faces. However, Raylo knew that this was but a facade. Behind this illusory prosperity lay a foundation built upon countless corpses. It was precisely due to the Randy family's plundering and exploitation of the citizens of other nations that allowed their own populace to thrive. Thus, Raylo sensed an unmistakable stench of blood and decay permeating throughout this land. Raylo traversed the bustling crowd and made his way directly to the grand palace of the Kingdom of Kessel. Although the Kessel Palace was impressively constructed, it was not entirely isolated from the common populace. At the entrance, a dozen soldiers stood guard, yet many civilians roamed nearby, seemingly a testament to the royal family's approachability. Raylo curled his lip in disdain, dismissing the scene, and boldly strode into the palace. Raylo believes that since the Randy family is the master behind this nation, they can only reside within the palace. Halt! Who are you? What do you intend to do? As Raylo approached the palace, he was immediately met by guards who obstructed his path, preventing him from advancing further. Yet, how could these mere mortals possibly hinder Raylo's stride? In fact, he did not even need to lift a finger. Merely unleashing a hint of his conqueror's haki caused all the guards stationed at the palace to succumb to unconsciousness. How did the guards fall into unconsciousness? This time, Raylo's deployment of his conqueror's haki was confined to the vicinity of the palace entrance, thus sparing the surrounding crowd from its influence. The populace, accustomed to a prolonged period of peace and tranquility, had never encountered such a scene. They immediately cried out in panic and fled, resulting in a state of utter chaos. Raylo boldly pushed open the grand palace doors and strode inside. Although guards continually charged at him along the way, Raylo advanced with an air of nonchalance. This was solely due to the fact that those guards who approached him fell, without exception, before the overwhelming might of his conqueror's haki. Raylo traversed the lengthy corridor, while behind him, the palace guards lay scattered in disarray. Attention! Enemy attack! The sentinel stationed in the palace watchtower, having noticed the unusual occurrence in the corridor, shouted a warning, prompting a multitude of guards to rush forth. Raylo furrowed his brow, not out of annoyance at the reinforcements, but rather due to the soldiers' reminder that the person he sought might very well choose to hide. Despite the considerable commotion Raylo had stirred within the royal palace, no member of the Randy family had yet made an appearance. Given Raylo's understanding of the Randy lineage, it was evident that their prideful nature would not allow them to remain unresponsive to such an affront. Thus, Raylo could only deduce that the Randy family members were not present within the palace, and their whereabouts remained unknown to him. Consequently, he had no choice but to inquire about one individual, the one most likely to possess knowledge of the Randy family's movements, the king of the Kexel Kingdom, a mere puppet controlled by the Randy family. As a throng of guards surged toward him once more, Raylo enveloped the entire palace with his observation haki, discerning the precise locations of everyone within. Amidst the onslaught of protectors, only one individual remained motionless in a chamber. Found you. A smirk tugged at Raylo's lips. The king of the Kexel Kingdom, being a mere puppet of the Randy family, wielded no real power. Thus, he had no consorts or offspring. Therefore, the solitary figure within the palace could only be the king himself. Raylo executed a swift act of shaving, vanishing from his original position in an instant. After a few breaths, he surged into the chamber. At that moment, the nominal king of the Kessel Kingdom sat upon his throne, trembling as he regarded Raylo. Chapter 137, The Fruit of Assassination. The sudden appearance of Raylo left the nominal king of the Kessel Kingdom utterly rattled. Just as Raylo intended to inquire about the Randy family, an ominous premonition surged within him. Almost immediately, he sensed a rush of air at the back of his head. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Raylo had endured numerous battles and instinctively reacted by turning around. A barely perceptible sound, akin to a whisper, reached his ears. It was the faint sound of his skin being pierced. A minuscule trace of blood appeared on the nape of Raylo's neck. Despite not employing his haki for protection, his physical resilience had long surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, making it no simple task to inflict harm upon him. From the blood mark, a faint wisp of dark energy emanated. Indeed, it was poison. Raylo's ability, the Immortal Fruit, inherently possesses formidable healing powers, particularly against toxins. Having endured the baptism of Magellan's venom, he finds himself impervious to nearly all toxic mists in existence. What may appear as a terrifying poison merely evokes a tingling sensation in his neck. Suddenly, before Raylo, a man materializes. This individual is entirely enveloped in heavy garments, with only his piercing eyes visible, rendering his true appearance a mystery. At that moment, he wields a dagger. Shrouded in an ominous black aura, capable of effortlessly severing steel. The toxin coating it, in a mere gram, could annihilate an entire city, yet this man stands unfazed. Lalo surveyed him from head to toe, refraining from hastily making a move. How did you evade my observation, Haki? Prior to entering this chamber, Lalo had enveloped the entire palace with his observation Haki, and at that time, he had only detected King Kessel within this room, failing to notice the individual before him. Furthermore, Lalo had consistently maintained a limited range of observation Haki, yet upon entering the room, he still did not perceive the presence of this person. It was only when the opponent launched an attack and manifested before Lalo that he abruptly realized there was another individual in the room. Ignoring the presence of others is not an uncommon occurrence. However, for Lalo, whose mastery of observation Haki was nearly unparalleled, such an oversight was nearly inconceivable. Thus, the other party must possess some peculiar means to deceive Lalo's observation Haki. After Lalo posed his question, the individual smiled at him. Do you think I would divulge that to you? I am not foolish. Lalo chuckled in silent amusement, recognizing that this was indeed the behavior of a rational person. Who would take the time to explain their techniques while engaged in battle? Would they fear that their opponent might seize the opportunity to defeat them? The foremost leader of the Randy family is their patriarch, a figure often spoken of but seldom seen. Only the 6 core elders of the family have laid eyes upon him. According to legend, his strength remains unfathomable. Beneath the patriarch are the 6 elders, who wield substantial authority and oversee various domains within the Randy family. Each elder commands their own cadre of subordinates. The man before Raylo is one of the high-ranking officials of the upper echelon, although King Kessel is a mere puppet in the hands of the Randy family. Devoid of real power, he remains the facade of the nation. Should any misfortune befall King Kessel, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Randy family. Thus, they have specifically dispatched officials to safeguard him. The individual standing before Raylo is Serial. Naturally, anyone elevated to the ranks of the Randy family possesses formidable strength and wields the power of a devil fruit. Serial's devil fruit is known as the assassination fruit, which grants him the ability to obscure his presence, including his aura, scent, and even intent to kill. The assassination fruit differs significantly from the transparent fruit. While the transparent fruit allows its user to render their body invisible, it fails to conceal their aura and scent. Consequently, a master of observation Haki can easily detect a user of the transparent fruit. In contrast, the assassination fruit does not render the user's body invisible. Rather, it enables them to mask their aura, even evading the effects of observation Haki. Thus, as long as the wielder of the assassination fruit successfully conceals their presence, they can deftly elude detection by those adept in Haki, allowing them to remain unnoticed. For a formidable practitioner of Haki like Raylo, the assassination fruit proves to be a more formidable challenge than the transparent fruit. It was only due to Serial's prior concealment in the shadows of the room that Raylo failed to notice him immediately upon entering. Raylo could only rely on his combat instincts and the subtle sounds around him to barely respond to his opponent's attacks. Were it not for his possession of the immortal fruit's powers, he would have succumbed to the deadly poison by now. Although Raylo was unaware of the exact means by which Serial evaded his observation Haki, he understood that such caution indicated a formidable adversary. Just as Raylo prepared to strike, Serial unexpectedly produced 2 projectiles from his cloak. He tossed them to the ground, and in an instant, the room was engulfed in smoke, obscuring Raylo's vision. Utilizing the powers of the assassination fruit, Serial could already evade observation Haki, and the white smoke further impaired Raylo's sight, rendering Serial nearly invisible. Consequently, Raylo could not discern Serial's position. However, this did not concern Raylo in the slightest. If Serial were to simply retreat, Raylo would be at a loss. Yet he was certain that Serial would choose to remain and would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Even though Raylo had inadvertently displayed his prowess, he remained steadfast in his belief that the outcome would be the same. For the members of the Randy family are imbued with such confidence. They believe they can triumph over any opponent. Though unaware of Serial's hidden techniques, Raylo had lifted the curse and regained his immortal form. Standing on the foundation of invincibility, he felt no trepidation regarding Serial's methods, waiting patiently for the impending assault. Serial stealthily approached Raylo from behind. He served an elder who oversaw the assassination operations of the Randy family, and he himself was a leader within the assassination department, proficient in various assassination techniques. The maneuver he employed was known as silent steps, a technique that significantly muted the sound of movement to evade detection. Coupled with the assassination fruit's ability to mask his presence and scent, Sriel found himself in a state of complete stealth, entirely unconcerned about being discovered by Raylo. He had acquired intelligence regarding Raylo's immortality from the Elder, yet he was curious to test whether Raylo could regrow his head if it were severed. As Sriel closed the distance to Raylo, only a step away, his eyes gleamed with intent as he launched his attack. Chapter 138, Compatibility until Sriel initiated his assault. Raylo had not sensed his presence. However, at the precise moment Sriel struck, Raylo detected a subtle shift in the surrounding air currents. This alteration was a result of Sriel's rapid movements disturbing the air around him. While the assassination fruit could significantly diminish the impact of an ability user's actions, it could not completely erase it unless the fruit had fully awakened. These slight changes might go unnoticed by others, but Raylo would not overlook them. Thus, the instant he perceived the shift, he spun around and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The sound of Sriel crashing against the wall echoed through the room. His entire body was embedded within the wall, and it instantly became adorned with a spiderweb of cracks. Coughing, Sriel spat out a mouthful of blood. Quite resilient, Raylo remarked. Although Raylo had not exerted his full strength in that blow, Sriel's ability to remain conscious afterward demonstrated that he possessed some degree of strength. Unlike the Vinsmoke family, which focuses on technology, genetic modification, and external weaponry, the Randy family is firmly rooted in martial prowess. As a cadre member, Sriel was also adept at wielding haki, which he employed to shield his vital points just as Raylo launched his attack. Nonetheless, even with the protection of armament haki, he was swiftly overwhelmed. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, Sriel's previous assault on Raylo was not entirely in vain. At the moment of Raylo's strike, he redirected his attack, slicing across Raylo's arm with his blade. Raylo did not employ the defensive armed haki, resulting in a slender crimson mark adorning one of his arms, with wisps of dark energy swirling above it. However, due to the capabilities of the immortal fruit, this seemingly insignificant injury swiftly vanished, and the toxins dissipated almost instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, Raylo's arm returned to its former state, entirely unscathed. Coughing lightly, Sriel expressed his frustration, lamenting the unfortunate compatibility. This was not a mere excuse on his part. Had anyone else lacking immunity to toxins faced the same situation, they would not have suffered such a fate under the lethal combination of the assassin fruit and a poison dagger. It is not to say that Sriel's strength could rival that of Raylo, but even against opponents possessing formidable combat instincts akin to Raylo's, he could still inflict severe injury, or even death, with his dagger's venom. After all, even a powerhouse like Raylo incurred a scratch on his arm while subduing Sriel, though the scar was nearly negligible. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to the potent poison. The smoke within the room lingered, as Raylo gradually approached the wall where Sriel had impacted. Yet, upon reaching the wall, Raylo discovered that Sriel was no longer there, leaving behind only a pool of blood on the ground. Raylo furrowed his brow, astonished by the tenacity of Sriel's willpower, which enabled him to flee even in a severely injured state. Perhaps he had misjudged the true extent of the Randy family's influence. It seemed that his decision to approach them was not as prudent as he had initially believed. This family was far more formidable and expansive than Raylo had imagined. Yet, the course of events had already been set in motion. At this juncture, Raylo found himself unable to alter the circumstances. Moreover, the adversary, the entire Randy family, proved to be a formidable challenge, yet for Raylo, it was not a matter of fear but rather an inconvenience. However, in this moment, Raylo was unperturbed by any trouble. The greater the strength of his foes, the more it honed his skills. Although he was not ensconced in the depths of a remote forest, this still constituted a form of training. Despite the fact that Sriel had sustained injuries, the air was devoid of the scent of blood, rendering Raylo incapable of discerning the opponent's position based on this alone. Clearly, the aroma emanating from Sriel had been eradicated by the effects of the assassination fruit. At this moment, Raylo's observation haki could only detect the tremulous presence of King Kessel within the room, while the members of the Randy family exuded confidence. Raylo doubted that Sriel would be foolish enough to launch another attack while gravely wounded. Such an action would undoubtedly cost him more lives than he possessed. In this scenario, Sriel had no choice but to abandon the Puppet King to safeguard himself. After all, a senior official of the Randy family held far greater significance than a mere Puppet King. Although the Puppet King was a matter of pride for the Randy family, it would suffice to find someone else to support him afterward. The identity of that individual was of little consequence. In truth, the populace was blindly compliant. They were easily swayed. Who ascended to the throne mattered little to them, as their lives would remain largely unchanged. Ryo harbored such thoughts, yet regrettably, Schreier's perspective diverged significantly from his own. Although Schreier refrained from launching another assault on Ryo, he steadfastly adhered to his responsibilities, refusing to abandon the puppet king and opting instead to flee with him. Within Ryo's observation, the aura of the puppet king abruptly vanished. This was a manifestation of the ability granted by the assassination fruit. Not only could it obscure the user's presence, but it could also conceal the auras of individuals in contact with the user. Oh, how intriguing. Schreier, bearing King Sail upon his back, gradually made his way toward the exit of the chamber. Once they departed from this place and located the 6 elders, they could assemble a force to confront Ryo, thereby avenging today as humiliation. Schreier, contemplating thus, did not succumb to despair despite his earlier failure. Suddenly, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of oppression, so potent that resistance felt futile. This pressure was so immense it caused the very walls of the room to tremble. Schreier found himself unable to discern whether this was but a figment of his imagination or an undeniable reality. His consciousness began to fade, and his gaze grew increasingly distant. At this moment, Lalo unleashed the full power of his conqueror's haki, and even Sriel could no longer withstand it, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. As for the king of Kessel upon his back, he had long since lost consciousness. Bang! Bang! The resounding thuds marked the moments of Sriel and the king collapsing to the ground. With Sriel's fainting, the effects of the assassination fruit also dissipated, and both he and the king of Kessel re-emerged within Lalo's observation. It appears that I have overestimated you, Lalo remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he approached the unconscious Sriel. The reason Relo did not employ the Conqueror's haki to resolve the battle from the outset is that, under ordinary circumstances, this formidable power can merely exert a suppressive effect on individuals like Sriel, rather than inducing a state of unconsciousness. However, given Sriel's injuries and the resultant wavering of his resolve, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of Relo's Conqueror's haki and lost consciousness. Chapter 139, Gathering Intelligence. Relo struck Sriel twice across the face. Although he exerted little force, Sriel's face, swathed in fabric, became even more swollen. Wake up, Relo commanded. Under the combined effect of Relo's blows and his shouts, Sriel slowly regained consciousness. Despite having recently suffered severe injuries due to Relo's actions and fainted from his overwhelming Conqueror's haki, Sriel now regarded Relo with no trace of fear. In fact, he even issued a defiant challenge. You shall not extract anything from me. Not a single one of the Randy family is a coward. Oh, is that so? Relo replied with a smirk, choosing not to contest his words. Perhaps you are indeed a tough nut to crack, but he remains uncertain. Relo turned his head to observe the slumbering puppet king beside Sriel, and then glanced at Sriel with an air of amusement. This king was merely a pawn in the hands of the Randy family. Although he bore the title of monarch, he wielded no real power and was subject to manipulation. He had long wished to escape the grasp of the Randy family, a fact of which Relo was well aware. Thus, he was certain that this puppet king could never exhibit the same unwavering loyalty to the Randy family as Sriel did. What do you intend to do, you despicable wretch? Sriel bellowed, having discerned Relo's scheme and preparing to launch an attack. However, it suddenly dawned on Sriel that his limbs had been broken and he was utterly incapacitated. The pain, which had gone unnoticed before, surged through him violently, yet he refused to show weakness before Relo, gritting his teeth to endure the agony. With a sharp slap, Relo roused the puppet king from his stupor. Upon awakening and recognizing Relo, the king nearly fainted from fright, but fortunately, Relo provided him with a jolt of physical stimulus to prevent him from losing consciousness again. What do you want? The poor king stammered, his fear rendering his speech halting. What do I want? Relo replied with a smile. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in you, a mere pawn. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Answer me well, and I shall release you. Oh, really? The king questioned, incredulous. Do you believe I have any reason to deceive you? Relo retorted. The king pondered for a moment, realizing that Relo could eliminate him with the ease of crushing an ant. A person of his stature could hardly attract Relo's attention. Thus, there was indeed no necessity for deceit. Ask away, the king declared, summoning his courage. Yet, before Relo could speak, Sriel erupted in outrage. Have you lost your mind? If you dare betray the family, we will not let you go unpunished. Relo furrowed his brow, poised to completely silence Sriel, and offer some soothing words to the king. When a chilling laughter pierced the air. Spare me? You should first find a way to save yourself. Do you truly believe he will show you mercy? Moreover, you have never regarded me as one of your own. How then can I be deemed a traitor? Sriel fell into silence. Indeed, Raylo would never let himself off the hook. By then, the news of this puppet betraying the family would remain uncommunicated. Moreover, he could hardly be considered a member of the family. Thus, technically, it was not a betrayal. The king's name is Charles III. 2 centuries ago, his ancestors were the legitimate kings of this nation, truly governing the people. However, one day, the Randy family arrived in this land. They assassinated the reigning king and supported the young prince to ascend the throne, secretly seizing control of the realm. Charles III was well aware of these historical events. Although he outwardly bowed to the Randy family, willingly becoming a puppet, he harbored a deep resentment that he yearned to express. Thus, he had long sought an opportunity to break free from their grasp and truly govern this nation. Now, that opportunity had arisen, brought forth by Raylo. Charles III had participated in that meeting and was acutely aware of the enmity between Raylo and the Randy family. He understood that unless one side was utterly annihilated, this war would never cease. Therefore, this time, Charles III chose to align himself with Raylo. Should he emerge victorious, the Randy family would be eradicated, and he would become a true king in every sense. Conversely, if he lost, although he would certainly incur the wrath of the Randy family, it would still be preferable to living as a mindless puppet. While Raylo could roughly speculate Charles III's convoluted thoughts, he was not particularly interested and directly inquired, where are the 6 elders of the Randy family? Why is it that in this nation controlled by the Randy family, there is not a single member present besides this one? Suddenly, Sriel burst into laughter. He had initially assumed Raylo sought intelligence on the Randy family's high-ranking officials to take them down one by one. But he was astonished to find that Raylo aimed to confront the 6 elders directly. Although Sriel had suffered a crushing defeat at Raylo's hands, he viewed Raylo's actions as tantamount to courting death. If you wish to know this, I can indeed tell you. And my information will be far more detailed than what that puppet knows. Oh? Raylo paused, puzzled by Sriel's intentions. Charles III, fearing his role might be overlooked, interjected. He believes the combined strength of the 6 elders far surpasses yours, hence he thinks you are seeking your own demise. Which is why he has decided to share this information with you. Is that so? Raylo chuckled, still perplexed by the source of the Randy family's confidence. Do tell. Chapter 140. The Black Bamboo Forest. You should also know that the most prominent leader of our family is our patriarch. He is shrouded in mystery. Even I do not know his true identity or appearance. Only the 6 elders within the family are privy to information about the patriarch. After listening to Sriel's words, Raylo glanced at Charles III, who nodded in affirmation, confirming that they had always been puppets in the hands of the elders, and that no one had ever seen the patriarch. Raylo scoffed, keeping such a mystery, denying everyone an audience. What could possibly be so hideous about your patriarch? Sriel ignored Raylo's provocation and continued, the 6 elders oversee different enterprises within the family. Although they are at odds with one another, they all heed the patriarch's command, and thus they must visit him every 3 months. The reason you did not encounter the 6 elders is that they have all departed to meet the patriarch. Though I lack information about the patriarch, I do know where the 6 elders have gone. Oh? Raylo's interest peaked. To the east of the Kessel Kingdom lies a vast expanse of mountains. While I cannot ascertain whether the patriarch resides deep within those mountains, there exists a black bamboo forest in that region, through which the 6 elders always pass on their return journey. They typically spend 5 days with the patriarch before returning. So if you wish to find them, you may wait there. They will likely pass through that area the day after tomorrow. Is that so? So, besides you, the absence of other Randy family members in the kingdom is due to this? They have all accompanied the 6 elders? Sriel shook his head. I have mentioned that no one has ever seen the patriarch apart from the 6 elders, although they take a few trusted aides with them each time. Those aides merely accompany them to the Black Bamboo Forest. After their meeting with the patriarch, they return to escort them back. That is all. While our Randy family is indeed powerful, the number of high-ranking officials is not particularly large, since they belong to different domains. The personnel remaining within the Kessel Kingdom are even scarcer. However, the reason why the original members of the family, who were quite capable, are currently absent from the kingdom is entirely because of you. Because of me? Raylo was taken aback. Indeed, because you have slain our family members and issued grave threats. The elders unanimously decided to eliminate you. Aware of your formidable strength, they deemed it necessary to dispatch a powerful force, So all the family members in the kingdom, aside from me, who was left to protect this waste, have essentially gone out to confront you. I merely did not expect that you would arrive shortly after their departure. Had the domestic forces not already left, how could you have been so audacious? Sriel's voice grew tinged with resentment. So, I should thank those 6 elders for their decision, which has allowed me to traverse this place as if it were uninhabited. Raylo chuckled. Humph. Sriel scoffed, turning away in disdain. I only wish to convey that the decision of the 6 elders is indeed correct. Raylo forcibly turned Sriel's head to face him. Had it not been so, those individuals would be dead by now. Regardless of their presence or absence, the final outcome would remain unchanged. After Raylo spoke, he swiftly snapped Sriel's neck. This exceedingly self-assured man met his demise in an instant. It seemed that Sriel had anticipated his fate, for his expression remained remarkably tranquil. Within Raylo's heart, there was not a trace of fluctuation. Although the Randy family remained unaware, following the demise of Don Quixote da Flamingo, he and the Randy family had become irreconcilable foes. Their conflicts utterly unresolvable. It was evident that one side must face total annihilation. As a member of the Randy family, Sriel had indeed committed numerous misdeeds, and at this juncture, he could be deemed deserving of his fate. In stark contrast to Raylo's stoicism, King Charlie III experienced a tumultuous array of emotions. A blend of surprise and fear simultaneously occupied his heart. Yet, when Raylo turned his gaze towards him, only fear remained within Charlie III's soul. Although Raylo had promised not to take his life, the information that had surfaced had been divulged by Sriel, wholly unrelated to him. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm Charlie III, Raylo abruptly turned and departed. He resolved to find a way to contact those subordinates who had ventured out in search of him, instructing them to meet him in the dense black bamboo forest. Having uttered his words, Raylo departed the room. Charlie III was instantly overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting with excitement. Although Raylo's intention in urging Charlie III to share his information with the officials was to ensnare them all, it simultaneously alleviated any lingering concerns for Charlie III. He was already envisioning a grand future unfolding before him. Yet, in the next moment, the expression on Charlie III's face froze. The seemingly vanished Raylo had remarkably returned. Standing at the doorway and gazing at him, Raylo refrained from commenting on the other's performance and merely stated, I have alleviated a significant predicament for you. Although I do not covet your position as king, I hope that when the day comes that I require your assistance, you will step forward. Otherwise, Raylo let out a cold chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as Charles III was about to respond, he realized that Raylo had vanished without a trace. Wiping the beads of sweat that had just begun to form on his forehead, he confirmed that Raylo had indeed disappeared, and only then did he shout out in exhilaration. To Raylo, Charles III was merely an insignificant figure. Yet, even the most inconsequential characters, when employed appropriately, can yield remarkable results. A day later, in the dark bamboo forest to the east of the kingdom of Kessel, Raylo leaned against a thick black bamboo, his eyes closed in tranquility. It is said that the peculiar black hue of the bamboo in this region is due to the presence of unique minerals beneath the earth. However, at this moment, the black bamboo surrounding Raylo was stained with vivid crimson blood. This blood belonged to high-ranking officials of the Randy family. Scattered around Raylo were various dismembered parts of their bodies. These individuals had come here to wait for the elders of the Randy family. Following the command of 6 esteemed patriarchs, upon Raylo's arrival, both parties swiftly recognized each other. The members of the Randy family were already intimately familiar with Raylo's visage. Thus, as soon as they encountered one another, a fierce battle ensued without a single word exchanged. Regrettably, this so-called confrontation devolved into a one-sided slaughter. Those selected by the 6 elders to accompany Raylo were undeniably formidable. They were not only adept in the use of haki, but some among them were also wielders of devil fruit abilities. Alas, they could merely serve as Raylo's whetstone. And even that was an overstatement. After the skirmish, Raylo found himself unsatisfied, yearning for a more vigorous engagement. At that moment, he sensed a series of presences drawing near. Finally, they had arrived. Chapter 141. The Battle in the Bamboo Grove. Undoubtedly, these auras belonged to the upper echelons of the Randy family. Following the directives of the 6 elders, they had ventured out in search of Raylo, only to have missed him as he came to them instead. Subsequently, Raylo instructed Charlie III to relay his whereabouts, urging them to seek him in the dark bamboo grove. Upon receiving the message, they hastened to the location with fervor. Intent on slaying Raylo. Proficient in observation haki, they effortlessly pinpointed Raylo's position without the need for a search. Raylo remained motionless, patiently awaiting the arrival of his adversaries. In a short while, all opponents materialized before him, 10 men and 4 women, a total of 14 individuals. Among the men, there was a diverse array of heights and builds, while the women, with their fair skin and striking beauty, possessed elongated legs and alluring figures. Though captivating, they lacked distinctiveness. Nonetheless, Raylo would not extend any leniency simply due to their gender. He treated all alike, unwavering in his approach. At this moment of encounter, rather than engaging in combat immediately, a burly, scarred bald man boldly taunted Raylo. Raylo cast a disdainful glance at him, letting out a cold laugh as he surveyed the opposition. Enough of the idle chatter. Who among you dares to meet their demise first? Why don't you go die first? Bellowed the bald man as he launched himself at Raylo. As he charged forward, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Hair sprouted forth, his limbs grew robust, hands morphed into claws, and his visage became increasingly feral, resembling a wild beast. By the time he was merely 3 feet away from Raylo, he had completed his metamorphosis into a humanoid tiger. It became evident that he was the wielder of the animal-type tiger fruit. Such fruits grant their users the ability to transform into animals, encompassing 3 forms: human, beast, and a hybrid of both. At this moment, he was in his hybrid form. This state significantly enhanced his physical attributes while maintaining a semblance of human appearance, thus allowing for agile combat, a formidable combination. It is well known that tigers reign as the kings of beasts, possessing extraordinary strength, even without the augmentation of haki. A mere swipe from this hybrid form of Hyuk could shatter stone. While Hyuk engaged Raylo, the other 13 members of the Randy family stood idly by, showing no intention of intervening. This was not due to a belief that Hyuk alone could vanquish Raylo. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that, although they had all been dispatched by the elders to confront Raylo, they were affiliated with different elders, and it was widely accepted that the 6 elders were at odds with one another. Thus, they sought to exploit Raylo to weaken the influence of their rivals. Only when the situation spiraled out of control would they contemplate collaboration. Human nature is inherently selfish, even in the face of a formidable adversary. They remained preoccupied with their own interests. Regrettably, they failed to foresee that they would not survive to reap those benefits. In the blink of an eye, Hyuk was upon Raylo. With a fierce momentum, he unleashed what appeared to be a straightforward strike, yet it was imbued with formidable power, aiming to crush Raylo's skull. However, Raylo met the assault with unwavering resolve, stepping forward instead of retreating. This seemingly reckless advance artfully sidestepped the force of Hyuk's attack, rendering it futile. Although Raylo was powerful, he would not typically have opted for such a maneuver. This strategic decision was a consequence of his curse, which had constrained his strength and depleted his stamina, compelling him to rely more on technique and precision in wielding his remaining power. In the face of Hyuk's assault, Raylo had numerous options available, yet his choice was undoubtedly the most energy-efficient. With Hyuk's attack thwarted, his chest lay wide open, exposing his vital points to Raylo. Just as Hyuk attempted to pivot and retaliate, Raylo seized the initiative. A singular punch, a seemingly simple strike, enveloped in haki, pierced through Hyuk's form. The advanced haki could breach even the defenses of the 4 emperors, let alone the meager resilience of a mere animal fruit user. In the aftermath of the blow, Hyuk was sent reeling backward until he collided with a rock, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. With a single, effortless strike, Raylo utterly vanquished Hyuk, and the expressions of the remaining 13 members of the Randy family instantly transformed into vigilant wariness. Despite their affiliations to different elders and the existence of personal grievances and even animosities among them, at this moment, they cast aside their selfish interests and stood united on the same front to confront Raylo. Observing the sudden shift in the demeanor of the 13 before him, Raylo smiled knowingly. Indeed, it is only through the shedding of blood that one can truly perceive reality. However, regrettably, before he could utter another word, Raylo launched his assault. Raylo's speed was astonishing, so swift that they scarcely had time to react. It was only when Raylo's figure reappeared before them that they realized the attack had already been executed. At that moment, Raylo held in each hand the severed heads of 2 men. These individuals had been the closest to Raylo when the assault commenced, making them the most advantageous targets. In the blink of an eye, Raylo severed their heads, leaving them utterly oblivious to their fate, their expressions remaining unchanged. They were formidable opponents. Yet before they could even showcase their prowess, they met their demise at Raylo's hands. Thud, thud. Casually tossing aside the 2 severed heads, Raylo continued, "Alas, reality is not so easily altered, particularly in the face of my presence." Raylo smiled at them. Yet, despite the smile adorning his face to their eyes, he appeared to be a veritable fiend. "Do not hesitate, let us attack together." As the words fell from his lips, The remaining 13 high-ranking members of the Randy family launched their assault upon Lalo. Fists, feet, weapons, and firearms all aimed at him. Alas, in the presence of Lalo's exceptional observation haki, they found themselves utterly incapable of even grazing him. Raylo danced effortlessly amidst their encirclement, as if performing a graceful ballet. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his feet, making escape increasingly difficult. Looking down, he discovered that a multitude of vines had ensnared his legs, hampering his movements. Although Raylo possessed the foresight of observation haki, allowing him to glimpse fleeting moments into the future, the onslaught of 13 adversaries inevitably led to some oversight. Thus, he had not noticed when the vines had emerged. At that moment, one of his attackers swung a large blade down from above, aiming to cleave Raylo's head. Chapter 142, The Game. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this, demon? A woman's sinister laughter echoed. Her hands plunged into the ground as if manipulating unseen forces beneath. The exposed skin on her arms bore the likeness of intertwining vines. I am a vine human, imbued with the powers of the vine fruit. You shall not escape my grasp. Raylo chuckled inwardly at her unwavering confidence. As the large blade descended perilously close, he chose not to struggle against the vines. Instead, meeting the attack head-on. An astonishing scene unfolded before the members of the Randy family. Raylo deliberately propelled his head toward the blade's edge. Has that man lost his mind? A collective thought surged through the minds of the Randy family. Yet, what transpired next left them even more bewildered. With a resounding crack, it was not Raylo's head that was cleaved, but the blade itself shattered upon impact with him. Though this sword was not renowned as an exceptional weapon, it had been nurtured by its wielder's mastery of armament haki, hinting at a potential transformation into a black blade. Yet, in that moment, Raylo effortlessly broke it with his own head, leaving his opponent stunned. Despite sharing the same haki, the disparity in their strengths was glaring. The wielder of the shattered sword stood frozen, oblivious to Raylo's taunt. When he finally regained his senses, a chilling emptiness gripped his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see a gaping void where his heart once resided. Thud. Before his mind could register the pain, his body collapsed, lifeless. Although the death of their comrade stirred unease within the remaining members of the Randy family, none faltered. Instead, they grew more resolute, their cooperation tightening. Should they survive this encounter, they might even thank Raylo for uniting them in purpose. Alas, such a fate was unattainable. Despite the escalating ferocity of their attacks, Raylo remained effortlessly composed, refusing to exert himself to break free from the vines entwined around his feet. Though the vines possessed remarkable resilience and could stretch and contract at the wielder's whim, for Raylo, severing their hold was no daunting task. His reluctance to free himself was merely an indulgence to add a modicum of challenge to this encounter. For he found the members of the Randy family to be rather inconsequential. If he chose to unleash his full potential, he could easily annihilate them all in an instant. But that would be far too mundane. The 6 elders were not due to return until tomorrow, and until then, Raylo sought to entertain himself. He had come to regard his skirmishes with the Randy family as a mere game. While it may seem cruel, given their notorious deeds, Raylo felt no remorse for his actions. To prolong this game, he would impose limitations upon himself. The user of the vine fruit initially believed Raylo incapable of extricating himself from her vines. However, as the battle progressed, she realized that while her vines constrained him in certain respects, they did not prevent him from dispatching her comrades. Could it be that he deliberately chose not to break free? Did he believe that he could effortlessly overcome them, even ensnared? The vine woman's thoughts simmered with indignation. Everyone, step back, she suddenly bellowed. The family members, anticipating the ensuing chaos, retreated in unison. In the next instant, the ground began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Though the earth quaked, Raylo remained steadfast, his legs firmly anchored, impervious to the disturbance. Yet, in the following moment, fissures appeared in the ground, and thousands of vines erupted from the earth like a surging tide, rushing towards Raylo. Smack! The wave of vines enveloped him entirely, tightening around him as they formed a cocoon. While the vine woman had played a supportive role thus far, her strength was among the elite, and now, with all her might, she ensnared Raylo. Surely, you do not believe you have truly captured me? The voice of Raylo emanated from the cocoon, though faint. It sent shivers down the spine of every listener. Suddenly, the cocoon began to tremble, and despite the vine's lady's desperate attempts to tighten and stabilize it, her efforts proved futile. With a resounding boom, akin to the explosion of a cannonball, the cocoon enveloping Raylo shattered into countless fragments, yet Raylo emerged unscathed. No one had ever escaped from that move before. How did you manage it? The vine's lady asked, her expression one of disbelief. Was it difficult? I merely pushed it open with my hands, came the calm reply. What Raylo spoke was indeed a fact. He had not even resorted to his domineering aura. Yet he forcefully broke free from the confines of the cocoon solely through sheer brute strength. Although the vines were undeniably powerful in Raylo's eyes, they paled in comparison to Doflamingo's threats. Damn you, perish! The vine-wielding woman suddenly reached out towards Raylo, her arm instantly transforming into countless vines. As these vines surged towards Raylo, they gradually tightened and coalesced. In the end, these innumerable vines astonishingly twisted together to form a single, sharp spike. This spike, forged from countless vines, was naturally of formidable strength, and the tip shimmered with an eerie light. There exists a myriad of vine types, many of which are not without their venomous varieties. Raylo immediately discerned the secret behind that sharp spike. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, pondering how they all seemed so reliant on poison. Raylo extended his hand forward, directly encountering the sharp spike. The spike possessed unparalleled penetrating power, piercing through Raylo's palm and creating a gaping hole. Furthermore, the toxin on the spike swiftly spread throughout Raylo's entire hand, inducing a sense of discomfort. Since the commencement of their battle, this marked the first time Raylo had truly sustained an injury, invigorating the remaining few, who felt that the scales of victory had begun to tilt in their favor. Yet, Raylo remained unfazed as he extracted the spike. His palm healed at a visibly rapid pace, and the toxic fumes gradually dissipated. Indeed, there were moments when sheer force could hardly provide adequate defense. Nevertheless, Raylo lifted his gaze toward the vine woman, declaring, "Now it is my turn." Under Raylo's penetrating stare, the vine woman felt an unsettling shiver run down her spine. Momentarily succumbing to trepidation, however, she quickly dismissed the thought, steadying herself to prepare for another assault. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Raylo had already teleported before her. Chapter 143. Slaughter. Raylo stood before the vine maiden, offering her a faint smile. "I wonder how fire-resistant your vines truly are?" Before she could respond, Raylo swiftly drew the blade of thunder from his waist. The formidable electric energy of the lightning blade was unleashed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye. Countless golden serpents entwined around the vine woman, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. At that moment, the vine woman had just completed her elemental transformations, her entire being enveloped in tendrils. Upon contact with the lightning, the vines ignited immediately, flames swiftly engulfing her. The vine woman writhed in agony, her cries piercing the air, clearly in excruciating pain. Although she had dispelled her elemental form, the flames did not diminish. She was enveloped in fierce fire, resembling a being of pure flame. Despite her harrowing screams, none of the remaining members of the Randy family dared to intervene. The vine woman rolled on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames consuming her body. However, the ground was not composed of sand or stone, but rather lush grass, and her frantic movements only served to ignite the entire patch of grass. The wind howled fiercely, causing the flames to spread rapidly throughout the surrounding black bamboo forest. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with firelight, and smoke billowed ominously. "What? Are you all planning to flee?" Raylo inquired, casting a glance at the remaining members of the Randy family. They collectively swallowed hard, fully aware that they had no escape route. Should they turn and run, Raylo would undoubtedly strike them down without hesitation. Conversely, if they chose to stay and fight to the bitter end, there might be a slim chance of survival, though such an opportunity was nearly non-existent. Yet, none of them wished to court death. Thus, while no one fled, neither did they dare to launch an attack against Raylo. As the standoff continued, the vine woman ceased her thrashing, and the flames that had once consumed her finally extinguished, leaving her transformed into charred remains. Even if a breath of life lingered, her time was all but up. With a swift motion of his blade, Raylo unleashed a surge of sword energy that swiftly put an end to her life, sparing her from further suffering. Could it be that even the infamous demon possesses a heart of compassion? A member of the Randy family inquired. "I merely wish to avoid any disruption to the ensuing battle due to her presence." Moreover, Raylo turned to glance at the individual, questioning, "Is it within your purview to discuss how I should act?" Raylo's gaze pierced like a sharp blade into the chest of the man, instilling a deep sense of dread within him. At that moment, the flames engulfing the entire black bamboo grove had ceased, leaving Raylo somewhat perplexed as he turned to glance around. To his astonishment, the bamboo grove stood utterly unharmed, with not a single stalk charred by the fierce flames. Only the grass and some low shrubs had been scorched. Indeed, this bamboo grove held an air of mystery. However, Raylo's mind was not preoccupied with the secrets hidden within the grove. He shifted his attention to the remaining members of the Randy family, smiling as he inquired, "Who desires to be the next to perish?" Originally, there were 14 members of the Randy family who ventured into the Black Bamboo Grove, but after Raylo's brutal onslaught, only 9 remained. These 9 individuals regarded Raylo with various thoughts swirling in their minds, yet none dared to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, a slightly gaunt man stepped forward and spoke, "In truth, we harbor no profound enmity towards one another. And it has been you who has been slaying our kin from the very beginning. If you would permit us to depart, we could unite in appealing to the 6 elders, urging them to revoke the pursuit against you and grant you generous compensation. Although our Randy family dwells within the shadows, we place great value on the principle of trustworthiness. You may fully rely on our word." Upon concluding his statement, the other 8 turned their gazes towards him. A few seemed inclined to speak, yet ultimately, silence prevailed. Raylo chuckled. At that moment, the news of Doflamingo's demise had yet to surface. If they were to discover that a significant ally had perished at their hands, would they still remain so nonchalant in seeking negotiations? You are indeed correct. I have been the one relentlessly slaughtering your kin. Upon hearing Raylo's words, the man sighed in relief, preparing to respond. Yet Raylo continued, "However, it was you who first sought trouble with me. I am rather straightforward. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if one dares to offend me, well, moreover, who instilled in you the confidence to believe you are worthy of negotiating terms with me? Do you truly think I would care about your relentless pursuit? As for the compensations you speak of, if the Randy family were to cease to exist, would not all your wealth belong to me? Perish." As soon as the words left his lips, Raylo executed a swift move, appearing before the man and severing his head with a single stroke, denying him any opportunity for rebuttal or to summon his abilities. "Do not hesitate. Fight for your lives." Another called out. They understood that if this continued, their demise at Raylo's hands was merely a matter of time. Thus they had to muster every ounce of strength to grasp that slender thread of survival. This man's exhortation undoubtedly served to galvanize his comrades, as he led the charge against Raylo, with the remaining few swiftly following suit. The battle raged on, their numbers dwindling, while Raylo's losses remained negligible. However, the remaining few fought with reckless abandon, rendering the conflict even more intense than when their numbers had been greater. Leluo observed the tempestuous onslaught they unleashed and chuckled. Now it held some significance. As one individual swung a fist toward him, Leluo slightly inclined his body, simultaneously delivering a punch that struck the man's chest with precision. The impact reverberated, producing a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling upon the collision of Leluo's fist and the man's body. To his astonishment, Leluo's punch failed to penetrate the man's chest or even push him back. At that moment, the man was enveloped in a dark hue, as if he had been doused in black paint. He grinned at Leluo and proclaimed, "I am a man of iron, having consumed the iron fruit. And with the addition of my haki, my defense is invincible." "Is that so?" Leluo replied with a smirk. "You truly possess an unwavering confidence that runs in your blood." With that, Leluo unleashed another powerful punch. Rairo's formidable armament haki first shattered the opponent's own haki, then directly penetrated his metallic frame. Although this strike produced a tremendous noise, it was not akin to the resounding clang of a bell, but rather the sound of metal fracturing. After being pierced by Rairo, the man gazed at him in disbelief, unable to fathom how effortlessly his prideful defense had been breached. "Not to mention mere scrap iron, even diamonds would crumble beneath my might." After finishing his words, Leluo withdrew his arm. Although the opponent wielded the powers of a natural-type fruit, Leluo inflicted fatal damage upon him through the use of haki, rendering him unable to survive. Raylo cast a glance at the few remaining individuals. Next, Chapter 144, Bullets. 7, 6, 5. As the battle unfolded, the members of the Randy family dwindled in number, and soon only one remained before Raylo. Compared to their first encounter, the man's face was devoid of any confidence, replaced entirely by fear and regret. Why? Why had he accepted the task from the 6 elders? Why had the family provoked this harbinger of death? Why had he not chosen to flee at the first sight of them? Regret is a remedy that does not exist in this world. As the turmoil of remorse surged within him, Raylo approached. When faced with fear, individuals typically exhibit 3 responses: fight, flee, or the third, freeze in place. The man before Raylo was ensnared in this latter state, motionless as if consciousness had deserted him. It was not that he lacked awareness or did not wish to escape. Rather, fear had seized control of his mind, rendering him incapable of rational action. Fortunately, this paralysis did not endure for long, as Raylo swiftly ended his life. Observing the field strewn with corpses, Raylo let out a resigned sigh. These individuals, so brimming with confidence, turned out to possess only mediocre strength. unable even to utter a defiant word in their final moments. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, marking the deep of night. The news relayed to Lalo by Sryle indicated that 6 elders would return here tomorrow. However, Sryle did not specify the exact time, and Lalo surmised that he might not know either. As the long night dragged on, Lalo could only pass the time in boredom, awaiting the arrival of the 6 elders from the Randy family. Once the matters concerning the Randy family were resolved, Lalo intended to seek a secluded spot to diligently hone his combat skills and mastery of dominance. Although his current prowess is already among the pinnacle of this world, he has yet to reach a level of supremacy overall. He planned to dedicate over a year to refining his abilities, aspiring to surpass the peak he attained 60 years ago. Subsequently, it would only be a matter of time before he would sweep aside the 4 emperors and flatten Marineford. In the stillness of the night, Lalo began to reminisce about his companions. Though their strength was not formidable, they were undeniably intriguing individuals. Rayleigh is not a solitary figure akin to Hawkeye. Although he possesses formidable strength, he opts to rely on the power of his companions. Among the 4 emperors of the New World, none have attained their current status through sheer individual prowess. Even if Rayleigh could solely depend on his own abilities to become another sovereign of the New World, he would still require the support of others to maintain that position. Undoubtedly, these individuals are his companions. One can only wonder how formidable their strength will be by that time. Lalo waited patiently in the bamboo grove for an extended period. The following evening, as the sun began its descent in the west, 6 figures emerged slowly from the shadowy mountains adjacent to the dark bamboo forest, gradually approaching Lalo. At last, they had arrived. Raylo employed the moonwalk technique to hover in midair, gazing intently at his adversaries while simultaneously unleashing his observation haki to envelop them. Discerning their very essence, the 6 elders of the Randy family comprised 4 men and 2 women, their ages varying, yet apart from one elderly gentleman and a youthful lad. The rest were in their middle years. Raylo had assumed that the 6 elders of the Randy family were all elderly individuals, only to be taken aback by the realization that their average age was merely in the 30s. This must be attributed to the fact that the Randy family values strength above all. The 6 elders had ascended to their esteemed positions not merely due to seniority, but through their own formidable prowess. Thus, it would be more fitting to refer to the 6 elders as 6 leaders. Among them stood an elderly man wielding a staff of equal height, while the others were equipped with firearms, swords, or remained unarmed. However, what captured Raylo's attention the most was a youth among them. He appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, bearing an air of youthful innocence, seemingly harmless. Yet, Raylo understood all too well that to attain such a position at such a tender age within the shadowy realm of the Randy family, the boy's talent, strength, and intellect must be nothing short of exceptional. Raylo discerned the presence of the boy, noting that his aura was remarkably robust. Given sufficient time, he might very well evolve into a formidable adversary. However, it was evident that Raylo would not afford him such an opportunity. The elderly man accompanying the boy also piqued Raylo's interest. Though he appeared to be an ordinary old man, his aura was exceedingly faint, reminiscent of a flickering flame nearing its end, devoid of any semblance of a powerful being. Raylo comprehended that the emergence of such a possibility could either indicate the old man's genuine prowess or suggest that his strength was so formidable that it could deceive Raylo's keen senses and observation haki. Given that this individual held a position among the upper echelons of the Randy family, Raylo could hardly entertain the notion that he was a mere weakling. This was intriguing. Although Raylo surveyed them from a lofty vantage point and maintained a considerable distance, the 6 elite members of the Randy family were certainly not ordinary individuals. It did not take long for some among them to notice Raylo observing their group from the air. The visage of Lalo had long been etched into the hearts of each one of them. Thus, even before they had entered the bamboo grove, they instinctively grasped that their fallen comrades had already succumbed to Lalo's hand. The fact that Lalo remained in their midst indicated his intent to eliminate the 6 of them. Occupying a position just below the patriarch within the Randy family, they had naturally emerged from a landscape of carnage and bloodshed. After deducing the sequence of events, they felt little astonishment. Instead, they immediately sprang into action. A man armed with a firearm raised his weapon toward Lalo. In that moment, Raylo was overcome by an unsettling sensation of being locked onto. Bang! A bullet shot forth with blinding speed. His firearm bore no distinction from an ordinary rifle, yet it seemed to possess an inexplicable method that accelerated the projectile's velocity severfold. Nevertheless, such speed was insufficient to pose a challenge for Raylo, who, aided by his observation haki, anticipated the bullet's trajectory with ease, deftly tilting his head to evade the incoming shot, unscathed. Oh, did he manage to evade it? Quite impressive. But can he dodge this one? The man raised his weapon once more, having already taken aim, yet hesitated to pull the trigger, as if contemplating something profound. Observing the man below, Raylo surmised what was being prepared, a manifestation of armament Haki. This formidable power could not only enhance the strength of blades but could also be harnessed on firearms, by utilizing armament Haki to compress the air within the gun. The bullet's firing velocity could be significantly augmented. Furthermore, the Haki could envelop the bullet, enabling it to inflict damage upon those possessing natural abilities. This was the reason, in the original narrative, that when the red-haired pirates made their appearance during the latter stages of the Marineford War, Ben Beckman could aim his gun at Kizaru. Yet the latter remained motionless. Chapter 145, Two-Sword Style Boom. An earth-shattering roar erupted. That diminutive rifle produced a sound surpassing that of a cannon. Had the man not enveloped the weapon with armament Haki, such overwhelming force would have reduced the firearm to mere fragments, with such a tremendous display accompanying its discharge. The bullet's power was to be expected. The velocity of the bullet exceeded all limits. Even with Raylo's foresight granted by observation Haki, evasion proved no simple feat thus. Raylo opted for the most prudent approach. He would absorb the attack head-on. This method not only offered a direct assessment of the opponent's strength but also stemmed from Raylo's formidable healing abilities bestowed by the immortal fruit, rendering him unafraid of any injury. Once again, a tremendous thud resonated, akin to a heavy slab crashing to the ground. A bullet struck Raylo's chest. Prior to the assault, he had enveloped himself in a layer of advanced armament Haki, creating an invisible armor around his body. Although the bullet did not penetrate this formidable shield, it brought him perilously close to collapse. The tremendous force of the impact caused Raylo to stagger, nearly toppling from the sky. Despite the aggression he faced, his spirits soared. A smile danced at the corners of his mouth. Though his adversaries were undeniably powerful, this was precisely what he sought. The strong remain strong. A true champion's strength arises from the relentless pursuit of equally formidable opponents, honing their skills through continuous combat. It was evident that the 6 members of the Randy family epitomized the kind of strength Raylo desired, in the spirit of reciprocity. After having endured 2 bullets from his opponents, Raylo was compelled to respond in kind. Raylo drew the Dragon Ball and, with a simple flick of his sword towards the 6 individuals below, unleashed a torrent of sword energy. In an instant, the air crackled with lethal intent, as if aiming to cleave the 6 in twain. At that moment, the youth whom Raylo had been observing charged forth. He unsheathed the blade at his waist and swung it towards Raylo's sword energy, seemingly attempting to disperse the lethal force. Yet, how could Raylo's sword energy be so easily vanquished? The youth was forced to retreat several steps, his complexion paling noticeably. With a fierce shout, he pressed his long blade forward, exerting all his strength until he finally managed to dissipate Raylo's sword energy. After neutralizing the formidable attack, the youth gasped for breath, clearly exhausted. Nevertheless, Raylo harbored no disdain for this young warrior. It is crucial to recognize that the Dragon Ball is an extraordinarily rare and potent weapon. The sword energy it produced was not solely a manifestation of Raylo's own power, but was also augmented by the vital essence contained within the Dragon Ball, rendering its might unparalleled, indeed, surpassing even that of Eagle Eye. Thus, the fact that this youth could intercept and disperse such formidable sword energy was truly an impressive feat. Unbeknownst to Raylo, the young lad before him was merely 16 years old, having clandestinely challenged the world-renowned swordsman, Hawkeye, 2 years prior at the tender age of 14. Although the outcome of their duel was never in question, Hawkeye, upon its conclusion, offered a remarkable appraisal of the boy. In 20 years, he might surpass me. The extent of flattery in this statement remains a mystery to outsiders, yet Hawkeye's regard for the youth undeniably reflects his exceptional talent, despite Raylo's ignorance of this past event. The boy's recent display of prowess afforded Raylo a considerable understanding of his capabilities. It is no wonder that the Randy family reigns supreme in the dark underworld, nor that its members exude such unshakable confidence. Indeed, it is little surprise that even a minor official from the Randy family dares to look down upon Don Quixote da Flamingo. With the family's elite possessing such formidable strength, their confidence is well-founded. If Kaido and his ilk are the sovereigns of the New World, then the Randy family stands as the rulers of the shadowy realm. While their currently exhibited prowess may still fall short of the 4 emperors, one must ponder the strength of the patriarch, who has remained hidden from the public eye. Each side exchanged a move, neither gaining the upper hand. Raylo descended from the skies, waiting in the bamboo forest for his adversary's arrival. Before long, 6 individuals representing the pinnacle of the Randy family's power appeared before him. They soon noticed the scattered corpses around, realizing that aside from their own subordinates left here for support, Those dispatched to confront Raylo had also perished at his hands. "It seems we have underestimated you. To contend with you, we must take matters into our own hands," remarked a man who had aimed a gun at Raylo. "Though the world government brands you as a demon, you shall soon comprehend what a true demon embodies." This came from a man adorned with twin swords at his waist, exuding a formidable aura. "I have heard that you possess the powers of the immortal fruit, granting you eternal youth and life. That is indeed enviable. It is said that after your capture, the Navy exhausted every means yet failed to extinguish your life. Should we succeed in slaying you, what bountiful rewards might the Navy and the world government bestow upon us?" inquired a beguiling middle-aged woman, her tone laced with seduction even as she provoked Raylo. Despite the Randy family's involvement in various illicit enterprises, thriving in the shadows, their enduring presence in the dark world can be attributed not only to their own might but also to the support they receive from official channels. They maintain close relations with the upper echelons of the world government, providing slaves and rare treasures to the celestial dragons, while the government turns a blind eye to their nefarious activities. It would not be an exaggeration to label them as the unrecognized warlords of the sea. In the face of their provocations, Raylo remained unfazed, merely offering a faint smile. "If you believe you can accomplish it, then feel free to try." As soon as Laro finished speaking, the man wielding dual blades at his waist launched an attack against him. Undoubtedly, he was a practitioner of the two-sword style. Their movements were unembellished, yet remarkably swift. Although Laro possessed the Dragon Ball and the Thunder Blade, he could not truly be considered a swordsman in the strictest sense, and his swordsmanship was consequently rather mediocre. However, relying on his formidable strength, he was able to hold his ground. While he engaged in combat, the remaining 5 members of the Randy family observed from the sidelines. It was unclear whether their reluctance to intervene stemmed from trust in their comrades' abilities or from some other reason that made intervention inconvenient. Nevertheless, the man who had initially fired at Laro raised his rifle, seemingly poised to shoot at the first opportunity. In any other scenario, a person in such a position, with powerful foes aiming at their head, would find it difficult to maintain composure and act freely. Yet, Laro remained utterly unfazed. After all, he was the wielder of the immortal fruit. Even if his head were to be pierced by an opponent's bullet, he could swiftly recover. Moreover, such an occurrence was virtually impossible. Chapter 146, Shattered Clouds. Raylo engaged in a fierce duel with his opponent, the air alive with the dazzling glint of swords and the resonant clang of steel ringing continuously. Although the opponent's dual-wielding techniques were undeniably exquisite, Raylo possessed an overwhelming advantage in strength. As a result, despite the relentless barrage of the opponent's intricate maneuvers, he found himself at a disadvantage. Conversely, Raylo was not merely defending. He was honing his own swordsmanship amidst the clash, even absorbing lessons from his adversary's techniques. "Oh, what a formidable man he is." At that moment, Bro also perceived the evolution of Raylo's combat style. However, he seemed rather indifferent to the fact that Raylo was learning from his own moves. His tone, rather than one of astonishment, bore a hint of mockery. Bro's swordplay appeared inexhaustible, having yet to repeat a single technique throughout their ongoing battle. Raylo was somewhat astonished by the myriad sword techniques displayed by Burrow. It is well known that for an ordinary person, creating a single sword move is no small feat. Yet Burrow possessed an array of techniques, a testament to his innate talent and the dedication he had invested in the art of the sword. However, it is important to note that having an abundance of techniques does not necessarily equate to superiority, as what suits Burrow may not be applicable to others. Thus, Raylo chose to refrain from laboring over the study of Burrow's techniques, focusing instead on honing his own swordsmanship during their combat, so that he might fully harness the powers of the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade in the future. In pursuit of a purer enhancement of his skills, Raylo deliberately abstained from utilizing the inherent powers of the Dragon Ball throughout the battle. He relied solely on the sharpness of the Dragon Ball's essence to contend with Burrow's dual blades, intentionally restraining his own strength to prolong the encounter. As Raylo diligently improved his swordsmanship, Burrow was not idle either. A rival of such high caliber as Raylo was a rare opportunity for him, and he viewed Raylo as a means to elevate his own prowess. Many of the sword techniques Burrow employed during the fight were spontaneously conceived in the heat of battle. Nevertheless, these techniques were exceptionally intricate. Although the so-called members of the Randy family whom Raylo had previously encountered seemed insignificant, Burrow undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Should he choose to venture into piracy, his capabilities would suffice to position him as a vice-captain among the 4 emperors. Burrow's sword strikes accelerated to a point where they became indistinguishable to the onlookers, who could only perceive a web of blades enveloping Raylo. At that moment, Raylo found himself struggling to withstand Burrow's relentless assault with merely the Dragon Ball. Therefore, he drew forth another divine weapon from his waist, the Thunder Blade. Raylo brandished his twin blades, while Burrow also wielded his swords with both hands. It was indeed a duel of dual wielders against dual wielders. As Raylo unsheathed the Thunder Blade, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Although Burrow's web of swords continued to envelop Raylo relentlessly, each strand was systematically dismantled by Raylo's strikes. Truly formidable. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, Burrow maintained a smile upon his face, exuding an air of composure, as if he had yet to unleash his true potential. Undoubtedly, he is far superior. Is this unwavering confidence a trait inherent to every member of the Randy family? Raylo, unwilling to yield, began to taunt his opponent. Burrow merely smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. At that moment, however, Burrow unexpectedly altered his approach, retracting his left hand and opting to wield the knife with both hands. Raylo was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern the true intentions behind his opponent's facade. With a resounding clang, Burrow swung his sword towards Raylo, and although Raylo managed to parry the blow, he felt a jolt reverberate through his wrist. Even though he had yet to reach his peak condition, Raylo's physical prowess had already transcended normal limits, placing him among the elite few in the world. The mere fact that Burrow could induce such a reaction in Raylo with his own strength spoke volumes about his formidable power. The transition from wielding the sword with one hand to using both hands had significantly amplified Burrow's strength. However, in a contest of sheer power, Raylo was confident that he would not be bested. With dual blades crossed in hand, Raylo slashed forward, directly clashing with Burrow's single sword. Confronted with Raylo's unparalleled might, Burrow was unable to withstand the force, retreating 3 steps in rapid succession. As the battle wore on, a fleeting flicker of unease appeared on Burrow's countenance. But it quickly vanished, and he regained his composure. Observing his opponent's relinquishment of the dual-wielding technique, Raylo too decided to sheath the recently drawn Thunder Blade, opting instead for a single-handed sword. At that moment, Burrow suddenly stepped forward, simultaneously striking at Raylo with his sword. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged forth, hurtling toward Raylo at an astonishing speed. Observing the situation, Raylo remained unperturbed as he launched a counterattack, wielding his sword to unleash a wave of sword energy directed at his opponent. The two streams of sword energy collided mid-air, engaging in a fierce struggle. To the onlookers, it appeared that although Burrow's sword energy was released first, it slightly retreated in the face of Raylo's formidable strike, indicating a discernible disadvantage. With a resounding bang, the ultimate outcome saw both streams of sword energy dissipate, resulting in a stalemate where neither party gained the upper hand. However, from the perspective of the spectators, it was evident that Raylo had the advantage. I believe it is time we reveal our true abilities, lest those individuals grow impatient, Burrow suddenly remarked. Raylo smirked slightly, remarking that it would depend on whether he deemed the other worthy of his true prowess. No sooner had the words left his lips than a formidable sense of pressure enveloped him. The Conqueror's Haki. To his astonishment, Burrow had also mastered this formidable power. Yet, it was hardly surprising. As Green Pepper had previously told Luffy, in the perilous New World, individuals possessing Conqueror's Haki were as numerous as the fish in the river. Given Burrow's status as one of the foremost warriors of the Randy family, the rulers of the Dark Underworld, it was quite natural for him to wield such power. Possessing Conqueror's Haki merely indicated a potential for kingship. Whether one could truly ascend to that throne was another matter entirely. However, the fact that Burrow's Conqueror's Haki could exert such pressure on Raylo spoke volumes about its intensity. Yet, as a representative of this very power, Raylo was not one to be easily subdued. Almost instinctively, he unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki, clashing it against Burrow's, leading to a momentary balance of forces. In the next instant, both Burrow and Raylo surged forward simultaneously, their blades colliding with a sharp and piercing sound. The forces from both sides clashed incessantly, forming a realm of their own as they sought to repel one another. Although this spectacle appeared to last an eternity, it was merely a fleeting moment. The volatile energies erupted skyward, parting the clouds above as if they were mere wisps of smoke. Chapter 147. Fury. While the clouds above dissipated, Raylo and Burrow remained locked in a stalemate below. It was no wonder Burrow had the audacity to proclaim himself a demon in Raylo's presence. He truly possessed remarkable skill. Raylo acknowledged Burrow's prowess, despite Mihawk being lauded as the world's greatest swordsman. The world was rife with hidden talents, including many exceptional swordsmen. Without a doubt, Burrow was among the elite. While he might not triumph over Mihawk in a direct confrontation, he certainly had the capability to engage him in battle. This realization thrilled Raylo. It was not solely Bro's formidable strength that promised an exhilarating combat experience. It was also the implication of what lay beyond Bro. What level of power did the elusive head of the Randy family possess? To grow stronger. Engaging with the mighty was undoubtedly the most effective path, as both sides remained at an impasse. Raylo prepared to summon even greater strength when an unexpected turn of events transpired. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. It was a man nearby, rifle in hand, who had taken aim at Raylo and pulled the trigger. While powerful individuals often held a sense of pride and generally preferred to keep their battles unimpeded, the Randy family's members adhered strictly to a principle of self-interest. If subduing Raylo meant achieving their goals, they would not hesitate to forsake notions of honor or dignity. At this moment, Laro found himself enmeshed in a fierce battle with Burrow. Although he had activated his observation haki, he did not pay much attention to his surroundings, for as a wielder of the immortal fruit, he was impervious to death. Even if others inflicted harm upon him, it bore no substantial impact. Thus, Laro did not bother to evade or defend against the bullet aimed at him. The man targeting Laro was named Kaya. From the onset of the confrontation between Laro and Burrow, he had persistently aimed his firearm at Laro. Throughout the skirmish, he had been honing his armament haki, reaching an apex of mastery. Consequently, when the bullet was discharged, the heat generated caused the barrel to glow a fierce red, evidencing its inability to withstand such intensity. Nevertheless, the power of that shot was undeniably formidable. The bullet shattered the protective layer of armament haki enveloping Laro's body, penetrating directly through him and leaving an agonizing wound the size of a bowl at his chest. The bullet, no larger than a marble, had inflicted a wound dozens of times its size. The energy it contained was apparent. After traversing through Laro's body, the bullet collided with the rock wall, ultimately succumbing to its own tremendous force and exploding, creating a gaping hole in the wall. What astonishing defensive capabilities! I had expected the wound to be even larger. After that shot, I wonder if Kaido and Big Mom could withstand it. Both Kaido and Big Mom are emperors of the sea, their names echoing throughout the world. Despite the Randy family having no direct ties to them, they are both formidable wielders of powerful devil fruits and are far from ordinary, possessing exceptionally robust physical defenses. Few in the world could inflict harm upon them. Kaya, from a distance, unwittingly exuded confidence in his attack, while simultaneously harboring dissatisfaction regarding the damage he inflicted upon Laro. In his perspective, the injury he caused should have been far more significant. Thanks to the remarkable regenerative abilities of the immortal fruit, Laro's wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, despite his immortality, he still experienced pain. The sensation brought forth by such a substantial wound was, without a doubt, excruciating. Rairo endured the pain with great fortitude, yet a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his face. Do you have any idea whom you have provoked? With a thunderous roar, Lalo unleashed a surge of power and presence. The once evenly matched Brolo was instantly repelled. In the next moment, Lalo launched an assault on Kaya. His legs propelled him forward, causing the ground beneath to shatter into a web of cracks as he surged towards Kaya like a rocket ignited, an unstoppable force. In a fleeting moment, Lalo appeared before Kaya, his Dragon Ball aimed directly at the latter's neck. Having expended over half of his internal energy in a prior strike against Lalo, Kaya found himself utterly defenseless against the impending assault. Moreover, Kaya was not adept at close combat. Thus, Lalo's furious blow was beyond his capacity to evade. The blade of the Dragon Ball was mere inches from Kaya's throat. Just then, a figure suddenly sprang from the side, forcefully pushing Kaya aside and positioning themselves in front of Lalo. Though the 6 members at the pinnacle of the Randy family were embroiled in discord and rife with conflict, their overarching perspective was undeniably more acute compared to their subordinates. They understood that confronting Lalo was no trivial matter and that they could not afford to lose their combat strength lightly. Hence, they set aside their grievances to rescue their comrade. A crisp sound rang out. A woman clad in brass knuckles had intercepted Lalo's attack. Among the 6, only 2 were female, each distinct in appearance and stature. The woman who had thwarted Lalo's strike was named Rovi, dressed in loose garments and sporting a pragmatic short haircut. She possessed a physique that was remarkably robust, even towering over Lalo. Her muscles were pronounced, with nary an ounce of excess fat. Undoubtedly, her strength surpassed that of an average man. While she may not reach the terrifying prowess of a seasoned warrior, her ability to block Lalo's blow was no trivial feat. However, Lalo's wrathful strike was not easily deflected. Following the impact, Rovi staggered momentarily before being propelled backward. After soaring several meters, she regained her balance. Upon halting, Rovi suddenly tasted blood in her throat and violently expelled a copious amount. Having used her brass knuckles to absorb the force of Lailo's attack, her arms were left incapacitated by the overwhelming impact. Such formidable strength, truly deserving of the title demon, Rovi couldn't help but reflect. At that moment, Kaya, who had been thrust aside by Rovi, interjected, "You insufferable woman, who asked you to meddle? Silence, you worthless fool. If I hadn't saved you, your head would have been severed by now. Are you worried that my demise would complicate matters for you?" She retorted, disdain evident in her tone. Despite the peril they had just escaped, the two began bickering, oblivious to Lailo's presence, leaving their relationship shrouded in ambiguity. "Perhaps you two should continue your quarrel in hell," Lailo remarked nonchalantly. At that moment, Kaya's previous wounds inflicted by Lailo had completely healed. Lailo no longer felt pain, yet his fury remained unabated. Despite the formidable strength of his adversaries, at this moment, he was resolute in his desire to eliminate them, and no one could impede him. Chapter 148. Humiliation. Since their encounter, Lailo had engaged in combat with 4 of the 6 opponents, gaining a rough understanding of their capabilities. Bro and the young swordsman displayed exceptional swordsmanship. However, given the boy's youth, Bro likely surpassed him in sheer strength. Kaya, the marksman among the 6, wielded bullets imbued with his haki, capable of extraordinary power, thus commanding significant respect. Though Robe was a woman, her ability to withstand Lailo's furious strike indicated her formidable strength. In terms of physical resilience, she was likely on par with Bro. For Lailo, Kaya was undoubtedly the most manageable opponent. While his shooting skills were commendable and his bullets powerful, he was a marksman ill-suited for close combat. Moreover, having recently fired at Lailo, Kaya had expended much of his haki, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Therefore, Lailo resolved to target Kaya first, seeking to vent his pent-up rage. Among those present, none were weak, and they swiftly sensed the shift in Lailo's aura, grasping the gravity of the situation. They were not fools. They understood that Lailo had embraced the intent to kill. Kaya, having previously ambushed Lailo and injured him, naturally became the primary target of Lailo's wrath. "Bro," Norway shouted. Although she had just deflected Lailo's attack, her arms remained numb, rendering her unable to intercept any subsequent strikes or assist Kaya. Bro, having just exchanged blows with Lailo and brimming with fighting spirit, was ideally positioned to provide aid to Kaya. "Understood," Bro replied, immediately grasping the situation. With a powerful leap, Bro propelled herself forward like an arrow, swinging her long blade towards Lailo in an attempt to thwart his assault on Kaya. Kaya recognized his precarious position as Lailo's primary target. Despite having depleted half of his haki from the previous shot, he raised his gun, aiming for Lailo's head. Faced with Bro's sudden approach, Lailo momentarily abandoned the idea of confronting Kaya and turned to glare at Bro, unleashing a surge of his Conqueror's haki. While Lailo's Conqueror's haki could incapacitate foes, it also exerted pressure on strong opponents. However, since Bro was also a wielder of Conqueror's haki, Lailo's aura had little effect on her, and her actions remained largely unaffected. In an instant, Bro was upon Lailo, her blade mere inches from him. At that moment, Lailo raised his arm and swung his sword, unleashing an overwhelming force. The clash between Longwan and Bro's blade erupted with a deafening sound. Although Longwan was a rare and formidable weapon, Bro's sword was exceptional in its own right, having been honed by years of infusing it with his haki, rendering its sharpness extraordinary. Even Lailo's formidable strike could not sever the blade, while Bro's weapon withstood the sharpness of Longwan. He himself could not endure the sheer might of Lailo's attack. Previously, when they had sparred, the exchanges had been evenly matched because Lailo had chosen to temper his strength, appreciating Bro's exquisite swordsmanship. However, now, Lailo was no longer interested in such technicalities. His unrestrained blow far surpassed their earlier encounters. Caught off guard by the sudden increase in Lailo's strength, Bro struggled to maintain his grip on his weapon, nearly losing it. Yet, as a master swordsman, his weapon was akin to his very life. He could not afford to let it slip away. Consequently, Bro forcefully controlled his weapon, preventing it from flying off. But in doing so, he bore the brunt of Lailo's might. Bro's mastery over his body reached levels unattainable by ordinary individuals, and he instinctively sought to dissipate Lailo's force, channeling it from his arms to his feet. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. The ground beneath Bro's feet cracked in a spiderweb pattern, sprawling and dense. The force of Lailo's strike was unmistakably formidable, although Bro managed to defuse the impact of Lailo's assault in a timely manner. His arm nonetheless bore the brunt of Lailo's immense power, becoming instantly swollen, painful, and numb, rendering movement a challenge. However, when compared to the earlier encounter where Ro had endured Raylo's furious blow, Bro's condition was considerably more favorable. While Ro possessed greater physical strength than Bro, her control over her body and the transfer of power was not as refined, preventing her from dissipating Raylo's force and compelling her to endure the attack head-on. "Is this truly your strength?" Bro inquired, gazing at Raylo. "Were you merely toying with me before?" Bro struggled to accept the reality that Raylo's power surpassed his own and found it intolerable that Raylo, despite possessing such formidable strength, had feigned a lack of prowess in their earlier exchange. To Bro, this was nothing short of humiliation. In response to Bro's unspoken grievances, Raylo did not provide a direct answer but instead posed a question. "Do you now comprehend the meaning of the title demon?" His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible anger or joy. Prior to the commencement of their battle, Bro had boasted to Raylo that he would make him understand what a true demon was. Thus, Raylo's words struck Bro as a profound affront. Yet, faced with the undeniable reality of his own inadequacies, Bro could only swallow his pride. Despite inflicting considerable damage upon Bro, Raylo chose not to pursue further aggression but rather redirected his focus to his original target. "Kaya, do you know what I abhor the most? When others attempt to ambush me, while I am entirely unfazed by anyone's sneak attacks due to my own strength. Such behavior is simply repugnant." Raylo spoke in a calm tone, gradually closing the distance to Kaya. After enduring Raylo's assault, both Bro and Ro temporarily lost their other abilities. Among the remaining trio, a youthful boy rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, seemingly poised for action, while an elderly man appeared lost in thought, his gaze distant. The last individual was a strikingly beautiful woman in her early 30s, her figure commanding and her features exquisite. At that moment, she regarded Raylo with a semblance of a smile, yet showed no intention of attacking. Since the onset of the battle, she had maintained this inscrutable demeanor, leaving others bewildered as to her true thoughts. Laylo remained indifferent to her thoughts and continued to approach Kaya. Chapter 149, 3 verses 1. Kaya, observing Laylo's relentless advance, could not help but swallow hard. Although Kaya's domineering aura had not yet fully recovered, he could not afford to remain passive in the face of Laylo. He had already lifted his rifle, aiming it at Laylo's head, and as Laylo drew nearer, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! Whoosh! Bullets whizzed past Laylo, failing to inflict any harm, not even grazing the hem of his clothing. Despite the extraordinary power and speed of the bullets infused with his domineering aura, Kaya was at a disadvantage. Having expended much of his energy, he had not fully regained his strength. Additionally, he lacked the time to imbue the bullets with sufficient aura, resulting in a rapid fire that diminished their former terrifying might. Consequently, the bullets Kaya discharged could not pose any threat to Laylo. In some respects, Laylo could entirely disregard these projectiles, as even a direct hit would not breach his defenses. Nevertheless, he adeptly employed his observation haki to evade the incoming bullets. Laylo's actions were not motivated by any profound regard for Kaya, but rather by a desire to psychologically shatter him, making it abundantly clear just how utterly powerless he was in Laylo's presence. At that moment, the youth's right thumb subtly pressed against the hilt of his blade, seemingly prepared to draw it forth. However, before the young man could unsheath his weapon, Laylo swiftly reacted. Centered around Laylo, the ground around him began to concave, as if struck by a colossal boulder. This phenomenon was a result of Laylo unleashing the full potency of his conqueror's haki, exerting a suppressive influence over all things. Lacking the same formidable power, Kaya found himself significantly affected by Laylo's haki. Concurrently, the other 5 individuals also experienced a momentary halt in their movements, including Bro, who possessed his own conqueror's haki, underscoring the sheer might of Laylo's overwhelming presence. The overwhelming power of Raylo's conqueror's haki lasted but a fleeting moment. In that brief instant, he launched his attack, and then it was over. Under the watchful gaze of the remaining 5, Raylo materialized behind Kaya. The tip of Long Wan's blade kissed the ground, as crimson droplets, reminiscent of fire, cascaded from the edge, akin to blossoming plum flowers. Alongside the blood, Kaya's severed head descended to the earth, rolling to rest at Raylo's feet. In his eyes, there was no terror, no fury. He retained his original expression. It was only upon the separation of his head from his body that Kaya failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Raylo gazed down at Kaya's lifeless head, refraining from the futile act of crushing it beneath his foot. Instead, with an expressionless visage, he uttered, "Do you comprehend the fate that befalls those who oppose me?" This statement, rather than being directed solely at the deceased Kaya, was more aptly aimed at the remaining 5 members of the Randy family present on the field. It was a clear demonstration of power, a warning to instill fear. Raylo is not a heartless villain, yet, from every conceivable perspective, he must eradicate the Randy family. Thus, all those present must meet their demise. The moment Kaya's head hit the ground, the expressions of the other 5 members of the Randy family underwent a dramatic transformation. Regardless of any prior grievances among them, they belonged to the same faction, now faced with the formidable adversary that is Raylo. They had already resolved to set aside their differences and unite against a common foe. Kaya's death, occurring right before their eyes, undoubtedly inflicted a profound psychological blow upon them. A singular thought surged through their minds. Unless Raylo is dealt with, they would all perish. The young man was the first to act, drawing his sword and launching an attack towards Raylo. After a brief moment of recuperation, Rovi and Bro also renewed their assault on Raylo. Even the gaze of the beautiful woman turned grave, as if she were searching for the opportune moment to inflict maximum harm upon Raylo. Yet, the elderly man's eyes remained murky, resembling a still pond, concealing his true intentions. However, Raylo had no leisure to ponder the old man's thoughts. Although he had just effortlessly dispatched Kaya, it was evident that Kaya was the weakest link among this group. Now, confronted with the onslaught of multiple attackers, Raylo, while confident of his prowess, knew he had to remain vigilant and respond earnestly. The young man, due to his inexperience, lacked the refinement and swordsmanship and domineering presence that Bro possessed. However, his youth endowed him with vigor and audacity, making his combat style fierce, albeit reckless. The effectiveness of his approach was undeniable. As for Bro and Rovi, despite having been somewhat affected by their previous encounter with Raylo, the time spent recuperating, coupled with the emotional impact of Kaya's death, had elevated their combat prowess to a higher tier. This did not imply that their strength had increased, but rather that, influenced by their emotions, they were able to tap into greater reserves of power within themselves. Although the 3 were formidable, Raylo had entered an optimal state, allowing him to harness his utmost strength. Thus, when faced with their combined assault, Raylo appeared unfazed. Among the trio, 2 wielded blades while 1 donned claw-like weapons. Their attacks came at him like a tempest, striking from all directions. Relying solely on his speed and the foresight granted by his observation haki, Raylo adeptly evaded their strikes. Even if they managed to land a blow, his current defensive capabilities rendered him largely impervious to significant harm. Not long ago, Raylo had engaged in a fierce duel with Bro, where neither had gained the upper hand, as Raylo had deliberately restrained his own strength to gauge Bro's swordsmanship. Now, unshackled, his combat flowed effortlessly, and as the battle progressed, Raylo remained composed, while the resolve of his 3 adversaries began to waver. They understood that every strike Raylo delivered bore immense destructive potential, even lethal consequences, which compelled them to maintain their focus. Amidst the confrontation, the beautiful woman suddenly shifted her position. Her aura was faint, almost inconspicuous, yet through his heightened perception, Raylo was acutely aware of her every movement. However, preoccupied with the assaults from the 3 attackers, he had no time to regard her. In Raylo's estimation, even if she possessed hidden techniques capable of injuring him, the powers granted by the eternal fruit rendered him unafraid. From the outset, Raylo stood on unassailable ground in this battle. The woman, named Shakyu, stealthily maneuvered to Raylo's rear. Although her combat prowess had yet to be revealed, her agility was remarkable. Despite the fierce exchange between Raylo and the 3, with their attacks intertwining like an impenetrable web, she navigated through their onslaught with the grace of a butterfly, arriving unharmed behind Raylo. Shakyu was the supreme leader of the Randy family's assassination division, and her ability to slip through the dense flurry of attacks and reach Raylo was entirely within reason. She placed her right hand upon Raylo's back. This gesture, set against the backdrop of the fierce battle, appeared almost languid and devoid of lethality, akin to an old friend greeting another with a gentle tap on the shoulder. Raylo's observation haki failed to perceive the latent danger in Shakyu's actions, thus he did not deliberately evade her gesture, allowing her hand to rest upon his back. His reasoning for this was not solely rooted in confidence. He was also intrigued to discover what secret weapon Shakyu possessed that emboldened her to approach him so closely. Her motion appeared to be nothing more than a casual tap, devoid of force, lethality, or poison, leaving Raylo's physique unaffected. The soft palm withdrew upon contact with Raylo's broad back, and Shakyu promptly distanced herself from the battlefield. At that moment, the 3 adversaries engaged with Raylo simultaneously launched a formidable assault, employing nearly their utmost strength. In response to their sudden onslaught, Raylo did not consciously bolster his defenses or attempt to evade. Firstly, he held unwavering confidence in the capabilities bestowed by his immortal fruit, and secondly, He was keen to discern the purpose behind their abrupt coordinated strike. Roi's fist struck Raylo's chest, and the overwhelming force, amplified by her advanced armament haki, penetrated his exterior, reaching deep into his innards. At that moment, Leiluo felt a tumultuous surge within him. Although the power of Luowei's fist could not rival that of Carp, it was still formidable enough to instill a sense of overconfidence in Leiluo's actions. The instant Luowei's fists made contact with Leiluo, the blade in Bro's hand grazed Leiluo's waist. This was Bro's full-force strike. The blade effortlessly pierced through Leiluo's clothing and sliced into his flesh. However, at a depth of 3 centimeters into Leiluo's body, it encountered resistance. For Leiluo had enveloped himself in a layer of Busashoka haki, forming an invisible armor. While Bro's Busashoka haki was indeed impressive, it paled in comparison to Leiluo's, resulting in minimal damage inflicted upon him. As for the young boy's attack, although it was launched nearly simultaneously with Bro and Luowei's, it ultimately came a fraction too late. By the time his weapon made contact with Leiluo, the latter's body was already shrouded in Busashoka haki, rendering the boy's blade ineffective against him. Despite the failure of his attack, the boy's expression betrayed no hint of disappointment. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Leiluo, a tactic mirrored by both Bro and Luowei, who also hastily withdrew, maintaining several paces away from Leiluo. Oh, Raylo was taken aback by the unexpected retreat of his opponents. He initially believed that their sudden and fierce assault was a prelude to a monumental strategy, only to be met with a swift withdrawal that left him somewhat disheartened. Although the boy's attacks had proven utterly ineffective, Bro's sword strike inflicted minimal damage, yet Rovi's punches had caused Raylo some degree of harm, causing his vitality to surge momentarily. Nevertheless, such injuries were trivial in the grand scheme of things. Under the formidable healing powers of the immortality fruit, he would soon recover to his former state. Just as he was preparing to make the trio pay for their actions, a sudden and intense tearing pain gripped his waist, with blood gushing from the wound inflicted by Bro earlier, the very spot where Bro had previously harmed him. Thanks to the immortality fruit's abilities, the blood would coagulate instantly, allowing the wound to heal rapidly. However, it felt as though the immortality fruit had momentarily failed him, providing no healing whatsoever. What could be the cause of this? Could it be that the curse has not been entirely lifted and is once again affecting me from within? In that moment, Raylo's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, even suspecting the curse had reactivated. Yet, he quickly realized that this was not the work of a curse. A curse would not only nullify the powers of the immortality fruit, but would also significantly diminish Raylo's own strength. At this moment, although the healing effects of the immortality fruit were not manifesting, his inherent power remained unscathed. As Raylo reflected upon the recent events, he swiftly grasped the underlying reasons behind them. Throughout the skirmish, the healing prowess of the eternal fruit had been in effect until one pivotal moment occurred. Shacho touched herself. No wonder the other 3 suddenly launched a fierce assault following her action. They realized their fruit abilities had been activated. It is also understandable why, despite knowing their invincibility, they dared to provoke her. They must have had this trump card to embolden their audacity. Ah, have you already disowned it? Shacho remarked with a seductive smile at Leilo's expression. It was you who orchestrated this, wasn't it? Raylo turned to face her. Indeed. I'm an adept of the nullification fruit, capable of rendering the abilities of anyone I touch ineffective. Thus you too have become a mere mortal, subject to aging and mortality like the rest of us. The nullification fruit is evidently a paramecia-type devil fruit, with activation conditions akin to the toy fruit wielded by Sugar of the Don Quixote family. Merely a touch is sufficient. Its capabilities are comparable to the toy fruit, rendering it a veritable game-changer. This fruit's power is potent enough to strip formidable individuals of their extraordinary abilities. Chapter 151, Divine Retribution. Don Quixote da Flamingo was able to effectively govern Dressrosa and establish his own kingdom through the powers granted by Sugar's toy fruit. While the effects of the nullification fruit may not be as alarming as those of the toy fruit, its ability to nullify an opponent's powers makes it even more formidable and warrants caution among the powerful. The activation of the nullification fruit is both straightforward and exacting. The user must physically touch their target for it to take effect. However, how easy is it for the strong to allow themselves to be approached, let alone touched? Thus, even though Shacho possessed such a terrifying ability, she refrained from showcasing it initially, patiently awaiting the opportune moment until Raylo was besieged by the trio. When the chance finally arose, to remain so composed even after losing one's fruit ability, truly, she is a demon. Indeed, Shacho remarked with a smile as she observed Raylo. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. They were unaware that Rello had previously endured the torment of a curse, which not only rendered his fruit ability ineffective but also significantly diminished his own strength. In comparison to the curse, the ineffectiveness of his ability was scarcely worth mentioning. After all, although Rello's immortality fruit had ceased to function, his inherent power remained intact. He believed that as long as he exercised caution in the forthcoming battle to avoid injury, he would prevail, given Rello's current strength. Eliminating these adversaries without the healing capabilities of his immortality fruit posed no challenge. The effects of a paramecia-type devil fruit are not permanently active. Similar to Sugar's playful fruit ability, it becomes ineffective upon her death or loss of consciousness. Thus, if Rello could cause Shacho to perish or lose awareness, he would regain the capacity of his immortality fruit to heal his wounds. However, it was evident that Shacho was acutely aware of this fact and would not afford Rello such an opportunity. Once she activated her fruit ability, she swiftly distanced herself from him. Simultaneously, Rello found himself encircled by the three adversaries, making it far from simple to break free and seize Shacho. Moreover, Rello had no intention of doing so. Despite the loss of his potent healing ability, the injuries he sustained were not fatal, having acclimated to the initial pain. Their impact had become negligible. Thus, Rello felt no urgency to capture Shacho. Casting a discerning glance at the three surrounding him, Rello suddenly smiled and remarked, "Surely, you do not believe that this grants you the advantage?" As his words echoed, Rello vanished from his position, reappearing like a specter before the youth. Although the boy possessed formidable potential in terms of raw strength, he was the weakest among the trio, lacking in combat experience, making him the most manageable opponent for Rello. Rello twisted his waist and swung his sword, prompting the young man to react with remarkable speed. He positioned his blade before his chest, gripping the hilt with one hand while bracing the back of the sword with the other, forcefully intercepting Rello's attack. A piercing clang echoed, reminiscent of a colossal bronze bell being struck. Following the impact, the young man was propelled backward, sliding several meters as the ground beneath his feet bore two deep scars. Gasping for breath, he flexed his arms, feeling as though the bones in his hands had shattered. Having previously clashed with Hawkeye, the young man possessed a relatively clear understanding of his prowess, even though Hawkeye had not exerted his full strength during their encounter. In the young man's estimation, when it came to swordsmanship, Rello was no match for Hawkeye. In fact, he believed Rello's techniques scarcely qualified as true swordplay. However, in terms of raw power, Rello was undeniably Hawkeye's equal, if not his superior, rendering him an opponent the young man could hardly withstand. For the first time in his life, a sense of fear began to stir within him. After successfully repelling the young man with a powerful strike, Rello did not pursue his advantage, but instead utilized the moonwalk technique to ascend into the air, surveying the individuals below from a lofty vantage point. A fleeting thought crossed Rello's mind. It had been some time since he acquired the divine weapons, the Thunderblade and the Dragon Orb. Yet he had predominantly relied on the Dragon Orb to conclude battles, with the Thunderblade serving merely as an auxiliary tool. Logically, the Thunderblade, capable of inducing tremors in the Dragon Orb, should possess power comparable to the latter. However, in Rello's hands, the Thunderblade failed to unleash its true potential, indicating that he had yet to fully harness its capabilities. At that moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Rello's mind, leading him to contemplate the Thunderblade's true purpose. He drew forth the Thunderblade, pointing its tip toward the heavens. Suddenly, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, obscuring the sun, followed by the roar of thunder and flashes of lightning, transforming the once clear day into a tempestuous spectacle. Striking like golden serpents, bolts of lightning continuously lashed down upon the Thunderblade, creating a dazzling display of sparks. The Thunderblade possesses the innate ability to harness energy through gravitational lightning. In this moment, Rello points the Thunderblade towards the heavens, effectively transforming himself into a lightning rod. Had it not been for the Dragon Ball in his other hand, which exerts a mitigating influence on the lightning, Rello would have long succumbed to the numbing force of the tempestuous electric power. As the Thunderblade absorbed the lightning, it simultaneously thickened the clouds above. At that moment, Leiluo directed the absorbed lightning towards the darkening clouds, which instantly formed a swirling vortex. Golden serpents danced within the whirlpool, eventually coalescing into a singular form. Divine extermination. Leiluo swung the Thunderblade downward, and the ominous clouds above seemed to respond, emitting a blinding flash of light. Subsequently, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the young boy's position. Although this maneuver appeared to require considerable preparation, it transpired in mere seconds, and the descent of the lightning was astonishingly swift, leaving no time for the boy to react. Even Bro's observation Haki, which sensed that Lailo's target was indeed the boy, was too late to intervene. With a resounding boom, the divine bolt of lightning struck the ground where the boy stood, resulting in a dazzling display of light followed by a cataclysmic roar. The earth was left with an immense crater, and the surrounding terrain was instantly reduced to scorched earth. As the dust settled, the silhouette of the boy emerged. He remained upright, still holding the posture of a sword raised in defense. However, his clothing and skin had turned ashen and charred, his mouth slightly agape, and his eyes rolled back in his head. The divine strike was a technique that concentrated lightning into a singular moment of release, possessing extraordinary power, comparable to the formidable dragon pill, which harnesses vital energy. Though the boy's innate talent was remarkable, his physical form had yet to attain the strength necessary to withstand such an attack. While he still drew breath, he had completely lost the capacity to fight back. If left unattended, it would not be long before he succumbed to his injuries. Raylo turned a glance at Bro, and then at Rovi. Who shall be next? During this period, the author's grandmother and grandfather have passed away in succession, resulting in inconsistent updates. Here, I extend my heartfelt apologies to all readers. I shall make every effort to expedite the updates. Chapter 152. Regret. Thunderblade draws its power from lightning, much like Enel, who wields the Rumble fruit, harnessing electricity as his source of strength. Thus, with proper development, Thunderblade could be likened to a miniature version of the Rumble fruit. As one of Luffy's early adversaries, Enel undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable. Had it not been for the inherent weaknesses of the fruit, Enel would not have succumbed to Luffy. Moreover, Enel has nearly reached the pinnacle of his mastery over the Rumble fruit. He can not only utilize his abilities in conjunction with Kinbunshika Haki to sense the thoughts of everyone on the island, but also employs devastating techniques, such as Raijin, capable of annihilating an entire island. Consequently, Relo intends to draw inspiration from Enel's combat style to enhance Thunderblade, using Enel's techniques as a reference to vanquish the youthful deity. The success of Lei Luo's strike undoubtedly bolstered his confidence. Given sufficient time, he could harness the power of Thunderblade to develop techniques as formidable as Thunder's welcome. However, before he could pursue that ambition, there remained a matter to address: the remaining members of the Randy family. Kaya had already perished at Lei Luo's hands, and the youth who had suffered the divine retribution was on the brink of death, merely clinging to life. Among the remaining four, Bro and Rovi had already demonstrated their combat prowess. In the face of Lei Luo's full strength, they were hardly a threat. As for Shachio, having already utilized her abilities, her performance suggested she was not adept in direct confrontations. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to remain in the shadows. Beyond them, there lingered the elderly man who had not yet revealed his hand. From the onset of the battle, he maintained a vacant expression, as if nothing warranted his concern. Even when Kaya and the youth fell in battle, his demeanor remained unchanged, devoid of any inclination to confront Lei Luo, resembling a tranquil pond that betrayed no depths. Remarkably, even Lei Luo's observation Haki could not discern the strength of the old man. Nevertheless, this enigmatic figure did not instill any trepidation in Lei Luo. Should the elder persist in his inaction, Lei Luo resolved to eliminate Bro, Rovi, and Shachio, reclaiming their abilities before turning his attention to them. By then, having restored his own powers, he would fear no adversary, regardless of their strength. Moreover, Lei Luo harbored no belief that the seemingly lethargic old man possessed greater prowess than his own. Had that been the case, he would have intervened at the first opportunity. Rather than remaining indifferent while his kin met their tragic fates, Lero concealed his thoughts and ceased to ponder these matters. Undoubtedly, Lero's divine strike, harnessing the powers of nature, was astonishingly potent, instilling fear even in Bro and Rovi, two seasoned frontline combatants. However, they quickly regained their composure, aware that such an incredibly swift maneuver was beyond their capacity to evade. Thus, they resolved to preemptively assault Lero before he could unleash his divine strike again, aiming to subdue him. Their approach was not misguided, yet they were unaware that Lero did not intend to employ his divine strike once more. It was merely an experimental manifestation to validate his ideas. Not yet having undergone true evolution, it remained incomplete, bearing numerous flaws. Moreover, to invoke it again would necessitate a period of preparation, and Lero could not rely on such an immature technique to turn the tide of battle. Nevertheless, he had already affirmed the notions that resided within him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He sheathed his blade, gazing down from above at Bro and Rovi, who were charging towards him. Concentrating his formidable aura, he firmly gripped the dragon orb in his other hand and directed his energy towards them. A crescent-shaped sword aura, stretching dozens of meters, surged forth, imbued with the blood energy absorbed by the dragon orb and Laro's formidable armed color Haki. The arc, sharp as a crescent moon, seemed poised to cleave through all in its path. The force of the dragon orb's full release of blood energy could instill dread even in an admiral of the Navy, compelling them to evade its edge. What then of the already injured Bro and Rovi? Although the blood energy within the sword aura was far less than that contained within the dragon orb, its impact was nonetheless astounding, causing the hairs on Bro and Rovi to stand on end. Bro positioned himself in front of Rovi, crossing his blades defensively at his chest, attempting to block Laro's sword aura. Yet, the extraordinary might of the aura, coupled with Bro's current suspension in midair, rendered him unable to leverage any force, and he was inevitably pushed back, perilously close to the ground. At that moment, Rovi suddenly appeared behind Bro, pressing her shoulder against his back to provide sufficient support, preventing him from being forced further back in the face of Laro's sword aura. However, this also meant that Bro had to confront Laro's sword aura head-on. Bro bellowed. For he was indeed a master swordsman. Despite his injuries, he was not so easily vanquished. In that instant, his aura erupted forth as the armed color Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and murderous intent surged simultaneously, momentarily slowing the relentless sword aura. With a fierce cry, Bro leaned forward, sweeping his dual blades outward, unleashing a tremendous force from within, shattering the sword aura. The resulting sound was a thunderous explosion, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day. The dissipated sword aura did not simply vanish, rather, it erupted, generating a terrifying shockwave. In an instant, the wind kicked up dust and debris, forcing Bro and Rovi several steps backward under the shockwave's influence. Even the bamboo leaves in the grove rustled wildly, yet remarkably, not a single leaf fell. Bro coughed twice, suddenly tasting blood in his throat, and he violently expelled a couple of mouthfuls of warm blood. Furthermore, his hands trembled uncontrollably, blood streaming down his arms. Were it not for his extraordinary willpower, he would have long since dropped his blades. Is this truly your power? Bro murmured. As a prominent figure of the Randy family, he had always regarded others with disdain. Even upon learning that Laro posed a significant challenge to the world government, he had not taken it to heart. Yet, at that moment, a sense of regret began to seep in. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. In the next instant, Laro suddenly appeared beside him. Bro's pupils dilated. Although he sensed the imminent danger, he found himself unable to wield his blades. Rovi, who had originally stood behind him, had been thrust away by the explosive shockwave of the sword aura, leaving her unable to intervene in time. Raylo gently patted Bro's shoulder and leaned in to whisper, "This is the true embodiment of evil." In the next moment, Bro's head exploded, resulting in his immediate demise. Chapter 153, Burning Life No. Rowe, witnessing Bro's death, let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was not merely because her bond with Bro was profound, but rather that his demise shattered the last bastion of her inner defenses. In terms of strength, Bro surpassed Rowe, and if he could perish at the hands of Raylo while already injured, how could she possibly escape such a fate? One's strength is not a constant. It is influenced by external circumstances as well as one's own condition. This condition encompasses not only physical state but also mental state. Among the various emotions, anger, while it may cloud one's judgment and diminish combat skills, can also obliterate fear and pain, simultaneously enhancing one's power. As someone who has navigated the treacherous waters of bloodshed, Rowe understood well the impact of emotions on her state and was adept at managing them. Thus, in that fleeting moment, her astonishment morphed into fury, which then spiraled into terror. She realized that Raylo had resolved to eradicate the Randy family entirely, leaving no room for retreat, compelling her to cast aside thoughts of life and death and fight with all her might. Even though Rowe comprehended that she could not triumph over Raylo, the dignity of a warrior spurred her to continue battling. "Ball spirit!" Rowe cried, charging towards Raylo. Her aura reached its zenith, her muscles swelling to the point where her femininity was no longer discernible. Rowe's plan was sound. It was indeed her sole option. However, despite the fury elevating her combat prowess, it remained futile. After all, an enraged rabbit could not slay a tiger. Consequently, as Rowe unleashed her ferocious assaults, Raylo effortlessly countered, expending little energy. He even sheathed his weapon, engaging Rowe solely with his fists. As Rowe relentlessly attacked, Shachio began to gradually distance herself from the battlefield. Indeed, she intended to flee. Although she possessed the seemingly invincible power of the no-effect fruit, she was not adept in combat and thus would not engage in the impending brutal struggle. For her, survival was paramount. Only by remaining alive could she harbor hope and the right to contemplate the future. The boy, gifted and recognized by Hawkeye, had ultimately met a dismal fate at Raylo's hands, reduced to a barely breathing wretch on the brink of death, without the means to survive. Even the greatest talent was rendered meaningless. Moreover, at that moment, Raylo was already affected by the no-effect fruit's power, as long as Shachio remained alive and conscious. The fruit's abilities would not wane, thus granting others the opportunity to vanquish Raylo. Shachio comforted herself with this rationale, and for this reason, she felt compelled to flee, determined not to fall into Raylo's grasp. As Shachio silently retreated from the fray, an elder also began to move slowly. As a senior member of the Randy family, Roway seemed to sense the shift, and her resolve in battle intensified. Roway held to the heavens, her skin suddenly flushed crimson, her hair standing on end. Oh? Raylo raised an eyebrow, perceiving through his observation haki that Roway's strength had ascended. Her power had not increased without consequence. It was evident that this forceful enhancement came at a grave cost. That cost was Roway's own life. Thump, thump, thump. Roway's heart raced violently, beating several times faster than normal, causing her blood to flow at an accelerated pace, akin to the effects of a stimulant. Her metabolic rate surged, naturally enhancing her physical prowess. Luffy's second gear utilizes his limbs as pumps, hastening blood circulation and boosting metabolism to augment his physical strength. Roway's current state bore similarities to Luffy's second gear, yet it was not entirely the same. Raylo was perplexed by how Roway had forcibly attained such a state akin to Luffy's, yet he comprehended that her physique was not composed of rubber as Luffy's was. Her heart could not possibly withstand such intense pulsations, rendering the side effects of this maneuver particularly pronounced. With a resounding boom, Roway's form abruptly vanished from the spot, and in the next instant, she materialized before Raylo, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his visage. Raylo tilted his head to evade. Yet Roway's speed had surpassed her previous pace, and his cheek was still grazed by the peak of her fist, sending a faint sting through him. Following that strike, Roway did not relent. Instead, she continued her onslaught with relentless ferocity, her attacks coming in a torrential, unyielding barrage. Raylo had to concede that the prowess of Roway, attained at the cost of her very life, had reached an unprecedented zenith, compelling him to engage earnestly and with utmost dedication. However, both Raylo and Roway were acutely aware that the cessation of their movements would signify the conclusion of their battle, and consequently, the complete annihilation of Roway's existence. While Raylo fought valiantly alongside Roway, he did not relinquish his vigilance towards the surroundings. After all, Shakyu was pivotal to the revival of Raylo's immortal fruit, prompting him to maintain a keen observation of her through his observation haki. At that moment, Shakyu had begun her advance towards the capital of the Kexel Kingdom, the stronghold of the Landy family, with the intention of rallying forces to confront Raylo. Unbeknownst to her, that very location was already under Raylo's dominion. Meanwhile, the elderly man moved in the opposite direction of Shakyu, venturing deeper into the bamboo grove, seemingly intent on returning to his point of origin. At this juncture, Raylo was solely focused on Shakyu's trajectory. The elderly man held no significance for him, as long as he could first subdue Shakyu. Dealing with the old man would merely be a matter of time. The battle between Raylo and Ro continues unabated, with Ro's skin growing increasingly crimson and her breath becoming more labored. Vapors incessantly emanate from her surface, and when Raylo's skin meets hers, he feels an astonishing heat. It is unfathomable to contemplate the agony Ro must be enduring. Yet, Raylo harbors not a trace of sympathy for her. The Randy family has long been steeped in malevolence, their misdeeds abundant, and now they have provoked him. In the midst of the clash, Ro throws a punch towards Raylo's face, but this time he deftly evades it, leaving her unable to even graze his hair. Ro's speed has begun to wane. It is time to bring this to a close, Raylo declares. With a surge of overwhelming dominance, Laro unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Rovi's head. However, before his fist could make contact with her body, Rovi collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Her eyes dulled, her complexion returned to a normal hue, and her body temperature gradually decreased. Thus, she perished amidst the battle. Chapter 154. The clan leader. As Rovi's body fell, Laro swiftly turned his attention to Shachyu. Although Shachyu, a prominent member of the Randy family, was not particularly skilled in combat, her agility was unparalleled. She moved with remarkable speed and possessed an exceptional talent for concealment. Yet, before Laro, she remained utterly exposed. No matter how swift she was, could she outrun Laro? No matter how adept she was at evasion, Could she escape the grasp of Laro's observation haki? Rayluo executed a moonwalk, dashing through the air with extraordinary speed, as if gliding upon the wind, remarkably swift. In no time, Rayluo utilized his keen observation haki to pinpoint the location of Shachiyu below. Bang! Rayluo descended with unerring precision, akin to a cannonball striking the earth, causing the very ground to tremble. Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise? Rayluo gazed at the trembling Shacho before him, who was quaking in fear. Yet he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he spoke to her with a curious interest. You dare to abandon that old man to pursue me. You shall come to regret it. Shacho retorted fiercely. Upon hearing this, Rayluo was utterly perplexed. His fruit ability had been neutralized by Shachiyu, and it was only logical to confront her first. Yet, in Shakiyu's eyes, the threat posed by that old man seemed far greater. From the very beginning, Rayluo's observation haki had been unable to discern the old man's strength, leading him to initially believe that the elder's power was unfathomable, so formidable that even his haki could not perceive its depths. However, as the battle progressed, Rayluo gradually dismissed this notion. After all, if the old man truly possessed such strength, there would be no need for him to hold back. When Rayluo engaged in the final confrontation with Roi, the elder even departed, further solidifying Rayluo's conviction that he was not a formidable adversary. In retrospect, he appeared more as a figure of high standing within the Randy family due to his age, rather than genuine strength. That utterly incapable old man. Do you think I have reason to fear him? The Randy family is a motley crew, allowing even such individuals to occupy lofty positions. It is no wonder they will ultimately fall to my hands. Despite the precariousness of her life, Shakita forced herself to remain composed. Shakita let out a cold chuckle. Aside from him, the rest of us were chosen as high-ranking members by the Patriarch due to our own strength or unique abilities. To the Patriarch, we are all expendable. However, he is different. Do you know why? Rayluo was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure. Why? Because he is the second uncle of your clan leader, a person of significant connections. Indeed, he is a relative of our clan leader, yet Shakiyu's words were abruptly halted. You need only to understand that among us, he is the sole individual capable of genuinely reaching our clan leader. If you choose not to retain him, you will undoubtedly face the repercussions of our clan leader's wrath. Your demise is imminent. Rayluo did not hasten to refute, for although Shakiyu's life hung by a thread at that moment, he did not perceive her as deceiving him. After witnessing his own prowess, Shakiyu still believed that the clan leader possessed the authority to impose sanctions upon her, indicating that at the very least, from Shakiyu's perspective, the strength of that clan leader surpassed that of Rayluo. Rayluo chuckled, is there someone even stronger than me? I truly wish to meet them. Shakita snorted softly. Choosing not to finish her thought, she closed her eyes and lifted her chin, presenting herself as if awaiting her fate. Rayluo, exuding an overwhelming aura, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Shakiyu's head. Just as it seemed that Shachiyu would suffer a devastating blow, Rayluo unexpectedly restrained his strength, his fist stopping just short of making contact. Nevertheless, the sheer force of his punch was enough to render Shachiyu unconscious. With the ability user incapacitated, the effects of their fruit's power diminished, allowing Rayluo's eternal fruit power to be restored, and his previous wounds healed rapidly. Rayluo's sudden cessation of action was not born of a spontaneous kindness, nor was it a strategic maneuver to keep Shacho as leverage for future negotiations. Rather, it stemmed from a sudden recollection. Upon the demise of a devil fruit user, the power of the fruit does not vanish instantly. Instead, it transfers to a nearby fruit, giving rise to a new fruit. The location and nature of this new fruit's emergence are beyond Rayluo's control. The prudent Rayluo could not allow such a situation to unfold. After all, should this useless fruit fall into the hands of the Navy or a certain emperor, it would pose significant difficulties for him. The formidable powers of the emperors and the Navy are far more challenging to contend with than the Randy family. 60 years ago, Rayluo, unaffected by the useless fruit, was ultimately captured by the Navy. If such a fruit were to be acquired by them, his predicament would become exceedingly perilous. Thus, the most prudent course of action concerning Shacho was not to extinguish her life but to ensure her survival. However, Rayluo needed to focus on his own training and could not afford to carry such a ticking time bomb with him indefinitely. It required careful management. Rayluo pondered for a moment before hoisting Shakiyu onto his shoulder and sprinting deeper into the bamboo forest. Simultaneously, he unleashed his observation haki, searching for any trace of the elder. Although Rayluo was not fearful of the Patriarch's retribution, he intended to devote himself to his cultivation. believing it prudent to resolve certain matters expeditiously. However, after traversing the bamboo thicket, he found no sign of the elder. Surmising that the latter had likely discovered some secret passage and had long since fled to safety, Raylo silently dismissed his thoughts and proceeded towards the kingdom of Kessel. Shortly after his departure, a contingent of Navy personnel unexpectedly entered the bamboo grove. Leading the group was a familiar figure to Raylo, the modified Jade Monkey, now affiliated with Dr. Vegapunk, accompanied by Cleister. Despite being similarly enhanced, the Jade Monkey retained its self-awareness. Upon witnessing the scene of devastation and scattered corpses, it paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by the fierce battle that had recently transpired between Raylo and the Randy family. However, the Jade Monkey swiftly overcame its astonishment and produced a transponder snail to initiate communication, confirming their arrival at the location and commencing excavation of the site. Following this, several Navy officers retrieved shovels to begin digging, while Cleister manifested a pair of drill bits to assist in the effort. Beneath the shadows of the black bamboo forest, something appeared to be buried, captivating even the world-renowned scientist Vegapunk with an insatiable desire to uncover it. The bamboo grove was not far from the kingdom of Kessel. Although Raylo carried one person with him, he maintained his pace, swiftly arriving at the kingdom. The guards protecting the royal palace had all previously fallen to Raylo, many of them having encountered high-ranking members of the Randy family. Upon seeing Raylo, bearing Shacho, no one dared to obstruct his path. Raylo was well acquainted with the palace's layout, making a direct advance to the chamber of the king. At that moment, Charles III sat upon his throne, envisioning a bright future ahead. When he beheld Raylo's sudden appearance, he was instantly struck with terror, tumbling from his seat. "Do not be alarmed. I have previously stated that I have no interest in your throne. I have come to request a favor of you." "What is it?" Raylo directly cast Shakyu, who was on his back, before him. It was only then that the terrified Charles III noticed that Raylo was accompanied by another person. "Keep an eye on her. She must not escape, nor can she perish. As for everything else, you may act as you wish." Although Shakyu held a prominent position within the Randy family, her combat prowess was lacking. For Charles III, who commanded a vast army, detaining a woman was hardly a formidable task. Remember, her confinement must be shrouded in secrecy. The fewer who are aware, the better. Should I discover her dead or having fled, then? Raylo refrained from further elaboration, instead offering a subtle smile towards Charles III. Instantly, Charles felt a chill run down his spine and promptly acquiesced. "Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring her safety." He cautiously inquired about the other members of the Randy family. "One has perished, yet another has managed to flee. They are likely seeking their clan leader." At this juncture, Raylo produced a communication device and tossed it to Charles III, stating, "Should that clan leader come seeking you, contact me immediately. I shall arrive without delay. However, if you dare to disclose her disappearance to him, I will make your existence a living torment." Charles swallowed hard, assuring, "Fear not, even at the cost of my life. I shall not reveal her absence. One more thing," he added, "expedite the creation of her life card as swiftly as possible." Chapter 155. Cultivation. The sea lay tranquil, as the Hydra propelled the demon ship across the surface, leaving behind a series of conspicuous trails. Lello reclined alone on the deck, relishing the sea breeze while contemplating his future. Initially, he had made a pact with his companions to reunite after a year and a half. In the meantime, he had been tirelessly traversing various paths, and several months had elapsed, leaving just over a year until their appointed time. Now that matters had come to a close, it was time for him to ponder where to pursue his training. As Lello contemplated his future, an elderly man from the Randy family managed to traverse numerous obstacles and arrived at the entrance of a cave. Kneeling at the threshold, the old man remained silent. Soon, a voice echoed from within the cave, questioning the return of certain individuals. Overcome with emotion, the old man wept bitterly, exclaiming that they were all dead and that their family was on the brink of extinction. "Ancestors, you must take charge for us." Undoubtedly, the voice belonged to the most esteemed figure of the Randy family, the patriarch. However, the old man did not address him as the patriarch but referred to him as ancestor, as if the individual within the cave were his elder. Judging by appearances, the old man appeared to be around 80 years old, while the elder he referred to as ancestor must have been at least a century old. Before long, the sound of footsteps resonated from within the cave, and a figure emerged before the old man. This figure was indeed the patriarch of the Randy family. Contrary to expectations, he was not a frail centenarian. Rather, he appeared remarkably youthful, likely in his early 30s. Clad in loose garments, with a fair complexion and an unremarkable physique, he blended into the crowd, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man. To an onlooker, he might even seem like the old man's grandson. Yet, in truth, he was the elder of the old man and the patriarch of the Randy family, Moore, who was nearing 3 centuries of age. In a world where no two devil fruits are identical, Moore had not acquired the gift of immortality like Lello through the use of the immortal fruit. Instead, he had reached this age due to an extraordinary encounter years prior, during which a user of the surgery fruit had performed an ageless operation on him, bestowing upon him eternal youth. Under his leadership, the Randy family had flourished to unprecedented heights, yet after savoring the fruits of power, he found himself engulfed in profound emptiness. Thus, he chose to retreat into seclusion, shunning worldly affairs. As a being who had survived for nearly 3 centuries, his strength was formidable. The old man recounted the events that transpired, inevitably embellishing certain details and fabricating elements of the tale. He spoke of how Lello had brutally slain family members and defamed both the family and Moore himself. Upon hearing these accounts, Moore fell into deep contemplation. The doldrums, a region devoid of wind and currents, rendered the sea's surface utterly tranquil. For pirate ships reliant on wind power, entering this area meant losing all propulsion and becoming immobile. Thus, this area was perilous for pirates, compounded by the presence of numerous colossal sea beasts. Consequently, both pirates and the Navy seldom ventured here. However, for Lello, it was an ideal secluded haven for his training. Though the doldrums posed significant dangers, it was not without islands. Daughter Island, known as Amazon Lily, was situated within this region. Besides Daughter Island, the doldrums housed several large islands, inhabited by formidable creatures, precisely what Lello sought. After numerous trials, Lello finally discovered an uninhabited island. He instructed the Hydra to remain outside to guard the ghost ship while he embarked on his training alone. This island boasted a higher oxygen content than others, with its flora and fauna exhibiting extraordinary size. Towering trees and ferocious animals rivaled the typical sea kings in scale. To Lello, these creatures were both adversaries and potential sustenance. However, as formidable as these animals were, they remained insufficiently strong to pose a threat to Lello. Raylo did not anticipate enhancing his strength through combat with them. Rather, he aimed to refine his mastery over Haki and further develop both the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade. Neither of these pursuits necessitated formidable opponents. As for the enhancement of his physical prowess, Raylo remained indifferent. Firstly, his physical condition had already approached the limits of human capability, rendering further improvement arduous. Secondly, other forms of training could also contribute to physical conditioning. Haki is categorized into 3 types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Raylo has surpassed ordinary warriors in the mastery of the 3 types of Haki. Yet, he understands that this achievement is merely the beginning. He aspires for further advancement, particularly in the realm of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift, possessed by only 1 in a million. However, in the New World, individuals endowed with this formidable power abound. Nonetheless, the vast majority of these wielders have yet to grasp the true application of Conqueror's Haki. Most possessors can only utilize their Conqueror's Haki to intimidate and instill fear in their adversaries, or to render significantly weaker opponents unconscious. Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki possesses the remarkable ability to exert dominance over all things. Even against formidable adversaries who remain unfazed and conscious, it can still impede their movements, thereby creating an opportunity for victory. However, the most formidable application of Conqueror's Haki lies in its intertwining with armament Haki, enveloping the body, or being utilized in attacks. Yet, only a scant few individuals across the globe have attained mastery over this technique. Even Rayleigh himself has not fully grasped this skill. Thus, the focus of Rayleigh's current training is the mastery of the entwining of Conqueror's Haki. The skies above the island where Leilua resides are shrouded in dark clouds, resonating with the sound of thunder as bolts of lightning strike from above. The island's creatures, fearing the impending danger, hastily retreat. Yet, Leilua, seemingly possessed, charges towards the descending lightning. His actions are not driven by a penchant for suffering. Rather, they serve a purpose: to hone his Haki through this formidable exercise. The location of the lightning's descent remains unpredictable, and its speed is astonishingly swift. In order for Leilua to collide with the lightning, he must first utilize his observation Haki to discern its landing point. Rayleigh does not merely confront lightning with his physical body. Rather, he employs the protective shield of armament Haki, allowing its strength to be enhanced through continuous refinement. As a result, The act of countering lightning serves as an effective means for Rayla to hone both observation haki and armament haki. Furthermore, Rayla persistently radiates Conqueror's haki through a process of expenditure and recuperation. Only by thoroughly exhausting his Conqueror's haki can he unlock new potential. It is only in this manner that Raylu can master the use of Conqueror's haki with greater proficiency. Chapter 156 Interlude. The days that Raylo spent in seclusion on the island were both fulfilling and monotonous. During this period, he remained absent from the grand stage of the world, yet significant news unfolded across the globe. Firstly, one of the three admirals of the Navy, Akiji, unexpectedly resigned from his position as admiral and announced his withdrawal from the Navy, causing a stir among the public. The reasons behind Akiji's departure were the subject of much speculation. Some claimed that after sustaining severe injuries, his diminished strength compelled him to resign under pressure from the Navy. Others suggested that he could no longer tolerate the darkness lurking within the Navy and chose to leave voluntarily. The true nature of the circumstances is likely known only to Akiji himself. Secondly, the world government officially appointed Kizaru as the new fleet admiral, overseeing all naval affairs, while Akainu retained his position as admiral. Additionally, two new admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull, were promoted through conscription by the world government. The position of fleet admiral had been favored for Akainu by the world government, whereas the Navy itself preferred to promote Akiji to this role. Kizaru, being neutral, was appointed to the position temporarily amidst the power struggle between the factions. However, following Akiji's departure, Akainu appeared to have no rivals. Yet the world government surprisingly chose to formally appoint Kizaru. It seems that, from their perspective, it mattered little who occupied that position, Kizaru or Akainu. Thirdly, the world-renowned scientist Vegapunk announced the discovery of a new type of energy substance intended for the development of advanced weaponry. Should this endeavor prove successful, it would disrupt the existing equilibrium between pirates and the Navy. Although these revelations ignited considerable controversy and heated discussions worldwide, Raylo, in his island retreat, remained oblivious to these events. Unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy against him was quietly unfolding. On this particular day, after concluding a rigorous training session, Raylo lay on the ground, gazing at the sky to rest. Occasionally, a few birds flew overhead, adding a touch of beauty to the azure expanse. This was an entirely ordinary occurrence. Yet Raylo's brow gradually furrowed. The avian creatures on this island, like other beings, were notably large and conspicuous. However, among the birds soaring above, one appeared disproportionately small, akin to an ordinary bird in size. Despite seemingly aimlessly circling the sky, this particular bird consistently oriented its head toward Raylo's location. While the average person might overlook this detail, Raylo could not possibly disregard it. The formidable conqueror's haki of Raylo was unleashed in an instant. After a period of rigorous training, the intensity of his conqueror's haki surpassed all previous levels. As it was released, the surrounding leaves rustled with an eerie sound. The birds above, succumbing to the overwhelming aura of Raylo's haki, lost consciousness and ceased their winged flight, plummeting straight to the ground. Yet, one peculiar bird merely exhibited a momentary sluggishness under the pressure of Raylo's haki, not fainting like its counterparts. Indeed, something was amiss. Ordinary creatures would invariably be overwhelmed by Raylo's conqueror's haki. Even if they did not lose consciousness, their instincts would drive them to flee in terror. However, this unusual bird showed no signs of retreat, continuing to circle gracefully in the sky. Raylo suddenly sprang up, akin to a rocket ignited, soaring towards the heavens in pursuit of the bird. The peculiar creature seemed to finally sense the anomaly, commencing to flap its wings in an attempt to flee. Yet, how could such a diminutive bird possibly escape from the grasp of Raylo? Raylo swiftly seized the bird, and an unusual sensation enveloped him. The texture emanating from his palm was not that of ordinary feathers, but rather reminiscent of a peculiar metallic substance. Upon a firm squeeze from Raylo, a crisp sound resonated as the peculiar bird in his grasp was instantaneously shattered, revealing its intricate mechanical interior accompanied by the faint crackle of electricity. It turned out to be a mechanical bird. The creature's eyes functioned as cameras, signifying that its master had been covertly observing Raylo all along. In contrast to human surveillance, this mechanical bird offered a far more discreet means of monitoring, remaining undetectable to the keen senses of observation and possessing a less conspicuous form. Had it not been for Raylo's serendipitous moment of reclining and gazing at the sky today, he would have remained oblivious to the presence of this mechanical avian. Raylo could not ascertain when this bird had begun to observe him. Raylo examined the remnants of the mechanical bird. Its structure was remarkably intricate, in its appearance strikingly lifelike, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from reality. Undoubtedly, the individual most likely capable of creating such a marvel was none other than the scientist Vegapunk, who claimed to serve the Navy with technology that was 5 centuries ahead of the world. Rairo's conjecture was indeed accurate. The bird was indeed crafted by Dr. Vegapunk for the purpose of surveilling him. Following Rairo's grievous injuries inflicted upon the 3 admirals of the Navy, their forces suffered a significant blow, leaving them unable to muster sufficient strength to confront Rairo in the immediate future. However, Rairo's existence posed a grave threat not only to the Navy but to the entire world government. As long as Rairo remained at large, those in power could find no peace. Thus, the world government entrusted the task of dealing with Rairo entirely to Dr. Vegapunk, assigning him the responsibility of locating and eliminating him. Being the most brilliant mind in the world, Vegapunk had already begun his preparations. He first instructed his subordinates, including the likes of the Monkey King, to excavate the newly discovered energy substance hidden beneath the dark bamboo forest, simultaneously developing advanced weaponry while surveilling Rairo in an attempt to uncover his vulnerabilities. While Rairo remained unaware of these intricate details, the mechanical bird served as a clear indication that Vegapunk had set his sights on him. Lalo smirked slightly. Very well. Let me meet this most illustrious of human scientists and ascertain whether his mechanical prowess can withstand the might of my fists. At that moment, he noticed amid the wreckage of the mechanical bird a minuscule, dark red, translucent stone situated at its core, seemingly the very source of its energy. Although Lalo was not mechanical in nature, he could sense the immense energy contained within that small stone. Suddenly, the eyes of the now destroyed mechanical bird emitted a crimson glow, as if the stone had been summoned, beginning to radiate light and heat. With a thunderous explosion, a massive mushroom cloud ascended from the ground, spiraling into the sky, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire that caused the earth to tremble. The explosive force of that tiny stone far surpassed that of ordinary explosives, leveling the surrounding area for dozens of meters, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake, and no living being caught in the blast was spared. At the epicenter of the explosion, Lalo was left charred, his garments reduced to cinders. Although his observation haki had foreseen the impending detonation, the rapidity of events left him vulnerable, and his armament haki failed to adequately shield his body. Had it not been for the progress he made in honing his haki during recent days, he likely would have suffered far more grievous injuries. Vegapunk. Raylo gritted his teeth, uncertain whether it was due to the pain in his body or his fury. Chapter 157. The Pacifist, Vegapunk. The voice of Raylo reverberated through the jungle, gradually resonating across the entire island. Simultaneously, his conqueror's haki continued to emanate outward, causing ripples on the sea surface at the island's edge, hundreds of nautical miles away. A warship was anchored on the ocean. Unlike conventional warships, this one exuded a sense of advanced technology, with the words Vegapunk emblazoned on its side. Within the many compartments of the ship, there was a monitoring room, its walls adorned with a massive screen displaying real-time footage transmitted by a mechanical bird related to Raylo. However, the mechanical bird had self-destructed, leaving the screen engulfed in darkness. The individual observing the screen was none other than the naval commander Yuho, under Vegapunk's command. He gazed intently at the screen, his expression grave, and after a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a transponder snail to contact the world's foremost scientist. We have been detected. The mechanical bird has been destroyed. I have activated the explosive device in an emergency, but it should not have inflicted significant harm on the target. After a brief pause, Vegapunk replied, commence the second phase, gather combat data on the target. Understood. If necessary, deploy Clayside as well. If he still possesses consciousness, he would likely be willing to sacrifice himself to confront the demon. Vegapunk's tone was icy, devoid of emotion, and once he finished speaking, he hung up. Yuho turned to glance at Clayside standing beside him, lost in thought. Having vented his pent-up fury, Raylo, who was engaged in his next training session, suddenly sensed an unsettling disturbance. The earth trembled slightly, as if an army were approaching. He immediately expanded his observation haki, nearly enveloping the entire island. Strangely, while his haki failed to detect any signs of external biological intrusion, it did sense immense energy converging towards his location. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footfalls echoed, followed by a series of explosive sounds, as trees collapsed and were obliterated. The assailants seemed intent on barreling straight towards Raylo. Due to the explosions, thick smoke enveloped Raylo, and within the haze emerged countless shadowy figures, encircling him. As the smoke dissipated, their true forms slowly came into view, an army of beings identical to the 7 warlords Bartholomew Kuma. They were the human weapons created by Vegapunk, known as pacifistas. The pacifistas, modeled after the warlord Bartholomew Kuma and armed with laser weaponry akin to that of Kizaru, possessed astonishing destructive capabilities. During the Marineford War, the formidable pacifistas, led by Bartholomew, had turned the tide of battle with their overwhelming power. The number of pacifistas surrounding Raylo was no less than that of the forces deployed during the Marineford War, underscoring Vegapunk's high regard for Raylo. Behind the multitude of pacifistas stood an inconspicuous figure, dwarfed by their massive presence. Yet, Raylo still recognized him. Playsite? To locate Law and lift his curse. Raylo had previously captured the Navy Colonel Claysite in Dinoco Town, compelling him to guide him. After encountering Law at the Navy G9 branch, Claysite had quietly escaped, and Raylo had no intention of detaining him. Their unexpected reunion here was a surprise. To his astonishment, Claysite, once a traitor to the Navy, had begun working for Vegapunk. However, Raylo quickly discerned something amiss with Claysite. His expression was devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor sorrow, and his gaze was peculiar. Logically, given Raylo's past actions against him, Claysite should have been seething with resentment upon seeing Raylo, yet he remained unsettlingly calm. So, it was like this. Considering Claysite's association with the pacifistas and the fact that Raylo could not sense any life force emanating from him, Raylo began to piece together Claysite's predicament. Who would have thought that such a haughty individual would willingly accept transformation? Raylo remained oblivious to the fact that he was the unwitting cause of Clyster's betrayal of the Navy. In his desperate quest for survival, Clysto had agreed to subject himself to experimental modifications by Vegapunk. Yet, unbeknownst to Clyster, the completion of these alterations would result in the total obliteration of his consciousness. At that moment, all the pacifists surrounding Raylo stood agape, their mouths agape in astonishment. In an instant, a multitude of laser beams erupted from their mouths, converging upon Raylo. Encircled by their formidable presence, Raylo found no avenue for escape. With a resounding boom, the myriad laser beams coalesced, their combined might far surpassing that of any solitary pacifist's assault, resembling the cataclysmic explosion of a nuclear bomb. The ground was rent asunder, leaving a gaping chasm in its wake, as stones and withered branches were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Ultimately, these ashes spiraled upwards, coalescing into a formidable mushroom cloud, at the very center of which lay Raylo, besieged by the collective onslaught of the pacifists. Raylo descended to the ground using the moonwalk, as the laser beams, imbued with potent heat, emitted a substantial amount of steam from his body. Even his formidable physique bore marks of injury. The lasers, crafted based on the techniques of the Yellow Ape, though diminished in power compared to the original attacks, amassed in such numbers that their collective force surpassed that of the Yellow Ape's moves. Even Raylo's hockey defense could not entirely withstand their assault. From afar, aboard the warship, the Jade Monkey observed this scene in real time through the transmissions from the pacifistas. Although the pacifista-s attacks proved effective, the Jade Monkey felt no joy. The inflicted damage was negligible for Raylo, who would soon recover entirely thanks to his fruit abilities. Indeed, a monster, the Jade Monkey could not help but muse, witnessing Raylo endure such a barrage, yet sustain only minor wounds. However, he did not dwell on this sentiment, for his mission was to investigate and gather information on Raylo, not to engage him in battle. Meanwhile, on the island, the injuries Raylo had sustained began to heal, and in a brief moment, he was restored to his former self. Yet, despite this recovery, his expression remained devoid of any joy as he fixed his icy gaze upon a pacifista, seemingly piercing through the surveillance device straight to the Jade Monkey. "You have provoked my wrath." Upon uttering these words, Raylo vanished and reappeared before the pacifista, delivering a swift kick to its head. A crisp sound resonated as the head was sent flying, leaving behind only a massive, motionless body. Though the pacifista was constructed from a special, sturdy metal, its defensive capabilities were utterly trivial against a powerhouse like Raylo. Even 2 years hence, the core members of the Straw Hat crew could easily defeat a pacifista, let alone Raylo, in the face of Raylo's overwhelming strength and hockey. The pacifista's form resembled mere paper, crumbling effortlessly. What? Battle Maru stared in disbelief at Raylo, unable to fathom how one could so easily dismantle a pacifista. After dispatching one, Raylo's figure flickered like a phantom, appearing beside the remaining pacifistas, striking them down with a mere touch, reducing them to heaps of scrap metal. In an instant, the pacifistas surrounding Raylo were obliterated, unable to launch a second attack. The surveillance footage aboard the warship captured the Jade Monkey, wide-eyed and speechless, unable to close his mouth for a considerable duration. Although he had known of the pacifista's ineffectiveness against Raylo, witnessing him eliminate them in such rapid succession elicited intense emotional upheaval. The pacifistas, capable of altering the tides of battle, were effortlessly dismantled by Raylo. Despite the annihilation of the pacifistas, the presence of Crest, equipped with surveillance devices, allowed the Jade Monkey to continue monitoring the situation. The screen displayed Raylo discarding the severed head of a pacifista as he approached slowly. Laro smirked at Cleister and remarked, "As a product of the new generation of Vegapunk, your capabilities should be significantly enhanced. Allow me to witness the extent of technology that claims to be 5 centuries ahead of the world." No sooner had he spoken than Laro's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Cleister, delivering a kick aimed at his head. The pacifist's head was easily sent flying by Laro's strike. However, Cleister did not crumble before Laro as a true pacifist might. Oh? Laro was taken aback by Cleister's reaction. The latter had raised his arm to shield his face, successfully blocking Laro's assault. Even the remarkably durable metal that forged the pacifist seemed insignificant in the presence of Laro's advanced haki, yet Cleister's arm, struck with Laro's empowered force, showed no sign of yielding. Instead, it merely shifted slightly due to the sheer power of Laro's attack. Has Vegapunk employed some new material? Raylo's conjecture was indeed correct. The material used to modify Cleister was a newly developed substance by Vegapunk. This material not only surpassed the resilience of the substance worn by the pacifistas but also possessed novel characteristics. It could absorb energy. In other words, this material could absorb the impact, meaning that when Cleister was subjected to an attack, the material would first absorb the energy of the incoming strike, thereby mitigating the shock experienced by Cleister. Consequently, his defensive capabilities far exceeded those of the pacifistas. Furthermore, this material could convert the absorbed energy into kinetic energy, albeit with some loss during the process, marking it as a remarkable technological advancement. Although Raylo was not privy to the intricate details of the material adorning Cleister, he understood that everything in existence has its limits. Regardless of how formidable Cleister's defenses may be, should an assault exceed his defensive threshold, destruction would inevitably ensue. At that moment, to Raylo's surprise, Cleister initiated an attack. He delivered a powerful headbutt aimed directly at Raylo's head. This strike not only harnessed Cleister's inherent strength but also encompassed the energy from Raylo's previous assault. While it appeared ordinary, its potency was not to be underestimated. With a resounding thud reminiscent of 2 boulders colliding, Raylo swiftly employed his armament haki to shield his forehead. However, the intense impact left him momentarily disoriented. Yet, this sensation was fleeting and had no lasting effect on him. It was evident that Vegapunk had invested significantly in Cleister, beyond the innovative energy-absorbing material. Vegapunk had equipped Cleister with the latest automated combat system, in stark contrast to the pacifistas, which possessed mere destructive power yet lacked combat prowess. Cleister resembled a martial arts master. He could rapidly adapt to the surrounding environment and the varying tactics of his adversaries, continuously upgrading his abilities during combat, demonstrating reaction times and judgment superior to that of mere humans. Even Yuho, who underwent modifications concurrently with him, fell short in this regard. Before Vegapunk's new weaponry was finalized, Cleister stood as the most formidable humanoid weapon created by Vegapunk. Recently, Vegapunk had also outfitted him with a new energy source, augmenting his inherent energy, thereby enhancing both his destructive capability and speed. As a second-generation humanoid weapon, Cleister was naturally equipped with the same laser weaponry as the pacifistas. Following his headbutt on Raylo, Cleister immediately seized the moment to launch a laser attack. Although the pacifistas' laser strikes were powerful, they required a certain amount of time to accumulate energy before firing. In contrast, thanks to the new energy source, Cleister's laser could be unleashed almost instantaneously. Fortunately, during this interval, Raylo had been honing his observation haki by evading lightning strikes, which not only enhanced his haki but also increased his speed. Thus, he adeptly sidestepped the laser attack before it could inflict harm. A deafening boom erupted as the laser struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Such formidable power indicated that even Cleister alone was not far inferior to the combined assault of the pacifistas. After firing a single laser, Cleister prepared to launch a second attack without missing.